Chapter 1. I have an 8-dimensional system, and I want to offer it to the country. The headquarters has detected that today, a new wave of Sklass zombie tide is about to arrive. Teams 2265 and 2268 from the West District, Team 3214 from the East District, and the North District are all heading to the front line. This zombie tide is massive, and our country is facing a severe test. All ability users are to gather in the West District. The command center of GODLIKE issued a red alert, and alarms rang throughout the entire base. The loudspeakers continuously reported the current situation as ragged people crawled out from their cramped shelters, hastily stuffing compressed biscuits into their mouths while sprinting towards the front lines. High walls have been erected around the base, and at this moment, soldiers had already set up their weapons, watching the swirling dust under the ominous clouds in the distance. That dust was all zombies. Millions of zombies were enough to destroy the entire base. They were dumbfounded. It's over. The command center issued the highest order, calling all ability users to gather at the front line to defend against the enemy and vow to protect the base at all costs. At this time, everyone in the command center moved hurriedly. The conference room gathered all the top commanders and several scientists dressed in white lab coats. This zombie tide is fierce. Even if we gather all the strength of our citizens, it may not be enough to withstand it. Commander Luo, sitting in the corner, looked sorrowful. This time we are doomed. Shut up. The elder at the head slammed the table. How can you say such things before the last moment? Chen-Hui, how much time do we have left? The scientist in the white coat replied heavily. 10 hours. 10 hours. Only 10 hours until the zombie tide swallows the entire base. Can we get support from the South Sea base and the Eastern Force base? Commander, it may be too late. They encountered many dangers on the way, and casualties are reportedly heavy. For a moment, the conference room fell into silence. It seemed they had reached a dead end point 5 years ago. Strange phenomena occurred. First, there was a storm, followed by hail the size of footballs, then scorching heat and severe cold. After that came earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and tornadoes. Then, an inexplicable virus invaded, rapidly spreading among humans, turning all infected into flesh-eating zombies. However, this virus mutated in a small number of people, leading to the birth of ability users. The Earth was destroyed. Humanity around the world fell into despair. Each state quickly established bases, becoming the last sanctuary for humanity. This included countries like Migu, Tan-Air, Feijia. Other allied nations, after clearing the zombies, began to restore civilization and made significant technological progress. Meanwhile, Dachuan Nation, with the largest population, was constantly troubled by the zombie tide. Rebuilding their homeland was no easy task, and they lagged far behind other countries in technology. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang, breaking the silence. The elder at the head picked up the phone. Everyone heard clearly on the other end was a crisp female voice. Commander, I have bound an 8-dimensional system. This system can connect to various other worlds and obtain rewards such as weapons and supplies from them. I want to offer it to the country. Hearing about other worlds and the possibility of obtaining weapons and supplies, there was a moment of wild joy, but after the excitement, they shook their heads. How could something so ridiculous be possible? Commander Zhao Kong stood up abruptly, his expression dark. Where did you get the phone number for the conference room? The female voice paused. Well, I'll explain when we meet. Anyway, you won't believe me now that I sincerely want to offer the system to the country, and I hope you won't let me down as a citizen. Zhao Kong snorted coldly. Little girl, a system? Are you joking with me? The female voice on the other end remained calm and composed, and one could faintly hear the propaganda from the loudspeakers in the background. Commanders, with the world in such disarray, is there anything more absurd than an apocalypse? I obtained this system by chance. Now that the country is in trouble, it's no longer the time to hide it. I hope to offer the system to the country so we can overcome this crisis together. Though the voice was not very clear in the noisy environment, it possessed a penetrating power that reached everyone's ears. My name is Luo Xu, and I'm in Zone C30. Come find me. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. The conference room fell silent once more. Commander Zhao Kong raised his voice. Leaders, we should first discuss how to respond to the upcoming battle. We need to take all the weapons from the armory, form an ability user legion, and make a desperate strike. The elder sat in thought, glancing at the silent Commander Wei Zheng beside him. Commander Wei Zheng had been in command for decades before the new era began, with rich experience, and he was now the undisputed top commander. First, we find someone. What? Commander Wei, do you really believe that little brat's words? Others also had differing opinions. She is in Zone C, a notorious slum where all kinds of people mix. Many have mental issues. I think we should investigate thoroughly first. She could also be a spy planted in our country, trying to infiltrate our command center. We must not be careless. Humph. Her words just now were clear and logical. The thought process was sharp, and it's not something someone in poor mental condition could say. I think we should give it a try. After all, this is our last hope, isn't it? Connecting to various other worlds and being able to obtain weapons and supplies from Theme. If this is true, it might just be a key point for our Dachuan nation's rise. Yes. With it, our country's technology, culture, and all aspects will develop rapidly, surpassing those arrogant countries in no time. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Someone, go check C30 to I in less than 10 minutes. Luo Xu was thoroughly investigated. The information was delivered to the conference room, with each person receiving a copy. It clearly recorded all of Luo Xu's deeds from birth to the present, even including incidents from her elementary school days when her deskmate pulled her braids. Luo Xu, female, 23 years old, eldest daughter of the Luo Corporation's president. After entering the central base, she lost contact with her family and has been wandering alone. More importantly, she is not an ability user. The Luo family is also a business in a certain city of our country, and there are no issues for 5 generations up. A pampered young lady raised in luxury, living alone in this chaotic world. I wonder how she has survived all these years. This little girl looks quite pretty. She actually has such a great sense of justice. The elder closed the information in his hand. That place is mixed with all kinds of people, and it's easy to lose one's life. Regardless, we need to bring her out first. A smile slowly spread across his weathered face. If what she says is true, then it might just be the time for our true rise. It's time for Dachuan Nation to awaken. At this moment, Wei Zheng stood up, straightened his military uniform, and said, I will go personally. Chapter 2. The commander goes to pick up the person himself. The various areas of the base are divided according to different standards. Area A is the most prosperous, with tall buildings standing in the central and safest part of the base. The people living there are all ability users and their families, as well as important personnel in high positions. Area B is the residential area, home to wealthy families. Although it is not as prosperous as Area, it is spacious and well-stocked with supplies and strictly managed. Area C, however, is a real slum. The people living here are all from the lower echelons of society, facing death at any moment, and after they die, they're simply rolled up in a blanket and thrown outside the city walls. After hanging up the phone, Luo Xu felt as if someone was targeting her, so she quickly put on a baseball cap, tucking all her hair inside, and smeared her fair face with dirt. In this guise, she looked like a skinny boy. She was so hungry that she couldn't stand it any longer, so she went to the market. The narrow and cramped alley was packed with people, with vendors lining both sides. In this apocalyptic world, there wasn't much to sell. Everyone was bartering. Drinks and beverages were extremely expensive, available only to the people of Area A. Here, what was sold were spoiled buns, rice infested with maggots, and bread that had long expired and turned moldy, but these poor people were starving and couldn't care less. Shoving anything edible into their mouths, she used the last sausage she had to trade for 2 pieces of bread, and as soon as she got them, she stuffed them in her mouth, finishing them in just a few bites. She lived in a tent in a slum, where the crowd was dense and the noise was deafening. Points. 0. First World, Savage Domain. System task. Complete all challenges to gain rewards. Seeing the system display, Luo Xu's gaunt face was filled with distress. Useless. It's all useless. She had traveled into this body a year ago and awakened this Bahuang system. Excited, she opened it and saw that she could traverse various other worlds through the system, and everything she obtained inside could be materialized in reality. This was tailor-made for surviving in an apocalypse. But then, when she first entered this savage domain, she was almost crushed by a 5-meter turtle ant. In the past year, she had tried countless times, but this broken task was impossible to accomplish. She was so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back, and with her already depleted strength, now facing such a perilous system, she couldn't even stay inside for a minute. She had long thought about taking out the system, but she didn't dare. If this thing was discovered by outsiders, she might be sliced up for research in no time. And now, With the zombie tide approaching and the base being destroyed, she couldn't survive any longer. She had no choice but to take a gamble. After all, she was going to die. Anyway, so it didn't matter if it was now or later. As the system activated, a glowing portal appeared in front of her. She hesitated for a long time, but still didn't have the courage to enter. At this moment, the noise outside grew louder. A few ability users, arms around each other, suddenly burst in, causing a ripple in the slum. Luo Xu was startled and quickly stowed away the system, pulled the hood of her sweatshirt over her head, and lowered the brim to hide her cheeks. Why was it taking so long? She didn't have time. Luo Xu, you're called Luo Xu, right? Little girl, come out. A man's lewd laughter came from outside, calling her name. Luo Xu tightly clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms. Then, the tattered curtain was lifted, and a robust man nearly filled half the tent. He looked down at the frail girl in front of him and grinned. It's really you. Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. That kid Yi really didn't lie to me. Luo Xu knew she couldn't escape, so she simply took off her hat, revealing her delicate and pretty face. Did Yi tell you I was here? Seeing her face, the man's eyes showed a look of obsession. TSK. I really didn't expect that the daughter of the Luo family would end up in such a situation, but I heard that the young lady of the Luo family is currently at the Luo family, and you, the real one, are here. The one enjoying life back at the Luo family should be. That kid Yi is really cunning. Luo Xu forcibly suppressed the anger boiling inside her. Let's talk outside. Sang Lan, we will settle this score sooner or later. She inherited all the memories of her original self and saw the truth of what happened back then. Her fiancé, Yi, had long been plotting all of this, having his mistress undergo plastic surgery to look like her, and then when the Luo family evacuated, he knocked her out and left her in the garage, taking the surgically altered Sang Lan to replace her. This was what led to her status as an outcast. That it was a miracle that her original self had survived until now. Stepping out of the tent, several strong ability users were stationed outside, and many people from the slums stood, trembling on the side, afraid to approach. As soon as Luo Xu appeared, the men showed greedy expressions. This girl looks good, but we really hit the jackpot this time. As they spoke, they were about to come forward to make a move. Luo Xu stepped back several times, her movements a bit exaggerated, and her vision began to blur. Since crossing over a year ago, she had never been fooled in this broken place. She survived in the cracks, constantly worrying about not being discovered as a girl, while working hard every day. In her weakened state, she was easily surrounded by these ability users. She dodged left and right, her vision dimming, but the ability users seemed to have found something amusing, surrounding her and teasing her. Damn it! It had been so long since she hung up the phone. Why hadn't those people arrived yet? Didn't they believe her? The people around watched this scene in fear, none daring to step forward. The strength of the ability users made killing them as easy as squashing an ant. Suddenly, several military vehicles slowly approached. When had the people of Area C ever seen such a spectacle? They all instinctively made way, peering curiously in this direction. Seeing them, Luo Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief. One military vehicle after another drove along the main road, heading straight for this place. The few ability users were stunned. Why are so many people coming to catch us? The lives of C area people don't matter much. They usually turn a blind eye. Why are they suddenly? Luo Xu took a few steps back, covering her chest and gasping for breath, but the corners of her mouth slowly turn up. They're here. 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles, 3 vehicles. A convoy of 10 military vehicles came to a halt in front of the slum. The ability users, who had just been arrogant and harassing the women, now turned pale and began to shove each other, trying to escape. Chapter 3. Manifestation. A cart, led by 100 pounds of grain, approached. The door of the cart opened, and a man in military uniform, imposing and extraordinary, stepped out. This person, the people from the slums, all look somewhat familiar. Isn't that the commander who often appears on the big screen at the base? Commander Wei Zheng. He has fought both north and south. In the past 5 years, under his leadership, how many crises has he resolved for the base? A commander of such high reputation would actually lower himself to this small place. Immediately, dozens of soldiers got out of the vehicle, standing at attention on either side. Wei Zheng walked towards the slum area. Look, That's the renowned Commander Wei Zheng. What is Commander Wei Zheng doing here? Shouldn't he be stationed at the command center? Could it be that he's here to catch a fugitive? I wonder who has committed a crime to warrant Commander Wei Zheng personally coming out. Even setting aside important matters at hand, Commander Wei Zheng usually goes in and out with the higher-ups. What kind of person could have stirred him to come out personally? The ability user wanted to flee, but his legs went weak when facing Wei Zheng. The leading man saw Wei Zheng approaching them and actually knelt down. Yes, I'm sorry. Commander, we didn't tea. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wei Zheng passed by them and stood in front of Luo Xu. Miss Luo, please come with us. As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture. Luo Xu let out a slight sigh of relief, calmly looked at him, and nodded slightly. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Luo Xu. Who is she? How did she receive such treatment? The commander personally came to invite someone. She can't possibly be the illegitimate daughter of a superior, right? My goodness. I told her to get lost yesterday. Will she take revenge on me? Oh, right. What was this young lady's name again? Is she from here? I've never seen her before. The people in the slum exchanged glances, and no one knew. In recent years, Luo Xu has been low-key, living like an invisible person. After Luo Xu got on the vehicle, all the soldiers in the team boarded the vehicle in an orderly manner, turned the vehicle around, and left. The slum returned to its normal state. The male ability user who had knelt down brushed the dust off his clothes and left in a dejected manner. Luo Xu was taken away by the commander himself. He had to inform that person. In the vehicle, this car is the exclusive vehicle of Commander Wei Zheng. At this moment, Luo Xu sat on the soft cushion, but her heart sank to the bottom. She didn't know what she would face next, dissection or cooperation. Along the way, both of them remained silent. The car passed through the spacious and bright B area, the bustling and luxurious A area, until it stopped at the highest building in the center, the command building. Take her to wash up. Luo Xu stepped forward and said, No, I want to see the highest commander here. You still don't believe me. I want to show you the true capabilities of the system. Wei Zheng glanced at her, nodded, and said, All right. Luo Xu was taken to the conference room. Here, the commanders gathered, all of them the highest-ranking officers from various regions, and they were big shots that ordinary people could hardly meet. Although Luo Xu was dirty and her face was covered in dust, her pitch-black eyes were particularly bright. It seemed she had bet right. The base did not take her directly to the laboratory, but to the most core part of the command center, indicating they at least believed half of what she said. They were gambling, and so was she. The old man put down the documents in his hand, his wise gaze falling on Luo Xu. Before bringing Luo Xu here, they had thoroughly investigated her ancestry to confirm everything before bringing her over. Everyone, it's pointless to say more. Let me show you. She opened the system, and a white, light group-like teleportation portal suddenly appeared before everyone. The crowd couldn't help but marvel and leaned in to take a closer look. Luo Xu et lai. This Eight Desolation System can transport me to various worlds. By completing tasks, I can retrieve items from it and materialize them, but the tasks are very difficult, and I need your help to succeed. Wei Zheng frowned, stepped forward to clear the area for others, and loudly called a team of soldiers to come in and surround the light group cautiously. Luo Xu said, I will take you to see. After speaking, she stepped into the light group first, followed closely by Wei Zheng and several soldiers. After a wave of dizziness, they found themselves on a strange continent, with solid muddy ground beneath their feet and desolation all around, all untapped land. In the distance, there were several tall mountains and a cool breeze blew, making everyone feel somewhat refreshed. This place felt like the world before the mutation. Such a cool breeze without a hint of bloodshed was something I hadn't smelled in a long time. One soldier sat down on the soft grass and rubbed it, smiling. What a smooth surface. Since the mutation, even a blade of grass or an ant could claim a person's life. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Yeah, the others, who initially looked solemn, couldn't resist the temptation and also sat down. Luo Xu said leisurely, Trust me, even an ant here can take a person's life. One soldier noticed a patch of grass nearby shimmering in the sunlight. Look, what is that? Wei Zheng walked over, then turned to Luo Xu, silently asking. You can harvest it. You can find some stamina-restoring items in there. There are treasure chests as well. Killing a fierce beast can yield meat, and chopping wood can give you timber. As long as you pass all the levels, there will be huge rewards, and all these items can be materialized and taken out. Wei Zheng reached out to that patch of grass, and with a gentle swipe, the pile of grass transformed into a light group and fell into his palm. Ding! Harvested sweet potato seeds 10 can be planted in any land. Edible sweet potatoes 10. Luo Xu's heart stirred materialize. With a thought, the light group in Wei Zheng's palm disappeared, and soon after, a pile of items appeared on the conference table. 10 plump roasted sweet potatoes, each weighing about 10 pounds. And beside them was a small cloth bag filled with seeds. The roasted sweet potatoes emitted a strong aroma, sweet and delicious, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. They stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appeared roasted sweet potatoes, unable to believe it. After a long while, someone stammered, Is this all real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Hurry, pinch me. What is going on with these suddenly appeared roasted sweet potatoes? Can we still see fresh roasted sweet potatoes in this day and age? I want to cry with joy. It's been 5 years. 5 whole years. We haven't seen fresh vegetables for 5 years. The land cannot be cultivated, and we can only grow them in the Research Institute with such a meager amount. Only 5 pounds a month. This. Chapter 4 Preparing to challenge the levels and save the base commander, Zhao Kong quickly took one to the old man. Sir, please try it. The old man's throat moved slightly, but he shook his head, his eyes fixed on the light group, growing brighter and brighter. Wait until they come out. The system is real. The materialization is also real. This means, for years, the people of the Dazhong Kingdom have been beaten down by zombies, but they are finally rising. At this moment in the system, Wei Zheng and others looked bewilderedly at the disappearing pile of grass. Where did that pile of grass go? Luo Xu said. It has materialized into the real world. It should now be on the conference room table. Just now, you harvested 10 sweet potato seeds and 10 edible sweet potatoes. Wei Zheng suddenly raised his eyes, realizing that everything obtained here would directly materialize, and we wouldn't need to carry weight while moving. Truly deserving of being battle-hardened, he immediately grasped the key point. Yes, that's right, but I don't know much about the system either. We need to break through the first level, and then the system will provide me with more information. Next, they cut down some wood and found some honey. Without exception, everything materialized into reality. 2 soldiers guarding outside suddenly heard the buzzing of bees coming from inside and exchanged bewildered glances. Where did the bees in our conference room come from? I'm not sure, but I think I also heard the commander's voice. Just as they were talking, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A commander stood at the door, his eyes swollen from the bee stings, squinting into a slit. Everyone come in, pack your things. We're having an extra meal for everyone at noon today. A few soldiers peeked in and were instantly stunned by the situation inside. The small conference room is filled with things. Even the table is crushed under a pile of about 30 pieces of cut wood. In the corner, there are 4 or 5 beehives stacked up, with honey exuding an enticing sheen and bees buzzing around the hives. In the past 5 years, they had never seen such an intact beehive. How could such a precious thing suddenly appear in the conference room? Let's not ask too many questions about the chief's matters. 2 teams came over and carried everything out. They watched the honey and sweet potatoes swallowing their saliva. At this moment, Luo Xu was watching Wei Zheng and the others fight with a wild boar. The wild boar had tough skin and thick meat, standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall. They fired several shots, and although the boar was slightly injured, its combat effectiveness was still not diminished. After about 10 minutes of fighting, they finally couldn't hold on any longer, and Luo Xu quickly pulled them away. Stepping out of the other world, they saw a chaotic conference room and were instantly stunned. What happened here? The place is a mess with a pile of various things, and there are 50 pounds of celery, carrots, and taro that have materialized. The once clean and tidy conference room has turned into a vegetable market. A few commanders have been stung by bees, their faces swollen like pig heads. But they can't hide their joy. Haha, it materialized. It really all materialized. You just went in for less than half an hour, and we've already got hundreds of pounds of food. This is just the tip of the iceberg. When I arrange more people to help, moving things won't be a problem, and we could feed the whole country. An old man approached Luo Xu. Little Luo, The situation is urgent now. Let's put the food issue aside for now. We only have 9 hours left, and we urgently need to deal with the zombie tide. Do you have any good ideas? This is the most important thing. Everyone's eyes were on Luo Xu, waiting for her to speak. Ever since the mutation, the land has become unsuitable for planting, and all plants and animals have been affected by the virus. A slight mistake could cost lives. As citizens of the Great River Kingdom, not being able to grow vegetables is almost worse than being killed. Now, with this system, their hopes for a better future have been reignited. With so many manifestations at once, they have great faith in Luo Xu. After thinking for a moment, she realized there was only one way: to quickly gather manpower to break through this otherworldly space's checkpoint and obtain the ultimate reward. Perhaps there would still be a chance for everything to turn around. The first task is to transport goods to a designated location. I can see the map sent by the system, and I will draw it for you. With this demonstration, the system has already conquered everyone. Immediately, the commander arranged accommodations for Luo Xu, treating her well, while he busied himself gathering personnel. When leaving the command post, Luo Xu saw soldiers coming and going, ready for action, continuously carrying out weapons, which gave her a strong sense of security. With these things, dealing with those giant beasts in the system would be no problem at all. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Outside the command post, a vehicle was already waiting. A young officer, Luo Xu, came to pick her up. Luo Xu absent-mindedly got into the car, her mind flashing back to the scenes from when she entered the system. She didn't understand why, when she entered the system alone, as soon as she stepped in, a beast sensed her and didn't give her a chance to gather those items. She had always thought that in this place, every inch of land was extremely dangerous with beasts. But this time, could it be that their righteous aura repelled the beasts? Ding! System loading. Damn! Don't open the system. I'm driving. System panel has updates. Please click to view. Luo Xu clicked in and saw the new values. Number of people, 100. Luck index, 1000. These two values are clear to glance. Could it be that she brought in more people this time, resulting in a higher luck index? Therefore, from the very beginning, she not only didn't encounter powerful beasts, but also gained a lot of supplies. It's important to note that when she went in alone, she would definitely meet a big monster within 5 minutes. She has always been weak and hasn't dared to enter the system casually over the years. Now that she has the country as a backing, everything will start to improve. Perhaps her serious expression prompted Luo Xu, who was driving, to scratch the back of his head. Don't worry, we have ways to deal with these zombies at headquarters. Just sleep well tonight, and when you wake up, everything will be fine. Luo Xu slightly raised her chin, her gaze landing on Luo Xu in front of her. Then her eyes drifted faintly to the window. The entire central base was flashing red lights, alarms ringing, the streets were in chaos, empty except for newspapers fluttering in the wind. She curled her lips. Living is scarier than dying. Luo Xu was taken aback and couldn't help but look through the rearview mirror. Chapter 5. Confidential Mission. Gathering of hundreds. The girl, sitting in the back seat, even though she was dirty all over, still couldn't hide her brilliance. She was thin, but her back was straight, and her presence could pierce the clouds. For some reason, Luo Xu saw a resilience in her that could only be found in a soldier king. There were still 8 hours until the base was attacked by a horde of zombies. Luo Xu was arranged to stay in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. After so long in the apocalypse, she hadn't enjoyed soaking in a bathtub for a long time. In the steaming bathtub, Luo Xu unknowingly fell asleep. Soon, someone brought up food. The meal was very simple: stir-fried potatoes and vegetables, plus a serving of rice. With the apocalypse having arrived, the entire country fell into chaos, and the construction of several bases was very hasty. Fortunately, Dazhou country had a habit of stockpiling food, and the treasury was still relatively full. So there was no shortage of food and clothing. However, even with a full treasury, continuous consumption without income brings a strong sense of crisis. Now, the entire base was tightening its belt. Therefore, Luo Xu's Bahuang system was simply a lifesaver. As Luo Xu filled her stomach, the entire central base was also preparing intensively. There were still 7 hours until the base was attacked by the zombie horde. Wei Zheng personally led the team and called for manpower. He selected 100 people, all of whom were the most elite talents. Among them are researchers, plant scientists, highly skilled soldiers, and world champions in martial arts. At this moment, in the central hall, 100 people stand in front of the table, waiting for Wei Zhang's orders. The crowd is filled with puzzled discussions. Indeed, everyone has their own tasks to attend to, so why have they suddenly gathered here? They look around, and almost all present are the elite of the entire base, leading to some bad speculations. Are we being asked to abandon the base and escape alone? No way. How can we do such a treacherous thing? If we leave with so many people in the base, wouldn't they be doomed? The people are actively cooperating, united in their efforts to resolve this crisis, hoping to have some confidence. Even if we must die, at least we have fought for it. Now to give up would be a betrayal to everyone. We cannot leave. Just as the crowd was filled with excitement, Wei Zhang and a few commanders finally arrived. Beside Wei Zhang was a woman dressed in simple sportswear. However, everyone who saw her was shocked by her gaze. In those pitch-black eyes, there seemed to be no emotion. Indifferent, heartless, not of this world. She stood quietly beside Wei Zhang, and no one knew her identity. However, in the crowd, one person stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Wei Zhang cleared his throat. Everyone, please remain calm. With a wave of his hand, people carrying food began to arrive in droves. Delicious fresh fruits, aromatic stir-fried dishes, steaming white rice, and especially the freshly made roasted sweet potatoes, large and juicy, filled the air with their enticing aroma. Permeating the entire hall, the crowd exchanged glances, eyes wide open. This, wasn't the land already unsuitable for planting? How could there be such fresh fruits and vegetables now? A researcher suddenly stood up. Commander, where did these come from? Clearly, our research base hasn't found a way to cultivate them, these things. I heard that a lot of fresh ingredients and some wood were moved from the central conference room today. It seems to be true. After the crowd had discussed for a while, Wei Zhang finally took a sip of tea. Our base has not found a way to cultivate, but we have found another method to obtain resources. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to tell you that you will be the hope of the central base, the hope of the entire Dazhong country. What you will see next will directly overturn your worldview. He turned a nod at Luo Xu. Luo Xu raised a hand, and a white light orb suddenly appeared before everyone. In the apocalypse, there had been continuous awakenings of abilities, and upon seeing this light orb, although the onlookers were surprised, they were not in awe. Someone asked, "Is this an ability user? What kind of ability user is this?" Wei Zhang replied, "This can indeed be understood as a type of ability. It is a door that can lead to many places. Completing tasks inside, it allows you to materialize everything obtained there. This means we possess an endless treasure trove, but it is fraught with danger. And I need 100 elites to go with me." He glanced at the clock. There were less than 7 hours until the zombie tide attacked the base. What we need to do is take our weapons, break through, find a way to resist this crisis, secure resources for the country, and improve the living conditions of the people. After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Now, let's eat, fill our stomachs, and then we will go in armed. Such an absurd thing. If it weren't for the commander saying it personally, they would never believe it. At this moment, the chief came over, and everyone turned their attention to him. He waved his hand, saying that one must be well-fed and well-rested to have the strength to turn the tide. "What are you all dawdling for? You have 10 minutes. He walked over to Luo Xu and patted her on the shoulder. "Little Luo, we will have to rely on you from now on." This scene left everyone stunned, while Yi Ji in the crowd had a cold glint in her eyes. There were still 7.5 hours until the zombie tide arrived, and everyone had already packed and entered the system one after another. Luo Xu was very familiar with the situation inside and led the team this time. With her feet on the solid ground, they were surrounded by untamed land. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The gentle wind, the warm sun, and the fragrance of grass in the air created a harmonious atmosphere. It had been a long time since they had seen such beautiful scenery. Chapter 6. 7 hours until the zombie tide, Wei Zhang immediately organized the team to scout the surroundings. Before spotting any fierce beasts, they found several patches of grass that were shimmering with light. As Luo Xu lightly brushed her hand through the grass, several system prompts echoed in her mind. Ding. Harvested celery 15, celery seeds 10. Ding. Harvested winter melon 10, winter melon seeds 10. Ding. Harvested peanuts 13, peanut seeds 13. The continuous harvest manifested in reality. They designated the entrance at the large warehouse underground of the command hall, where various ingredients began to appear in the warehouse. The staff wore joyful expressions and immediately instructed people to carry the items out to load onto trucks. The vegetables materialized from the system were all gigantic. Just a single peanut could grow to 0.5 meter, and celery could reach up to 2 meters. In this time of material scarcity, it was simply a tremendous blessing. While everyone was busy, Luo Xu stood in place, checking the system's control panel. The control panel had also changed and displayed several data points. First world, savage domain, otherworld level, 1, novice level, exploration degree, 100 number of people, 100 lucky index, 1000 indeed. The lucky index was linked to the number of people. This system requires multiple players to strategize. She entered alone, with a luck value of only 1, and was quickly targeted by fierce beasts. This time, the commander brought almost all supernatural beings, and they brought enough weapons and ammunition, which should be sufficient. Wasteland mission, exploration type. Deliver 1,000 purple eggplants to the source of the Amber River and place them on the altar. The tasker will receive a huge reward. This task is something she can't complete by herself. To transport 1,000 purple eggplants, transportation is needed. Wei Zheng held a freshly picked apple in his hand, biting into it with a crisp sound, and then handed another one to Luo Xu. What's wrong? Is there a situation? Luo Xu furrowed his brows and said, Sir, we need to pick 1,000 purple eggplants first and then transport them to the source of the Amber River. Although the route is simple, the weight of these eggplants is quite significant. Wei Zheng laughed and waved his hand, saying it wasn't a big problem. He checked his watch. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, 7 or 8 SUVs and 4 military trucks were brought in. Looking at these large vehicles, Luo Xu was taken aback. Truly worthy of being the command center. This grand gesture is simply amazing. Wei Zheng shouted, Gather. We don't have much time. Maintain formation and explore the surroundings to collect purple eggplants. In an instant, the trained individuals maintained their formation and began a wide-ranging search. In this desolate area, Wei Zheng did not let down his guard and arranged a team to stay alert. Throughout, Luo Xu remained at the center of their protection. Wei Zheng handed her a few fruits he had just picked. You stay here, don't move around. Let them handle the other matters. Luo Xu watched the warriors, who were eager to explore, curiously probing their surroundings and chatting happily, feeling a strong sense of security. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble, and a primitive mammoth appeared, towering at 7 to 8 meters tall. Damn, there's a beast. I told you it wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, every good beginning signifies a greater crisis looming. The warriors, still exploring, quickly regrouped, and Wei Zheng's expression turned serious as he commanded. A small team, go drive the vehicle, move it further away. The rest, grab your weapons. Maintain formation. 7 or 8 small teams surround from the back. Luo Xu looked at the mammoth, and as her gaze fell upon it, the system immediately provided a prompt. Savage mammoth, extremely strong combat power, thick fur, very thick layer of fat, weakness, low sensitivity, slow speed. At this moment, they had already begun to attack, and the gunfire posed little threat to the mammoth. The bullets could not penetrate its thick layer of fat. She shouted, drive away quickly. It's not fast. However, seeing that the bullets could not penetrate, Wei Zheng realized that this mammoth was not like the wild boar they had encountered before. Hearing Luo Xu's voice, he did not hesitate and issued the command. Withdraw. The mammoth let out a roar, stomping its feet heavily on the ground, causing the earth to shake. 100 people quickly boarded the vehicle in an orderly fashion, and the vehicle sped across the flat wasteland, with the mammoth in pursuit behind them. They narrowly escaped, and this was just the beginning. In this wasteland, there were many terrifying beasts. There were still 7 hours until the zombie tide. On the outer wall of the base, 2 ability users looked out with binoculars. In the distance, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and mist rose, all caused by the trampling of hundreds and thousands of zombies, causing the ground to begin shaking. Boom, boom. The sound is disturbing. One person pulls out a cigarette and bites it, saying, we're done for this time. With so many zombies, the entire base might get crushed. Yeah, he pulls out a dirty lighter and presses it down hard, damn it. What's wrong with this world? I just want to see us dead. Another person comforts him, don't lose hope. We're at the central base, and there are many good things stored here. There's still a big treasure that hasn't been revealed yet, so there's hope. Just yesterday, I saw the commander bringing people in and out of headquarters. They must be discussing strategies. There's already movement over at headquarters. At this moment, a short Esper came up with several lunchboxes. He distributed the lunchboxes to the two people and asked, "Have any of you seen the commander today?" "Which commander?" "All of them." Upon hearing this, the few of them exchanged glances. They really hadn't seen any. Speaking of which, it seemed like they hadn't seen any for several hours. All the commanders seemed to have hardly appeared. The short Esper appeared a bit anxious. "I'll go ask others." He asked around the castle walls, but everyone said they hadn't seen any commanders. For a moment, these Espers felt a bit uneasy. They discussed among themselves and decided to go to the military district to inquire about the situation. Normally, when such a situation occurred, the commanders would definitely stay here personally to investigate, but this time not a single commander was seen, which was quite strange. What about the commanders of Team 2 and Team 3? Are they also not here? Where on earth did they go? Let's call the command center to ask about the situation. I have a bad feeling. If the commander is not here, my heart is always uneasy. They said this, and the Espers could only leave. The soldier called the headquarters to inquire about the situation. Chapter 7. The Wilderness Domain. Mission in progress in the Wilderness Domain. A convoy was traveling across the plains. On the rugged and uneven road, large animals could occasionally be seen emerging. Vultures, storks, red-crowned cranes. These animals are far larger and stronger than anyone can comprehend. The convoy is next to a cliff on the left, with a raging river below, surging violently. If they fall, there will be no hope of burial. As the convoy moves, those massive animals rush towards them. A 5-meter-tall antelope charges at the vehicle with its sharp horns, piercing through the iron skin of a truck. The two military off-road vehicles, specially modified, nearly become scrap. Wei Zheng's expression is grave as he shouts, "Get out and defend." No matter what, the vehicle cannot be destroyed. They still need to transport their cargo. They have little time and must deal with the situation quickly. In an instant, everyone gets out of the vehicles, each wielding weapons to attack. Fortunately, although these animals are enormous, the weapons are effective against them. With overwhelming firepower, several of the gigantic creatures are quickly brought down. This is just a drop in the bucket. The noise of gunfire here attracted a large flock of birds. A group of huge kingfishers came rushing in from all directions. The screams in the crowd were incessant. One soldier had his arm torn off by a bird and lay on the ground wailing. "Fire! These bastards! Kill these damn things!" The screams continued below, and Luo Xu couldn't sit still. She picked up a gun, mimicking the actions of a soldier next to her, and shot into the sky. The recoil made her arms tingle and nearly lose sensation. Gritting her teeth, she shook her numb hands and continued firing. Help! At this moment, several soldiers were bitten by the flying birds and taken into the sky. "Quick! Shoot them down!" The soldiers screamed, their desperate cries echoing in the clouds. Luo Xu raised her hand and pointed, "Go out." She directly used the system to send these soldiers out. Just like that, they disappeared into thin air, instantly causing the others to widen their eyes in shock. "What happened?" Luo Xu replied, "I sent them out." The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, his voice trembling. "They are still alive, that's good." Wei Zheng raised his fist and struck a flying bird, then turned to Luo Xu and said, "Can you help send all the injured out? They are all elites. Losing even one would be a huge loss for us." Luo Xu nodded solemnly. "Please rest assured." Wei Zheng once again grabbed the bird that was about to attack Luo Xu. "Hurry!" The soldiers protected the injured behind them, forming a human shield, using their bodies to ensure the safety of their wounded comrades. Luo Xu sent them out one by one. There were only 6 hours left until the zombie tide. At this time, the commanders were still discussing the next actions in the conference room. They brought out so many supplies. Shouldn't we reward the soldiers? Everyone has worked hard. Yeah, we can't just let them sit in the warehouse and get moldy. Sigh, I don't know if we can survive this disaster. Let everyone have one last good meal. The chief stood up, his expression stern, You need to have some confidence in our soldiers and also in Wei Zhong. Once they get through the first hurdle, our crisis will be resolved. But there are only 6 hours left until the zombie tide. Can we really make it in time? The phone at headquarters rang continuously. Excuse me, headquarters, why are so many commanders not at their posts? Excuse me, headquarters. The ability users have not seen the commander's presence and want to know when the commander will come out to stabilize the morale. I am an ability user on the front line. We found that the general headquarters has trucks transporting goods. We are really anxious. We don't know what headquarters is planning. Can you explain it to us? I'll just say it directly. Does headquarters want to abandon us, ordinary people, and run away? You can't do this. Are you ignoring the hundreds of thousands of lives in the base? With just a few hours left until the zombie tide attack, I hope headquarters 1T let us down. We are all working together to solve this crisis now. No one is giving up, and no one is running away. If we die together. But now, the actions of headquarters are really making us doubt. Can you give us a reasonable explanation? These calls all represent the restless hearts of the people. The operator asks, Sir, how should we resolve this? The chief sighs, waves his hand to let the commanders disperse and stabilize the morale of the troops. At this moment, a hurried knocking sounded at the door. The person outside couldn't wait for the voice inside to allow entry and pushed the door open anxiously. Chief, you need to go take a look quickly. There's a problem with the mission. The chief's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stood up and headed towards the underground warehouse. As soon as he got off the elevator, he saw many medical staff coming in and out, carrying various medical equipment and continuously bringing people out on stretchers. What happened? The chief's face darkened. There have long been doctors and professors helping with the rescue here. Upon seeing the leader arrive, someone immediately stepped forward to report the situation. Sir, a large-scale battle occurred inside, and many people have been seriously injured. More than 20 have already been carried out. Only 100 people went in, and already 1/5 have come out so quickly. What exactly did they encounter in there? The doctor said, all the wounds are torn by large, ferocious beasts. Get them all down and treated properly. In a vast warehouse, on one side, supplies piled high were being transported out, while on the other side, soldiers who had just suffered heavy casualties lay on the ground, crying out in agony. Pressure surged in, the public was in doubt, and the soldiers were risking their lives. The leaders seemed to age decades in an instant. What do you think? How should we resolve this situation? Zhao Kong, standing nearby, said, Sir, I believe all of this is caused by information asymmetry. Perhaps we should make this secret mission public. After all, similar incidents will continue to occur in the future. Rubbing his weary palm against his forehead, he sighed. Let's deal with this crisis of the zombie tide first. We need to transport all these supplies to the front line for the soldiers and supernatural beings to eat, and also distribute the items stored in the national treasury for many years to the ordinary citizens in various regions. The leader, if our plan fails this time, the entire base will be destroyed. It will be useless to keep it. If the plan succeeds, we will have an endless treasure and will never lack food again. The command center provided the best treatment for these soldiers, stabilizing their conditions and controlling the illness with only one death, while the others survived. Chapter 8. Yi Ji, looking for death. After struggling across the plain, the entire team was exhausted, facing the endless mountains ahead. Wei Zhong ordered everyone to rest in place for 10 minutes. Luo Xu, being the only female in the team, found a spot behind a rock to take care of her personal needs. This is not a medicinal herb that exists in reality. Ding obtained exclusive herb from the wilderness domain, Bodhi Grass 30. It materialized in reality, and she now had a few more plants in her hand. As she turned to leave with the herbs, footsteps sounded behind her. Upon seeing the man, Luo Xu's expression immediately darkened. What are you doing here? With the memories of her original self, she knew just how scummy this man was. He was a phoenix man, always using sweet words to charm girls, leaving the original self utterly infatuated. E.G. still wore that affectionate look. I didn't know you were alive. Back then, there were some mishaps, and I didn't expect to leave you behind. I have felt guilty all these years. Esteemed ability user, I have never felt any guilt from you. Weren't you, in your first love, living quite happily? Plastic surgery. I really don't know what you were thinking. Isn't it easy to be discovered? Yi Ji's expression became a bit stiff. Sang Lan had failed her plastic surgery, Her current appearance was something even he couldn't bear to look at. They had a good plan. As long as Sanglan could transform into Luo Xu's appearance, she could impersonate her identity. But fate had other plans, and Sanglan's face ended up looking like that. Fortunately, the apocalypse came. He took Sanglan and successfully boarded the Luo family's ark to escape that terrible city. After that, he gained abilities, and now almost the entire Luo family was under his control. But now, this unexpected change with Luo Xu had to be eliminated. Yi forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his eyes and showed a sincere expression. "I'm sorry. I've been looking for you all these years, and even hired some people to find you." "Shut up." Luo Xu felt disgusted at the sight of his face. Yi was a handsome and refined man, popular with girls even before the apocalypse. Now, he was a capable ability user. And who knows how dirty his private life was. The Luo family hadn't sought her out all these years. Perhaps it was because of the apocalypse. She had no feelings for this family, having lived at the bottom for so long that even when she was on the verge of starvation, she never thought of going to the Luo family. "Seeing you makes me sick." With that, she turned and walked away. Yi wanted to stop her again, but noticed the gazes from his comrades behind him and could only take a look at her before stepping back. This time he just came to test and confirm that Luo Xu really has no attachment to him anymore. So, after the last incident, there are now more than 70 people left in the team, and everyone is cutting and distributing the fruit. Wei Zheng took out a whole pear and handed it to Luo Xu. "You've never experienced such intense long-distance trekking. Is her body holding up?" Luo Xu pursed her lips and shook her head. "It's fine. It wasn't too hard when I was at the base. At least I won't go hungry here." Wei Zheng smiled, turned around, and asked a soldier for a weapon. The weapon felt heavy in his hand, carrying a certain deterrent power. "You don't know how to use a weapon, right? I'll teach you." Luo Xu nodded, very interested in the weapon. If she had any ability to use a weapon, she wouldn't have been stuck with the system for so long, unable to take the first step. The soldiers nearby saw one person teaching seriously and the other learning earnestly, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, our commander probably considers Luo Xu like a daughter now. I heard that the commander had a daughter before, about the same age as Luo Xu, but unfortunately she..." At this point, the two exchanged a meaningful glance. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Luo Xu learned fast, aiming at a distant stone and hitting it accurately. Bang! The stone instantly shattered into pieces. Wei Zheng nodded in satisfaction. "Haha, it's Luo Xu's first time using it. And her aim is so good. Impressive. You have great potential. How about coming to our special training camp to train? We have quite a few capable female soldiers in our team. If you can train, you won't be worse than them." Luo Xu struggled to put down the weapon in her hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Special training camp? Can I go too? I have no foundation at all." In recent years, although her physical condition has improved due to her own deliberate training, is still incomparable to those who have undergone professional training. "Of course it can." Wei Zheng laughed heartily. "You are now a key protected individual in our country. We will arrange for special training for you. Don't worry, as long as you can endure hardships, everything else can be discussed." Luo Xu nodded solemnly. She can endure hardships. As they spoke, several rhinos charged towards them from a distance, and the soldiers quickly got up to fight. The rhinos, with their tough skin and massive size, easily broke through the soldiers' defenses. Wei Zheng snorted coldly. "First team, long-range abilities go. Second team, weapon support." Luo Xu nervously stood among the crowd, aiming her weapon to attack. Her strength was insufficient. After firing a few shots, her ears rang and her hands trembled. The long-range ability users possessed various powers, such as lightning, wind, fire, earth, and plant control. In no time, they had great success in intercepting the rhinos, but using their abilities consumed a lot of energy, and they soon could not hold on. Those coming behind carried the fainted ability users onto the vehicle. Under the intense firepower, several rhinos collapsed with a loud crash. But before they could celebrate, another group of hyenas charged towards them. "Damn it! Get in the vehicle!" The soldiers quickly boarded the vehicle, trained for this situation. Just as Luo Xu was about to get in, someone pushed her from behind. She stumbled and almost fell. When she looked up, a fierce hyena was pouncing towards her. She quickly reacted, her face darkened, and she grabbed her gun with her other hand, firing a shot that blew the hyena's head off, killing it instantly. After teetering on the brink of life and death, Luo Xu's face turned pale, and she felt completely drained of energy. Two people pulled her up and helped her into the vehicle. As she got in, Luo Xu clearly saw Yi Ji watching her with a gloomy expression from not far away. Chapter 9. Is the headquarters going to give up? The convoy sped along the foot of the mountain, with the cold wind howling outside and birds continuously attacking from the sky. Having crossed the plains, they were now among the mountains, hidden by dense jungles, causing the birds to lose their targets and scatter quickly. The soldiers finally had a chance to catch their breath. Wei Zheng laughed. Little Luo, I didn't expect your reaction speed to be quite fast. You actually thought to use your gun at such a critical moment. Your psychological quality is quite good. Several soldiers nearby praised Luo Xu's performance. Yes, such reaction speed can only come from those who have undergone professional training. I didn't expect little Luo to pull it off. I thought she was done for. The little girl has great potential. Luo Xu looked down at the scratches on her arms, then raised her gaze to Yi Ji, who was sitting in the corner. Since getting on the vehicle, Yi Ji had remained silent in the corner, seemingly resting his eyes, but in reality, he was observing Luo Xu's situation closely. Luo Xu stared at Yi Ji, wanting to say something, but saw a soldier next to Yi Ji hand him a cup of water, lowering his voice. Let these ability users rest well and recover their strength. There will be more need for them later. You all take a break. We'll handle the other matters. Luo Xu slightly lowered her eyelids and just smiled. Thank you all for your kindness. Once this crisis is resolved, I will definitely participate in training. My physical strength is too poor. I can't compare to everyone, so I hope everyone will take care of me in the future. Given Luo Xu's current situation, even if she didn't participate in training, the country would still treat her like a treasure. She could easily be pampered and live a life of luxury. Yet she actively proposed to train. They liked this kind of character. A young soldier patted his chest. Of course, protecting you is our duty. Sister, you should be more careful in the future. Just stay near the vehicle, and we will protect you. Yes, leave the heavy lifting to us big guys. Wei Zheng, accustomed to reading the room, noticed that Luo Xu's expression was off and sat down beside her, handing her the water bottle. What's wrong? Luo Xu did not hide it, and simply recounted what happened with Yi Ji's sneak attack. Wei Zheng's gaze turned icy as he glanced at Yi Ji, who was still joking with several comrades, and a smirk appeared on his lips. He was not a military person. Since there was a hint of disloyalty, finding an excuse to eliminate him was the way to go. Eliminate him? So simple? Luo Xu widened her eyes. This leaf season is indeed a powerful ability user. Wei Zheng patted her shoulder, smiled, and said, Don't underestimate your importance. You are far more than everything to the country. There are still 4 hours until the zombie tide. The convoy has gathered enough eggplants and is now rushing towards the destination without stopping. The phone lines at the Central Command Center are nearly overloaded. Everything has been distributed, and in just a few hours, all the civilians in the base have had a hearty meal. But their mindset has completely collapsed. Looking at the abundant food in front of them, some people covered their chests and knelt on the ground, crying. Is this our last supper? Is the base going to be abandoned? Although this zombie tide is serious, I didn't expect it to be this severe. The country should have used up all its supplies by now. Are we all going to die? Oh, Mom, I don't want to die. Some, in despair, crawled to the top floor, tears streaming down their faces. I don't want to be eaten to death by those things. Even if I die, I want less pain. The entire base fell into a wail of despair. At the front line of the base, the soldiers sat in a makeshift camp. A large pot in the camp was cooking delicious food, and the aroma spread out, making people's mouths water. But now no one could smile. Finally, a power user couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer and suddenly stood up. Damn it, are we just going to give up like this? The headquarters took out all the supplies for us to have this last supper. So does that mean we are doomed to die? If we have to die, then so be it. Damn it, I want to enjoy a good meal before I die. That power user cursed as he stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. His mouth full, but tears streamed down his face. It's really unwilling. They had held on for 5 years and built such a good central base. But now, they were still going to die in the mouths of these beasts. Where is the commander? I want to see the commander. Unless the commander personally says those words. I will never believe it. Otherwise, I will absolutely not give up. Comrades, let us pick up our weapons and not give up. Some young soldiers turned their faces away. Their voices dull. The commander hasn't appeared for several hours. Has Commander Wei Zheng given up? What are we going to do? The zombie tide is very close to the base now, and many faster zombies have already reached the outskirts of the base. Many soldiers are taking risks to clear the zombies. The delicious food did not soothe their anxious hearts. Instead, it made them see the complete abandonment by the central command, leading to even more despair. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, echoing with a mournful cry for this moment. At this moment, the sound of the leader's aged yet steady voice echoed through the loudspeakers in various places of the base. This is the central base of the Chuan country. Hello, everyone. I am your leader and also the highest-ranking head of the central base. As you may have noticed, a large amount of food has been transported from the command center today. Everyone, this is a good sign. We have discovered some special methods to produce food, and I pledge my lifelong honor and achievements to you here. Regarding the crisis at the base, we have always been looking for ways to resolve it and have never given up from the beginning to the end. Moreover, we have now found a solution. I hope everyone will not give up on themselves. As long as you are alive, there's hope. Once the speaker's voice faded, the people in the base fell into silence. Soon, someone slammed the things in their hands onto the ground. What's the use of saying so much nonsense? Why don't you take action? You found a solution? Did you discover some secret weapon? Damn it, this is of no use at all. Saying these useless words is just to stabilize the people. I've already heard the approaching tide of zombies and smelled the stench coming from them. They will come soon, and there is no time left. 2 hours away from the zombie tide, the team stopped in front of the snowy mountain. Crossing this snowy mountain would lead them to their destination. Just standing there, they could feel the biting cold wind. Luo Xu rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps. Her fair cheeks were flushed from the cold. Wei Zheng's upright, square face was dignified, with frost already clinging to his eyebrows. He shouted, "Everyone, take off any unnecessary burdens and tie the supplies to yourselves. We will proceed on foot." Chapter 10. Never give up until the last moment. Walking across the snowy mountain would face great risks. The cold wind was piercing and bone-chilling. The soldiers hesitated not at all, removing all burdens and only carrying the necessary supplies. To ensure speed, they wore only thin clothes, yet each stood tall and proud, unable to be bent by the terrifying cold wind. Wei Zheng began to adjust the formation, with Luo Xu naturally still at the center of the team, receiving special protection from everyone. The ability users had much stronger physiques than ordinary people and formed the outer perimeter. Yi Ji silently stood a few people away from Luo Xu. Wei Zheng's gaze flickered. Team 3 of ability users, you go ahead to clear the way. The few ability users named walked forward. Although Yi Ji was reluctant, he could only follow the team to the front. Wei Zheng gonded Luo Xu à évier combat. Here, put this on. Holding the combat suit, the heavy weight made Luo Xu's hands sink. She quickly shook her head. "Commander, this is too heavy. I might not be able to keep up with the team. Then I'll have someone carry you," Wei Zheng replied. "It's too cold on the snowy mountain. What if you get sick with your physique?" Luo Xu glanced at her watch and resolutely shook her head. "I won't fall behind." She insisted on not wearing it, wanting to keep up with the team on her own strength, which made Wei Zheng think highly of her even more. All right, time was running out for them. Everyone took 10 minutes to organize their equipment, trying to travel as lightly as possible. They adopted a relay approach, with the burdened team following behind and the unburdened team running ahead to support. The entire team moved forward in a well-trained manner. Luo Xu gritted her teeth to keep up. As she passed Wei Zheng, she suddenly heard him mutter softly, "In this situation, it would be great to have a helicopter come in, but unfortunately, helicopters can't reach the underground warehouse." Luo Xu thought, "Impressive, my country." With everyone moving lightly, their speed increased, and they were getting closer to their destination. Just half an hour away from their destination, suddenly the ice layer ground in front of them rumbled and shook. The soldiers panicked and retreated repeatedly. Luo Xu was almost pushed over by the people in front of her, but fortunately, 2 nearby soldiers helped her up just in time, saving her from disaster. If one fell in this place, they would roll directly down the snowy mountain. At this moment, a noisy sound came from the front. "Not good. Someone has fallen. Hurry, save them. Quick, grab on." At this time, Yi, along with several other ability users clearing the way, fell down. The other ability users were promptly pulled up by others. But Yi, he was clinging tightly to a piece of ice, his body hanging over the edge of the cliff. His ability was fire, which was of no use here. Wei Zheng stood above him, one hand gripping the hand that was tightly holding onto the ice. "Commander, save me." His face was pale. Wei Zheng had always cared for the soldiers, but now, his gaze was cold. For some reason, Yi felt a sense of panic. Below him was a deep ice cave. If he fell, he would undoubtedly die. Indeed, the next second, Wei Zheng spoke. "I cannot allow any threat to Luo Xu to exist." Just one sentence caused Yi to lose all color from his face in an instant. The next second, he quickly reacted and pleaded desperately, "Commander, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will never have any other thoughts about Luo Xu again. I will roll as far away as possible and will never appear in front of Luo Xu again. Please save me." Wei Zheng remained expressionless as he gently pried Yi's hand open. One finger at a time, Yi's grip was released. His heart raced like thunder. His body sank little by little. The Grim Reaper was gradually closing in. In despair, he let out a furious roar. The flames of his ability suddenly soared into the sky. The ice block melted, and Yi fell like a kite with a broken string, his screams diminishing until they disappeared. A soldier behind Wei Zheng leaned in for a glance and sighed regretfully. What a pity. Such an ability user has such poor mental quality. His ability is fire. Using it here is just looking for death. Wei Zheng nodded, inform his family of the death, and continue moving forward. Yes, the news spread back. The soldiers whispered among themselves. A good ability user just died like that. It's really a pity. Sigh yes. Luo Xu asked who died. An ability user named Yi. Luo Xu's heart tightened as she looked towards Wei Zheng at the front of the team. Impressive, my commander. 1 hour until the zombie tide. The air was filled with a foul odor. The ground trembled continuously, rumbling as a cloud of smoke slowly enveloped the entire base. The people in the base had already sensed the breath of death. They held on to their families in despair, waiting for the final moment to arrive. At this time, the command center was continuously bringing out food from the underground warehouse. But at this moment, food was of no use anymore. What they needed were weapons. Weapons that could perfectly counter the zombie tide. All the commanders and superiors of the base gathered at the system entrance. They stared intently at the glowing orb. Sigh. Only 1 hour left. Zhao Kong looked pale. At this time, they were still bringing out various foods. It seemed that breaking through the barrier was not easy. Still have time, right? The old voice of the superior slowly echoed. We must not give up until the last moment. At this moment, the light flickered, and several frostbitten soldiers were brought out. Medical personnel hurriedly stepped forward to carry them out. First, they were attacked by a wild beast, and then they were frostbitten. What exactly did they experience inside? When they were brought out, they were wearing thin garments, covered in snow, and shivering from the cold. Besides a few who had already lost consciousness, there was one who was slightly aware. The commander quickly stepped forward to inquire about the situation inside. At this moment, someone outside reported urgently. Not good, Commander. Those ability users outside almost started fighting. You should go take a look. The commander waved his hand, signaling the medical staff to take the soldier down for treatment, then stepped back half a step and took a deep breath. Everyone, hold your positions. Next, let's place our hopes in the people inside. Yes, on the front line, on the city wall. The soldiers used their weapons to deal with the first wave of zombies about to rush up the wall. All the bullets were expended, but the endless horde of zombies showed no sign of stopping, and there was not a glimmer of hope in sight. The zombies' faces were rotting, and they surged forward frantically, with tens of thousands of zombies almost able to crush the thick and sturdy city wall. Quick, reload the bullets. Archers, prepare the rocket launchers. Cold and hot weapons were deployed in turn, and ability users scorched the zombies with flames and struck with heavy hammers. But these measures could only provide temporary relief, as millions of zombies continued to approach. With these weapons, such a vast number of zombies would flatten the base. It was utterly useless. Having exhausted their abilities, the ability users found they had not dealt with many zombies and sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the approaching horde. Are we really going to be finished? These zombies, We're no match for them. Let be destruction. The ground shook with a rumble. The distant outskirts of the base, once cities, were submerged in a sea of corpses. The tall buildings collapsed into dust in an instant. The structures built before the apocalypse had withstood large earthquakes and tornadoes, yet were destroyed by the zombie tide. Despair. The soldiers, armed with firearms, exchanged bullets batch after batch, finally managing to deal with some of the zombies that were climbing up, gaining a moment of respite. Didn't the headquarters say they found a solution? Why is there still no sign of action? Those words were just for show, meant to reassure people. Right now, I just want to kill a few more and save a bullet for myself. I don't want to become that kind of filthy thing after I die. Me too. Another person opened the chamber, stuffed in a few bullets, and turned to shoot at the zombie horde again, but within just a few seconds, the bullets were exhausted. The supplies being sent were dwindling, and these zombies could empty the entire national treasury. The massive tide of zombies was already at the doorstep. Half an hour before the tide arrived, the entire base fell into panic. Many people set up altars, chanting prayers inside, listening to the approaching sound of the quake. Some couldn't bear the psychological pressure and died in their rooms. Escape? They had thought about it, but outside was filled with zombies. Leaving the protection of the base meant they would eventually die outside. The zombie tide drew closer. The command center staff also set aside their tasks and stood in the central hall filled with screens. The screens continuously displayed the tragic scenes from various places in the base. The people in the base had sensed death. Every household had their doors wide open, and everyone embraced each other to say goodbye. Even former enemies, who had once had grudges, now wiped their tears and embraced. Watching the screen filled with tragic scenes, the entire command center fell into sorrowful wails. Thousands of zombies were climbing the city wall. Chapter 11. The Arrival of Mechas. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out continuously, and artillery exploded among the zombie horde, but the progress of the entire horde was not delayed. The frontline soldiers continued to retreat, and the weapons behind them had diminished significantly. Even if they fired all their bullets, they couldn't deal with so many zombies. What to do? Is there only a dead end? In the midst of the flames of war, the soldiers of Team 3322 leaned against each other, standing back to back, laughing madly as they fired their guns at random. In the dense horde of zombies, there was no need to aim. They could hit one with each shot. Bastards! Come here. I'll blow you up. Behind us are our beloved family and friends. To harm them, you must first cross over our dead bodies. The horde of zombies had already climbed up the wall. The soldiers retreated step by step, cycling through all their weapons. You filthy things. You'll go to hell. At this moment, the command center's monitoring room was silent. The commander sighed deeply and placed his hat on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to work with you. Thank you for your efforts over this long time. We have done our best. The base has lasted this long thanks to everyone's hard work. He stood up and saluted solemnly. Many people's eyes were a bit moist as they removed their hats in salute. They had deliberately changed into new clothes, quietly waiting for the outcome to arrive. In just a few hours, they attempted to dig massive pits outside, bury bombs, and set traps. But it was still difficult to resist. The country had taken all the supplies from the warehouses and even tried to use the basements. It was useless, all of it. Although the basement was impressive, it wasn't deep enough. After being trampled by tens of millions of feet, the basement would collapse, and those hiding inside would suffer greater pain than death. Suddenly, a tremendous roar came from the screen. Boom! Everyone abruptly looked up, astonished at the screen. It was a massive missile that had directly fallen into the horde of zombies. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of zombies were reduced to ashes. Such a massive weapon, with such powerful lethality, has long been depleted in this apocalypse. No, even before the apocalypse, they didn't have such powerful weapons. Where did it come from? Boom! Another loud explosion. Several missiles once again surged into the zombie horde, followed closely by the heavy footsteps breaking through the swirling smoke. A beautifully designed mech suddenly appeared before everyone. The frontline warriors, the ability users, and the commanders in front of the screens all widened their eyes. What is this? Is it a mech? Each mech is at least 5 meters tall, and there are nearly 10 of them in a row. Their hands transformed into cannons, and a massive artillery swept towards the zombie horde. The zombies changed direction, shifting their targets to the mechs, rolling towards them. However, this hard mechanical shell. Even if they had iron teeth and bronze claws, they couldn't bite through it. The mechs simply shook their feet and effortlessly knocked them all to the ground. It was like a group of ants besieging an elephant. The presence of the ants could not cause any harm to the elephant at all. The frontline fighters were staring wide-eyed. Mecha? Is this something that only appears in sci-fi dramas? How? When did it become a reality? When did our country actually possess such technology? This is not scientific. Those with special abilities looked up and laughed. Is this the secret weapon mentioned above? This is too awesome. Damn it, they actually created mechas. Awesome. Damn it, fight for me. This bunch of bastards wants to destroy the base and kill them. The addition of mechas was simply a lethal weapon. 10 mechas quickly turned the tide of the tens of thousands of zombies attacking. In an instant, the red flames created a line of fire, completely blocking the outer wall of the base. Zombies that touched the fire line were instantly reduced to ashes. The number of zombies inside the fire line was not many and was easily dealt with by the fighters. The stench in the air gradually dissipated. Inside the base, people embraced and cried, seemingly sensing something, and they all raised their heads. Those on the upper floors saw the mecha artillery outside the city walls, and flames ignited in their pupils. Everyone in the central command was hugging each other in celebration. They had succeeded. They passed the first hurdle and obtained the secret weapon. The base was saved. The commander let out a sigh of relief, feeling weak all over, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He ultimately held on, took a deep breath, opened the broadcast, sent a signal, and the base's television station turned on. At this moment, the television that hadn't received a signal for 5 years in the base suddenly turned on by itself, and the voice of the commander filled the streets and alleys. The screen displayed battle scenes from the front lines of the base. These scenes were all captured from a helicopter. The people at the Dazhong National Central Base. I am the first leader of the Central Base, Yi Sheng, and I have good news to share. The country has deployed a secret weapon, and our base is safe. The screen shows scenes of battle. Outside the base, it is like a hell on earth. The countless zombies are gathering, and just watching the screen sends chills down one's spine. It's easy to imagine the tragedy that would occur if so many zombies were to break into the base. At this moment, guarding outside the base is a row of mechas. With their steel bodies, they're firing shells without hesitation, easily clearing out groups of zombies in an instant. Under this overwhelming firepower, it seems that the zombies are not so terrifying anymore. Indeed, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. A Navi child points at the screen and says, "Mom, that's Ultraman." The mother, having survived the ordeal, holds her child and cries, "Yes, Ultraman. They're here to save us." The leader's voice flows gently. These mechas are our country's latest secret weapon. This base defense battle has come to a perfect conclusion. Everyone must have faith in the country. Next, we will report the latest news on television. In this apocalypse, everyone has managed to hold on until now. Thank you for your trust in the headquarters. In front of the screen, people are in tears. They never believed in miracles, but now they do. The roar of mecha guns and cannons continues, and the flames color half the sky red. The zombie clearing operation lasted for 2 hours, successfully resolving the crisis at the base. The base gate creaked open, and 10 mechs slowly marched towards the base with heavy steps. The citizens gathered at the entrance to watch. The exterior of the mechs, originally smooth and specially made, was now stained with mottled blood. Several teams moved forward to clean the mechs, clearing out a landing pad specifically for parking them. Chapter 12, System Rewards, Weapon Research Technology. Finally, after the mechs came to a stop, a door opened in the abdomen of one of the mechs, and 10 people slowly emerged. The leading mech, a deep blue one, was controlled by the first commander, Wei Zheng. Next to it, the most agile red mech was operated by Luo Xu. The other pilots of the mechs were extremely excited. Having such an experience in their lifetime was worth dying for. The commander smiled and walked up, passing Wei Zheng to stand in front of Luo Xu. "Little comrade, if it weren't for you this time, our entire base would have been gone. Luckily, you are generous and did not keep such a great thing to yourself." Luo Xu simply smiled and replied, "This is what I should do." Luo Xu left the system, while others could still explore inside. If she wanted to close the system, it was just a matter of thought. Dozens of vehicles were waiting to greet them ahead. Almost everyone from the base came out to welcome them. The sight of the commander immediately coming to welcome such a young girl made everyone secretly speculate about Luo Xu's identity. Commander Zhao Kong stepped forward and cleared his throat. This matter, our headquarters will give everyone a perfect explanation. We owe our possession of these mechs to Sister Luo Xu. Please wait for the headquarters to explain the specifics later. Upon hearing that the mechs were thanks to Luo Xu, everyone's gaze turned to her. Could she be a secret researcher? But she looked too young for that. However, thanks to her, otherwise, we would have surely been doomed this time. After all, she saved our lives. It is truly an honor for our country to have such a talent. Once in the car, the commander could not wait to ask about their gains this time. Wei Zheng looked at Luo Xu and said, "Little Luo, please share the specifics." They had indeed faced a lot of hardships this time. During the last part of the journey across the snowy mountains, more than half of the people collapsed along the way, nearly freezing to death. Fortunately, Luo Xu was able to send people out in time. In the extended Lincoln car, all the highest-ranking personnel from the command headquarters were seated. They looked eagerly at Luo Xu. Luo Xu opened the system, and the system page had already changed. First world, Savage Domain, Otherworld Level 1, Novice Level, Exploration Degree, 100-100, Mission completed. Mission Reward 1, 10 sets of mech equipment, Advanced Forging Technology, Advanced Firearms Technology, Laser Cannon and other defense weapon research technologies, Weapon Category. Mission Reward 2, 1 million hectares of good farmland materialized, 1 million ancient chickens and sheep materialized, 10,000 grape trees, 10,000 apple trees, 10,000 pear trees materialized. Food Category. Please choose one or two, one of the two. Luo Xu listed out these two mission rewards. Upon hearing that Mission Reward 2 included so many things, they realized it was an excellent resource for rebuilding their homeland. With good farmland, they could plant crops, and with chickens and sheep, they wouldn't lack for meat. The appearance of fruits would further improve the living environment of the people. Simply perfect. Luo Xu said at that time, the situation was urgent, and I didn't hesitate to choose Reward 1 directly. As for the advanced forging technology, advanced firearms technology, laser cannon, and other defense weapon research technologies mentioned above, I will write them down and leave them for the country. Others were even more excited. With these technologies, the country could focus on weapon research, and dealing with these zombies would no longer be a problem. Not to mention anything else, just relying on these 10 mechs would ensure the base's safety. The commander in charge of weapons patted his thigh. A laser cannon? This thing is definitely good, but we already have a theoretical basis and have been unable to solve the technical issues. Now this time, I will definitely make it. Advanced forging technology. These far exceed the technology of our blue water star. Where do these come from? Could there be aliens? With the apocalypse here, it's not surprising to have such a system. Now if aliens show up, it wouldn't be too outrageous. What is there to be shocked about? Exactly. What we need to do now is to develop ourselves quickly. As long as we are strong enough, even if aliens invade, we can take them down one by one. While they were joyfully envisioning the future, Luo Xu noticed changes happening in the system. She quickly said, "I'm going to check the system," and then disappeared from spot. This scene immediately left the others speechless. Truly, it is the system. Luo Xu appeared in a peculiar space that felt like being in a galaxy, surrounded by twinkling stars, with a river of stars flowing slowly in the sky. She reached out to touch them, but found that these things were far, far away, as if they were just images. Various pages of the system appeared before her. After completing the first task, similar to passing a beginner task, the map presented by the system now had options. There were two maps to choose from, the primitive domain and the desert domain. The primitive domain contained ancient dinosaurs with extremely high danger, but it was rich in resources. The desert domain was a desert where various mineral resources could be obtained. Otherworld level 2, easy. Looking at these two ratings, Luo Xu felt a wave of fear. So, the first barbaric domain had no difficulty at all. She had entered it many times, but each time she had to come out in less than a minute, otherwise she would easily die inside. Then, these two domains, better left to the country to handle. However, the points displayed on the system control panel made her feel strange. Points, 3100, level 2. Last time she checked the system, her points were 0. The system must have upgraded once during this process, which led to the current bizarre space. When Luo Xu reappeared in the car, they had already arrived at the central base. Just as she got out of the car, a prompt from the system echoed in her mind. It detected that the host was not present. The system would shut down in 10 seconds, and everyone inside would be forcibly ejected. 10, 9, 8, 7. Luo Xu paused her steps, and Wei Zheng, noticing something unusual, asked her with concern, "What's wrong?" Just as Luo Xu was about to speak, the 10 seconds were up, and all the soldiers still exploring inside were ejected. She shook her head, saying the system detected her absence and had automatically shut down. Wei Zheng raised an eyebrow, quickly analyzing the situation, and then smiled. "It seems this system cannot do without you. It's time to focus on your training." Chapter 13. 2 new maps appear this time. The defense of the base was successful, and the entire army was invigorated. That evening, a celebration banquet was to be held. Luo Xu was naturally on the guest list and was arranged to sit next to the commander, with no objections from the high-ranking officials in the command center. Now, Luo Xu was undoubtedly a national treasure-level existence. The dining table was piled high with food, and the commander specifically brought out a fine wine he had treasured for 5 years for everyone to taste. That night, Luo Xu was settled in a high-level 5-star hotel. She looked up at the skyscraper. When the apocalypse arrived, this was the first place to be cleaned up, with the zombies inside cleared out by the military, becoming a residence for the central high-ranking officials. She stayed in the presidential suite of the tall building. Everything here is complete, with hot water and electricity. Luo Xu pushed the door open, and at the entrance, there was a rack with a tablet and a pager on it. The tablet could play some offline games, while the pager was specifically used for communication. The room had a large walk-in closet filled with many clothes. She soaked in a bathtub, feeling the hot water enveloping her skin, and slowly sank down, immersing her entire body in the hot water. The 2 worlds this time are somewhat different from before. The original domain can accommodate 100 people, but the desert domain can only accommodate 70 people. When you open the screens for the 2 different domains, the first thing that catches your eye is a full map, and in the upper right corner of both maps, there are small numerical values. Population, 100, luck index, 1000. In the desert domain, the numbers in the upper right corner have some changes. Population, 70, luck index, 700. Does this mean that the fewer people who enter, the lower the luck index and the greater the danger encountered after entering? These 2 are both level 2 task maps. In the future, will there be level 3 or level 4? Isn't the danger level even greater now? Is there a day when a certain map can only accommodate 2 or 3 people? Luo Xu suddenly sat up, took a deep breath. She abruptly opened her eyes, her dark pupils as if washed by water, clear and bright. The determined light in her eyes flickered constantly. She wanted to become stronger. When the time really came that only 2 or 3 people could enter, she would definitely be assigned to go in. At that time, she had to do something to ensure her own survival. Just then, the pager on the table rang. She got up and picked it up, and the familiar voice of Wei Zheng came through. "Xiao Luo, you have 1 day to rest. Report to the special training camp the day after tomorrow. I will arrange for you to be in the female army of the 1st Battalion, so you could train well." "Yes." Luo Xu hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Commander, when can we conduct the next exploration?" Wei Zheng replied, "In this mission, we sent in 100 people, nearly 2/3 of whom were injured, and 20 were seriously injured. I think this may be related to our insufficient preparation. After all, this was just a 1st-level mission, and next we're going to tackle a 2nd-level mission, which requires even better preparation. Let's give you some time to train, at least 3 months." At this point, Wei Zheng's voice became much heavier. The danger level posed by these otherworldly creatures far exceeds what we face with zombies. Regardless, we must at least be able to protect you. Luo Xu straightened her chest and said solemnly yes. During the few days that Luo Xu rested, the command center was extremely busy. Having just resolved the crisis at the base, everything was starting to improve. The command center began to work on uniformly distributing the supplies that had materialized, improving the lives of the people, with mechas guarding outside the base. The zombie tides no longer posed any threat to the entire base. A giant mecha could directly crush thousands of zombies with a single step. With Luo Xu's system, the country no longer needed to worry about depleting the stored resources. The helicopters and fighter jets that had been stored in the warehouse since the apocalypse, which had not been used due to concerns about energy depletion, were now being reactivated. The National Research Department had already begun researching new weapons. Luo Xu spent 2 hours memorizing the entire book, recording on a tape, and sending it to the Research Institute. When she arrived, everyone in the hall was bustling about in a hurry. Many people greeted her upon seeing her. Now Luo Xu was a well-known presence in the command center. She walked through without obstruction, able to come and go freely in this highly confidential place. Wei Zheng and the leaders were passionately arguing in the conference room at that moment. We can't continue like this. The lack of communication between the public and us can easily lead to a mental breakdown. Do you know how many people ended their lives last time? Yes, I believe we can start live streaming and other activities to soothe public sentiment. But live streaming, our current technology hasn't reached that level yet. After the apocalypse, 90% of the communication equipment across the country has completely stopped functioning. However, it must be admitted that the idea of live streaming is quite good, and calming public sentiment is very important. We hope the mistakes of the last time won't be repeated. Chapter 14. You and your family are under our protection. A commander nearby thought for a moment. What about live streaming the soldiers exploring in the system? Yes. Another person slapped their thigh. We also want to see what the situation inside the system is. Last time we didn't know what was happening. We were just sending out the injured, which was really nerve-wracking. Sigh, I almost got scared to death. I thought the whole team would be trapped inside. By the time Luo Xu approached, everyone had already discussed most of it. The commander personally got up and pulled her over. Comrade Xiao Luo, does your system have any hidden functions? Like starting a live stream? Luo Xu was taken aback, opened the system and looked around, then shook her head. No. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. A technician responsible for related technology suddenly stood up. He spoke confidently. Commander, give our researchers some time. We should be able to overcome this problem. We just don't have many usable tools at hand. Can we send some people outside to gather supplies? The commander nodded. All right. Wei Zheng stood up. Since that's the case, I'll make arrangements. Xiao Luo, you should go with the team as well. Luo Xu was stunned upon hearing this. Leaving the base? Her heart trembled violently. Since the apocalypse, the country had protected the base very well, building high walls outside. And all personnel entering and leaving would go through special disinfection procedures, preventing the zombie virus from being brought in. She really hadn't seen real zombies. The only time was when she used the mecha. But standing inside the mecha, everything outside felt small. She controlled the mecha, treating the zombies like dust and crushing them hard. Those hideous and ugly things were far away from her. If she left the base, perhaps she would have to face those terrifying things directly. Although she had grown stronger psychologically through her years of training in the base, she still lacked the courage to confront these things head-on. Yes, Wei Zheng looked at her, his voice gradually softening. I said before, the world inside the system is far more dangerous than the zombie world outside. But if you don't even have the courage to face the zombies, how can you have the courage to endure the trials of the system? Xiao Luo, although you have handed the system over to the country, you are ultimately the binder of the system. Everything we do must revolve around you. The stronger you are, the higher the chance of success. You need to become stronger. Did she need to become stronger? Luo Xu was lost in thought. The people in the conference room did not disturb her, merely exchanging glances and silently leaving. Indeed, Wei Zheng was right. Even if Luo Xu handed the system over to the country, she was still the leader of the system. The commander sat in the main seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, wearing a gentle smile. Xiao Luo, you don't need to worry about other matters. Just focus on your training. All your training matters will be led by Wei Zheng. If any troublemakers come to disturb you, you can ignore them. You are now someone highly valued by the country and need to focus on dealing with the situation in the system. As for other matters, the commander snorted coldly. Those who are blind don't need to exist. The issue with Yi Ji will be handled by headquarters. Luo Xu's eyes brightened. She immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Commander. The commander laughed heartily and walked over to pat Luo Xu on the shoulder. Don't call me Commander. Just call me Grandpa Yi from now on and call him Uncle Wei. You need to remember, you are under our protection from now on. If anyone makes you unhappy, just say it. and we will help you solve it. Luo Xu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. I understand. Wei Zheng acted swiftly and decisively. An hour later, he organized a team of ability users to go outside the base to search for supplies. The researchers had already written down the names of the items, and they set off to look for them across the country. This operation is specifically assigned to 2 men and 2 women for the close protection of Luo Xu. They're all veterans who have fought on the front lines and have personally battled zombies. Unfortunately, during the last mission, they were unable to join the 100-person team due to their insufficient qualifications. However, many people were injured last time, and they should be able to participate in the next mission. The 4 of them surrounded Luo Xu, providing tight protection. Luo Xu. Wasn't it supposed to be a training exercise? Chapter 15. Practicing on zombies. At this moment, Luo Xu was on the helicopter, hugging a bucket and vomiting, her face pale. The helicopter is currently hovering over Haicheng. This used to be a very luxurious economic and political center, but unfortunately, after the apocalypse, the more prosperous the place was, the more zombies there were. In the central building of Haicheng, there were dense crowds of zombies below. They surged towards the helicopter. Several well-trained soldiers threw bombs down, and with a loud bang, a large number of zombies fell. Immediately after, 2 more spheres rolled down, and wherever they landed, the zombies were all blown away. In less than 10 minutes, the dense swarm of zombies was completely dealt with. The helicopter hovered in midair, and several ropes were thrown down. Young Officer Zhou Qing grabbed the rope and reached out his hand to Luo Xu, smiling with raised eyebrows. Dare to come down? Luo Xu wanted to shake her head, but Wei Zheng encouraged her. You need to work on your mindset. Luo Xu. Yi Lu, as Luo Xu's bodyguard, simply took off her hat and gave it to Luo Xu to wear. Give it a try. She wrapped the rope around Luo Xu and placed a hand on her back, saying, Go down and try. We will protect you. Yi Lu and Zhou Qing exchanged a glance and pushed Luo Xu down. Luo Xu clutched the rope tightly as her body was slowly lowered, and finally, her feet touched the ground, which made her feel a bit more at ease. As the smoke around dissipated, the sound of zombies roaring came through. Bang bang. These special forces are so strong that they directly shoot the zombies in the head, not giving them a chance to get close at all. Luo Xu broke out in a cold sweat, with a gun handed to her by Yi Lu. Yi Lu said, Do you know how to use a gun? You can take this opportunity to practice your shooting skills here. You just need to shoot all the zombies in the head. They are basically moving targets. Many of us train this way. Zhou Qing laughed and said, Only Xiao Luo gets this kind of treatment. The rest of us are taking risks going in. This time their goal is to go to the 31st floor of the building to take away some scientific research equipment. These instruments had already been moved by someone before. But before they could reach the support point on the rooftop, the entire team was wiped out. The last message from the team came from the 31st floor. We are now on the 35th floor. We just need to go down 4 levels to reach the destination. The task is simple. Let's go take a look. Wei Zheng was in the helicopter monitoring the surveillance to relay information to the team. Zhou Qing and Yi Lu, along with 2 other team members, protected from the left and right. Just as they went down the stairs, zombies rushed in, attracted by the scent. The others reacted quickly and opened fire. Zhou Qing said to Luo Xu, Make sure to move a bit faster later, aim, and shoot. Let us see how many heads you can take from them. To give Luo Xu some practice, stopping the others from attacking was something they couldn't afford to do. Taking heads was indeed interesting. It had always been their method during practice. Continuing down, zombies occasionally jumped out from the dark corridor. The soldiers responded with lightning speed, taking 1 shot for each zombie. Luo Xu also got into the groove, completely forgetting the horror of the zombies, focusing solely on taking heads. They reached the 31st floor, which was surprisingly silent. However, this eerie silence made everyone even more anxious. The group formed a defensive formation, moving cautiously forward. The office in front was empty, with the floor covered in various packaged instruments, just waiting to be taken. But there hadn't been any zombies on this floor, and the items were left intact, which looked suspiciously like. Not good, it's a trap. Everyone looked up and saw several 4-legged monsters lurking on the ceiling, watching them. Open fire. Damn, they're playing dirty. Some didn't react in time and were pounced on by a monster, having their heads bitten off. The smell of blood spread instantly, and Yi Lu pulled Luo Xu to dodge away. Bullets hitting the monster seemed to have no effect. Its body was incredibly tough. The monster had just devoured a head and was still not satisfied, turning its head to pounce on the next person. Bang bang. Powerful bullets penetrated the walls, but couldn't pierce through the monster's body. Luo Xu's face turned pale as she watched this scene, trembling, and could only mechanically fire her gun. All the bullets were spent, yet these monsters were completely unharmed. One monster, attracted by the sound of her gunfire, grinned, revealing its crimson long tongue, and crawled towards her. Luo Xu's fingers fired uncontrollably, while the others were all dealing with the monsters and had no time to spare. What to do? Luo Xu's pupils suddenly constricted as she watched the monster draw closer. Just as the monster lunged at her, she let out a scream. In an instant, all the soldiers present felt a dizzying whirl, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a peculiar world. The mountains here are beautiful and the water is clear, with lush vegetation. The dogtail grass we usually see is over a meter tall here, and the dense jungle is occasionally filled with sharp bird calls. Everyone looks at each other in confusion. Where is this place? How do we suddenly end up here? Luo Xu gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground, finally catching her breath. This is the primal realm. We have entered another world. Everything we obtain here can manifest in reality. Zhou Qing curiously looks around. Is this the place where the seniors completed their tasks? Luo Xu shakes her head. This is another map. I didn't expect the system to activate suddenly and bring you all here. She was too nervous and, faced with those monsters, accidentally activated the system in her panic. Such a thing had never happened to her before. The warriors curiously surveyed their surroundings, having just escaped death. Arriving in such a place was simply too strange. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds from the grass, and everyone immediately became alert, weapons in hand, ready for battle. To their surprise, as the grass was pushed aside, a four-legged monster followed closely behind. There were 4 of them in total, surrounding them completely. Luo Xu gritted her teeth in secret. These bastards actually followed them. Just as they were on high alert, a foot suddenly fell from the sky, crushing 2 of the monsters into a pulp. Everyone. They looked up and saw that this gigantic creature was a dinosaur. The herbivorous dinosaur also sensed that it had stepped on something, looked down briefly, and then expressionlessly began to eat the freshest grass from the lush treetops above. Such a sudden turn of events also startled the 2 monsters, which took a few steps back. Before they could escape, they accidentally fell into a swamp. The swamp bubbled and gurgled, and they quickly sank down. In this way, the 4 monsters that posed a great threat to them were easily resolved. They hadn't even made a move. Chapter 16. Everyone is a screw. When Luo Xu brought them back to reality, a few of them were still in a daze, not reacting. Looking at the empty room where the crisis had been lifted, they scratched the back of their heads. So we are safe now? Those terrifying zombie monsters have all vanished, dead in the system. Yi Lu and Zhou Qing exchanged glances, protecting Luo Xu in the center. They finally understood Luo Xu's importance. It was the first time they felt it so directly. The place they just visited should have been from ancient times, and there were even dinosaurs around. But the most dangerous places also have the most opportunities. In that dense jungle, there should be plenty of edible resources. Once on a helicopter, Wei Zheng looked at them with a strange expression. Luo Xu cleared her throat. We encountered some dangers just now, and I accidentally brought them into the system. Those terrifying zombie monsters also followed in and were crushed by a dinosaur. This sentence contains too much information. Wei Zheng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. So, you can now freely enter the system? Luo Xu blinked and replied, I've always been able to enter freely. It's just that this is the first time I know I can bring people into the system, and it was triggered passively after I was scared. Wei Zheng nodded in understanding and then closed the signal detector in his hand. It seems that we not only need to conduct special training for your body, but also for your psychological quality. Luo Xu felt that the days ahead might be particularly difficult. In just half a month, the entire central base of Dachuan country underwent tremendous changes. The changes in Area C were the most evident. Previously, Area C was the most densely populated, filled with ordinary people from before the apocalypse, who had little savings. and no one in their families awakened any abilities, so they could only struggle to survive in this slum area. There are no professionals managing here. It's almost a free-range state, with regular robberies and thefts going unchecked. Now, half a month after the zombie tide has been resolved, the entire C district has been completely transformed. The government has intervened to rectify the entire C district. In a short period, the people inside were categorized by age, occupation, and skills. House-to-house inspections and registrations were conducted to arrange new accommodations for them. Those in the C district who refused to comply with the assigned bullies were also swiftly and forcefully suppressed by the authorities. In the slums at the bottom of C district, nearly 50,000 people live here. On that day, dozens of military vehicles parked here. The soldiers got off with their guns, set up a security line, and directly posted a notice on the bulletin board. Everyone in the entire area left the current place. Architects, teachers, farmers, doctors, chefs, and anyone with a certain skill would be valued by the state and assigned relevant work according to their specialties. Children under the age of 18 and women capable of sewing all had arrangements from the state. A small sightseeing vehicle, equipped with a loudspeaker, continuously repeated these messages. The common people were puzzled, but seeing the military managing the situation brought them some reassurance. An elderly lady with a cane trembled as she approached a soldier. "Comrade, what are you doing?" The soldier smiled broadly and said, "Don't worry, ma'am. We have resolved the external crisis, and the state can finally take the time to manage internal affairs. We ask everyone to cooperate and trust us." The old lady wiped her tears. "Does this mean we're going to be assigned houses?" "Yes, everyone will have one. In the past 5 years, Zone C has been nothing less than a hell on earth. Unfortunately, the country has been focused solely on resisting external crises. And although many people have reported back to the command center, there simply aren't enough hands to manage things. Now, with 10 mechs guarding the entire base, there is no need for heavy troops to stand guard. And finally, there is some thought given to improving the lives of the people." An old lady still looked worried, saying, "Sai, you all have worked hard during this zombie siege. Is there anything left in our national treasury? We can't even farm here. We old folks don't count for much. It's more important to fill the bellies of you young lads first." Another soldier laughed. "Don't worry, ma'am. The country has improved things through relevant technologies, and soon there will be a continuous supply of food. And all of this is thanks to a little girl." "A little girl?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The loudspeakers on the sightseeing bus kept blaring. The people in Zone C were in an uproar. In a narrow alley, makeshift tents lined both sides, housing nearly 500 people. It was crowded and cramped. Suddenly, they heard the loudspeakers outside and all leaned out to look. Architects, teachers, farmers, doctors, anyone with a particular skill gathered on the left street to register, waiting for the country to arrange relevant work. A family of 4 squeezed out of the tent, with a stout man scratching his head in confusion. "What? Do they still need farmers? Are farmers becoming sought after these days?" The woman next to the stout man grabbed his arm excitedly. "Let us go register. If it comes to farming, it's got to be us. You're the man who grew the best melons back in the day." The woman held their daughter and son by the hands, eagerly pulling them towards the registration area. "Stay together. Don't get separated." Soon a long line formed. Each family supported one another as they emerged from that narrow, foul-smelling place, slowly forming a queue. The military set up over 20 registration points to conduct a thorough screening of the chaotic Zone C. Over the course of a month, these registration lines progressed in an orderly manner. The military also regularly provided free supplies, giving each person a first aid kit and 3 meals a day. The 3 meals a day truly move people. A small bag contains 6 little meal boxes, all wrapped in cling film, which hold their daily meals. Upon opening, one of the boxes contains rice, 2 dishes, and some fruit. Upon seeing the cut pieces of bright red apple, the person holding the meal box burst into tears. Putting the apple in their mouth, savoring the fresh and sweet taste, they could hardly contain their emotions. "Is this really an apple? A fresh apple? I finally got to taste fresh fruit. Sob, I thought I would never be able to eat this in my lifetime." Chapter 17. Communication Restoration. These ordinary fruits, before the apocalypse, they would even buy a bunch and leave them at home to rot without thinking of eating them. Now, just tasting them can move someone to tears. From time to time, cries of varying intensity rise from the crowd. Some even kneel down. "Thank you Thank you. I wanted to end it yesterday. I had the knife in my hand, but didn't dare to go through with it. Thinking of my parents, I just couldn't bear to leave them alone in this terrifying world. A car parked by the roadside opened, and a commander stepped out with a grim expression. He single-handedly lifted the man up. We're building houses. You guys, if you have nothing to do, go sign up to be volunteers and help. In this most difficult time, we must persevere. Don't always think about giving up. Do you think you deserve to be on the same side as the soldiers fighting zombies on the front lines, surrounding the bases? After this speech, many felt ashamed. At this moment, death seemed like the simplest thing. Immediately, a burly, honest-looking middle-aged man stood up. I've been farming all my life, so I'm very familiar with the growth of all crops. If the country needs it, I must help. The soldier with the gun waved him over. Farmers? We need you. Come over to sign up. We'll arrange accommodation for you and your family. Someone else shouted, I used to be a migrant worker. I can build houses. I'm an expert in this field. Come over to sign up. That skill is exactly what we need. I'm a welder. I don't know if I can. I work with cement. That's fine. The country really needs talents for basic construction right now, regardless of education, age, identity, or gender. As long as you have skill, come over to sign up. I can make milk tea. That SA food-related skill. Come over to register. But I am a voice actor. You can go to the broadcasting station. Even the most ordinary people can see their shining points and are eager to become cogs in the country. A convoy slowly passed by. Luo Xu looked out the car window. People were lining up in an orderly fashion, registering and receiving supplies. Everything was gradually moving in a positive direction. She lay tiredly on the back seat, feeling miserable. Next to her, Yilu was flipping through the upcoming training plans. Luo Xu looked despondent. By the way, your parents have been settled by the country and area. Hey, do you want to go see them? Luo Xu suddenly opened her dark eyes and shook her head. No need, let us go. Her memories of her original parents were indeed hazy. In the original memories, her parents were often away on business trips, only calling her regularly to provide living expenses. After the apocalypse, they must have realized they didn't bring their daughter. But they never came out to look for her. She was in Area C, while they were clearly in the same base. At such a close distance, the original self was falling into despair day by day. Now, the country has settled them, which could be considered her filial piety. Well, that's that. The car slowly drove away. Luo Xu entered a more brutal death training. Every day, she would fight zombies within the designated time, training her on-the-spot reaction ability. Wei Zheng arranged quite a few training programs for her. By the end of the day, she was so exhausted that all she wanted was to lie in bed and sleep, her whole body aching. However, her spirit became increasingly vibrant. The ability to grow stronger bit by bit was her greatest source of security. The entire base was also undergoing restructuring, with supplies provided by the state and heavy troops suppressing the disobedient. Soon the whole base was gradually radiating with vitality. They expanded Area C and reduced the scope of Area B, where only wealthy people lived, a gathering area of many villa complexes, with many properties left unused. The drastic renovations were directly overseen by the central government, and no one dared to voice any objections. Buildings were being constructed, and the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled now had shelter from the wind and rain. Of course, the items obtained from the system last time were still not enough. With so many people consuming at the same time, they would soon run out. These superpowered individuals began to mobilize again, gathering together to go outside and collect supplies. Among them, the busiest is the Research Institute. Dozens of researchers are working day and night to study new weapons. However, their primary task is to restore communication as soon as possible. After such a long period of research, finally, 3 months later, they restored communication through the advanced technology transcribed by Luo Xu. The communication equipment was connected to the satellite, and headquarters surprisingly discovered several television stations from other countries. The news reached the senior officials of the entire military region. Naturally, Luo Xu was also among those who received the news. She, along with a few comrades, arrived at the central monitoring hall. Here, in front of a huge screen, it was divided into dozens of smaller screens. Most of them displayed monitoring footage from various places in Dazhou country. And on the largest screen, there was actually a television channel from another country. The television channel was broadcasting a piece of news. In the eastern region of the country, our national hero, Mr. Rossi, once again discovered an iron mine using the exploration system. It is rumored that this iron mine contains all sorts of special materials, which will be an unprecedented discovery and the first in the world. The Rebirth Association issued a statement claiming that they had stockpiled hundreds of billions of tons of food before the apocalypse. Is this a signal of a monopoly on the food market? Dazhou country is very dangerous and will overturn the entire world. You must be careful. Our Rebirth Association can see through the past, present, and future, believe us. One television channel after another, all for various countries. Migo country, Tainer country, Feijia country. The entire monitoring hall fell into silence. Finally, someone spoke up. It seemed that other countries were doing better than ours. The exploration system? Do other countries have systems too? Just a few months ago, the central base of Dazhou country was facing a life-and-death crisis. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. Switch the TV to the Rebirth Association's channel. The commander said with a stern expression. The interviewee was a young man. The man was handsome, as if meticulously sculpted by God. He was very popular, almost a heartthrob, and as soon as he appeared, the audience gasped in surprise. Chapter 18. The Prophecy of the Reborn. There were some burly men who, in their excitement, ripped their clothes and cheered loudly. Mr. Jeff, could you please tell us more about what happened before your rebirth? Mr. Jeff nodded and threw a flirtatious glance at the audience, causing another round of cheers. Many people still harbor doubts about rebirth, calling us frauds, demons from hell, and traitors to God. I established the Rebirth Association simply to give us special humans a sense of belonging. I mentioned before that in the next 10 years, Dazhou country will rise dramatically and become the biggest threat to all our countries. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had just been cheering showed disdain and booed. The host smiled at the camera. He didn't speak, but the contempt in his eyes was very evident. However, he did not express it. He just smiled and asked Mr. Jeff. As far as we know, Dazhou country is still troubled by zombies. They can't even clean up the zombies in their own country. How could such a backward place become our threat? I don't know about that. When I died, the Dazhou army was already advancing towards our country. But you must not underestimate this country. The host laughed and shifted the interview to other topics. Compared to Dazhou country, they were more interested in Mr. Jeff's personal life. Switch the channel. The fierce Feijia country has already started breeding zombies. They keep zombies in iron cages for breeding and can even use zombies to generate electricity. Other countries have also begun researching the kinetic energy of zombies, even using them as beasts of burden. Some have invented zombie drawn carts, tying a few zombies to the front with meat to drive them and pull the carts. These scenes leave people speechless. Watching them dress zombies in bondage suits and put braces on them, leaving only their legs free to walk, is utterly shocking. Has this other countries already developed to this extent? As for us, in Dachuan country now, many densely populated cities are completely off-limits, absolute no-go zones. Yet these countries have actually started to use zombies for entertainment. The gap is indeed too large. For a moment, everyone felt heavy-hearted. Our progress has indeed slowed down a lot, but fortunately, with the vastness of the land and the distance from the Emperor, we still have time to develop our own strength. These zombies are still a shelter for our country. It is precisely because the number of zombies in the Great River Nation is so high, even far exceeding the total number of zombies in other countries combined, that they do not dare to invade recklessly. Otherwise, given their current trend of development, they would have long been at the mercy of other countries. This might be considered a good thing. The chief said solemnly, "Don't forget, we now have Luo system. Our resources are endless." Everyone looked at Luo Xu, feeling somewhat reassured. A commander in charge of signals said, "Chief, if we cover the signals nationwide, the survivors will know about the foreign developments. Won't that affect everyone's confidence? Not to mention the ordinary people's confidence. Even they felt overwhelmed when they first saw these things. In fact, I also think that in the current situation, it's better not to let the citizens know about foreign affairs. Restoring communication is too risky." However, the chief chuckled and shook his head. How long can we keep this a secret? With so many superpowered individuals in the country, talented people often appear. Who knows if our restoration of communication has already been discovered? Let us prepare to restore communication nationwide, and then. At this point, the chief's voice paused. We will start a live broadcast. With a single statement from the chief, everyone instantly became excited. Currently, the situation of uncultivable land has not yet improved. Although these foreign countries are overcoming it with technology, they still haven't fully resolved their material shortages. All the systems they have are useless. Aren't they supposed to boost the citizens' confidence? We'll show them fertile fields and delicious food, and then let us see who envies whom. That makes a lot of sense. Others exchanged glances and smiled. Great. Let us start preparing now. After everyone dispersed to get busy, the chief turned to Luo Xu. Luo, are you ready for the next exploration? Luo Xu shook her head no. After 3 months of grueling training, she felt like she was about to collapse. That's all right. Once we enter the system, you can take it easy with 100 people. Our goal is to explore and gather supplies. Hearing that she could relax, Luo Xu nodded. Okay. 3 months of training is too short. She wasn't ready yet. This time I'll take it easy, but next time I'll definitely perform well. Even if there is national protection, it can only be considered external force. To truly become strong, one must rely on oneself. The command center has arranged for the most elite team to use helicopters to deliver signal balls to every corner of the country. At this time, in all the places where power has been restored, televisions, phones, and computers can almost all be used, and they're connected to the country's free Wi-Fi. A group of students hiding in a classroom, waiting for the zombies outside to leave, trembles in fear. One girl tightly grips her phone, ready to use it as a weapon at any moment. Suddenly, the phone screen lights up. She freezes in surprise, staring blankly at a string of messages on the screen. It turns out to be a message from WeChat. Mom, darling daughter, are you still alive? Looking at this string of messages, she immediately covers her mouth and chokes back tears, as tears flow continuously. Oh, you all look, the phone has a signal. We can make calls now. We can send messages. The signal is back. In an instant, the students hurriedly took out their phones. After so long in the apocalypse, they still held on to hope, keeping their phones in their backpacks. They never expected that this day would come so quickly. Chapter 19, New Century Network. Meanwhile, the middle-aged men and women at the base embraced and cried. After the girl sent the message, she shared her current location. Mom and Dad, please save me. After being here for so long, the whole city has fallen into despair, and no one has come to rescue them. Their group of students has dwindled from 50 or 60 at the beginning to only 13 now. Fortunately, they are hiding in the school kitchen storage room, with food not being a problem, allowing them to survive until now. 1 minute, 2 minutes, she gradually felt despair. The other students also tried to call out. Unfortunately, only 1 or 2 had parents and family still alive. Ding dong. A message notification sound came from the phone, and when the girl saw the words on it, she jumped up. Her parents said that the central base is already arranging rescue operations, and they are now registering for help at headquarters. While speaking, the other party sent a video chat invitation directly. The internet speed is good. It can actually support video. The girl quickly clicked on it. The internet is indeed usable. Her parents appeared on the video, and seeing their familiar faces, the girl burst into tears. Mom and Dad, why did it take you so long to come? Woo-woo, I'm so scared here. The couple felt heartbroken. They had many more wrinkles on their faces, their hair was gray, and they looked like they had aged more than a decade in an instant since the apocalypse began. Both wiped their tears, and the middle-aged man pointed behind him to the noisy, bustling hall. We are at the central base, currently registering. The country is organizing a large-scale rescue operation, and this internet signal is provided by the government. All citizens can log into this network. Find a safe place and don't move. It will only take a few days. Behind him, a soldier carrying a gun said, Sir, let me check the location. The middle-aged man quickly handed over the phone. The soldier didn't hang up the call. He just looked at the location in a small window. Before 6 o'clock this afternoon, a helicopter will arrive. Find a place to charge your phone and keep in touch. We will come to rescue you. Before 6 o'clock, everyone was in tears. This sentence was spoken by a person in uniform, exuding a sense of security. They believe that rescue will surely come. Thank you, big brother. The man asked, How many people are there on your side? 13. Good. The man spoke gently. Talk to your parents. Don't lose hope. The country's rescue will arrive soon. Throughout the entire Sichuan country, there were signals in every corner. Soon, Posts began to spread wildly online. The government specifically created a website to collect rescue signals, reassure the public, and disseminate information. New Century Network. Everyone registered with their real names on New Century Network. In just one day, the number of people logging into the website exceeded 500,000. This number is actually not that many, but in the apocalypse, it means that 500,000 compatriots are still alive. It is divided into different areas, and there are people sending out distress signals. The national headquarters quickly collects these signals and arranges for people to provide assistance. Everything is developing in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, at the base, those who have escaped danger and solved their basic needs have the leisure to watch news from other countries. Seeing other countries engaging in fun activities, they are instantly envious. The comments section is buzzing with discussions. However, these comments are much calmer than what the commanders had previously imagined. Have these countries already started developing their economies and rebuilding their homes? How would be a bit? Haha, zombies can actually be used to grind grain and even to walk dogs. It's simply amazing. What? They even use resurrected beings? They have systems? That's truly incredible. Our country still seems to be struggling with the zombie problem. Life feels really frustrating right now. Sigh, it's hard to bear the gap between our country and others. But the country has been working very hard. And we should also believe in our nation. Yes, believe in the country. Our nation is powerful. Our nation is powerful. It's all very passionate rhetoric. These days, some people have managed to contact their relatives outside, while others are busy volunteering and contributing to the reconstruction of the base. Everyone has something to do, relatives to remember, and a strong belief. Pessimism and despair have gradually faded away. Many have also gone online to check, only to find that many of those countries are also lacking food. The land cannot be cultivated, and the little food they can eat is pitifully scarce, with fierce conflicts breaking out between countries. TSK. Some countries may look glamorous on the outside, but in reality, they have become like rabid dogs. Just today, I received supplies distributed by the government. Not to mention the 2 dishes and a soup, there was also an orange inside. Haha, this thing seems to have skyrocketed to tens of thousands abroad, truly rare. In the early hours, our country intercepted some secret information. It showed signals of communication between Fajia country and Maj country. The headquarters discovered that the 2 countries are preparing to join forces. This is definitely an extremely dangerous matter. In no time, the entire upper management held a confidential meeting. They decided to advance the system exploration timeline. Early the next morning, as Luo Xu had just gotten up, the pager summoned her to assemble. The entire team had already gathered. Wei Zheng stood at the front of the team, his expression serious. The situation has changed. We will enter the system today. Luo Xu, are you ready? In the past few months, Luo Xu has focused on improving her physical fitness. She has learned sanda, boxing, rock climbing, skydiving. Although the short-term crash course is somewhat difficult for her. Ready? She gritted her teeth, her voice loud. Good. Wei Zheng smiled and waved his hand. Get in the car. All the soldiers participating in the training at the special training camp skillfully boarded the military vehicle. That morning, when all the survivors took out their phones to check the posts, they found that all pages had disappeared, leaving only a page with a red national flag. Everyone's phones displayed this page. Soon after, a notice appeared on it 1 minute later. It detailed the origins and background of the Bahuang system. All the supplies inside can be materialized into reality. The government has arranged for 100 people to enter the system to obtain supplies. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone was stunned. The food we eat, those fresh fruits, are all obtained from this system. This means our country possesses an endless, huge treasure. Haha, damn it. Who says our Dajo country is inferior to other countries? With this thing, we will never go hungry. Chapter 20 Countdown to Otherworld Exploration Live, broadcast. Luo Xu and the others have arrived at the underground warehouse, where everyone has formed a circle, quietly waiting for Luo Xu to start the system. Luo Xu looked at the large warehouse, with the door wide open, as one off-road vehicle after another drove in. And through the floor-to-ceiling windows, a few helicopters were still parked nearby. In this operation, Wei Zheng had other matters to attend to, so he handed over everything he knew to his deputy, a young major general in his 20s, Zhu Chun. Wei Zheng waved his hand, instructing someone to attach some devices to everyone. These devices had real-time recording, audio, and positioning functions, and were in the form of stickers, weighing almost nothing and not affecting your movements. This was the latest high-tech development from the Research Institute. This time, we will conduct a nationwide live broadcast. At that time, every move you make will be seen by the people of the entire nation. This operation is completely public, and it brings a glimmer of light and hope to the people. Luo Xu pinched the sticker. It seemed to contain a chip, lightweight, only about the size of a fingernail, and as long as it was stuck to your clothing, one in front, one in back, and one on each side, it could record all actions. Someone asked, "Commander, isn't this a secret operation? What if foreigners see it? Wouldn't that expose our secret weapon?" When it came to secret weapons, everyone's gaze fell on Luo Xu in unison. Wei Zheng laughed heartily. "Don't worry. We will only claim to the outside world that this thing is an accidental discovery of a passage to another world. No one will know that this is a system and has been bound by someone." At this point, he shifted his tone, adding a few more chilling words. "In case of danger, protect her at the first moment." Everyone straightened their chests and nodded yes. Luo Xu touched her nose. She really was quite the hot commodity now. "All right, let's go." A countdown appeared on all the phones of the people in Dazhou. The countdown to the live broadcast of the exploration of the 8 Wilderness Passage was 1 minute, 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. All the citizens of Dazhou stared intently at their screens, waiting for the broadcast to begin. Outside the base, in a small town, several survivors huddled together, their dirty hands tightly clutching a tablet, the fiery red color of the national flag, symbolizing new hope. The sounds of zombies roaring outside echoed. They were starving, emaciated, yet their eyes sparkled with life. "Quick, it's starting. Everyone come over. Don't worry about those zombies. The country will soon send people to rescue us. Exploring another world. Who knows what we will see?" I'm so excited. Almost simultaneously, helicopters arrived above the school. As the sound of the helicopter echoed, it instantly attracted a number of student zombies, all roaring towards the direction where the helicopter was landing. Dozens of fully armed Special Forces soldiers disembarked and, with a flurry of gunfire, quickly eliminated a large number of the zombies rushing in. Grenades and some explosives were thrown, significantly resolving the crisis. Teams 1 and 2 cleared the zombies, while Teams 3 and 4 entered the teaching building. The leading captain held a locator, with a few green dots flashing on the screen, indicating the survivors gathered in the teaching building. The helicopter fired several rocket launchers at the most densely packed group of zombies. With a loud bang, flames erupted, lighting up half the sky. The children huddled together, panic-stricken, looking towards the cluttered doorway where someone was pushing the door open. They screamed in terror, quickly retreating, pressing their bodies tightly against the wall, anxiously watching the door. If this door opened, they would be met only by countless zombies. "Quick, get in. Push it open." In their moment of despair, they heard voices. Someone was speaking. The girl tightly clutched her phone, which had only a bit of battery left, tears streaming down her face. Is it to save us? Woo. We're here. We're here." The door was pushed open, a beam of light illuminating the entire room, with several Special Forces soldiers standing in silhouette against the light. "Found them. There are survivors here. Mission accomplished." A dozen children burst into tears. "You finally came." They were rescued onto the helicopter, and once the aircraft moved away, the school below was suddenly blown up. The entire school, a densely populated area, was left with only a few survivors. Finally reborn, they embraced each other and cried, while the phone they had dropped aside showed a countdown that had reached 34 seconds, 33 seconds. In the entire Dazhou, there were still many people who had not reached the base in time and had found a corner to hide in, with the phone having signal, allowing them to connect with the outside world. Those in panic who even contemplated ending it all could finally stay put, waiting for rescue. Posts for help were continuously receiving feedback. "We're safe. Wow, that was fast. I'm already at the base." Below the posts were photos, increasing their credibility. They believed in the country, thinking that soon it would be their turn to be rescued, so they no longer rushed to the base, finding a safe place to wait and watch the live broadcast. The control centers of other bases, while monitoring the entire base, also opened the live broadcast page. The last few seconds. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. 2 seconds, 1 second. Enter the live broadcast page. The red national flag on everyone's phone disappeared. And at the same time, they entered a live broadcast room. The scene in the live broadcast room was somewhat bizarre, raising doubts about its authenticity. This is a high-definition scene that thoroughly showcases the environment in which this group of soldiers is located. Here is a primitive world. No, to be precise, it's a world from the age of dinosaurs. The vegetation is lush and vibrant, and wild beasts occasionally dart through the woods. What is that? Did you see a pterosaur fly by just now? A barrage of question marks appears. The narrator's voice slowly comes through. What everyone is seeing right now is a scene from one of the maps in the Eight Desolations world, where warriors explore the map to obtain resources, which can manifest in reality. This means that these warriors are acquiring supplies for our country. The barrage erupts instantly. Is it what I think it is? Manifesting in reality. Does this mean that this thing is our national treasury? My goodness, no wonder the country suddenly became confident. Even in times of food scarcity, there is still time to conduct rescue operations. It turns out it's because of such a great thing. Time to conduct rescue operations? What nonsense are you talking about? There's zombies knocking on my door outside. When will the rescue arrive? Chapter 21. Add translation to the barrage brother. Hang in there. Rescue is on the way. Just hold on a little longer. I'm the one being rescued. I'm having food and drink at the base now. Everyone should trust the central base. While the barrage is filled with comforting words, Luo Xu has already started to take action. They just entered the system and found a relatively safe place. This time, they directly entered the map of the primitive realm. While everyone remained vigilant, Luo Xu hurriedly checked the system. The entire map of the primitive realm appeared before her eyes. A complete three-dimensional map that clearly displayed all the mountain terrains and even showed what kind of fierce beasts were running on the ground. At this moment, a string of text appeared next to the map. Welcome to the primitive realm. This realm is a secondary task realm. Difficulty level, low. Number of people, 100. Luck index, 1000. Primitive realm task, hunt 10 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon seeing this task, Luo Xu gasped. Zhu Chun came to her side and asked in a low voice, "What is the task this time?" Luo Xu replied softly, "Hunt 10 Tyrannosaurus Rex." "Yu Tian, does this system have a problem?" Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is one of the most dangerous beings among all dinosaurs. But this dog system actually wants them to hunt 10 of them. They can't even kill one. This mission is a bit challenging, but I guess the rewards after completing the task might be substantial, making it worth the risk. Otherwise, we can choose another map. We can enter both of these maps. His voice lowered a few notches, and the live broadcast had already started. Zhu Chun and the others gathered together to discuss their next strategy. Suddenly, something unusual appeared in the live room. A group of people with strange IDs surged in. A series of messy foreign languages floated across the screen. These foreign languages also look like bullet comments. There are also people from Dazhong country who speak foreign languages well and translated sentence. Huh, what is this garbage Dazhong country doing? Have they already filmed a reality show? TSK. The military of Dazhong country is playing tricks. Is this just giving up? Huh. I heard you guys in Dazhong country haven't even solved the zombie problem yet. Is that true? A few days ago, I just tamed a zombie servant at home. Do you want it? It's a free gift. For a moment, those who were good at foreign languages were quite angry and immediately started cursing. Where did these foreign dogs come from? Hurry up and get lost. Why is this live broadcast room suddenly filled with smoke and dust? Where's the management? Aren't you going to manage it? What's wrong with the officials playing tricks? Otherwise, you can report it. Each place nurtures its own people. You guys from Migao country are all a bunch of useless people. Turning into zombies is the same. I invite you to Dazhong country to see what a real zombie looks like. At this moment, everyone in the central command hall was busy. The chief sat in front of the screen, frowning. How did a group of foreigners suddenly enter our live broadcast room? A technician wearing glasses pushed up his glasses frame and said, "Chief, our live broadcast room has been hacked, but it's not a big problem. Give me 30 seconds, and we can solve it quickly." The chief gently rubbed his chin, watching the bullet comments in the live broadcast room getting noisy. Lost in thought, Wei Zheng beside him said, "I actually think this is a good thing." "Oh, why do you say that?" The technician had nothing to operate on and quietly waited for Wei Zheng's words. Wei Zheng looked at the continuously scrolling bullet comments. Nowadays, these countries are eyeing us covetously, seemingly wanting to take action against us and seize our resources. And we still have many things unfinished, so we simply don't have the time to deal with them. It would be better to use this live broadcast to give them some deterrence first. After this mission is completed, if we can also obtain mechas, technology, and other things, I believe they won't dare to act against us in the short term. It can both serve as a deterrent and calm the people's hearts. I think this is quite commendable. The chief furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He turned to the technician and asked, "Can we add translations to the bullet comments?" The technician couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This move is really ruthless. At this moment, the people in Dachuan country who don't understand foreign languages are all confused. Hey, this is the live broadcast room of Dachuan country. Can we not speak in gibberish and say something that people can understand? Okay? What is all this? Why is it all foreign language flooding the screen? Is there anyone who can translate this for me? In this day and age, can't we even watch the bullet comments without education? Can those foreign birds just get lost? We still want to see what's going on inside. Suddenly, they noticed that the bullet comments actually had translations, and it was in both Chinese and foreign languages. For a moment, everyone was a bit dumbfounded. In this day and age, even bullet comments have translations? How strange. But I like it. In this way, the strange and sarcastic remarks from foreigners have been clearly seen by the people of Dazhou. The chaotic national essence was thrown out, and the translator almost broke down. The rescue operation is still ongoing. After a lot of effort, one person was finally pulled out from a room surrounded by zombies. The man in front of me was neither gasping for breath from not having a drop of water for several days, nor was he so scared by the zombie attack that he lost control and his legs turned to jelly. Instead, he was happily cursing while holding his phone, seemingly venting all the fear and frustration of being besieged by zombies through this exchange of insults. The officers and soldiers carrying out the search and rescue mission tied a rope around the man's body. "Sir, can you climb up by yourself?" Without saying a word, the man put his phone in his pocket and started climbing up, grumbling to himself. These little bastards really think our country is easy to bully. If I ever meet them, I'll definitely tear their mouths apart. Look at what they're saying. They claim our country's strength is lacking, that the country is unreliable. And they say we weren't doing well even before the apocalypse. Damn it. Why didn't they say that when they came to our country to make money? He huffed and puffed as he climbed up, pulling out his phone again to curse back. The officers and soldiers executing the search and rescue mission exchanged glances and gave a thumbs up. Really impressive. Since the live stream started, foreign netizens flooded in, and the Central Management Bureau even provided translations for the comments. The emotions of all the rescued individuals were unprecedentedly high. Even though they had been starving for several days and looked emaciated, they were now full of energy, able to climb the ropes to the plane by themselves. At this moment, the people inside the live stream room, who were formulating plans, were completely unaware of the situation. Zhu Chan ultimately decided to divide the 100 people into 5 teams to explore in different directions. This time, their primary goal is to explore the map, gather resources, and ensure their own safety. Chapter 22. Nationwide Indiscriminate Manifestation. Zhu Chen arranged for Luo Xu to be by his side, along with several elites participating in this mission, including Yi Lu and Zhou Qing. 5 teams, each with 20 people, are exploring in 5 directions from their current location as the center. They will search for anything shining in various places and quickly retreat after obtaining it. The audience on the bullet screen is very curious. What is this shining thing? Does anyone know? Not sure. Is it something like in a game that can be picked up? It must be something good. It's too dangerous. Everyone must be careful. I hope everyone stays safe. When they first saw this scene, they even thought it was a film set. However, since foreigners were also in the live broadcast room, even if they were doubtful, they really couldn't say anything. At least, the Chinese should support their own people and not show weakness. Sure enough, a batch of sarcastic comments appeared again on the bullet screen. This performance is quite realistic, a live broadcast. Which family's live broadcast can be translated? This must be recorded. Haha, it's hilarious. This is simply the peak of wishful thinking. Let's go. Let's go. Our Tao country has discovered new oil. Let's go take a look. What door to another world? You people from Dachuan country really know how to deceive yourselves. Everyone disperse. There's nothing to see. Is it really fake? Just a placebo like live broadcast? The people of Dachuan country don't believe it and are staring at the live broadcast room with anticipation. At this moment, those in the ancient realm have already begun to take action. The camera follows Luo Xu and Zhu Chen's group. They chose to head north. The vegetation here is lush, with even a single plant reaching human height, and a team of 20 people is struggling to make their way through the grass. Here, armored vehicles and off-road vehicles cannot get in. We can only go on foot. Fortunately, they are all well prepared, each with plenty of food and water, and have undergone physical training, rock climbing, and other exercises. After walking a few hundred meters and pushing aside the grass, they spotted something shiny in a nearby pile of grass. Luo Xu checked the system map, but there were no marked locations for supplies. She reached out towards a shiny spot, and a prompt sounded in her mind. Ding! Harvested edible bananas 1,000 as the light dissipated. A bunch of bananas appeared in her hand, around 10 or so. The system prompt only echoed in her mind, unheard by others. It's bananas. She tossed the bananas to Zhu Chen beside her, warning that there were more supplies ahead, near the water flow, likely attracting wild beasts, so they should all be careful. Wait, am I seeing things? Where did these bananas come from? I just blinked, and suddenly I have a bunch of bananas in my hand. The barrage exploded for a moment. Then the others spread out, trying to stay alert, each finding light clusters in different directions. Ding! Harvested edible white radishes 500. White radish seeds 200. Ding! Harvested edible fresh strawberries 2,000. System prompt. Level 2 task page will drop indiscriminately nationwide. Luo Xu casually popped a large, round strawberry into her mouth, satisfied as she browsed the system. Truly worthy of a level 2 difficulty game world. This time the rewards were clearly much more substantial than before. But what does indiscriminate drops nationwide mean? Everyone in front of the screen was dumbfounded. There really are supplies. In a small town in Dazhou country, a few people were hiding in a cramped warehouse. Since the apocalypse began, they had been hiding here, as there were too many zombies outside, leaving no chance to escape. Half a month ago, they had nearly run out of food, surviving on just a little water each day. Now, these people were on the brink of death, sprawled out in various places, barely able to breathe. One of the strongest middle-aged men stood up, suggesting they rush out together if anyone still had the strength. Two young men managed to weakly stand up, their faces pale, saying outside. Before they could finish, their movements were noticed by the zombies outside, and immediately dozens of zombies began banging on the door, making it rattle loudly. It seemed there was no way out. We're doomed. There's only a dead end. At this moment, the light suddenly flickered and the bulb actually lit up. For a moment, the pitch-black room was illuminated. The woman lying on the ground, barely alive, managed to open her eyes and smiled weakly. The country is restoring power everywhere. It seems we will be rescued soon. The two young men rummaged through their belongings, found their phones, and took a charger from a pile of clutter in the corner. Great, we can send out a distress signal. Among the 6 people in a room, 3 of them were running a high fever to varying degrees, and the situation was dire. Only the 3 of them could move, these 2 young men and the strongest middle-aged man who still had the ability to fight. Watching the live stream, they saw Luo Xu put a large, red strawberry into her mouth, and they swallowed hard. I read the introduction that said this other world can materialize things obtained by explorers. I wonder if this fresh strawberry can be materialized. The middle-aged man, holding a hoe, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath and sneering. Even if it could, it wouldn't be our turn. Yes, they were exhausted and thirsty, and soon they would fall into a deep sleep again. Suddenly, they heard a thud, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, startling everyone awake. As they opened their eyes, they saw a green leaf package had appeared on the floor out of nowhere. The package made of green leaves and vines had something red inside. What is this? One young man hesitated, stepped forward to check, and opened the green leaves, revealing plump, round strawberries inside. He was stunned. This. Uncle Zhao, come look, there are strawberries here. Overwhelmed with joy, his voice was sharp and hoarse, further exciting the zombies outside. Everyone in the room heard there were strawberries and struggled to get up. What? Strawberries? Where did strawberries come from here? Hey, Xiaohai, are you hallucinating? We don't even have water here. Xiaohai, overjoyed, held up a strawberry the size of a palm with both hands, and exclaimed, "Look, strawberries! It's really strawberries. Strawberries have fallen here. This. He swallowed hard. Inside this large package were all fresh strawberries. Chapter 23. The system has been optimized again. Xiaohai distributed the strawberries to the others and finally picked one for himself, carefully taking a bite. In an instant, the sweet juice filled his mouth. This taste was sweeter and more delicious than any fruit he had eaten before the apocalypse. It was truly a gift from heaven. In the live broadcast room, the sound of commentary can be heard. All the supplies that the soldiers obtain inside will materialize in reality. As everyone can see, Comrade Luo Xu is holding strawberries, and the bananas just obtained can actually be eaten in real life. A middle-aged man wiped away his old tears, glanced at the live stream, and then looked at the strawberry in his hand. As if he remembered something, his eyes suddenly widened. This can't be. Little Hai nodded vigorously. It just appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, it's impossible for someone to suddenly show up in the room and play strawberries. So there is only one possibility. This something from another world has materialized. This is real. The 6 people stood up in unison. 6 pairs of eyes fixated intensely on the live broadcast room. It's real. Everything is real. The things obtained inside can all materialize. This means they are able to randomly obtain food. This is really a miracle. The bullet comments were originally a bit tired. Everyone was just echoing congratulations. But nobody seemed very interested. But suddenly, the comments exploded again. Wow, what is this? I saw it. I saw strawberries. I'm so excited I could die. I was just sitting at home, and strawberries appeared out of nowhere on my table. I thought I was hallucinating. I saw bananas, can you believe it? I was still sleeping, and a bunch of bananas fell on my head. These bananas are super fresh. Hurry up and check the website. I've already posted about it. Meanwhile, the people at the Central Command were puzzled, wondering why they didn't see the manifested items. But then they saw the comments and couldn't help but smile wryly. They never expected that this time, the manifestations would start dropping indiscriminately. Last time, the manifestations only dropped near the entrance, and the country needed to pull the supplies out for centralized distribution. But now, report this to the higher-ups. The higher-ups just waved their hands, saying it was fine. Indiscriminate drops of manifested items could be seen as a way to get supplies to those in need quickly, especially since there are still many people outside who are hungry. Immediately, everyone in the live stream saw a message. All unlocked supplies are dropping indiscriminately across various locations. But no one knows where exactly they are dropping. Fellow countrymen, let us pray for the warriors inside who are risking their lives to collect materials. If anyone finds seeds after the manifestation, please don't discard them. They can be taken to the base for exchange for corresponding supplies. To all the survivors navigating through the apocalypse, thank you for your hard work. Thank you all. A single sentence caused many people to break down. Some received seeds, but they were just small bags, no bigger than a palm, which they carefully placed in their pockets and posted about it. No need to exchange for supplies. I will protect the seeds well and take them to the base, returning them to the country for free. The seeds of plants will be our hope for the future. I also got a small bag. I won't use it to exchange for supplies, but will turn it in voluntarily. This is our gratitude to the country and to the warriors collecting materials in another world. And it's the only thing we can do. Everyone, let us do our best and keep living. We'll meet at the base. The people of Dazongguo once again looked at the warriors still exploring on the screen. This time, their eyes were filled with blazing flames. The warriors now seemed like a delicacy to them, especially Luo Xu. At this moment, Luo Xu discovered another shiny spot. She waved her hand, and the system's notification sound echoed in her mind again. Ding! Harvested potatoes, 600. Potato seeds, 600. She found it again. This little sister is simply a treasure. Haha. I also got potatoes, which I've already placed on the rack to roast. In this apocalypse, being able to get a roasted potato is simply the pinnacle of life. So happy. I haven't gotten any supplies yet. Your luck is just too good. Luo Xu was now very familiar with this map and understood its patterns, knowing where supplies were most likely hidden. In just half an hour, they avoided powerful beasts weaving through the grass, and the 5 teams advanced in an orderly manner, with continuous notifications of harvests ringing in Luo Xu's mind. Ding! Harvested edible cherries, 3,000. cherry seeds, 3,000. Ding. Obtained usable mangoes, 2,000. Obtained shiitake mushrooms, lentils, sweet corn. At the same time, Luo Xu watcher points rise steadily. Eventually, it reached the maximum value. Points, 100 ding. System upgrading. Luo Xu paused her steps. Zhu Chun, who was beside her, quickly stopped as well. What's wrong? Is something off? Luo Xu said, the system is upgrading. Why is it upgrading again? Can it change the tasks? Zhu Chun was really focused on wanting to modify the tasks. Luo Xu shook her head, and the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! System optimization successful. Where was it optimized? Luo Xu searched through the system, but couldn't find any improvements. At this moment, voices from other teams came through Zhu Chen's earpiece. Not good, Captain. We have a situation here. We are being attacked by a group of Thunder Dragons. Team 3 requests support. We are also under attack. Team 4 has also discovered something. Just as Zhu Chun was about to order a retreat, a rustling sound came from the bushes, followed by a sudden silence. Luo Xu looked at the map. Although small beasts could not be displayed on the map, large animals could. Zhu Chun, what is hiding in the dark is our target. Zhu Chen's expression darkened. A bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus Rex? This scene was also captured by everyone in front of the screen. My God, they're being attacked. So many dinosaurs. Are they all real? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Those who have already gotten food can't even eat now, their eyes wide open staring at the phone screen. At some point, the number of people in the live broadcast room surged, reaching 60 million. Besides the people from Dazhongguo, there are probably many others from different countries. Chapter 24 Ding Dong. Harvested an iron axe. The captain, piloting the giant ship along the designated route, was observing the distant course with a telescope. At this moment, a subordinate hurriedly rushed in with a tablet. General, take a look. On the screen was the live broadcast room of the Great Chuan Nation. At this time, Luo Xu and others were in a primitive forest, each holding weapons, ready to engage in a battle with dinosaurs. This was a live broadcast from the Great Chuan Nation, claiming they had a passage to another world, where any materials obtained could materialize in reality. However, the specifics still needed further investigation. The general frowned tightly, watching the translated comments, noticing many people from the Great Chuan Nation showing off and thanking for the materialization. Another world? Is this place really another world? On the screen, a group was moving through the forest, with the roars of dinosaurs echoing behind them. He immediately turned to contact the president. If the Great Chuan Nation truly had such a parallel world, did it mean that the information they previously received was completely inaccurate? The Great Chuan Nation was not as dire as reported. If that was the case, what could withstand their newly developed satellite monitoring? It seemed that the Great Chuan Nation was indeed not simple. Meanwhile, in Tainer Nation, Feijian Nation, leaders from countries around the world initiated emergency meetings. They also arranged for several people to secretly enter the live broadcast room to observe the actions of the Great Chuan Nation. However, upon seeing the live broadcast, they couldn't help but show greedy expressions. Various fruits, vegetables, and seeds. These were essential food resources that were scarce in their own countries. If possible, they were willing to trade oil, iron ore, and gold for food. Immediately, several countries connected to discuss strategies. They were divided into two factions. One faction, the radicals, demanded immediate military action to seize the Great Chuan Nation's passage by force. The other faction, the conservatives, argued for calm, stating that the situation in the Great Chuan Nation was not as simple as it appeared, and who knew how many secret weapons they might have hidden. If it weren't for this live broadcast, the Great Chuan Nation would still be seen as the backward country overwhelmed by zombies. In the end, it was decided by the Miga Nation that for now, they should not take action, as their understanding of the Great Chuan Nation was still insufficient. They should continue to observe the live broadcast. The influx of additional people in the broadcast room was, of course, monitored by the Central Command. However, they remained calm, waving their hands dismissively, allowing them to proceed. They contacted the people inside, instructing them to perform well, stay safe, and gather more resources, treating this as a demonstration. Since they wanted to watch, they should naturally display their national prestige. Soon after, the people in the live broadcast room saw everyone entering start displaying their nationalities. Some from the Miga Nation disguised themselves as people from the Great Chuan Nation, making sarcastic remarks. What materialization? I've never seen any food here. You are just making things up. Yeah, my sister completely lost contact after entering the farming base. I suspect that sister who awakened her abilities was captured for research. Laughter erupted below. Hey, can you at least keep your cover? The Great Chuan Nation people outside, who had just obtained a bunch of food, were crunching on fruits while typing rapidly. Your nationalities are showing. You must be jealous. Haha, fake. Do you want me to send some fresh fruit over? I just got a big pear as big as my head, sweet and crispy, so juicy. Who dares to say this country is deceiving us? I'll throw this big pear in your face. Inside the system, Zhu Qian chose to keep everyone stationary, facing off against the Tyrannosaurus Rex hidden in the forest. He ordered the other teams to quickly regroup away from danger. Defense formation, he shouted. 20 well-trained individuals formed a formation, protecting Luo Xu firmly in the center, creating a nearly impenetrable wall of combat power around them. They heard rustling sounds coming from the jungle ahead, and the soldiers gathered, warily watching the direction of the noise. Even the people outside the screen held their breath. Roar! A massive Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly leaped out from the bushes, its sharp claws and blood-stained teeth fixated on the humans in front of it. Fire! Zhu Qian commanded without hesitation. Intense gunfire erupted, bullets flew out, embedding themselves in the Tyrannosaurus's skin without penetrating it, merely lodged in its rough hide. What the hell? What's going on? The bullets can't penetrate? The audience in front of the screen watched anxiously. Under the overwhelming firepower, the Tyrannosaurus seemed completely unaffected, charging towards them. Scatter! The 20 quickly dispersed with agile movements. Throughout the ordeal, Zhu Qian stayed close to Luo Xu, shielding her behind him, watching the Tyrannosaurus rampaging, capable of digging a large pit with its sharp claws. Zhu Qian's expression turned grim. Is there any way? Luo Xu flipped through the system and shook her head. There were no instructions. There had been a minor system upgrade earlier, but she had no idea what it meant. The soldiers could only rely on their weapons, dodging while continuously aiming and shooting. They threw several grenades, which exploded underneath the Tyrannosaurus's feet, but once the flames and smoke dissipated, it only suffered a superficial injury. The Tyrannosaurus, in pain, became even more furious, its pupils turning blood red, and the herbivorous dinosaurs drinking water nearby, scattered in panic. Luo Xu felt that the Tyrannosaurus was fixated on her, perhaps because she was the system's bound user. The 20 stood in different directions, but the Tyrannosaurus locked onto Luo Xu and charged at her. It opened its mouth wide to bite her. Luo Xu, with a serious expression, pushed Zhu Qian aside, rolled on the ground to dodge the attack, and reached out to swipe at the nearby glowing bushes. Ding! Obtained a primitive iron axe. She had no time to react, and threw the iron axe at the Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 25. Thanks to the old iron for sending weapons from 1,000 miles away. Roar! To her surprise, the iron axe was far more lethal to the Tyrannosaurus than the firearms. The axe struck, directly severing one of the Tyrannosaurus's legs. The Tyrannosaurus let out a roar, and Zhu Qian quickly reacted, shouting, "Quick, shoot!" Distracted, Luo Xu finally escaped from danger, looking at her hands. She hadn't used much strength. How did the Tyrannosaurus suddenly lose a leg? A soldier quickly reacted, picking up the axe from the ground and swung it at the Tyrannosaurus. Astonishingly, even the axe, which bullets couldn't penetrate, easily sunk into the Tyrannosaurus's rough skin. The Tyrannosaurus grew even more agitated and furious. Great! Where did this axe come from? Luo Xu quickly replied, I found it in the grass. Yilu helped Luo Xu up. Having just experienced a life-and-death moment, Luo Xu's legs were still a bit weak, not having recovered yet. Zhu Qian looked around and saw some shining spots nearby. He immediately reached out and grabbed one, which turned into an axe, a sickle, and other items. It was unclear what material these metal products were made of. Their sharpness far exceeded that of the sharpest military knives currently available. I never expected there would still be weapons to obtain. The soldiers quickly put away their firearms and began searching for weapons in the grass. More than 20 of them, each skillfully dodging, continuously attacked the Tyrannosaurus Rex with their newly acquired weapons. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was covered in wounds. The audience outside the screen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I never expected there would actually be weapons available here. That's amazing. However, can these weapons be materialized? Meanwhile, in the center of City X, a group of people was moving from one building to another with a rooftop helipad. Wherever they went, zombies surged toward them. Several strong men with combat skills were escorting women and children to safety. They moved quickly, having found a usable vehicle in advance. And after starting it, they drove to the entrance to pick up pregnant women and children. One man, wielding a baseball bat, quickly became out of breath. "Move faster. Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." A female zombie lunged at him, and the man pierced the zombie's head with his bat. The baseball bat was awkward to use, so he quickly threw it away and picked up a long, sharp wooden stick, thrusting it backhandedly into another zombie's head. The wooden stick was quite handy, lightweight, and agile, making it convenient for killing zombies. The man simply tossed the baseball bat away. A few people behind him were still moving, escorting others to the vehicle when another tricycle approached, prompting two men to retreat to the tricycle. Suddenly, several zombies roared and charged at the man. He tried to swing a few times, but nearly got scratched by the zombies behind him, quickly dodging away. "Damn it! Is there another weapon? Give me one." The two men over there were also preoccupied. Their machetes had long lost their edge, and there was nothing. The man dodged a few more times, feeling limited without a weapon. If he got scratched by a zombie, he would be infected by the virus. So he could only keep dodging. Just then, an iron axe fell from the sky, cleanly severing the zombie in front of him in half. The iron axe was lightweight and felt great to swing. It was easy to handle. He didn't know what material the axe head was made of, but it was smooth and shiny, almost like a mirror, yet extremely sharp. With just a slight lift of his hand, he could easily decapitate the zombie. "Hey!" His teammate finally dealt with the approaching zombies and was astonished by the man's axe-wielding skills. "Where did you get that axe?" The man looked perplexed, scanning the surroundings where zombies were everywhere. How could anyone have thrown such a useful weapon to him? "It fell from the sky." His teammate chuckled. "When did the heavens become so kind, sending people weapons?" "I don't know. I can't figure it out." With the axe in hand, the man felt like a warrior, taking down zombies effortlessly. Once they reached a safe place, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The man couldn't help but play with the axe in his hand, marveling at how useful it was. He wondered who had thrown it to him. If he found that person, he would definitely thank them and their ancestors. With some free time, they found a plug to charge their phones and turn on the location system. As soon as they powered it on, they saw a live broadcast. Clicking in, they noticed that the axes used by the soldiers fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked somewhat familiar. "Wait, Lao Wang. Come over and see if the axe in your hand is this one." The others were instantly dumbfounded, exchanging glances before they couldn't hold back their exclamations. "Damn, is this thing really manifested?" They looked towards the live broadcast, where soldiers were still battling the T-Rex, their voices low. "They're risking their lives to exchange resources for us, not just food but also combat tools. I thought it was just a game, but I didn't expect it to feel so real now." "Me too." The man tightened his grip on the axe, watching the battle unfold on the screen with a worried expression, silently praying. Who would have thought that his life was being saved by people thousands of miles away? Luo Xu rummaged through the grass and pulled out a few weapons, as the system in her mind kept chiming. Ding! Acquired primitive iron hoe 1, ding. Acquired primitive beast trap 2, ding. Acquired primitive. All useless stuff. Luo Xu opened the system map and searched the nearby area, collecting quite a few iron weapons. "Come on, everyone gets one. Put down the guns and use these iron tools to fight." The situation was dire. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by the T-Rex. The soldiers had no time to think of anything else, removing their heavy machine guns and grabbing shovels to fight back. Each one took turns attacking with hammers, shovels, and axes, quickly wearing the T-Rex down. The viewers from the Great Chuan Nation cheered. "Ha! That's a great hit. This little sister is so capable. Let us kill it." The iron tools were quite effective, making it easy to chop zombies. "Hey, did someone get these iron tools?" "I got one. I was just surrounded by zombies, but luckily an iron shovel fell from the sky. With just a sweep, I easily chopped off a zombie's head. Haha, brothers. I crawled out from the zombie pile, can you believe it?" Chapter 26. The first kill of the T-Rex completed. Rewards doubled. I also got an iron shovel. I have to say, this thing is really sharp. I don't know what material it's made of, but I easily smashed a zombie's head with it. I'm in the north. Have you seen frozen zombies? Their heads turn into ice lumps, and they can still move and run. I had to exert a lot of force to hit them every time, but now, with a sickle in hand, chopping off their heads feels like cutting vegetables. So, our survival is closely related to the soldiers in the live broadcast. For a moment, the bullet screen fell silent. In the extremely cold northern region, people sat by the fire, shivering, eating fresh fruits, their fists clenched as they faced the TV screen. Please be careful. The central base dispatched personnel to restore power. Helicopters flew overhead, and soon, lights flickered on across the Great Chuan Nation. The gradual restoration of a national power was a symbol of the people's growing confidence in survival. What they needed most now was water resources. After the apocalypse, the water resources in large reservoirs had almost all been contaminated. The command center had done everything it could. Now, they could only rely on these soldiers searching for resources in another world. Luo Xu reached into the grass, and, under the eager gazes of everyone, the light faded, revealing a bow and arrow set with 5 arrows. She sighed in relief and handed the bow to Yi Lu. Sister Yi, you're good at this. You take it. I'll go. This little sister was like a blessing incarnate. Almost all the weapons were found by her. This is a human detector, haha, I said. She looks like a vase protected in the middle of the team, and I thought she was just a mascot. I didn't expect her to be the most useful one. Haha, the sister has an eye for finding resources. Bow and arrows? Wow. Let us see which lucky guy from the Great Chuan Nation got the manifestation. Luo Xu hesitated, but the soldiers around her grinned at her. Give it a try. Luo Xu, didn't you practice before coming here? Shoot for its head. Just shoot boldly. Don't be afraid. Encouraged by them, Luo Xu nervously swallowed and attempted to draw the bow. Regardless of whether before or after a crossing, she had never touched such a thing. Yet now she had to use it to attack a T-Rex. Calming herself, she steadied her hand, aiming the arrow at one of the T-Rex's eyes. Several soldiers lured the T-Rex into her attack range, trying to keep it steady to give Luo Xu a better opportunity. 19 soldiers, along with thousands of viewers in front of the screen, stared at her with intense anticipation. One arrow shot out. It missed. The arrow grazed past the T-Rex's cheek. The T-Rex sensed the danger and immediately threw its head back, roaring in anger. Luo Xu's hands were trembling slightly. Beside her, Yi Lu gently held her hand, steadying her. Don't be nervous, there's still a chance. The warriors hurriedly moved forward, continuously attacking to keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex in check, while also comforting her. Hey, this little thing is quite good at dodging. Luo Xu, give it another shot. This is probably your first time dealing with such an animal. Take it easy, go slow. Some people in the comments couldn't bear to watch. If that's the case, just let someone else take over. It doesn't have to be her. In such a dangerous situation, what if someone gets hurt? When lives are at stake, let's not practice targeting. You need to aim better. Can you all please be quiet? This girl has such good luck. If something happens to her, it would be a huge loss. She can't just rely on others for protection. She needs to become stronger. Practicing like this is actually quite good. It seemed they had already gained control of the situation. With the Tyrannosaurus Rex here, other dinosaurs didn't dare to approach. It's okay. Take your time. The kid is too nervous. Luo Xu steadied her emotions, her gaze becoming more resolute, and she shot an arrow straight at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. With a thud, the arrow pierced directly into its skull, penetrating through and firmly embedding itself in the stone behind it. Everyone was stunned. The power of this arrow is just too outrageous. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, pierced through the head, fell to the ground with a thud. The massive creature crashed heavily onto the ground, causing vibrations. Luo Xu let out a long breath, feeling as if all her strength had been drained, her clothes soaked with sweat. At the moment the Tyrannosaurus fell, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The first kill of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the primitive realm is complete. Rewards doubled. Received 50,000 pounds of wild boar meat, 50,000 pounds of wild chicken meat. Received 100,000 pounds of primitive iron raw materials and basic primitive iron smelting technology. As the system notification ended, the huge body of the Tyrannosaurus suddenly vanished before everyone's astonished eyes. The 19 people all turned to look at Luo Xu. Just as Luo Xu was about to speak, she heard the urgent voice of the commander in her earpiece. What do we get this time? Meanwhile, the entire live stream went black with a snap. As everyone felt frustrated, a message suddenly appeared. Technical issues, currently being repaired, please wait patiently. Luo Xu relayed the system's notification. At that moment, the staff in the command hall were stunned. What? 50,000 pounds of pork and chicken? My goodness. Killing a Tyrannosaurus Rex actually rewarded so many good things. After the apocalypse, they hadn't had fresh meat in a long time. They had been using meat stored for many years, and they had almost forgotten what fresh meat tasted like. Unexpectedly, Luo Xu said, these rewards should also randomly drop nationwide, and most importantly, the raw materials for this iron may require you to search nationwide. The commander nodded, randomly dropping nationwide. Why did it suddenly change like this? Perhaps due to map reasons. I'm not sure. Wei Zheng furrowed his brow. It seems we really need to search for supplies nationwide. If that's the case, it might be better to directly make the system rewards public. Xiao Luo, can all future rewards be directly announced in the system? I'll give it a try. Chapter 27. Map Upgrade. Opening God's perspective 5 minutes later. Amidst the lamentations of the people of Dazhongguo, the live stream finally returned to normal. As soon as they entered the live stream, they heard a loud notification. Ding! The first kill of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the primitive realm is complete. Rewards doubled. Received 50,000 pounds of wild boar meat, 50,000 pounds of wild chicken meat. Received 100,000 pounds of primitive iron raw materials. And basic primitive iron smelting technology. The mechanical prompt sound indeed shocked everyone. Did I just hear it wrong? Is there another prompt now? This prompt sound is a bit strange, like a mechanical voice. Is it the system? Immediately after, the Central Command Center issued an urgent notification across the network. After the urgent repairs by the central agency, all rewards are now made public, and these rewards will be dropped indiscriminately nationwide. Citizens of Dachuan country, if you're fortunate enough to obtain these resources, please do your best to ensure your safety and wait for military rescue. As for the smelting technology and raw materials for steel, please leave them in place. If anyone discovers them, kindly send us the location. As for other resources, all citizens of Dachuan country can use them freely, but please do not hoard these smelting technologies and raw materials. They can be used to strengthen base defenses and accelerate technological development, all for a better future for Dachuan country. We hope everyone can unite. The sound of this emergency notification lasted for 3 rounds. Immediately, the bullet comments were filled with the powerful words, "Our country is mighty." Don't worry. Since the country treats us this way, we will definitely not keep secrets. These things are useless for us to keep by ourselves, and once discovered, we will surely signal immediately. Yes, I hope everyone can be a bit more conscious. We, the people of Dazhong country, should help each other. Now, these resources do not need to be fought over. Everyone gets a share. I just obtained 30 pounds of pork, and I can't finish it myself. And it might go bad. Is there anyone nearby? I'm in XX town. I see it. Commander, I saw something heavy fall outside from the window. It should be steel raw materials. And this time, the system notification sound was clearly seen by everyone in the system. They were amazed. The system prompted a string of words that floated in midair. Everyone looked up in astonishment. The system has a prompt now? Zhu Chun lowered his voice and leaned closer to Luo Xu. Did you do this? Luo Xu nodded, saying that everyone in the system could see it and that it could be set up. Zhu Chun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This was all being live-streamed, and the entire population of Dazhong country could see it. It must be said that making this information public was very effective. Just a few minutes later, the command center received dozens of messages. After checking, it was found that these location details were all correct, and almost all of the locations had fallen steel raw materials. The officials arranged for people to retrieve these raw materials and also rescued the person who sent the signal. There were also many people who, in order to gain priority, spread false information, hoping to be rescued first. This greatly affected the efficiency of rescue efforts. However, the number of people rescued so far is still limited, and the entire rescue process is proceeding slowly. Those hiding under safe buildings looked more calm as they watched helicopters flying continuously in the sky. In the vast Dajong country, there are many people in need of rescue. The national headquarters can only deploy a small number of personnel, and they have to cover various aspects: collecting supplies, improving electricity, and guarding the base, which is simply not enough manpower. In several bases, all the ability users have been mobilized to participate in the rescue operation. The ordinary people in the bases are also busy building houses and constructing the base. Meanwhile, those outside the bases hiding from zombies wish to be rescued, but can understand the situation. At this moment of national crisis, everyone has to understand each other and work together. Until now, complaints online have been minimal. Several people trapped in a high-rise building surrounded by zombies have nailed all the windows shut, turned on the air conditioning in their room, and gathered in the center of the room to cook meat in an electric pot. Smelling the aroma of the meat wafting from the pot, a dirty woman wiped away her tears. Finally, there is meat to eat. Another man lying on the floor spoke hoarsely, "But this water is already our last barrel. Once we finish the meat, we will be done for." The woman swallowed hard and said, "Even if we die, I want to finish the meat." They have electricity, air conditioning, and internet, but no water. They have been there for a long time and are about to run out of strength when suddenly luck strikes and they find pork. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't even have a last meal before dying. I hope they can also find a water source. At this moment, the entire team has assembled in the system. The Tyrannosaurus Rex they just killed left behind over 100 pounds of pork and chicken. After the apocalypse, the group, who had not seen fresh meat, immediately decided to have a meal first. They quickly gathered together, set up a makeshift stove, and started cooking. Luo Xu sat in the corner, reviewing the system. After the first kill, the system map showed changes. She looked at the overall situation and discovered that some star-like lights had appeared on the map, twinkling like stars. These light spots also vary in color and intensity. This feeling is like having global perspective in a game. It's a god's eye view. But what do the brightness and color of these light spots mean? Luo Xu stood up, looked around, and walked towards the nearest light point. Upon seeing this, Ju Chun immediately stood up to follow. "Hey, look over there. Did the little girl discover something?" "It seems so." "Haha, another new discovery? So exciting. I wonder what the latest rewards are." Ju Chun waved to let Yi Lu and Zhou Qing follow, but didn't want to disturb Luo Xu. Following the map, Luo Xu arrived at a dense patch of grass. And inside the grass, there were dark yellow light spots flickering. She reached out, but was stopped by Ju Chun. He frowned slightly. "Is there something in there?" Luo Xu nodded. "I'll do it." Ju Chun pulled aside the grass, and sure enough, he saw a glowing orb inside. He reached out to grab it, and the orb gradually disappeared from his palm, revealing a fluffy, soft loaf of bread, about half a meter long, giving off a faint aroma of wheat and a hint of milk. A system prompt sounded from above. "Ding, you have received bread, 500 gene." "Wow, no way. Bread? Bread. I can't believe I can actually see fresh bread in my lifetime." Chapter 28. Searching for water resources within the borders of Dachuan. In some places where people were struggling against zombies, they were panting heavily. Suddenly, several large loaves of bread fell from the sky. The few of them were dumbfounded, raised their hands to blow a zombie's head off, and quickly picked up the bread, not even bothering to wipe the dirt off their faces before stuffing it into their mouths. Feeling the soft and fluffy texture, the milky and tender taste almost brought them to tears. Bread actually materialized. Life is really looking up. There were several loaves of half a meter long, and they quickly picked them up to take on the bus. As the bus started moving, it left the zombies far behind, and only then did they check the bread in their hands, which was soft as if just out of the oven, and taking a bite released a burst of wheat fragrance that moved them to tears. A few disheveled people shared the bread they got, packing the leftovers into their backpacks. Just then, they saw a plant-made package falling from the sky, hitting the ground and crushing two zombies. "Look, what is that over there?" "Supplies from the sky. Let's go check it out." They turned the bus around and drove towards the location of the supplies. The bus directly knocked away the zombies, blocking the way, crashing through as they reached the package, stretching out their hands to grab it and toss it onto the bus, which sped away like the wind. They opened the package, which contained several pieces of meat. "Huh, we have meat to eat." A man took out his phone and opened a live stream, giving the screen a hard kiss. These warriors are truly our treasures. A woman next to him waved her hand in front of her face, looking disgusted. Can you not be so sleazy? However, beneath her disdainful expression, there was a smile in her eyes. In the system, Luo Xu found several more yellow light spots. Soon after, the system indicated that the items were rice, wheat, and soybeans, etc. The yellow light spots seemed to represent crops, and the deeper the color, the more delicious they were. All cooked, while the lighter colors indicated raw food. At this moment, the voice of the commander came through the headset. Xiao Luo, try to see if you can find some water sources. We're in desperate need of water. Okay. Luo Xu glanced at the system map. Yilu brought over the freshly cooked chicken, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, coated with seasoning and incredibly delicious. As soon as she took a bite, the juicy flavor immediately captured Luo Xu's attention. The people in front of the screen couldn't help but drool. Luo Xu suddenly spoke. The commander wants us to find some water sources. Many people were in the process of relocating, and the large city screens lit up with live broadcast footage, attracting quite a few zombies to bang on the walls, which gave those fleeing a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Luo Xu's voice perfectly served as the background sound for their desperate flight. A person who had just pushed a few zombies aside wiped the sweat from his face and grinned. We're so short on water. We need to get some. His voice was hoarse, and after just a few actions, his throat began to feel dry. In a live stream, Luo Xu said, "There should be water supplies near the pool. Let's go check it out." Immediately, the soldiers put down the unfinished food in their hands and stood up. A few people who were racing against the zombies couldn't help but lick their lips upon hearing this voice. This is probably the most wonderful sound I've ever heard. At this moment, the bullet screen was flooded with 666. My God, who is this woman? I love her. She's simply my goddess. For so many days, I've only been drinking water from the bathtub. The tap has run dry, and the rivers have turned into sewage. Nearby stores, homes, supermarkets, and shops have been completely stripped of water. The only thing left is to collect rainwater to drink. It's really tragic. Yes, we're so short on water now. I'm almost turning into a dried-up husk. Luo Xu flipped through the map and noticed some blue light spots. Although she wasn't sure, she decided to look for the blue light spots first. You all follow me. Luo Xu led them towards the southeast. The group of 100 gathered. Except for the 20 injured, there were 80 left. As they walked, everyone managed to collect some supplies and weapons. Luo Xu discovered that among these light spots, the black ones were various weapons. The deepest black light spot was a sharp spear, which was much stronger than the bow and arrow they had obtained earlier. It could be used for both ranged and melee combat. Naturally, all of these items manifested in reality. Outside the screen, a man sneaking around the gas station with a few people was fondly playing with the spear. He waved it gently, piercing through several zombies, their heads rolling to the ground. He chuckled and looked up at the television above the gas station, where the live broadcast was still playing. Thanks. He lifted the spear towards the television. This thing has saved his life many times. With Luo Xu leading the way, they were united and armed, and on their journey, they dealt with a few small dinosaurs that came looking for trouble. This time, they were somewhat disappointed that no meat dropped after killing the dinosaur. It seemed that only killing the Tyrannosaurus Rex would yield rewards. Luo Xu led them to the vicinity of the water flow. After passing a mountain, they could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. The clear sound of flowing water immediately made the people outside the screen swallow hard. Their throats were already parched. They had scoured all the nearby places and found not a drop of water. Look, there's a waterfall ahead. Pushing aside the grass, a long river suddenly came into view. The water was crystal clear, and the fish in the pond were clearly visible. Luo Xu pointed to the center of the water, her eyes shining slightly. There was a glowing orb, and it was blue. Tens of millions of eyes in front of the screen were glued to the live broadcast. The live stream from Dachuan country had become a sensation all over the world. Migo country, Tao country, Feijia country. These foreigners had already stopped talking when they discovered that manifestation truly exists. Watching the people of Dazhong receive various foods, their eyes turned red with jealousy. And this time, there was actually water. In that other world, the vegetation was lush, and the water source was absolutely natural. Looking at its clarity, It was no less than the unpolluted rivers before human industrial production in the pre-apocalyptic era. The warriors also swallowed hard, feeling their throats dry as they smelled the moisture of the flowing water. Such a clean water source, even before the apocalypse, they had never seen one. What clear water! But take a look. Zhu Chun raised his hand and gestured to be alert, maintaining formation. Although the soldiers were eager, they still restrained their physical instincts, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings and maintaining the formation. From beginning to end, Luo Xu was always at the center of the protective circle. The team gradually moved closer to the water flow, and Luo Xu saw on the map that there were indeed many dinosaurs of various sizes passing by, with a large herbivorous dinosaur visible upstream, appearing particularly clear on the map. Chapter 29. Other countries eyeing covetously. Migo Country, capital. A human federation has been established here, and the entire country has driven all the zombies to the west zone, while the east zone is where humans live. The streets here are dirty and chaotic, with the autumn wind blowing through the main road, where only a few cars can be seen passing by, and one can still hear gunshots and the cries of people. Indeed, the zombie problem in Mige Country has been completely resolved. However, the social issues they face next will be even more severe. The land cannot be cultivated, and the agriculture they have relied on will not be able to unfold, leading to severe food shortages in human society and causing social chaos. At this time, helicopter after helicopter slowly landed. The heads of various national bases got off the planes and gathered here. Half an hour later, a secret meeting was held. On the big screen in the conference room, a live broadcast from Dazhou Country was playing. At this moment, the people in the broadcast had arrived by a stream, surrounded by mountains, with lush vegetation and a vibrant green landscape. The clear water flow made everyone swallow, feeling extremely thirsty. You all saw it. Dazhou Country discovered a passage to another world, and everything obtained inside can materialize in reality. It's truly unexpected that Dazhou Country has such a treasure trove. A robust man, a representative from Feijia Country, stood up. There are treasures inside. We must seize them. It's astonishing that Dazhou Country possesses such treasures. However, since they've revealed their trump card, we shouldn't hold back. I will arrange for people to infiltrate Dazhou Country and gather information. If we obtain this passage and the resources inside, we will share them equally. Share equally? Your small Solon country is merely a vassal state. What qualification do you have to receive equal resources from a major country? You say our Solon country is small? Your hill country isn't big either. At least we have more people than you. What? Do you want to fight? Just as it seemed that a few small countries were about to come to blows. The leader of Mige Country cleared his throat and stood up. All right, the most important thing right now is that we obtain that passage. This otherworldly passage is something we must have. Falling into the hands of those useless people in Dazhou Country is clearly not beneficial for our human development. For the future of humanity, we must hold the passage in our hands. Everyone nodded. They were here for the future of humanity. However, Dazhou Country is very far from us, and according to our previous investigations, the number of zombies in Dazhou Country far exceeds the number of zombies on our continent, and the leader of Mige Country pressed a remote control, and a scene of a zombie locked in a laboratory appeared on the screen. The zombie was confined to a chair, surrounded by busy researchers. Strangely, this zombie did not open its mouth to roar for human flesh, but remained very silent. Such silence seems as if it possesses the ability to think like a human. Next to the video, there appeared a diagram of a zombie brain dissection. As everyone can see, we have discovered that these zombies are evolving, and the speed of evolution is extremely fast. Some have already lost their ability to command and can now lead zombie hordes. For a moment, everyone in the conference room fell into silence. After the apocalypse, disasters and calamities have continued without end, and their living space is very narrow, but they did not expect this to be just the beginning. The fact that zombies can evolve is definitely bad news. Coincidentally, we found that the Great River Nation will face another massive zombie tide. The leader of the Mi-Ge Nation directly turned off the screen and said solemnly, "Is the zombie tide facing the Great River Nation also led by intelligent zombies? We're not sure about this yet. We only saw from satellites that a large group of zombies is gathering again. This time, even if all our countries gather together, We will not be able to withstand this zombie tide. At this point, everyone's mood became somewhat complicated, although they had no strong feelings for the Great River Nation. As humans, they felt a complex emotion towards their kind facing such a tragic fate. Fortunately, there is a vast ocean separating them from the Great River Nation, and the same zombie tide would not affect them here. However, someone suddenly thought, if the Great River Nation is wiped out by this zombie tide, then what will happen to the passage? Can we find a way to bring the passage over? Yes, this interdimensional passage is definitely a huge treasure. The leader of the Good Nation smiled slightly. Therefore, we need to carefully plan how to obtain these resources. Once the zombie tide begins, the Great River Nation should have no time to deal with us, so let us arrange for people to go first. Great River Nation. Central base. On the walls surrounding the base, several soldiers were observing the situation with binoculars. Suddenly, the binoculars coincidentally locked onto the gaze of a zombie with a shiny head. The soldier was startled and almost dropped the binoculars. What is this? He steadied himself and looked again in the same direction with the binoculars. The zombie that had made eye contact with him had already vanished. Strange. He looked around. The distance was tranquil, with only a few scattered zombies visible. A companion nearby asked him, "What's wrong? Did you find something unusual?" The soldier rubbed his eyes and scanned the area again with the binoculars. But the strange zombie had disappeared. Nothing. I might be a bit tired. Just a moment ago. He felt as if he saw that zombie possessed some awareness and was observing the base in return. That gaze lingered in his mind. It should be just a trick of the light. I must not have slept well last night. The citizens of the Great River Nation were steadily progressing with their infrastructure work. In just a few months, they had restored 80 of a national power supply. In the system, several soldiers had already entered the water. Feeling the clear water flowing over their bodies, they tried their best to resist the urge to drink. Team 3 had begun analyzing the water quality, using professional equipment to test for parasites. Zhu Chun was very cautious. This place was a primitive world, and if there were parasites in the water, even modern technology would be unable to treat it. Be careful, everyone. If you notice anything unusual in the water, get ashore as soon as possible. Yes, the area downstream of the waterfall was quiet, with no wild beasts coming to drink, which felt odd. Luo Xu was on edge, repeatedly checking the system map, hoping to find clues. The water was clear, and the fish swam calmly, completely unaffected by the soldiers entering the water. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Great River Nation were anxiously watching the glowing orb floating on the central water surface. Chapter 30. Obtained Water Hyacinth 3000. The light blue orb flickered, and the soldiers cautiously approached, slowly reaching out their hands. Everyone in front of the screen licked their dry lips, filled with anticipation, as their palms brushed over the orb. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Obtained Edible Water Hyacinth 3000. In front of the screen, the citizens of the Great River Nation excitedly covered their mouths. Water. We have water. 3,000 water hyacinths. Who will be the lucky one to get them? I'm so envious. Sigh. I have a few people here who have been running a high fever. It would be great if we had water. This place is simply a huge treasure. The soldier also found a few hyacinths in his arms, each containing at least 10 pounds of water, and he was directly weighed down to sit in the water. Quick, help me hold this. Don't let it get washed away. The others hurriedly stepped forward, each grabbing a hyacinth. Suddenly, Luo Xu noticed a change on the map. A Tyrannosaurus Rex was actually running towards them. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the task target in the system, marked by a huge black circle on the map. Everyone get ashore. There's danger. In a small city town, several people were struggling to run down the street, followed by hundreds of zombies, all former residents of the town. They were in the northern region, backed by the desert, and 3 months after the apocalypse. They had lost access to water and electricity. At this point, they were exhausted, panting heavily after only a short run. A helicopter flew overhead. The woman in the lead, dressed in sportswear, licked her cracked lips and shouted at the sky, "Hey, help. Can't you see there's someone down here? Please save us. Even if you can't rescue us, at least throw us some supplies, okay?" After saying so much, her throat felt like it was on fire, but the helicopter flew past mercilessly. A man beside her pulled her along to keep running. It's no use. They can't hear us. The 4 of them supported each other and reached the last store in the entire town. They quickly closed the door and barricaded it with various items from inside. Outside, zombies were frantically banging on the door, but everything held them back. They finally got a brief moment to catch their breath. They checked the entire room front and back to ensure it was safe before letting out a sigh of relief. The place is remote, near the desert, and the climate is already dry. They have just engaged in intense exercise and now feel as if all the moisture in their bodies has evaporated under the sun. The four of them lie on the ground, gasping for air. The television in the room is still on. This family was watching TV before the apocalypse. At this moment, all channels are broadcasting live from another world. They hear the system's notification sound from the broadcast. Ding dong. Obtained edible water gourd 3,000. The woman grins. The entire Dajong country is so vast, with many thousands of survivors. This water gourd is just a drop in the bucket, and it probably won't reach us. A man stands up and searches the entire room. Damn it, there's not a drop of water here. We scavenged all the water in this small town. To find a water source, we must leave here. There hasn't been a soul for dozens of kilometers in any direction. Where can we go? Suddenly, a loud thud is heard as something heavy falls to the ground. They squint and yawn. The woman lazily asks, "Did you hear something fall?" It must be a zombie trying to climb onto the roof, but lost its grip and fell. But I think the sound came from inside the house. Huh, is there a zombie that fell inside? They sit up abruptly, looking around. Their eyes land on something that has appeared out of nowhere in the center of the room. A bundle made from giant banana leaves of tropical plants. The woman rubs her eyes, reaches out, tears a corner off the banana leaf, and eagerly throws it into her mouth to chew. The moisture inside the banana leaf is minimal, and the leaf itself is somewhat bitter, but she eats it with gusto. This isn't a dream. It's real. The other three also tear off pieces of banana leaf to eat. Any bit of moisture is a lifeline for them. After eating for a while, they finally think of a question. Where did this come from? The group is momentarily stunned when the voice of Luo Xu sounds from the television. A dinosaur is coming. Run. Forget about the water gourd. The four exchange glances. They quickly tear open the banana leaves outside, revealing 3 gourds inside. The gourds are large, and a man trembles as he picks one up and shakes it. Water sloshes inside with a clanking sound. The faces of the group instantly light up with manic joy, and they quickly spit out the bitter banana leaves. 1 gourd weighs at least 10 pounds. 3 gourds mean 30 pounds. Come on, let me touch it. Let me try. The 4 of them sit together, trembling hands placed on the gourd, feeling the liquid sloshing inside. Water. It's really water. Quick, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, right? Ha ha. They look at each other and burst into laughter, though tears well up in their eyes, rolling down their cheeks. A few gulps of water ease their parched throats and finally replenish some of their strength. With these 30 pounds of water, they now have the courage to leave this small town and head to larger villages in search of life. The woman rummages through the room and finds her phone, charges it, opens the live stream, and sends out a message. Thank you for the water you sent. We're in a small town on the northwestern border of Dajong country. Now that we have water, we finally have the courage to leave here. Thank you. You saved my life. Immediately, the screen fills with encouraging messages. Keep going. Don't ever give up hope. Hope you can leave that remote place soon. Are you in Xiong town? Hurry to the city center. There's a centralized rescue area there. The government has already sent people to set up a makeshift rescue point. Hurry and escape. We hope to hear good news from you. The woman wipes away a tear, takes a deep breath, and stands up. Let us go to the city center. There's a centralized rescue point there. Let us hurry. She sends another message of thanks. We're heading to the city center now. Thank you all. You must survive too. The messages on the screen continue with offers of mutual help. We're in XX city, XX town, and just found 7 gourds. We can only take 4. We've left 3 behind. If anyone wants them, I can send the location privately. Sigh. In this apocalypse, I hope everyone can support each other. I saw supplies dropped in a pile of zombies in XX city. It looks like water gourds. Is anyone forming a team to fight the zombies? Chapter 31. She is actually a superhuman. In the system, Luo Xu's reminder prompts the soldiers still in the water to quickly regroup. Zhu Chun is very excited, turning to Luo Xu. How many are there this time? Luo Xu stares at the map and shakes her head. There should be more than one. Do we engage or run now? Zhu Chun clenches his fists. Fight! He immediately gives the order. Everyone look for usable tools nearby. Our mission is to kill the Tyrannosaurus. Now that it has come to us, how can we retreat? The soldiers nod and quickly search for weapons hidden in the grass while ensuring their safety. As the Tyrannosaurus approaches, the ground trembles. For a moment, everyone busy at the base stops their work, nervously staring at the screen. Under everyone's tense watch, the Tyrannosaurus charges straight into the water. Its sharp fangs roar as it gazes at the crowd with blood-red eyes. Fire! Yutien commands. In an instant, dozens of guns fire bullets. Although the Tyrannosaurus has tough skin, the bullets do little damage, but they still hurt when so many hit its flesh. The Tyrannosaurus becomes agitated from the pain and rushes toward the crowd. Spread out. The soldiers quickly scatter, but some are caught off guard and are kicked away by the Tyrannosaurus. That person falls heavily to the ground and spits out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Luo Xu quickly waves her hand, sending him out of the system. Medical personnel outside, already prepared, provide immediate treatment. Although bullets cannot inflict substantial harm on the Tyrannosaurus, they can buy some time. Team 1, Team 5 go. Withdraw the weapons. Cover with bows and arrows. The soldiers, well-trained, launch their attack, and finally, the Tyrannosaurus is under their control. Luo Xu stands at the back, watching the black dot move. Strangely, while the black dot moves, it seems they're overlapping. The Tyrannosaurus roars, its claws and sharp teeth continuously attacking the soldiers. However, the black dot remains in place as the Tyrannosaurus moves. This means there's another one, she shouted, and right after that, another Tyrannosaurus Rex sprang out from the bushes. Yilu and Zhou Qing quickly pulled Luo Xu back. Luo Xu's expression darkened. Something was wrong. There was another one. Another one calmly walked out from the bushes. 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The soldiers stopped firing, momentarily stunned. At this moment, everyone in front of the screen looked up at it. My God, 3 Tyrannosaurs. How can there be so many? It was already a struggle to fight one earlier, and now there are so many. Can we really defeat them? Hurry up and run. Of course. Can a person outrun a Tyrannosaurus? Damn, shooting doesn't work. What is this Tyrannosaurus made of? Its skin is tough and its flesh is thick. God bless. We must be safe. The 3 Tyrannosaurs are very strategic, each standing in a different position, surrounding them in the center. In this way, the test subject will be hunted down completely. Zhu Chun ordered everyone to gather together. And then more than 70 people were divided into 3 teams to deal with the 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex. He snorted coldly, reminding everyone not to forget that last time we used 20 people to deal with a T-Rex, and this time we have more than 70 people, which is more than enough to handle 3. This statement finally calmed everyone down. Zhu Chun lowered his voice and said to Luo Xu, stay behind everyone for protection. And once you find anyone injured and unable to fight, immediately send them out. Luo Xu note that. Okay. Although she had undergone 3 months of special training, her combat ability could not compare to these battle-hardened warriors. In this situation, she would just be responsible for logistics. Haha. Everyone look at the camp. They are really protecting our lucky star tightly. Indeed, the country brought her in for treasure hunting. She has no combat power. We must protect her well, as she is the one who found the water source for everyone, right? Although she's a burden during battles, her treasure hunting ability is undeniable. Those who enter another world must not only be strong in combat, but also have other skills. We just thought there were many T-Rexes, but actually, we have quite a few people ourselves. The 3 T-Rexes launched a fierce attack on them. The camp separated, and they each took up weapons to fight back. While Luo Xu naturally did not remain idle. She opened the map to look for weapons nearby. Although the system prompt could be seen by everyone, the map was exclusively hers, and it changed randomly, so it was unrealistic for her to try to sketch it out. There were no weapons nearby, but 30 meters to the left, there were valleys and cliffs where there were more weapons. Zhu Chen nodded and immediately ordered people to move. Outside the screen, the people of Dachuan country were somewhat puzzled. It seemed that Luo Xu was very familiar with this place. How does she know where the resources are? What is the background of this little sister? Have you noticed that on the surface, it seems that Zhu Chun is in charge, but in reality, he often asks for this little sister's opinion? I noticed it too. It really is like that. At the same time, as the barrage slowly floated by, foreign spies also took note. At this moment, a certain agency abroad became busy. Hurry, investigate the identity of this person named Luo Xu. Find out if she is the special ability user that Dachuan country is interested in. I want all her information within 10 minutes. Central Command of Dachuan country. The entire central monitoring room was bustling with activity. Watching the barrage, everyone had already started discussing Luo Xu, and Zhao Kong broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly urged the technical staff to block all these barges. Damn it, there are still so many foreigners in the live room. If they discover Luo Xu's special abilities, it would be over. At this moment, the leader and Wei Zheng walked over. Zhao Kong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Leader, tell them that Luo Xu is an ability user with treasure detection capabilities. Zhao Kong finally found his backbone, nodding repeatedly as he relayed the message upward. Furthermore, they explained that the previously blocked barrage was due to a sudden system crash. So that's how it is. I thought so. She can know where treasures are located. This ability is simply incredible. She seems to have shown such talent from the very beginning. Haha, we must protect this ability user little sister. She absolutely mustn't get hurt. Chapter 32. The speed at which she gathers supplies nearly crashes the system. The soldiers held their shields, retreating in an orderly manner while defending. They moved in the direction indicated by Luo Xu. During the process of moving, Luo Xu didn't bother to be selective and continuously reached into the bushes. The system's notifications kept coming in. Ding. Harvested edible fuzzy peaches, 2,000 pounds. Ding. Harvested edible cherries, 1,000 pounds. Ding. Harvested edible plums, 3,000 pounds. In the base, a man standing outside the screen, nervously watching the situation inside, was almost hit on the head by something falling from above. He slapped his chest and retreated repeatedly, looking at the package wrapped in leaves on the ground, covering his head and wailing, "Oh no, what kind of luck is this? It almost cost me my life." The others nearby burst into laughter. "Your luck is simply off the charts. Hurry up and see what's inside." The package was very heavy, at least 100 pounds. A few young guys nearby helped to unpack it. Inside, there was a large pile of cherries. Wow, cherries. I can't believe we can still eat cherries in this day and age. Even before the apocalypse, I wouldn't have dared to buy them. A man eagerly popped a cherry into his mouth, and his eyes lit up immediately. These cherries were big and round, full of juice. This is just too delicious. Each cherry was as big as a palm, bright red, and juicy sweet. Come on, let's share them. Everyone gets a piece. The man cleared his throat and casually grabbed a few to hand to the two young guys next to him. With so many cherries, let's all share them. They spoil easily if left for too long. So many people didn't rush forward to grab them. Instead, they all watched the cherries with great composure, swallowing their saliva. A little child timidly approached, spreading open his clothes. "Uncle, can you give me a few more?" The man chuckled. "These are for everyone." He stuffed 4 or 5 cherries into the boy's pocket. The child didn't leave and timidly asked, "Can you give me a few more?" The man gave him another one, ruffled the boy's hair, and said, "That's enough, that's enough." The child held the cherries and walked toward a nearby military patrol point, tugging at the corner of a soldier's uniform who was on duty, looking up with his little head and handing over 2 cherries. "Uncle, eat." This scene instantly stunned the civilians who were still distributing cherries. "Hey, we are all doing rough work. Usually, having enough to eat is good enough. Let these young people have these fun things. Amol, my teeth aren't good. Let's go sweep the floor." They decided to carry the cherries to the command center. Immediately, they hit it off. A few strong men together lifted the 100+ pounds of cherries and swaggered towards the central command center. The others present merely chuckled and shook their heads, continuing to look up at the big screen. Truly worthy of being a superpower user. All the resources on this journey were found by her. "Luo Xu, come on. Be sure to protect yourself. Charge." At this time, in the command center's monitoring room, several commanders looked solemnly at the screen, where soldiers were being attacked by 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Outside, 2 soldiers brought in freshly washed cherries. The commanders were somewhat shocked. Where did this come from? The soldier said there were civilians outside who suddenly placed a basket at the door, then turned and ran away. We couldn't catch up. When we opened it, it was full of cherries, probably just materialized from the base. The commanders exchanged glances and then smiled. Why are we paying such a high price to protect the base? Isn't this what we wanted? He waved his hand. Count how many cherries there are. Give them to the soldiers, and take away the ones on the table as well. Let's improve everyone's meals. Yes, just as the soldier was about to leave, a few more people came in carrying 2 baskets. Commander, more civilians have sent us things, these guys. The soldier was blushing and out of breath. I chased for 2 streets and couldn't catch up. That guy runs too fast. Then he turned and happened to meet the soldier holding a plate, and the 2 exchanged smiles. You too? Yeah, I got it from the side door. Huh. The commanders also smiled and waved their hands. Go. Reward the soldiers with these, distribute them, and remember to write a thank you note to post on the bulletin board. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the screen let out a roar, looking fierce. Although the soldiers had the upper hand now, many had already been injured. The injured soldiers were all sent out by Luo Xu. Zhao Kong snorted coldly. Damn it. Bring in the rocket launcher. Let them shoot. Rocket launcher? Just bring in the mechs. Tanks will do too. What about our fighter jets? Throw them all in. We won't believe it. The commanders were all indignant. Watching their subordinates risk their lives inside, while they could only watch from the outside, was a feeling of helplessness that made them uncomfortable. Since this time, it has randomly materialized nationwide. Can we place the entrance in the parking lot next time? Then these large weapons can be brought in. That's a good point. They had previously worried that the materialized supplies couldn't be transported in time, so they specifically chose a warehouse for such a location. But after this time, it seemed unnecessary. At this moment, Luo Xu and her group had moved to a place on the map where supplies were extremely abundant. The soldiers took turns to fight, using knives, guns, and sticks. Although many were injured, they managed to control the situation. Firearms couldn't inflict substantial damage on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bullets merely hurt the surface. Now, they needed more powerful weapons. Luo Xu methodically searched for supplies in the grass. She no longer had the luxury to choose. She reached out and finally grabbed a useful long knife. She threw the long knife at the soldier's feet. Following that, axes, cleavers, long spears, bows, and arrows. One weapon after another was obtained from the light clusters. The system's prompt sound nearly couldn't keep up with her speed in finding supplies. Ding. Obtain a long knife. Ding. Obtain an axe. Ding. Almost at the same time, weapons began to drop all over the Chuan country. Some people were still fighting in the zombie piles, struggling to pull out their weapons stuck in zombie heads. And at this critical moment, a cleaver fell from the sky, which was simply a lifeline. Chapter 33 will materialize. As the battle between the soldiers and the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the live broadcast room reached a fever pitch, posts in the New Century Network were going viral. Many videos were circulating. Those outside the base, still struggling on the brink of life and death, had some people driving cars, desperately escaping from the zombie piles, the whole team anxious and starving. But not long after moving forward, a package fell from the sky, completely filled with food. Videos and photos were widely shared. Thank you for nature's gifts. Thank you for the country's gifts. Thank you for the gifts from the soldiers in the live broadcast room who are obtaining these precious supplies for us. Damn, my life was saved by the soldiers in the live broadcast room. I have a narrow perspective. It was Luo Xu who saved my life. If it weren't for that big pair alleviating my worries, I would have died in the zombie pile by now. Before finding the supplies, I had never felt so keenly that I had such a close connection with the soldiers in the live broadcast room. I felt that our fates were closely intertwined with theirs in the live broadcast room. Yes, we were struggling on the brink of life and death, and so are they. Go for it. Our country is mighty. Our country will surely win. The soldiers in the live broadcast room, as well as the citizens in front of the screen, all realized that Luo Xu's existence was simply a bug. The long knife that Luo Xu obtained, when wielded by them, directly slashed a large gash in the leg of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just that gentle swipe made the Tyrannosaurus Rex howl in pain. Its shell that bullets couldn't penetrate was easily cut open. The soldier holding the long knife grinned. This thing is too useful. Kill. Luo Xu also dug out several long spears of varying lengths from the grass and casually tossed them to the soldiers. She wiped her sweat and checked the system map. She had almost exhausted all the nearby weapons. Were these weapons enough? Now about 80 of the soldiers had weapons. Watching those wielding big cleavers, axes, and slaughtering fiercely, the others without weapons looked on enviously. It's enough, it's enough. Killing these 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex is sufficient. Juchen shouted, "Come help me." He held a long spear of varying lengths in both hands. A few soldiers quickly understood his intention, gathered together, and worked together to throw Juchen directly towards the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a swoosh, 2 long spears pierced into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, lifeless. The other 2 were also heavily injured. Luo Xu let out a sigh of relief and opened the system to look at the points section. The value above changed again. Points, 360,500. After reaching the full value of 100 last time, the system underwent an upgrade. The map has changed, allowing players to see light clusters on the ground as well as arriving dinosaurs. The system even has a function to announce updates. She feels that this system is upgrading step by step. The more tasks she completes, the more features become available. With the death of this Tyrannosaurus Rex, the points have also changed. Points, 400,500. She wonders what kind of changes the system will undergo once her points reach 500. Soon after, the system announces again. Ding! Killing 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex grants you 100 wells and 1,000 hectares of arable land. The large font suddenly appears above everyone's heads. In an instant, the entire world erupts. The barrage is flooded with wow. Wells mean a water source. Arable land means an endless supply of resources. Vegetables and other food can be grown on it. This is simply the best news for the people of Dachuan. A well. That's a well. A single well can sustain a whole area. And the people within a few kilometers are almost free from the troubles of water scarcity. My goodness, the warriors in the live stream are truly angels, bringing us plenty of resources. At this moment, throughout the territory of Dachuan, in random locations, the ground trembles, and after the shaking, a well suddenly appears from thin air. The well is filled to the brim, almost overflowing, with railings around it to fend off zombies. A well just boldly appears in the middle of the road. A weary vehicle comes driving by. The people in the car look exhausted and lethargic. Suddenly, the driver slams on the brakes. Those who were dozing off in the car are thrown from their seats. Ouch, that hurts. Uncle Zhao, why did you suddenly brake? Didn't you say we could just crash into the zombies? My back. The driver, Uncle Zhao, stops the car, rubs his eyes hard, and looks incredulously at the ancient well not far ahead. Quick, look over there. What is that? Everyone leans forward to see. What greets their eyes is a pool of clear well water, gently swaying. Surrounding them are zombies, but that doesn't diminish the excitement in their eyes. Is this water? Water. It's really water. Well, water. Did we just encounter a manifested well? Our luck is incredible. Hurry, does anyone have a container? Let us quickly fill some water to drink. At this moment, a voice came from the radio. Well water is an excellent resource for the country, beneficial for addressing drinking water issues in various regions. If anyone discovers a well, they hope to report the location as soon as possible. The country will arrange for relevant professionals to maximize its use. Does anyone have a phone with battery left? Bring it over. We might be able to catch a ride on a government helicopter to the base. Then we won't have to live in such a state of anxiety. In just half an hour, the country had already received reports of well locations from over 70 places. In the end, they even saved a dozen locations that went unreported. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some people know the locations but deliberately conceal them. After all, many have become accustomed to a free and easy life outside and may not want to come to the base, which is understandable. Inside the system, Luo Xu and others had completely gained the upper hand, wielding their machetes with great vigor. The fierce battle lasted for 3 hours, and finally, all the Tyrannosaurus Rex fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Killed 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex, gained 1,000 hectares of arable land, and 10,000 seeds of a new type of wheat. Ding! Killed 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex, gained an inland river, with water purity reaching edible standards, and 20,000 live pigs. Chapter 34. Welcome to the zombie scenic house. The entire population of Dazhongguo was almost going crazy. A river. A river with purity reaching usable standards has actually materialized. What does this mean? With 100 wells and an inland river across the country, the drinking water problem will be improved to some extent. And there's land, seeds, and pigs. The land can be used for breeding and farming. Will they soon be able to live like before the apocalypse? Foreigners watching the live broadcast fell silent. Jealousy. Although their country looks good on the surface, it actually lacks water and food, and the situation inside the country is a mess. Can these things really materialize? Where did your great river nation discover such good things? So envious. When will our country have them too? Alas, there is not much left in my cellar, and I don't know when it will run out. I can't grow food, and all the animals on my farm have died. What should I do in the future? From now on, the foreigners above are all self-pitying and complaining, no longer the sarcastic tone they had before. Great River Nation is still very sympathetic. Since the other side has stopped speaking harshly, they have softened a lot. Huh, weren't you just showing off a couple of days ago, saying you could train zombies for fun? Why are you so down now? Our country has electricity, internet, food, and drinks. Aren't you envious? Welcome everyone to visit our great River Nation. We have free zombie-themed accommodations here. Hey, you also have electricity, internet, food, and drinks? I do too. This is the first time I feel like the apocalypse is fun. Alas, although there are quite a few zombies outside, at least life is a bit more comfortable now. Other countries are really turning green with envy. However, the higher the sky and the farther the emperor, they can only watch from afar. In a live broadcast room, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with these 3 tyrannosaurs had exhausted them. Meanwhile, the country has already taken action. They have locked down the locations of those 100 wells. They are cleaning up the zombies around the wells and establishing makeshift safety bases nearby, gathering all the surrounding survivors to form a new simple base. Although the makeshift base was not very strong in terms of defense, their focus was on utilizing all the wells, pumping water to restore the surrounding water system, and starting to establish another well-equipped survivor base. Helicopters slowly descended, and a group of fully armed soldiers armed with heavy machine guns got off the aircraft. They swept their guns around, and within 10 minutes, they had eliminated hundreds of zombies in the vicinity. In the vehicles, the survivors who had provided the location information cautiously peeked out. 2 more helicopters landed, clearing all the zombies within 100 miles. An officer disembarked and surveyed the surrounding environment with binoculars. The survivors helped each other down. Finally, help has arrived. Can you take us to the base? The officer saluted the group and then said, "Do you want to go to the base? You can go to the base, but staying here is also fine. We plan to build a water plant here, and we may need manpower. If you're willing to help here, our military will provide you with food and ensure your daily supplies." The group exchanged glances. 3 men and 2 women, along with an elderly couple, were all residents of the area. The elderly couple turned and put on their backpacks, smiling as they said, "We've lived here our whole lives. If we can continue living here, that would be fine." The old woman added, "My husband used to fix pipes and such. He should be able to help a bit." The officer nodded and waved to the people behind him. "All right, you 2 can stay here. We will clear all the buildings around, which may take some time. You 2 can make do for a few days. We will prepare the supplies." Okay. The 3 men and 2 women also finished discussing and decided to stay. They understood very well that this place had wells, and the water was sweet, even purer than bottled water before the apocalypse. As long as there was water, there would be a city. From a military's intentions, it seemed they wanted to restore civilization here. If they could stay, they would be among the founders of a new base. Get them all settled. These soldiers are well-trained and quickly cleared out a building to set up a simple base. The central bases of the country are short on personnel, so they can only focus on 5 of the wells for now. For the other wells, they have temporarily cleared the zombies outside, fenced them off, and installed gates to allow humans to enter, which merely serves to block the zombies and prevent contamination of the water source. The 10,000 hectares of arable land are also under the protection of the state. Due to manpower issues, the planning progress is slow, but at least it is moving forward. The human society of Dazhou is slowly recovering. Several mechs at the central base have also been deployed to deal with the scattered zombies in the area. Although mechs are very practical, dealing with zombies is like stepping on ants. However, some drawbacks have also been revealed. The mechs are bulky, slow to move, and have a limited operational range, making them somewhat overkill for handling scattered zombies. The military has deployed some teams specifically to lure the zombies into a trap and then use the mech to eliminate them. In just a few days, many zombies have been dealt with. The soldiers on a live broadcast are resting, waiting to regroup. The commander stands in front of the screen, hand clasped behind his back. Yes, the live broadcast that lasted for several days has come to a brief end. The public turned on their televisions again, only to find that they had switched to a different channel. Some channels were playing movies continuously, while others were dedicated news channels reporting on the construction situation at various domestic bases. Luo Xu and the others walked out of the system, and the busy staff and soldiers outside all stopped their work to applaud. Our heroes have emerged, but they are our great contributors. Yilu put her arm around Luo Xu's shoulder. Our sister Luo Xu is the biggest contributor, a woman who opened the entire map bug. And all of this is thanks to them, these heroes who risked their lives in another world to obtain supplies. Chapter 35. Initiating the zombie tide mission in the darkness of the night. In a control room, the screens emitted a faint, dim light. The machines inside produced a continuous, piercing sound, causing confusion and unrest. The sound here attracted some zombies, and as the zombies staggered closer, they were immediately swept away by gunfire from the dark. Did the live broadcast of Dazhou country shut down? After a while, a hoarse voice sounded. An angry man's voice came from a phone on the other end. Yes, this is too arrogant to directly choose to shut down the live broadcast. We must do something. Soon after, the hoarse voice spoke again. He sneered. Arrange for people. Activate the zombie tide mission. Yes. That night, several unidentified drones appeared over the territory of Dazhou country. They dropped several large boxes and quickly left. The silent commotion went unnoticed by humans, but alerted the nearby zombies. A few zombies with blood-red eyes emerged from the dense forest. They seemed to have regained some awareness, crawling on all fours and constantly circling around the large box. She was very curious about what was inside. Soon, a strange roar came from within. With a loud bang, the box was opened. A foul smell wafted out from the dark box. Several zombies dressed in vibrant clothing stepped out. They sniffed each other closely, and upon realizing they were of the same kind, they gradually lowered their guard. Central base of Dachuan Nation. The soldiers who had come out of the system held a celebration banquet that night. Luo Xu and others were invited to the Central Command Center, where most of the surveillance facilities of Dachuan Nation had already been restored. The country had gathered personnel and recruited many powerful hackers, all working for the nation at the command center. Their abilities were remarkable. In just a few days, they connected some electrical appliances using technology, allowing surveillance of many areas that were previously unreachable. Now, the large screen displayed thousands of images of various sizes. The chief smiled and waved, "Come, bring up the surveillance of that land." The technicians adjusted the surveillance. In an instant, the entire screen transformed into a vibrant landscape. It felt as if the air in the room had become much fresher, and one could even smell the fragrance of grass. Everyone exchanged smiles and whistled. Wei Zheng chuckled. Although 10,000 hectares isn't very large, it's enough for us now. The land has not yet been cultivated or planted, and such a large area could be invaded by zombies at any time. It's dangerous. Our people are working on iron fences and some defensive measures. The good thing is that this land hasn't been scattered like other manifested resources across the country. That's a good thing. Luo Xu stared blankly at the lush green grassland before her, feeling somewhat dazed. After the apocalypse, all the trees and plants had withered, and they hadn't seen such vibrant greenery in many years. It seemed that everything was getting better. Food and water resources were constantly improving. Seeing her expression, Wei Zheng's smile deepened. The manifested while you obtain this time has saved many lives, Xiao Luo. The country's development now owes much to your system. On behalf of the command center, I thank you for contributing the system. Luo Xu was taken aback and hurriedly said, "This is what I should do. Everyone salute." As Wei Zheng's voice fell, everyone in the surveillance hall stood up and saluted solemnly. Wei Zheng personally escorted Luo Xu out. On the way, he mentioned Yiji. "We settled your parents. If you want to see them, you can go anytime. As for Yiji, after we learned about your entanglements with him, We found an excuse to throw him into prison. He hasn't had it easy these past few days. You could decide how to deal with him." Luo Xu was stunned. "Yi, he Wei Zheng snorted coldly. "I had someone investigate him. This guy has a delicate wife at home. He is a scumbag and doesn't deserve to be in the military." "Xiao Luo, you need to be discerning when it comes to men. There are plenty of excellent guys in our military. No need to hang yourself on such a crooked tree." Luo Xu quickly waved her hands. No. Let Yi stay in prison for now. That place suits him just fine." Good. I'll make sure he never gets out in this lifetime." Wei Zheng sent her to the door and reminded her that there would be a special plane to take her to the green grassland at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So she shouldn't be late. A car was already waiting outside. The driver was a familiar face, Luo Xu. Dressed in a crisp military uniform, he looked spirited. He felt a bit awkward adjusting his uniform, not knowing why the commander suddenly called him to change into military attire and look more presentable. Isn't it just picking someone up? He smiled and opened the car door for Luo Xu. Once in the car, Luo Xu quickly dozed off. Luo Xu, concerned that she might feel stuffy, wanted to chat a bit, but before he could speak, he saw Luo Xu fall into a deep sleep. He could only smile and slow the car down a bit. In the enclosed environment of a vehicle, Luo Xu slept very soundly. She slept for 2 hours, and when she woke up, the car was still slowly driving around the base. Luo Xu rubbed her eyes, and she heard Luo Zhou's gentle voice. "Miss Luo, you're awake. How long did I sleep?" She turned her head to look outside. The streets were bustling with newcomers, the shops had opened, and many workers were repairing the sewers. Everything was very calm. Luo Xu looked out the window, stunned. "Is this inside the base?" Luo Zhou smiled. "Yes. You might not know how much the resources you obtain from your exploration in the other world have changed everyone's lives. In just a few days, the base has gained at least 30,000 pounds of food. The people didn't hoard it. They all submitted it to the headquarters, which distributed it for everyone's daily meals. Everyone is well fed and energized, working hard to build the base, hoping to make it a safe haven for everyone." Chapter 36. Our little lucky star Luo Xu truly had no concept of the impact of the manifested resources. Initially, she just wanted to obtain some supplies to survive in this apocalypse. But now the people coming and going on the street no longer looked dirty and disheveled. Smiles were on their faces. Luo Zhou added, "By the way, a well has appeared to the south and west of the base, and they are urgently constructing water plants above them. It won't be long before each area can restore normal water use, and everyone will be able to drink from a tap." Luo Xu sat up straight. "Let us go check out Area C." Luo Zhou smiled. "This is Area C." Luo Xu was instantly shocked. Her eyes widened. "Here?" She looked outside. The main road was clean, and the filthy mud stains on the ground had completely disappeared. The people coming and going were clean and tidy, completely different from where she had lived before. "This is impossible. I lived here for 5 years. This place was a slum, reeking of foul odors, with rampant robberies and murders, and no one cared." Not long after, they passed a military guard post. 3 soldiers armed with weapons were patrolling the area. "The place is orderly." Luo Zhou smiled and said, "Do you want to go down and take a look? The entire base has basically restored its original order." Luo Xu was a bit impatient. Luo Zhou parked the car by the side of the road. Although the vehicle was already low profile enough, many people still noticed that it was a military vehicle. Luo Xu got out of the car and took a deep breath. The air here is fresh, although it still exudes a sense of decay from the apocalypse. At least there is none of that familiar stench. The streets are clean and tidy, with the shop doors on both sides wide open, and the interiors are also neat and orderly, with items arranged neatly. Although there isn't much for sale in the shops, the overall appearance and arrangement already resemble a bit of the pre-apocalyptic world. Is this the former C district? Luo Xu still found it somewhat hard to believe. Luo Zhou walked beside her and said, "I heard you used to come from C district. How is it? Has it changed a lot?" After the crisis at the base was resolved, the entire base underwent restructuring, and the changes in C district were the most significant. Everyone was assigned work based on their professions. By the way, there's a new school up ahead. Do you want to take a look? With the school in place, everything has fallen into place. After walking a few hundred meters, Luo Xu saw that the hospital here had resumed normal operations. There was a guard booth at the entrance, manned by soldiers. People were coming and going in the hospital, but the flow of people wasn't very large. Luo Xu said. In this catastrophe, the elderly, cancer patients, and children with poor health have almost all perished. Only those with good health have survived. It seems they don't need the hospital much. Further ahead is the school. Standing outside, they could vaguely hear the sound of children reading aloud. Some parents were chatting in small groups outside the school. From their expressions, they seemed relaxed and evidently satisfied with their current lives. As Luo Xu and Luo Xu passed by, the parents looked up at them. But just that one glance made the parents freeze. Why does this look so familiar? I also feel it's familiar. Have I seen somewhere? It seems. I saw it on TV. What big star was there before the apocalypse? Stars before the apocalypse were nothing. They were just a bunch of singers and dancers, all delicate and unable to fight zombies, right? No, wait. It's not from before the apocalypse. It's, oh my, base.She, that little lucky star. The one who live-streamed adventures in another world to find supplies. But then it fell off. They looked up again, their gazes landing on Luo Xu's face. It really is her. I knew it looked familiar. My goodness. Little lucky star. Quick, ask her for an autograph. Luo Xu was completely puzzled, watching the eager crowd approach her. What is this? The parents stared at her with burning eyes. Wow, it's really little lucky star. We all saw your performance during the live stream. It was amazing. Luo Xu, you are truly our great savior. Luo Xu quickly waved her hands. No, this is all everyone's contribution. I couldn't have done it alone. It was the first time she received such a warm welcome, and she was truly flattered. A few patrolling soldiers noticed the crowd gathering and walked over. Passers-by also recognized Luo Xu's face and were instantly amazed. It's really you. Has the live stream ended? Are the soldiers who went in okay? Are they injured? My goodness, dealing with the Tyrannosaurus. Some parents had already taken out their phones to take pictures with her. The soldiers wanted to disperse the crowd, but Luo Xu showed them his ID card, gently shaking his head to indicate that it wasn't necessary for now. Sir, but Luo Xu smiled. Do you know the power of idols? That is a flame that can ignite all hope. Luo Xu's presence, this rising star, is that flame. Fortunately, although these people expressed their admiration and respect for Luo Xu, they did not rush forward all at once. Adult fandom is quite restrained and polite. Luo Xu spoke softly, explaining to each of them, "Don't worry. Our comrades who went in, although many are injured, they all received treatment immediately. Is it at the Control Center Hospital? Can we go visit? These young people have given us so much. Can we bring some flowers or food to visit? I'm sorry, this isn't something I can manage. You can call the central office to ask about the situation. Can we take a group photo? My child really likes you, and that Juchin too. My son idolizes him, haha. I told my son he should join the army when he grows up. By the way, are you and Juchin in a relationship? He takes good care of you inside. Are there any young comrades without partners?" Luo Xu was genuinely having a headache. She has no idea about these questions. How could she and Juchin possibly be in a romantic relationship? A few photos would be enough. Luo Xu finally got in the car, and everyone dispersed. How does it feel to be a minor celebrity? Luo Xu rubbed her forehead. Really didn't expect that what everyone was most concerned about was my relationship with Juchin. Chapter 37. The camera. Turned off early the next morning, Luo Xu was picked up by a helicopter. Once on the plane, she saw a few teammates, including Yi Lu and Zhou Qing, along with some familiar faces, but there wasn't much interaction among them. After introducing themselves, they learned that they were all going to the manifested cultivable land to relax a bit. The plane didn't take off too far, and they could still faintly hear the zombies' roars outside. The group started a competition to see who could kill the most zombies. Yi Lu handed Luo Xu a gun. Here, give it a try. You need to practice your aim too. Luo Xu aimed at a zombie's head below, steadied her arm, and fired. Missed. It's okay. Don't be discouraged. Try again. I was just as bad the first time I used a gun. It took me a year to get my aim right. It really depends on your feel. Luo Xu took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and fired again. This time it hit the head, but it was still a bit off. It's okay. Take your time. The base is already making more gunpowder, and we're not sure on bullets. Yi Lu Ganti comforted. Luo Xu tried a few more shots, becoming more and more skilled. After nearly an hour of flying, they smelled a faint scent of grass. The fragrance disperses the decaying scent of the zombies outside. They are pleasantly surprised. Look, Green grassland. It really is grassland. There's also an inland river beside it. This river is so long, and the water is clear. Let's hurry over to take a look. The plain lands. The plain slowly descends, but in front of them, the area near the river is blocked by iron fences to prevent zombies from contaminating the water. They arrive at the riverbank and gaze at the clear stream, where fish are swimming joyfully. It's been a long time since I've seen such clear lake water. After the apocalypse, almost all the lake water has been infected, turning into blood red and black, emitting foul odors. This river is simply a savior. Look, there's the sound of birds. The crowd looks up and sees a small sparrow chirping on a branch. The crisp sound is delightful. This piece of grassland is vast, with an area of 10,000 hectares. Although it may not be enough to sustain the entire population of the country, at least standing here, one can feel the boundless expanse of the prairie. There are also scattered zombies appearing nearby, all of which they easily dealt with. Luo Xu sat on the grass, feeling the soft texture beneath her, and she felt a wave of relaxation and comfort, so she simply lay down. The sky was hazy, and the presence of this grassland continuously purified the air here. The Earth's self-purification ability is very strong. It is believed that before long, this place will be restored to its pre-pollution state. Yilu sat beside her, supporting herself with her hands on the ground. Is it possible for us to obtain more manifested land in the system? If we could get tens of millions of hectares, we could cover the entire Earth, and then zombies would no longer be a threat to us. Luo Xu shook her head. I don't know. This system, she simply can't understand. After killing 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex last time, her system points had already exceeded 500, and she had undergone another upgrade. Now she doesn't even know what changes the system upgrade has brought. Tomorrow she has to participate in training again. Are you scared? Yilu raised her eyebrows at her. Luo Xu immediately cried out in despair. Help. Yijia, can you not say such terrifying things at this moment of enjoyment? The country's training was truly unbearable for her. Unfortunately, this kind of training had to be done. Outside, quite a few survivors had already come over. The National Army was stationed here, and when survivors came to inquire if they could enter, they checked to see if the survivors had any injuries before letting them in. These survivors also brought camping gear like tents and settled down right under the noses of the national troops. With the protection of these military forces, they were not afraid of zombies coming. The location was surrounded by mountains and water, allowing them to rest peacefully. They cooked meals and even shoved some of the fruits they brought to a few patrolling soldiers. Soon, more survivors arrived and set up camp outside. More and more people gathered here, and a small officer from a nearby base came over and decided to arrange these people together to prepare for the construction of a survivor base here, as well as to deal with the zombies around. By evening, Luo Xu and the others left, planning to rest for the night and prepare for training the next day. Central Base. In the dead of night, several duty personnel in the command center were sitting in front of the screens, drowsy. At that moment, a camera crackled with electrical sounds and quickly became unusable. Soon after, several other cameras went dark. The duty personnel suddenly sat up wide-eyed. What happened? Another person walked over with a cup of coffee. Why did these cameras suddenly break? Let's check the location. A small town 3,000 meters from the Nanhai base and 2,000 meters from the Eastern Forest base. It's just a small town. It might be an issue with the power supply. Another person felt something was off. He picked up the landline and made a call. Hey, Xiaoli. Check if there's a power issue in Yuanshui town. He then lost the feed from other surveillance cameras in Yuanshui town. Although this place is remote, it is about the same distance from the South China Sea base and the Eastern Forest base, effectively serving as a central point between the two bases. Many helicopters transporting goods pass through here. If there are power issues here, it could affect the nearby signals. Strange, where's the signal coming from? Gulme, pull up all the camera feeds from Yuanshui town. There are 7 cameras in Yuanshui town. 4 of them are completely offline, and there are still 3. In front of the cameras, the entire town is silent, with no signs of life, only the faint presence of wandering zombies. The 2 of them stared intently at the screen when suddenly a shadow darted out from the dark. They exchanged glances. Did you see something strange dart by? Yes. What was it? They leaned in closer to look, and suddenly a zombie's face appeared on screen. Half of its face was torn apart, and its blood-red eyes sent chills down their spines, as if it could see them through the lens. The two of them staggered back in fright. The zombie reached out toward the camera. There was a crackling sound of electricity, and the screen went dark. The two were still shaken, taking a moment to catch their breath. Just now. Where was that camera? Under the eaves, at least 2 meters off the ground. 2 meters. A zombie is specifically going onto the roof to destroy the cameras. Report to the commander immediately. Chapter 38. Investigating Yuanshui town upon receiving the urgent news. Wei Zheng rushed to the central control center. At this point, all the surveillance cameras in Yuanshui town had been destroyed. The relevant staff pulled up the footage from before the cameras were taken out. The face of that zombie appeared before everyone. Half of its face had rotted away, and its eyes were blood red. From this image, it could be vaguely seen that it seemed to possess some intelligence. A zombie with the ability to think. This is bad. Wei Zheng felt a heaviness in his heart. Quickly, check when this zombie first appeared in the surveillance footage. Warn all bases to be on high alert. And send this video to the South China Sea Base, the Eastern Forest Base, and the Northern Wing Base so they can all be more cautious. This kind of zombie has absolute command over other zombies. This means that it is capable of commanding a horde of zombies. He is now somewhat suspicious that the last large-scale zombie horde that attacked the central base might be related to this guy. On that day, the Central Control Center held an emergency meeting. They discussed this zombie with cognitive abilities. The atmosphere was solemn. Wei Zheng's grave voice slowly flowed. It seems that as we humans develop, zombies are also evolving, and we must not let our guard down. A commander suddenly stood up. Don't we have mechs? If these stinking creatures want to attack us again, we could just crush them with the mechs. Yes, we have mechs. What are we afraid of? Moreover, we are currently developing some new types of defensive weapons, and we have already seen some results. With such powerful fire coverage, even if zombies do evolve, we won't be afraid. However, Wei Zheng sighed with a bit of headache. Although mechs can be used, they are. He furrowed his brows. Mechs are too heavy, and their mobility is even slower than that of a heavy armored vehicle. If there's a large-scale zombie horde, we can protect the central base. But what about the other bases? If there aren't enough personnel, or we can't reach them in time to provide support, those bases will likely not hold. We must prepare in advance. This is indeed a problem. The mechs are heavy, slow to move, and require sufficient power support, making them inconvenient to relocate. We might try using helicopters for the transfer. Yes, let's contact other bases and move some mechs over there. Commander, if that doesn't work, we'll have to send the soldiers into the other world for exploration again. This time, with experience, there shouldn't be as many casualties. Wei Zheng thought for a moment and nodded. Let's give it a try and see if we can transfer with helicopters. As he said this, he couldn't help but murmur. If only the mechs could fly. Several commanders laughed, saying maybe if we complete this mission, we could get mechs with flight capabilities or related technology. And we could upgrade our technology ourselves. Yes, with our system, we can get whatever we want. Everyone began to take action, arranging for helicopters to transfer the mechs. Regardless of whether this evolved zombie would trigger a zombie tide, it is necessary to prepare in advance. The relevant national departments have already arranged several helicopters to scout near Yuanshui town. Looking down from the helicopter, the entire Yuanshui town is filled with zombies. Zombies are wandering aimlessly on the streets, and there isn't a single living person in the whole town. The people on the helicopter used a special loudspeaker to communicate above the town. Are there any survivors in Yuanshui town? Survivors, please turn on your phones or any electronic devices you can use. At this moment, in a cellar of Yuanshui town, it has already become a sea of blood. Dozens of corpses are scattered all over the ground. The plane slowly departed, and the people on board communicated back to the command center. No abnormalities were found. The command center responded with just 3 words. Load up. The plane received the order, pressed the button, and a shell fell. With a loud bang, the entire Yuanshui town was reduced to ruins. Whether the intelligent zombie was killed in the explosion is still unknown. While exploring the surroundings, if anything seems off, report it immediately. Understood. The country's water resource recovery operation is still ongoing. Some people hiding away are struggling to evade the zombie attacks, surviving in the cracks. In search of manifested supplies, a 6-person team, risking their lives, moved from one building to another. They watched helplessly as a supply package fell into room 302 of this building. They struggled to break into the third floor of the building, only to find that the corridor was densely packed with zombies, at least 70 or 80 of them. Damn it! They held various weapons in their hands, fruit knives, kitchen knives, crowbars, and had killed countless zombies along the way. 4 people were responsible for fighting zombies, while 2 were in charge of opening doors. Finally, they found room 302 with 4 people guarding outside, constantly killing zombies. Hurry up! Open the door! Damn it! This thing is locked. Wait, I'll pry it open right away. A small man took out a wire and quickly fiddled with it inside, listening to the sound around him. The zombies on the entire floor were closing in on them, and their defense was particularly difficult. Hurry up, otherwise we'll die here. I'm already going as fast as I can. Don't rush me. With a click, finally, before hundreds of zombies surrounded them, the door opened. They rushed into the room and closed the door, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After surveying the room and confirming there was no danger, they finally relaxed and opened the package in the center of the room. The package manifested by the system was strange. Although it fell from the sky, it did not damage any buildings or hit any people, and at most, it just killed a few zombies. They were already starving and thirsty, eagerly opening the package. If there are fruits inside, they would survive. Upon opening it, they were surprised to find a large loaf of bread. The bread seemed to have just come out of the oven, soft and fluffy, with a faint aroma of wheat. The amount here is enough for the 6 of them to last a week. But without water, just dry bread, it's really both happy and sad. Ignoring everything else, they quickly stuffed the bread into their mouths. As they chewed, someone suddenly coughed it out. The bread in their mouth had absorbed all the saliva, almost choking them to death. He clutched his chest and wailed, "I'm choking." There was not a drop of water in his mouth. You can solve it yourself in there. There's a bathroom. The man who almost choked struggled to chew a few more times, but found his throat so dry that he still couldn't swallow. So he could only resign himself to walking toward the bathroom. The other 5 were already used to it. Chapter 39. The reconnaissance plane soon. They heard the sound of water splashing from inside, but the sound was quite loud. Then came the man's surprised voice. "Quick, come and see what this is." Outside, a big man weakly responded, "What's so great about that thing?" The man, holding up his pants, soaked all over, ran out excitedly. "It's a faucet. The faucet is running water. You guys hurry to the kitchen and take a look." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the big man immediately squeezed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and when he saw the water gushing out, he was so excited that he almost stripped off all his clothes and jumped into the sink. Water. It's really water. Damn. The faucet is actually running water. Just 2 days ago, the country said it would restore water and electricity, and it happened so fast. Today there's water. The few of them drank heartily, filling all their containers to the brim, and to prevent the water from running out. They cleaned the bathtub and filled it with water, finally feeling a bit more secure. They sat on the sofa in the room, drinking water and eating soft bread, feeling quite happy. Do you guys feel that this water has a hint of sweetness? It's much better than the water before the apocalypse. Not just a hint of sweetness. I feel this stuff is even better than those energy drinks. Of course, we previously used. Before the man could finish his sentence, the others covered his mouth. Can we not say disgusting things now that we feel so good? Shut up, will you? Looking up at the lights on in the room, then at the usable faucet. They heard the refrigerator operating and the air conditioner beeped as it started up. They felt particularly at ease. After eating and drinking enough, they lay on the sofa, cuddling together. Suddenly, the big man choked up and turned his face away to wipe his tears. "Big guy, why are you crying? You're talking about me? Wipe your own face too. I've finally made it to now with water, electricity, and air conditioning. It's like a dream." Outside, they heard the sound of a helicopter flying by. No kidding, there's so many people out there. How can they be rescued? It's better to focus on restoring the country's water and electricity facilities. By then, survivors won't have any problems even staying indoors. While chatting, they opened the website. Since there were no more live broadcasts, this meant there were no physical supplies, and everyone began to panic a bit. Many posts said that the country's helicopters were flying more frequently, as if something was about to happen, creating a sense of unease. If the country doesn't have helicopters flying in the sky, that would be scary. I've already restored water and electricity here. Guess what the country is doing? Don't be scared, sister. We're all getting better bit by bit. I'm right near that patch of grass where supplies are materializing. This grass has been protected by the country. But as long as survivors go there, the soldiers won't stop them. It's quite nice, surrounded by mountains and water, and the soldiers will also provide us with supplies. Thanks for everyone's encouragement. Actually, I used to be a college student in a related major, and I know quite a bit about planes. I can recognize all the helicopters, which ones are transport planes, and which ones are reconnaissance planes. Previously, the helicopters that came and went in the sky were almost all transport planes for carrying people and goods, but since last night, those transport planes have almost all turned into reconnaissance planes. Do you know what this means? This means the country has entered a state of high alert again. I'm very worried that there might be a new wave of zombie tides. Anyway, everyone, take care of yourselves. Among the survivors online, there are also many who understood planes, and they could naturally see the difference between transport planes and reconnaissance planes. At that time, the people of Dazhou country had a heated discussion about this matter. However, the relevant personnel from the country did not come forward to clarify. For a moment, people were in a state of panic. This speculation lasted for 2 days. Soon, some clues emerged online. Survivors in remote areas discovered that the number of zombies was increasing. Near the waters of the South Sea base, a small town sent out a distress signal. This small town was originally sparsely populated, with only a few fishermen. They were able to clear out all the zombies and build smaller shelters surrounded by barbed wire. However, recently, the barbed wire has been breached by the zombies, and their living space has become increasingly narrow. This is definitely not a good signal. There are also distress signals coming from the eastern forest near the forest's edge. One after another, small towns are facing crises. Survivors are gradually retreating from the activity range of a small courtyard to being confined to rooms. And even the rooms are not safe. A slight misstep could alert the zombies outside, leading to a fierce attack. Help! We are in a small town 2 kilometers away from the South Sea base, and there are too many zombies here. We can't hold on much longer. Please help. Our coordinates are. In recent days, the number of zombies has been increasing. We really can't take it anymore. We hope the base can provide support. Ooh, they're all dead. Everyone is dead. Please save us. The number of distress signals is increasing. The country is paying close attention, and various bases are immediately arranging for soldiers and powerful ability users to go for rescue. At this moment, Luo Xu and others are still undergoing intensive training at the base. Their schedule is packed as they prepare for the upcoming mission. Looking up at the sky, within just 10 minutes, 7 or 8 helicopters have flown out. Yilu, standing nearby, furrows her brow. These are all rescue helicopters. Is there some situation happening outside? With so many rescue helicopters being dispatched simultaneously, it seems the situation is critical. Sure enough, the next second, their pagers all went off at the same time. Everyone is to gather at the central command post. Among the 100 people who participated in the last operation, 60% were injured to varying degrees. And 2 days for recovery is simply not enough. This time, Wei Zheng rearranged some newcomers to participate. Only a few of the elite among the elites arrived at the central command center. At this moment, Wei Zheng stood in front of the large screen, his hands clasped behind his back. The atmosphere in the command center was somewhat strange. Everyone had serious expressions, bustling about, no longer displaying the relaxed demeanor of the past. A few people were puzzled, and just then, Wei Zheng pointed to the large screen in front of him. Look, Chapter 40, Transporting Mechs, Plan Failed. In the video, a tornado swept through an area in the northwest of the country, near the desert, devastating nearly half of a small village with overwhelming force. Such natural disasters are nothing to worry about. Halfway through the video, Wei Zheng hit pause. Look, everyone focused their gaze, only to see that in the tornado, there were actually quite a number of zombies, at least 30 by visual estimate. Wei Zheng's expression was grave. The population density in the northwestern area near the desert was originally low, and the number of zombies was relatively fewer, but now, this tornado had swept up so many zombies. This indicates, his voice paused, and Zhu Chun continued, in places we can't monitor. A large number of zombies have already gathered. Wei Zheng nodded, that's right. Moreover, we discovered some evolved zombies a few days ago. We are still investigating how these zombies came about. And here's the video from Yuan Sui Town, let me show you. Opening the video from Yuan Sui Town, Everyone saw the zombie with an intelligent gaze, and they couldn't help but gasp. My God, this zombie looks too terrifying. Could it be the leader of the zombie horde? Or perhaps it can initiate a zombie tide. We do have this suspicion. Since then, no cameras have captured this zombie again. We are planning to install some micro cameras in all remote areas. Because of the last manifestation, the technology of national agencies has been upgraded. However, the most important thing is still you. The time left for your training may not be much. Are you ready for the next entry into the other world? Everyone felt heavy-hearted, the weight on their shoulders even greater. It seemed as if the hopes of the entire nation were resting on them. This heavy pressure feels like a mountain, suffocating people. Yet, Zhu Chun gritted his teeth and nodded, we can do it. Wei Zheng smiled, but reminded them not to feel too much pressure, emphasizing that safety must come first, especially for Xiao Luo, who must not get injured inside. Luo Xu bit her lip and nodded. She really was a protected animal now. A few technicians outside knocked and entered, excitedly saying, Commander, the plan is about to start. Let's go out and take a look. Wei Zheng waved his hand, inviting them to join him. On the helipad outside, several planes were parked, and they were using special chains to secure a mech to one of the planes. Wei Zheng said, we're trying to transport the mech and distribute it to a few other bases. However, with the weight of the mech, we're not sure if the plane can handle it. We've tested it multiple times, and while it's somewhat risky, given the recent situation, we don't have much time to waste. The expressions of the group grew serious. It seemed that the situation with the zombies was more severe than they had imagined. It was urgent to clear this map as soon as possible. Over there, several planes had already taken off. The planes lifted the mech into the air, gradually ascending. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. As the ropes tightened, the mech was hoisted up. The tension in everyone's hearts gradually eased. However, the good times didn't last long. Not far into the flight, the chain suddenly broke with a loud clang. The mech fell from 50 meters high, crashing heavily to the ground. Wei Zheng's expression changed. Quick, check the condition of the mech. In the process of checking, 10, 20. Left arm, normal, right arm, normal. The operator of the mech reported, Commander, everything is normal here. The staff at the control panel cheered and sighed in relief. The mech's impact resistance was impressive. It was fine after falling from 50 meters. Imagine if it participated in combat. It's our country's secret weapon. The plane was fine. The mech was fine. The problem lay with the chain. The staff added 5 times the amount of chain this time. But the issue was that it was overweight and the plane couldn't bear it. They could only increase the number of planes. But the proximity between the planes posed a significant challenge for the pilots. Technical issues would take a long time to improve. Only live broadcasts could give the public some confidence. Recently, many areas have been sending out distress signals. Although the country was doing its best to help, many people had already died by the time they arrived. The public was anxious, and everyone was speculating wildly, just as Luo Xu and the others were leaving. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded from the central control. The small town, close to the desert, had seen few zombies since the apocalypse. But now, the town was filled with densely packed zombies. Wei Zheng's voice was low. Where did these zombies come from? The staff at the control panel shook their heads, unsure. Didn't the monitoring room detect anything? It seems they suddenly appeared in the desert. Arrange a helicopter to check it out. It's already on the way. Soon, footage came in from the helicopter. In the desert, a horde of zombies was surging forward. The scale and range were 5 times larger than before. My God! The hall fell into a dead silence. The helicopter reported, Commander, it's not just the desert. There's zombies in the forest as well. Located 300 kilometers outside the Eastern Forest Base. The footage switched to the area outside the Eastern Forest Base. In the dense jungle, zombies were pouring in, leaving nothing alive in their wake. The ground shook, and trees collapsed with a roar. The entire mountainous forest fell in the collective action of these zombies. So many zombies. It seems even the mountains could be flattened. So many zombies. Where on earth did these zombies come from? The helicopter lowered its altitude to give everyone a more direct view of this grand scene. Suddenly, they saw a zombie moving at an incredible speed, running on all 4s, swiftly crossing through the jungle. Wei Zheng immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted a warning. Pull the helicopter up. The pilot responded, Yes, sir. Chapter 41, Warning. Warning. The helicopter pilot was drenched in cold sweat. If it weren't for Wei Zheng's warning just now, that zombie might have already gotten inside the helicopter. Wei Zheng's voice was deep. Such jumping ability and speed were simply terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary zombie could achieve. This zombie had evolved to an extremely frightening level. If zombies could truly evolve, and all of them reached this level, then every base in the Great Chuan Nation would be in jeopardy. They must be eliminated as soon as possible. With a snap, the screen switched off. Wei Zheng turned around, his expression stern as he addressed everyone. You all saw it. Another wave of zombies is coming. We must hurry to find supplies and strengthen our country's defenses. Luo Xu nodded. There were plenty of supplies on this map. That was not an issue, but it would be best to take some cold weapons this time. Wei Zheng laughed heartily, turning to look at the screen, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Give the base 2 more days, and this time, you'll be equipped with brand new gear. Don't forget, last time we also manifested raw materials. The iron products manifested by the system do not encompass all elements found on Earth. After inspection by professionals, it was discovered that besides the 112 elements on Earth, there were other elements present. Logically, this should be the greatest discovery for researchers. But there is simply no time to study these now. They tried tens of thousands of methods and, combined with the training techniques obtained last time, made breakthroughs. Give it a few more days, and the warriors entering the other world will be able to take the newly researched weapons with them. Do not waste these few days. Keep up with the necessary training. The few of them stood tall and serious, yes. In a small town on the border of the Great Chuan Nation, several survivors found a refuge. They temporarily took shelter in a warehouse, barricading the doors and windows with piles of debris. In the center of the room were several bundles made of leaves, which were the supplies they had gathered and manifested. There is a bathroom here, and the water in the faucet has returned to normal. They are not short on water. At this moment, a few people are curled up on the sofa watching TV. Occasionally, the sound of zombies banging on the door can be heard from outside, but they seem unconcerned. A woman just finished showering and came out, drying her wet hair while listening to the increasing banging sounds outside, her brow furrowed. What if the zombies come in? Should we go out and clear them out? The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa keeps scrolling through posts on his phone, his expression somewhat serious. This time we have to leave. The middle-aged man waves his hand, calling the others to come over and take a look. The post above also included a video, which looks particularly clear. The filming location seems to be from a high-rise building. Although the video isn't very clear, you can vaguely see the densely packed horde of zombies below. The only living beings moving on the road are basically zombies. It's been 5 days, and I've been observing the situation down below. In the city of Huiyan where I am, the number of zombies has suddenly increased, as if a large group of them has flooded into the town. I suspect it might be a zombie horde. However, the authorities have not provided any explanation, and we don't know whether we should evacuate. Sai, let's not talk about that. People are on edge. I thought I would be comfortable lying at home with water and electricity, but I didn't expect this to happen. Yes, since the authorities haven't released any news, it might not be certain. Unconfirmed matters are mostly just rumors when spoken about. But where has the original poster gone? There hasn't been any news for a whole day. The comments below the post are all expressing concern for the original poster. In such an apocalyptic world, every day feels like a year. With no news for an entire day, they had no idea what changes might have occurred. A middle-aged man stood up and listened attentively to the sounds outside. Hurry, everyone get dressed. We need to leave here. They were currently in a southern coastal city. Zombies wouldn't appear in the sea. The ocean was their most natural shelter. But now a large number of zombies had gathered in this coastal city, and they had to leave quickly. No way. Do you really believe there are a lot of zombies gathering here? A young man said casually while chewing gum. The middle-aged man snorted. Can't you hear outside? Haven't you noticed anything unusual these past few days? The woman had changed into her clothes, and her hair was slightly dry. She tied it up with a hairpin. There have been more and more zombies lately, and the sounds of knocking on doors outside are increasing. Yes, we better leave here. Just as they were changing clothes and gathering supplies, they heard the sound of a helicopter outside. A loudspeaker blared with a strong alarm. Warning, warning. In the southern coastal city and the northern desert area, a large number of zombies have been discovered gathering. All individuals are requested to head to the 4 major bases. Warning, warning. The national headquarters is understaffed and may not be able to assist everyone simultaneously, but please rest assured that the military will try to clear the roads, refuel stations, and eliminate zombies on the way. Please do not be afraid. Come out from your hiding places and escape to the 4 major bases. The sirens of the entire city rang out, startling all the zombies in the city. Hearing the sound, the zombies flocked toward the source of the noise. At that moment, everyone's phones, televisions, radios, and computers displayed the same image, a video from Commander Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng sat at a desk, his expression serious. Congratulations to all survivors of the Great Chuan Nation for living to see this moment and for watching my video. Recently, we have discovered a large-scale zombie tide gradually forming. If you notice anything unusual in your area, please evacuate immediately. We are doing our best to respond to everyone's distress signals, but unfortunately, our central headquarters is truly understaffed. Therefore, starting today, I announce the complete cessation of the central rescue operations. The citizens in front of the screen felt a jolt in their hearts. The rescue operations have stopped? This means they can only wait to die in place? Making this decision is very difficult, but I have to make it. Starting today, our personnel will specifically clean up debris on the streets and eliminate all the zombies at gas stations to prepare for everyone's escape. We will ensure that everyone has supplies to replenish during the escape, that the roads are clear, and that gas stations are available for use. In 2 days, the live broadcast will continue, and warriors will continuously bring supplies to everyone. Chapter 42. Deploying Advanced Infrared Thermal Imaging. Wei Zheng's face was haggard, forcing out an ugly smile. He stood up, saluted the crowd with a standard military salute, his voice growing increasingly deep and resonant. Everyone, you have worked hard. Our military has absolutely no shame in front of you. This decision was made through discussion, and it is the only way to save more people. Please trust us, trust the country, and let us work together to get through this calamity. I must say, the country is right to do this. Saving just a few people is too inefficient. It is better to clear the obstacles on the road and provide them with a perfect escape route. The barrage was very friendly. Understandable. This is the right thing to do. We all have combat power, but the weapons in our hands are not suitable. I wonder if the country will distribute weapons? Yes, the knives I have here are already rolled up. Now we have food and drink, we just lack weapons. How about distributing some guns to us? In the video, Wei Zheng was holding a tablet, obviously looking at the barrage. He looked up and said, "I'm sorry everyone, but our military's bullets and weapons are also in short supply. We may not have extra firearms to give you. But please rest assured, the warriors exploring the other world will obtain weapons and manifest them for everyone." Now I'm at ease. Hurry up and start the live broadcast. We are all waiting. The country treats us like this. We can't be disheartened. Restoring water and electricity is a great encouragement for us. Thank you, Central Government. The manifested weapons feel much more useful than firearms. Carrying a gun also requires carrying weapons. That big machete, TSK, how powerful it is. I have one in my hand. Having it feels like instantly going from a novice to an expert. It's very useful. I hope the live broadcast starts soon. Wei Zheng smiled and asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" I will answer them one by one. By the way, the city's map will be displayed on all the screens in shopping malls, and there will also be a map of the entire town displayed at the bus station signs, so everyone doesn't have to worry about getting lost. Our military will do our best to provide you with well-prepared escape routes. If anyone needs help with escape routes, you can post to contact us. We will create a new section in the software. Everyone, due to the lack of manpower, this is all we can do. Our ability users and warriors need to deal with the hordes of zombies, so please understand. Understand, of course, everyone is trying to survive. Hurry up and get ready to run. Let's go. After the video was cut off, Wei Zheng stood up and took a deep breath. Everyone get moving. Contact the other 3 bases, restore surface transportation, and clear the debris on the ground to provide escape routes for the survivors. Hurry. We don't have much time. By the way, is the 100-person team ready? Those who were slightly injured last time can re-enter. We don't have that many people now, so anyone still able to fight can come in. Yes, the survivors hidden in various corners of the city once again recovered from their idle state. Regardless of age or gender, everyone picked up weapons, sticks, steel bars, kitchen knives, anything that could be used as a weapon. leaving the current safe zone. A new map appeared in the software, and as soon as it appeared, there were a lot of rescue posts. We're in XX town, XX community. We have 3 men and 2 women here, all with certain combat capabilities. Is there a better escape method available? Someone posted a map with clear zombie markings and provided the best escape plan. Walk from the gym on the left, then cross a main road. There's the exit. There are some intact vehicles in the parking lot. You can go to the parking lot first. There are a few zombies inside the parking lot. Some people in the city center opened the map software and found it was updating. Damn, what a critical moment to fail. A few men and women lowered ropes made of curtains and bed sheets from the 3rd floor window, climbing down little by little. They carried supplies and fought their way through zombies toward the parking lot. At this moment, the sound of helicopters filled the sky. They looked up and saw several thumb-sized spheres being dropped down, landing on the ground. Someone picked up a sphere and examined it closely. This is actually a metal sphere, and it feels slightly warm to the touch. What is this? A person beside them raised their hand and killed a zombie, saying, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and see if the car can be started." The man instinctively put the sphere into his pocket, killed a zombie, and hurried to feel the car by the roadside to see if it could be started. The car doors were closed, and without a key, they couldn't open it. Meanwhile, more and more zombies surrounded them. They were so anxious that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and all the zombies surrounding them were taken down by a barrage of bullets. A voice came from the loudspeaker, "Survivors below, please put down the infrared thermal imaging device we have deployed." The man was taken aback and reached into his pocket. He touched the sphere that suddenly seemed to have grown legs and was crawling out on its own, nearly collapsing in shock. A few people looked at him, watching as the sphere grew 4 legs and crawled out, landing on the ground and running away. Is this thing an infrared thermal imaging device? With a clatter, another sound fell. Everyone looked over to see that it was actually an instrument resembling a car key. The voice from the helicopter came again. "The latest universal car key developed by the Central team can help you open car doors. Fuel up and survive, survivors." Beep. The car door opened with a clang. This is simply a lifesaver. Hurry, get in the car. As another wave of zombies approached, they quickly jumped into the vehicle. With a hard press on the accelerator, the car sped away. An upgraded thermal imaging device, a new type of universal car key. Wow. When did our country's technology become this advanced? Ha ha ha. I used to doubt whether the government was just painting a rosy picture for us, but now I believe it. Thank goodness for the big rivers and mountains. Huh, look, the map has been updated. They grabbed the tablet, opened the map software, and everyone gazed in admiration. After the update, the map detailed the traffic conditions and the specific locations of the zombies. The places marked with red dots were all occupied by zombies. Chapter 43. The method to transfer matched the few of them, exchanged glances, and then burst into laughter. I suddenly realized what these thermal imaging devices were for. The government produced these thermal imaging devices and deployed them in every corner of the city, allowing them to capture the situation of these zombies in real time and provide escape routes for survivors like us. This is just too considerate. My goodness, how can the government think of everything so thoroughly? With the map, the car key, the supplies, and even the gasoline, the government is really racking their brains to help us survive. Ha ha, with these conditions, if we still can't escape, then we're really useless. In no time, posts on the internet exploded again. Many people had already hit the road. Once they started driving, they had the leisure to post about their current surroundings. It's real. While we were on the road, we saw the government clearing the way with heavy mech vehicles, and our car was following behind. They even cleared a path for us to pass. This is what we call a sense of security. My map has been updated, and it now shows images marking the range of the zombies. I'm truly impressed. Where did the government get this stuff? Today, I saw helicopters dropping some spherical objects randomly. Do you think they're bombs? Bombs. I asked, and they said it's a thermal imaging device. The latest upgraded version developed by the government, capable of monitoring zombie movements in real time and transmitting the footage to the national headquarters. Spherical? Thermal imaging device? My country is amazing. I'm really in awe. To what extent has our country's technology developed? Can't they create a spaceship to take us away from here? I see you're daydreaming. The personnel at the control center watched as people on the internet started to joke around. The tense atmosphere has eased considerably. and everyone is filled with hope for the future. The country's assistance and rescue mission is still ongoing, while Luo Xu and the others continue their daily training, quietly waiting for the upcoming interdimensional mission. They are now completely isolated from the outside world, becoming a focal point in the military. Their meals are carefully proportioned each day, and they have absolutely no contact with the outside world. That evening, Luo Xu received a video call. During this brief break, she saw the faces of her parents in the video. At this moment, her parents were sobbing, looking at Luo Xu with teary eyes. Luo Xu slightly lowered her eyelashes, but she didn't know what to think. Although she inherited the memories of her original self, when it came to certain emotions, she felt more like an observer. Xu, how have you been recently? Are you eating well? I watched that live stream. I didn't expect our daughter to become so outstanding. We are really proud of you. Luo Xu not that, mama. Lu's father felt the unfamiliarity from his daughter. His heart ached, and he turned his face away to wipe away his tears. These 5 years. I'm sorry. We won't explain much. Seeing you safe is enough for us. After a while, Luo Xu finally dryly said, How are you both doing? She lightly bit her cherry lips, feeling a faint pain in her heart, which was a reaction from her original body. I'm going to train soon. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother choked up. You never did any heavy work at home, and now you have to participate in training and go on missions with the army. That must be so tough. Ooh, we were too cowardly. If only we could have found our daughter sooner. Luo Xu's eyes became slightly wet as she turned away. I have to go train now, bye. Back in the training room, Luo Xu went to the treadmill. She began to jog slowly. Her heart, which had softened a little, hardened again. Having traveled to this dangerous world for so long, she had developed a strong and resilient body. She had never interacted with her original parents, but this brief encounter moved her deeply. The alarm clock ticked, and she pressed the stop button, took a deep breath, and turned to walk out. It was time for training again. One day before the live stream started, the country conducted strict monitoring of areas where zombie hordes gathered. Soon, they discovered a more terrifying fact. The entire zombie horde had doubled in size. The government immediately launched a carpet attack on these zombies. Rocket launchers and bombers were sent in all at once. Many of these zombies have been blown up, but this is just a drop in the bucket. The horde of zombies stretches for thousands of miles. With a national population of billions, only about 2 million survivors have been found so far. Even among the registered survivors, many have died along the way. As for the remaining billions, almost all have turned into zombies. With so many zombies united to besiege the survivor base, this scene is unprecedented. In the command center, the chief's expression is stern. Is there any way to quickly transport the mechs over? Can a high-speed rail work? Is there a chance of success? One of the commanders stood up and said, Chief, the high-speed rail might encounter tunnels along the way, which vary in size. And the tunnel leading to the South Sea base requires passing through 5 of them. The smallest width is 10 meters and the height is 3 meters, while the widest part of the mech is 13 meters, making it impossible to pass through. The speed of the high-speed rail is not as fast as letting the mechs run on their own. However, starting the mechs requires energy, and we haven't yet researched the kinetic energy element for the mechs, so we can't replicate it, which is not feasible. I'm just worried that the location of the high-speed rail has steep mountain roads. Can the mechs make it? Listening to the discussions, the chief gently rubbed his chin. Deep in thought, are there any good suggestions? We don't have much time left. After contemplating for a long time, Wei Zheng finally said, let's use this method. Transport them by high-speed rail, the fastest high-speed rail. If we encounter places that can't be passed, the mechs can stand up and walk on their own. This should be the most suitable method. After making a decision, that day, they arranged for people to scout the entire route of the high-speed rail and made a detailed plan. 5 hours later, the high-speed rail began to operate, transporting the mechs out. 10 mechs, with 2 distributed to each base. However, they did not expect the changes to come so quickly. By dawn, the zombie tide had moved nearly 300 miles forward, gradually approaching the South Sea base and the Eastern Forest base. Chapter 44. New weapons against new zombies. Complete victory. Outside the South Sea base, a line of vehicles was moving forward, and the highway had been cleared and was smooth. Nearby, scattered zombies approached, but they no longer posed much threat to humans. At this time, dynamic music was playing in the car. A family inside was smiling and humming along while driving. Suddenly, a child leaned out of the window to look outside, her eyes fixed on a dusty area not far away. "Brother, what is that outside?" The little boy followed her gaze and widened his eyes. "Mom and Dad, is that the zombie tide over there?" The parents turned to look, seeing the rolling dark clouds outside, resembling a storm about to descend. Their expressions immediately turned serious. "It's the zombie tide. Has it approached so quickly?" Just as they were speaking, they saw something charging towards them on all fours. There were more than 30 cars on the road, moving slowly forward, while that beast-like creature was rushing towards them. As it got closer, the people in the convoy finally saw what that four-legged creature was: a horrifying monster. This group of zombies has completely lost their human form, degenerating into four-legged monsters. Covered in blood, they show no signs of being affected by the scorching sun. Their speed is incredibly fast, even more agile than wild beasts, charging forward crazily, leaving everyone in shock. "Hurry! Drive faster ahead! Damn it! That thing is running towards us!" The cars behind are honking wildly, starting their engines. Meanwhile, the people in front, unaware of the situation, are still inside, listening to music, enjoying themselves. The family of four quickly stepped on the gas and rushed forward. Not far ahead, there were other cars, but they couldn't care less. The cars behind them were doing the same, recklessly speeding ahead. "Run! What are you waiting for? Accelerate! Everyone run! A monster is coming!" Some people even got out of their cars to breathe in the fresh air and took a few photos of the monsters rushing towards them, posting them online with the hashtag #StrangeCreaturesNearNonHighBase. "Brother, are you really not going to run? The convoy behind you has already fled." In this day and age, while humanity is advancing in technology, zombies are actually evolving. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and run. Run. It's dangerous." A man was scrolling through comments on his phone when he suddenly heard a noise from outside the car. He looked up and saw zombies charging towards him. He panicked and hurried to start the car. But by the time he fumbled to get the car going, it was already too late. The monster moved at incredible speed, rushing in front of his car, and its massive tail struck the windshield, shattering it. The man screamed as the car barely started and crashed into a nearby rock, veering off the highway and driving straight into the sand, where the wheels got stuck. Others heard the commotion and turned to look, only to see a group of zombies surrounding the car, with one of them tearing off a bloody piece of flesh and biting into it. The central base received dozens of signals, all coming from the same elevated highway. Immediately, they became alert, and Wei Zheng arranged for people to head out for support. This time, Luo Xu and the others were also pulled out by Wei Zheng to support the front line. The base simply didn't have enough manpower. Besides the ability users protecting the base, almost all other ability users had been dispatched. Within 10 minutes, Luo Xu and Zhu Chun had boarded the plane. Before the plane took off, Wei Zheng earnestly instructed that they must ensure Luo Xu's safety and absolutely prevent any accidents. In another 10 hours, the Research Institute would have all of your weapons ready, so they couldn't afford to mess up at this moment. "Okay," Zhu Chun nodded solemnly. "You can rest assured." The helicopter flew through the air, and Zhu Chun pulled out a box from under his seat. The box was filled with various weapons. He distributed these weapons among everyone. "Our mission this time is a rescue operation. It is said that some new types of zombies have appeared, which ordinary people cannot handle." "New types of zombies? Yeluvidenit hereyes." No wonder we were given so many weapons and 2 helicopters. After about 6 minutes, the plane arrived at the location of the zombie attack. Here, several cars were scattered across the road, billowing smoke and blocking the way for vehicles coming from behind. Below, a group of 4-legged zombie monsters was frantically tearing at a corpse. This zombie looks a bit familiar. We encountered such zombies before during our mission. These things are impervious to knives and guns. Yilu exclaimed. Zhu Chun handed them weapons, saying that these bullet casings were all from the country's new type of technological weapons, which no matter how mutated the zombies become, they can't withstand. Previously, when they encountered such zombies, they reported it immediately, and the Research Institute had long since developed weapon modifications specifically for these mutated zombies. Of course, this was largely thanks to several technologies manifested from completing the First World Mission, which allowed the country's technological development to progress so rapidly. As he spoke, Zhu Chun aimed and fired at one of the zombies that was tearing apart a corpse. The bullet hit the zombie squarely in the forehead, and it fell to the ground. The newly developed bullets have great power but are limited in number, so you all aim at one point. The commander wants us to practice our aim. Luo Xu nodded seriously, maintaining a calm mindset, picked up a sniper rifle, aimed, and shot. The soldiers on another plane were using ordinary firearms, firing bullets to scare the zombies and gather them all together. The road was in chaos, with several cars continuously involved in chain collisions. Someone above used a special loudspeaker to shout, "Everyone, please remain calm. We have arranged for personnel to control the situation. Do not be nervous." Someone who used to be a traffic police officer came to the front of the convoy to clear the way. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone felt much more at ease. When they heard gunfire not far away, they were even more relieved. The firearms drove all the zombies together, and with one rocket launcher, dozens of zombies turned to ashes. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Luo Xu's side was progressing quickly as well. In just about 10 minutes, all the zombies running around were dealt with. The plane patrolled above and found no other zombies, allowing them to leave with peace of mind. Chapter 45, Countdown to Otherworld Exploration live broadcast. They saw the zombie tide in the distance, and their expressions became more serious. The zombie horde is coming in full force, overwhelming in scale, and standing here, one can hardly see the end of it. Their target is the South Sea base. It seems that there is not much time left for them. A few of them exchanged glances. It was time to enter the other world and begin the next wave of exploration. The long convoy stretches endlessly, and they all see the zombie tide in the distance. This time, the entire road is guarded by soldiers to maintain order, and the convoy is progressing quickly. However, there are still many people who cannot make it due to the long distance. The central base received a signal from the South China Sea base. Central base. This is the South China Sea base. We have detected a massive zombie tide about 200 kilometers from our position. Requesting support. Requesting support. Central base. This is the Eastern Forest base. We have detected a massive zombie tide about 1,000 kilometers from our position. Requesting support. Requesting support. South China Sea base. This is Commander Wei Zheng. Our central base has arranged a team of 2,000 ability users, along with a batch of military supplies and newly developed weapons, which have been sent via maglev trains, high-speed rail, and airplanes. Please receive them. Hold on. 2 mech have also been delivered. South China Sea base received. Thank you for the assistance. Central base. Eastern Forest base. Your supplies are also on the way. 10 passenger planes have already been dispatched, carrying new weapons, military supplies, and 2 mechs. The Northern Wing base is on a mountaintop, where the temperature is low year-round and often covered in ice and snow. However, this also makes the entire base the safest. Zombies move slower in low temperature. The Northern Wing base has also sent supplies, but our capabilities are limited, and we can only support this much. South China Sea base, Eastern Forest base, comrades, hold on. Upon receiving the news, the command center at the South China Sea base felt somewhat relieved. The threat they faced this time was not weaker than the previous one faced by the central base. If it were any later, the entire base might be swallowed by the zombie tide. Both bases were facing a catastrophic disaster. Outside the base, many people were rushing towards it. On the road, nearly 60% of the traffic had already resumed, and survivors encountered many others along the way. As a vehicle passed by, it noticed that a neighboring car had actually stopped. 4 strong men unexpectedly got out of the car. The person in the car rolled down the window and asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you moving forward? Just half a day more and you'll reach the base." A scholarly-looking man adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. "Going to the base? 2D? What do you mean?" The scholarly man stepped forward and pointed to his phone. "Haven't you heard? The Eastern Forest base is facing a massive zombie tide threat. Sigh, the closer you get to the base, the quicker you die." The woman in the car smiled slightly. "If the base is gone, can we people stranded outside survive?" Hearing this, the scholarly man was momentarily stunned. The vehicle continued to drive forward. On the long road, both sides were lined with abandoned vehicles. Cars sped past, and no one knew whether the road ahead was a path to life or death. Both the South China Sea base and the Eastern Forest base were on high alert. We hope everyone entering our South China Sea base can treat this place as their home. We are all protecting this last refuge of humanity together, and we hope everyone can contribute their strength. Together, we will defeat all these zombies. Our command center needs you. The entire base needs you. All ability users, please gather at the East Gate. We need everyone's power. Watching the chaotic scene outside, the children trembled in fear. A mother held her child in her arms. Watching her husband follow the crowd into the distance, her eyes slightly moist. I hope nothing will happen. Online, there were cries of despair. When can we see a live broadcast? We strongly request a live broadcast. Only when we can visualize it will we have hope. This zombie tide might destroy our entire Dajuan country. What hope is there? There is no hope left. Let everyone perish together. Just when it seemed they were about to enjoy a good life. How could this suddenly happen? Damn zombies. Damn world. This time I really might die. I've held on for so long, and I'm going to die in a zombie tide. I swear to live or die with the base. Even if I die, I'll take a few zombies with me. The call for a live broadcast was very high online. The Central Base's Research Institute worked overtime to produce weapons for the soldiers. Wei Zheng asked Luo Xu if they could send fewer people. Luo Xu checked the luck value in the system and decisively shook her head. Even if it's just a powerless child going in, it's better than not sending anyone. Losing one person means losing 10 luck points and increasing danger by 10 points. Then let us wait a bit longer. Wei Zheng looked at the surveillance on the screen. The country had installed surveillance in every town, big and small. These surveillance devices are made from special materials, as small as a single soybean. At this moment, survivors from all over the country emerged from their hiding places and headed towards the base. Wei Zheng couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect so many people to be willing to stand with the base through thick and thin. This country and its people are worth protecting. Luo Xu nodded slightly and said, Uncle Wei, after we clear the map this time, we should be rewarded with mechs. By then, these zombies won't pose much of a threat to us. Wei Zheng laughed heartily. With you saying that, I can rest easy. 10 hours is enough to change many things. The number of national survivors has shrunk from several million to 130,000. A large number of survivors flooded into the base, vowing to live and die with it. Many survivors chose to stay put, waiting for the arrival of death. They sat despairingly in dark rooms, turned off the lights, dressed in soft pajamas, their bodies washed clean, listening to the distant roar of the advancing zombie horde, staring blankly at the computer screen. Suddenly, a countdown appeared on the TV screen. Otherworld Exploration Live Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 46. Mutant Zombies Appear. Survivors who were already on the road to evacuate were still waiting on the highway for the road ahead to be cleared. Survivors still fighting zombies while trying to find vehicles for pregnant women and children. Survivors hiding in rooms, hands clasped in prayer in front of their chests. Almost simultaneously, all televisions, phones, and tablets. Screens flickered and displayed images of a primitive jungle. This live broadcast starts with a completely different mood compared to the last time. The nationwide, indiscriminate manifestation has brought them so much surprise. Watching these warriors in the live stream searching for supplies, these supplies are closely related to their fate. A pregnant woman who has just moved to a safe place, holding her mouth with her hand, trembles in fear. The live broadcast has finally arrived. With the live broadcast, this means that all the supplies obtained by the warriors in the live stream will randomly manifest. Even while on the move, they may discover supplies. This is simply a big surprise. At this moment, foreign netizens have also noticed that the live broadcast has started. Now, the live broadcast of Dakiangwo has become a global focus. They are so envious. Having such an infinitely manifesting otherworldly passage is definitely an endless treasure trove. Look, the Dakiangwo live broadcast has started again. What has Dakiangwo become now? Is there no shortage of food and water anymore? Have your zombies been dealt with? We haven't heard any news from Dakiangwo for several days. What's really going on? Is there anyone to share about it? As soon as the live broadcast started, the entire bullet screen was flooded by a group of foreign netizens. Since the last live broadcast, they have been closely following Dakiangwo. At this moment, the warriors in the live room are organizing the tools they brought and haven't started collecting yet. So the citizens of Dakiangwo are also in the mood to chat with these foreigners. Hee, Last time we manifested over 100 wells in a flowing river. What do you say, are we still short on supplies? Last time we manifested so many fresh fruits and bread, we haven't finished eating yet. Why not come visit us in Dakiangwo? Drinks around the house. No way, we don't want to go. You guys haven't even dealt with the zombies yet. I heard that Dakiangwo is facing another zombie wave. Friends across the coast, how are you? I represent our Tainer country to send our regards. Get lost. The population of Dakiangwo is dense. The entire population of Dakiangwo is equivalent to the total population of your few small broken countries. So, is it hard to understand that dealing with zombies is challenging? Just wait, once we deal with the zombies, we'll come and tear apart the mouths of you Inyang dogs. Voices of cursing came from the cars on the road. Meanwhile, the battle on the bullet screen is something the warriors who have entered the other world are unaware of. At this moment, they are still counting the weapons in their hands. This time, the central government selected 100 people to enter, all of whom are healthy young warriors. The country also specially provided them with the latest customized weapons. These weapons are all manufactured using technology and materials that have been manifested, especially the special steel material from another world that was manifested last time. It is definitely not found on Earth. The elements contained within it are not from Earth, and its toughness and strength are simply terrifying. Even its weight is lighter than ordinary products. The country has also developed new types of bullets, thermal weapons, and some assault rifles, submachine guns, etc. Wei Zheng even wanted to have a fighter jet brought in, but was stopped by Luo Xu. This place also hides quite a few primitive winged birds of the flying type. Although fighter jets have great destructive power, they are also prone to losses. With the country's resources being so scarce right now, it's a waste to destroy a fighter jet here. It's better to kill a few more zombies outside. At this moment, they're inventorying the weapons they brought with them, which include both firearms and cold weapons. Most of the cold weapons are various long knives, bows and arrows, and spears, among which there are quite a few special forces knives that are short and compact, as well as tang swords, curved swords, and samurai swords. These cold weapons are made from manifested iron products, making them very convenient to use and extremely powerful in combat. These warriors are all proficient in various martial arts and can easily handle any weapon with just a few moves. Zhu Chun stepped forward with a knife, twirled it in his hand, and then handed it to Luo Xu. Here, give this tang knife a try. Is it to your liking? The tang knife looks heavy in color, but once held in the palm, it feels very light and thin. This weight is something she can easily handle. Our new weapons this time are all specially forged, created using a unique forging method that materialized during our first mission, which has reduced the weight to the extreme. With this weight, it can exert 90 of the tang knife's power. Luo Xu's eyes sparkled. I feel very comfortable using this. All right, then this one is for you. He also brought 2 lightweight pistols, strapping them to Luo Xu's waist, along with a short combat knife strapped to her thigh. Now Luo Xu was fully armed. We should be much faster on this mission. The zombie tide is about to arrive, and we don't have much time. Luo Xu nodded seriously. I'll lead the way. The people outside the screen clenched their fists and grinned. So many elite equipments make them feel proud, especially when they see comments from foreigners scrolling by. They raise their chins even higher. TSK, TSK. This high technology is just a drop in the bucket compared to what our country has. Huh, have you ever seen a universal car key? It's something that can unlock all cars, right? Huh, our country has it. Our technology has developed so much compared to before the apocalypse. It's truly inspiring. Damn, wake up, everyone. The zombie tide is getting close. We don't have much time left, so get your spirits up. I see it too. Isn't this just finding joy in hardship? As everyone enters the other world for exploration, the zombie tide outside is gradually approaching. Some faster mutated zombies are moving quickly, already stepping into the town, rampaging through it. And once they encounter survivors, they will immediately pounce to bite. These ordinary people only had knives and some not very useful weapons. And they were no match for these fierce zombies. On a street, a fleeing team had just opened a car and was about to get in when several mutated zombies suddenly appeared in front of them. The zombies were on all fours, their flesh completely rotting, no longer resembling humans, looking exceptionally terrifying. They moved incredibly fast, pouncing on one person and tearing that person apart. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Chapter 47. Self-salvation of the people. The other survivors present did not escape the calamity and all died here. A nearby staff member said heavily, "The number of these mutated zombies is increasing. Apart from our special weapons that can kill them, ordinary people's weapons cannot cause any harm. Anyone who encounters them is doomed to die." In just a few days, at least 500 people had died at the hands of these mutated zombies. Wei Zheng furrowed his brow and asked, "How much special ammunition do we have left?" The adjutant standing beside him replied, "We have a total of 20,000 rounds of ammunition and 3,000 rifles. The current production rate is far below the consumption rate, and the raw materials are also being depleted continuously, leaving very little. Clearly, distributing these firearms to civilians is far from enough. The soldiers still need these weapons to kill the mutated zombies that attempt to break into the base, and there is nothing left to give to the civilians." At that moment, a staff member in front of another screen exclaimed, "Commander, look quickly." Wei Zheng turned his gaze to the screen. In the city center, zombies were swarming everywhere. A modified van was driving through the city center, dodging left and right to avoid the zombie attacks, weaving through the streets. At that moment, a mutated zombie leaped from the nearby building and grabbed onto the car window. The staff in control were all drawn to this scene. As they saw the mutated zombie appear, they gasped in shock and silently mourned. Ordinary civilians would undoubtedly die when encountering a mutated zombie. Suddenly, a knife plunged into the zombie's body. In front of everyone, the knife embedded itself into the mutated zombie, piercing it straight through. The mutated zombie fell down, getting caught in the wheels of the van, crushed to death with a pop, completely silent. "Ha! It's dead. My God, that scared me to death." The staff whistled and applauded in celebration. However, what puzzled them was, what kind of weapon was that? The bodies of these mutated zombies are shriveled, but it is unknown what kind of mutation they have gone through to become impervious to knives and guns. Ordinary bullets fired at them have no effect at all. Even regular sticks cannot inflict any damage. However, Wei Zheng's eyes flickered as he replayed and magnified the earlier scene. Another commander was shocked. Yes, the weapons manifested from another world should be able to harm these mutated zombies. Huh, I said these bastards couldn't possibly be invincible. Is this other world specifically designed to counter these things? The zombies are evolving, and we humans are also continuously evolving. It all depends on who can do it faster. Wei Zheng opened the communication device in his hand. His voice was deep. "Task team, we have discovered that the manifested weapons can fight against mutated zombies. You must hurry to find weapons or similar supplies to save more lives." Hearing the news, Zhu Chan stood up. "Everyone get ready. We are about to move out." With the resurgence of the zombie tide, this time there were also brutal mutated zombies appearing, resulting in heavy casualties throughout the process. They had to hurry. Starting today, the people of Dachuan country are in a state of panic. The sudden appearance of mutated zombies last time unleashed a massacre, and no one could stand against them. Now, messages about mutated zombies keep flooding the internet. "Help! We are on the North Avenue in the center of XX City. There are some strange zombies here, very scary. Can't be killed with axes. No weapon can handle them. Is there anyone to take care of this? Where are the national security personnel? I saw a family of 3 on the street being eaten by zombies, and now that zombie is crawling towards my room. There's a mutated zombie. Everyone be careful. These damn mutated zombies cannot be killed with ordinary weapons. Knives, guns, and sticks are useless. When will the country issue us some weapons? Please, these mutated zombies are too terrifying. I just barely escaped with my life, and I can tell everyone accurately that if you encounter these mutated zombies, you're definitely going to die. In our 10-person team, only I survived. Yes, it's that cruel. These mutated zombies are completely different from ordinary zombies. They can dodge and run as if they have thinking capabilities. They're simply killing machines. Too terrifying. So, if you encounter them, just pray for your own safety. There's only the path of suicide left. No place is safe anymore. If you can run, escape to the base, it's relatively safer there. The base isn't safe either, as a massive beast tide is surging towards here. Let them all die. Let this world be destroyed. Damn it. Foreigners online have noticed that the barrage from the people of Dachuan country has significantly decreased. Huh? Where are the people of Dachuan country? How did they suddenly disappear? Look, the weapons in this live broadcast room. I've never seen before. The speed of technological development is too fast. The last time I watched the live broadcast, the equipment wasn't this advanced, and it's only been a few days. Why have the netizens from Dachuan country all disappeared? They must be facing danger in reality. I've heard that Dachuan country is experiencing an unprecedented crisis that could potentially lead to the country's demise. I hope Dachuan country can get through this crisis. Sigh, it's so hard these days. In a remote small town in Dachuan country, several survivors huddled together, hiding in a warehouse. They were nervously watching the door, where repeated banging sound were coming from. Outside, zombies were trying to break in. The children curled up, trembling at the sound of the banging. A middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly, but he still tried to remain calm. Don't worry, it's okay, they can't get in. The woman holding a child spoke with a choked voice. They said that if we encounter mutated zombies, there's only one way to die. Are we really doomed? The man said fiercely, stop talking nonsense. Nothing will happen. It definitely won't. Just as he was speaking, their phones suddenly turned on, and Wei Zheng's steady voice came through. He seemed to handle situations calmly, and his deep voice could ease the restless hearts of the people. Attention, citizens, recently some mutated zombies have appeared in the country, impervious to knives and guns, but they can be killed with manifested weapons. With a loud crash, the objects blocking the door were pushed aside. Chapter 48, Manifestation. Ultimate Weapon. The ugly, bloodthirsty, mutated zombie swaggered in. The mutated zombie licked its lips, fresh blood dripping from its body, and its claws were exceptionally sharp. It greedily extended its tongue towards the food in front of it. Although the woman was terrified, she still stood up to protect her children behind her. At that moment, the screen on the building suddenly turned on by itself, and a voice from the live broadcast room filled the air. Luo Xu said, "We need to find weapons first. Everyone spread out. There are at least 10 weapon locations nearby. Hurry, time waits for no one. Find them quickly." The voice from the screen startled the zombies, and those that were about to gather in the small warehouse were all drawn away. Even the mutated zombie became slightly distracted. However, it stood right at the doorway, and the few people inside the room dared not move. The family of 4 stared fixedly at the mutated zombie in front of them. They were doomed. This zombie, there's simply no match. I just hope the kids don't suffer too much. Spread out and look carefully. Huh, is there a light cluster here? It's hidden so deep in the cracks of the stones. Let's take it out and have a look. The sounds from the live broadcast kept coming in. This mutated zombie was quite annoying, pacing around restlessly, then suddenly turned and roared at the zombies that had followed behind. Those few zombies seemed to be wary, swaying as they turned around and walked back. Look, this is actually a big knife. It's incredibly sharp, the first time I found such a lethal weapon. The weapons here are always so extraordinary. The voice sounded again, and right after that, the mutated zombie charged toward them. Suddenly, a big knife fell from the sky. The half-meter-long knife easily sliced through the concrete floor, sticking out boldly, its blade shimmering with a bright light. The mutated zombie had already extended its tongue and lunged toward them. The man reacted quickly, stepped forward, grabbed the knife handle, and shouted as he swung it at the mutated zombie. With a slash, the knife effortlessly severed the upper body of the mutated zombie in front of him. The man shouted again, swinging the big knife down several more times, smashing the mutated zombie's head to pieces. Only then did he pant heavily and put down the big knife. The mutated zombie in front of him was already dead. 2 children peeked out from behind their mother. "Daddy is so amazing. Daddy, you killed this bad guy." The woman covered her lips, sobbing, and quickly took the 2 kids out. "Honey, hurry, we need to leave." The man tossed his hair, grinning. This knife is really useful. He led his wife and kids out of their hiding place, feeling the dazzling sun shining on him. The joy of surviving the disaster made him feel completely exhilarated. The screen in the building was still broadcasting the live stream, where the warriors were diligently searching for supplies. The big knife in Zhou Qing's hand was indeed the same one he had just used. Thanks. By the time he came out, his wife had already driven a car over, and the kids were waiting inside. He tossed all the supplies into the car and turned to the driver's seat. The woman asked, "Where are we going next?" The man lifted his chin, Nanhai base. After the apocalypse, he had protected his wife and children well with with his strength. He thought he could ignore everything happening outside. Restoring water and electricity, great, this place is still the perfect place to stay. But after this incident, he finally understood one thing. Humans cannot live alone outside of their groups. Humans are a community of life, and even zombies are constantly evolving, so humanity must unite. The live broadcast and its manifestation taught him a lot. In another world, Luo Xu was flipping through the system app. The warriors around were on alert while doing their best to gather supplies. In such a short time, a lot of supplies have materialized. It's really a chaotic mix of everything. Ding! Obtained edible wood ear mushrooms 1,000 pounds. Ding! Obtained edible shiitake mushrooms 1,200 pounds. Ding! Obtained edible bok choy 1,000 pounds. Ding! Obtained edible cantaloupes 2,000 pounds. Ding! Obtained edible durians 1,500 pounds. Even more outrageous, snacks have even materialized this time. Ding! Obtained dried fruit 300 bags. Ding! Obtained crispy squid 500 bags. Ding! Obtained walnut kernels 500 bags. This should be the result of the system's points upgrade. The resources available each time are becoming increasingly abundant. Maybe one day, they will even be able to materialize cars, oil, and other resources. The soldiers looked at the snacks in their hands, truly unsure whether to cry or laugh. What they need most now are various weapons. Meanwhile, those survivors who have already obtained vehicles are driving towards the base, holding some snacks, crying and laughing, nervously glancing around. Nearby, a mutated zombie could appear at any moment. The ordinary zombies scattered along the roadside no longer pose a significant threat to them. They need weapons. The survivors from Dazhongguo finally found time to send messages. This is so useful. We just encountered an attack from a mutated zombie, but luckily we had manifest weapons in hand. I just lightly swung my knife and chopped that mutated zombie in half. Haha, I feel like a great warrior. I encountered one here too. The information provided by the government is really accurate and timely. We made it out. I'm also here. So envious. I want to have such good weapons too. I've never seen any weapons from the beginning, just a bunch of fruit falling from the sky. Those of you without weapons, hurry to the nearest base. It should be safer inside. I see a lot of cars heading to the base. Does the base still need people? Will they stop accepting people if they are at full capacity? They are accepting people. Everyone come quickly. They really need manpower here. Yes, the base is not lacking in supplies right now. What they lack the most is manpower. We need a large number of people to prepare for the zombie tide. But the target of the zombie tide is the base. If we go there, ISNT at a dead end. Chapter 49. Using large destructive weapons. It's hilarious. The more this happens, the more we need to unite, working together as one. If the base is gone, who will enter the other world? Who will provide you with manifest supplies? By then, without food or water, everyone will die. Yes, only by uniting can we survive. Not going to the base means dying now. Going to the base, with so many people supporting each other, increases the chances of survival. Everyone come to the base to help. The people of Dazhongguo are unprecedentedly united. Since the government has treated them this way, they certainly won to abandon the base. The government has created the perfect escape route for them. Route maps, cleared roads, universal car keys, and weapons. They must step up their efforts to jointly protect the base, the last line of defense. Those foreign netizens, seeing the unity and cooperation of the people from Dazhongguo, were also moved. I hope you can get through this disaster. Go Dazhongguo. You are so united. You will surely succeed in withstanding the zombie tide. Keep it up. The entire message board is flooded with words of encouragement. The survivors from Dazhongguo are more determined than ever, vowing to get through this crisis together. The central base is urgently developing new weapons. Last time the zombie tide came on strong, they didn't have time to prepare for these things at all. This time they are intensively preparing to develop new types of weapons. With so many zombies, a single nuclear bomb could wipe them all out. However, this would leave humanity with nowhere to go, and the entire Earth would be destroyed. Therefore, they need to prepare some weapons that cause less pollution but can still eliminate zombies. Hundreds of fighter jets took off from the central base, heading towards the location of the zombie horde. After a round of patrol, they were shocked to discover that the entire zombie horde was forming a semi-encirclement, heading toward the entire Great River Nation. The massive wave of zombies was a sea of black. The voice of the command center came through the pilot's headsets. 06521. What is the situation up there? The pilot paused for a moment before responding. The apocalypse, a true apocalypse. In the command center, Chief Wei Zheng and several other commanders stood in front of the screen, their faces grave as they watched the scene unfold. Although they'd been mentally prepared, they still gasped when they actually saw the footage. This vast army of zombies is indeed the first I've ever seen in my life. Mountains, plains, forests, canyons. The ground is completely occupied by the overwhelming horde of zombies. From above, they resemble ants, covering every inch of land. The rivers on the ground have dried up, and the zombies march in groups across them, causing the ground to collapse wherever they go and all the plants to wither. The rivers that still have black water flowing have also been completely polluted, and the entire riverbed has been trampled and collapsed. In the whole of Dazhou country, tens of millions of square kilometers, less than 1% is left for human cities. Those human towns on the outskirts are gradually being engulfed by the zombie tide. As the zombie tide enters the towns, houses collapse, skyscrapers topple, and all the structures representing human civilization, overpasses, railways, are reduced to ruins. The entire command center falls into silence. The staff cover their mouths in shock, their eyes wide open. So many zombies. We humans have no foothold left. Should we use nuclear weapons? No. If we use nuclear weapons, our remaining bases will also disappear. Can we try using large-scale weapons? Anything that can solve some problems is worth a shot. Everyone turns their gaze to Wei Zheng. The commander says, "Now let's bring out all the weapons we have and give it a try. Let's see if we can take out some of them first." Such a scene, if seen by the public, would bring immense despair. Indeed, there are superhumans among humans, but only one superhuman appears among 100 people. Such a team is too small, merely a drop in the bucket compared to the tide of zombies. Wei Zheng took a deep breath, picked up the intercom, and prepared the anti-aircraft machine guns, tanks, and rocket launchers. Yes. At the makeshift military defense station stationed at the border behind the high walls, a door slowly opened and 20 tanks slowly rolled out. Anti-aircraft machine guns were mounted on military vehicles, and rocket launchers were also ready. Position 1 is ready. Position 3 is ready. Fire! With a command. A loud boom echoed. On the screen in front, brilliant flames of destruction bloomed. One shell could blow apart a group of zombies, creating a deep shell crater in the ground. Soon the ground became uneven, littered with traces of artillery fire. The bodies of zombies at the center of the shell blast were even turned to dust. Fire. After a barrage of artillery fire, wherever the tanks went, they crushed the zombies into mush. The situation was looking very good. However, a change soon occurred. The shells ran out. The wheels of the tanks got stuck in the zombies, unable to move and stalled. The driver opened the tank's hatch, and a helicopter came to lower a rope to evacuate the crew. Soon, the tank was engulfed by the horde of zombies. The advantage lasted only a few seconds before it disappeared completely. The hope of those in the command center also lasted just those brief moments. The commander beside wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although our weapons are powerful, they cannot withstand the sheer number of zombies. What we just killed was merely a drop in the bucket. It only slightly alleviated the advance of the zombie tide, and that was just a delay of 1 or 2 minutes. However, don't we still have mechs? The mechs should be quite useful. Last time, the crisis at our central base was also resolved by the mechs. Wei Zheng frowned. Hui, the mechs are your responsibility. Commander Hui replied. The mechs are still in transport. It will take about 6 hours to arrive at the South Sea base and 13 hours for the Eastern Forest base. The core energy of the mechs would affect the magnetic field of the maglev train, so we chose to use the high-speed train for safety. This is already the fastest speed. Li Wei, estimate the time until the zombie tide arrives. Researcher Li Wei pushed up his glasses and said, there are approximately 23 hours left. At this point, his voice faltered. 23 hours until the destruction of the Chuan nation. Chapter 50, 23 hours later. The destruction of the Chuan nation. The word destruction of the Chuan nation weighed heavily. The people present felt a tremendous pressure on their shoulders. The surveillance cameras from various bases transmitted images. Survivors' vehicles were entering the base one by one. Some survivors, having undergone health checks and disinfection, entered the base with smiles, laughing and linking arms together. On these smiling faces, there is nothing but longing and yearning for a beautiful life in the future. They do not know that they have only 23 hours left to live. Commander, we still have one last hope. Yes, we have the other world, right? We can materialize weapons. If they can get through this map, perhaps more mechs will materialize, and that might solve a lot of our problems. We are not without hope. Wei Zheng waved his hand, suggesting they first try the flame plan. They're doing tasks inside, and completing a map will yield different rewards. I am very interested in the resource options from the previous map, such as millions of acres of fertile land, chickens, and sheep. If nothing goes wrong, we should still be able to choose this time. I hope we can resolve these crises ourselves, and then we can choose these resources to rebuild our homeland. The reward from the last map were indeed very tempting. It's just a pity that we can only choose one of the two options. The degree of manifestation has greatly improved this time, and the rewards for clearing the level will definitely be more enticing. I wonder how many things can be manifested this time. The flame plan mentioned by Wei Zheng actually involves pouring gasoline on the horde of zombies and then igniting it. Regular gasoline does not have enough strength. It not only fails to kill a large number of zombies, but might also trigger nationwide fires. They're using modified gasoline, which will automatically extinguish after a certain period. At Wei Zheng's command, several planes flew into the air and dropped large amounts of modified gasoline. At that moment, people driving towards the base caught a strange smell of gasoline. The highway offered a clear view, and when they turned their heads, they were met with a shocking scene. A burst of flames erupted from the ground. The fire was overwhelming, engulfing all the approaching zombies in a sea of flames. The cars on the road came to a halt, and the survivors got out of their vehicles. Looking up, they saw that the zombie horde, which had been rushing across the ground, finally came to a stop. The survivors widened their eyes and laughed heartily. It worked. Ha! It truly is a national effort, burning them with fire. Impressive. The flames illuminated everyone's faces, raising hopes of survival. However, soon, such smiles froze on their faces. The scene they had imagined, where the flames rapidly spread and consumed the entire horde, did not occur. The fire did not spread. The flames were extinguished by the countless zombies that surged forward. The zombies felt no pain. Thousands of feet trampled through the flames, and those that had their legs burned off were already lying on the ground, while the ones behind continued to advance without pause. Just like that, the towering flames were extinguished in just 5 minutes. They watched helplessly as the flames, which represented hope, faded away. The hearts of the survivors grew cold. The zombie horde continued to push forward, but with encouragement from so many companions, they were not as afraid. Get in the car, we lost. A choked voice came through. Dad, are we really going to die here? These zombies can't be stopped at all. The sobbing intensified the gloomy atmosphere. Shut up. A man scolded angrily. There are many zombies, and our strength is not small either. Don't say such defeatist things. We must fight the zombies to the end. Someone nearby clenched their fists in agreement. That's right. I don't believe it. I will kill these bastards. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the central control room was just as bleak. A commander gritted his teeth and said, Did we pour too little gasoline? Should we pour more? Wei Zheng shook his head solemnly. This time the effect fell far short of our estimates. We overcame numerous difficulties and made several calculations and predictions, but unexpectedly, we still underestimated the importance of quantity. So many zombies are rushing in, giving no chance for the flames to burn. They were too careless. The scene shifts to the live broadcast, where Luo Xu is leading everyone in gathering supplies. She has a map bug, knowing the exact locations of the supplies, and can effectively avoid the attacks of those distant beasts. Everyone is proceeding in an orderly manner according to the original plan, collecting more combat weapons to assist the civilians in dealing with those mutated zombies. But now, the problem is that these mutated zombies are no longer the biggest issue. Bring over the walkie-talkie and contact the people inside. Yes, all the staff present gathered together, staring intently at the people in the live broadcast. At this moment, Luo Xu, who was seriously collecting supplies, heard the voice coming through her earpiece. The situation has changed. She immediately stopped her actions and turned to Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen also heard the voice, and the two exchanged glances. Zhu Chen asked, Commander, what's wrong? Is it because our speed in collecting supplies is too slow? No. Wei Zheng said earnestly. The country is facing a major crisis. A zombie tide has formed again, and there are only 23 hours left before the zombies attack the other 3 major bases besides the North Wing base. We don't have much time left. This statement was surprisingly amplified, and everyone heard it clearly. The soldiers who were still gathering supplies stopped their actions and rushed over. Even these battle-hardened soldiers found it hard to accept this news, not to mention the survivors listening to the live broadcast. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room fell into silence. The lively bullet comments stopped abruptly. Those survivors who still held hope of reaching the base slammed their fists on the steering wheel, bleeding on the back of their hands without caring to wipe it. Damn it, 23 hours? Only 23 hours left? We're all doomed. I saw the zombie tide. I clearly saw the zombie tide. But I didn't expect it to be this serious. Boo-hoo. Why is God doing this to us? The people in the base who were still busy moving construction materials also stopped their actions. They looked up at the screen on the building, their eyes somewhat vacant. Only 23 hours left? What meaning does everything they're doing now have? Chapter 51. We still have hope. Realizing the sound had been amplified, the people in the command center became somewhat flustered. They scrambled to turn off the live broadcast, but Wei Zheng waved his hand, indicating not to. He continued, "The situation has changed. Last time, our central base was able to deal with a massive zombie tide thanks to you all clearing the map, which materialized the mechas and some advanced technology. Now listen to me. The hope of our country rests on you." Hearing this, the survivors outside felt a new hope ignite in their hearts. In a van, the man driving, hearing the sobs from within, irritably shouted, "Stop crying. What are you crying for? If tears could help, you should drown the zombies instead. Pay attention to what they are saying. There's a way to solve this. We still have the interdimensional passage, which can materialize weapons." The live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with comments. Yes, we still have hope. Wow, we can actually materialize mechas. This interdimensional space is simply a treasure. If we can materialize mechas, does that mean we can also materialize even more powerful weapons to deal with the zombie tide? Actually, we still have a trump card, right? I saw the country using flames to fight against the zombie tide, and in less than 5 minutes, such a huge flame was directly trampled by the zombies. Fire trampled. Can you believe it? Isn't it just because our current resources are too limited? If we used more gasoline as support, could the zombies still extinguish the flames? Right, and artillery shells. It's just that resources are insufficient. It's been so long since the apocalypse, and we have consumed too much. Those foreigners watching the live broadcast from Dazhou country no longer made sarcastic comments, and instead expressed admiration. Are there really that many zombies in Dazhou country? I've never seen so many zombies before. In our town, the zombies were cleared out within 2 years of the apocalypse. How many people does your country have? A small town only has tens of thousands, but here we have billions of zombies. Can you compare? My God, billions. In a place with so many zombies, you can still survive until now. That's really not easy. Go Dazhou country, you can hold on. Come on. Although we can't help, we sincerely hope you can survive. Since clearing the level can earn rewards, then hurry up and clear it. Once you clear it, won't all the problems be solved? The survivors of Dazhou country had shining eyes, staring at the soldiers in the live broadcast, as this was their last lifeline. Then Luo Xu said in the live broadcast, "So, Uncle Wei, do you mean for us to clear the level as soon as possible?" "Yes. Hurry up and clear the level. I will give you 20 hours. "Okay." Luo Xu note that. Zhu Chen also stepped forward and said firmly, 20 hours is enough. The task is to eliminate 10 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. They have already dealt with 4, leaving 6. So now, they just need to find the Tyrannosaurus Rexes. All right, Wei Zheng said in a heavy voice, "Soldiers, the fate of Dazhou country is in your hands. Go for it." Wei Zheng hung up the phone, and Zhu Chen furrowed his brows, asking Luo Xu, "Let's take a look at the map." Luo Xu took out a piece of paper from her backpack. "Huh, isn't this an interdimensional space? How can it be a map? Has the country developed this much already? Let me see if it's 3D. The camera gradually zoomed in, making the patterns on the paper clear. Although it was called a map, it was actually just a hastily drawn diagram on a piece of paper. Haha, what are you all thinking? This is normal, okay? The crude map could only be understood by professionals like them. Unexpectedly, this little girl Luo Xu could also understand it. She's a professional too. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. She looks like a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. A few other team leaders also walked over to look at the map with them. The group had serious expressions as they discussed. If we take this road, there will be a big river, bigger than the creek we were at last time. That place should have some water-related supplies. Also, if we go down this road from the west, there's a valley, which is a paradise for herbivores and is very likely to be the habitat of Tyrannosaurus rexes. We just need to find 6 Tyrannosaurus rexes and deal with them. Zhu Chun said, we now have 100 strong soldiers. How about this? Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 act together to deal with the Tyrannosaurus rexes, while Team 4 and Team 5 split into 2 routes. Team 4 will search for water resources, and Team 5 will head south. The terrain there is steep and should have minerals and other supplies. The captain of the 4th squad hesitated and asked, can 3 squads handle 6 Tyrannosaurus rexes? Won't that be dangerous? Zhu Chun shook his head. The larger the number, the slower the action would be. 3 squads, 60 people, was already the limit. Let's get moving. Luo Xu marked some locations on the map, making it more detailed with a few additional junctions, and then handed it to the captains of the 4th and 5th squads. The viewers in the live stream watched as they quickly divided their tasks, and then began to act, unable to help but admire Zhu Chen's commanding ability. In fact, this girl Luo Xu was best suited to follow the exploration team to deal with the Tyrannosaurus problem. It would be better to leave it to these strong warriors. What are you thinking? Luo Xu should be able to sense not only the locations of those treasures, but also the locations of the Tyrannosaurus rexes. Clearly, she could exert the greatest effect by being with the main force. Although there were already some arguments in the live stream, it did not affect the survivors in reality as they continued to head towards the base in an orderly fashion. The warriors from the other world had already split into 3 routes, and the camera naturally followed the main force. The elite team of 60, each armed with powerful weapons, set off bravely and confidently. Luo Xu glanced at the map and pointed to the location of the valley to the west. We're going to the valley. Okay. Zhu Chun issued the order, stating that they could gather some supplies along the way, but should try not to delay. They needed to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Remember, our goal is to kill 6 Tyrannosaurus rexes. Yes, Commander. The whole team began to hurry along the route at a brisk pace. The mountain road here is rugged, and they unloaded all their other equipment, leaving only their weapons, moving forward lightly and swiftly. The progress of the other 2 teams, however, was much slower, stopping and starting along the way, but they were not slow in their efforts. Continuously collecting supplies. Chapter 52. Countless supplies fall from the sky. Each soldier was carrying weapons, and the female soldiers displayed great prowess, moving quickly through the jungle. Those with sharp eyes in the live broadcast room could notice that no matter how the entire team advanced from beginning to end, Luo Xu was always within the protective circle of the others. Additionally, all the burdens on Luo Xu were carried by those beside her, leaving her with only a lightweight personal weapon. The soldiers were taking such good care of Luo Xu, and the people of Dachuan had no objections. On the contrary, foreigners paid her considerable attention. Why was this little girl so valued? Was she someone special? Wasn't it said last time that she had the ability to search for treasures? Just for that, she could receive so much protection? That's a bit exaggerated. You people from Dachuan always show compassion, and at such a critical moment, you still bring along a burden. Now, with her here, the entire team's speed has been reduced by at least half. I really don't understand what the point is. The survivors from Dachuan were somewhat silent. In recent days, the military's bold actions had gained their trust. Out of trust, they maintained a positive attitude towards all official decisions. However, now, they were somewhat puzzled by Luo Xu's presence. Ding. Harvested 1,000 pounds of directly consumable peanuts. Ding. Harvested 200 bags of directly consumable snack chips. Ding. Harvested a long whip 1. Ding. The continuous system prompt sounded like the most wonderful music in the world. The survivors in front of the screen had shining eyes, staring intently at the screen. At this time, the screen was divided into 3 parts. While the main force was still on the move, the other 2 teams were already collecting supplies. They were collecting supplies at an incredible speed, as if they knew exactly where the light clusters were without needing to search. The 2 team leaders didn't even need to look at the map. Soon, the audience in the live broadcast room noticed a problem. How strange. Why were the other two teams searching the houses so quickly? It was as if the map was in their minds. Right? Luo Xu, who has the ability to search for treasures, is in the main Force S team. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes noticed something was off. Look, isn't Luo Xu always saying something? Yes, her mouth has been moving. Everyone shifted their gaze to the leaders of the other two teams. The leaders were clearly listening intently, and then began to direct their teammates. 2 to the south, at 3 o'clock. They're S1 under the rock to your right. Yes, there are 4 light clusters ahead, and they're S1 in the book. You'll need to look closely. All right, there is nothing here. Keep moving forward. The audience in the live broadcast room widened their eyes. Luo Xu was indeed speaking into the headset. Every time she finished a sentence, the two leaders over there began to give commands. Oh my, it's not what I thought, right? It's too obvious. Luo Xu has been distracted giving directions, which caused her to lag behind. Damn, I was just complaining. To those in front, let us just say, even if you're dead and in a coffin, you should still slap yourself. Luo Xu was indeed struggling a bit. Not only did she need to keep up with the team, but she also had to direct the other two teams in collecting supplies, which significantly affected her pace. Zhu Chun squatted down in front of her, patting his back. Come on, I'll carry you on my back. This way we won't delay either. If those two teams could receive Luo Xu's guidance, their search speed could increase several times. Luo Xu clenched her fist. Okay. She climbed onto Zhu Chen's back, quietly thanked him, and continued to look at the system map, directing the two teams. Zhu Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled, quickening his pace. His body moved like a dragon, weaving through the jungle, and the entire team's speed increased again. Wow, Luo Xu is actually being carried. Haha, in these times, finding joy in hardship and shipping CP is really rare. Is this what true feelings are revealed in adversity? To see such a beautiful scene before dying, it's worth it. This time, Wei Zheng in front of the screen looked at the bullet comments with satisfaction and smiled. He turned on the speaker of Luo Xu, allowing everyone to listen. In this exploration of another world, Luo Xu played a crucial role. It wouldn't be fair for the entire people of Dazhou to misunderstand her because she was distracted. The staff member beside her hesitated. Chief, if that's the case, Miss Luo Xu's uniqueness will be thoroughly revealed. Could it attract danger? Wei Zheng laughed heartily, his voice deep and hoarse yet resonant. If those ill-intentioned beings have the ability, let them come and investigate. Luo Xu is under our country's protection now. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on her. His words were truly imposing, instilling a strong sense of security. Yes, immediately, the communication between Luo Xu and several team leaders was also transmitted. Advance 30 meters to the south. There is a light cluster under the bushes there. Be cautious, as there are some fierce beasts roaming nearby, but they are not Tyrannosaurus Rex. Team 4, be careful. About 40 meters ahead, there is a cliff. Slow down your speed and watch your step. Team 5, your route is a bit off. Walk 20 meters to the left. There is a small path, and you are about to reach the foot of the mountain. With Luo Xu's guidance, the system's prompt continued to sound. This time, there are also more water resources. Ding dong. Collected 2,000 edible water bottles. Ding dong. Collected a large axe 1. Ding dong. Supplies are falling from the sky. Some people are driving on the road, and a package can even drop onto the car seat from above. The manifested supplies are so magical, falling from the sky, causing no harm to any buildings or humans, but can crush zombies. Huh, Luo Xu, well done. Luo Xu must be a bug, right? Can she enable full map visibility? Haha, this is the first time I've been so happy because someone else is cheating. Damn, I was driving, and a package fell from the sky. I'm sending my location coordinates to everyone. If anyone is nearby, come join me for a feast. I have way too many supplies here. Hey, we only have 23 hours left before we kick the bucket. Can you all take this seriously? At least have some sense of the apocalypse crisis, okay? The system is still continuously dropping supplies. Ding. Harvested edible peaches, 3,000 pounds. Ding. Harvested edible melons, 2,000 pounds. Ding. Harvested edible pineapples, 2,000 pounds. There's a traffic jam ahead on the highway for some unknown reason, with a long line of cars parked by the roadside, and many people chose to stop and look at the distant, dark clouds. Chapter 53. Weapon improvements, effects doubled. The air is filled with the smell of decay, the deathly aura of the approaching zombie tide. The base is just in sight, and several planes are hovering in the sky, preparing to sweep the zombies that are swaying towards the edge. A car accident has occurred ahead, and they're clearing the zombies. Everyone can take a 10-minute break. A voice came from a loudspeaker on the helicopter. The survivors are no longer in a hurry. They all got out of their cars and gazed into the distance. A few people gathered on the road to share food and water. Not far away, a few zombies are wobbling towards them, and suddenly a package falls from the sky, directly smashing one zombie into a pulp. Impressive. A young man gave a thumbs up. What do you think if there were a bit more supplies? Could we crush all these zombies? A few people exchanged glances and then laughed. Makes sense. Time ticked by. The zombie tide got closer and closer. The cars that were stuck ahead were lifted away by the helicopter using a rope, and the road became much clearer. The convoy continuously entered the base. Although it was a bit crowded, basically everyone had food and drink, and there was no shortage of supplies. The next issue was personnel deployment. The territory of Dazhou is too vast, and there are still many people who simply can't make it to the base in time. These people are powerless against the state, which can only issue messages urging them to protect themselves as much as possible. In remote areas, the zombie tide comes sweeping in. Wherever it goes, entire cities fall in an instant. The zombies have no sense of pain. They only know to move forward. They stack on top of each other like ants, continuously piling up higher when faced with obstacles. Dozens of stories of high-rise buildings collapse in an instant, and the countless zombies crawl up from the rubble and continue moving forward. Almost all human structures are trampled and destroyed. Those hiding in basements nervously watch the lights above them swaying. Thousands of zombies flood into the cramped room, and even the sturdy concrete floor is struggling to hold up. The concrete floor has a weight limit of 200 kilograms per square meter, but the zombies piling in together have already made the floor tremble. Finally, the floor can no longer support the weight and collapses with a thunderous crash, followed by the horrifying screams of humans in the basement, and then silence ensues. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In all the places that the zombie tide has passed, humanity cannot survive at all. The powerful zombie tide can even crush elevated bridges and invade all places with doors and paths, such as subway stations. The real apocalypse has arrived. In a live broadcast room, Luo Xu is guiding the way, and finally, after 3 hours, they arrive near the valley. As they get closer, many powerful, small carnivorous dinosaurs appear. They must be more careful and cautious. In various bases across Dawa country, screens of all sizes are playing the live broadcast. Survivors are busy preparing supplies, weapons, and many are digging pits outside the base. Everyone is busy, occasionally looking up at the live broadcast. To survive this crisis, everyone is working hard. Soon, the live broadcast is filled with comments from survivors in other countries. There are still 20 hours until the zombie tide arrives. Have the citizens of Dawa country already begun preparing to counterattack? Our Tainer country previously used fire coverage to control those zombies. You could try this method too. However, this can only deal with a small number of zombies and should be ineffective against a large-scale zombie tide like that of Dawa country. Fortunately, the live broadcast is still ongoing, which means Dawa country is still standing. It's truly worrisome. At this moment, the warriors stop in their tracks. They cautiously scan the surroundings, keeping a close watch on the rustling bushes. When the bushes are pushed aside, a tiny dinosaur of extreme size bursts out. These small carnivorous dinosaurs were shaking their heads, staring intently at the warriors in front of them. Clearly, they were also interested in human flesh. You tiens smi lit coldly. Maintenez formation. Team 1, raise your shields. Team 2, move to the front, tightly blocking with their shields. The small dinosaurs charged towards them, their sharp teeth still stained with blood. Team 2, go. This time they wielded powerful submachine guns, with bullets made of special materials. Fire. At the command, gunfire erupted instantly. The dinosaurs were startled and began to run wildly, each head crashing hard into shields, directly knocking the shield-bearing warriors off balance. They quickly stabilized their formation. Fortunately, the bullets were effective this time. However, the little dinosaurs were running too fast, wasting some bullets. It was more comfortable to use knives instead. Team 3, switch to knives. Charge. A few people changed their weapons to long knives, short knives, and other melee weapons. As the dinosaurs charged in, they seized the opportunity to stab them fiercely in the neck. A sure hit. The little dinosaur let out a scream and dropped dead. The warriors grinned. Indeed, dealing with these creatures required cold weapons. Dozens of little dinosaurs surrounded them. The warriors were unstoppable, wielding their sharp blades with great force. After a fierce battle, only a few sustained minor injuries, while the others were mostly unharmed. Looking at the pile of corpses, Luo Xu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It's a pity that killing these dinosaurs didn't yield any tangible resources. Previously, they had dropped a lot of supplies when dinosaurs were killed. Survivors outside, busy reinforcing the base and preparing attack weapons, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. A series of 666 messages floated across the screen. Indeed, as long as one has sufficiently powerful weapons, many troubles can be resolved. The team continued to advance, entering the entrance of the valley. At this moment, there were 19 hours left until the zombie tide arrived. Zhu Cheng glanced at the time and instructed everyone to quicken their pace. Luo Xu flipped through the system map, her expression somewhat serious. The closer they got to their destination, the more detailed the map became, even showing 3D effects, clearly displaying every river and tree. The system was becoming increasingly powerful. As she flipped through, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she lowered her voice, saying, "There are 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex inside." Zhu Chen's eyes brightened. There really were. He turned to arrange the formation, with one team leading the way and the cold weapon squad at the rear. If they encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they would shoot immediately. Yes, since Zhu Chen had given the order, it meant there was likely a Tyrannosaurus Rex inside. The warriors were eager to try. This time, our weapons have been improved, and the results will definitely be twice as good with half the effort. Hee. We must make a big score this time. Zhu Chen turned to Luo Xu and said, "You lead the way." All right. Chapter 54. The Zombie King appears at Nanhai Base. The entire base, which could accommodate 300,000 people, suddenly saw an influx of over 100,000, making the area quite crowded. Soon, due to the excessive population density, many fights and brawls broke out. The high-level officials of Nanhai Base were working hard to overcome these issues. The zombie tide surged towards the South China Sea base from 3 directions. Standing atop the high tower, one could see a vast mass in the distance. Launching missiles from aircraft could only have a minimal effect. At that moment, the South China Sea base was attempting to launch the 3rd missile. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone gathered in the command center, their eyes wide open, watching for the results. The countdown reached 0, and the missile was launched. In an instant, the target area erupted in flames, and a large number of zombies were eliminated. Seeing some effect, the people in the command center cheered and finally let out a sigh of relief. "Continue," the commander said. The 3rd missile was prepared for launch. The countdown continued. Suddenly, at the missile's target location, the zombies abruptly stopped moving. A massive group, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, seemed to receive some kind of command as they quickened their pace and scattered. 3, 2, 1. Launch. The missile struck the ground directly. Strangely, the area hit happened to be where the zombies had dispersed. This time, the missile still caused widespread destruction to the zombie horde, but the damage was much less than before. The horde continued to advance. The missile's power was not enough to stop their march. In an instant, the command room fell into silence. Did I just see that wrong? A staff member sitting in front of the screen rubbed their eyes. It seemed like the zombies scattered. They seemed to know that the missile was coming. A staff member at another computer opened an image. Inside the base, there were dense green dots representing life, while outside, there were red dots surging in. The system had completed the statistics. The first strike killed 339,600 zombies. The second strike killed 358,900. And the third strike killed 173,200. Suddenly, the lethality had decreased by nearly half. The commanding officer's expression darkened. "Do it again." This time, everyone was focused intently on the screen, afraid to miss any hint. Everyone knew that when the zombies suddenly parted, it meant something significant. Thinking of that terrifying consequence, they could hardly bear it. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Look, they are coming again. As the countdown started, they saw more zombies in another area orderly making way. There was no trampling incident among them, in a place that was clearly so dense. They were able to create a gap in an orderly manner at the first moment. It was as if a river encountered a stone and naturally created a fork. With a loud bang, the missile struck again. Indeed, the center point was where the zombies had separated. When the flames subsided, this time they had killed 106. The zombie tide returned to its previous state, as if nothing had happened. The command center fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the deputy beside the commander said in a low voice, "There is a commander among the zombie horde." Someone else added that a zombie with such absolute intelligence could direct the horde as if it were an extension of its own body. Or perhaps, the real threat we are facing is not just the overwhelming number of zombies, but the big guy hiding behind them. Perhaps. The commander took a deep breath and called the central command, sending the video just captured to other bases. Soon, the central base received the video. The chief and Wei Zheng, along with several other commanders, watched the video back and forth no less than 10 times. They felt heavy in their hearts. Wei Zheng said solemnly, "So, there's a leader among these zombie hordes? This zombie tide did not occur without reason? It seems to be the case. Damn it. Have the zombies evolved to this extent now? What should we do? Is it enough to find the leader of the zombie tide to resolve this crisis? But how do we find it? With billions of zombies outside, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack." Wei Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, expressionless as he looked at the screen in front of him. "What about the footage we shot in Yuan Sui Town last time? Retrieve it." The staff was taken aback for a moment and quickly pulled up the video. After watching the video a few times, Wei Zheng said, "Compare the zombies in this video with other captured zombies to see if we can identify any. Since the appearance of this zombie in Yuan Sui Town, it has completely disappeared. However, after the zombie appeared, various mutated zombies began to emerge throughout the Great Chuan Kingdom. Previously, he had never connected these two events. It seems necessary to put them together now." "Yes." The chief stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. "There are still 17 hours left. If we can find this leader, we can change the situation." Wei Zheng nodded seriously. "Chief, I believe we should trust the warriors from the other world more." The images of the zombies in front were all cut off, and the live broadcast screen was brought up. At this moment, Luo Xu was leading the team into the valley. Luo Xu was like a walking map. She avoided the territory of the carnivorous dinosaurs, and, in less than half an hour, reached the heart of the valley. The entire team was surrounding the 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhu Chun instructed everyone to bend down and not to startle the snake. However, Luo Xu smiled and said there was no need to be overly cautious. The Tyrannosaurus had already sensed them as they approached. With so many people, there would inevitably be some movement. Sure enough, after taking a few steps forward, the Tyrannosaurus had noticed and looked in their direction. The smaller herbivorous dinosaurs panicked and fled in all directions, while the Tyrannosaurus walked leisurely. Clearly not taking him seriously at all, Luo Xu glanced at the system's description of the Tyrannosaurus. Extremely strong combat power, fast speed, brutal temperament, the king among dinosaurs. Dinosaurs of this type all share the same personality trait, confidence in their own strength. Just like now, the 60 of them surrounded 3, and instead of fleeing, they curiously observed them. In this way, the warriors no longer hid. Zhu Chun waved his hand and said, "Attack." Bam bam. The warriors maintained formation and engaged. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a roar and lunged at them with its sharp claws. The battle broke out here, and the other dinosaurs hid far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, on the other side of the South China Sea base, a zombie crawled out of a pit. Chapter 55, System Upgrade Again. The zombie raised its head to observe its surroundings, and eventually, its crimson gaze fell on the helicopter flying in the sky. It stared at the helicopter and let out a low growl. The surrounding zombies seemed to receive a command, and several of them shifted positions, perfectly blocking the helicopter's line of sight, hiding it behind their figures. Once the helicopter passed by, it growled again, then stood up, and numerous zombies began to stream out of the pit behind it. The entire horde of zombies quickened their pace of attack. An alarm sounded again from the command center of the South China Sea base. Several staff members hurried into the commander's office. "Commander, The speed of the zombie horde has increased. There are only 10 hours left until they breach the base. The commander's expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly. Quick, contact the Central Command Center. He walked out of the office, and several screens in the command room outside displayed live footage. At that moment, the soldiers in the live broadcast room were fighting fiercely against the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They were well prepared this time, with excellent weapons, and both firearms and cold weapons were fully stocked. In just under 5 minutes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could no longer hold on, and one of them collapsed with a loud crash. With the death of that Tyrannosaurus Rex, a notification sound echoed in the system again. Ding! Killed a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Reward: Ancient Fine Iron 100,000 gene. Soon after, the second Tyrannosaurus Rex was also killed. Ding! Killed a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Reward: Mutant Edible Wheat Seeds 10,000 gene. Fine Iron Wheat Seeds. These supplies, under normal circumstances, would undoubtedly be excellent for revitalizing the base. But the problem now is, they must find a way to deal with those zombies. Outside the base, a convoy is moving steadily, and the survivors are heading towards the base. Inside the vehicle, a child is pressing against the window, eyes wide open. Mommy, look, the bad guys are coming. A weary woman driving the car looks outside. The horde of zombies, which had seemed so far away before, now appears to be very close. Standing there, she can vaguely see the shambling figures approaching them. Suddenly startled, the woman rubs her eyes and sits up straight. It really is zombies. How'd they get so close? There are quite a few people outside rolling down their car windows, and they all saw this scene, causing panic to erupt. Hurry up in front. The zombie tide is coming. They desperately honked their horns. Hurry, hurry. Why is the zombie tide so close? Get to the base quickly. Come on. What are you doing in front? A car in the front of the convoy ran out of fuel and could only stop in the middle of the road. The owner was also anxious, constantly apologizing to the drivers behind. A helicopter flew over, and several soldiers quickly descended, tying the car with ropes and directly lifting it away with the helicopter. Go. Don't panic. Proceed in an orderly manner. Everyone, calm down. The queue extended for more than 10 kilometers. Seeing the seemingly endless line, many people cursed quietly and turned back to leave. They had to find shelter as quickly as possible before the zombie tide hit. Staying on the highway was a dead end. Vehicles that had made up their minds turned around against the crowd. The driver's face was extremely grim. The people in the same car started to argue. Why turn back? We're going to base. The zombies are getting closer, and we don't even know how long the queue in front is. It's too far. We want team make it to the base. The man in the back had gone insane, trying to grab the steering wheel. Someone beside him quickly stepped forward to intervene, managing to control the man with difficulty. The middle-aged man driving spoke in a deep voice. In City C, there's a villa area where military families used to live, and there are some villa clusters near the mountains. I worked there before, and after the apocalypse, someone transformed it into a shelter. All rooms are specially made of iron sheets, and there's also a decent basement. We should go there. His voice was deep and steady, finally giving some rationality to the man who was in a daze. The man turned to look at the long queue behind him, gritted his teeth. Stop the car. I want to get out. I'm not going with you. The middle-aged man driving glanced at him through the rearview mirror and simply stopped the car. Someone beside tried to dissuade him. Xiao Zhao, don't be so impulsive. We VE helped each other survive so far. If you leave the team, then, yeah, we are all in the same team. It's best to stick together. The big man's words weren't without reason. Look at how long the queue behind us is. All right. The person beside wanted to persuade him further, but the middle-aged man expressionlessly stopped the car and said, Get out. The zombie tide was constantly approaching. The thundering footsteps stirred up a tremor in the ground. The survivors lining up outside became even more nervous. Some people, in a rush, accidentally hit the accelerator, causing several car accidents. 10 hours. The zombie tide suddenly accelerated, having the time. Due to the car accidents, many fights broke out as well. The higher-ups at the base quickly held a meeting to discuss. In the system, 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex were successfully dealt with. The system also provided a lot of rewards. However, Luo Xu was more concerned that the points had once again reached maximum value. Points 6001000 ding. System upgrade successful. After this upgrade, the map has changed. There are more colors of light clusters on the map. Luo Xu frowned slightly and whispered to Zhu Chun. The system has been upgraded again. Zhu Chen's eyes lit up. Another upgrade? What's new this time? There are some additional pink light clusters, but it's unclear what they mean. Pink light clusters? They have already dealt with 3 T-Rexes, and the task progress is already halfway done. If they take down 3 more, they will successfully complete the task. At this moment, they received a message from headquarters. On the phone was Wei Zhang's serious voice. Warriors, your mission has become increasingly difficult. We have detected the presence of the Zombie King, and, subsequently, the zombies have collectively accelerated their actions. Now, there are only 10 hours left before the zombie tide breaches the base. You need to hurry and complete your mission. This message was broadcasted through the radios in all the vehicles. The survivors, drenched in sweat and anxious, were starting to lose patience in the queue. Many of the more proactive individuals immediately turned their vehicles around towards the city behind them. Damn it, doing a mission. Can you at least set up a shelter for us? Nothing is useful right now. Chapter 56. System Manifestation. Shelter from the sky quick. Drive faster. This group of zombies is terrifying. These ordinary people don't have the mental fortitude of the warriors. The vehicles were moving on the road, and zombies were swarming from a distance. The sounds of their growls could be faintly heard. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Some people were flustered, their minds unstable, and their vehicle crashed directly into the guardrail. The vehicle let out a loud crash and started smoking. The driver, in despair, got out to check. Damn it! The convoy stretched for over 10 kilometers. The base was already crowded, and tens of thousands of survivors were waiting to enter. Those at the back decisively chose to give up and look for nearby shelter. Close to the base was a prefecture-level city to facilitate the survivor survival. The base had already sent people to clear 90 of the zombies in the entire city. The remaining zombies here were those who had fallen victim later. One vehicle after another came driving through. They looked around, searching for a temporary hiding place. The zombie tide was about to surge, and time was running out for them. Survivors from several vehicles began to cooperate. Bro, are you familiar with the terrain here? Where's a good place to hide? I'm not local. I am. There's a large mall ahead. The warehouse inside should be a suitable hiding spot. We can go take a look. It can accommodate hundreds of people. Let's go check it out together. The more it came to this, the more they needed to cooperate. There were also many who lamented. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come out. The shelter I found before was so good, but now I've really been harmed by this damn broadcast. The base could have said earlier that they couldn't accommodate so many people. Isn't this just calling us out to be targets for the zombies? I've had enough. Yeah, I've been waiting in line for 7 or 8 hours, damn it. 7 or 8 hours. Before the apocalypse, that wouldn't have been anything, but after enduring the apocalypse, waiting in line was completely a waste of time. If I had this time, I could have gathered a lot of supplies and sat on the couch watching shows while waiting for the zombie tide to come. If I'm going to die, then I might as well die without suffering through this first. At this point, the survivors were complaining endlessly, but their actions were not slowing down at all. In the system, Luo Xu re-established her position. Although she really wanted to see what the pink light clusters could manifest, it was still most important to clear the level first. She once again confirmed the positions of several black dots and pointed to the south. Just right, we can go this way. 10 hours might be a bit challenging. The journey is long, and we need to travel light. On the map, the pink light clusters were very sparse, with only about 10 on the entire map. Coincidentally, on the way to the location of the Tyrannosaurus in the south, there were 4 or 5 along the way. Luo Xu had a hunch that this pink light might be something significant. Zhu Chant formulated a plan, took a deep breath, and looked at Luo Xu. Can you hold on? What we're about to do is a long-distance march that could last several hours. Luo Xu had never experienced a long-distance march before. Just thinking about the exhaustion and nausea from running long distances made her heart race. But if she gave up now, how would she face this system alone in the future? This system is hers, and she can still seek help from the country. But one day, she must face it alone. Moreover, surviving in this apocalyptic world is not easy. She needs to improve her own strength. Everything she is experiencing now is a training process. I can hold on a little longer. She gritted her teeth. Chen looked at the small and weak girl in front of him and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. All right, let's go. Luo Xu has strong resilience and a stubborn refusal to give up. In the future, she will definitely become an excellent warrior. The entire team began to advance. 2 hours passed. From the road, the zombie tide was already very close. The base had begun to fight back because they were too close to the crowd. The base abandoned missile attacks and instead used a series of large weapons such as rocket launchers and tanks. But even so, when the gunfire subsided, the zombies behind would continue to advance over the bodies of the zombies in front. The progress of the zombie tide was only delayed by a few minutes. In the center of the zombie tide, there was a zombie with a decayed face, its mouth moving as if saying something. The zombie tide continued to advance, and the speed was even faster. Boom! The sound of cannon fire filled the air, and the cries of children could be heard from the new village. They could clearly smell the stench of the zombies now. The base was right behind them, but they couldn't get in like living targets outside the base. What are you still doing? Run. At a position farther from the base, faster zombies charged in, breaking into the convoy and causing chaos. In an instant, this survivor team turned into a hell on earth. The base quickly provided support, but it was too late. After dealing with the zombies, over 200 people were lost without a single survivor. Those who had still held a glimmer of hope for entering the base immediately turned around and left. Posts online were exploding. I'm really dead this time. I've waited outside for so long and still can't make it into the base. The high-priced road ahead has collapsed. We can't pass. The convoy behind me is backing up. Don't block here. We found a villa in Area C that can serve as temporary shelter. Any survivors coming over? Oh, villa. You'll die faster if you go there. Haha. With such a large zombie tide, who can survive? It's just a matter of dying early or dying late. It's better to have a cup of coffee, take a hot bath, and lie comfortably on the sofa before dying. That makes sense. Give me a location. I'll go. Look, another group of survivors has been wiped out by zombies. Over 500 people. Sigh. The base is now barely holding on and can't support us in time. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. Heaven, is there anyone to save us? We're really going to die. Who will help? I don't want to die. The live stream continued, showing places attacked by zombies, blood flowing like rivers, and bodies hanging on cars. The background music in the live stream made the scene exceptionally desolate. Luo Xu felt like her lungs were about to explode, and her legs felt as weak as noodles. But she couldn't afford to stop. Ahead, 200 meters away, she saw a pink light cluster. It was a tender pink with a hint of blood, right in a pile of grass. She hesitated for a moment and fell behind. Hurry up, don't fall behind. She gritted her teeth and turned to run toward the grass pile, waving her hand. Ding! Obtained level 1 shelter, capacity for 100 people, 3. Chapter 57, a room for 100 people. 400 kilometers outside the Nanhai base in New City. The road was congested, extending for 2 kilometers, and the cars stuck in the middle were very anxious, with some people jogging ahead to check the situation. Minute by minute, the cars under the blazing sun were starting to lose patience. A family was starving. The father checked the time and looked around. The zombies in the entire new city had been mostly cleared, and the road conditions ahead were good. He turned around and got back in the car, telling his wife in the passenger seat, "Let us get off the elevated road and go underneath." A man from a car ahead ran over and knocked on their window. I heard the road conditions are the same at the Nanhai base. There are too many people wanting to enter the base. Just look online. Take out your phone, and you can find several posts saying the area outside the Nanhai base is filled with cars. And standing on the highway outside the Nanhai base, you can faintly see the zombies rushing towards them. Online, it said we should find shelter on the spot. I told Xiao Li, and we plan to find shelter in New City first. Just as he was speaking, the entire city suddenly sounded an alarm. Several helicopters flew overhead, and a voice came from the loudspeakers. All survivors, please seek shelter on the spot. All survivors, please seek shelter on the spot. No explanation was given, just this cold statement. Instantly, there were cries below. What? We traveled so far, and now that we're not even at the base, we're told to find shelter on the spot? What does this mean? Are we not allowed to enter the base? Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have come here. The shelter I found earlier was farther from the zombie tide. Are we not getting an explanation? Why is this happening? I'm really fed up. Why didn't they say something earlier? Damn, we can see the zombie tide coming. and now you want us to find shelter. Is there still time for that? I'm being killed by you. So many people here are all being harmed by you. I trusted the base so much before. And now this is the result. It's really heartbreaking. We asked the base for an explanation. But no matter how the civilians below shouted, it had no effect on the helicopters leaving. Because of the slow progress in accommodating personnel at the base and the large number of people in line, it was highly likely that many survivors would perish at the hands of zombies before they could enter the base, so the state issued an emergency plan. A large group of people below began to curse. If you don't have the skill, don't take on this task. Now you're realizing there are too many people, and the base can't accommodate them? Where were you before? Didn't you assess the situation before sending out the signal? A bunch of useless people. You've killed people. The commander of the Nanhai base sighed and posted an explanatory video online. It was because our central command discovered a zombie king that could control zombies during a zombie attack, and that zombie king seemed to sense danger, thus controlling the entire zombie horde to accelerate their attack. We reduced the time from 20 hours to 10 hours. This time is too tight, and we simply couldn't accommodate all the survivors in time. We're sorry, everyone. On behalf of the Nanhai base, I apologize to you all. The people in front of the screen fell into silence. The survival time was cut in half. No wonder the base was so flustered. The commanders of the Nanhai base solemnly bowed deeply to everyone in front of the camera. Thank you all. Everyone should try to survive on their own, doing their best to stay alive during this zombie outbreak. The screen went black. The survivors stared at the dark screen, momentarily panicked. The convoy began to scatter, and the survivors from Dazhongguo no longer stubbornly tried to enter the base. They dispersed to find their own shelters. 2 cars belonging to 2 families got off the elevated road in search of refuge. The vehicles behind them also exited the elevated road. A group of at least 50 to 60 cars was driving on the road. Suddenly, the car behind crashed into the one in front with a loud bang, and the 2 vehicles exploded. The survivors in front were quite frightened and did not get out of their cars. They only looked back through the rearview mirror. A group of cars rushed forward, with screams and cries ringing out continuously. Run! The zombies are coming from behind. It's a mutated zombie. The mutated zombies are coming after us. In a moment of panic, the survivors could only focus on escaping, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The car crashed violently into the one in front, and both vehicles came to a stop. Several mutated zombies jumped onto the cars, easily smashing the windows and dragging people out, tearing them apart. Screams erupted. Drive! Hurry up and drive! We're going to die. Sob. We're going to die. A helicopter flying overhead saw the group of survivors below being attacked by zombies. They felt helpless, closed their eyes, and sighed. Let's go. These survivors have only one way to go: death. Some survivors still have weapons and curse loudly as they chop at the mutated zombies. The mutated zombie is cut in half, but the next second, the survivor is tackled and bitten by 2 other zombies. There are too many. There are at least over 200 of these mutated zombies. Just one mutated zombie is enough to take out all of them in an instant. So many zombies. There's simply no match. What should we do? Is there really only a dead end? The mutated zombies charged towards the survivors in groups. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped everyone. A huge tetrahedral structure covered with iron sheeting appeared just a few meters in front of the crowd of survivors. A door slowly opened. Everyone was stunned. Almost simultaneously, they heard a system notification sound from the screen of a nearby building. Ding dong. Acquired level 1 shelter. Capacity for 100 people. 3. They were all a bit dazed. What is this? A shelter? A shelter manifested by another world for us? This is truly amazing. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and get inside. They hurriedly got out of the cars and rushed into the room, while 2 men stood outside, calling out to the other survivors to come over quickly. Chapter 58. More shelters needed. Just as the helicopter was about to leave, they suddenly saw a house descending from the sky, leaving the pilot somewhat dumbfounded. Look, what is that? The co-pilot widened his eyes and looked at it. Metal house? Calling the base. There's a situation in area. A house has appeared here. The mutated zombies surged in, and this suddenly appeared house became their last refuge. The survivors who had already entered rushed to the windows to look outside. Hurry up! Everyone hurry! The door is about to close. The co-pilot exclaimed, "Look, the survivors are getting in. Let us provide some fire support." They used regular ammunition, which did not do much damage to the mutated zombies, only able to buy some time. Finally, once all the survivors were inside, the door slammed shut with a bang. The survivors stood by the door, bolting it and anxiously watching as it was repeatedly hit. This door is also made of iron sheet, and it feels very light and not very sturdy when pushed. Bang bang. The sounds of impact continue without interruption. They hold their breath nervously, looking through the window. The zombies outside are unable to break in and can only leave in frustration. Finally, the crisis is averted. This is a hall. The entire house is a large building, with stairs and elevators. The hall is very spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. They look at each other in confusion. Where is this place? A young person who has narrowly escaped death takes off their headphones, and voices from the live broadcast can be heard. The few soldiers catch up with Luo Xu and ask her, "What are you doing?" Luo Xu replies, "The pink light mass says it's a level 1 shelter. But nothing has appeared here. Don't you find it strange? What is this shelter? Oh no, this can't be a shelter, right? It must have materialized from another world. Is this really the shelter? It looks just like an apartment, and there are many rooms here. Huh, damn it. I knew the heavens wouldn't let us die so easily. This shelter is great. Hurry, take pictures and post them, show everyone." Almost at the same time, a shelter appears on the highway. Suddenly, a large metal house falls from the sky, shocking everyone. Some people cautiously approach to investigate, opening the door to find neatly arranged rooms inside. Those survivors who had been waiting in line on the road for hours, preparing to leave for refuge, come across posts online. Quick, has anyone found a shelter? Give me a location. Each shelter can accommodate 100 people. By the way, I heard that if there are more than 100 people, they will be automatically teleported out of the shelter. Those who are stuck on the road and can't find a hiding place, hurry to find a shelter. It can block mutant zombies. My goodness, this room is very comfortable. The bed is soft, but there is no water or electricity. It's just a shelter. Survivors, peeking outside, no longer hesitate and directly push the door open to enter. A shelter can accommodate 100 people. Although this is just a drop in the bucket, saving one is better than none. Across the country, 3 shelters have protected 300 people. They find that the defensive capabilities of shelters are extremely strong. Such a small iron door can completely withstand the attacks of dozens of mutant zombies. Those living inside feel like they have entered paradise. Soon, news of the shelter's appearance reaches the central command center. Wei Zheng stands in front of the monitoring room screen, and the tension on his face finally eases a little. The zombies suddenly accelerated their attack speed, which nobody had anticipated. Earlier, when they announced the collection of supplies, they had considered this possibility, and everything was prepared to ensure that everyone could receive help to the greatest extent possible. However, fortunately, a shelter had suddenly appeared. The commander furrowed his brow, wondering if a larger shelter could be established to move the entire base inside. Wei Zheng sighed and shook his head. "Commander, even if such a large shelter really exists, it probably won't be possible to relocate everyone there in a short time. Right now, what we need is more powerful weapons." The commander sighed again, but they couldn't ignore the survivors. "Come, bring me the walkie-talkie." At this moment, the comments in the live stream were filled with pleas. They hoped that the people in the live stream could work hard to create more shelters. They didn't care whether these shelters could withstand the tide of zombies. They just wanted to enter a safe building as soon as possible. "Thank you for your hard work. We really need shelters. My wife is about to give birth. I really can't. Please, manifest some more shelters." "Ooh, the zombie tide is coming soon. At least let me die in a room." They saw Luo Xu reconnecting the central phone line. An elderly voice came from the other end. "This is the central command center. The supplies and shelters you just received are very good. Can we get more shelter supplies?" Hearing the voice, Luo Xu glanced at the map, feeling somewhat troubled. "But this will affect our travel progress, Commander. If we delay any longer, we may not be able to complete the mission before the zombie tide arrives." Survivors still on the road, seeing the overwhelming tide of zombies approaching in the distance, pressed down on the accelerator. "Damn it, there's no time left." The commander sighed. Now that the mutated zombies are rampant, the survivors urgently need shelters to take refuge in. This mission is equally important. Equally important? Luo Xu looked up at Zhu Chun, secretly gritting her teeth. Okay, Commander, we will do our best to complete the mission. The citizens of Dazhongguo in front of the screen clasped their hands together, their eyes moist as they silently prayed. We must complete the mission as soon as possible. They were barely hanging on. Cut off the signal. Zhu Chun immediately made the decision. How about this? We split into two groups. You take a team to find supplies, and I'll take a team to deal with the Tyrannosaurus. Luo Xu looked at the map. The distribution of these red dots was quite broad, but indeed did not align with the route to deal with the Tyrannosaurus. Can you do it? Zhu Chun asked. Luo Xu nodded solemnly. Okay. Is 10 people enough? 5 will do. The two immediately split up, with Luo Xu leading her team, avoiding the beast location and taking a small path to search for the red light clusters. The emergence of the shelter gave the survivors a shot in the arm. At least they knew that things weren't as bad as they seemed. Chapter 59. Surprise. A dinosaur mount appears. The people who entered the shelter had already begun to explore its special features. They discovered that the apartment-like room, although wrapped in somewhat ugly iron sheets, was extremely tough. Axes couldn't chop through it, and zombies couldn't scratch it. Only bullets were effective. There were still reports online that these shelters might be their only way to escape the zombie tide. Many people clamored for the central authorities to provide a perfect explanation about the shelters. But now, each base was focused on dealing with the zombie tide and had no time to understand the shelters. In front of the screen, the commander stared intently at the display. Other survivors also watched eagerly. Excitement. Another shelter was finally coming. I wonder where we'll land this time. I hope my luck will be better. I'm right on the street, just waiting for the shelter to arrive. Hurry up. My goodness. I hope this shelter can accommodate more people. Hurry, be quick. Our little lucky star, Luo Xu, found another red light after pushing aside the grass. She gently poked at it. The red light cluster is a bit darker, leaning towards rose red. Sure enough, the system's prompt sound rang out a second later. Ding. Harvested level 1 shelter capacity. 1,000 people. 3. It's done. In an instant, cheers erupted. This shelter can actually accommodate 1,000 people, and there are 3 of them. I wonder where the shelters will land. It seems that the chances are higher in places with more people. Found it. I see the shelter. I'll send you the location. This time it can hold 1,000 people, and the rooms are larger. I found another shelter here. Quickly bring your family and children over. Hurry. 3 more shelters have appeared, and this time, to avoid accidental casualties, there are military forces specifically dispatched to direct traffic and evacuate the crowd. Luo Xu stood up, panting heavily. After so long of searching, she finally found a red light cluster. But running like this is too slow. It would be great if she could find some transportation. On the other side, Zhu Chun was still leading the team, continuously on the move. Luo Xu looked at the light spots on the map, realizing that these people would probably take a few more hours to arrive. Those sitting in the shelter rooms watched the overwhelming tide of zombies outside the window, nervously clenching their hands. Some who had not entered the shelter sat helplessly outside, watching the sky gradually darken. This time, it should be the last time they see the sun. The loving couple embraced each other, shedding a tear. The family of 4 lay in their parents' arms, quietly watching the horizon. Half an hour later, Luo Xu found another red light. Ding. Acquired level 2 shelter capacity. 3,000 people. For Luo Xu was almost exhausted to the point of vomiting. The long run had made her legs unresponsive. Her face was pale. Her frail body swayed unsteadily, and her clothes were soaked with sweat over and over again. The soldiers beside her looked a bit better, but not by much. Luo Xu, how many supplies do we have left? There are 7 on the entire map. Is the distance far? Luo Xu glanced at the map and nearly fainted from exhaustion. Far. Too far. If only we had transportation. Let's take a break. We still have to keep running. Each task map was large, making it extremely difficult to run. Over there, the soldiers were getting close to the location of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Taking a few gulps of water, Luo Xu stood up. Let's go, keep running. After taking a few steps forward, she frowned, noticing a strange symbol on the map. The symbol had appeared before, but she had been too eager to complete her mission to pay it any mind. Now, looking at the sign located about 1,000 meters away, she hesitated. If there was nothing useful here, wouldn't it be a waste of time? In the end, she made up her mind, no matter what. She had to give it a try. Perhaps the location of the sign held something important. Taking a gamble seemed worth it. Luo Xu took a deep breath, changed direction, and said, "Let's head this way." The soldiers obeyed her without a hint of doubt. Exhausted, they took half an hour to finally reach the location of the sign. Here, next to the cliff, all that meets the eye is dense weeds. The marked location should be hidden in the grass. Let's take a look and see if there's anything nearby. Everyone starts searching separately. They discover a clearing in the middle of the grass. Strangely, there are a few dinosaurs in the clearing, all small, crawling dinosaurs with weak combat abilities. There are only 5 of them, and even so, they don't dare to approach. Luo Xu pushes aside the weeds and repeatedly confirms that the marked location on the map is indeed here. She carefully takes a few steps forward, only to find that these dinosaurs seem like soulless bodies, staring blankly ahead, motionless. She extends her hand and cautiously touches one. Finally, her palm rests on the rough skin of a small dinosaur. The system's prompt sounds. Ding. Dinosaur mount discovered cannot materialize. 6. It really is a mount. The entire live stream room erupts. My God, there are actually dinosaur mounts, but unfortunately, they can't materialize. What use do we have for dinosaur mounts? Let's have those warriors use them inside. Yes, even if dinosaurs could really materialize in our world, what will we feed them? We can't just feed them gasoline, right? Haha, it seems this world hasn't reached that level of absurdity. Finally, there are mounts. Can we speed up the progress now? Luo Xu sighs. This other world is quite humane. Whatever is needed just appears. His words resonate with everyone. Indeed, whatever is needed just appears. When they lack water, they receive flowing water materialized. When they lack food, tangible food appears, and then a shelter emerges. This is simply heaven sending them supplies. Indeed, heaven has not abandoned our great Chuan country. Luo Xu patted the obedient little dinosaur. Now I should be able to find all the shelters on the map. There are still several marked symbols on the entire map, which should also be these dinosaurs that can be used as mounts. Luo Xu is ready to find all these dinosaurs. Chapter 60. The surprise appearance of a level 4 shelter. Ding. Obtained level 1 shelter capacity. 300 people. 5. Ding. Obtained level 2 shelter capacity. 4,000 people. 4. Ding. Obtained level 2 shelter capacity. For 1,000 people, 5 shelters descended from the sky one after another. Ever since the dinosaur mounts appeared, Luo Xu seemed to be on a roll, continuously finding shelters. For a moment, the gloomy mood of the people in Great Chuan country finally eased a bit. There are over 100,000 survivors scattered outside. But now, only a few tens of thousands can be helped by the shelters, while a large number of survivors remain homeless outside, suffering from the torment of mutated zombies. Luo Xu and the soldiers increased their speed in searching for supplies while riding mounts. Within just half an hour, they found 3 locations where the mounts were located. She assigned tasks with these mounts and 5 soldiers. 2 soldiers took their mounts to catch up with the main group, while the remaining 3 continued to follow her in search of the light clusters of shelters on the map. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Half an hour later, Luo Xu found a big one. At this point, there were only 4 hours left before the zombie tide invaded. The zombie tide was advancing continuously, and human society was on the brink. Ding. Obtained level 4 shelter capacity. 200,000 people can accommodate heavy weapons. 1. A level 4 shelter has appeared. A shelter that can accommodate 200,000 people. This is simply life-saving for humans. There are already around 30,000 to 40,000 survivors waiting to enter just outside the base. And with those who couldn't even make it into the shelter, the total adds up to nearly 100,000. The emergence of this level 4 shelter is like Noah's Ark for the Great River Nation. As a result, the central base is facing a significant problem. This level 4 shelter can not only accommodate 200,000 people, but also heavy weaponry. This means that the entire base can be moved in. This time, it's a big one. It can accommodate 100,000 people. Haha, my children are finally saved. I haven't been able to secure spots for many words. So, is there no need to compete anymore? Are the number of survivors about the same now? I'm just curious about what a shelter that can hold 200,000 people looks like. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in the sky. And right in the middle of the South Sea base and the Eastern Forest base, a massive shelter appeared. This location happens to be right on a large square. The shelter descended, and the buildings below vanished without a trace, landing steadily on the ground. The survivors, still driving at high speed, searching for shelter, were suddenly filled with excitement. "Ha! I see the shelter. It's near the South Sea base and pretty close to the Eastern Forest base, too. It can accommodate 200,000 people. Hurry up and get in. I'll send everyone a location. Come quickly. This time we can all survive. Haha, that's great." Countless survivors rushed towards the Level 4 shelter. Suddenly, the live broadcast cut off. Looking at the suddenly dark screen, the survivors felt a bit anxious and didn't know what was happening. At this moment, Luo Xu received another message from the Central Command. This time, the room only had Wei Zheng, several commanders, and leaders. Comrade Luo Xu, seeing this serious address, knew the situation was not simple. The voices in Luo Xu's earpiece could be heard by the other soldiers as well. On the way, Zhu Chen also adjusted his earpiece and continued to listen to the voice in the mic while on the move. "Commander, I'm here." Listening to Luo Xu's voice from the other end, the command room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long pause, Wei Zheng finally spoke. "How many shelters are there on the entire map?" Luo Xu hesitated. "Commander, I have already turned off the live broadcast." Wei Zheng understood her concerns. Luo Xu then said, "There are 3 left." Wei Zheng inhaled sharply, his voice becoming even lower. "Is there still a Level 4 shelter?" "As long as there is one more Level 4 shelter, then all problems would cease to exist." Hearing Wei Zheng's deep voice, Luo Xu furrowed her brows. She opened the map and flipped through it. The other 3 red light clusters were faint in color. Based on her experience, these 3 shelters were all Level 1 shelters and did not have much capacity. They should not be enough, she thought. But there is really no way now. The remaining 3 are all Level 1 shelters. In an instant, a gasp was heard from the earpiece. Indeed, Wei Zheng smiled bitterly. Luo Xu was puzzled. "Commander, what exactly happened? Are the shelters not enough?" Wei Zheng hesitated and looked at the leader beside him. He didn't want to put too much pressure on the soldiers inside. The leader took the intercom, cleared his throat. "Cleaning up will take some time, and the mecha's energy is limited. If we directly activate the mecha to run, it might stop functioning due to energy depletion as soon as we reach the base. Therefore, we need a large number of shelters." Luo Xu sighed. "There are only so many on the entire map. But please rest assured, commanders, we will definitely complete the mission on time. After passing the level, we will also receive rewards, which will surely help our country get through this disaster." After hanging up the call, Wei Zheng supported himself on the operation table in front of the screen, veins bulging on his forehead. "Now, we need to make a decision." He slowly turned around. Behind him, the live broadcast screen had gone black, but other screens showed the surveillance of various bases. At this moment, there was a vanguard of zombies, moving at high speed, all composed of mutated zombies with altered legs. Although these zombies were not as freakish as the overall mutated ones, impervious to blades and bullets, their speed was genuinely fast. Wherever they went, there were shadowy figures. Even the surveillance could not capture them. There were over 100,000 of them, surging towards the city wall, forming a zombie ladder, climbing up one by one. Soon, the 10-meter-high city wall was breached. The soldiers, armed with guns, fought back fiercely, and under heavy artillery fire, temporarily held the base, but the ammunition was depleting rapidly. It was only a matter of time before the city gate was breached. Distress signals kept coming in. Wei Zheng slowly raised his head, his voice low and hoarse. "Level 4 shelter. Are we going to let in the public or the civilization of Dazhongguo?" Chapter 61. The Noah's Ark of Dazhongguo. Human buildings had collapsed, and the contents had become a pile of scrap metal. In such a massive zombie tide, the items placed in the base would likely be completely destroyed. Large-scale nuclear weapons, technological equipment, books and materials symbolizing human civilization, research achievements in science and technology spanning thousands of years, astronomy, economy, and political culture would all be obliterated. Now there was such a shelter, Noah's Arkansas. What needs to be filled inside the public? Or these items? After a long silence, someone finally spoke. "Actually, perhaps things are not that bad. The soldiers currently passing through might succeed. We can hold on. Wei Zhang said. A large-scale zombie tide is approaching, and there are only 4 hours left. However, before that, the Nanhai base and the Eastern Forest base are already on the verge of collapse. I'm just afraid. By the time they finish the mission, everything will be mostly destroyed. We might die, but the 4 bases contain the entire civilization of Dazhongguo, especially the Eastern Forest base, which preserves the genes of 100,000 animals. We had hoped to cultivate animals once everything calmed down, to restore nature to normal. Then let's send those items over. We and the soldiers will stay behind. Several commanders stood up, straightened their chests, and saluted grandly. This is what we should do. It is our mission to let the public survive and preserve the civilization of Dazhongguo by sacrificing ourselves. Yes, it is our mission. Wei Zhang's hands clenched tightly on the command platform. Good. Now have everyone move all the items from the warehouse over, open the doors of the level 4 shelter, and let people in. Compress all human civilization information. We don't need to move those large weapons. Helicopters, tanks, rocket launchers, all transported to the wide area, ready for one last use. Move all research instruments, precious researchers, and all materials into the shelter. Also, those gifted superpowers should be arranged into the shelter. They don't need to come out to fight. We must preserve the elite seeds of Dazhongguo. Everyone move. If I find anyone at a high level trying to escape, I will personally execute them. Yes, over 10,000 civilians gathered outside the level 4 shelter. At this moment, it was already controlled by the military. The gates were tightly closed and soldiers were standing guard, looking fierce. The civilians outside were orderly lined up in over 30 queues, some anxiously waiting for the doors to open. Time passed second by second as they whispered among themselves. Do you think they up there don't want us ordinary citizens to go in and seek refuge? How could that be? There are tens of thousands of us here. Can they just watch us die at the hands of those mutated zombies? How could not be? A shelter that can hold 200,000 people. How much military supplies can it contain? Where is there room for us ordinary people? True, but are we just going to wait out here to die? I don't want to die. Shut up. Stop crying. As everyone waited eagerly, military vehicles arrived one after another. The military trucks were full of soldiers. Sure enough, such an important shelter, only soldiers qualified to enter, and we are just cannon fodder. Besides, that's how it is these days. Wei Zhang got out of the car, standing on a high ground. His deep and steady voice came through the loudspeaker, constantly soothing the hearts of the civilians. Friends, now our Dazhongguo is facing a great calamity. Civilization is about to be destroyed. As you can all see, the zombie tide is coming, and our several bases cannot hold on. At this critical moment, children come first, followed by industry elites, masons, blacksmiths, teachers, farmers, doctors, scientists, and other such professional elites. We must do our utmost to protect our civilization. I hope everyone can understand. Now, please cooperate and orderly escort the children in through the side door. The real danger of national destruction is about to arrive. The children are also hope. Families holding their children embraced each other and cried, while parents opened the fence and pushed their children in. Groups of children were sent inside, and the adults did not crowd. They just quietly watched. One truck after another drove in. Here lies the nation's research secret instruments, along with years of scientific elites who have achieved success in their research. Now, it can only accommodate 100,000 survivors, and nearly half of the people cannot enter. They can only watch helplessly as they part from their loved ones. With a snap, the live broadcast room opens again. The camera follows Luo Xu, who is already drenched in sweat, her body soaked and dried repeatedly. Ding! Acquired level 1 shelter capacity. 300 people. 5. Ding! Acquired level 1 shelter capacity. 200 people. 7. Ding! Acquired level 1 shelter capacity. 200 people. 6 shelters are frequently appearing across the country. This time, there was no level 4 shelter. In a level 1 shelter, the total number of people who could be protected was less than 10,000. Those who could not enter the shelter each found a temporary place to stay, closing their doors and windows, turning on the television, sitting on the sofa, and quietly waiting for the final moment of life to arrive with tears in their eyes. After collecting the last red light cluster, Luo Xu did not stop her pace. She hurried towards the direction where Zhu Chun and the others were. Zhu Chun's side had already received dinosaur mounts, and 10 people had set off early to the location of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhu Chun was somewhat pessimistic, saying that they might not be able to arrive in time. Luo Xu comforted him, saying that until the last moment, they would never give up. There were still hundreds of thousands of people outside waiting for them to save, and they had to pass through within the specified time. Never give up until the last moment. All screens were broadcasting this message. Outside the level 4 shelter, desperate people hearing these words felt a surge of strength, wiping their tears and pushing their children inside. Go, our hope for the future. Many mutated zombies, attracted by the scent, charged towards the crowd. The adults shielded their children behind them, using their bodies as barriers to escort them into the shelter, and in an instant, blood flowed like a river outside the shelter. Chapter 62. 10,000 Laser Guns. In another world, Luo Xu was with 5 people, and Zhu Chun was with 13. After running continuously on dinosaurs for 2 hours, they finally met at the location of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There were only a dozen of them here, and such a small number was tantamount to seeking death against 3 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. They hesitated outside the valley. Captain, should we wait for the main force? Zhu Chun contacted the team behind to ask when they could arrive, and then his face darkened as he said, "They will take at least an hour to get here." Luo Xu glanced at her watch, saying that there was no time left. There were only 2 hours until the zombie tide struck. Zhu Chun took a deep breath, saying that they had to be prepared for sacrifice next. The few people behind him stood tall and fearless. When they entered here, they were already prepared for sacrifice. Good. Zhu Chun laughed heartily, then glanced at Luo Xu. No matter what, they must protect comrade Luo Xu. Yes, even if they all died here, Luo Xu must not be harmed in any way. Luo Xu stepped forward and said loudly, "You can rest assured, with me here, you will all be safe." After they were injured, she would send them out immediately. But don't forget, although she seemed weak and her combat power was far inferior to these battle-hardened warriors, this system was hers, and she had absolute initiative. In this way, the other soldiers laughed heartily, feeling much more relaxed. They gathered their weapons and set off 5 minutes later. At this time, the base was still transferring supplies. Large trucks were continuously transporting goods to the shelter. Some extremely precious manuscripts and irreplaceable books and materials were all being moved inside. Additionally, various research materials and precision scientific instruments from the Great Chuan Nation filled entire trucks, being transported nonstop. The vast shelter was divided into different areas, especially for the animal genes, which were rescued to the greatest extent possible. The planes originally stored at the base took to the skies one by one, becoming humanity's last line of defense. Amid this urgent arrangement, the Nanhai base was breached. All the elites from various industries at the base were evacuated, leaving behind only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The mutated zombies broke through a gate, and in an instant, tens of thousands of zombies surged into the base. Fortunately, people had already taken precautions, the ability users gathered to launch a counterattack with their powers. Ordinary people had entered reinforced rooms to hide early on. For a moment, the streets outside the base returned to their previous desolation. Broken light bulbs flickered, and the screens played live broadcasts, the sounds attracting many zombies. As the helicopter flew over, it opened fire on the mutated zombies, killing dozens of them. The helicopter dropped several hooks to carry away the bodies, leaving only bloodstains behind. Survivors curled up, peeking through a small gap in the curtains to look outside. The streets were empty and silent. The survivors, in panic, took out their phones to check on other situations, only to find that it was even more tragic outside the base. The footage showed mutated zombies fighting everywhere, limbs flying, and the scenes were unbearable to watch. People's screams and cries overlapped with one another. The faint light from the phones illuminated the survivors' grim faces. There were still 2 hours until the next wave of zombies arrived. The second wave of zombies appeared again. The soldiers had suffered heavy casualties in the first wave of attacks, barely managing to deal with the zombies that had rushed into the base, and soon began to fend off the second wave of attacks. This time, the base left no room for retreat. Tanks, rocket launchers, missiles, and explosives were all brought out. The fierce firepower finally managed to fend off the second wave of attacks. The ammunition inside the base was depleting rapidly, but there was no time to worry about that now. At the level 4 shelter, important cultural relics were being transported continuously from the base, but along the way, several vehicles were attacked by zombies and exploded, with no survivors among the guards. In the other world, they had already found the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a few people left, there was no way to discuss tactics anymore. They directly charged in with weapons. Zhu Chun took the lead, picking up a machine gun to spray bullets. The special bullets penetrated the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, causing this brutal dinosaur to rear its head and roar in pain. As this horrific cry echoed, 3 more dinosaurs appeared. 3 more. Luo Xu's pupils suddenly constricted. Dealing with 3 was already difficult enough, and now a 4th one had appeared. They were likely going to die here. The soldiers wiped the sweat from their foreheads and risked their lives to shoot. When the bullets ran out, they grabbed their big knives to slash. Damn it! Come here. I'll chop you all. Charge. Take him down. The Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its short claws and directly clawed at a soldier's shoulder, effortlessly tearing it apart. The soldier gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, spitting out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, enduring this excruciating pain without a sound. Luo Xu thought quickly and had the system take the soldier out. The soldier lay on the cold floor, shouting loudly. Medical personnel rushed forward to carry him away for treatment. Luo Xu pulled out a knife and stabbed it into one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's bodies. But the knife got stuck. She was dragged away by the dinosaur. The cold wind whipped against her face like a knife, and Luo Xu tightly grasped the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck, struggling to climb onto it. Zhu Chun and the others were besieged by 3 Tyrannosaurus Rexes and were frightened when they saw Luo Xu like this. You tien fautet si yalu. If you really can't hold on, you can go out first. No need. Luo Xu struggled to hold onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck, using all her strength to pull the knife out and stab it back into the dinosaur's neck. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex howled to the sky, staggering forward a few steps before crashing down heavily. Ding! Killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Received rewards. 10,000 kg of refined iron. 3 mechas. 10,000 laser guns. Meanwhile, outside the level 4 shelter, the system's notification echoed over the base. Crowded among the survivors, who were nervously watching the zombie horde with axes and long knives in hand, suddenly heard this sound and were taken aback. Suddenly, a package fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Quick! The supplies have materialized. They hurriedly tore open the banana leaves outside, and when they saw what was inside, the man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn! This time, they actually materialized firearms. This other world really has everything. Chapter 63. All blown to smithereens, clear the front. Let me see if this thing is useful. Hearing this, the surrounding survivors quickly made way, just as a few mutated zombies were about to pounce and grab a few people's arms. The man clumsily picked up the laser gun and aimed it at the zombie, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a loud explosion, the area where the mutated zombies were standing suddenly exploded. The vehicle the mutated zombies were clinging to was blown away, flames shooting up dozens of meters high, and those mutated zombies had turned to a pile of gray-black ash. In an instant, the survivors were shocked. Damn, this thing is too useful. Wow, things that were once limited are becoming more interesting. A laser gun? I thought this only existed in games. I never expected to see it in my lifetime. By the way, I think I heard there are mechas too. Ha ha ha. Is it the kind of mechas used when the central base resolves crises? I wonder if I can see in my lifetime. Our country should already have a dozen mechas by now. If that's the case, can a zombie-tide crisis be resolved? The uncle who just fired the gun raised the laser gun with both hands, laughing heartily. No matter what. Now I also have a gun. You all stand behind me, and I'll protect you. Who didn't have a hero dream when they were young? The uncle with the laser gun was like a superhero in battle shorts. A few other ability users who still had some strength stood beside the uncle, forming a small protective circle. Look at you. Just because you got a laser gun, you're acting all proud. Haha, I have one too. Come on, stand behind us. Let's take down these bastards. These mutated zombies possess extremely strong combat power, with physical defense and speed far surpassing that of ordinary people. Survivors have been repeatedly beaten by these creatures, unable to fight back at all. Now, they finally have suitable weapons to defeat them, and the thrill of annihilating these creatures completely overshadows their fear. Since they're bound to die anyway, they might as well take more zombies down with them. It's unclear if it's the System's intention, but this time, 90 of the weapons manifested have fallen around the base. In an instant, the survivors have got their hands on weapons aimed directly at the zombies and opened fire. Laser weapons provided an endless stream of energy. After firing, a single beam of light would deal a fatal blow to the zombies. With one shot, an explosion erupted among a group of dozens of zombies, reducing many of them to nothing but dust that fell to the ground. This scene is truly satisfying. Boom! Suddenly, huge explosions echoed from every corner outside the base. Helicopters flying in the sky reported the situation back to headquarters. At this moment, a package conveniently dropped into the helicopter. 2 soldiers opened the package to find 4 laser guns inside. The laser guns looked like ordinary firearms, but were very lightweight, resembling toy guns. Huh, is this the laser gun that manifested this time? It even fell into the helicopter. Come on, let's try it out. Old Zhao found a densely populated area of zombies and said, let us test this new type of weapon. Each of them took one and aimed at the horde of zombies below, firing a shot. With a loud boom, all zombies within 30 meters were affected. They fired in the densest area of the zombies, directly killing at least 600 zombies with one shot. No way. The combat power is this strong. Comparable to a grenade. This thing is too good. If only they could develop such weapons above. As far as I know, laser guns have been in research for a long time, but there are some technical issues that have not been resolved, such as the energy source for the laser. If everyone had one of these, we have nothing to fear from the zombie tide. At this moment, at the South China Sea base, mutated zombies continue to surge in. On the front lines, besides ordinary soldiers, there were also many superpowered teams. The heavy use of abilities took a great toll on the superpowered individuals, with some collapsing from exhaustion being carried out. Ordinary soldiers kept firing at the mutated zombies. Already seeing red. There were too many zombies. Machine gun bullets were used up board after board. Seeing a few more zombies climbing up, the soldiers cursed under their breath, aimed their guns, and with a few bangs, shot the zombies down. But the zombies kept climbing up continuously. The soldiers checked behind them again, only to find it empty. They had run out of bullets. As the zombies charged up, the soldier's pupils constricted, thinking to himself, it's over. Just then, a whooshing sound passed by his ear, and where those few zombies were climbing up, suddenly an explosion occurred, directly blowing the zombies into bits. The soldier widened his eyes. What weapon is this? The combat power is so strong. Turning around, he saw 2 civilians dressed menacingly, each holding a gun and laughing heartily. Brothers, where did you get those weapons? The 2 men grinned and casually rested the weapons on their shoulders. These are all manifested laser guns. Great stuff. They waved their hands. Can you step aside a bit? Let's show you the power of this laser gun. The 2 walked directly to the city wall. Below, the zombies had already formed a human ladder, continuously climbing up. Aiming at a critical connection point of the human ladder, they fired a shot. With a loud explosion, the entire long line collapsed in an instant. There was no need to chamber or charge. With a few more bangs, the zombies turned to ash. Wow, this thing is too enjoyable to use. This is the best way to navigate the apocalypse, right? Manifestation. Awesome. Those holding the laser guns all raised their thumbs in approval of the live broadcast screen. At this moment, the ground shook violently. Everyone looked up in unison, only to see a massive creature. The mech could crush a large group of zombies with a single step, and wherever it went, it was simply a zombie Terminator. One of the mech's hands transformed into a giant weapon, firing rapidly and directly eliminating tens of thousands of zombies. Wow, is this the legendary mech? Its combat power is just too strong. It's simply a zombie killer. Come on, everyone fight. In an instant, the morale of the troops stabilized, and everyone felt more confident about protecting the base. The Central Command also received the news that another mech had arrived, this time equipped with laser guns. The people in the command center finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Chapter 64. An even more fierce zombie tide is about to strike the moment the Tyrannosaurus fell to the ground. Its massive body disappeared without a trace. Luo Xu fell straight to the ground without any recoil. With a crack, her left arm broke. A sharp pain surged through her, and in an instant, she broke out in a cold sweat, lying on the ground and unable to get up for a long time. Zhu Chun wanted to go help her, but he was currently surrounded by 3 tyrannosaurs and had no time to spare. Seeing that Luo Xu had not moved for a long time, he shouted anxiously, "Little Luo? Luo Xu, wake up! Hurry and get up!" At this time, the survivors outside the screen also witnessed this scene. They held their breath, anxiously watching the screen. "Hurry and get up! Come on, you must get up! My God, why isn't She moving?" This girl, who has protected our shelter and saved countless lives, must be blessed by heaven. Many foreign viewers watching the live stream also sent their prayers. "My God, please don't fall here. After overcoming so many challenges, don't die here at such a critical moment for the Chuangua." In the silence, finally, Luo Xu moved. She couldn't help but cry out in pain, clutching her broken, immobile arm, pressing her face against the ground, and struggled to stand up. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit." Her delicate face was covered in scratches, her clothes torn, with several wounds bleeding, darkening the color of her camouflage uniform. Seeing her get up, Zhu Chun and several soldiers on the screen, as well as the citizens outside the screen, all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's okay. Luo Xu's face was extremely pale. Even her lips lost their color. They still faced 3 brutal tyrannosaurs. She gasped for breath. "Quick, kill 2 more tyrannosaurs, and we can clear this level." With all the bullets used up, the soldiers dropped their weapons and took out long knives and daggers, shouting "kill." Perhaps it was because one of their companions had died. The other 3 tyrannosaurs seemed to be pumped up, letting out a roar and charging at the dozen or so people. They opened their mouths and directly bit one person at the waist, lifting him into the air. With a forceful pull, blood splattered everywhere. That soldier was instantly killed, his body severed at the waist. Seeing this bloody scene, the survivors outside who were fighting zombies couldn't help but look away. Although they had become accustomed to bloodshed, witnessing such a scene was still too much to bear. These Tyrannosaurus Rex are even more brutal than they imagined. Luo Xu, hide quickly. Outside the base, the mutated zombies attacking the survivors have been mostly dealt with. With the intimidation of the laser guns, these zombies seem to have received a retreat order, and the mutated zombies surrounding the shelter are all withdrawing. As for those zombies that have already entered the base, some are hiding in the shadows, while others are retreating with the main force. These zombies are well trained, and even ordinary people have noticed something unusual. The few survivors who were just surrounded by the mutated zombies looked at the ones that had abandoned their attacks, and even retreated from the defenseless humans without a second thought. They exchanged glances. Why do I feel like these zombies are like soldiers? Is there a commander among the horde of zombies? If that's the case, such a large-scale zombie tide wasn't formed by accident. At this thought, they suddenly shivered. Look, what is that? A young man's sharp voice rang out, trembling and becoming increasingly high-pitched due to fear. Everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. They saw a 4-legged zombie emerging from a pile of rubble. Its entire body had lost any semblance of human form, resembling a lizard, flicking its long tongue. Locking eyes with this zombie, the survivors felt nothing but terror, their pupils dilating as they stared blankly at it, completely losing the instinct to flee. In the face of extreme fear, one can lose control of their body. That is exactly how they felt now. But this zombie did not attack them. It simply illuminated a few of them with its crimson eyes before it leaped effortlessly to the top of a 5-meter-high building, moving as if it were on solid ground. Finally, they reacted. Quick, shoot it. He hurriedly aimed his laser gun at the zombie. Bang, bang, bang. After firing several shots, none hit. They could only watch helplessly as the zombie disappeared from view. All the surrounding zombies retreated, leaving only a pile of rubble. A few of them gasped for breath, their hearts racing at the sight of that zombie. Oh my God, what did we just see? Could it be the commander of the zombie tide? This world is becoming increasingly terrifying. Soon, many videos taken by the survivors were received from the central area. The same zombie commander appeared in the videos. These mutated zombies move on all fours, And what is terrifying is that their eyes reflect emotions similar to those of humans. Headquarters, we have discovered a mutated zombie commander in Area C221. Headquarters, we have found a mutated zombie commander in Area B3444. Headquarters calling headquarters. Meanwhile, messages from helicopters are coming in from all directions. Suddenly, commanders of zombies have been discovered in various areas. It feels like these zombies are deliberately showing themselves to us. Zhu Chun coldly smiled. No matter what they intend to do, they won't succeed. In the live broadcast room, several people fighting against the Tyrannosaurus Rex were continuously getting injured. Luo Xu had thrown out all those who had lost their combat ability from the system. Soon, only 6 people remained capable of fighting. The 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex in front were skillfully dodging their attacks, now infuriated, eyeing them menacingly. Luo Xu asked, "When will the support arrive?" "In half an hour." Zhu Chen glanced at the time. Half an hour? They probably couldn't hold out that long. Now, there was only one option left. Run. Zhu Chun whistled with his hand cupped to his mouth. The dinosaur that had been hiding nearby immediately dashed over. The few quickly mounted the dinosaur and escaped. There was still an hour and a half until the large zombie tide attack. Strangely, within the range where humans existed, those zombies and mutated zombies had all disappeared. But this also gave Dazhou a chance to breathe, sending all the historical documents and research achievements that needed to be preserved to the shelter. Chapter 65. The shelter's strength. Some who couldn't enter the shelter still had complaints. But seeing that the soldiers also had no intention of entering, they silently closed their mouths. All the country's warplanes and large-scale weapons had been moved out, ready to strike at any moment. From the looks of it, the command center and the soldiers were prepared to fight the zombies to the death. The survivors left outside were very united, gathering together to prepare defenses. The screens on the tall buildings were still broadcasting the situation in the live room. At this time, Luo Xu and Zhu Chun had already ridden the dinosaur far away. A few people in front of the screen took out long-preserved beer to share. It seems like we were out of luck. The zombie tide is very close. With just a few of them, how could they possibly deal with 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex? Well, if we die, we die. I've already resigned myself to it. Me, too. The man picked up the laser gun, playing with it affectionately. This thing is really good. Luo Xu had a broken hand and was tightly gripping Zhu Chen's clothes with the other hand, her face pale. Your hand needs to find an opportunity to recover. Otherwise, it could easily cause a secondary injury. Luo Xu gritted her teeth. There was no chance right now. They should quickly kill the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Escaping like this isn't a solution. All right. The fact that she could hold on for so long with a broken hand made Zhu Chun think even higher of Luo Xu. The seemingly delicate little girl surprisingly possesses such strong willpower. You hold on tight. The dinosaur runs quickly, and Luo Xu flips through the map, suddenly narrowing her eyes. Hurry! Stop! There's a cliff ahead. Zhu Chun quickly grabs the dinosaur's throat, controlling its speed and bringing it to a halt. The dinosaur brakes just in time, leaving them only a step away from the cliff. Quick! Change direction! The few warriors riding the dinosaur also hurriedly adjust their course. The T-Rex, relentless in its pursuit, manages to brake in time, changes direction, and continues charging towards them. They felt a bit disappointed that they couldn't shake off a T-Rex. Keep running. There's still an hour until the zombie tide arrives. From the high building of the base, they can faintly see the zombie tide rushing towards them. The soldiers and ability users have all given up on resistance, taking out cigarettes and beer to savor the last sunset of this apocalypse. The mechs transported from the Central Command Center have all arrived. The soldiers dealt with the zombies rushing up the city wall, leaving the remaining large zombie tide to be handled by these mechs. The mechs stand in the center of the zombie tide, capable of taking out large groups of zombies with a flick of their hands. However, it is ultimately just a drop in the bucket. They still couldn't stop the approaching zombie tide. At this moment, the commander walked over. Those who could fly planes and operate tanks stood up. Someone asked, "Commander, it's already this time. Do we still need to use planes and tanks?" The commander's gaze was calm. This is the last time. This time, there is no backup or support for using these large weapons. If they get stuck or overwhelmed by zombies, they can only wait for death. To free up space for the large shelter, These bulky items were not placed inside and can only be used one last time. This time it's truly a fight with no way back. For a moment, the soldiers fell silent. The commander sighed. You guys who were shouting about wanting to drive tanks. Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, what are you waiting for? Come over here. A sense of sorrow spread among the crowd. Over there, the sound of mech bombardment continued relentlessly. The soldiers steeled themselves, shouldering their weapons and standing up, mechanically aiming and firing. They hardly needed to aim. As long as the bullets flew, they could take down a whole line of zombies. But that was far from enough. The zombie tide had already reached outside the base. The soldiers widened their eyes, watching the outside. Once the zombie tide approached the base, it would first engulf a shelter. They wanted to see the power of this shelter, to see if it could withstand such a fierce wave of zombies. Boom! The zombies kept closing in, causing the ground to shake. The survivors in the shelter hugged each other, waiting for the final moment to arrive. The shelter is very bustling, with all the necessary infrastructure in place. As the zombie tide approaches, everything in the room starts to shake as if there were an earthquake, and the lights on the walls sway. They sit in the hall, embracing each other and choking back tears. The rumbling gets closer and closer. The vibrations of the house become more intense. They close their eyes tightly and curl up. After a long time, death still hasn't arrived. Someone pulls back the curtains and peeks outside. Outside the window is a dense swarm of zombies. Thousands of zombies surprisingly did not annihilate the shelter, but instead they orderly circled around it. A vacuum zone formed around the shelter, as if the zombies could not see them. My God, what happened? Come and see. These zombies actually did not attack the shelter. This place really can protect us. Haha, it truly is a product of another world. A group of middle-aged women began to chant prayers, thanking the heavens for their protection. A young man stepped forward and grinned. This time, it's not Buddha protecting us, but those warriors who are fighting desperately in the live stream to slay the Tyrannosaurus. Especially. As he said this, his gaze shifted to the tablet beside him that was streaming live, and his smile widened. Luo Xu is simply our savior. I was almost killed by a mutated zombie when I suddenly saw this shelter and rushed in. I finally saved my life, all thanks to Luo Xu. Yes, it was Luo Xu who discovered the shelter first. My God, I will never leave this shelter for the rest of my life, Saab. In an instant, the news that the shelter could withstand the zombie tide exploded online. Survivors are almost going crazy discussing it online. Haha, have you ever seen zombies actually running around us? I uploaded the video. Everyone go and check it out. I am so envious of the people inside the shelter. We who are outside have already been sentenced to death. People in the shelter, you must live well for us. The zombie tide broke through the outer 2 layers of defense, and, apart from the shelter, all other buildings were completely destroyed, leaving only ruins in its wake. Continuing to drag this out is not a solution. Luo Xu gritted her teeth and said stop. After that, she jumped down without caring about her injuries and searched around, finding several sturdy weapons. If we kill 2 more, we win. Chapter 66. Commander, we never retreat. Luo Xu climbed down from the dinosaur. A soldier beside her gave her a simple bandage and looked a bit worried. Why don't you go out first? Leave the rest to us. We can handle it. Luo Xu shook her head, but did not explain further. She was afraid that if she left, the system would suddenly shut down and drive them out. The next time they entered the system, it would be a randomly selected location, and they'd have to find the Tyrannosaurus again. All their efforts would be in vain. Because of the live stream, she also did not want to explain too much. The warriors trusted her deeply and did not question further. Zhu Chun stepped forward, wanting to help Luo Xu, but Luo Xu waved her hand to refuse. No need. I can manage on my own. With only 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex left, they needed to resolve this quickly and take the risk. The zombie tide outside the base was imminent, and the protective barriers around the base were utterly ineffective. Too many zombies piled up in layers in a huge pit, surging forward one after another. The zombies behind had no obstacles as they directly stepped over the ones that had fallen into the pit in front of them. The warriors and ability users were blocking the walls, firing guns and cannons, using various firearms to attack. Helicopters were also getting ready one by one, slowly ascending into the sky. From the helicopters, looking down, the entire Dazhongguo mainland had almost completely fallen. Dense hordes of zombies had occupied 90% of the Dazhongguo mainland. The Nanhai Base and Eastern Forest Base were both facing zombie attacks. However, the Northern Wing Base was relatively safe. They were situated at a very high altitude where the climate was cold, lacking food and various heating supplies. Although power had been restored, it could only accommodate a few tens of thousands of people. The central base was located in the northeast, backed by the sea. This meant that once the Nanhai Base and Eastern Forest Base fell completely, the only remaining would be the isolated central base. Those who had obtained laser guns rushed to attack the protective barriers of the Nanhai Base and Eastern Forest Base, assisting the warriors and ability users. Damn it, kill them. These bastards. If they want to attack the base behind me, they have to step over my dead body. Kill them. Across the country, there were many manifested shelters. Wherever the zombies went, aside from the shelters, everything else, including the previous urban skyscrapers and human civilization, was utterly destroyed. The already withered forests outside the base were all trampled flat, leaving no grass behind. The survivors hiding in the shelters watched the scene outside, covering their mouths and streaming with tears. This is the real apocalypse. They do not know what kind of life awaits them after this catastrophe ends. Outside, there's zombies wandering everywhere. Are they going to hide in this shelter for the rest of their lives? The cries of babies, the sobs of women, and the long sighs of men echo continuously in the shelter. On the table, there are phones playing live broadcasts. In the live stream, soldiers have already sacrificed several lives to kill a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A notification sound floated in the system again. Ding! Killed a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Received 10,000 materialized laser guns, 7 laser cannons, and 1,000 individual armored vehicles. As the system's notification fell, suddenly hundreds and thousands of packages dropped from the sky, landing among the crowd. The survivors crowded in the city, outside the shelter, were enjoying their last supper at this moment. Not far away, the sound of artillery fire echoed, and as zombies approached, the ground shook with their footsteps, accompanied by a strong stench and the smell of gunpowder wafting around. They bitterly smiled, looking at the evening glow at the horizon. A couple with a very good relationship cuddled together, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Everyone was calm, facing death without fear. After such a long time in the apocalypse, they had seen many partings and deaths, as well as bloody and brutal scenes. Now, for them, death felt easier than living. Suddenly, at this moment, more packages fell from the sky. Those who were originally a bit dejected slowly stood up. They put down the food in their hands and walked towards the packages. Someone stepped forward and opened one of the packages, shaking out 5 laser guns. He instantly became excited. Look, more laser guns fell from the sky. Let's see what else is inside. There are laser guns now. I can go kill zombies too. With so many zombies around, they could only use ranged attacks. Laser guns were definitely the best weapon. Even if they had previously materialized melee weapons, they didn't dare to approach the zombie horde. Others hurriedly opened the packages that had fallen to the ground, and inside, there were more or less all laser guns. Those who picked up weapons instantly gained confidence, transforming all their despair into anger, raising their laser guns high and shouting, "All brothers and sisters with laser guns, follow me. We're going to kill zombies. These bastards want to occupy our territory. They must all be killed. I also have a laser gun now. Let's go, everyone. Even if we can't escape death in the end, we must take a few zombies with us. To the base. Help the soldiers." An old lady excitedly clutched a laser gun tightly in her hands. "I want to find my son. He is still guarding the base." In an instant, a group of people marched toward the base on foot. The journey was long, but they were fearless. Soon, the military also discovered these suddenly dropped laser guns. Truck after truck drove out from the shelter. A spirited soldier rolled down the car window and waved to the crowd. "Hey, are you going to base? We're going too. Let us go together." Seeing this handsome and sunny face, someone in the crowd recognized him. "Hey, aren't you Ji Hong, who has a very strong lightning-type ability? Why are you in the shelter?" The man immediately clenched his fists in anger. "The commander lied to me, saying there were important tasks inside, but in reality, I was left to guard the shelter. I sneaked out. How can I escape at this critical moment for humanity?" More trucks drove out one after another. The drivers were all powerful ability users who had appeared on television and had received special commendations. Are you going to the base? Let's go together. Do you have any extra laser guns? Can you give me one? Hey, little sister, come on, give me a laser gun. I'll take on the task of serving the country. At this moment, a group of soldiers in the shelter discovered that several powerful superhumans had escaped and quickly brought people to chase after them. A large group emerged, carrying guns and looking fierce. Commander, we never retreat. The leading officer met Ji Hong's resolute gaze and sighed. Forget it, let's go. Chapter 67, Manifestation, the Power of the Laser Cannon. At this time, the soldiers firing from the city wall suddenly felt a huge shadow appear above them. They looked up at the sky but couldn't see clearly what the enormous object was before being knocked back by a powerful force. They flew several meters backward before gently landing on the ground. One by one, they got up and surprisingly found themselves completely uninjured. But when they looked up, the enormous object in front of them left them greatly shocked. This is a large cannon, approximately 10 meters long and about 15 meters wide. This gigantic object is shaped like a cannon, but its shell is made of some special alloy material, and the entire city wall cannot accommodate it. Its two front wheels are perfectly wedged against the wall, with half of its body suspended in midair. They have never seen anything like this and exchange bewildered glances. How did this cannon appear? A small soldier cautiously stepped forward and pointed to the phone in his hand. It was generated by a warrior inside the phone after killing a T-Rex. Several soldiers looked at his phone screen. At this moment, the battle with the Cloud T-Rex was already very brutal. Some had an arm torn off, and others had various injuries. One T-Rex was dead, but they still faced two extremely ferocious T-Rexes. It turns out that while they were dealing with zombies, these soldiers were also fighting for their country in another world. A few people were stunned. So, this manifestation is what they call a laser cannon? Oh my, is it really a laser cannon? With this size and material, it's shooting TB technology from our Earth, right? Our country should not have developed such a material cannon yet. If a laser gun is already so powerful, then what about a laser cannon? Hurry and report to the commander. 3 laser cannons appeared at the base in total, in the east, west, south, and north. Upon hearing this news, the base commanders hurried over. Seeing such a gigantic object stuck here, the commander scratched his head. A soldier beside him stepped forward to ask, Commander, what should we do? We can't use this thing. Also, isn't it dangerous for it to be suspended in midair? What if it falls and hits someone? The commander slapped the soldier on the back. Stop talking nonsense. Are we still considering whether this thing will kill someone? The zombies are about to attack. So hurry up and find the technicians to see how this thing should be used. After fiddling for a long time, 4 technicians were assigned to 1 laser cannon. And after about 10 minutes, they finally found a way to fire it. On the right side of the laser cannon, there is a system recognition machine. It only requires someone with permission to place their palm on it, to input their fingerprint and activate it. A small soldier tried to unlock it with his fingerprint, but failed. The commander also stepped up to try and failed as well. Not daring to delay, the commander quickly went to find his superior. A commander came over to use the fingerprint recognition. As everyone watched eagerly, a commander stepped forward and placed his palm on it. In an instant, the internal mechanisms of the cannon began to operate. A loud rumble echoed. With a sudden tremor, the buildings beneath the laser cannon shook slightly. The soldiers nearby quickly stepped aside. However, strangely, the laser cannon remained firmly in place throughout, its massive body showing no signs of descending. With a thunderous boom, a shell was fired. A gigantic laser sphere arced through the air, landing far away in the midst of the zombie horde, and exploded on impact. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind spread out from the explosion point, obliterating all zombies within 100 miles. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an attack should be comparable to a missile, right? No, its destructive power is even greater than that of a missile. At the same time, the Eastern Force Base has also manifested 2 laser cannons. The South China Sea Base quickly reported the usage of the laser cannons to the Central Command. The Central Command then transmitted the information to the Eastern Force Base. Soon, several laser cannons were activated and put to use. There are a total of 7 laser cannons nationwide, 3 at the South China Sea Base, 3 at the Eastern Force Base, 2 at the Central Base, and one at the northern wing base. The effect of a single laser cannon is very noticeable. Firing once can directly annihilate all the zombie hordes within a 100-mile radius. In an instant, the sounds of cannon fire erupted. A large group of zombies that had come in waves was suddenly wiped out. The activity range of the entire zombie tide quickly slowed down. Even the zombies at the front had stopped their advance. It seemed the entire horde was confused, wondering why humans suddenly had such powerful weapons. Helicopters in the sky reported the situation of the zombie tide back to the base. At this moment, the commanders in the base's command center began to cheer. In this first wave of attacks, the humans finally managed to withstand it. Good news kept coming in. Commander, there are 2,000 laser guns in support from the Western Area A, and they have dealt with all the zombies that launched the sneak attack. Commander, there are 3,000 laser guns in support from the Western Area B, and all the zombies have also been dealt with. Commander, Area C is the same. Commander, the power in Eastern Area B has been fully restored. The southern region is still outside, but all the displaced survivors have been properly settled. This is not over yet. I don't know when it started, but suddenly the weapon depots of the 4 bases have been stocked with individual armored vehicles. The armored vehicles are well equipped, using almost entirely newly manifested energy sources. The weapons are mostly laser guns and laser cannons. The Nanhai base has already attempted to deploy an armored vehicle. After firing, they discovered that the combat capability of these armored vehicles far exceeded the current scientific technology of humanity. The 3 bases together have a total of 1,000 armored vehicles. Upon receiving this news, Wei Zhong stood in front of the screen and laughed heartily. Well done, my warriors. The number of these weapons is indeed increasing. It's just that it's uncertain whether these alone can repel all the zombie hordes. He thought about the long term. If these weapons could repel the zombie hordes, then after clearing this map, would it be possible to choose supplies for humanity to restore their homeland? The destructive power of this zombie outbreak is nothing short of a catastrophic blow to the great river nation. All the rivers have been filled in. All the land is unplantable, and no living creatures on Earth have escaped unscathed. The entire natural system chain of the Earth has been broken. This couldn't help but make him sigh. Xiao Luo's system is truly too important to us. The soldiers standing on the city wall have already stopped their movements, eagerly watching as the commander expressionlessly reaches out to press on the laser cannon screen again. Chapter 68. I command you to leave the other world immediately. Such a simple action can cause enormous damage to the zombie tide. With a loud rumble, another massive object fell into the midst of the zombie tide, completely destroying all the zombies within 100 miles. The laser cannon only has a 1-minute cooldown. 1 minute later, the commander lightly pressed his palm on it again. Another shell fell. The soldiers watching this scene burst into laughter. This thing is just too useful. Commander, whether we can survive relies on you. Your hand is too precious. You must protect it well. In this way, the atmosphere around them was very lively. Although they were facing billions of zombies, they weren't flustered at all. A survivor beside them, holding a laser gun, yawned leisurely and flicked his finger lightly, sending a laser shooting down, taking out a significant number of zombies on the ground. Who would have thought that such a difficult zombie tide would be dealt with in such a nonchalant manner? Through the binoculars, the movement speed of the zombies had already slowed down significantly, especially the ones charging at the front, who had actually stopped in their tracks and no longer continued to rush forward. Do these guys actually feel fear? Thinking about it, these creatures are somewhat terrifying. They seem to have human emotions. It's likely not the emotions of these mindless corpses themselves, but rather those of the zombie king hidden in the shadows and sewers. This world will ultimately belong to humanity, and we will eliminate all these zombies. The commander expressionlessly pressed his palm against the screen, and with a loud boom, the laser cannon fired again. The commander even had the leisure to use one hand to check the situation in the live stream. Seeing the scene inside, he sighed and called the central base command center. If it really doesn't work, let our people come out. The crisis outside is basically resolved now. The other commanders in the discussion group expressed their opinions one after another. Yes, let them come out. How could 2 people possibly deal with 2 T-Rexes? Comrade Xiao Luo is in a bad situation. Her broken arm needs to be treated quickly, or it could lead to complications. Commander, please give the order quickly. Commander, make a decision quickly. While speaking, the commander instinctively pressed down again, and the laser cannon fired once more. The soldiers beside him were dumbfounded. Everywhere they looked, the zombie tide had basically been cleared. At the central command center, Wei Zheng listened to everyone's comments and nodded. He quickly contacted Luo Xu and Zhu Chun in a live stream. Just now, they had fought against 3 T-Rexes, and the soldiers were all injured. The injured soldiers were directly sent out by Luo Xu, leaving the 2 of them stubbornly continuing to fight the T-Rexes. Zhu Chun picked up the gun on the ground and aimed directly at the T-Rex to fire. The bullets sank deep into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. The T-Rex howled in pain, its eyes filled with rage. Ignoring its injuries, it charged straight at Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun, agile and quick, rolled over on the spot and dodged the attack. This made Wang Long so furious that his eyes turned red. Luo Xu received an order from Wei Zheng. Having just killed that Tyrannosaurus Rex, the items manifested had already resolved our country's crisis, and you are requested to come out as soon as possible. Luo Xu, she held a large machete in her hand, showing no intention of leaving the system. She directly swung the large machete at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, attacking Zhu Chun. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was enraged again and turned its head to charge at her. Luo Xu skillfully dodged and then countered with another swing at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. One of her hands was already broken, and now relying on her other hand, she had little strength left. Although the weapon was sharp, it couldn't inflict fatal damage on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, another Tyrannosaurus Rex charged towards her. Seeing the situation critical, the commanders in front of the screen were all on edge, fearing that Luo Xu would make even the slightest mistake. In this world, even if the leader and the commander are all dead, Luo Xu cannot be in danger. With no other choice, Wei Zheng could only use a commanding tone. Luo Xu, as your commander, I order you to come out right now, immediately. However, Luo Xu hesitated a bit. One of the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex is already seriously injured. If we can hold on a little longer and attack a few more times, we can win. If we retreat now, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Zhu Chun glanced at the time and gritted his teeth. Commander, we can still hold on. At this moment, the survivors who had finally escaped the crisis had the energy to watch the live broadcast seriously. The comments were filled with voices urging caution. We must survive. Our lives are more important. We've already manifested so many precious weapons. That should be enough. Hurry up and come out. At this time, no one noticed that almost all the foreigners in the live broadcast room had retreated. The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted rapidly, stabilizing around 160,000. The zombie outbreak suddenly struck, and the number of survivors in the Great River Nation sharply decreased once again. Now, the live broadcasts of ordinary foreign citizens have been cut off by the government. In this critical moment of survival, their screens went black. Many people at home pounded on the television set, only to find that the channel had switched to the local station. They hurriedly changed channels, searching for the live broadcast from the Great River Nation. However, they found nothing and only saw an interview by the United States regarding the Reborn Association. This time, they conducted a new interview with the Rebirth Association with a different host who was seriously asking Ryjeff about his views on the Great River Nation. A new batch of observers sat in the audience, including several middle-aged men in military uniforms. Ryjeff stood up, his voice serious. I've said it before. The Great River Nation is not simple. They possess some secret weapons, and their technology far surpasses that of other countries. We must take the Great River Nation seriously. The host asked, do you know what these secret weapons are? Ryjeff coldly smiled. Haven't you seen the live broadcast from the Great River Nation? That manifestable interdimensional portal is already laid bare before us, isn't it? The host responded, perhaps this is just a gimmick created by the Great River Nation to attract the attention of other countries. We still have no way to verify this interdimensional portal. A gimmick? How ridiculous. The Great River Nation is surrounded by zombies. What use is a gimmick? Chapter 69. The crisis awareness of other countries. Ryjeff's expression was grave. Laser guns and laser cannons had all manifested. Although we have not verified whether these manifested objects actually exist, we must remain vigilant. They could only see the performance of these soldiers through the live broadcast and learn what the Great River Nation had gained through the system's prompts. But what exactly has the Great River Nation obtained? They had no idea what those things actually did. Almost every television channel was discussing these manifested resources obtained by the Great River Nation. If all of this truly exists, then how powerful the current Great River Nation has become is something they might not even know. The few men in military uniforms sitting in the audience looked serious. Richef noticed them but did not feel tense. He just smiled slightly. "You finally found me." Richef snorted coldly. "We have existed for so long, facing countless doubts. You didn't step forward back then, but now you've come. It seems you really are in trouble. Please come with us." The entire reborn organization had completely vanished from the public eye. All members disappeared overnight, and no information could be found online regarding them. No one knew where they had gone. At this moment, the secret organizations of the countries of Tanel, Fega, and Migo were all activated. They were gathering talents with abilities, reincarnation, or systems from all over the country. These talents were all brought together to hold a high-level secret national meeting in an underground factory. Everywhere here reveals high technology. Each building is made of advanced alloy materials created with high-end nanotechnology. They are solid and unbreakable, and cannot be detected by other countries. After passing through layers of protection, the commander stands in front of a giant screen, watching dozens of small screens displayed above. These screens are all images captured by the country's detection equipment of the situation in Dachuan country. "Chief, the person you're looking for has been brought to us." At this moment, the screen shows the state of Dachuan country. A vast tide of zombies has almost occupied 90% of the territory of Dachuan country. The habitable areas for humans are extremely scarce. Mountains have been flattened, and rivers have been filled in. The entire continent is lifeless, bare, and desolate, like a patch of baldness on Earth. This is the current situation in Dachuan country. They are being attacked by the zombie tide, and the entire horde has already discovered a mutated zombie with command capabilities. Only then did the commander turn around. This is a tall general, covered in a bushy beard, standing a full 2 meters high. His cold gaze slowly swept across the faces of the crowd, satisfied as he looked at their shocked expressions. Indeed, when he first saw such a scene, he was also very shocked. The sight of so many zombies gathering together was something he had never encountered while in the United States. The number of these zombies combined is several times greater than the population of several other countries. It's hard to imagine how the survivors in Dachuan country are managing to survive under such difficult conditions. The monitoring footage continued to scan the locations of the 4 major bases in Dachuan country. Just then, the surveillance suddenly encountered a problem. The screen crackled with static, and after a burst of electrical noise, it went completely black. A man with a wealth system curiously asked. The commander shook his head, signaling him to wait. Another screen popped up, showing another drone capturing the scene. This time, the drone is flying from the southern region to the northern region. And as it approaches the 4 major bases of Dachuan, the same issue with the footage reoccurs. At this moment, an officer stood up. "When did the Great River Nation acquire a counter-surveillance system?" The commander gently shook his head. "I don't believe this is a counter-surveillance system. Rather, it is the result of magnetic field changes caused by the emergence of that otherworldly space." The screen behind him continued to display various images. From these images, it was evident that almost all the cities in the Great River Nation had fallen. Some cities still had a few survivors fiercely resisting, but it was clear that the national infrastructure was almost entirely paralyzed. The footage captured these cities without issue, but once the camera turned to the 4 major bases, it immediately went black. The Great River Nation has 4 bases, and the footage we captured 2 months ago still stands. As he spoke, the camera displayed the national situation from 2 months ago. At that time, although there were many zombies in the Great River Nation, they were not as densely packed as now, nor were there large-scale gatherings like the present. The conditions of the 4 major bases were also clearly shown in their footage. The bases had various defensive facilities, with tall walls enclosing the entire area. So, if such anomalies appeared 2 months ago, when did the live broadcast start? 1 month ago. Can we then speculate that the Great River Nation also acquired this otherworldly space a month ago? While this possibility cannot be ruled out, it is also possible that the Great River Nation has already developed self-preservation capabilities, which allows them to showcase the otherworldly space to the world. Several people were speculating, but no one could provide a correct answer. Richef, along with a few reincarnated individuals, gathered together to make guesses based on the information they had obtained before their reincarnation. Unfortunately, they had all died quite early in their previous lives, even if someone had lived a long time. They had never interacted with the people of the Great River Nation. Their country was separated from the Great River Nation by a sea, and even before the apocalypse. It took a long time to reach by plane, let alone after the apocalypse. One elderly man spoke with a hoarse voice. I seem to have heard someone mention the situation in the Great River Nation before my reincarnation. Everyone in the room was drawn to his words. I heard it's a vibrant place, with everything coming back to life, featuring grasslands and plateaus, clear weather, and countless cattle and sheep on the prairies, with an abundance of delicious food. When I died, that secret underground organization had already prepared several planes to fly to the Great River Nation. I don't know if they succeeded in the end, as I died afterward. The commander asked urgently, has the Great River Nation expanded outward? Has it posed a threat to our country? The old man smiled, his eyes full of weariness. The sky is high and the land is vast, so of course, it poses no threat. After the apocalypse, our country's development has actually gotten worse. There is no food to eat nationwide. Chapter 70. The Great River Nation has actually restored power. The commander's cold gaze swept over. After the apocalypse, all land is unplannable. What can we do? The old man lifted his chin. Right, you're all correct. The entire meeting lasted for a full 9 hours, but nothing was concluded. Unfortunately, they had all been desperately struggling for food in their previous lives and simply had no time to pay attention to national affairs. Finally, a reincarnated woman couldn't help but say, if that Great River Nation really possesses an otherworldly space that can materialize resources, I truly hope they can share with us. It would be great if all humanity could cooperate amicably. Another frail man echoed, yes, actually, the Great River Nation can't cause us much harm. They even struggle to deal with the zombies in their own territory. If we could help them at this time, maybe they would be willing to share this good thing with us, and at that time, we could obtain quite a lot of resources for our country. What is that saying again? Oh, right, a timely help is like a gift of charcoal and snow. Richef had always been quite authoritative among these reincarnated individuals. After hearing their words, he nodded. He stood up and offered a suggestion to the commander. Commander, have you really considered cooperating with the Great River Nation? We currently have everything we need, except for food, but the Great River Nation seems to lack food given this otherworldly space. If we could cooperate at this time. The commander shot him another cold look. What if the whole thing is a scam? All our information comes from this live broadcast, and the things we can detect are very few. If this otherworldly space is a deception, sending people over would be like sending them to their deaths. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent for a moment. An elderly lady had been leaning close to the screen, looking at something, and suddenly exclaimed, "Come and see, what is this?" Everyone turned to look in the direction she was pointing. The screen was showing some areas in the Dajong Kingdom where there were survivors. The entire city had been overrun by zombies, and occasionally survivors could be seen battling zombies, fleeing from one high-rise building to another. The place the elderly lady was pointing to was on a tall building. The entire building was dark, but that one spot was surprisingly illuminated. Everyone focused on the light. Strange, how could there be electricity after so long in the apocalypse? Could it be a leftover flashlight? The elderly lady said, I think that's a light bulb. Maybe this floor has a dedicated generator. But even if there was a generator, who could be operating it? The crowd began to discuss, and the elderly lady pointed to another screen. The videos on these screens were all recorded previously, and they are not live broadcasts. Look, there are lit rooms in this footage, and there are actually 4 or 5 lit rooms on this floor. You should look for more recordings. There must be others. I suspect that Dakiangwo may have restored power in some areas. Upon hearing this, an officer in the conference room slammed his hand on the table and stood up. How is this possible? Restoring power requires a massive amount of manpower and resources. Dakiangwo is already in a precarious situation. How could they possibly focus on restoring power nationwide? Regardless of whether it is possible or not, let's search for it first. A few people began to seriously look through the various videos. No one had ever noticed this before, but now, with focused searching, they were able to find quite a few clues. It seems that Dakiangwo has indeed restored power. In some recordings from remote areas, there are also many houses with lights on. Additionally, there are a few videos with fleeting shots that, when enlarged, clearly show lights inside the houses. This room has been occupied by zombies, but the lights above are still on. The commander's expression is grim as he quickly orders someone to pull up the real-time footage. This time, he had the drone operate more slowly, gradually lowering its altitude. This time, they can see it clearly. In some high-rise buildings that have not been attacked by zombies for the time being, many rooms have their lights on. All speculations have been settled. Indeed, Dazhongguo has restored its electricity. Moreover, it is not just in certain areas. It is feared that practically all places in the country that can restore power have been restored. Even some remote towns now have electricity. How on earth was this achieved? The angry officer just now widened his eyes, his body trembling slightly. My God, they really did it. A man with a system scratched the back of his head. During the live broadcast, weren't there a lot of bullet comments from the crowd? Where did these survivors who sent bullet comments get their electricity? That's true. These survivors wanted to watch the live broadcast, so they needed to charge all their devices. Perhaps, when the live broadcast started, the power across the country had already been restored. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit apprehensive. This means that the people of Daqiangguo had already obtained supplies before the live stream began. Therefore, they were still thinking of enjoying the spectacle of Daqiangguo, but in reality, they had already taken precautions. Rijiufu said, "We should contact Daqiangguo as soon as possible and negotiate with them properly. As a reincarnator, I believe this is the best plan for the development of our country." The commander stood up expressionlessly. "All right, you all can leave now." The others shared the same thoughts and wanted to say something to persuade the commander, but the door of the conference room was already pushed open. They were taken out by several soldiers. Then, the commander of Mai's country quickly contacted his superiors in other countries to inquire about their situations. He informed them of the discoveries made earlier. Immediately, several countries decided to unite again and hold a secret meeting to rediscuss the policies regarding Daqiangguo. If other worlds really exist, if manifestations really exist, and Daqiangguo, with the help of this other world, was actually able to withstand such a massive tide of corpses, with such a powerful Great Chuan nation, they might consider adjusting their plans accordingly. Earlier, they even thought about waiting for the zombie tide to completely engulf the Great Chuan nation before sending people over to search for remaining supplies and otherworldly entrances. But now, they truly do not dare to act against the Great Chuan nation for the time being. After everyone had left, an officer beside the commander asked, "Commander, we have cut off the live broadcast, and many people are dissatisfied, calling to complain. Should we continue the broadcast?" They seem to be about to complete this mission. The commander remained silent for a while, before finally nodding. "Start the live broadcast." Chapter 71. Map cleared. In the Great Chuan nation, the sounds of cannon fire continued outside the shelter, and some laser guns fell inside the shelter. Those who were already settled sneaked in through the side door, carrying laser guns and laughing as they drove towards the base. The soldiers guarding the door simply turned a blind eye, pretending not to see, and let them go out to help. At this moment in a live broadcast room, Zhu Qian was lying on a Tyrannosaurus Rex, covered in blood, yet still holding on tightly to the dinosaur. Luo Xu had already been thrown off by another Tyrannosaurus Rex and was struggling to crawl up from grass. In front of her, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was glaring at her, watching closely. Facing a Tyrannosaurus Rex directly, she had no chance of winning and could very likely be torn apart by its sharp claws. The citizens of the Great Chuan nation in front of the screen gasped and covered their mouths. It's over. Facing a Tyrannosaurus Rex head-on, she's doomed. Her arm is broken. Yet she can hold on for so long. That's amazing. This is our Great Chuan nation's warrior. I feel so proud of her. Proud my ass. Her life is almost gone. She has to survive. She must survive. Sweat slowly dripped down Luo Xu's forehead, about to fall into her eyes. She reached out to wipe it away, but forgot that her left arm was broken. The slightest movement sent sharp pain through her. The crowd looked up at the big screen, anxious for her. No matter what, she must survive. Now, the situation of the country could turn around in an instant, thanks to their efforts in the other world. A man holding a laser gun spat angrily. Damn it. I really want to take this laser gun in and blast that bastard to pieces. This is so unfair. The laser guns are manifested from inside, and we don't lack them, but these warriors inside don't have a single one. At this moment, All personnel at the Central Command Center turned their attention to the live broadcast. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun were in a dire situation. Wei Zheng could no longer care whether it was live or not. He snatched the communicator from a nearby staff member and shouted inside, "You too. Get out here. How dare you argue with me at a time like this? If anything happens, I'll wipe out your entire family." Luo Xu only heard a buzzing in her ears. Her head pounding. She couldn't hear Wei Zheng's insults at all. She swallowed hard and yelled at Zhu Chun, "Kill that Tyrannosaurus Rex. As long as you kill it, everything will return to normal. Hurry up." Zhu Chun gritted his teeth, drew a knife, and shouted as he plunged it into the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Almost at the same time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was fixated on Luo Xu charged at her. Outside, Wei Zheng nearly crushed the communicator in his hand. Luo Xu must not die. She cannot die. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex under Zhu Chun collapsed with a loud thud. The words floated serenely in the sky. Mission completed. Map cleared. At the same time, just as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to tear Luo Xu apart, it suddenly vanished as the words appeared. Luo Xu let out a long sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Zhu Chun, who was riding on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, fell heavily to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he instinctively protected his vital parts, avoiding injury from the fall. The people in the command hall and the citizens in front of the screen all breathed a sigh of relief together. They erupted in cheers, high-fiving each other and laughing heartily. Finally victorious. We won, we won. Haha, today is truly a day of good fortune. Amazing. We have won. Long live the great Chuan nation. No, long live our warriors. To those fallen warriors, our loved ones, did you see this moment? Humanity has triumphed. The citizens of the great Chuan nation have triumphed. I'm so excited. We cleared the otherworldly map, and we even repelled the zombie tide. Our country is awesome. Wei Zheng, sitting in front of the screen, felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing into the chair behind him, looking at the joyous news in the comments. He didn't even have the energy to force a smile. The citizens believed that the national command was the core of the entire great Chuan nation. In reality, Luo Xu was the core within the core. Just moments ago, such a pillar of a nation was teetering on the edge of life and death, which was even more horrifying than his own brush with death. But thankfully, it was all over now. Luo Xu limped over to check on Zhu Chen's condition. She found that he was merely unconscious, which relieved her. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Original domain task completed. Here are the rewards for clearing the map. Damn, there really are rewards for clearing the map. Just for killing a Tyrannosaurus Rex, we got so many weapons. This clearing reward must be incredible. But these weapons are still not enough for us to drive out all the zombies and rebuild our home. If only we could get some even more powerful weapons, right? Couldn't they provide some robots? Brothers, you're thinking too small. Why not just give us a drug that can eliminate all zombies? Have you considered that if all the zombies are exterminated, but our crisis isn't resolved, the land can't be cultivated, all plants and animals die, humanity will eventually perish? True. If we had rivers like last time, that would be great. Everyone looked forward with anticipation, waiting for the rewards from clearing the otherworld. Meanwhile, leaders from other countries gathered for a secret meeting. They sat in a tightly monitored conference room. At that moment, the big screen in the conference room was broadcasting the live feed from the Great Chuan Nation. Watching the words about the clearing rewards, the leaders' expressions became serious. At this point, they had to face the so-called otherworld. What is the current situation of the Great Chuan Nation? Did anyone manage to capture footage? The commander of the Mi-Gu Nation asked with a grave expression. The representatives from other countries exchanged glances and shook their heads. It seemed that there was a peculiar magnetic field within the Great Chuan Nation that prevented outsiders from detecting anything. Not just the 4 bases of the Daqiangguo. We have previously seen the mechs and shelters manifested by Daqiangguo, but we haven't captured any footage of these. Once we get close, the whole scene becomes blurry. If possible, our Tainer Nation is ready to arrange for drivers to go over. Currently, they're only using drones for filming, which can only provide a view of the scene. If filming is really not possible, we can only arrange for drivers. Chapter 72, Rewards, Inland River, New Energy or Vein. Amid everyone's anticipation, the system finally issued the final rewards. There are still 2 choices this time. Task Reward 1, Mech 10, Mech Core Drive Technology, Intermediate Super Energy, Smelting Technology, Laser Research Technology, Intermediate Exploration Technology. Task Reward 2. Organic Plantable Arable Land 100,000 acres. Fruit Trees. Random 100,000. Non-harmful genetically modified rice 10,000 gene. Inland River 1, New Energy Mine 1. Please make your choice as soon as possible within the limited time. A 10-minute countdown began to appear at the top of the system. Luo Xu pressed one hand on the headset and asked, "Commander, which one should we choose?" Last time, we chose mechs without asking because the central base was in a critical situation. Now, the mechs, laser cannons, and laser guns have eliminated the immediate crisis. Currently, everyone is focused on what Dazhongguo will choose. Meanwhile, in a secret conference room, the leaders of other countries are also paying attention. When these two choices were presented, the entire live broadcast room erupted. Damn, I told you this other world would definitely not be stingy. Look at these great things. It's really hard to choose. Reward 1 is technology-based, while Reward 2 is resource-based. Non-harmful, genetically modified rice? If we have this, we won't have to worry about starving when building the new country. But as long as the other world exists, we won't starve, right? I think it's better to choose technology. I also think choosing technology is better. Hey, you all need to take a good look. Organic plantable arable land means we will have land to cultivate, okay? 100,000 acres, wow. As long as we have some cultivable land in Dazhongguo, we can make something beautiful out of it. My goodness, do you know what laser research technology means? It represents that our weapon research technology will leap to another level and is very likely to enter the aerospace era. At this time, the Central Command Center held an emergency meeting. They only had 10 minutes to discuss. The choices split into two factions. Those choosing the first option believe that although we have temporarily repelled the zombies, the real crisis has not been resolved. Those zombie commanders must still be hiding somewhere, preparing to ambush humans. The other side believes that even if the zombies are killed, the country has not recovered, and the land cannot be cultivated. With winter approaching, survivors are likely to freeze to death. A commander slammed the table and stood up. Winter is coming? We can stay in a shelter without worrying at all. But here we have Mech Core Drive Technology. With this technology, we can use mechs indefinitely, instead of being so cautious like we are now. If we choose option 1, the country will have more than 20 mechs. So many mechs gathered together, it was absolutely powerful combat strength. Not to mention these zombies. Even those other countries eyeing them did not dare to have any covetous thoughts towards Dazhongguo. Everyone was discussing endlessly, and finally, their gaze fell on Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng was the one who held the power of discourse. With a serious expression, he inquired about Luo Xu, who was still in the system. Luo Xu said, "In the desert area, there are various rare mineral resources." Wei Zheng decisively issued an order. Choose 2. Those resources can continue to be collected in another map. But these non-renewable resources, if missed this time, there will be no more opportunities. Good. As the people awaited eagerly, a voice from the system echoed in the live broadcast room above the other world. Ding dong. Task Reward 2. Organic farmland that can be cultivated 100,000 acres. Fruit trees. Random. 100,000. Non-toxic genetically modified rice 10,000 gene. Inland River 1. New Energy Mine 1. To be manifested and delivered. Please check. As the voice fell, the live broadcast room completely closed. The people in front of the television couldn't help but sigh deeply. Suddenly, at this moment, they heard a rumbling sound coming from outside. Everyone leaned out to look outside. Children clung to the windows, their eyes wide open. Look, what is that? In the sky, a huge shadow was slowly shifting. The ground began to shake, a tremor like an earthquake. The people hiding in the shelter curiously came out, found an open space, and widened their eyes to look at the not-so-distant place. In the northwest direction, a location where zombies were gathering, a mountain was rising from the ground. It was as if a hand in the sky was lifting the flat ground higher. An energy mine was gradually taking shape. The zombies on the mountain were all like ants, being driven away. Tens of thousands of zombies were pushed off a cliff, a group of zombies huddled together, rolling down the mountain like a zombie sphere. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Dazhongguo, An inland river was gradually forming. The ground cracked open. Spring water gushed out from beneath, as if crafted by heaven. A river formed in an instant, with clear, flowing water. As the river appeared, grass and trees began to grow on the ground. Insects and ants, a new ecological environment began to be perfected again. The barren land, once a zombie-infested wasteland, suddenly resounded with a loud noise. The ground shook violently, a crack appeared, and all the zombies on the surface fell into a gap. The ground merged again. The land rustled, grass and trees began to grow. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was covered with dense vegetation. Organic farmland appeared. The city was about to face a zombie tide. Some survivors huddled together, embracing as they awaited death. Suddenly, at this moment, they smelled the fresh scent of flowers and grass. A mother held her child. Taking a deep breath, a faint smile appeared on her pale face. The child's father also took a breath, smiling bitterly and nodding. But the child was wide-eyed, pointing outside the window. Outside is green. The mother covered the child's eyes. It is green. The color of zombies is gray, blood red. Only a child's imagination can see green. The child struggled in her arms, shouting, "It's green, green grass." The child's father turned his head to look outside, his eyes widening in shock. Green, it really is green. Outside the window, a lush green lawn. What was once a wasteland full of zombies had now turned into grassland. Quick, quick, look, it really is grassland," the man said, his voice trembling. Chapter 73. Receiving a first-class merit medal in the remaining cities across the country, survivors from various places gradually emerged. They took a deep breath and smelled the fresh scent of green grass. Online posts became completely active. "Come and see. Selling air, 1 lollipop each." Many photos of the green grassland circulated online. "Everyone come out to play. Let us fight zombies together." Forming a team to the southern suburbs to fight zombies. "Anyone want to join? I have a laser gun here. Any teammates want to practice their aim? I have one too. Huh. Let us form a team." The national border area is currently calling for manpower to deal with zombies. Those with combat ability should take the initiative. Let us clear all the zombies to prevent another large-scale zombie gathering. Protecting the country is everyone's responsibility. Let us charge. As soon as the two left the system, they received attention from the base. Immediately, they were placed on stretchers and taken to the hospital for treatment. The entire hospital cleared out an entire floor for Luo Xu, allowing her to recuperate in peace. When Luo Xu woke up, the sumptuous dinner on the table made her feel hungry. She sat up, struggling to lift her arm to get the meal box. She didn't know what kind of treatment these people had given her, but now she could barely move her arm. The nurse outside heard the noise and quickly came in. Seeing Luo Xu trying to get the meal box, she hurriedly said, "Leave it to me." The nurse swiftly took out a small table, opened the meal box, and placed chopsticks in her hand, taking care of her meticulously. Luo Xu devoured her food, while the nurse stared at her with bright eyes. Finally, when Luo Xu couldn't eat anymore, she asked, "Excuse me, how long have I been asleep?" The nurse excitedly replied, "A whole week. If it weren't for detecting your vital signs were normal, the commander might have executed a batch of people already." Upon hearing that Luo Xu had woken up, Wei Zheng rushed over to visit her. At this moment, Wei Zheng was in high spirits, still feeling proud of the decision he had made at that time. "You really have made great contributions to our country this time. The leaders are preparing to award first and second-class merits to everyone who entered the other world for reconnaissance." Luo Xu's face turned pale, and she bit her lip. "Uncle Wei, I want to participate in the training again as soon as possible." Wei Zheng patted her shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. "Don't rush for the training. You all need to recuperate well. This was a life-and-death situation. I don't want it to happen again. Leave everything to the country. Next time you enter the map, you will be fully armed and equipped with better weapons." Luo Xu nodded solemnly. She continued, "Uncle Wei, the next map can only accommodate 70 people, and the system has a luck value. Luck is proportional to the number of people entering, which means the luck value can only reach 70, increasing the danger by 30%. We must be better prepared this time." Wei Zheng laughed heartily. "All right, don't think about these messy things now. Focus on recuperating, understood?" Luo Xu obediently nodded again. Wei Zheng looked at her with increasing fondness. "Tomorrow, I'll have your aunt make some of her specialty dishes to send over. She will definitely like you too." After the apocalypse arrived, Their only daughter died during a mission. Now, Luo Xu's presence finally eased his pain a little. Thank you, Uncle Wei. This live broadcast has ended, and the public remains relatively quiet. The reconstruction work of the entire base continues. To prevent another large-scale gathering, all survivors are divided into two groups. Some armed survivors and those with abilities participate in the zombie clearing operation, while the remaining skilled individuals work on building the base. The Nanhai Base, Eastern Forest Base, Northern Wing Base, and Central Base are all centered around the base, conducting clearing operations outward. The mountains and forests outside the base have been mostly destroyed by zombies, and only a few survivors who couldn't reach the base in time remain in the tall buildings of the cities. The government has resumed rescue operations to gather those survivors who are still stranded outside. These survivors have formed a small shelter base, also engaging in basic construction activities and zombie extermination operations. This time, the people of Dachuan have become increasingly confident in their country. The entire southwestern region of the nation has been completely destroyed by zombies, and there are also large gatherings of zombies in the northwest, with even foreign zombies from the same continent appearing. The country is making every effort to strike back using missiles and other weapons of mass destruction. However, they are temporarily refraining from using nuclear weapons, as the habitable areas for humans are already very limited. A portion of the people is responsible for clearing the zombies in the inland areas and those near the large grasslands. They're trying to avoid zombie contamination of these areas. The humans living in the shelters have also come out to clear zombies around the shelter, expanding their active range significantly in just half a month. Some roads are being repaired, and traffic has resumed by about 10 to 20%. During this half month, the warriors who entered the other world for exploration have mostly recovered from their injuries, with some more severely injured ones able to come out in wheelchairs. Luo Xu's injury had almost healed by the fourth day. She only had a broken arm. She visited other warriors, who were all being treated in the same hospital and frequently visited each other. Luo Xu has a good relationship with Yilu, Zhou Qing, and Zhu Chun, and the four often meet to exercise and stretch their muscles. That noon, Wei Zhang had someone deliver brand new military uniforms to them. The next day, a grand awarding ceremony was held at the central base. Commanders from other bases specifically took helicopters to the award ceremony. Additionally, some people from the nearby shelters, some of whom rode small three-wheeled vehicles, risked coming to the scene to watch. The award ceremony was broadcasted live worldwide. As soon as the live stream started, the number of viewers skyrocketed to 30 million. After the apocalypse, the total human population is probably only a few tens of millions. So this viewership means almost the entire world is watching. Everyone who participated in the inter-world exploration missions will receive recognition ranging from first-class merit to third-class merit. The soldiers march proudly in their brand new uniforms. Among them, there are warriors in wheelchairs, warriors with amputated arms and legs, and people dressed in black holding picture frames. Zhu Chun has his head wrapped in thick bandages, and Luo Xu has one arm in a cast strapped to her chest. Chapter 74. Late at night. Zombies appear at the base. The national flag flutters in the wind. Below are solemn and dignified people. Wei Zhang said, "If we choose the profession that best serves the welfare of humanity, then the heavy burden cannot crush us, because we dedicate ourselves to everyone. At that time, what we feel is not a pitiful, limited, selfish joy. Our happiness will belong to millions." Marx, listening to these words, Luo Xu felt a surge of emotions in her heart. She never regretted giving up the system. Ordinary people sitting in vehicles to clear out zombies tightly held their laser guns. They could clearly live a stable life inside the base, but they still chose to come out to eliminate zombies, risking their lives just to protect their families and defend the base. Happiness belongs to millions. The people working in the base were also inspired by these words and stopped their actions. On the stage, Luo Xu and Zhu Chun stood side by side on the podium. Their backs were straight, which inevitably reminded people of their tragic situation during the live broadcast in another world. To kill the last Tyrannosaurus Rex, they fought with all their might, risking their lives and almost dying there. This first-class merit is well-deserved. They fought for the entire Daqiangguo in another world. The fact that Daqiangguo can be preserved and has reached its current state is thanks to these people who battled with the fierce beasts. They are truly deserving. In the audience, Luo Xu's family is also present. After the apocalypse, her parents look much older, yet they still exude vitality. Their eyes are moist as they watch their daughter on stage, feeling proud of her. Luo Xu seems to sense something. Her gaze shifts, and she sees her parents standing in the audience. Her eyes momentarily pause, and she feels inexplicably flustered. Ever since she crossed over into this body, she had never interacted with the biological parents of this body. Now that everything has settled, it's time to make contact. She just doesn't know if her changed identity will be discovered. Zhu Chun, noticing her gaze, smiled and whispered after the awards ceremony. We still have to drive around the entire base. Why not take some time to reunite with your family? Knowing they are safe is enough for her. She prefers to delay the contact as much as possible. Zhu Chun nodded and patted her shoulder. Sometimes, reconciling with oneself is also a form of relief. He knows a little about Luo Xu's background. Although he doesn't know why she ended up in Area C and has never reunited with her parents in Area B, it's understandable that a girl has lived alone in Area C for so long must have her own burdens. Everywhere they go, the common people stuff the vehicles with various supplies, fearing that the soldiers might go hungry. The lively scene lasted nearly 4 hours, and finally, the vehicle arrived at the Central Command building. Everyone in the car let out a long sigh of relief. The base had gradually returned to normal order. The supplies that fell from the sky were distributed unevenly, and some people took them out to do business, turning all those vegetables into delicious dishes. In just half a month, barbecue stalls appeared on the road. Zhu Chun invited a few people to have barbecue and chat about the upcoming training process. The chief told us to rest for 2 to 3 months, but of course we can't waste this time. Especially you, Xiao Luo. You really need to improve your physique. Luo Xu made a face, saying, I'm just an ordinary person. Do I still have to continue training? My goodness. The intensity of this training far exceeds that of her military training. During the 5 years she spent in Area C, she had to work out to survive, developing a strong physique, but her physical condition still fell short of military standards. She needed to continue with the grueling training. She took a big bite of the roasted meat, thinking, since she had the system, why couldn't it enhance her body on its own? How unfair. Of course, the next round of grueling training would be much more intense than the last. Zhu Chun laughed heartily, finding it even more amusing to see Luo Xu struggling. All right, where do we start? My arm injury hasn't healed yet. There had already been some progress. The medications they were using were the latest developments, which allowed them to get out of bed in just a few days. Luo Xu could also jump and run without any pressure at the sight of her amputation. Yi Lu chuckled. I'm not afraid of this grueling training. I'm just worried if little Luo can handle it. Luo Xu looked pale. I'm just a weakling. How can I compare to you guys? Zhou Qing sighed. You're the owner of the system, after all. The tasks inside the system are so intense. How come there is no benefit for you, the owner? You haven't even awakened your abilities? Luo Xu shrugged. How would I know? This thing isn't even meant for me. She has asked this question countless times. Now, when she opens the system, that guy is still updating. She has no idea what it will look like once the update is complete. Zhu Chun cleared her throat and said, It's settled then. Tomorrow I will show you the new devil training plan, so get ready. The few of them enjoyed a nice meal and then went their separate ways. Luo Xu walked down the clean street, flipping through the system. Ding! The system is updating. Please check back later. Since she completed her last task, the system has been updating. After walking under the streetlights for a while, she suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck. She paused her steps, sensing that in the dark behind her, there seemed to be a fierce beast watching her. The feeling of being watched sent chills down her spine. She pulled out the military knife that was strapped to her waist and turned to look in the direction of the gaze. In the darkness, heavy breathing could be heard. A man slowly walked out. Rather than saying he was a man, it was more accurate to call him a zombie. Strangely, there were no signs of decay on his body. His skin was pale, devoid of any color. Luo Xu couldn't hear his breathing, and the heavy, gasping sound came from deep within his throat. She had never seen such a zombie before. Emerging from the darkness, the zombie rushed directly towards Luo Xu, revealing its sharp claws and moving at incredible speed. Chapter 75. System upgrade complete. Mental strength enhanced. Luo Xu quickly took out her dagger to block. With a crisp clang, the dagger collided with its claws, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Yet, the zombie's claws showed no signs of damage at all. Luo Xu retreated repeatedly, not daring to fight back. If this zombie caught her, she would be infected with the zombie virus. Without hesitation, she turned and ran. Fortunately, she hadn't run far when several soldiers suddenly appeared in front of her, surrounding the zombie. These are the guards arranged for her by Wei Zheng. Miss Luo, please step back. Luo Xu quickly said, "This guy is invulnerable. You all be careful. Don't let it catch you." Upon hearing this, several soldiers simply replaced their knives with firearms. The guns they held were all equipped with special bullets that could deal with those mutated zombies. The zombie in front was walking towards Luo Xu with a clear target, only Luo Xu. Seeing that these people blocked its path, it became furious and roared. Luo Xu swallowed hard, wanting to step forward, but the pain in her arm made it difficult for her to move freely. Several soldiers fired directly at the zombie. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed loudly in the empty street. As the sound rang out, the lights in the buildings on both sides of the street turned on. One by one, the lights illuminated, making the zombie impatient. It gasped heavily, its crimson eyes fixed on Luo Xu. However, the bullets hitting it had little effect, only scratching a bit of its fur. The soldiers were momentarily shocked. How could this be? These were the latest research bullets, and they had no effect. The zombie was already charging towards them. Even if the gunfire had no effect, they could only grasp this last straw for survival, frantically pulling the trigger. As the zombie was about to charge over, Luo Xu quickly pulled one of the soldiers away, avoiding its claws. Residents nearby peered through the windows to see outside, clearly observing the situation with the zombie. Inside, a man holding a laser gun grinned. "I'm coming." The man's wife nervously grabbed his arm. "Don't be impulsive." The man tightened his grip on the laser gun. "Don't worry, dear. I have this to keep me safe." The woman anxiously teared up. "Our son is still inside. Don't get into trouble." The man opened the window and shouted to the soldiers, "Hey, the laser gun is coming. Catch it." Saying this, he threw the laser gun towards them. One soldier leaped and caught the laser gun, quickly turning to aim it at the zombie, and fired. With a bang, the zombie was hit by the laser and was instantly reduced to a pile of rubble. After the zombie was dealt with, those hiding inside the rooms finally breathed a sigh of relief, opening the doors to peek outside. My God, was that man a zombie? That's terrifying. Invulnerable to knives and guns. Aren't we safe here? How could there still be a zombie? Yeah, we've cleaned this area thoroughly. How did this zombie get in? Did anyone die by its hands? No one has gone missing in the past few days. It must have just come tonight. What do we reinforce with? We don't even have firewood now. Some whispered, sensing something was off. Did you notice that the zombie was fixated on Miss Luo the entire time? Its target seemed very clear. Don't you find that strange? In this day and age, we even have zombie kings. What's so strange about a thinking zombie? These zombies are bound to cause trouble eventually. Tomorrow, I'm taking a gun to hunt zombies. I hope to eradicate all the zombies in our country as soon as possible. Luo Xu, having narrowly escaped, felt cold sweat running down her back. The previous zombie had been lurking in the shadows, only appearing when there were no other people around her. Is this intentional? The few soldiers returned the laser guns to the man, then turned serious and said to Luo Xu, "Miss Luo, this matter needs to be reported to the officer as soon as possible. I'll arrange for a few people to accompany you to your residence." Luo Xu nodded, her face pale. Okay. A zombie had quietly infiltrated the base, specifically targeting Luo Xu. This was no small matter and must be investigated promptly. Minutes later, the National Security Department launched a thorough search of the entire base, sounding alarms and instructing all civilians to stay indoors and not panic, conducting searches house by house. This included checking all possible hiding spots for zombies, such as sewer passages and subway stations. Wei Zheng comforted her briefly, then exploded in anger, cursing the zombie fiercely. He then arranged dozens of bodyguards for Luo Xu. Don't be afraid. Just focus on recovering in the next few days. I'll handle the rest. How dare they lay hands on you? Those bastards are really courting death. Wei Zheng vented his anger without giving Luo Xu a chance to speak before hanging up the phone. Shortly after, she received calls from Zhu Chun, Yi Lu, and several soldiers she had some interactions with, expressing their concern. It's almost midnight now. Luo Xu entered the bathroom to take a bath. A notification sound from the system echoed in her mind. Ding! System upgrade completed. Luo Xu's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the system to see if there were any new maps available. This time, the system has undergone tremendous changes. There are still only two choices for maps: the original realm and the desert realm. In the corner of the original realm map, the words completed appeared in large letters. She wanted to see if she could enter the map, but found that the map entrance couldn't be opened at all. As expected, her testing was correct. Once the map was cleared, it could no longer be accessed. This means that the unexplored light clusters inside cannot be obtained, which is similar to the first map. It's really a pity. If it weren't for those crises, she could have explored in peace. This time, in addition to these two maps, a numeric panel has appeared. Race, human, gender, female, danger level, none, abilities, research technology 0-100, construction technology 0-100, fighting technique 3-100, firearms technology 6-100, knowledge ability 0-100, detected that the host is too weak, system automatically strengthening, system strengthening progress 1-100, 10-100, 16-100. Host's mental strength enhancement in progress. Mental strength enhancement completed. Chapter 76. Brain domain development. After the words mental strength enhancement completed appeared, Luo Xu felt as if her head had been struck heavily. A sharp pain surged, and before she could react, a cool sensation swept over her, clearing her mind significantly. She felt she could hear many sounds, whispers from the two warriors next door, the footsteps of staff outside, and even the chatting of two drivers at the entrance downstairs. She could hear everything clearly. It was as if, for a moment, the entire world had been captured in her ears. She opened her eyes, drew back the curtains, and stood by the window, looking at the view outside. The entire base had been nearly completed. At the end of the buildings was a tall city wall. A pale moon hung in the sky. Under the moonlight, groups of zombies were aimlessly moving about. Some zombies were bloodied and mangled, with rotting chunks of flesh falling off, causing a stir among the surrounding zombies. Many zombies were even seen desperately gnawing at the feet of one particular zombie. Her vision had improved. It seemed she had night vision capabilities under the cover of darkness. Luo Xu smiled. Finally, she had reaped the benefits of the system. The system had enhanced her mental strength, and the so-called mental strength was equivalent to human brain power. Currently, human brain development is only at 2, but now she had developed at least 30 of her brain domain. Her vision, smell, and hearing had all improved to varying degrees. Luo Xu got up, put on her clothes, and tried to move her legs. She couldn't practice here, so she simply went down to the exercise room to do one-handed push-ups and run. Unfortunately, her physical condition hadn't improved much. She was still the same as before, just much wiser now. Previously, she only had a vague concept, but now she had completely grasped the essence of it. She recalled the relevant scientific knowledge she had transcribed from the system before. She had no foundation at all, and many concepts were incomprehensible to her. She only knew a rough meaning and couldn't even remember those obscure terms. But now, she could recite those things word for word. Luo Xu got off the treadmill, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and couldn't hide the joy on her face. Regardless, the mental development had brought her many benefits. She flipped through the abilities section in the system. Apart from a bit of data on combat skills and firearm skills, all the other skills were 0. The two items, scientific research technology and construction technology, were clearly related to specific knowledge just by their names. In her previous life, she was a liberal arts student, with average grades in math, physics, and chemistry, completely in the dark about these research and construction technologies. As for the last knowledge ability, she had no idea what it was. Just as she was puzzled, a prompt sound came from a system. Given that the difficulty of the next task world is quite high, please enhance your abilities as soon as possible. As long as one of the abilities reaches full capacity, the system will grant enhancements to physical qualities. Please speed up the learning process. The system's prompt sound faded away. Luo Xu couldn't help but hold her forehead. It seemed that in order to survive in the system world, she had to make greater efforts. Just raising one of the abilities to full capacity could enhance her physical qualities? Luo Xu was very interested in this. Luo Xu, long time no see. The voice was hoarse, as if her throat had been destroyed by someone. The woman's face was wrapped in bandages, making it impossible to see her features. If it weren't for the fact that she could clearly hear this person speaking, she might have thought it was a zombie chasing after her. "Who are you?" Luo Xu retorted, which infuriated the woman. "Damn it! How could you not recognize me? How could you not know who I am? It's all your fault that I ended up like this. Where did you take E.G.?" At the mention of that name, Luo Xu finally remembered. She put her hands in her pockets and stepped forward to examine the woman from top to bottom, then let out a laugh. "No way, Lansang. How did you end up looking like this? Did someone abuse you? What happened to your face?" She had always thought Lansang was living a good life with Yi. She never expected to see her in this state. Lansang had undergone cosmetic surgery, but before she could recover, the apocalypse struck. After that, while trying to survive, she didn't receive proper treatment. In the end, the surgery was a complete failure, and her face was utterly unrecognizable. Back then, she had taken a considerable amount of money from the Luos to undergo the surgery with Yi. She thought everything was foolproof, but she never anticipated the apocalypse. Lansang, who had already suffered a blow, was once again mocked by Luo Xu, and her anger surged, her fists clenched tightly. But now she had other options. Yi had completely disappeared several months ago, and she couldn't find him anywhere. The food Yi had left her was already gone. Reluctantly, she went back to the Luo's house, but it had long been abandoned. Throughout the entire base, she had relied entirely on Yi to survive. Yi's sudden disappearance left her at a loss, completely forgetting her shameful identity and appearance as she came to the central command center looking for him. But before she could find him, she saw Luo Xu, who was the center of attention. Instantly, jealousy clouded her mind. In the dead of night, she seduced the guards here, knocked them out, and slipped in. After patiently waiting for several days, she finally saw Luo Xu. Why was Luo Xu able to live so well during the apocalypse? It was truly unfair. Damn it! Where did you take him? Upon seeing Luo Xu, she finally understood why Yi had suddenly disappeared. Perhaps it was this woman who had secretly plotted against him. Luo Xu looked at Lansang in front of her and felt a smile creep on her lips. In that moment, she felt her heavy heart lighten significantly. This is probably the raw emotion. Yuan Sheng was originally a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, who could live a good life in Zone B with her parents after the apocalypse. However, she was schemed against by a pair of treacherous individuals and could only end up in Zone C, where she spent the hardest 5 years of her life. Several times, she was so hungry that she felt dizzy and almost gave up her last bit of perseverance, willing to exchange her body for food. In the end, even after she crossed into this body, nothing improved. Are the guards here? Take her out. She was too lazy to continue pulling with Sanglan and directly took out her walkie-talkie. Chapter 77. Throw her out of the base. She didn't need to lift a finger against such a person. As her words fell, 2 guards walked in at the entrance. Seeing the 2 aggressive men approaching her, Sanglan's expression changed instantly. She actually knelt down in front of Luo Xu, crying bitterly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong back then, blinded by greed, and did those things. Can you spare me? I just want to live an ordinary life with Yi. Did you capture him? Please let him go. We will stay far away and never trouble you again." Luo Xu coldly smiled and raised her hand to signal the 2 guards. The guards exchanged glances and stopped. Luo Xu stepped forward, leaned close to Sanglan's ear, and said, "You have a good plan, wanting to undergo surgery to replace me. Do you think you are worthy? Do you know how I survived these 5 years? Since you came to me, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, Sanglan gritted her teeth. She looked up at Luo Xu, saying, "There are rules in the base that prohibit fighting. You can't do anything to me. Oh, how about we try?" Just as Luo Xu was about to raise her hand to have the guards throw her out, Sanglan suddenly charged at her. With claws bared, she aimed to scratch Luo Xu's face. However, Luo Xu merely glanced at her disdainfully. In her eyes, Sanglan's sudden attack seemed like slow motion. She simply shifted her foot slightly, and Sanglan missed, landing face first on the ground. Luo Xu no longer looked at her and just waved her hand at the 2 guards. "Come, throw her out." Finally, she added, "Throw her out of the base." Being thrown out of the base meant losing its protection, and she would soon be torn apart by zombies. Sanglan's terrified body trembled slightly. It can't be like this. There are rules in the base. But the two guards just smiled, and one on the left and one on the right directly picked Sang Lan up. Sister, in our base, only Miss Luo can disregard the rules. You chose to trouble her. Isn't that seeking death? No, it shouldn't be like this, no. Sang Lan struggled desperately. The bandages on her face were torn open by her struggles, layer by layer falling off, revealing a disgusting face underneath. Luo Xu, you're just a foolish young lady. How could you be so ruthless? How could you do such cruel things? Has EG already been killed by you? Luo Xu just looked at her expressionlessly. The two guards, however, suddenly realized upon hearing the name. EG, is he the ability user who died on the map? Or did he bring it upon himself, not having the mental fortitude, melting the ice with his fire ability at the critical moment, losing his grip and falling down? I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Xu was extremely important to the country, and the people Wei Zheng arranged to protect her were all his most trusted individuals. These two people happened to be among the 100 who explored the mission map for the first time. Upon hearing that Yi Ji had died, Sang Lan nearly fainted. Yi Ji was dead? Her only support in this world was gone? How could this happen? Luo Xu said, I trouble you two to deal with this woman. The two guards grinned, one on the left and one on the right, supporting the almost fainting Sang Lan away. Sang Lan's appearance had no effect on Luo Xu whatsoever. She had more important things to do now. The system had just remodeled her brain domain, and she was eager to experience the effects of the transformation. Early the next morning, she received a call from Wei Zheng. Last night, Luo Xu was attacked by a mutated zombie, and Wei Zheng had been handling the situation, unable to sleep the whole night. Worried that Luo Xu would lack sleep, he insisted on waiting until 7 the next morning to call her. In the end, the zombie was killed with a laser gun, leaving not even a body behind. There are several points that confuse her. When I fought against this zombie, I found that it had very little rotten flesh on its body, looking exactly like the zombies right after the apocalypse, with skin that was quite elastic, indicating it had just recently turned. Its appearance is not like our local zombies, but more like foreign zombies. Luo Xu can even draw the zombie's face now. Wei Zheng lowered his gaze in thought. The foreign zombie aspect doesn't explain much. After all, our country had opened up before, and many foreigners came over. However, this person had just turned into a zombie not long ago, which seems too strange. The zombie virus is contagious. Anyone who is harmed by a zombie can turn within 10 minutes. At that time, the transformed person still retains their appearance from when they were alive, and only later do they begin to rot and degrade. But this is already 5 years after the zombie virus outbreak. 5 years later, anyone infected with the zombie virus will quickly turn into a decaying corpse. It's been a long time since I've seen such a complete zombie. A researcher next to the laboratory side. If only we could keep this zombie, we could dissect and study it. Luo Xu said, this zombie is impervious to knives and guns, completely different from ordinary zombies. I believe it should be an evolved zombie, but we currently know too little about zombies. Indeed, it needs to be studied. This pleased the researcher, who grinned. Let's have someone help me get some new zombies, preferably a mutated one. Hee, I want to see what the zombie virus has evolved into now. It must be very interesting. This person's bad taste made Luo Xu feel a bit disgusted. Wei Zheng was also nauseated by his excited and jubilant tone, giving him a fierce glare. Get lost. He then turned to Luo Xu and asked her to draw the face of the zombie to see if anyone in the base had seen it before. If it wasn't a survivor from the base, then it must be a zombie that came from outside. Even more strange was the fact that the target of the zombie was actually Luo Xu, as if it was being directed by someone. Is this just a coincidence? Or is someone behind it? Further investigation is needed. Just after receiving the brain domain development of Luo Xu and leaving the Central Command Center, she managed to bribe the two soldiers ordered to follow her by Wei Zheng, and instead went to the only library in the base. Chapter 78. Someone has set their sights on Luo Xu. As the only surviving library in the entire Dachuan Kingdom, it is filled with a chaotic assortment of books, and there are many volunteers inside organizing them. Luo Xu was shocked by the devastating scene before her as soon as she entered. No matter the time, a library is the last line of defense for human civilization. If all the books are destroyed, it means the entire history of the nation will be erased. The large library covers several thousand square meters and has 7 floors. Inside, it is in disarray. Many books are scattered on the ground, with footprints visible on them. This is the trace left behind when the soldiers anxiously tried to move the precious books out as the base was about to fall. Now that the base has been saved, they're starting to restore it to its original state. At the entrance of the library, there are still some civilians in line, each holding a few books to donate. An old man, dressed in rags and emanating a foul smell, carefully handed over a tattered book to the staff. The staff did not show any disdain and solemnly accepted the yellowed book. She made an inviting gesture, asking the old man to rest nearby and have some tea. There were also some small children who took out their picture books. 90% of the buildings in Dajo country were destroyed by the zombie tide, and everything that remains is a treasure. She gradually visited several organized reading rooms and finally found books related to science and chemistry. These books, when she read them before, only made her feel sleepy just by looking at the covers. But now, she's like a sponge, greedily absorbing the knowledge inside. Biological science, biotechnology, bioinformatics, organic chemistry, polymer chemistry. In her eyes, all the nouns seemed like jumping musical notes, so wonderful and captivating. Unknowingly, she became mesmerized and lost track of time. While she was unaware, the data on the system's attribute panel was gradually changing. Abilities: research technology, 1-100 construction technology, 0-100 combat technology, 4-100 firearms technology, 6-100 knowledge ability, 2-3-6-10-100. At this moment in the Central Command Center, Wei Zheng had already arranged for some people to search outside the base for those mutated zombies. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Although it was a bit disgusting, scientific research on zombies could not be interrupted. He had someone investigate that zombie, and the final results were chilling. This zombie is not a survivor from the base at all. No one has seen him. His identity information has not entered the Dazhongguo database at all. This means that this zombie is an outsider zombie. Then the problem becomes serious. The security facilities in the base need to be rearranged. The attack incident last night has also been uploaded to the internet, causing panic among people. My God, is the base not safe now? I completely dare not go out at night. I thought this place was a safe haven without zombies, but I didn't expect so many dangers hidden in the dark. Everyone, remember to reinforce your living quarters, prepare more supplies, and go out less at night. Who knows if you will be attacked by zombies while walking on the road? It's really strange. I am an ability user assigned by the state to work shifts every day, and our defenses have been so well developed. Where exactly did this zombie come from? Well-developed defenses? If the defenses were really perfect, then this zombie wouldn't appear in the base. Yes, since zombies have appeared, there is no need to boast about the security facilities being perfect. So, how should this matter be resolved? Those with laser guns can still protect themselves. But many of us don't have laser guns. Do we have to wait to die? Everyone, calm down, trust the state, and believe that the Central Command Center will definitely help us solve this. However, have you seen the video? Don't you think this matter is a bit strange? It seems that the zombie's target is very clear, only focusing on Su Su. I also noticed that there were several people present at that time, standing in different directions, but this zombie kept staring at Su Su. Isn't that too strange? After watching the video, I broke out in a cold sweat. I feel it should possess the ability to think. Impossible, this is a zombie, just a walking dead. How could it think? If it can think, then what is the difference between them and us humans? The difference is huge. These guys are just a group of walking dead driven by desire. Could this be some kind of mutated zombie? It's the first time I've seen a mutated zombie with such good skin. It seems like it was just recently transformed, but the fact that it is immune to blades and guns is too strange. Immediately, a meeting was convened by the high-level officials. The various commanders discussed this matter. They focused not on this mutated zombie, but on Wei Zheng's serious gaze slowly swept over those present. I suspect Su Su has been targeted. This is really an interesting matter. Only we insiders know about her special abilities. Think about it. Where could the leak have come from? If someone really let this zombie in, or if the zombie has its own thoughts, then why doesn't it attack the leaders or commanders? Why target those who command the entire battle? Yet, it specifically focuses on Su Su. Is it because Su Su performed exceptionally well in the live broadcast? That doesn't make sense either. No matter how well she performs, to outsiders, she is just an ability user with treasure hunting abilities. playing no key role in the entire war. They publicly declare that Su is just a warrior with treasure hunting abilities. Her combat power and physical fitness are at the bottom of the entire team. The only special point is this treasure hunting ability. But the problem is, Commander, we still haven't figured out who did it. If our enemy is just a zombie, then discussing these reasons is meaningless. Wei Zheng said leisurely. What if our enemy is not a zombie? Not. The amount of information was overwhelming. Everyone fell into silence. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a hurried knock at the door. The staff in the monitoring hall, breathing a bit heavily, said in a deep voice, "Officers, we have discovered something strange among the horde of zombies." Chapter 79. The one who acts is someone else. From the perspective of the helicopter, the sound of the helicopter's wings was faintly audible. Below was a dense, vast mass of zombies. However, the zombie army was currently aimlessly wandering in place, without any targets. The footage kept advancing. Suddenly, something flashed past the camera. Wei Zheng immediately shouted, adjusting the footage back by 0.3 seconds and pausing it. The staff member, as he requested, paused the footage. The paused image was very blurry and needed resolution adjustments. After continuous adjustments, that peculiar object finally appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a mechanical bird. For a moment, there was complete silence in the arena. The commanders widened their eyes in disbelief, watching this scene. The mechanical bird has a smooth exterior and moves at an incredibly fast speed, almost invisible to the naked eye. It was only caught on camera when it flew past the surveillance for a fraction of a second, darkening the entire screen momentarily before they managed to capture it. Wei Zheng looked at the technician and asked, "Have you analyzed it? What is this?" The technician's expression was serious as he replied, "Director, actually what I want to show hasn't appeared yet, but the appearance of this mechanical object has further solidified our suspicions." "All right, continue watching." The video continued, the camera moving forward. Everyone was focused intently on the screen. Below, there were hordes of zombies evenly distributed. Strangely, these zombies were all wearing the same clothing and purposefully looking around. A request from the operator at the helicopter was heard. Soon, a monitoring sphere was dropped down. Next came the footage from the monitor. The monitor moved on land, clearly capturing the zombies in front of it. They were all dressed in research attire, scanning the surroundings for targets. The spherical monitor passed through these zombies. It was then that everyone noticed that beneath the gray soil, there was a cave. The entrance was large, covered by earth, conveniently out of the helicopter's line of sight. At this moment, a few zombies were crawling out from inside. The sphere intended to move further inside, but was crushed by a zombie, causing the footage to disappear. There are obvious signs of human manipulation here. After a while, a commander finally spoke up. Could it be that these mutated zombies were created by a secret research facility? An irritable researcher slammed the table. These bastards! Damn it! Why aren't they being trampled by the zombies? The entire human race is facing a life-and-death crisis, and they still have the energy to plot behind our backs? Whoever is responsible must be dragged out and severely punished. My fists are already clenched. Sir, we must investigate this thoroughly. I suspect that this large-scale zombie wave is significantly related to these guys. They want to wipe us out completely. In the midst of the furious curses, the irritable commander and the soldiers had some faint suspicions. They all looked towards Wei Zheng and the chief. Wei Zheng understood their meaning, but just waved his hand and shook his head. "It's not those people you think." As he spoke, Wei Zheng had someone bring over a tablet and distribute it to everyone. The commander and the soldiers browsed through the contents, and soon their expressions were not looking good. What you're seeing are distress signals sent by various countries. There's also some information from intercepted satellite communications. When they opened the tablet, they saw a collection of neatly arranged documents, all in different languages when clicked on. This information has already been translated, and everyone can understand it. From the beginning of the live broadcast, those countries have placed great importance on their Dajong country. These pieces of information come together, as if it is the whale of the entire planet. Help! Help! Area A1 is surrounded by a large number of zombies, requesting support. A large gathering of zombies has been discovered near the subway. There are 38 survivors here, still resisting bravely, requesting support. We have arrived at the rescue location with the mission objective. Please send a plane to assist as soon as possible. The coordinates for task 4 have been sent. Please respond quickly. Beep. Task 4 failed. Beep. Rescue task 6 failed. Lizard task. All personnel wiped out. They found scattered information about Dakiangwo from these signals. Beep. It's bad. We are experiencing special signal jamming. The plane has lost power. Help. Help. Dakiangwo has a counter-detection system. We cannot capture specific images. Mission failed. Beep. Shut down these files. The commanders all appeared somewhat serious. Since the apocalypse, Dakiangwo has lost more personnel than any other country due to its large population. They have been focused on resolving internal issues, completely unable to be aware of the situation abroad. After communication was restored, they found that the development abroad had surpassed Dakiangwo by a large margin, which created a sense of urgency. But in reality, after the disaster struck, no one could stand alone. Wei Zheng's expression was grave as he looked at everyone. From these documents, it appears that other countries cannot land in our country, nor can they detect our situation. Is the counter-detection capability mentioned here a technology of our country? No. Wei Zheng shook his head. I don't know where this capability comes from either. This is a man in a white coat among the crowd, who leisurely speaks. Could it be due to the otherworldly circumstances? This sentence serves as a reminder to everyone. However, it also indicates that other countries are unable to manipulate anything within the borders of the Great River. Since it is not these people, then who is truly behind this? A deputy general, already infuriated, suddenly stood up. No matter what kind of monsters or spirits the commander faces, we must take them down. Another commander also stood up, his temper flaring, having long reached his limit. I will have someone investigate this matter. We must be thorough this time. Wei Zheng nodded. This matter is left to you. Anyone who violates our country must not be spared. Chapter 80. Need to improve attributes? Seek help from the country after the meeting adjourned. Wei Zheng was still worried about Luo Xu, so he sent someone to inquire about her situation. Upon learning that Luo Xu had gone to the library to browse books, he felt somewhat reassured. He issued orders to arrange for more people to prepare some weapons for self-defense. Yes, his subordinate replied and left promptly. Despite having covered all bases, Wei Zheng still wore a frown. The leader beside him gently patted his arm. The training camp is the truly safe place. Wei Zheng shook his head and sighed deeply. What worried him most was how those people knew about Luo Xu's uniqueness. We need to expedite her training. Outside, soldiers had already been waiting by the vehicle for her. Luo Xu, resting her forehead on her hand, wondered why it had suddenly become so high-profile. The young soldier chuckled, scratching the back of his head. The commander specifically instructed that your safety is very important and must be taken seriously. Luo Xu thought for a moment and said, Then I won't go out anymore. Please help me find some books. Sure, just give me the titles, and I'll help you find them. Once in a vehicle, Luo Xu kept her hands on the book. She had never liked reading before. It made her sleepy after just a few glances. But now, she found her attention increasingly focused, and she could completely understand the foundational knowledge in the books. She became more and more engrossed, fully comprehending the information within. She glanced at the data panel again and was astonished to find that the values had actually changed. Ability, Research Technology, 5-100 Construction Technology, 0-100 Fighting Technique, 3-100 Firearms Technology, 6-100 Knowledge Ability, 15-100. Although the increase was not significant, it was still a growth. Luo Xu couldn't believe that just by reading for a day, the values in these two areas had increased. Since the system had already given a prompt, she would follow its guidance. She needed to think of a way to sprint towards one of the values. For now, fighting technique was out of the question. It couldn't be quickly mastered in a short time. Moreover, after raising one of the values to its maximum, the system would enhance her physical condition, making fighting technique less of an issue at that time. Now, which remaining value would be easier to improve? Luo Xu continued reading in her room. The content of these books is very mixed, consisting entirely of some theoretical foundational knowledge. Chemistry, physics, all are theoretical knowledge of applied sciences. After systematic reinforcement, Luo Xu feels that her IQ has also increased, and she can easily understand these things. Suddenly, at this moment, she hears gunfire happening 2 streets away from here. She stands by the window and looks outside. Under the cover of the dark night, Several guards are dealing with a zombie that has quietly infiltrated the base at an unknown time. This zombie has the same abilities as the one I saw last time. Impervious to knives and guns, and extremely fast. However, there are many warriors and, with advanced weaponry, they quickly dealt with this zombie under absolute firepower coverage. This time, they prepared a large iron cage to confine the zombies and then directly transported it away with a military truck. The street quickly returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Luo Xu's facial expressions had improved, making her see everything clearly. Remembering the last attack, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. After thinking it over, she finally decided to call Wei Zheng. This time, the call was answered by a gentle female voice. Hello. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xu was momentarily taken aback, and her restless emotions seemed to calm down significantly. Her voice softened considerably. Andy, is Uncle Wei there? The woman on the other end glanced at the phone note and immediately smiled. Is this Xiao Luo? Yes, in the study. Let me go get him. After a short while, Wei Zheng finally took the call, and soon after, his wife's concerned voice came through, asking about her well-being. Luo Xu responded to each inquiry, feeling warmth she rarely experienced. When Wei Zheng took the call, Luo Xu asked, Uncle Wei, is someone trying to kill me? This question momentarily froze Wei Zheng's expression. He found a secluded spot and said, You don't need to worry about these things. We'll take care of them. The people outside are arranged by me. Don't overthink it. Just wait for the training session. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Xu decided to share the situation regarding the system upgrade. Improving these scientific technologies, construction techniques, and combat skills was simply impossible relying solely on our own abilities. These technologies all require hands-on operation. This means that if you want to improve construction techniques, you have to follow the workers to build houses. If you want to enhance scientific technology, you need to learn theoretical knowledge and practice alongside scientists. She still needs the support of the country. After hearing Luo Xu finish these words, Wei Zheng slapped his thigh and shouted, Good. If you can elevate one of these abilities to its maximum value, then after the system evolves your physique, we won't have to worry about you. This is a good thing. A really good thing. He wasn't foolish. Last time Luo Xu said that the desert area could only accommodate 70 people. He had a premonition. Perhaps, next, the number of people the system map can accommodate will become fewer and fewer. For now, at least there are 99 people protecting Luo Xu. Next time, there will only be 69, and the time after that. There will come a day when the system can only accommodate one person, and Luo Xu will have to enter alone. In the end, she still has to rely on herself. Right now, it's a great thing that the system can enhance Luo Xu's strength individually. Then, Wei Zheng's voice lowered a few degrees, and he said seriously, Little Luo, you are the treasure of our entire Dachuan kingdom. You already have the spirit of dedication, which is very good, but I hope you can work even harder. Our central base needs you. Our entire Dachuan kingdom needs you. With such a heavy hat placed on her, Luo Xu smiled bitterly and asked Uncle Wei, What do you think I should focus on improving? Wei Zheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Research Technology. Chapter 81. Meeting the scientist the next day. As Luo Xu came out of the hospital, she saw the car that had come to pick her up already parked by the roadside. She felt helpless. Ever since the last attack, Wei Zheng had been on edge, almost arranging dozens of bodyguards to accompany her. The car took her to Wei Zheng's residence. Wei Zheng, the chief, commanders, and important national leaders all had separate residences. Due to their special status, they are easily targeted for assassination, so they need special protection. Even after the apocalypse, their residences are relatively safer. The car stopped at the entrance of a community, and two armed bodyguards came forward to escort Luo Xu inside. Luo Xu enjoyed a somewhat special treatment. She didn't need to be searched upon entering, as her face served as her identification. Although there were many patrolling guards outside the community, it was very quiet inside, with plenty of greenery, though all the plants inside were withered, presenting a dead atmosphere. A few elderly men were tidying up the greenery, trying to save some plants that still showed signs of life. The commander leading Luo Xu looked over in the direction of her gaze and smiled. Those elderly gentlemen and ladies were botanists who had been involved in plant research in our country before the apocalypse. Luo Xu asked, with so much land available for planting, has research started already? The commander shrugged helplessly. It's been under research for a long time. The soil structure there is no different from the soil composition of our planet before. Not much can be discovered. What is the doomsday virus? Why did it change the soil structure? What substances within it caused all the plants to wither? These things have not yet yielded results. This world is truly insane. These scientists have always believed that the apocalypse, systems, and superpowers, all of this can be explained by science. But now, there's been no progress. On their way here, several older researchers are huddled together discussing. Some who disagree have even started arguing. Luo Xu suddenly realized why Wei Zheng wanted her to come to this community. To improve research technology. In this neighborhood, there are no tall buildings, only small villas lined up one after another. The commander introduced to her that many elite individuals live here, all highly intelligent scientists and professors. And you can even hear the hum of some research machines. Just then, a helicopter flew overhead. The commander said, "Someone has brought samples." Luo Xu looked around. This place was simply the cradle of human scientific research. Upon arriving at the small courtyard where Wei Zheng's house was located, she saw a knowledgeable and well-mannered middle-aged woman busy in front of the flower bed as soon as she reached the door. The woman was inserting artificial flowers into the dark soil, clearing away all the wilted plants, making the entire flower bed look much cleaner and tidier. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged woman stood up, stretching her sore back, and turned to look. Her hair was meticulously styled, and she wore loose, thin daily clothes. Her face wasn't particularly stunning, but it gave a very comfortable feeling, adorned with a gentle smile. This is Wei Zheng's wife, Zhu Zhihui. Zhu Zhihui had already met Luo Xu through live streaming and immediately approached her, smiling as she took Luo Xu's hand. "Little Luo is here. Come in and sit down." She warmly invited the commander as well, but the commander waved his hand with a smile. "Sister Zhu, I have something to do. I'll be leaving." Zhu Zhihui pulled Luo Xu into the house, which was clean and tidy, with not much of value inside. The decor was simple, similar to that of an ordinary family's home. Zhu Zhihui had heard that Luo Xu was injured, but due to various reasons, she had not had the chance to visit until now. Finally meeting Luo Xu, she brought out the home-cooked meal she had prepared in advance. "Come on, eat more." Looking at the table full of dishes, Luo Xu felt a warm feeling in her heart. Such warmth she had not felt for a long time after her journey. Zhu Zhihui smiled and said, "In the future, you can treat this place as your home. You can come and go whenever you like." Wei Zheng had already informed her about Luo Xu's situation. Before the end of the world, Luo Xu was a wealthy young lady, but later, due to the scheming of treacherous people, she became separated from her family and fell into Area C, where she spent the darkest years of her life. Since then, there had been a rift between her and her family. Wei Zheng said they needed to provide warmth to Luo Xu's family. For the sake of the country, Luo Xu would have to make more sacrifices. Moreover, getting hurt was just the most basic part. As the system continued to upgrade, it was likely that Luo Xu would have to give even more. Zhu Zhihui looked at Luo Xu with tenderness in her eyes, occasionally chatting with her. Luo Xu obediently lowered her eyes, tasting the home-cooked meal, feeling a bit teary. Zhu Zhihui gently patted her shoulder. "Now that we have resolved the immediate crisis, you can take a good rest and not put so much pressure on yourself. Let those guys handle the other matters. You just rest here today." Luo Xu nodded with red eyes. "Thank you, Aunt Zhu." Zhu Zhihui was also a researcher, a professor specializing in celestial mechanics. Luo Xu was deeply attracted by her words and became increasingly interested in the celestial mechanics she mentioned. "Aunt Zhu, could you tell me more about the basic knowledge related to your field of study?" Zhu Zhihui smiled and said, "These things are not easily understood by ordinary people. But since you want to hear it, I will talk about it. Nowadays, very few young people are willing to sit down and listen to me." Perhaps due to the system's previous modification of her, Luo Xu was astonished to find that she could completely understand what Zhu Zhihui was saying, despite having no foundation at all. Soon, Zhu Zhihui discovered that not only could Luo Xu understand, but she could also raise some very profound questions based on what she had heard, which made her even more delighted. This little girl is surprisingly talented. If it were before the apocalypse, she would definitely attract a lot of professors competing for her. The two of them exchanged questions and answers, and before they knew it, An hour had passed. Only then did Wei Zheng arrive late. This time, Wei Zheng brought several scientists. Chapter 82. They are all pillars of the nation. A few scientists had no hope for Luo Xu, especially after hearing that she hadn't even finished college before the apocalypse. And the university she attended wasn't even a well-known one, making them feel that dealing with such a student would be quite difficult. 2 guards came in to clean up the dining table in the living room and set up a large table. Several people sat solemnly at the table, looking at Luo Xu with serious expressions. Luo Xu's face was known to everyone, especially among their higher-ups. One of the professors was very excited and spoke first. Can we take a look at your system? We are very curious to know what the system actually is. We suspect it is a form of alien technology from civilization higher than ours. Surprised by their interest in her system, Luo Xu hesitated and looked at Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng, looking helpless, rubbed his forehead and said they could take a look. If they didn't, these guys wouldn't give up. With no choice, Luo Xu activated the system. Ding! The Eight Desolation System is activated. As the system prompt sounded, a white light sphere entrance appeared in the room. The scientists immediately gathered around in amazement. At that moment, a cacophony of harsh machine noises erupted from the surrounding villas. Luo Xu was pushed aside by several scientists, and one hand rested on her shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. She smelled a faint fragrance and looked up to see Zhu Zhihui. Zhu Zhihui looked helpless and gently patted her shoulder. Now look, those old guys have all come over. Sure enough, noisy voices quickly came from outside. Strange, what kind of magnetic field suddenly appeared? I detected a special magnetic field here. Huh, the place where special data was detected is clearly right here. Old Wei's family, what are you doing? This is definitely the biggest discovery ever. A group of old scientists squeezed into the room. The old professor surrounding the system in trance waved to those at the door. Hurry, bring the instruments to test. These are all good things. That system has appeared here. What? The system? The entrance to that other world? I'll bring the instruments right away. Watching the scientists' eager expressions, Luo Xu chose to quietly stand aside. Wei Zheng stepped out to take charge of the situation, telling everyone not to rush. This was just for you to see. Just take a look. However, the scene had already turned chaotic, and more people squeezed in, bringing various instruments for research, and the room was about to burst. The guards outside also came to help, but they didn't dare to take overly forceful actions against these elderly scientists. So they could only try to use words to keep them orderly. Clearly, this approach was not effective. Wei Zheng could only seek help from Luo Xu. Can you move this entrance outside? Luo Xu nodded and simply retracted the entrance. In an instant, there were cries of dismay. I haven't studied it carefully yet. How can it be gone? Quick, bring it back out. I want to see what this white substance really is. A group of old scientists cast angry looks at Luo Xu. Luo Xu quickly explained, this entrance is very dangerous. If you accidentally fall in, you'll directly enter one of the maps inside, and it's very dangerous. Everyone should maintain order. An old professor huffed in dissatisfaction. We have some common sense, young lady. Although we are old, our spirits are still high. As he spoke, a nearby elderly female professor pinched him, and he yelped in pain, rubbing the sore spot with a grimace. The elderly woman smiled at Luo Xu and said, all right, let us all maintain order. We just want to study your system. The dedication of these people even made Wei Zheng feel afraid. Luo Xu quickly set the system up in the yard, and a group of people gathered around, eagerly discussing. Each person had a different research direction and a unique method of studying the light sphere at the system's entrance. They continued their lively discussions and arguments deep into the night without any sign of stopping. Luo Xu propped her chin on her hand, sitting by the window, watching those people in the yard, lazily yawning. Zhu Zhihui handed her a cup of hot water and sat beside her. Luo Xu asked, and Zhu, won't they get tired? Zhu Zhihui shrugged. Trust me, they can go 2 or 3 days without sleep for research. After obtaining the system, Luo Xu's greatest fear was these scientists. She was very afraid of being captured for dissection, and she had tried every means to find a way to survive within the system. But unfortunately, she still ended up on this path. However, it seemed to be going well for now. At this moment, several scientists huddled together discussing. My instrument can't analyze what this substance actually is. I suspect it might be some kind of foreign material. This is a great discovery, but I have an idea. What do you think the essence of this system is? Is it a microchip? I think it could be some kind of projection device. It's probably not that simple. Those manifested substances can't be explained at all. It's simple. If you want to know what it really is, just grab a person and dissect them to find out. This remark instantly plunged the surrounding scientists into silence. After a while, an elderly man specializing in human research nodded. I agree. The elderly woman who had just spoken leisurely added, Aren't you afraid that Wei Zhang will come at you with a gun? Several people turned to look at Wei Zhang, who had just walked into the yard, cleared their throats, and quickly changed the subject. At that moment, Luo Xu felt a chill run down her spine, rubbing her arms. And Zhu Zhihui thoughtfully brought her a shawl to drape over her. Wei Zhang looked at the professors gathered in his yard, feeling quite helpless. Zhu Zhihui held Luo Xu's hand. It's so late, and the road is dangerous. Let us stay here. We still have spare rooms at home. Wei Zhang looked at Luo Xu, who nodded. Thank you. Wei Zhang turned around and closed the door to the room, disregarding the old professors still researching outside. That night, Luo Xu was suddenly awakened by the system's alert sound. She quickly got out of bed and went to the system entrance to fish people out. Two elderly professors accidentally fell into the system, and when she pulled them out, they were covered in sand, their lips cracked, as if they had been teetering on the brink of life and death. Luo Xu said helplessly, Grandpas, the system only has a desert map right now. If you go in, you'll fall directly into the map. Chapter 83. Defense base goes offline. The elderly professor, who had finally regained his composure after drinking some water, said gruffly, We couldn't figure out what this substance is. We just wanted to go in and take a look, but we ended up entering another world. I'm now quite certain that this is definitely not a technology from Earth. With these two professors as a warning, the other professors realized that as long as they went in, Luo Xu could fish them out, and they were suddenly energized, one after another jumping in. In the later hours of the night, Luo Xu was squatting at the system entrance fishing out professors. Seeing her exhausted appearance, Wei Zhang was instantly filled with rage. I can't take it anymore. I'm kicking them out. Luo Xu got up to follow, but was held back by Zhu Zhihui. Zhu Zhihui smiled gently at her. Don't worry about it. Outside, Wei Zhang seemed to have said something to those professors, and finally, they reluctantly left. However, after Wei Zhang came in, he told her, Now that you've been enhanced by the system, your memory and intelligence have significantly improved. So, can you learn a lot of specialized knowledge? Luo Xu nodded, yes. That's great. The professors who came here today all want to be your teachers. From now on, you'll go to each of their doors to learn every day. They are all top professionals in related fields. You must seize this opportunity. Thinking about everything she experienced last night, Luo Xu was at a loss for whether to be happy or to cry. Although she didn't know what use the skills the system wanted her to enhance would have, since they were proposed, they would definitely be useful. For the next 2 months, Luo Xu followed the professors around learning. The talent she showed amazed these professors. Although she had no foundation, she grasped every knowledge point with ease. Ability, Research Technology, 49,100, Construction Technology, 36,100, Combat Technology, 3,100, Firearms Technology, 6,100, Knowledge Ability, 62,100. Unexpectedly, among these, her knowledge ability was skyrocketing the fastest. Wei Zhang often monitored Luo Xu's learning progress and was overjoyed to learn that while she was acquiring so much scientific knowledge, she still had the energy for more. Immediately, he found several firearms experts from the military to teach Luo Xu technical knowledge about firearms. Luo Xu was continuously growing. The next plan to enter the system was also being carried out intensively. Only 70 people enter the system this time. This means that these 70 people have to take greater risks to explore the system. They must make adequate preparations, and relevant national agencies are also intensively researching new weapons. They soon discover that the minerals extracted from the manifested mines in the system can be used to create weapons that are more durable and have stronger penetration. This is definitely a game-changing discovery. However, the mining progress of these minerals has been somewhat affected by the zombies. The military has surrounded the entire mine with barbed wire. And near the mountains, close to the zombie horde, many zombies have been attracted by the noise of the mining operations and are moving this way. Soon, A group of zombies gathered around the perimeter of the barbed wire. The helicopter quickly detected the situation and rushed to open fire. Such a large gathering of zombies happens several times a day, resulting in a significant consumption of weapons. Fortunately, the country's military factories are gradually being improved and completed, with nearly half of the workforce across the nation dedicated to weapon construction. Previously, when food materialized, a lot of it fell into places that went unnoticed. When they eventually gathered some of the food, they were surprised to find that the leaves wrapping the food had the function of preservation. It has been almost 2 months, and there are no signs of decay in it at all. This discovery has left the scientists overjoyed, and they immediately continued their research. If they can thoroughly study it, it will definitely be the most perfect natural preservative. The entire Dakiangwo is in a state of eager anticipation for development. But everything is moving in a positive direction. In the border area of Magogwo, a drone is hovering along the edge. Strangely, Magogwo's monitoring system did not detect the presence of this drone. This time, the reconnaissance drone has turned into an attack type. The drone aimed directly at the defense base and bombed it. Bombs fell from high in the sky. At this moment, the defense soldiers in the border area were still in a warm room drinking. Their presence is mainly to prevent a large gathering of zombies. In winter, the mobility of zombies is greatly restricted. Therefore, they have lowered their guard, even taking the time to sit in the room by the heater drinking. Suddenly, the alarm system went off. The entire comm base became restless. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers hurriedly armed themselves and stood up. But they were given no chance to resist. A loud noise erupted as bombs struck the top of the base, creating a massive hole. Where's the enemy? This is not an attack that zombies can launch. Above us. The attack is coming from above. Quickly grab your weapons. Fire. Damn it. I'm out of bullets. Give me bullets. Open the armory. Help, help. Boom. Another violent attack occurred, and 90% of the base was casualties. That once solid base was breached by the intense assault. The soldiers ran out in panic. But this was just the beginning. They had barely escaped the burning base when they found themselves surrounded by zombies that had appeared from nowhere. The zombies were covered in frost, their bodies appearing white, making them nearly undetectable if they lay in the snow to disguise themselves. Shit, where did these zombies come from? Damn it. Before they could react, the zombies pounced on them, leaving no time to send out a distress signal. Almost simultaneously in Tonel country, Fega country, countries around the world were being attacked to varying degrees. At this moment, the central command room of Magogwo received information. They noticed that several remote bases were out of contact, which raised suspicions. Immediately, they reported the situation to the commander. The commander frowned. How many bases are out of contact now? Chapter 84. Bombing. Zombie ambush, the subordinate reported. There are 6 in total, and we have dispatched people to investigate the situation. Footage will be transmitted shortly. The commander nodded slightly. Come, let's hold a meeting. The commander then arranged for various ministers of Magogwo to come to the conference room for the 987th meeting of the new era. Since the apocalypse, Magogwo has managed to control the zombie tide quite well. Not only because of the low number of zombies within their country and its large land area, but also because they act decisively. They give the survivors inside a certain amount of time to escape, then drop a bomb to make the entire city disappear. Although this has resulted in the deaths of many survivors, the objective has been achieved. However, the occurrence of 6 defensive bases being wiped out in succession is the first time this has happened since the apocalypse. In the conference room, the president gently stroked his chin and asked, "Do you think this is the work of zombies? Has there been any reliable video record from the defense bases?" The commander shook his head with a serious expression. No information has come through. This change was very sudden. Obviously, no one anticipated it. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, and the technicians had already transmitted the current footage from the helicopter. The image was enlarged on the screen, and the sound of the helicopter could be heard. The footage was very clear, showing that zombies had already occupied the base. The zombies were coming and going, feasting on the bloodied corpses on the ground. 6 bases with no survivors. The most noticeable thing in the footage was the obvious signs of bombing. A minister stood up in anger. Damn it. Who did this? Bombing. This is clearly man-made bombing evidence. 6 bases, nearly 20,000 people, all gone. It's really unexpected that the bases were bombed. Suddenly, as the camera zoomed in, two zombies that were gnawing on a corpse suddenly looked up at the camera. Their crimson eyes seemed to penetrate the lens, seeing the people in front of it. In an instant, a few people broke into a cold sweat. While they were still in shock, one of the zombies suddenly jumped directly towards the camera. The camera crackled with electrical sounds. The driver's panicked voice came through, followed by the driver's scream as the camera fell to the ground, capturing the scene of the two zombies devouring the driver and co-pilot. As the voices of the two men grew weaker, a splash of blood hit the camera lens. The screen went dark. In an instant, the conference room fell into silence. After a long while, a military minister finally spoke up. "Did you notice? This zombie seems a bit unusual." Another minister's voice trembled. "It seems to be able to think, and the plane was at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground. How did they get up there? Ordinary zombies wouldn't have such strong jumping ability. This is definitely not an ordinary zombie. It should be a mutated zombie." I remember that the large zombie tide we encountered in Dajong country was guided by such zombies. Could it be that we also have mutated zombies here? But the supply base is definitely not zombies. How could zombies possibly have firearms? Can we still call this thing a zombie? If zombies could also study firearms, that would be unbelievable. The commander snorted coldly. "I'm afraid this matter is man-made." "Man-made?" Everyone gasped. The president furrowed his brow and asked, "How long does it take for Dajong country to reach us?" The commander replied, "If it were before the apocalypse, it would only take a few dozen hours. But now, after the apocalypse, even if Dajong country sends people over, once they leave the base, we would be able to detect their movements. Up until now, we have not found any signs that Dajong country has dispatched troops." The president's voice became heavier, but don't forget, they also have that mysterious otherworld. We have no idea how advanced their technology is. Everyone fell silent again. However, the military minister was quite certain. "We have tested many times. We can only detect the things manifested by the system, and there is the Dajong country base with an otherworld passage. We can detect all other movements. Come on, switch the footage." The large screen was turned on again, showing various monitoring images of Dajong country. Everyone could clearly see that the situation in Dajong country was much more severe than theirs. Wherever the footage showed, there were hordes of zombies. But now the zombies were aimlessly wandering in place, not attacking in a terrifying manner like during the last zombie tide. Even so, the sheer number of zombies was still frightening. The screen also faintly showed soldiers coming to clear the zombies. They drove heavy tanks, helicopters, fighter jets, and launched large-scale missiles. Although these were just a drop in the bucket, it was clear that Dajong country was making great efforts to kill zombies. The military minister said, "According to our speculation, Dajong country is still dealing with its own crisis. As you can see, with so many zombies, if they were in our country, it would definitely be an absolute threat. They probably have no intention of attacking us, who are far across the ocean." Seeing these images, everyone huddled together in awe. They had heard before that the number of zombies in Dajong country was greater than the combined population of all their neighboring countries. Now, they finally witnessed it firsthand. "So, who do you think is behind this attack on us?" The commander thought for a moment. "I believe the possibility of neighboring countries being behind this is greater. Yes, Dajong country is struggling to protect itself. Even if they have that otherworld manifestation, they probably have no intention of attacking us. They are exterminating so many zombies, and their weapons must be running low. I also think it might be the neighboring countries causing trouble. Those guys are always up to some shady business." While they were discussing, over 100 calls came into the national headquarters. The person outside who answered the phone quickly consulted the commander and connected the call to the conference room. "These calls are all coming from other countries. These countries have all been attacked to varying degrees. Other countries have also sent over videos of the attacks. After watching the videos, they finally saw the entire process of the defense base being attacked." Chapter 85. The defense network of Dajong country is ambushed. Crisis approaches. Several unmanned combat drones flew over the base, dropping many missiles that exploded with a loud bang upon hitting the ground. Throughout the entire process, these bases had no awareness at all, as if they were completely unable to detect the presence of the drones in the sky. Even more bizarrely, the guards at the defense base were using binoculars to look around and also failed to notice anything, as if the drones were invisible. Soon after, Shells accurately landed in several locations, and immediately, the zombies that had long been hiding in the shadows surged forward. The defense base in the video was on the edge of a forest, with the trees in the forest completely dried up and the ground parched. These zombies, like chameleons, were also grayish-black all over, blending perfectly with the earth when standing still. It was as if they were waiting for the drones to attack. Once the base was breached, they rushed in eagerly and began to tear apart everything inside. Soon, gunfire could be heard from within, but it was not effective, and the gunfire quickly turned into screams. Some soldiers desperately ran out, but were directly pounced on by the zombies. What followed was a scene of horror. It wasn't until the video ended that everyone realized they had been holding their breath without knowing it. They gasped for air. Everyone watched it again, and this time, some felt nauseated and covered their mouths as they ran out. They watched it again. Rewind, rewind, rewind. After repeatedly watching it 6 or 7 times, someone finally noticed a clue. These zombies are impervious to knives and guns. The firearms cannot penetrate their bodies. Could they be the same as the zombies we detected in Dajong country? Where did these zombies come from? Has our local zombie population undergone the same evolution? But we had already cleared out most of the zombies. Where are these new ones coming from? They even change color based on the environment. Last time it was white zombies, and now it's earth-colored zombies. Have you noticed that the footage shows these drones attacking the defense base, followed immediately by the zombies rushing in? The entire scenario feels like a meticulously planned attack. The commander's expression darkened. Investigate. Where do these drones come from? At that moment, the entire headquarters alarm system was activated. Staff rushed over to report, "Sir, another defense base has been attacked." Immediately, air combat aircraft were dispatched for support. Yes, in an instant, 30 air combat aircraft headed toward the attack location. At this time, everyone looked serious, focusing intently on the screen in front of them. The entire base was under attack by the drones, while on the ground, a group of zombies was still lurking, waiting to move in. The zombies lay on the ground, blending in with the surface. A few people had already escaped during the bombing, but the zombies did not move, remaining quietly hidden. It was truly terrifying. This is absolutely disciplined. 30 aerial combat aircraft have arrived and engaged in fierce battles with these fighter jets. Hit them hard, at any cost. We must take down one fighter jet. The defensive capability of these fighter jets is extremely strong. 30 fighter jets struck it nearly 10 times before finally taking down one. The entire intense battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and after one fighter jet fell, the others retreated. The 30 combat aircraft sent out by Migo country only survived 8. Upon seeing a fighter jet crash, the people in the command center immediately laughed and high-fived in celebration. Fortunately, thank goodness. My God, this is truly rare. They soon realized that at the moment the fighter jet fell, the zombies that had been ready to rush into the base had mysteriously disappeared. Afterwards, Migo country sent people to search the area, but they found nothing. As everyone sighed, the base staff brought more news. "Sir, we have discovered that Dechuan country is also under attack." Dechuan country. In the past 2 months, the entire country's defense system has been continuously expanding outward. Warriors, superhumans, and civilian laser gun operators have united to constantly expand the living space for humanity. The project is progressing smoothly, and they have successfully doubled the living space for the people of Dazhou, clearing dozens of large cities. The cities still have pre-apocalypse human buildings and tall structures that can support life. The continuously expanding protective barrier is gradually connecting the 3 bases, the Nanhai base, the Eastern Forest base, and the Central base. Transportation between the 3 is gradually opening up. However, the Northern Wing base, due to its great distance, has only recently established contact, and rapid transportation connections have not yet been developed. Once transportation between the 3 bases is opened, their development accelerates. The shelters that had previously manifested are distributed in different areas, with some level 1 shelters still located in the center of zombie hordes. Although zombies cannot enter, people cannot come out either. While these shelters are very safe, the lack of water resources has led to continuous distress signals being sent from inside. The Central Command is taking this very seriously and immediately arranged for rescue helicopters to assist. Everything was going smoothly until an unexpected incident occurred. despite having everything arranged in advance. Suddenly, 10 minutes before the rescue helicopter was to arrive on the rooftop, communication with the shelter was lost. The helicopter repeatedly called for contact personnel, but there was no response. At that moment, Wei Zheng was still inside, watching a professor explain theoretical knowledge to Luo Xu using a small blackboard. The professor was a rough man skilled in command, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed by the profound and gray theories. However, Luo Xu listened intently and was even able to apply what she learned. Wei Zheng felt gratified, experiencing a sense of pride in his daughter's intelligence. Suddenly, his phone rang. After answering, he heard a voice that made his expression change dramatically, and he quickly stood up and walked outside. Seeing his expression, Luo Xu stood up with some concern. Wei Zheng turned back to wave his hand at her, signaling that it was not her concern, and told her to focus on her studies so she could master the material for the next map. Okay, Luo Xu obediently nodded. Chapter 86. Level 1 Shelter Destroyed. No survivors upon receiving the news. Wei Zheng hurried to the Central Command Center, arriving at the command room 5 minutes later. Standing in front of the large screen, several other commanders were already there, and they handed Wei Zheng a life detection device. It showed that there were no survivors. The commander next to him looked grave. This was the first time such an incident had occurred, with a shelter being invaded by zombies. How could this happen? Shelters are supposed to withstand even massive zombie hordes. Those outside pose no threat to the shelters at all. But the facts were clear. 15 minutes ago, our rescue team had already lost contact with the shelter, and then the life detection device showed no signs of life inside. W-3452 requests headquarters for instructions. Should we land? W-3452 requests headquarters for instructions. The sound of the rescue aircraft came from the other end. Received. The rescue aircraft was not equipped with powerful weapons. If they encountered strong zombies, the entire rescue aircraft would be completely destroyed without any means of retaliation. Just then, nearby monitoring points detected enemy aircraft approaching. Beep beep. Suddenly, alarm sirens rang throughout the control center. Enemy attack detected. Warning, warning. Intruding foreign aircraft. The rescue team's voice came through again. Received. Wei Zheng ordered again. How many missiles and artillery within range? The monitoring point checked the situation, locking on missiles to give the enemy aircraft some warnings. The 3 temporary defense towers nearby adjusted their artillery, but the technologically advanced Dazhou could fully detect the incoming enemy aircraft. The problem now was that they found all missiles and artillery completely unable to lock onto targets. Report to headquarters. Zone C6 unable to lock on a target. Report to headquarters. Zone C8 unable to lock on a target. Report to headquarters. Zone C15 unable to lock on a target. They could see clearly that 4 fighter jets were charging toward the shelter, directly dropping bombs. Boom! After a loud explosion, the supposedly indestructible shelter was blasted open. In an instant, everyone in front of the screen stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The shelter is so sturdy, they're all very clear about it. It can withstand a catastrophic zombie tide. It can resist invulnerable, mutated zombies, yet it was destroyed in this bombing. Have you contacted the other party? Report, Commander. The signal we sent was completely ignored by the other party. They're determined to deal with us. The commanders in front of the screen are already clenching their fists in anger. Damn bastards. The ones hiding in the shelter are all unarmed civilians. Who did this? We must find out. The bombing continues. 4 fighter jets bombarded in succession, and the reluctant rescue aircraft saw civilians fleeing from a distance. Look, there are survivors over there. Hurry, let's go save them. I'll report to the higher-ups. The rescue personnel on the rescue aircraft were excited and quickly reported their findings. Wei Zheng listened to the report and glanced at the life detector in his hand. There are no life signs. Do not act rashly. At this moment, the zombies had already pounced on the survivors. Seeing this scene, the soldiers on the rescue aircraft were eager to take action. Wei Zheng's order came, do not act rashly. They could only stop their movements. Damn it, we can't just stand by and watch. Central base. Luo Xu suddenly felt a bit flustered. Her heart skipped a beat. The system had automatically activated. Ding. The Eight Desolation System prompts that the level 1 shelter has been damaged, and the system has triggered the punishment mechanism. Punishment countdown 199.98. Luo Xu stood up abruptly. What? The professor, who was explaining physics knowledge on the other side, looked up at her in surprise. What's wrong? Am I not explaining clearly enough? Luo Xu hurriedly said, No, teacher. It's the system suddenly. While she was speaking, the punishment countdown continued. 67, 66, 65. Teacher, I need to go to the Central Command Hall. She hurriedly called for a car, and the young soldier came to pick her up again. He asked, Miss Luo, why are you in such a hurry? Luo Xu's expression was serious. Is there something wrong with the level 1 shelter? The young soldier was stunned, unsure. After all, the shelter can withstand the zombie tide. How could anything go wrong? Luo Xu frowned tightly. Just as she was about to get in the car, the countdown ended. System punishment mechanism activated. All shelters lose invincibility buff. Based on system and electrical punishment, the host receives a level 1 electric shock punishment. Luo Xu hadn't figured out what had happened when a surge of electricity suddenly erupted, causing excruciating pain that instantly paralyzed half of her body. She cried out in pain and fell straight to the ground. Miss Luo. The rescuers watched helplessly as those zombies rushed towards the survivors, unable to contain themselves any longer. Commander, please issue the order quickly. These survivors really can't hold on much longer. A serious and calm voice from Wei Zheng came through the earpiece. I trust the scientific instruments. These people have no life signs. They're not human at all. Not human. How could they not be human? Just a single sentence made the rescuers gasp. What else could they be if not human? While they were in shock, the voice of the rescue and pilot came through. Look, what is that? Looking down, they saw that those survivors who had poured out from the shelter had not been overwhelmed by the zombies. They had completely merged with them. Clearly, these people still maintain their vibrant appearance from before. The women are dressed in skirts, their bodies clean and their skin fair with delicate features, looking nothing like zombies at all. And those two elderly people, supporting each other, limping along, their steps slow yet steady. How could this be? When did these people turn into zombies? Did they encounter misfortune during those 10 minutes when contact with the rescue team was lost? The 4 mysterious bombers in the sky came and went quickly, soon disappearing, leaving only the ruins of the destroyed shelter. The rescue soldier picked up the radio and said in a heavy voice, Report to headquarters. Level 3 shelter destroyed. No survivors. Chapter 89. Shelter building invincibility buff canceled. The command hall, listening to the report, fell into silence. The commanders and staff in front of the screens stared at the image of the crumbling building, their expressions sorrowful. The level 1 shelter was a tall building, made of iron, looking as solid as a fortress. The shelter that once withstood terrifying beast tides is now shattered by artillery fire. Several large holes have appeared in the building, emitting thick smoke, and the interior structure can still be vaguely seen. In one room, a survivor family of 3 is biting at each other, seemingly having turned into mindless zombies. What the hell is going on? A commander next to Wei Zheng angrily took off his headset and threw it on the control panel. That was a shelter materialized by the system. How could it end up like this? This shell is far more solid than all our existing defense weapons. How did those zombies get inside? I can't understand it all. Did a survivor open the door for the zombies? Who would do something so stupid? If the shelter was impenetrable from the outside, then there's only one possibility. Someone opened the door for the zombies and let them in. All the people in the shelter are ordinary civilians. Once a zombie gets in, all the survivors in the entire shelter will likely be doomed. Wei Zheng clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Retrieve the surveillance footage. I want all the nearby surveillance pulled up. He ordered. Temporarily seal off this information and remove all online data regarding the shelter. If anyone finds out about this incident inside the shelter, it will likely cause widespread panic. With Wei Zheng as the backbone, the staff, whose faces were ashen, resumed their duties and entered work mode. Fortunately, there were numerous surveillance cameras outside this level 1 shelter. The staff integrated all the surveillance data and finally got to the bottom of the matter. The video of the final result was presented before the commanders. Just a few minutes ago, a cleanly dressed man appeared at the entrance of the level 1 shelter, urgently knocking on the door for help. Afterwards, someone inside asked the man some basic information before opening the door. Seeing this scene, the voice of a nearby commander trembled. I can't be mistaken. This guy is a zombie, and he can actually talk. Wei Zhang's expression turned cold as he slowed down the video and zoomed in. Can we hear what this man is saying? The technicians attempted to operate it, but could not capture the man's voice. However, from his lip movements, it was clear that he only said 2 words the entire time. Open the door. Just these 2 words. The survivors inside believed him and opened the door. Zooming in on the video revealed the man's distinct features. His skin was extremely pale, resembling a human, in stark contrast to the decayed zombies of the apocalypse. Wei Zhang's eyes widened. I remember the last attack on Luo. Pull up the photos for comparison. The photos of the 2 attackers were placed side by side. They were shocked to discover they looked exactly alike. Gasps echoed around the room, rising and falling. This is definitely someone's deliberate act. Is there someone who can control zombies? What kind of existence is this? Wei Zhang felt a significant conspiracy at play. Could it be that? Before he could finish, Wei Zhang shot him a cold glance, interrupting. This matter needs thorough investigation. At that moment, a guard rushed over and whispered in Wei Zhang's ear. In an instant, Wei Zhang's expression changed. He disregarded the other commanders who were still discussing and turned to leave. 15 minutes later, Wei Zhang arrived at the hospital. Luo Xu had been placed in the previous VIP room for treatment. By the time Wei Zhang arrived, she had already woken up and appeared to be fine, with 3 doctors conducting checks on her. Luo Xu suddenly fainted, showing signs of having been struck by an electric current, which puzzled them. Upon seeing Wei Zhang, Luo Xu looked at him with a desperate gaze, as if he were a lifeline. Wei Zhang waved his hand, asking the doctors to leave. Once the door closed, Luo Xu couldn't wait to ask, Uncle Wei, is there a problem with the shelter? Wei Zhang's expression grew serious as he nodded. Did the system give any feedback? Luo Xu smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this outcome. The system not only punished me, but also canceled the invulnerability enhancement for other shelters. This means that from now on, the buildings of other shelters can be breached by external forces. Uncle Wei, you must protect all the large weapons manifested by the system. Otherwise, I will suffer. And so will the mountains. We must clear all the zombies above. The inland river and cultivable land cannot be polluted, or the system will forcibly take them away. She hadn't paid attention to these matters until the system imposed the punishment, and she was horrified to find that the population of the next map had dropped from 70 to 65. This punishment is too terrifying. Luo Xu told Wei Zhang about all the changes in the system. Uncle Wei, what exactly happened to the shelter? Wei Zhang didn't hide anything, his voice a bit lower. Someone is messing around. I'll send you all the videos I have. You take a look. Okay. After dealing with that familiar zombie, Luo Xu was in a bad state. She had faced that zombie directly. She knew it was a zombie, definitely with its own intelligence. Zombies have actually become sophisticated these days. It's unclear. Our weapons can't seem to lock onto it. I've already arranged for someone to track it, but we lost sight of it in less than 5 minutes. It's as if they appeared out of thin air, and that zombie was also preparing for this attack. Damn it, this is definitely a premeditated attack. Just then, Wei Zhang's phone rang, and he didn't avoid Luo Xu. Commander, other countries have also sent distress signals. The leaders of those countries hope to cooperate with us. Luo Xu perked up her ears upon hearing this, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In this desert region, I don't want to share a piece of the pie with others. Chapter 90. No way are there aliens? Back at the Central Control Center, the command personnel relayed the friendly cooperation messages from other countries for him to see. The command personnel covered their mouth and smiled. Truly didn't expect these arrogant guys would actually have such a humble moment today. Luo Xu insisted on coming along, and Wei Zhang, left with no choice, could only agree. At this moment, Luo Xu stood by quietly, watching Wei Zhang connect the video call. The caller this time was the leader of the Migo Nation. The satellite video signal was good, clearly showing the environment where the leaders of Migo Nation were located. It was a large, noisy control center, with buildings that showcased a sense of technology, filled with high-tech workers and robotic arms working with welding tools. The leader of Migo Nation said solemnly, "Seeing is believing. You must be Commander Wei Zhang from the Chuan Nation. I never expected our first meeting would be here." Wei Zhang smiled and replied, "I didn't expect to connect with you from Migo Nation here either. How have you been during these apocalyptic years? I suppose you have had a much easier time than us in the Chuan Nation." The general of Migo Nation cleared his throat and said, "Since we have made contact, let's get straight to the point. I have some videos to send you now. Next, we will discuss the huge crisis that our entire world is facing. The video was sent over, and a staff member handed a tablet to Wei Zhang. Just as he was about to open it, he turned and waved to Luo Xu. Little Xu came over. Luo Xu hesitated for a moment and then leaned in closer. In this way, she also made it into the frame. The leader of the Mi country on the video call could see Luo Xu's face clearly. Luo Xu suddenly appeared in the live stream, which gave them a strange feeling of breaking the dimensional wall. Some leaders and technical staff from Mi country began to discuss among themselves. Is this the Miss Luo Xu who has completed missions in another world? She really exists. She is highly valued by the Dechuan country officials, and she can actually watch classified videos together with the commander of Dechuan country. Of course, if she can participate in such high-level secret missions, she must be highly regarded. In reality, she still looks so beautiful. At this moment, Wei Zhang had already opened the video. This is all footage of various countries' bases being attacked. These fighter jets are identical to the ones that attacked the refuge of the Great River Nation. Wei Zhang's expression darkened as he quickly reviewed all the videos. These fighter jets actually attacked more than 30 locations worldwide, and after the attacks, there were no survivors at each base. However, the Migwa had one effective counterattack before, but that was the only time. The commander of Migwa said, at that time, "We did shoot down one aircraft, and it is already under our research. We found some strange things and hope to share them with Dazhuangguo." But at this point, the commander's voice slightly paused. Indeed, many things have twists. Wei Zhang narrowed his eyes, quietly waiting for their next words. However, we all hope to witness your country's entrance to another world. Wei Zhang raised an eyebrow. Sure, they had prepared a large basket of persuasive words, but they did not expect Wei Zhang to agree so easily. It can be done, but when exactly you can participate will be decided by us. How about that? The Migwa commander smiled coldly. But the question is, shouldn't we set a time limit? 3 years. Wei Zhang held up 3 fingers. Too long, 2 months. Several leaders from Migwo's side widened their eyes. 2.5 years, Wei Zhang said again. Half a year. The leaders from Migwo were extremely anxious. 10 months. At most 10 months, we really can't wait any longer. The current land cannot be cultivated. Think about how many people could starve in 10 years. Wei Zhang raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry. That's not within our consideration. Give us 12 months. Everything should be ready after 12 months. The time span is too long. But there's no other way. All right. After ending the video call, Wei Zhang turned to Luo Xu and said, "We need to clear this map within a year, with the least casualties possible." Luo Xu curiously asked, "Uncle Wei, are we really going to share the system?" The people entering the system are our own, so she would feel a little less worried. But now, these messy people can enter the system at will, which makes her a bit worried. Wei Zhang's expression was serious as he said, "This thing has a huge impact. Even mountains and rivers can manifest. If we don't share it, it might cause dissatisfaction among other countries. Of course, that's not the main point. With our country's strength, we can completely disregard the anger of these countries now. The main point is, our country's talent is limited. As the difficulty of the system gradually increases and passing levels becomes harder, we may need external assistance. I've heard that besides ability users abroad, there are also reborn individuals and system users. Perhaps they can help us in the upcoming maps." Furthermore, at this point, Wei Zhang's expression became even more grave. He had an ominous premonition regarding this attack. "Do you know who was behind this attack?" Luo Xu shook her head. It seemed that major countries around the world had been attacked, and the assailants must be from one of these countries. However, Wei Zhang smiled and shook his head. What if these countries are not lying? Luo Xu furrowed her brows, looking shocked at Wei Zhang. "Uncle Wei, if what everyone says is true then, yes, it's outsiders." Wei Zhang shrugged. Who knows what exactly caused this catastrophe? Now that such a large-scale attack has occurred, it's very likely that it's the outsiders. This damned world. With even your system appearing, what else could happen that's even weirder? Luo Xu swallowed hard, feeling a chill all over her body. Wei Zhang patted her shoulder. "However, we still need to discuss the specifics. What is most important for you now is to quickly raise one of your ability stats to the top level." Okay. Luo Xu felt an unprecedented pressure. That day, Wei Zheng convened an emergency meeting with the higher-ups to discuss the information received from other countries and the upcoming plans. Luo Xu focused solely on studying science, and within 2 months, the professor announced that she could go to the laboratory for practical training. Chapter 91. The enthusiastic gaze of scientist Luo Xu encountered national-level large-scale research instruments for the first time. Standing before the massive equipment, humans seemed exceptionally small, and Luo Xu felt as if she had wasted decades of her life. Professor Wang, who was accompanying her, had worked in relevant national institutions for over 40 years. He had already retired, but due to the impending apocalypse, the country urgently needed professionals in related fields. So they quickly arranged for these retired professors to come back to work. Even now, they still had to be on the job. Professor Wang stepped out of the elevator, shaking his old arms and legs, and handed Luo Xu off to his proud disciple. Xiao Lu, show her what we are currently working on. The researcher in shabby clothes took off his glasses and looked Luo Xu up and down, finding it hard to believe that he had to explain such profound scientific topics to this seemingly inexperienced girl. Lu Geng hurriedly stepped forward to support Professor Wang. Teacher, is this your new disciple? Professor Wang coughed a few times before nodding. Yes, she is new, has learned some theoretical knowledge with me for a few months. It's time to see the big equipment. After studying for a few months, Luo Xu's research technology in the system had now reached 56,100. But after reaching this value, it seemed impossible to raise it further. Luo Xu suspected that it was because she had already solidified her theoretical knowledge and now urgently needed practical experience. Find some instruments and let her try operating them. Hearing this, Lu Geng couldn't understand. Teacher, these are worth millions to tens of millions. You want her a novice to operate them? Stop talking nonsense, let her try. Professor Wang waved his hand. His health wasn't too good, and just getting here had already left him a bit breathless. Get someone to take me to the hospital. Xiao Luo, you follow Senior Lu to learn well. He has enough to teach you how to use the instruments. Okay. Luo Xu nodded obediently. 2 guards came over and quickly took Professor Wang away, leaving Luo Xu and Lu Geng staring at each other. Lu Geng looked disheveled. He hadn't bathed in a long time, and his hair was sticking to his scalp in strands, making him look particularly haggard. Ever since she learned about this industry, Luo Xu felt a deep respect for these people. She smiled at him. Senior brother, sorry for the trouble. The weapons they use in the other world were all developed by these people who work day and night. If it weren't for them, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would have killed them all in the system long ago. Lu Geng pushed his bangs aside, looking exhausted, and yawned lazily. What is the situation outside now? I've been working for 72 hours straight, only sleeping 1 or 2 hours in between. They keep demanding new weapons. They're trying to kill me. Luo Xu didn't know how to comfort him, so she followed quietly behind him. Lu Geng led her to a narrow office. It was filled with all sorts of messy papers, covered in various data calculations. Luo Xu picked up a few sheets and was able to infer the algorithms of the other party. Ever since the last time the system modified her brain domain, she saw the whole world more clearly. Lu Geng noticed Luo Xu was staring blankly at his papers. So he went into the room to wash his hair and asked her in passing, "Can you understand what is written on those papers?" Luo Xu nodded. The teacher taught me algorithms for such results. Lu Geng had 3 roommates. 2 of them were typing away at their computers. Although they looked disheveled and hadn't bathed in a while, the programs they wrote were quite exquisite. Luo Xu had already entered the room, and they were so focused that they didn't notice her arrival. Luo Xu picked up and flipped through the papers on the floor, and the system's prompt echoed in her mind. Ability, Research Technology, 57-58-6100, Construction Technology, 11100, Combat Technology, 16100, Knowledge Ability, 42-43-100. Luo Xu gradually approached the man, eventually standing behind him, carefully watching the calculations he was doing. The man calculated so quickly that in less than a minute, he could finish an entire A4 sheet. Beneath his feet lay a large pile of unopened A4 paper. When Lu Geng finished washing and drying his hair, he saw Luo Xu intently staring at the papers in the man's hands and didn't mind. He just combed his hair in front of the mirror. The teacher asked me to take you for practical training. Have you ever worked with instruments before? Luo Xu shook her head, no. Hearing this, Lu Geng paused for a moment, The mentor who took you for research didn't let you touch anything? I didn't study a related major in college. At this moment, the three people in the room stopped their actions. Lu Gong almost laughed in anger. No way. Little sister, are you the teacher's niece? Here to play? Before Luo Xu could speak, the researcher who had been seriously typing code suddenly stood up. I've seen her. The researcher typed a couple of keys and pulled up a photo of Luo Xu for the others to see. Oh, you're actually that lucky star. Speaking of which, some of the technologies we are currently using, which have made significant breakthroughs, are thanks to some things they discovered in another world. Just as Luo Xu was about to wave her hand modestly, she noticed that the three people were looking at her with strange expressions. There isn't much curiosity or joy in this. Rather, there is fanaticism. Luo Xu feels a strange sense of crisis, as if these people are about to step forward and slice her apart. What do you want to do? She puts down the paper from her phone and cautiously takes a step back. Although she could easily kill these four seemingly weak researchers with just one finger, their eyes, which regard her like a lab rat, still make her feel uneasy. Lu Gong glares, get out of here. What do you think the Commander Wei would say if he wanted to keep her here for our research? That would indeed be strange. The three of them let out a regretful sigh and turned their faces away. Luo Xu. It seems they really want to study her. Lu Gong casually threw on a coat and pushed Luo Xu out. We're leaving. The operating platform they use for research is several floors below. The two entered the elevator, and Lu Gong curiously asked her, when are you going to get the next map? Are you learning about these research instruments because the other world might materialize these instruments? At this point, Lu Gong was particularly excited. If the system could really materialize research instruments, it would advance scientific research by a huge step. Chapter 92. You all better come back alive. Luo Xu cleared her throat and shook her head. No. Currently, there is no discovery of the possibility to directly materialize scientific instruments. However, even the laser cannon has been directly materialized. Next time, who knows? We might even materialize a particle collider. Lu Gong became even more excited. Haha, that would be great. I hope we can find more resources in the other world. After discovering the possibility of materializing a particle collider, Lu Gong became increasingly enthusiastic about Luo Xu. Their workplace is deep underground, where the defenses are strict. Not even a mouse could get in. Lu Gong took her one by one to explain in detail the functions and operating methods of these instruments. Luo Xu listened carefully. With her current brain and expansion level, she could completely reach a photographic memory state. Soon after, her ability index was continuously skyrocketing. Ability, Research Technology, 70-51-72, 100 Construction Technology, 11-100, Combat Technology, 16-100, Knowledge Ability, 51-52-100. The elevator kept going down, arriving at the 36th underground level, where the temperature is extremely low and is one of the country's key research projects. Luo Xu looked around one by one. Such a grand project was actually constructed by the country many years ago, and even now it remains a secret project. If she hadn't handed the system over to the state, she wouldn't have been able to touch these fields at all. Listening to Lu Gong's explanation, Luo Xu was taking notes seriously when suddenly, a prompt sound echoed in her mind. Level 1 warning. Level 2 shelter has a flaw. Warning. Warning. Dangerous loophole in Level 2 shelter. Please resolve it as soon as possible, otherwise the shelter protection index will continue to decline. The sound was jarring, making Luo Xu's head buzz. Here we go again. Level 2 shelter? There are still thousands of people there. Luo Xu's expression changed instantly, and she quickly pulled out her phone, only to find there was no signal. She grabbed Lu Gong's arm and said, I have something urgent. Take me up quickly. I need to contact Uncle Wei. Lu Gong was taken aback. What? We'll talk later. Just take me up. It's urgent. Okay. Once they got up, Luo Xu hurriedly contacted Wei Zheng to explain the system's alert. He immediately contacted the Central Command Center. The staff who answered the call were somewhat confused. But, sir, we haven't detected anything unusual on our surveillance. We don't know where you got this information from. Investigate. Now, contact all Level 2 shelters, Wei Zheng said sternly. Yes, Wei Zheng never doubted the system's alerts. In no time, many military personnel were dispatched from the base to various Level 2 shelters. Luo Xu also rushed to the Central Command Center, where the atmosphere was orderly yet tense. Since the system gave the warning earlier, things had calmed down, and there had been no movement since. No one knew what was going on. Fortunately, there was no system alert now, which could be seen as a good thing. At this moment, all Level 2 shelters sounded the alarm. When Luo Xu arrived, Wei Zheng and several commanders were continuously making phone calls to confirm the situation. About 10 minutes later, Wei Zheng turned to leave. "It's too dangerous here." Luo Xu shook her head seriously. "Uncle Wei, do you know where the problem is? I want to go see." Wei Zheng was indeed a bit troubled. This attack was definitely not accidental. Someone must have planned it deliberately. "You are the most important to us. I must ensure your safety first." Luo Xu took a deep breath, "But Uncle Wei, I can't just stay under protection and do nothing." Unable to persuade her, Wei Zheng felt helpless and could only have someone prepare a helicopter. "All right, you'll join the 2nd Special Operations Team and follow me to resolve this." Luo Xu followed behind Wei Zheng, and soon several staff members came over with bulletproof vests and protective gear. They efficiently helped Luo Xu put them on. By the time Luo Xu arrived at the helicopter boarding area, her weapons and equipment were ready, and several team members were waiting for her. Among the team members this time, she didn't recognize anyone except Zhu Chun. "Hurry, get on the plane. We have a rescue mission this time. For is currently completely unreachable, and we will implement a manpower rescue." Zhu Chun stood on the plane, extending a hand towards Luo Xu. "Come on. The officer wants me to protect you." Luo Xu also boarded the plane, while Wei Zheng gestured to her and got on another aircraft. On the plane, the squad leader explained the plan to the 7 of them. "There has been a problem in the Level 2 shelter. We haven't been able to contact them for over 15 minutes. We suspect that a tragedy may have occurred, so you all need to be mentally prepared." After saying this, he turned to Luo Xu, opened his mouth, and his voice became a bit colder. "Zhu Chun, protect her well." "Yes." Zhu Chun tilted his head back and took a sip of alcohol, then handed the flask to Luo Xu. Luo Xu waved her hand. "Do you know that the last incident at that base was related to a mutated zombie?" As soon as she said this, the other team members turned to look at Luo Xu. The strange look in her eyes made Luo Xu hesitate to speak. Zhu Chun frowned slightly. "This zombie was very dangerous." Luo Xu nodded, saying that it was said to be impervious to knives and guns, so she had specially prepared some handy cold weapons. While everyone was puzzled, Luo Xu distributed the long sword, dagger, and tang knife that she had pulled from the system to the group. Although they had some experience with cold weapons, they rarely used them now that they had guns. As they toyed with the weapons in their hands, the captain frowned and said, "We have guns, that's enough. We won't need these. Carrying them around is just a burden." Luo Xu replied earnestly, "Trust me, I have faced that kind of zombie directly. I know exactly where their weak points are. In close combat, our reaction speed with guns can't match their speed when they strike." Zhu Chun shrugged. She had indeed fought that kind of zombie, so he believed her words. Only then did the others take it seriously, and after a moment of hesitation, they put away the large knives. 10 minutes later, their helicopter arrived directly above the destination. Below was a secondary shelter that had fallen into complete silence. The lights inside the shelter were all out, and no one knew the situation inside. Chapter 93. Warning. Shelter damaged. As the entire team descended slowly, the members continued to lower themselves along the rope, landing on the roof of the shelter, rolling onto the ground, and cautiously looking around. Wei Zheng, suspended in midair, nervously watched the scene before him. The adjutant beside him chuckled, "Sir, since you're so worried, why not stop her?" Wei Zheng lowered his head to check the life monitor in his hand. There were still quite a few life signs present inside the shelter, but he couldn't shake the anxious feeling in his heart. She would have to face these challenges sooner or later. If she didn't undergo training now, she would suffer greatly in the future. This system allows others to enter for a maximum of 10 minutes without Luo Xu. Eventually, there will come a day when Luo Xu will complete this game independently. If she doesn't seize the time to train now, she will face it alone in the future when the time comes. At this moment, Luo Xu and her team have arrived at the door on the top floor. They were about to use their weapons to dissolve the door lock when they suddenly heard urgent knocking from the other side. Following, there were frantic cries for help. "Help! Run! There are zombies! We're going to die." The captain did not rush to act, instead taking out a detector to assess the situation over there. Luo Xu did not hear the system's prompt, but this time, the system presented her with several strange images. The images displayed simplified maps of several shelter bases, with a life bar on top. One of the shelters had turned black, showing no signs of life, which should be the one that was attacked earlier. The life bar of the secondary shelter they were currently in was gradually declining, and at a very fast rate. Luo Xu furrowed her brows. We need to speed up. There must be zombies attacking civilians inside. As she spoke, there was another round of urgent knocking at the door, followed by screams and the sound of heavy objects falling. The captain glanced at her, reminding the team to be alert as they opened the door. Immediately, countless civilians surged out, shouting for help. Luo Xu helped up a middle-aged woman, asking what happened. The woman looked pale, her voice trembling in fear. There's zombies. The zombies broke in. Outside the shelter, there's zombies everywhere. The entire shelter has been in a lockdown state for nearly half a month. If no one opens the door, they will be very safe here. But the problem is, how could anyone possibly open the door for the zombies? The team quickly contacted nearby rescue units to save the survivors. Hundreds of people are crowded on this small rooftop. Luo Xu clearly saw that the shelter's life bar was still dropping rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already fallen below half, indicating that half of the people inside the shelter had already lost their lives. Once all the mobile survivors were on the rooftop, the rescue team leader issued an order. There are still many survivors inside. We need to go in and assess the situation. Understood. Several team members responded in unison. Zhu Chan stood next to Luo Xu and whispered, "Are you scared? If you're scared, you don't have to go in. You can wait for rescue here." "No need." Luo Xu's face turned pale, clearly showing a frightened expression. It was just that the system could more intuitively show her the death toll. These classes are not just numbers. They represent real human lives. We really need to hurry. If the shelter falls completely, it could very likely affect other shelters. The captain nodded with a serious expression, glancing at Luo Xu again. He always felt that this girl, personally sent by the commander, was hiding many secrets. After opening the door to the top floor, they entered the shelter. In the distance, faint screams and the roars of zombies could still be heard coming from the hall. "Ah, help! It hurts so much, help! There are zombies!" Not far away, 3 zombies had already pounced on a woman, tearing at the flesh on her body. Bang! Bang! A few gunshots rang out. The zombies fell to the ground in response. The gunfire immediately attracted a few nearby zombies inside the building. They roared and turned their heads to look at the group, then sprinted towards them. Damn it! Shoot! Strangely, these zombies were much faster than they had imagined. They were on all fours, madly charging in their direction. Shoot! Fire more shots. I want to, but these guys can't hit anything. Damn it! I'll fight them with a knife. With gunfire proving ineffective, the only option was to resort to melee weapons. Hey, this weapon isn't bad. It was too sharp. It turned out there were still some hidden weapons that hadn't been brought out. Luo Xu's face turned pale as she stared at the life bar in the system, which was continuously decreasing. It was dropping relentlessly, completely unstoppable. Once the shelter was completely done for, the defensive capabilities of other shelters would be greatly reduced. Luo Xu steadied her mind and aimed at the zombies to shoot. Her aim was decent, but against such fast-moving zombies, it was still somewhat difficult. After several missed shots, she took out a dagger to deal with them. Soon, the entire team pushed forward, eliminating most of the zombies in the corridor. Luo Xu heard the system's warning sound. Warning! Warning! The life value of the level 2 shelter has fallen below half. Beep beep. Warning, warning. The life value of the level 2 shelter has fallen below half. Once the life value reaches 0, the entire shelter will face catastrophe, and all defenses inside will be cancelled. Luo Xu got hit. If all defensive capabilities disappeared, then the shelter would be no different from any other building. Unable to bear it any longer, she exclaimed, "Can you at least give me a detailed image of the entire shelter? Where are the zombies and where are they not? Be clearer." The teammates beside her looked over in surprise upon hearing her words. Luo Xu forced a smile, pointing at her ear, indicating that she was indeed speaking to someone. Only then did they shift their gaze. The entire rescue operation lasted nearly 3 hours, but ultimately ended in failure. Out of the 3,000 people in the shelter, they managed to rescue just over 400. The shelter had indeed been breached by zombies, and almost everyone had died at the hands of the zombies, leaving only 400 survivors. After arranging these people into the base, the higher-ups announced that a precise strike would be carried out against the remaining thousands of zombies left inside. Chapter 94. Are you interested in working at our research institute? Just after the command for the precise strike was issued, there was a loud boom, and the entire shelter turned to ashes. Luo Xu stared at the icon of this shelter in her system, which had turned gray. She was filled with mixed emotions. Sure enough, the next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Level 2 shelter destroyed. All system manifestations of the shelter's defensive capabilities have disappeared. Indeed, all defensive capabilities of the shelters had vanished. At that moment, an excavator passed by the shelter, digging the road. However, due to the operator's error, the excavator accidentally dug forcefully into the wall of the shelter. In this case, if it were in the past, no external force would leave even a trace on the shelter's walls. Whether it was a large excavator or the impact of a heavy mech, there wouldn't be a single mark left. Yet at this moment, the excavator actually dug a large hole right by the wall. The operator of the excavator got out in shock to take a look, unable to believe the hole before him. My goodness, could the power of the excavator rival that of a heavy mech? That's impossible, right? I saw a mech accidentally collide with the wall last time, and it didn't leave a single mark. Yes, this is just an excavator. How could it compare to a heavy mech? This is a wall that even tanks can't damage. Suddenly, this caused quite a stir. Some guard stationed not far away heard the commotion and approached to investigate. Upon seeing the large hole in the wall, the guard realized that the situation might be serious and quickly went to report the matter to superiors. This news caused quite a panic across the country. The shelter they trusted the most had now turned from a fortress into an ordinary building, which left them truly terrified. The news reached Wei Zhang, and he suddenly felt as if he had lost all strength, collapsing directly onto the stool. He looked up at the ceiling filled with metal products. It really happened. Luo Xu had told him before that if the shelter suffered a large-scale attack, all the defensive facilities would disappear. It seems that all of this is true. System. Otherworld, what are these? What kind of power could accomplish all of this? And after this secondary shelter was severely damaged, Luo Xu was punished by the system once again. This punishment is stronger than the last time. She lay in bed for 2 days, and her numb hands and feet can finally move. Lying in bed, Luo Xu is on the verge of tears, but no tears come. This punishment is simply terrifying. When will we be able to deal with those despicable zombies outside? The shelter. She is determined to make the protection of the shelter one of her lifelong pursuits. Yilu and Zhou Qing went to visit her and found her lying on the bed with numb hands and feet, feeling worried. Is it because of the last mission that you ended up like this? Both of them were in the know, so there was no need to hide it. Luo Xu said with a distressed expression, "It's the punishment given by the system." She briefly explained the sequence of events, and Yilu gasped in shock. So, everything that materializes is still protected by the system, and if the damage is too severe, the system will withdraw its protection? Isn't this? Others enjoy the benefits while you suffer. Luo Xu looked troubled. Zhou Qing cleared his throat and said, "It can't be put that way. The shelter appeared back then and saved many lives. Now the shelter is no different from ordinary buildings, and zombies can easily surround it. The higher-ups should soon need us to enter the system for re-exploration. We don't have much time left." Sure enough, that night, the 50 of them received news from above that they were entering intensive training, and a month later they would begin exploring the system. That's right, after this incident, the system imposed a punishment, reducing the number from 70 to 50. The danger for them after entering the system has increased several levels. In the following days, Luo Xu's system indices improved to varying degrees, but the research and technology aspect remained stuck at 87 and couldn't go higher. Reluctantly, Wei Zhang had to let her temporarily set that aside and focus on combat skills and firearm techniques. The improvement in combat and mechanical skills also led to significant progress in his knowledge abilities, which stabilized at 79. Abilities: Research Technology 87-100, Building Technology 16-100, Combat Skills 27-29-33-100, Firearm Techniques 34-100, Knowledge Ability 79-100. It is too difficult to raise any of these indices to 100. This time, the scene of the attack on the Dachan Kingdom was also transmitted to other countries. Immediately, Other nations decided that their heads of state would meet in one place for face-to-face talks. This meeting was also a good opportunity for various countries to showcase their existing technology. A month later, Luo Xu set off on the road to a secret base for training. They first took the high-speed train and then transferred to a helicopter to the depths of the mine, where they would train. On the way, Luo Xu took in the outside scenery. Since she dedicated the system to the country, she had rarely left the base. Through the window, she saw a world that, although worn down, was thriving. The outer perimeter of the base had been built with a low fence to create a secure area, nearly doubling the range of human activity. Every checkpoint here was heavily guarded, while people could freely approach within 10 meters of it. The high-speed train had restored more than 30 routes, and transportation between several bases had also improved significantly. Zombies were kept at bay, and if they got too close, they would be shot down by heavy machine guns hidden in ambush, so sitting in the vehicle, one could still faintly hear the sporadic sounds of gunfire. Two commanders came over and sat next to Luo Xu. Seeing her staring blankly outside, one of them smiled and said, "The country has recovered a lot now. What's important now are some basic livelihood issues. For example, food, housing, and job arrangements." Luo Xu turned to him and asked, "Commander, is there something you need?" The two commanders exchanged glances and smiled at each other. "We wanted to ask if you would be interested in working at the Research Institute." Upon hearing this, Luo Xu was taken aback. "Research Institute?" One of the commanders replied, "Yes, we've heard that you have quite a talent in research, so we hope you can come over. The country needs talents like you right now." As he spoke, he placed a business card next to Luo Xu. "Please consider it. We can assure you that you will be very satisfied with the compensation we offer." Chapter 95. Someone wants to kill us. At this moment, Luo Xu realized that these were actually personnel from a private research institution. The commander-like attire they wore was fake, and the purpose of such a private institution was profit. Luo Xu frowned slightly and said casually, "Not interested. Thank you." The two wanted to say something more, but when they saw Zhu Chun arriving with a large amount of luggage, they had to leave reluctantly. Luo Xu held onto the business card, feeling that something was off about this situation. All the individuals involved in the system had very little contact with outsiders. Yet these two people somehow knew their whereabouts and managed to intercept them along the way. When Zhu Chun came over, Luo Xu told him about the two individuals. "Didn't we say this trip was absolutely confidential? How can anyone track us down here?" Zhu Chun appeared unfazed. Almost all the teammates who had participated in the interdimensional exploration had been approached by them. They offered high prices, 80 million a year, 100,000 pounds of food, luxury cars, weapons, etc., but basically no one paid them any attention. Luo Xu furrowed her brows. "But if we are operating in secrecy, how did they find us?" "These wealthy people always have their own ways." Zhu Chun shrugged. He poured her a cup of tea and said, "Forget about them. Drink tea. Our time is limited. Next comes extremely brutal training. Can you handle it?" Luo Xu chuckled and shook her head. "Even if I can't handle it, I have to persist." The high-speed train traveled on, and along the way, she could still see some remote areas with zombies moving about. The guards patrolling here would directly shoot any zombies they encountered. 3 hours later, the high-speed train stopped at the terminal station. The large train station had been thoroughly cleaned, with barbed wire set up around it to keep all zombies out. Now, the only people coming in and out were staff members engaged in repairs and cleaning up the nearby towns. Over 100 people got off the train, among whom 50 had come from various places to participate in the training camp. Luo Xu, Yi Lu, and Zhou Qing also gathered here. As they walked out of the station, they could faintly see the mountains not far away. To everyone's surprise, there was actually vegetation growing on this mountain. Taking a deep breath of the lush green hills, one could smell the familiar scent of fresh grass. My goodness, is this the mineral vein that appeared last time? It actually has vegetation growing, with blue skies, white clouds, and green mountains and waters. Being able to see such beautiful scenery in this day and age feels like a dream. I thought our descendants would never see these things again. This time, when we enter the other world, we must bring back some good things for our descendants. Yes, let's put in more effort this time. The new training location is nestled between these mountains, and soon someone stepped forward to lead them to their destination. Suddenly, not far ahead, A tall building collapsed with a loud crash, and some massive construction materials fell down. In an instant, screams erupted. "Run! Get out of the way! It's dangerous here!" Luo Xu was pushed back by the crowd. The construction materials crashed to the ground, injuring a few people with flying debris, blood spilling everywhere. Soon, military personnel arrived to control the scene, and ambulances took the injured to a makeshift hospital nearby. Luo Xu and others were given special treatment and were sent onto a military vehicle that had been prepared in advance. Once everyone was seated and the moment of panic had slightly eased, more than 30 people in the vehicle remained silent. After a long while, a man suddenly spoke up. "I have a feeling someone is going to assassinate us." As soon as the words were spoken, the soldier next to the man frowned. "Shut up, say less. What I'm saying is true." The man stood up in anger. "Since I joined this secret operation, my family and I have encountered danger several times. Can you believe that even after the number of cars has drastically reduced in this town, there are still car accidents? My mother nearly died in a car crash." With what the man said, some people started to echo him. "Me too. My parents have also faced danger to varying degrees. Now that I think about it, it's quite concerning. Maybe someone is indeed secretly sabotaging us. Is there someone who wants to kill us? That's too terrifying. Damn it. I can tolerate being targeted, but I will never forgive anyone who harms my family. Who on earth are they? How can they have such power?" Luo Xu listened to the crowd and fell silent. Ever since she completed her last mission, she had been living under Wei Zhang's special care and later moved into Wei Zhang's house. She had never experienced the dangers these people faced. It was those two men who suddenly appeared after she got in the car, trying to win her over, that made her vigilant. These two people were actually able to accurately capture her movement trajectory. Couldn't they also arrange for an assassin to wait at the final destination? Just as everyone was discussing and getting entangled in their thoughts, the carriage door was opened and the bright light outside shone in, causing them to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. Wei Zhang's voice rang out. "Everyone, behave yourselves, focus on improving your combat abilities, and strive to gather good supplies for us next time in another world. You don't need to worry about other matters. Your parents and families will be under our protection, so you can rest assured." A man suddenly stood up. "Sir, my own life is not important. What matters is the safety of my family. Please be sure to protect them." "All right, don't worry. Your families are under strict protection from our military," Wei Zhang assured. "Put all your energy into enhancing your strength. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Finally, Wei Zhang's gaze fell deeply on Luo Xu. He subtly nodded towards her. Luo Xu nodded in understanding. They were indeed being watched. This accident was definitely premeditated. Luo Xu turned to look at Zhu Chun beside her. He kept his eyes lowered, remaining calm throughout, clearly aware of some inside information. The car slowly started moving, swaying towards the destination. Meanwhile, Wei Zhang, who had gotten out of the car, looked grim. "Damn it. Investigate it for me. We must find out clearly who is behind this." The aide beside him said, "Commander, we've lost some surveillance footage, but we did manage to find some things in the remaining footage. Would you like to take a look?" "Show me." Chapter 96. Countries unite and collaborate. Since the progress in national technology, hundreds of thousands of surveillance cameras have been installed across the country. Almost the entire nation is under surveillance. No clue can escape the official monitoring. However, during the last zombie outbreak, many surveillance cameras were damaged by being trampled by hordes of zombies, leaving less than 20% that remained undamaged. Even so, these cameras are still sufficient to monitor human activities. He took the tablet and opened the video. Inside, there were several individuals dressed as migrant workers directly cutting down construction materials suspended in midair. Strangely, as the construction materials were cut, the person wielding the tools also fell down. This is simply suicidal behavior. Wei Zhang frowned. "Did you see any corpses in the ruins?" The adjutant shook his head. "No suspicious items were found, nor any bodies. It's really strange." Wei Zhang watched the entire video repeatedly over a dozen times, ultimately confirming that the person who cut the rope did indeed fall with the construction materials. However, after falling, there was no sign of any body. This leaves two possibilities. One is that someone took the body away during the chaos. The other possibility is that the body got up and crawled away by itself. The thought of the second possibility made even the battle-hardened Wei Zhang feel a shiver of fear. He turned off the screen and looked seriously at the adjutant, his voice low and hoarse. "Check if there's any unfamiliar blood." The adjutant nodded and turned to leave, but hesitated and turned back, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Wei Zheng's expression darkened. "Just say what you need to." The adjutant thought for a moment and said, "Chief, if there really are zombies mixed in with the crowd, the consequences could be unimaginable. Although there aren't many people at this high-speed railway station, if something else happens, it might cause widespread panic. Too many incidents have occurred recently. If even a high-speed railway station can't be secured, the military's control will become a point of criticism for the public." Wei Zheng waved his hand irritably. "Strengthen the protective measures. We can discuss other matters later." 3 days later, the leaders of several countries would meet. They chose a compromised location, meeting near a sparsely populated desert defense tower. Here, various countries prepared defenses in advance, bringing nearly 1,000 elite personnel to protect the leaders. In just 2 days, they maximized the defensive measures in this area. The Dazhou country also arranged an extremely elite team to protect the leaders and commanders. Meanwhile, the Migu country brought important members from the Rebirth Association, including Rijef, showing their goodwill and intent to cooperate. Several countries held a secret meeting regarding the recent attack. The location, time, and manner of the meeting were all highly confidential, with very few people aware of the details to prevent those mysterious forces from interfering. At this time, the entire 50-person team had been assembled. Except for a few who were seriously injured, the others gathered together, ready for the upcoming battle. The heads of state met for 5 days before secretly dispersing. This information was obtained by Luo Xu through the commander, and the countries reached an agreement. They decided that in 1 year, these countries would jointly select talents to explore another world. They signed several contracts, with each country specifying a number of participants, all of which were purchased from Dachuan. They traded a series of non-renewable resources such as coal, oil, natural gas, and iron to obtain these quotas, aiming for a win-win situation. Upon realizing that their potential enemies were not from this planet, they began an unprecedented collaboration. Furthermore, Dachuan was about to harvest its first batch of wheat. The supplies obtained from the other world, after being integrated and redistributed, were enough to feed all surviving people of Dachuan for 6 months. With a wide variety of resources available, fruits, vegetables, crops, grains, and meat were all included. The first batch of wheat harvested this time instantly swept the national television. There are several million acres of land used for planting wheat, and all these wheat seeds are materialized by the system with excellent quality. 100 acres of land surprisingly yielded 20 tons. This time, the harvest reached several tens of millions of tons of grain. Just this small piece of fertile land is absolutely enough to feed the entire population of the Great Chuan Kingdom. Moreover, that's not all. After the relevant national departments calculated the future yield per acre and the consumption of the citizens, they decided to sell 5 million tons of grain to other countries. Additionally, data on meat production has also been reported for the first time. This time, an astonishing 6 million tons of meat food have been produced. The whole country is in an uproar. Online, there are constant discussions from survivors. My gosh, the fertile land we manifested last time actually yielded such a good harvest. Does this mean we won't be lacking food in the future? It's true that we should trust the country. It really lives up to being a product of another world. It's all genuine. Let me share a piece of data. Before the apocalypse, the normal planting data for 100 acres could yield a maximum of 7 tons. But now 100 acres can harvest 20 tons of food. This is truly a new era. Haha, when we were planting, we were worried that machines might affect the harvest, so the entire process was done manually. Now, our hard work has paid off. I was one of the planters, haha. Indeed, this first wave of food is our lifeline, and we must be cautious. For the second wave, we should start using machines. Everyone has worked hard. It's not hard at all. Eating the food we've grown ourselves is quite comforting. I heard that our country has also started exporting food. It seems that other countries don't have arable land, and I don't know how things are over there. In any case, I hope everyone can be well and live safely in this terrifying world. Our shelter has issues, and the only comfort now is this food. Thankfully, the food is good, non-toxic, and safe to eat. Don't mention the shelter. I'm scared. I'm still in the shelter, and there are often zombies outside. making me shiver in fear. I don't dare to open the windows at all. I don't know when the country will be able to relocate all of us into shelters. They're already in the process of relocation. So everyone, please rest assured, take care of yourselves and stay safe. There's food for sale, and those countries are scrambling to buy it. Currently, they have no arable land within their countries and can only purchase food. The Great River country is also generous, taking out the old, moldy food they had stored up to distribute to other countries. Commercial trade among various countries is developing slowly. Chapter 97. The game begins, Desert Domain, and such strange attack incidents continue. However, all news is being blocked. This time, the system's punishment for her was not a reduction in the number of people entering the map, but rather a stronger electric shock. Luo Xu felt numb, never expecting to suffer such torment. She was in the hospital every few days, and when Wei Zheng learned of the news, he quickly called. On the hospital bed, Luo Xu looked pale and asked, "Uncle Wei, what are you doing? Can't you protect the shelter better? Every time one of these things is lost, I suffer a severe electric shock from the system. My small body can't take it." Wei Zheng sighed. The enemy we are facing is very powerful and elusive. Just hold on a bit longer. Luo Xu gritted her teeth and said, "If we catch those people, Uncle Wei, you must avenge me." Haha, all right. The entire country has classified these individuals as dangerous elements. Currently, the technology in Dachuan country is more advanced, but even so, they have completely failed to track the whereabouts of these attackers. It's truly bizarre. After the two shelters were attacked, the entire Dachuan country was in a state of panic. Many people fled overnight, and a significant number encountered large hordes of zombies on the way, dying directly on the road. 4,000 people. The attack directly killed 4,000 people. All these corpses have joined the zombie army. Not only that, but other countries have also suffered losses to varying degrees. Some defensive towers in other countries have also been attacked. And the method of attack is exactly the same as before, with fighter jets assaulting from the air. Once the defense bases are left riddled with holes, zombies rush in to wreak havoc inside. So far, no effective defense methods have been found worldwide. The Central Command has also investigated the ambushes against the warriors preparing to enter the alternate world and has cleared up the situation. Although they are reluctant to admit it, they have to acknowledge that the footage captured by the camera shows that it was indeed zombies that cut the chains. Once the zombies followed the falling objects, they took advantage of the distraction to get up and run away. Fortunately, since this attack, the base has not discovered any signs of zombies breaking in, nor have there been any reports of missing personnel. Clearly, these zombies had a specific purpose in entering the base. The aim is targeting all the warriors participating in the alternate world operations. The central base has become increasingly vigilant regarding the upcoming operations, and no one is allowed to visit those involved. Furthermore, knowledge of the whereabouts of the participants is classified. Apart from a few core personnel, no one knows their location. The next live broadcast of the alternate world exploration is about to begin. Unfortunately, Luo Xu has still not managed to reach 100 in any of the categories. Ability, Research Technology, 91-100 Construction Technology, 16-100 Combat Technology, 45-100 Knowledge Ability, 80-100. The next alternate world exploration preview has already appeared online. The internet is globally covered, and electricity has basically been restored across the country. Everyone, as long as they have electronic devices, can receive the live broadcast signal. The live stream is about to start, which is truly exciting. People have been worried about whether mutated zombies would break into the base and stealthily infiltrate at night. Now that they know the live broadcast is about to start, everyone is thrilled. The previously gloomy atmosphere online has finally eased a bit. Many excited posts have been shared online. Great! I can't wait. I wonder what fun things will materialize this time. It would be great if they could bring back that laser gun. Then I wouldn't be afraid of zombies breaking into my home at night. I'm terrified too. I heard that several shelters have been breached by zombies, and I don't know when will be our turn. Everyone should quickly move out of the shelters and absolutely not open the door for strangers. I've heard that these zombies can disguise themselves as humans, hiding among us and coordinating with the zombies outside. My goodness, have zombies evolved to this extent? That's truly terrifying. I hope we can re-enter the alternate world exploration soon. Let's go. Now, everyone is focusing their attention on the live broadcast. In the surviving cities of the Great Chuan Nation, the government has restored electricity to these areas and even utilized the latest research technology to install large screens on the high-rise buildings in each city. Almost all survivors in the Great Chuan Nation can see it. Some search agencies have also gradually been established. Superpowered individuals take on tasks and venture into the outer cities to explore and find useful machinery and medicine. The most scarce resource in the country right now is medicine. With winter approaching, even a minor cold could cost fragile human lives. 1 month later, the alternate world exploration mission officially begins. Although her brain domain has expanded significantly, her physical condition cannot keep up with these elite teams. Only elites can participate in the mission, making Luo Xu seem somewhat out of place among them. On the eve of the live broadcast, Wei Zheng specifically reminded them. This time, entering the alternate world is primarily for exploration, to find all possible resources, and not to be too eager for quick success. The pace of action can be a bit slower. Yes. All right. Let us enter the alternate world. This time, the entrance is in the basement of the command center at the central base. Here, once someone is injured, they can receive the most effective treatment. They have prepared many things with exquisite cold weapons and firearms, everything one could need. The desert area. As soon as they enter the map, a wave of heat hit them. Although Luo Xu had been here many times before, this time, the temperature seemed exceptionally high. What greeted their eyes was an endless expanse of desert, and they stood at the edge of the sand. A map appeared in Luo Xu's mind, with the words desert area boldly written at the top. The map was merely a simple sketch. In the corner of the desert, several progress bars also appeared. Name, desert area. Number of people, 50-50 luck, 50-50 exploration progress, 0-100 points, 0-100 clearly. This time the points can still be accumulated bit by bit, and through continuous upgrades, the map will gradually upgrade as well. Chapter 98. The crisis of the shelter approaches. Level 2 shelter. The shelter can accommodate 400 people, and it has already been equipped with water and electricity, allowing the survivors to live safely inside. The zombies here have been cleared out quite a bit, and the range of human activity has expanded to about 10 meters outside the shelter. A barbed wire fence has been set up around 10 meters outside the shelter, keeping the zombies outside. Dozens of strong young men are biting on bread and using laser guns to shoot at the zombies. The swaying zombies outside quickly decreased during their intense competition. A boy who had made his own slingshot grinned, aimed, and attacked. A stone hit a zombie in the head, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Well done. A nearby man laughed heartily. The boy shyly wiped his hands. A woman from the shelter came out, smiling as she distributed some food to everyone. Everyone eat something. Everyone gathered around to eat. In this atmosphere filled with laughter and joy, no one noticed that the boy with the slingshot had already wandered into the danger zone at the edge of the base. The boy, as if he saw something, stood at the fence with his slingshot, staring wide-eyed at the lifeless zombies outside. Not far away on the hill, a zombie woman stood there. The zombie woman looked just like a normal person, with fair and elastic skin, her face only appearing pale due to lack of blood. Otherwise, she seemed no different from a normal person, even wearing ordinary clothes. When the boy saw the appearance of this zombie woman, his eyes widened in shock. "Mom," he murmured softly. The zombie woman seemed to hear the call and staggered over here. She walked like a newborn child taking its first steps, and, after a short distance, she became somewhat skilled, her pace quickening. The people still eating had no idea about the zombie woman. The little child took a few steps forward, getting closer to the danger zone. Strangely, although the other zombies sensed the child's approach, they did not attack him, completely ignoring his presence. In just 5 minutes, the zombie woman was already standing nearby. The child quietly called out for his mother, his eyes fixed on the zombie in front of him. The zombie woman gestured to him, indicating to unlock the door. Her murky gaze glanced at the child before turning to the tightly shut door. The child innocently asked, "Mom, do you want me to open the door?" "No, the uncles and aunts all said it's dangerous there." The zombie woman struggled to curl her lips into a smile and looked back at the closed door, then gently shook her head at the child. The child hesitated. "Mom, do you mean I shouldn't tell those uncles and aunts?" The zombie woman nodded. Her fiery gaze fell on the door latch as she forced out a smile for the child. The child nervously swallowed. No. The zombie woman took a few steps forward, looking earnestly at the child. She stood in front of the fence, quietly watching the child, suddenly reaching out to beckon him. The child immediately lit up with joy. Mom, are you not dead? You can still talk to me. The zombie woman took a few more steps forward, cautious, then continued to beckon the child. The child had forgotten everything else, standing on tiptoe, extending his tender hand, wanting to unlock the door. Under everyone's gaze, the live stream began again. This time, even foreign netizens flocked in. Soon, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached over 1 million. This live broadcast is truly aimed at the whole world, so exciting. Are there foreign friends here too? The number has reached over 1 million now, but it feels much less than last time. The number fluctuated, but finally stabilized at 930,000. When I saw this number, there was a moment of stillness in the live broadcast room. Now, there are only 930,000 left. Is it because they're too busy to watch the live broadcast? That shouldn't be the case, right? The land can't be cultivated now. Everyone should be idling at home. So, is it that only 930,000 are left in the whole world? Previously, we had several million in our country, and now, I'm the only one left in my family. The country allocated me a house, and I sit alone in the empty room, feeling cold all over. My family didn't die in the zombie wave, but in the shelter. Everyone, cheer up. We've come this far. We can't be defeated by zombies. Yes, look, the country has arranged for people to enter another world, just waiting at home, and soon good things will come from the sky. A wave of foreigners flooded into the live broadcast room. The bullet screen was filled with cries of despair. I'm at the border of the United States. We have no electricity, no water, no food. It's already miserable enough, and even more sadly, we are under attack. Our country has been attacked by mutated zombies to the point that our mental state is not good. Yes, our country has dug out some edible water sources from underground, but now we are facing attacks from mutated zombies. It's too scary. This world is too terrifying. Seeing your country broadcasting live is really a blessing. At least you have someone to rely on, while we can only rely on ourselves. Yes, I might die soon. Watching the live broadcast from your country is also a way to comfort myself. You all hang in there. You must survive. I hope your country can share resources. We really can't go on like this. The live broadcast is hope, and I, far away in the United States, have nothing left. The networks between countries are not interconnected. Of course, it's also possible that someone deliberately cut off the connection, which is why people from your country haven't heard from foreigners since the last live broadcast. Until now, they only realize that it's also very miserable abroad. At least after experiencing various disasters in your country, there's still food and water, and a place to temporarily stay, and even a country to rely on, helping each other and still seeing hope. Everyone, hold on. The country is already discussing cooperation matters. Yes, today the news said that several national leaders have met and are about to cooperate and share the entrance to another world. Really? Oh my God, are we finally going to see hope? That's great. The people in the live stream, like Luo Xu, are unaware of this. At this moment, they're facing a scorching heat. After measuring with a thermometer, they found that the temperature here has reached 40 degrees and is still rising. Luo Xu wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked around, and pointed to the north. We'll go that way. Chapter 99. Someone opened the protective net's door latch. Although the whole team of 50 has a squad leader, when Luo Xu said this, the squad leader immediately ordered to head in the direction Luo Xu mentioned. Without any hesitation or doubt, Luo Xu walked at the front of the team, vigilantly looking around. The system is not yet upgraded, and the map will not display any dangers or resource-like clusters. As the temperature continues to rise, it has almost reached 50 degrees in the blink of an eye. Not long after, the soldiers were already drenched in sweat. The sunlight shone down directly, sending waves of pain through their skin. The desert in front of them was vast, with only the distant mountains faintly visible. The squad leader came to Luo Xu's side and whispered, "What does the system want us to do this time?" Luo Xu shook her head. "We haven't even reached the location to receive the mission given by the system yet. It's just 5 kilometers ahead." The squad leader wiped away the sweat that kept rolling down his forehead. 5 kilometers? But our goal this time is to search for supplies. Are there any supplies nearby? Does the map show anything? Luo Xu shook her head. The map needs to be continuously upgraded. Right now, it's showing a straight route with nothing on it. This little broken system is like this. The game starts with a wolf annihilation scene. To gain the benefits of the system, one must first complete tasks and keep leveling up. The further you progress, the better the rewards the system offers. However, she is always directly turned away at the very first step. The squad leader sighs. It seems they should take on a task first. Captain, just go straight along this path. There are likely quicksand and wild beasts in the nearby desert, so everyone should be careful. These words were whispered between Luo Xu and the squad leader, barely audible from outside. The people of Dachuan country were still excitedly admiring the vast and boundless beauty of the desert landscape. In their eyes, this desert was like a treasure trove filled with endless resources. But soon, they noticed something was amiss. Previously, they could find food, water, and other supplies on the map. But it seemed that there was nothing in this desert. We are not lacking food and water now. We just need weapons to eliminate these disgusting zombies. I guess the things we can obtain here must be weapons, minerals, and the like. Now, Dachuan country has 100 wells and 2 large inland rivers. And the government has arranged for unified management of these water sources. In just a few months, various reservoirs have been established, and the city has basically restored water and electricity. Food will also be distributed uniformly, with 3 meals a day for all survivors receiving food arranged by the government. However, Dachuan country is still facing the threat of zombies. This is their biggest crisis at the moment. Due to the threat of high temperatures, the entire team is moving slowly, taking a whole hour to cover less than half the distance. They are now at a high point, and looking around, all they see is an endless expanse of desert, with no signs of light visible anywhere. Luo Xu glanced at the system map. There are several foothills nearby, but they are completely covered by yellow sand, making it impossible to see the undulations of the hills. Wearing goggles, Luo Xu scanned the area and confirmed the marked location on the system map. But she did not dare to approach recklessly. They could only bring 50 people this time, and their luck was not good. Perhaps that is why they were facing high temperatures right after entering. The captain, who was resting nearby, and Zhu Chen approached. "What's wrong? Any discoveries?" Luo Xu shook her head and said, "I think supplies will appear on the map only after we reach the task location. We can't see anything now." However, just as she was speaking, the sand within her line of sight suddenly sank deep. It was as if there were a vortex beneath the desert, rapidly swallowing the thick sand. Moreover, the area of sinking was continuously expanding. Luo Xu's expression changed. "Not good. Run." The soldiers who had just sat down were immediately startled and quickly packed their things to flee. This scene left the people outside the screen trembling with fear. What is this thing? I knew the desert would be even scarier. This is way more thrilling than the dinosaur world. Run. Run faster, my God. I'm so nervous. As the soldiers sprinted forward, the creatures behind them gradually revealed their forms. It was a large lizard. Just the tail that stretched out was about 7 to 8 meters long. It crawled out of the sand, agile and fast, quickly heading towards the direction of the soldiers. "Don't panic. Maintain formation," the captain shouted. The soldiers, with strong mental fortitude, managed to stabilize themselves a bit, drawing their weapons and shooting at the giant lizard. The lizard's skin was tough and its flesh thick, but fortunately, the bullets could penetrate. Immediately, it was forced to retreat under the powerful fire. Seeing that the firearms were effective, the captain ordered the second line of defense. The ability users stepped forward, using their powers to strike with lightning, directly scorching the giant lizard's tail. "Ha! So this guy, despite its tough skin, is much easier to deal with than that dinosaur." With the initial victory, the soldiers were even more excited, and their shooting speed increased significantly. Level 1 shelter. A few guards in the shelter were eating and chatting. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from the zombie horde outside. "Damn it! This bunch of bastards wants to attack our shelter again. Damn it! Is there an extra laser gun? Give me one, and I'll go out and take care of these things." Everyone in the shelter immediately became tense. They each held their weapons and shot at the zombies outside. Fortunately, the current situation was still under control, and soon, the nearby zombies were cleared out. However, zombies in the distance continued to pour in. The geographical location of their shelter was relatively low, surrounded by mountains, and there weren't many visible zombies, but now, The zombies on the surrounding mountains were also heading in this direction. There seemed to be signs of a potential small zombie tide brewing. This is definitely a very dangerous signal. Strange, how did these zombies suddenly attack us? The laser gun has a wide range and makes very little noise, so it shouldn't attract such a large number of zombies. Hurry, call for help from headquarters. A few men were dealing with the approaching zombies when suddenly, a few women with large machetes ran towards them in panic. Not good. Someone has opened the latch of the protective net. Chapter 100. Reward. Protective Halo. One of the men took a telescope and looked over, only to find that the wire fence gate in the southwest corner had indeed been opened, and zombies were continuously pouring in. There are too many zombies. We can't kill them all. Quickly, use the laser guns. The woman's voice trembled with anxiety. Their entire shelter had the support of firearms provided by the government, but facing such a massive tide of zombies still left them terrified. The man's face turned pale as he aimed the laser gun at the direction of the incoming zombies. Another man sighed and pressed down on the muzzle of his gun. The power of the laser gun is too great. Once fired, it would destroy the entire protective net. The man spat and put down a laser gun. These bastards. Everyone grab your weapons and charge. He handed the laser gun to the woman with the machete. You all stay up high. Don't let this zombie tide form, and we'll deal with the zombies down here. Okay. The barbed wire is electrified, and any zombies that come close will be electrocuted. If someone inside opens the latch, the entire barbed wire will lose power. Who could be so malicious as to open the latch? But now they don't have time to think about it. The men and women with combat skills inside the shelter all came out to fight the zombies. They all had some weapons, but nearly 60% of them were unarmed, huddling inside the shelter and looking out through the windows. Those fighting outside shouted loudly, urging the people inside not to open the door. Stay inside and don't make things worse. But there were simply too many zombies. Hundreds of them surged in through the small barbed wire gate. In just 10 minutes, dozens of people were injured by the zombies and began to transform. This led to an increasing number of zombies, and they couldn't hold them back at all. More and more zombies were pouring in from nearby, and that small iron gate seemed like an egg with a crack, attracting more and more flies. Damn it! Why can't these guys be killed? There are more and more of them. A man killed 2 zombies with one blade and shouted at the people standing above, "Hurry up and use the laser guns to support us." What are you doing? Sleeping? The people standing above kept firing, not daring to slack off for a moment. But the number of zombies was simply too great, and they couldn't keep up. There were too many of them. Retreat. Damn it! If I find out who opened the latch, I'll kill him. In just over 10 minutes, dozens of people had died at the hands of the zombies. Meanwhile, the human defense circle was getting smaller and smaller. The originally 10-meter distance from the barbed wire to the shelter had now shrunk to 2 meters. The survivors inside the shelter sensed that the situation was dire, so they opened the door to let the retreating people in. More and more frenzied zombies had penetrated the barbed wire and were madly banging on the doors of the shelter building. The central base also sensed that something was wrong and immediately arranged for people to prepare to rescue. Finally, they entered the shelter, gasping for breath, and struggled to close the door tightly. Outside, the roars of zombies and the sounds of banging on the door continued without interruption. The survivors inside were terrified and trembling. Someone looked out the window and saw a figure that resembled a human among the zombies. "Look, what is that?" a woman exclaimed, pointing outside the window. Everyone turned to look. Upon seeing the human-like figure, they were instantly shocked. This is definitely a zombie. How can it look so much like a human? Damn! Now zombies have learned to disguise themselves? That's terrifying. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly saw the child playing with a slingshot. The child was holding the zombie's hand and smiling. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Shao Kong, it's him. He was standing next to that zombie. The other zombies didn't attack him at all. So, he must have opened the latch? Damn it. He caused the deaths of so many people. They were filled with hatred, gritting their teeth. The humanoid zombie turned around with Shao Kong and gradually disappeared from their sight. A man carrying a laser gun couldn't help but curse loudly. Finally, he surveyed the area with a cold gaze and said, "Next, who dares to open the door again? I'll kill you on the spot. Those knocking outside are definitely zombies. We just need to wait here for the country's rescue. You all behave yourselves. Don't be fools." Suddenly, at that moment, someone in the crowd of the shelter suddenly convulsed, bones cracking, and fell to the ground. Then, he suddenly stood up and lunged at a nearby woman. "Ah, help!" Screams erupted all at once. Almost simultaneously, Luo Xu heard the system's voice again. "Warning! Warning! The shelter is under attack. Warning! Beep!" Luo Xu's heart tightened. Another shelter was under attack. She quickly contacted the outside. At this time, with the combined efforts of the soldiers, the giant lizard finally crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding dong. A desert giant lizard has been defeated in the desert area. Reward acquired, resource light orb, please check. The giant lizard vanished into thin air right before everyone's eyes. The entire sunken desert thus returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. However, at the place where the giant lizard died, several light orbs appeared. Everyone was very familiar with this light cluster. They stared wide-eyed, eagerly watching. They stepped forward to gently touch the light cluster. In an instant, a huge notification sound appeared. Ding! Obtained 1 hour shield 1000. Ding! Obtained immunity from toxins aura 1000. Under this aura, all poison damage received will be minimized. Ding! Obtained combat power doubling aura 1000. Ding! Obtained strength aura 1000. Ding! Obtained. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the large notifications from the system. Wow, an hour shield? What is this? Can it protect oneself from zombie attacks for an hour? What is this immunity from toxins aura? Can it prevent someone from being infected with a zombie virus after being bitten? This is too overpowered. Strength aura, speed aura, combat power aura. My goodness. I love this other world. Level 1 shelter. In the blink of an eye, a zombie had already infected over 30 zombies, rampaging throughout the entire shelter. Chapter 101 Shield. Immunity from toxins. They had no time to react. Those with weapons reacted faster, raising their hands to slash the attacking zombies, then shouting loudly. Hurry, get into the room. Go upstairs. To the rooftop. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Zombies were everywhere attacking. And in an instant, the number of zombies had expanded to 50 or 60. 2 children huddled together in despair, shivering. They were pushed into a corner, with zombies rushing over, biting anyone they saw. And more humans were being transformed by them. Hurry, go upstairs. A team of strong young men used laser guns to directly kill these zombies, pulling the 2 children out of the zombie crowd. The children were already terrified, following these strong young men up the stairs. However, after climbing for a while, suddenly a package fell from the sky, blocking their path. The zombies were already chasing from behind, giving them no chance to react. The captain directly picked up the package and went to the second floor, shutting the door behind him. He pushed everything movable in the room to the door to block it. Only then did the group lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Outside, the screams continued, and the roars of zombies were getting closer. This sacred sanctuary has directly transformed into a hell on earth. A third package descends from the sky again, accompanied by the sounds of a live broadcast playing on the small screen in the room. Ding dong. Harvest. Only then did everyone slowly shift their gaze to the packages on the ground. Could this be something materialized from another world? Wow, this is truly timely assistance. I wonder what interesting items they might be. These packages are all wrapped in green banana leaves on the outside, just like the other supply packages. We really struck gold. A sweaty man stepped forward, carefully cradling the green package in his hands, and solemnly kissed it. Hopefully, this thing can save our lives. Outside, the sound of zombies frantically banging on the door spread. They had caught the scent of living humans. Listening to the chaotic knocking, a few of them trembled with fear, their eyes filled with despair. The shelter they were in was originally situated among the horde of zombies. This time, the defense net outside the shelter disappeared, and the zombies broke in. Besides going up to the rooftop, they had only one way to die. This is only the second floor, and there are still 4 floors above, but the outside has already been occupied by zombies. If he could get something good from the manifestation, the man silently prayed, hoping to obtain something useful. He slowly opened a package, and everyone focused intently, staring at his hands. When the package was opened, there were actually 5 orbs of light inside. This cluster of light is very magical, exactly like the one in the live broadcast room, except it's a few circles smaller. He reached out and gently touched one of the light clusters, and suddenly a string of words floated in the air. Received 1 hour of protective shield. Just a few words appeared abruptly in mid-air, almost like a masterpiece. After only a few seconds, the words dissipated, as if nothing had ever happened. What is this? Another man approached, looking at him in surprise. The man who received the protective shield felt nothing special. He only sensed a gentle breeze brush past his cheek. He looked bewildered, saying, "I don't know what happened. This is too strange." The other man also reached out and gently touched a light cluster, experiencing the same feeling of the breeze on his cheek, but there was no further reaction. Received immunity to toxins, aura 1 hour enhancement. The 3 light clusters were also claimed by others. 2 of them were 1 hour protective shields, and 1 was a speed boost. The 5 of them gathered together, took a deep breath, and their expressions turned serious. So, do we need to find a zombie to test it? Did any of you feel any changes in your bodies? They exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, we don't feel anything. Indeed, we should find an opportunity to test it, but what if this thing doesn't work? We could be torn apart by the zombies outside. After discussing for a few minutes, as the sounds of zombies growled louder outside and the screams of humans became fewer, they finally made up their minds to go out and check the situation. If this continued, they might miss the rescue. They carefully opened the door. The door creaked as it scraped against the ground, making a piercing sound, and immediately they broke out in a cold sweat. A few zombies turned their heads to look at them. Run. Seeing this, they quickly reacted, took out their weapons, and directly stabbed the nearest zombie in the head. 7 or 8 zombies swarmed towards them. They silently cursed, realizing it was bad. The zombie staggered back a few steps before finally stepping into thin air and rolling down. The big guy rolled down and knocked over several zombies, landing at the stairway entrance on the first floor, piling up together. They widened their eyes at this scene. It really worked. This thing is amazing. The shield. Haha, my shield is simply perfect. Hurry, everyone come out. Let's maintain a formation and escape. The zombies here have almost completely blocked the stairs. Those with protective shields can come and go freely, and the zombies are completely unable to harm them. A few people wielding knives are systematically taking down the zombies one by one. From the 2nd floor to the 4th floor, they encounter several survivors. They can also move freely among the zombies, almost like superheroes. The video shows people who have received these enhancements crossing the zombie horde to escape. The survivors ascend the stairs step by step, effortlessly slaying any zombies they encounter. When zombies try to approach, they crash into the shields surrounding the survivors, tumbling over. There are also individuals with the immunity aura who show no signs of mutation after being bitten by zombies. Online videos showcase the entire process in detail. In one clip, a man, having been bitten by a zombie, desperately finds a temporary refuge and starts recording a video, quietly waiting for death. Look, I was really bitten by a zombie. A gruesome, bloody bite mark appears prominently on the screen. The blood is dark and begins to coagulate as it flows to the wound, turning into a grayish-black substance that emits a foul odor. The scene shifts to the man's face, who is filming himself with a phone. His face is pale, devoid of color. He looks at himself in the mirror, rubbing his eyes and tugging at his nose and mouth. Chapter 102. Level 1 Shelter Crisis averted. I was really bitten by a zombie. I'm doomed. I've heard that if bitten by a zombie, you'll instantly turn into one within 1 to 3 minutes. But fortunately, before I was bitten by the zombie, I obtained a manifested immunity aura. I don't know if this thing actually works, but now I can only hope for it. His voice trembles, and fear is etched across the man's face in the mirror. He keeps checking for changes in his eyes, nose, and teeth. Time ticks by slowly. The video lasts 5 minutes, capturing the man's anxious ordeal. At the 1-minute mark, black lines creep along the bite on his arm. But soon, the wound begins to ooze black blood, and in less than half a minute, the black blood flows significantly, eventually turning into healthy, bright red blood. The man's pupils also transition from red to normal healthy black. By the 3rd minute, signs of healing and scabbing appear on the man's wound. The man in the video screams with excitement, "Oh my God, did you all see that? Did you see?" His voice becomes increasingly high-pitched with excitement. The place where I was bitten by the zombie is actually healing. It's healing. He points the camera more clearly at the timer placed on the table. Look, it's the 3rd minute since I was bitten. and I haven't been infected or shown any signs of becoming a zombie. Listen, I can still talk. I can still logically talk to you. By the 4th minute after being bitten, his wound has indeed scabbed over, and the scabbed area is bright red, indicating it's very healthy. Ha ha ha. EM healed. I might be the first person to heal after being bitten by a zombie. The man leans his face into the camera, filling the entire frame. He is ecstatic. These manifested abilities are truly useful, and they can completely resist zombies. He hopes that anyone who sees the packages falling from the sky can send them to those in need. This thing lasts for an hour. Now it's been 5 minutes since I was bitten, and the scab on my wound is almost ready to fall off. If I get bitten again, I'll do an experiment for everyone to watch. The man starts a live stream to show everyone what happens when he gets bitten by a zombie. With combat power enhancement and strength enhancement. Across the country, many border areas have already seen people obtaining these. The online community is buzzing. Those with strength enhancement can tear zombies in half, possessing immense strength, and can even lift cars with one hand. Those with combat power enhancement see improvements in all aspects of physical fitness, except they can't fly. They're practically on par with superheroes. There are also speed enhancements, and so on. In a live stream, Luo Xu and others have also received these enhancements. However, unlike the system manifestations, each light orb only has one enhancement slot. Warriors who have received speed and strength enhancements are already trying to use their abilities. The viewers in the comments section are going wild. From which level 1 shelter did they escape to the top floor? Standing at the door, they are discussing competing to kill zombies with others who also have shields and are eager to try. One person pulls out their phone. Wait, everyone in the live stream is questioning the authenticity of this thing. I have to say a few words. They're all survivors who have lived until now after getting these manifestations, even able to move freely in already fallen shelters. Let me take a look. The other few people also take out their phones. As soon as they receive their manifestations, the entire live stream chat is filled with skepticism. This world is getting more and more magical. There's even an aura. Is there a protagonist aura? Can I have one? I'm starting to doubt whether the creators of this alternate world have been reading novels from our planet. Protective shield? Does this thing really exist? It feels a bit unreliable. Based on our previous experiences, I feel it's about 80 likely. You should watch what you say, or you might end up eating your words. The man who took out his phone grins widely. I have some bad news. Level 2 shelter has fallen. There were hundreds of people inside, and now only 100 remain. After this barrage appeared, there was a momentary blank screen. Soon, those worried comments started to appear. My goodness, how many shelters have fallen already? The country said that after the first shelter had issues, it triggered a chain reaction, causing the defenses of other shelters to completely vanish. And now the shelters are just ordinary buildings. It seems this is true. Oh my God. Are you all okay? Haha. Can you guess how we survived? It's the manifested good things that not only helped us survive, but also live well. Welcome everyone to our shelter's adventure journey. Looking at the comrades still exploring the other world in the live stream, the man patted his chest. These warriors are truly respectable. They saved our lives. At this moment, the warriors in the live stream continued to advance. Luo Xu was leading the way, walking at the front. A few exchanged glances, and the warriors in the live stream were working hard to explore the other world, fighting for more chances to survive. We shouldn't let cowardice cloud our minds. Now that we have this ability, we should solve more zombies and save more people. Right, let us go. After making up their minds, they opened the door directly. Immediately, zombies charged at them. Instantly, a few people with barrier enhancements stood in front, like a wall, effortlessly blocking the zombies. The zombies reached out to grab and bite them, but could only scratch at the air, unable to advance even half a step. The man laughed heartily. Come on, little cutie, bite me. All right, stop being arrogant. Hurry up and check each room to see if there are any survivors. A group of 7, with 3 making a barrier while the other 4 kill zombies. It was as easy and enjoyable as chopping sandbags. At this moment, Luo Xu also received a system notification. Ding! Level 1 Shelter Crisis Resolved. Level 1 Shelter Crisis Resolved. Reward, 10 stamina points. Luo Xu, who was moving forward, suddenly paused. She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her. She clenched her fist in a daze, slowly smiling. She contacted the central base commander. The level 1 shelter crisis is over. and I also received a stamina reward. Chapter 103. The entire Daki country is not safe. Her crisp voice floated throughout the control room. Level 1 shelter crisis resolved. Suddenly, the staff in the control room cheered and jumped for joy. Wei Zheng rarely showed a smile. Very good, you focus on your side. And leave the protection of the shelter to us. This time, over 100 people survived in the shelter. We have already arranged for people to rescue the survivors. Then clean up the entire shelter and restore it to its previous state. I just don't know if the system will still reward you for this. Luo Xu breathed a sigh of relief. Commander, as long as you can protect the shelter and prevent the system from punishing me, I will be eternally grateful. Wei Zheng laughed. Don't worry. I've already arranged heavy troops to guard the other shelters. There shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, a staff member beside him smiled and connected the line from the rescue team to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng took the call, listened to the report from the other side, and nodded in satisfaction. Sir, we have found 163 survivors on the top floor, of which 21 have received manifested enhancements. We have arranged for people to rescue them and also dispatch special forces to search for other survivors in the shelter. Very good. Speed it up to avoid gathering zombies outside and rescue as many survivors as possible. Yes. The helicopter arrived above the shelter, and the survivors were rescued one by one. Another wave of special forces arrived. They carried exquisite weapons, directly opened the doors, and accurately targeted all the zombies, killing them all. The specific situation of the shelter was fully displayed in Luo Xu's system. Good. This time I definitely won't be punished. She was really afraid of that terrifying electric shock. The previous shelter's life bar disappeared too quickly, dropping to 0 in less than 10 seconds. Then the punishment came just as swiftly, not giving Luo Xu any chance to react. This time, the life bar dropped little by little, and fortunately, the good things manifested by the system helped her avoid disaster. The squad leader beside her noticed she had stopped and approached to ask quietly, "What's wrong? Did you notice something off?" Luo Xu smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's keep moving forward." The good news was that after killing that huge lizard, the system's points value had changed. Points, 30-50, she needed to kill one more beast. That should trigger the first change in the map. The road ahead would take at least 2 hours. And during these 2 hours, the outside world underwent tremendous changes. The shelter was safe, but the problem was that the entire Dazhong country was no longer safe. Shelters close to the zombie hordes were urgently relocating. And no one knew whether there were any humanoid zombies mixed in with the crowd, preparing to command the zombie army to attack from some corner. At this moment, Luo Xu and her group had arrived at the location designated by the system task. As soon as they reached the marked red dot, a system prompt appeared in Luo Xu's mind. The prompt sounded not fully manifest, only appearing in Luo Xu's mind. Ding dong. Desert domain map task. Find 20 desert cacti and deliver them to the designated location. Complete the task to receive a huge reward. These, the other warriors cannot see. They just stand there, looking somewhat dazed under the scorching sun. The warriors have not said anything yet, but the bullet comments have already begun to speculate. Do you feel something strange? What are they doing standing here? What is the mission? How do they clear it? It seems like they are waiting for the Otherworld map to release a mission. It feels like playing a game. This Otherworld system is not very impressive. There is no sense of urgency at all. Luo Xu informs the Central Control Center of the mission given by the system. And the Central Control Center makes some adjustments in the live broadcast room. Soon, huge letters appear above everyone's heads. The warriors receive the news and pretentiously look up at the sky. But in reality, the specific mission has already been delivered to their ears through the earpiece. The team leader beside her asks Luo Xu what this cactus is and whether it is shown on the map. Luo Xu shakes her head, unsure. It is not displayed on the map. The team leader is quite troubled. This place is all desert, and it is difficult to determine directions. Without a map, it would be very difficult to complete the mission. Luo Xu softly reassures, "Captain, this is an exploration mission. There is no need to rush to clear it." The team leader calls over a few core members to discuss the next solution together. While they are discussing, no one notices that among the resting warriors, a few people exchange glances without making a sound. Luo Xu flips through the map, which still hasn't changed much. There are only a few long routes, and there aren't even any forks. The designated location is at the end of this long route, the farthest place from them. It would probably take them more than 10 days to walk there. However, their main purpose for entering this time is exploration, so they did not prepare any transportation tools. So they will not be heading towards the endpoint for now. But the desert area is too dangerous. The crises are hidden in unseen places and without a detailed map. They really don't know where to start for the time being. Luo Xu. She turns to look at the sunlight slowly descending at the edge of the desert while wearing her goggles. The sun forms a golden straight line on the horizon, gradually disappearing. The world is too real. Suddenly, a cheerful voice from a man came from my side. Miss Luo, are you confirming your position? This is the emblem of the ability user's side story. He is a powerful ability user. Luo Xu just nodded slightly. The man stood beside her, following her gaze and smiled, saying, "Such beautiful scenery. We haven't seen it for many years." Luo Xu frowned slightly and said no more. Yuxiang, take your team of ability users to the south to check the situation. Our professionals have detected that there may be quicksand in that area, so you ability users should scout the way first. Zhu Chun stepped forward and gently patted the man's shoulder. Yuxiang nodded and turned to leave. After he left, Zhu Chun frowned slightly, saying, "You shouldn't interact with these ability users." Chapter 104. Rich Harvest. Zhu Chen's expression was serious, and Luo Xu lowered her voice to ask, "What's wrong?" Zhu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he snorted. "Things have been a bit unstable lately. Some individuals with ulterior motives may have infiltrated our ranks." Luo Xu frowned, asking, "What do they want?" Zhu Chen replied, "Preliminary speculation suggests they want to sabotage our interdimensional exploration mission." Luo Xu thought of the two people who attempted to recruit her on the high-speed train. Who exactly are these people? Still under investigation, Zhu Chen said, turning to glance at the ability user team that was already packing equipment and preparing for exploration. He said quietly, "These ability user teams are all auxiliary teams. Although we have conducted targeted investigations into their backgrounds, they are ultimately not fully trustworthy. It's better to be cautious and minimize contact." "Okay," Luo Xu nodded. The previous EG was also one of these ability user teams. Although the remaining members were relatively reliable now, they still could not be fully trusted. The entire team was organized and prepared to explore the surroundings from this center. Luo Xu's system did not provide any prompts, and she had no idea what dangers were nearby. Fortunately, this time they brought geological exploration experts and individuals with decades of experience living near deserts. They found that there was a high likelihood of a beast habitat in the southwest, and they were on high alert, waiting to drive the beast out to deal with it and obtain the system's manifestation. In front of the screen, Wei Zheng took a sip of water, feeling quite pleased. He glanced at the screen where the warriors had already provoked a beast and were engaged in a collective fight. With the shelter issue resolved, he finally felt a bit relieved. Suddenly, he received a call from the staff ahead. "Not good. Commander, there has been an incident." The video showed surveillance from a research institute near the border. This research institute requires the use of hydraulic resources, so it can only be built near inland rivers. A large number of zombies near this inland river have almost been completely cleared. The entire research institute is very safe, with 7 people inside, all of whom are top researchers in their respective fields. The surveillance video shows the entire process of the research center being attacked by zombies. The zombies appeared suddenly. There were many people monitoring outside the research institute, and these zombies suddenly appeared inside the institute. In less than 10 minutes, the entire research institute was completely destroyed. By the time people outside discovered it, several researchers inside had already died. Wei Zheng watched the entire video several times and called an emergency meeting. Many commanders watched the video together for analysis. After watching the videos, they gasped in shock and came to a conclusion. It seemed that the zombies had already gained intelligence. The level of evolution of the zombies was simply terrifying. In just 5 years, they had already developed intelligence. What should we do? Will there be superpowered zombies in the future? Scientist zombies? Will they become a different species? Humanity has spent millions of years evolving to finally stand at the top of the food chain. But now, these zombies have, in just a few years of evolution, seemingly push humanity down from the top of the food chain. Humans are simply the most delicious dish to zombies. The two absolutely cannot coexist. Now, the zombies have even learned to attack our researchers. It's really ridiculous, one commander snorted coldly. Let's talk about intelligence when they have the consciousness to create their own civilization. Yes, sir, even if they have a lot of intelligence, they're still just disgusting crawling creatures hiding in the gutter. We just need to find an opportunity to exterminate these bastards. Although their evolution is somewhat terrifying, they will still be trampled under our feet. Sir, let's start large-scale extermination of all zombies. Wei Zheng remained silent and turned his gaze to the commander. The commander pondered for a long time before finally speaking. All right, proceed with large-scale extermination. Give the orders. Also, prepare the laser cannons and large-scale attack equipment. Yes. The commanders all stood up. They smiled, clenched their fists, and said, Commander, with your words, we can rest easy. The zombies are becoming more rampant, and we must take larger-scale action against them. Since the last zombie tide ended, the zombies have been restless. Now, there have also been those strange bombers, conducting large-scale bombings on the shelters. In this process, the casualties have exceeded at least 5,000, which is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying death threat. Now, they are going to counterattack. Wei Zheng respectfully saluted the leader. Leader, let me arrange this operation. The leader nodded. All right. The extermination operation begins now. Wei Zheng personally arranged for a large-scale slaughter of these zombies. Regardless of whether the zombies possess intelligence or not, it was indiscriminate killing. During the operation, the warriors in the live broadcast room had once again dealt with a gigantic python. As the python fell heavily to the ground, it caused a cheer among those watching the live stream. There is another good thing this time. Come on. I really want to experience the feeling of moving freely among the zombies. The warriors, equipped with good weapons, truly had their combat power multiplied. Facing such a large python without any fear at all, our country is mighty. Our country is mighty. Ding. Acquired shield 1000 ding. Acquired speed aura 1000 ding. Acquired power aura 1000 ding. Acquired combat power aura 1000 ding. Acquired. Similar to last time, these are all enhancements to various aspects of human attributes. A lot of items have dropped this time, and several large bases have also dropped quite a few. Immediately, the government issued an emergency signal. The central base called on citizens to hand over any manifested items they find to the state. These attributes are life-saving for the warriors heading to the front lines. Immediately, many of those who found these items handed them over. They felt very safe in the base, hardly seeing any zombies. Even if they had these items, they would just be left to mold. Alarms sounded in various bases across the Great River Nation. Chapter 105, Beasts Appear. The laser cannon was activated again. The soldiers and ability users worked together to lure the zombies into the attack range of the laser cannon. With one shot, they blew the zombie into a pile of ruins in an instant. All the bases joined forces, fighting fiercely. Due to previous manifestations, various technologies in the Great River Nation had made general progress. They didn't need to worry about running out of ammunition for now and unleash their maximum firepower. Watching the foolish zombies sway into the attack range, one laser cannon shot turned them into ashes. The commander chuckled coldly. In this world, nothing is more reassuring than absolute firepower. These zombies were overestimating their abilities. The adjutant beside him chuckled. Sir, I really want to see the Zombie King, the one with independent thought and command ability. I wonder what expression it would have upon seeing its kind turned into this. The commander snorted. What expression could it have? With that ugly, rotting face, it probably can't even show an expression. The two exchanged a glance and laughed heartily. In another world, after killing a giant python, Luo Xu's system underwent another change. Points, 6100 this time. The map has become more detailed. Contour lines with ups and downs have appeared on the map, along with some places marked with special symbols. Zhu Qin and the squad leader discussed reserving a space for Luo Xu to draw the map. They assigned a few trusted warriors to protect Luo Xu. Luo Xu was isolated inside to draw the map. Such actions are indeed quite strange. It feels as if there's a taboo surrounding Luo Xu that outsiders cannot touch. It's so odd. This girl gives off a sense of being closely guarded. She should be using her abilities to sense the geographical positions nearby. It's truly marvelous. Someone like her must be under significant protection by the state, which is understandable. I don't know if you've noticed, but I feel that this time's interdimensional exploration team seems to lack unity, especially if you take a closer look. Those with abilities appear to have been excluded. When this barrage of comments floated by, everyone turned their attention to the nearby group of supernatural beings sitting together at a table. They noticed that the supernatural team was sitting apart, and the arrangement seemed to be one of great caution. It was said that things had not been peaceful lately. Perhaps those in charge did not fully trust the supernatural beings. What have we done wrong? We have been diligently fighting zombies all these years. Yet we ended up in such a situation. While everyone was discussing this, suddenly the people from the other world were startled by a loud roar. They abruptly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Luo Xu quickly checked the system. The system map was still very basic, with no extra information displayed. Alert! Immediately, everyone became extremely vigilant and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw the ground turning into quicksand, sinking in one direction. A gigantic lizard, towering several dozen meters high, crawled up from the desert. As the lizard moved, it stirred up waves of heat. The scorching temperature hit their faces, causing their skin to sting. Luo Xu took a few steps back and looked at the map again, which still showed nothing. A nearby soldier gasped and said in a low voice, "Why is this map so dangerous? We've barely entered and we're already encountering such fierce beasts." "Yeah, I feel the danger level has increased too. At this rate, our bullets will be used up soon," another replied. "Of course it has increased. It can only accommodate 50 people now, and the luck value is only 50%. When I went in alone back then, the luck value was only 1%. That was when it was truly dangerous." In everyone's gaze, the enormous lizard, over 30 meters tall, stood vividly before them. So far, this lizard was the largest beast they had seen. My God, it's too big. Fortunately, there are no such monsters in reality, or we would be doomed. Humans have already fallen from the top of the food chain. We can't afford to have such terrifying things in reality. This thing is scarier than the Loch Ness monster. Good thing we have weapons. Let us go. Kill these bastards. It's just a little reptile, charge. The barrage of comments was filled with sarcasm. Charge? Where to? Go up and die. The live stream almost erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the other world had already started firing. Under the intense firepower, the lizard's massive body was momentarily unable to advance a single step. The soldiers were lightly equipped, holding new weapons, machine guns aimed directly at the giant lizard. The giant lizard let out a roar, and not far away, several other roars echoed in response. Immediately after, disturbances in the desert were heard from other directions where the soldiers were positioned. Zhu Chun, holding a heavy machine gun, had bulging muscles and veins on his arms. He yelled to the soldiers beside him, "I'm running out of bullets." A soldier handed him a row of bullets. "Commander, we have very few weapons left. We can't handle so many beasts. With such a massive creature, even using cold weapons would only scratch it. They could only rely on stronger hot weapons for fire coverage." But they didn't have many bullets left, and it seemed that this battle would end in defeat. The squad leader came to Luo Xu's side. "Do you have any solutions?" Luo Xu's expression was serious. "If we can't hold on, I can send everyone out right now." The squad leader's eyes widened. "How can we retreat in the face of battle?" Luo Xu sighed helplessly. "At this point, it seems to be the best choice. Brothers, fire. Take down one first. And after gaining the manifestation boost, the other lizards will be easier to handle." Yes, with this strategy, the soldiers became even more motivated, firing faster. Several soldiers had already used the manifested items from previous encounters. After obtaining these light spheres, they not only manifested corresponding numbers in reality, but also gained a few for themselves. The soldiers who received the power boost clenched their fists and struck directly at the giant lizard's massive leg. A loud bang echoed, and such a colossal creature actually cried out in pain, kneeling down. "Haha, well done. That's how it's done. Keep it up. I didn't expect the things from the other world to be quite fun. Let us just say, why would they give us these? It's to be used at the critical moment. Everyone charge." Chapter 106. Hidden map appears. Luo Xu looked around, and giant lizards of all sizes were appearing from all directions. The scene was truly bizarre, as if they were only trapped in the center of a pit. Luo Xu looked down at her feet, stepping on a not-so-sturdy, sandy ground. To her surprise, some strange patterns appeared on the sand. Something was about to break through the ground beneath them. For a moment, the soldiers were unsteady on their feet. Luo Xu stumbled a few steps, barely managing to steady herself, sensing the vibrations coming from the ground, her face suddenly changing. Quick retreat. Something is coming out. But at that critical moment, the vibrations on the ground grew stronger. They felt their feet give way, and their bodies helplessly fell down. Luo Xu tightly closed her eyes, feeling the scorching heat waves constantly hitting her face. Her body uncontrollably continued to fall, the sensation of weightlessness causing her blood to boil, her heart to race, and her brain to shut down. After about 10 seconds, she fainted. Just before she lost consciousness, she could vaguely hear the soldiers' exclamations. Everyone had fallen down. At that moment, the live broadcast room fell into silence. For the first time, they witnessed such a significant crisis in an otherworldly adventure. Just moments ago, the soldiers were standing firmly on the desert, using powerful firepower to suppress the giant lizard, but now they had all fallen into the quicksand. The place where the soldiers had been standing continuously sank, creating a massive, gaping hole, unfathomably deep. All the soldiers had fallen in. The survivors from Dazhong country in front of the screen were shocked, covering their mouths. Some emotionally sensitive women were already covering their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening before them. In front of them, several giant lizards of varying sizes were surrounding the dark, bottomless pit, peering inside. Everyone held their breath. My God, what just happened? Why has this place turned into a huge pit? Hurry, save them. Did 50 people just disappear like that? Are they still alive? Can they be rescued? My God, why did this happen to the soldiers? The situation is about to turn. Can someone be sent in to rescue them? To be honest, during the first live broadcast, when the ancient forest dinosaurs appeared, I even thought they were playing a game, some kind of virtual game, but I never expected all of this was happening for real, and at this moment, the sense of reality was even stronger. Damn it. When using manifest items, can't we go in to save them? Do we have to just watch them die in there? At this point, the Central Command Center was also in chaos. Seeing the soldiers fall, the country naturally wouldn't stand by. Wei Zheng slammed his hand on the table and stood up, immediately ordering 2 teams to get ready for the otherworld exploration. One team arrived at the entrance, and as soon as one foot stepped inside, the system directly ejected them. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Luo Xu's mind. Ding! The number of explorers is full. Ding! The number of explorers is full. Access denied. Ding! The number of explorers is full. Access denied. The 3 sounds kept repeating, as if a huge hammer was heavily striking Luo Xu's mind, causing her to sit up abruptly and regain her senses. When she got up, she found herself still lying in a desert. However, she could clearly feel that the direction of the mountains and the wind in the desert were completely different from before. The surroundings were empty, and she was all alone. She quickly accessed the system to check her current location and found that she had somehow arrived at the opposite end of the map. It was as if she had fallen from one end of a symmetry axis to the other on a planet. Logically, to pass through 2 symmetrical positions, one would have to go through the Earth's core, which was impossible for a human to survive. However, strangely enough, this bizarre event had indeed happened to her. Luo Xu immediately tried to contact the outside world. Uncle Wei, are you still there? Can you hear my voice? Her first reaction was to leave this unknown place. Just then, she heard a voice coming from the other side. Are you still alive? Is it Xiao Luo? Hearing that familiar, deep voice, Luo Xu finally felt a bit relieved. Uncle Wei, it's me. I'm here. Can you see me? In front of her was an endless desert. The terrain around was flat, with only a small hill nearby that blocked the approaching sandstorm. Luo Xu could see the sun slowly setting. There was not a single person in sight. Wei Zheng was sitting in front of the command center screen, which was currently displaying a pitch-black image. The staff were urgently trying to restore the signal. When Luo Xu's voice appeared, all the staff in the control center cheered with joy. A smile finally appeared on Wei Zheng's face. Thank goodness you're okay. The incident has damaged quite a few of our cameras, and some have lost signal. The team is working urgently to restore it. Where are you now? Are there any landmarks around? Is anyone else with you? While the 2 were still connected, Another signal was sent to Wei Zheng by a staff member. Another soldier's voice came through, and it was clear that several soldiers were in one place, as the background noise was quite loud. Soon after, more signals kept coming in. It seemed the soldiers were temporarily safe, but they appeared to have fallen into different locations. Listening to these voices, Luo Xu felt a bit more at ease. She looked around, hesitating whether to temporarily leave the system. After all, acting alone was indeed somewhat dangerous. Just then, she heard soldiers on Wei Zheng's side cheering excitedly. "Commander, it seems we have entered a new map. Here, we can actually see an oasis in the middle of the desert. We are preparing to head to that oasis. Commander, I have also discovered a strange ancient building. I have some professors who study ancient civilizations here, and we are preparing to explore that place. I have also found some strange things. My goodness, it turns out these maps have hidden ones. This time we can enter is simply a miracle. God knows how much we missed in the previous map." Hidden maps? It turned out that everyone was seeing different things. Luo Xu looked around at the empty, boundless desert, feeling a bit hesitant. Perhaps she shouldn't back down. It was time to explore this peculiar world on her own. Chapter 107. Remember, behind you stand the entire country. The signal on the other side was intermittent and hard to hear, and soon it was completely cut off. She flipped through the map to find the right direction and started walking towards that location bit by bit. She wasn't sure how long she had been unconscious, but now her legs felt weak as she walked. The Central Technical Department was working diligently to restore the live broadcast, as they wanted to see what had happened inside. After the incident, the entire nation of Chuan became panicked. Posts were flooding the internet, and people in a state of panic had even started petitions to risk their lives and personally enter that magical other world to rescue others. With no other options, the government could only issue relevant statements. The statement informed everyone that the number of people entering the other world was limited, and they had arranged for people to wait outside for rescue. Once any injured soldiers were found, they would be immediately sent out from the other world to receive the best treatment. They also released some images of medical personnel waiting for rescue. However, they remained tight-lipped about what was happening in the other world. They only revealed some news indicating that the soldiers were temporarily safe and no one had died. At this time, the outside world was in chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Xu was still walking against the wind and sand inside. She was fully equipped. During this anomaly, none of her gear had been lost. She had a water bottle hanging at her waist, filled to the brim with water. Her goggles and cold and sun-resistant gear were also complete. However, her legs felt like noodles, and she could barely muster the energy to walk. Looking at the map provided by the system, she noticed a black triangular symbol not far from her. This strange triangular symbol did not appear after the previous system upgrade. There are also some triangular symbols of different colors in other areas of the map. These symbols suddenly appeared after that event. Exploring alone made her feel anxious and a bit scared. But now, she had to grit her teeth and persevere. Since submitting to the system, she seemed to have developed a habitual reliance on others. After completing several tasks, she had just been going along, merely helping to point the way. However, one day, when the system could only accommodate one person, she would face a tremendous responsibility that she must bear alone. Now that she had the opportunity to practice in advance, she had to grit her teeth and keep going. Battling against the wind and sand, her body grew increasingly fatigued, and her spirit was under terrible strain from the heat. She took a small sip of water, pressed her cracked lips together, and continued forward. There were still 2 kilometers to reach the location of the black, triangular symbol, and walking in the desert might take her a day or even longer. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard the voices of other warriors in her earpiece. "Hey, can our communication work now? Is there anyone who can hear my voice?" Luo Xu cleared her throat. "I can hear you. Oh my God, finally someone can hear me. Is it little Luo? Where are you right now?" Luo Xu lifted her heavy eyelids and looked around. There was nothing in the desert. The person's voice was particularly hoarse. "It's the same here. Nothing at all. I've heard others say they even discovered ancient relics. This world is truly amazing. We might even discover alien civilizations." This sentence, however, plunged Luo Xu into a state of confusion. Ever since she acquired this system, she had been treating each different world as a game map. She had never considered whether there was civilization existing within these maps. To them, it was just a treasure trove for acquiring resources. Now it seems, the world has become more real. She didn't know what this meant. Has anyone researched this? Have any real civilizations been discovered? Someone has looked into it, but whether there are any specific findings is still unknown. Little Luo, I'm sending you my current coordinates. Can you help me check which direction I should go? There isn't even a single landmark here, and I'm running out of water. Luo Xu took out a device specifically for receiving signals. Soon, a small red dot appeared on the screen. This was the coordinates sent by the other party. This device is a new type of communication facility specially developed by the country. This kind of technology was developed based on previously manifested technologies. Although it is just a small change, the fact that it can transmit signals even in this alternate world is truly astonishing. By comparing data, she bizarrely discovered that the location of this person did not exist on the map at all. She repeatedly checked in disbelief, confirming that it indeed did not exist, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could it be that this map actually has a few hidden areas, and her current location is in one of those hidden maps? Is that why the map he is looking at is completely different from the one others are seeing? But this means that her advantage of having the map is almost non-existent, and it won't help others at all. Luo Xu's expression turned a little ugly as she was about to inform the warrior she had contacted about her discovery. However, at that moment, the signal was interrupted. Is anyone there? Can you hear my voice? Hello. With no other choice, Luo Xu hurriedly inquired about Wei Zheng outside the other world. Fortunately, she was able to get in touch with Wei Zheng. Uncle Wei, can you see where the others are? How are they doing? All the warriors who entered the system are equipped with special devices that can capture heart rates and other vital signs in real time. So far, although a few of them have sustained some injuries, they're not life-threatening. It's just that the images have not fully recovered yet. While they can be contacted, the visuals are not visible. Wei Zheng replied, we still can't see their conditions, but we have been in contact with them. At least they are healthy. How's on your end? If you can't hold on, you can come out first. Luo Xu looked around, licked her cracked lips, and secretly gritted her teeth. Uncle Wei, if anyone can't hold on, please send me their coordinates, and I can let them leave the system. This was all Luo Xu could do. All right. In the end, Wei Zheng said solemnly, no matter what, you must pay attention to your safety. You absolutely cannot get into trouble. Remember, standing behind you is the entire country. A wave of scorching heat hit her face, and Luo Xu couldn't help but shiver. She felt goosebumps rise all over her body. I understand, Uncle Wei. Chapter 108. Ding Dong. Hidden map, quest activated. She looked at the endless yellow sand before her breathing becoming heavier. She glanced at the marked location on the map, gritted her teeth, and continued to drag her weary body forward. If this was true, these were all hidden maps. Who knows when she would be able to come back next time? She needed to explore it thoroughly. Central Control Center. After a full 3 hours, they finally managed to restore some of the surveillance footage. Each soldier was equipped with a camera, some of which were damaged, but nearly half were still intact. When the footage was restored, the monitoring personnel in the command center widened their eyes, eagerly watching the scene unfold. This is a hidden map. Such a thing has never happened before. I wonder what good things are inside. In the command room, everyone is eagerly watching, their eyes wide open, staring at the screen that is gradually lighting up. As each screen lights up, the soldiers appear in different locations, and the images become clearer and clearer. One squad has fallen into an underground cavern, and they are now using their lights to illuminate the path ahead, slowly moving forward to explore the way. Several other teams are walking through the endless desert. At this moment, an urgent voice from a soldier came through the screen. Quick, look, there's an oasis. Wei Zheng instructed someone to enlarge the image. At this time, several soldiers on the screen were supporting each other as they walked forward, and upon seeing the oasis ahead, they were overjoyed. The only patch of green in the desert suddenly came into view. In that place, spring was in full bloom. Trees swayed in the wind. There was a spring, and even the sound of birds chirping could be heard. At this moment, two noisy and bickering professors squeezed in. Old Wei, our research here needs some new instruments when, just as he was saying this, one of the professors noticed the screen in front of him and froze in place. My God, what is this? Quickly, enlarge the screen. I've never seen a bird like this before. The professor next to him shot him a glare. The professor adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to the screen, his voice urgent. Quick, enlarge the lens a bit more. I need to see clearly. These plants. Birds, my God. Look, there's a rhinoceros over there. Is that a rhinoceros? No, wait, something's not right. This is a completely new species. What have you discovered? A new continent? Hurry, collect samples. I want to study this carefully. The staff member operating the computer cast a pleading glance at Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng was completely at a loss with these professors and could only pass the buck. Professor Tian's eyes were nearly popping out. You don't know anything. If these things can be used for research, our lifeless planet will be saved. The entire ecosystem is completely broken down. This discovery could restore the ecosystem. From now on, we will need to build spaceships for space migration. Wei Zheng raised an eyebrow and picked up a modified walkie-talkie. Hey, your team, if you have the chance, bring back some samples of plants and animals. Yes. Hearing this, Professor Tian finally felt satisfied. After finally managing to usher the two troublesome professors out, Wei Zheng quickly had someone close the door, not allowing anyone else to come in casually. New videos continued to pop up on the screen. When he saw Luo Xu, Wei Zheng frowned slightly. Wait, enlarge this screen a bit. After enlarging the screen, he saw Luo Xu with a strangely dressed man. The man was wearing silver-white clothing, a material unlike anything in reality. He was pulling the weary Luo Xu forward, little by little. Who is this person? Wei Zheng asked with a furrowed brow. The staff member next to him looked extremely grim and handed a life detector to Wei Zheng. Sir, take a look. Wei Zheng took the life detector, and on the screen, there was a glaring red dot. Only one. This symbolizes a sign of life. The man pulling Luo Xu. Who is he? Or rather, what is he? At this moment, Luo Xu's vision was going dark. She had only one belief in her heart, which was to step into the location marked on the map. Suddenly, a force pulled her forward. Luo Xu barely opened her eyelids and saw a strange man. He was wearing a silver-white jumpsuit and was pulling her arm, dragging her forward. Who are you? Luo Xu squeezed out these 3 words from her throat. The one who saved you. He surprisingly spoke in Chinese. Luo Xu was feeling dizzy, but at that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly jolted her awake. Ding dong. Hidden map activated, triggering side quest 1, Harriman Aliens. Ding dong. Hidden map activated, triggering side quest 2, Civilization Ruins in the Depths of the Desert. Ding dong. Hidden map activated, triggering side quest 3, Real Mirages. Ding dong. Hidden map activated, triggering side quest 4, The Origin of the Storm at the Beginning of the Desert. Ding dong. Hidden map activated, triggering side quest 5, Underground Caves at the Beginning of the Desert. 5 hidden maps were activated all at once. Luo Xu felt her head buzzing, gradually regaining her senses from the piercing sounds. Before she could even see clearly who the man pulling her was, the system changed again. Ding dong. Activate hidden map, complete side quests, game manifestation, host keep it up. Points, 13500. The system is becoming more and more absurd. The force pulling Luo Xu suddenly loosened, and she fell straight to the ground, getting a mouthful of sand. She quickly sat up and spat out the sand in her mouth, finally getting a clear view of the scene in front of her. Not far away, the desert was churning, and a giant scorpion was facing off against the mysterious man. The man ripped the fabric from his arm, revealing his strong, dark muscles underneath. He was actually going to fight the scorpion barehanded. Luo Xu squinted her eyes. The climate here was too harsh, and the air in front of her seemed to warp and distort from the scorching sunlight. If all went as expected, she should be on the map of this elements. The system had already uploaded the maps of other instances to her. The other instances also had different shaped markers, which might represent tangible objects or mission points. And the place she was currently in was already near that black triangular marker. Chapter 109. The natives at this moment. The man had directly grabbed the giant scorpion's tail with his bare hands and slammed it fiercely onto the sand. The giant scorpion is powerless under the man's hands. Is this person an alien? Luo Xu couldn't help but think. A Harriman alien. She didn't know if it was because the system was gradually improving, but the map of this world was becoming richer, and now even indigenous people had appeared. The man pulled out a dead giant scorpion, grabbing its tail and dragging it towards Luo Xu, stopping in front of her. Only then did Luo Xu see the appearance of this indigenous person clearly. The indigenous person looked exactly like a human, which relieved Luo Xu a bit. At least her acceptance level was higher this way. Are you hungry? The indigenous person looked at her, his voice somewhat muffled, like it was coming from inside a protective suit, dull and heavy. Luo Xu shook her head. Keep moving forward, he said. After speaking, he turned and continued walking. Luo Xu stood there, somewhat at a loss. When encountering aliens that were not of the same kind, her first reaction was whether she would be eaten. A voice came through her earpiece. Xiao Luo, hurry up and leave that place. Luo Xu gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. Uncle Wei, I don't know how to trigger the hidden map. If I leave here, what if I can't enter this map again in the future? This is the reason she's been struggling all along. This is the first time they've triggered so many hidden maps. She couldn't figure out the reason for triggering the hidden maps at all. If she left, she was afraid the map would completely disappear. No matter what, your safety is the most important, Wei Zheng said. Luo Xu clenched her teeth secretly, watching the man's receding figure, exhaling a breath of frustration. Uncle Wei, I'm going to take a look. Maybe there will be unexpected discoveries. Wei Zheng was quite angry, saying, to us, you are the most important. This indigenous person has an unknown background. It's very dangerous for you to go with them. Hurry up and come back. This time, Luo Xu directly cut off the connection with Wei Zheng. She needs to explore this map thoroughly. Luo Xu followed behind. The man's strides were large, and she struggled to keep up, getting breathless after just a few steps. The system issued a prompt again. This time, it provided an introduction to the Harriman aliens. Harriman aliens, indigenous people of desert regions, drought-resistant, incredibly strong. The entire civilization of the Harriman aliens was born in the desert, extremely lacking in water. They firmly believe that those who can control water sources are the holy sons of divine beings. Luo Xu did not know what the purpose of this introduction was, but she still read it carefully. The civilization of the Harriman aliens is currently still in the Stone Age, while humans have already begun to use weapons simply, with physical qualities far exceeding those of Earthlings. The harsh living environment repeatedly destroys this civilization, burying it in the yellow sand. In their evolution, they have developed a unique way of reproduction, which allows them to preserve their civilization. Luo Xu felt her legs give way, and she fell straight to the ground. She struggled to get up but found her feet sinking deeper into the sand. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm and effortlessly pulled her up. Luo Xu looked up to see a man staring at her with a blank expression. Outsider, if you don't want to die here, leave with me quickly. Luo Xu pressed her cracked lips together and gritted her teeth to stand up, closely following the man's pace. She asked, where are we going? To the shelter? This can't be the location marked on the map, can it? After walking for about 10 minutes, she saw some buildings. Up ahead was a small town, with architecture resembling ancient Egypt. The flat-roofed houses were all made of bricks, gray and blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding desert. Building such a town in the desert was nothing short of a miracle. She quickly flipped through the map, and indeed, the location marked by the black triangle was right here. Could it be that this black triangle signifies the presence of these indigenous people? She continued walking. Luo Xu felt a chill run down her spine, her body covered in goosebumps. Command Center. The sudden change in the live broadcast caused the phone lines in the entire command center to nearly explode. The operators tirelessly explained the current situation, and when they could no longer hold on, they hurried to report to Wei Zheng. Sir, when can we resume the live broadcast? Everyone is very concerned about this issue. They want to see the soldiers safe and sound before they can relax. Our phone lines are almost overwhelmed, sir. If we can't resume the live broadcast, please clarify things in person to prevent everyone from suspecting each other and losing confidence in the fight against the zombies. Wei Zheng's expression was grave. His eyelids lowered as he hesitated to make a decision. 13 hours had passed since the live broadcast suddenly ended. Although the government provided an explanation, public panic still persisted. Having a live broadcast meant there was concrete evidence. The public held hope while fighting against the zombies, wishing for miracles to happen to them. Now that the broadcast was interrupted, everyone was worried. Had the soldiers in the other world all died? Had the interdimensional passage been forcibly closed? These negative issues have caused a certain degree of panic within the entire nation. A meeting was convened. After a long pause, Wei Zheng finally spoke. Half an hour later, All the commanders who were aware of the situation at the central base arrived for the meeting. The chief stood in front of the screen, looking at the dozens of screens inside. Each screen displayed different situations encountered by the soldiers. Among them, 2 teams had already gone dark due to the attack of beasts, and they could not be contacted, fearing the worst. The meeting commenced, and the commanders discussed whether to continue the live broadcast. A live broadcast meant that people all over the world were paying attention, and our country could take the lead in exploring inside, which meant we held the initiative. Now that we have discovered so many hidden maps, it is indeed a great opportunity for our covert development. I believe we should not go live. We must keep this good fortune to ourselves. However, if we don't go live, the public will panic. In just a short span of a few hours, the hearts of the people, which had finally calmed down, would be thrown into chaos again, which would not be beneficial for us. I also think that nothing is more important than the people's hearts. I support going live. I do not agree. We must keep some cards up our sleeves. Moreover, publicly announcing the discovery of aliens in another world is not a good way to stabilize public sentiment. Chapter 110. He is just an NPC. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze was focused on the screen where Luo Xu was located. Luo Xu was still following the mysterious indigenous man forward. The entire other world had undergone tremendous changes, and now there was even the existence of indigenous people. It was hard to imagine what kind of waves this discovery would stir once it was announced. A commander hesitantly spoke up. Do we really want to restart the live broadcast? If people see the existence of indigenous people, who knows what kind of impact it would cause? Perhaps we should. Keep it a secret for now. Everyone turned to look at the chief. In the end, the chief gave the order. No live broadcast for now. Understood. Here. Luo Xu looked at the towering building in front of her, which was at least 10 meters high, in astonishment. They actually built such a magnificent structure in this place. Ding. Hidden map, 1 task. Help NPC mark solve the current dilemma. Seeing the words NPC marked by the system, Luo Xu surprisingly felt a moment of relief. The world is so real that it has made her question it. Fortunately, the system prompts have slowly alleviated this strange sense of reality. When Luo Xu turned to look at Mark, she regarded the man's bizarre outfit with a sense of normalcy. Mark, is there anything I can help you with? The man seemed surprised, revealing a look of confusion, as if he was puzzled that she could call his name. Luo Xu couldn't help but marvel internally at how realistic this NPC was. I do have some difficulties. Can you help me? Sure, what is it? Luo Xu looked up at the magnificent building in front of her. This place resembled an ancient marketplace. People were walking down the street, carrying goods on shoulder poles to sell. There are very few supplies here, food is scarce, and water resources are extremely limited. The vendors on the streets mostly sell wild fruits, desert cacti, beasts killed for food, as well as some fabrics and clothing. As Luo Xu delves deeper, other warriors on several maps also begin to explore this strange world. In the caverns, the warriors hold up lights to inspect, and they can find some man-made markings on the walls. On some stone tablets in the central desert area, researchers from relevant fields are eager to dive in and study them. So far, although they have not discovered any tangible items, at least they have not encountered any danger. However, the Great River Kingdom is now shrouded in fear. 20 hours after the live broadcast suddenly interrupted, the entire country has fallen into panic. Those who were once full of fighting spirit, ready to show their skills and slay the zombies in one fell swoop, are now dispirited. Sitting in the car, several burly men with abilities repeatedly click into the live broadcast room. Looking at the pitch-black screen with no footage, they immediately feel frustrated and toss their phones aside. Lawan, what's wrong? Are you nervous? Another well-dressed man with glasses pushed up his frames and handed a water bottle to the man next to him. When Zhuang irritably waved his hand, we're heading to Area F next, the place with the densest zombie population. One careless move, and we're done for. The manifestation support from all over the country is completely insufficient, and we don't even qualify for any. If I hadn't seen the live broadcast start, I wouldn't be able to relax. The well-dressed man took out an energy bar and stuffed it into Wen Zhuang's hand. You are all ability users. What is there to be afraid of? Our weapons and equipment are so complete. Even without the live broadcast, we have nothing to fear. His words flowed slowly through the cabin. There are more than 30 ability users in the whole cabin, and everyone's expressions are not very good. Some let out dejected sighs. Deputy, we just feel uneasy. When there was a live broadcast, it felt like we had a safety net. Maybe while they were fighting monsters inside, manifestation supplies would drop from the sky to support us. But now, there's no assurance at all. Yeah, when it was a live broadcast, I could use my abilities without holding back because the manifestation supplies would appear in the most dangerous places. If I was surrounded by zombies, there was a good chance I could get supplies. Now that there's no live broadcast, I'm just on edge. Wait, let me make a complaint call and ask when the live broadcast will start. A man took out his phone to call, and for a moment, the entire cabin fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, the man widened his eyes. What the hell is this? All busy signals. The car finally arrived at its destination, shaking and swaying. When the car stopped and the engine noise disappeared, they heard the roar of zombies. A few people inside the car remained still. After a while, someone outside opened the car door. A furious man directly yelled at everyone. We've arrived at the destination. You bunch of cowards, aren't you getting out? The burly man hesitated for a while and asked, Sir, do we have a backup team? Is there a medical team to treat us? The squad leader immediately frowned. What medical team? You guys are getting more and more pretentious. Get out now. The man cleared his throat and lowered his voice a few notches. Well, the zombie horde is getting stronger. Who knows if we will encounter mutated zombies? Having a medical team would make people feel more secure. The squad leader got into the car and slapped the man on the back of his head. Why didn't I see you all having these ridiculous demands before? The man's voice dropped even lower. Wasn't it because there was a live broadcast? They provided manifestation supplies inside, right? Last time I almost got scratched by a zombie, but luckily I encountered the invulnerability support that protected me. Hurry up and get lost. Are you scared just because there's no live broadcast? There's still many intact towns occupied by the zombie horde, and their task is to clear out the zombies inside and find some intact equipment and supplies. Previously, when it was a live broadcast, after encountering danger, manifestation supplies would drop from the sky, saving them from crisis. Now, the live broadcast room is pitch black, and they are indeed feeling a bit flustered. At this moment, Luo Xu has approached the town in front of her. She found that the buildings here are even more magnificent than they appeared from a distance. As she got closer, the black mark on the system map flickered. Mark urged her, follow me. Since this man is just an NPC, Luo Xu just glanced at him and said lightly, wait a moment, I have something to do. She found a step and took out paper and pen from her backpack, sketching out the other maps. Chapter 111, Dark Night. Monsters. Now 5 hidden maps have appeared, and the system has just issued her a simple task. So other maps will surely have tasks as well. She sketched out all the maps and informed others of the specific situation through Wei Zheng, perhaps saving their lives. She had specifically studied map drawing, and now she was doing it with ease. In just 10 minutes, she had completed a map. She contacted Wei Zheng, Uncle Wei. The map I drew now is the entire map of these hidden areas. Please receive it and pass these maps to the other warriors. At this moment, Wei Zheng in front of the screen laughed heartily. Well done. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and take pictures to input. Xiao Luo, I will input the map you drew into the system and present it in 3D. It will be sent to each of your devices shortly. With our specially made 3D maps, you will have a more intuitive view. Although you already have the system map, I will still send you a copy. By the way, how will your map continue to upgrade? I remember you said that the system map can be upgraded, right? Luo Xu nodded and glanced at the points displayed in the system. Points, 6100 Uncle Wei. It seems that we need to kill the beasts in the map to increase points, but there must be other ways. I'm not sure for now. Wei Zheng nodded. So, the known method for us is to kill the beasts in the map first. Stay safe, and I will let others handle these matters. Without giving Luo Xu a chance to object, Wei Zheng hung up and contacted others. The clearer the explanation on the map, the more beneficial it will be for Luo Xu. Luo Xu wanted to continue drawing the next map, but just as she stood up, she felt dizzy and was suddenly hoisted up by someone. Startled, her abdomen pressed against Mark's shoulder, and as he walked, she felt her stomach churn violently, almost throwing up. Hey, put me down. Mark had a blank expression and continued forward, his steps steady and unaffected by her random struggles. The setting sun slowly descended in the west. The indigenous people of the entire town took a glance at the sun that was about to set, as if they were wary of something, hurriedly squeezing into the buildings without even having time to pack up their stalls. "Hurry up, close the door tightly." It was at this moment that Luo Xu realized something was amiss. She forgot to struggle and painfully raised her head to look around. These indigenous people are very afraid of the night. Why? As she pondered, the man had already taken her to a bungalow, roughly throwing her to the ground. Luo Xu was not nervous. After all, it was just an NPC with no thinking ability. Perhaps this progression was in line with the overall plot development. She sat up, rubbing her painfully sore stomach, watching the man secure the heavy doors with bolts, closing them tightly as if to guard against some ferocious beast trying to break in. Luo Xu asked, "What are you doing?" The man glanced at her and replied, "Preventing beast from coming in." Luo Xu frowned slightly, wondering what kind of beast was outside. At the moment the windows were shut, the sunlight outside had already dipped below the horizon, plunging the entire world into darkness. Almost simultaneously, all maps fell into darkness as well. In the room, Luo Xu could only hear her own breathing. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but she seemed to hear Mark's heartbeat. Strange, do NPCs have heartbeats now? Soon, Luo Xu was completely drawn in by the sound of heavy footsteps outside. There really was something out there. She leaned closer to the window, wanting to see clearly, but was grabbed by Mark's arm. Mark's voice was very low, deep and muffled. "Don't get close. It will eat you." Luo Xu frowned slightly and gave up the idea of checking for herself. Outside the screen, as various warriors explored different maps, they have left the surveillance devices they brought with them on the ground of the other world for the command center to monitor. In addition to the surveillance devices on the warriors themselves, there are also some miniature drones, only the size of a thumb, providing all-around monitoring. As the other world falls into darkness, the outside world also descends into night. The staff at the command center are tapping on keyboards, fully focused on the screens in front of them, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, at this moment, one of the staff members stands up abruptly. "Look, what is that?" Several nearby staff members rush over to check. They discover that the night in the other world has become particularly eerie. The entire world is shrouded in darkness. The moon is blue, emitting a faint cold light. At that moment, some bizarre beasts appear in the grass. A monster with a snake-like body and a flat-headed lizard head, with 2 claws, its sharp nails appearing particularly eerie under the dim blue moonlight. Not only that, but these strange creatures have appeared on almost all maps. At this time, the team that Zhu is part of is exploring a civilized ruin. The night does not affect them much as they have bright lights. They are currently collecting rock specimens and taking photos, completely unaware of the impending danger. Not good. They are in danger. 2 staff members quickly report the situation here to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng rushes over, picks up the intercom, and contacts Zhu Chen inside. "Listen, there are 2 monstrous beasts near you, extremely dangerous. Immediately take your team and move to find some cover, hide well, and wait until dawn." Zhu Chen is somewhat puzzled. Looking around, the entire world under the dim blue light appears somewhat strange, and it is very quiet, with not even the sound of insects. "Yes, sir." Although he sees no signs of any beasts nearby, since it is an order from Wei Zheng, there must be a reason behind it. Zhu Chen immediately leads the team to abandon their filming and hurry to leave. Wei Zheng's eyes are fixed on the screen. Head south. There's a cave that can serve as a temporary refuge. "Yes, move quickly." The team runs forward, getting farther away from the scorpion monster. What is approaching them is a creature with a scorpion's body and a lizard's head, with a pair of scissor-like mantis blades, looking particularly terrifying. As the team begins to run, the monster seems to sense something and starts running towards their direction. The scorpion monster moves extremely fast, and the distance between them is continuously closing. The staff members in front of the screen hold their breath. Chapter 112. First Kill, Manifestation, System Upgrade. After staying in the room for half an hour, Luo Xu and Mark have not spoken. Their silence creates a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, at this moment, Luo Xu hears the system's notification sound. Ding! First kill mission completed. Killed a sucker. Obtained the following manifested materials. Shelter Defense 5, Base Guard 10, Shield 1000. Immunity to all poison rings 1000, Fine Iron 1000 gene. This system prompt is visible to everyone on the map, displayed in font right above their heads. Luo Xu looked up and showed a pleased expression. At this moment, Zhu Chun and the others, who had just finished a fierce battle, finally arrived at the sanctuary mentioned by Wei Zhang. Upon seeing the font above them, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my goodness! What we just encountered is called sucker. No wonder it has a scorpion's tail. It must be used to suck our brains. This thing is scarier than zombies. It scared me to death. Fortunately, this thing can be dealt with using guns. Otherwise, we would be done for. They clutched their rifles tightly, as if holding onto their lifelines. There are 14 people here, and they used a lot of bullets to deal with the sucker. But fortunately, the effect was good, and they turned that thing into a sieve. Well done. Wei Zhang's hearty laughter came over. Here, Luo Xu received a signal from Wei Zhang. How about you? Has there been any change in your map? Has it upgraded again? Luo Xu looked at the system. Points. 8100. Uncle Wei, I just killed a bloodsucker. And the system points went from 60 to 80. What exactly happened just now? Did something appear on the entire map outside? Wait a moment. I will send you the surveillance footage. 3 minutes later, all the warriors on the map received the surveillance video sent by Wei Zhang. They could not monitor the entire map. They could only see the places where the warriors had set up cameras. Even so, these images were enough for them to understand this terrifying alien world. After watching the entire video, Luo Xu couldn't help but gasp. She didn't have a camera on her side, but just hearing the sounds of movement outside made her realize that it was definitely those terrifying creatures. Wei Zhang asked her, so, to upgrade the map, we need to kill another alien beast, right? Luo Xu nodded yes. Once the points meet the standard, will the map evolve and allow you to see the entire situation? Luo Xu sighed. Uncle Wei, I can't make any promises. Wei Zhang said, all right, let me assess the situation. He immediately checked the overall status of the map and the locations of the warriors on each map. Listen, Team 4, there's a mutated beast to your north. Take all your weapons and ammunition, deal with it, and I'll give you 10 minutes. Yes. Under Wei Zhang's command, 10 minutes later, Luo Xu's system once again sent out a notification sound. Points, 100. System is upgrading. Upgrading loading. 1:10:25. After a few dozen seconds, the system upgrade was complete. This time, the map has become clearer, and not just a little. Points, 100. Uncle Wei. The system has been upgraded. The entire map now features mountains and deserts, with some areas detailed enough to even see storms in the desert. What is even more surprising is that it clearly marks the locations of night monsters. The areas where monsters appear are marked with bright red danger signs. At this moment, there are 3 such signs in the town where she is located. Good, be careful over there. The purpose of Wei Zhang's evolution map is solely to ensure Luo Xu's safety. After all, in other places, the warriors cooperate with each other, forming teams of at least 6 people. But Luo Xu is all alone. Ding! Killed a hell beetle. Received the following material rewards. Base Guard 5, Shelter Defense 3. Fine Iron Training Manual, can be used to craft weapons. Shield 500, Water of Life 500, Western Defense Tower of Dachuan Nation. As night falls, the entire defense base has fallen into silence. In the northern region of Dachuan Nation, the temperature is low, dry, and chilly. Such climate is absolutely a great torment for people, especially for the warriors and supernatural beings guarding the night outside. On the walls that are more than 10 meters high, they sit around the table, drinking to keep warm. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a thin man walked in with his hands in his pockets. The few people inside were startled by the cold wind. The man known as Zhao Gu rubbed his hands together and exhaled. I drank too much and can't sleep. You go ahead and sleep. I'll keep an eye out here. Another drunken guy yawned lazily. What's there to watch? A wall over 10 meters high. Ordinary zombies can't get in, and if mutated zombies come in, we can only wait to die. The man at the door frowned and retorted. Nonsense. A wall over 10 meters high. Even mutated zombies can't get in. Zhao Chong draped a coat over himself and stood on the city wall, looking outside. The darkness was the highest cover, completely blocking his line of sight. The biting cold wind concealed the strange rustling sounds in the dark. Suddenly, Zhao Chong felt a sense of vigilance and looked toward the distant part of the city wall. There seemed to be a black figure swaying there. Who's there? He suddenly realized, drew his pistol, and aimed at the spot where the shadow was moving. As his voice fell, the others in the room also became alert and grabbed their weapons to rush over. What's wrong? Zhao Chang's eyes were fixed on the moving shadow. It seemed like there was something there. The others rubbed their eyes and aimed their firearms in that direction. One of them even took out a laser gun. The silent standoff lasted for about 10 minutes. Their hands and bodies felt somewhat numb. Although they hadn't seen anything, they didn't dare to let their guard down. Is there really something there? The drunken man from earlier now sounded extremely sober, his voice hoarse with concern. Zhao Chang snorted coldly. You should trust the intuition of an ability user. Just as he was speaking, several zombies roared and charged out from the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. They reacted quickly and opened fire. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, dozens of zombies rushed out from the dark. Run. Chapter 113, Base Guard Number. Dozens of zombies. No one knew how they had climbed up. After all, it was a wall over 10 meters high. In an instant, the entire base's alarm rang out, and the soldiers got up in an orderly manner, quickly putting on their clothes and grabbing their weapons to confront the zombies. The number of zombies flooding into the base kept increasing. Many soldiers were killed by the zombies and also turned into zombies, reaching out their claws toward their comrades who had fought alongside them just a minute ago. It's over. The entire defensive base is doomed. Zhao Chang barely managed to retreat with several comrades to a guard booth, closing the booth's door tightly, panting heavily. The youngest soldier among them trembled as he took out his phone and opened the interdimensional live stream. The pitch-black screen mirrored his desperate mood. Damn it. The live stream isn't on. We're finished. There's no way for any support now. Damn it. I'm going crazy. He cried out in despair, tearing at his hair. Songen, a soldier who had just finished blocking the booth's door with everything he could find, slapped the young man on the forehead. Shut up. The young man wiped his tears again. Songe, don't fool me. It would only take a few minutes for the zombies to kill us. But it would take at least 2 hours for reinforcements to arrive. We can't hold on. The others were also somewhat despairing. Outside, they could still faintly hear gunshots and screams. But gradually, in just 10 minutes, the gunshots and screams grew quieter, eventually almost turning entirely into the roars of zombies. Despair was continuously amplifying. Suddenly, they heard intense gunfire not far away. The dense and fierce firing had almost no gaps in between, as if there were no need for pauses at all. The sound of gunfire attracted them, and they turned to look outside through the glass. It was pitch black outside, filled with zombies and nothing else. Strange, we shouldn't have such powerful machine guns here. Who is firing? Could it be the reinforcements have arrived? Not so soon, right? The nearest battle base would take at least 40 minutes to get here. As they spoke, the gunfire outside intensified, and it seemed to come from more than one location. The zombies were drawn to the sound, gradually reducing the number surrounding them. My goodness, when did our base get such powerful weapons? Suddenly, 2 packages descended from the sky, landing on the ground between them. For a moment, they froze in place, all staring at the things on the ground. The green packages made from large banana leaves looked just like what they had seen before. This, the young man's voice trembled, even carrying a sobbing tone. These are manifested supplies. They're actually manifested supplies. The young man hurriedly took out his phone to check, but found that the live stream still hadn't started. Yet, the manifestation was vividly appearing right in front of them. My God, they're still alive. Ha ha ha, they're still alive. He was a loyal fan of the live stream and had seen the soldiers fall, followed by the live stream cutting off, which made him feel even more desperate. If it weren't for the interdimensional manifestation, they would never have had time to wait for support and would have faced certain death. Now, live streaming and manifestation had become their spiritual support. After laughing, the young man unexpectedly found himself in tears. Zhao Chang and Song exchanged glances and stepped forward to open the package. Each package contained 5 or 6 glowing orbs. They had some understanding of it. It should be the newly released manifestation, the halo. The 2 raised their hands and gently brushed over the light orb, and in an instant, a line of text floated into the air. Gain the immune to all poisons halo for 1 hour. Gain the shield for 1 hour. The 2 smiled, came over, took the halo, and followed me out. However, at this moment, the continuous gunfire outside was getting closer. They found it strange. Even if someone was indeed using weapons, the shooting had been going on for 10 minutes. Did they have endless bullets? Moreover, it seemed they hadn't heard anyone reload in between. Strange, who was doing this? Friend or foe? Unclear. Each of them used the light orb and discussed making their way from their current location to the helipad to escape in a helicopter from this already destroyed base. But at this moment, the gunfire was getting even closer. The zombies outside were roaring and running towards the sound. The two soldiers who had used the shield picked up their weapons and carefully pushed aside the piled-up items at the door, peeking outside. The gunfire was too loud, drowning out the small movements on their side. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bullets whizzed past them, directly killing dozens of zombies. Finally, the source of the gunfire emerged from around the corner, and they were all stunned. It was a metal sphere floating in the air with a pair of wings, flapping its wings as it flew. The metal sphere was covered in firearms, continuously shooting at the zombies, eliminating them wherever it went. What the hell is this thing? Not knowing if it was friend or foe, they quickly shut the door again, clearly seeing the situation outside through the glass. The metal sphere gracefully floated past them, targeting only the zombies. The young man behind was excitedly holding his phone. Yes, other defense bases experienced the same thing. Metal spheres appeared in other bases too, online. It seems this is also a manifestation of base defense facilities. The young man handed the phone to them. They were hiding in a sterile room. Outside were swarms of zombies, and suddenly a sphere appeared, eliminating all the zombies and then elegantly leaving to deal with others. We are saved. Central base. Across the country, intermittent video footage came from 6 military defense bases. Some videos were from surveillance cameras, while many others were recorded by survivors. The metal spheres flying in the air were shooting at the zombies. They spared no zombie, managing to clean the military defense bases thoroughly. Strangely, they did not accidentally injure any survivors. Once all the zombies were cleared, they would directly shut down, drop to the ground, and become ordinary metal spheres, with no mechanisms to restart them. What on earth are these things? Chapter 114, Map Upgrade. Everyone worked together. Wei Zheng leaned closer to the screen, carefully examining the images captured. He contacted the people at the defense base. Soon, a video popped up. The man in the video was covered in blood, but had a smile on his face. Several machines in the control room were sparking, and occasional zombie growls could be heard from behind. Sir, I just obtained a few manifested supplies here. I have a protective shield. Please convey my respect to our warriors fighting in the other world. Without them, our entire defense base would have been completely destroyed. Wei Zheng glanced at another screen. The string of reward messages from the other world was still floating in the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, the metal spheres appearing urgently in military defense were probably the base guards mentioned in the rewards. I must say, their combat power is indeed strong. All right, how's the situation on your end? Just as he spoke, a burst of intense gunfire erupted behind the man. Instinctively, he crouched down. The gunfire lasted less than 30 seconds before ending. Only then did he cautiously stand up and turn to check the situation. At this moment, the metal sphere floated in, patrolling inside and finding no zombies before it gracefully turned and left. The staff in front of the screen were dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing a living metal sphere. The sphere flew in midair, covered in weapons, rolling around, and when it wasn't shooting, it was actually a bit adorable. Wei Zheng nodded, indicating that they didn't need central support. The man said, "Sir, 3 identical metal spheres have appeared at the entire base. Their target is very clear, the zombies. Once they finish clearing the zombies, they will automatically shut down and become an ordinary sphere. Currently, there is no need for central support. These 3 metal spheres were more than enough." Very good. After hanging up, Wei Zheng contacted several other bases that had been attacked by zombies. Without exception, their entire bases have been almost saved by these suddenly appearing metal spheres. He looked at the warriors exploring in the other world and murmured softly, "Do you know how profound the significance of what you are doing inside is for our entire country?" Otherworld. Luo Xu hid in the house, her eyes fixed on a map. Soon, she noticed that a red female avatar symbol had been superimposed on the previous black triangle mark on the map. What does this mean? In the darkness beside me, I heard Mark's voice. "I see what you're carrying. It must be a powerful weapon, right? I need your help. Have we finally reached the main storyline?" Luo Xu nodded slightly, asking what help. Mark replied, "I hope you can help save my sister." Sure enough, it's a rescue-type storyline. My sister has been captured by a mutated beast outside. They've taken her to a dark, hellish world. I can only hear her cries at night. As if to echo Mark's words, Luo Xu faintly heard a woman's intermittent sobbing. The sound felt particularly eerie in a world overrun by mutated monsters. Where has she been taken? Can she be rescued during the day? Luo Xu asked. No, she has been taken to the hellish world. She can only be rescued at night, Mark said, his voice growing increasingly somber, filled with deep sadness. Indeed, the mission had always been this difficult. Luo Xu glanced at the map. Outside, two mutated beasts were wandering, and she didn't dare to go out at all. She hesitated in the room for a long time, but ultimately couldn't make up her mind to go out and complete the mission. Unknowingly, she endured until daytime. The whole world returned to normal once again. Mark had prepared a room for Luo Xu to stay in temporarily, and then no longer paid her any attention. The people in the entire town were out and about, and Luo Xu also received contact from Juchun. It was unclear whether it was due to the peculiarities of this map, but Luo Xu could only contact Wei Zhong, while she couldn't reach any other warriors at all. Receiving Zhu Chen's signal this time truly excited her. Zhu Chun asked with concern, "Did anything happen on your side last night?" Luo Xu shook her head. "Everything is fine here. Is the package with you still there?" There's an inner bag at the very back of your backpack. Inside it are some surveillance cameras. Take them out and spread them around while it's still daytime. By night, the command center will be able to assist you. Upon hearing this, Luo Xu frowned slightly. Have you all been doing this for a long time? Surveillance cameras are far inferior to the map in my hands. But the problem is, how can she present the map to the command center? The officer told us that in order to upgrade the map in your hands, you need to kill some mutated monsters. We will handle that for you. Just be careful tonight. With the soldiers as support, it really brings peace of mind. Luo Xu lightly bit her cherry lips and nodded. Thank you. After hanging up, Luo Xu browsed through the system. Her consciousness uploaded into the system, standing in a void. She called out, "Is the system intelligence there? How can I transmit the map to the outside?" System map requires upgrade. Still need an upgrade? Luo Xu let out a breath of frustration and relayed this message to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong stroked his stubble and nodded. I'll arrange for others to take action tonight. You just find a safe place to stay. Luo Xu's dark brows furrowed slightly. It seemed everyone was telling her not to act rashly, just to sit back and enjoy the results. This feeling is quite nice. Soon, it was evening again. This time, Luo Xu lay on her bed, resting her intertwined hands behind her head, staring at the ceiling. The system once again emitted a notification sound. Ding. Kill a fallen blood cow. Receive the following manifestation rewards. Sturdy crystal stone, 1,000 genes. Speed aura boost 1,000. Strength aura boost 1,000. Ding. Kill a drought corpse. Receive the following manifestation rewards. Ancient fine iron, 1,000 genes. Protection barrier, 1,000. Crystal forging manual 1. Suddenly, Luo Xu noticed a change in the numbers in the upper right corner of the system, where the number of people and luck value were displayed. Number of people, 4450 luck value. 4450 this means. Chapter 1, 15 output system map, 6 people died in battle. In the real Mirage map, the warriors were struggling to evade the attacks of a group of undead. These mummies resemble humans, but their bodies are wrapped in bandages like mummies. Bullets can penetrate these corpses, yet it has no effect on their movements. When they realized that weapons were ineffective against the corpses, they panicked. More and more corpses stood up in the desert, quickly surrounding them. This time we finally managed to escape with great difficulty, but we still lost 6 comrades. The squad leader took the team to hide behind a shelter and contacted the outside world. Commander, we request support. To your north and west, there are large numbers of corpses gathering, and to the south. Wait a moment. Our surveillance here is inadequate, and we cannot draw conclusions immediately. The squad leader is almost in despair. Please hurry. We can't hold out much longer. These corpses cannot be dealt with using firearms, and we have no usable weapons on hand. Just hold on a little longer. We are doing our best. Here, Luo Xu quickly sat up and flipped through the map. Soon, she noticed where the accident had occurred. At this moment, the soldiers had already been surrounded. Enemies were approaching them from all directions. Luo Xu anxiously paced in place. No, she had to come up with a solution. Fortunately, after the recent kills, the system map showed signs of upgrading again. System map is upgrading 1, 10, 25. This time, after the upgrade, The system map added an option to output data. Luo Xu quickly contacted Wei Zheng. Command Center, the system map can output data now. Can you receive it on your end? The staff member sitting in front of the computer screen clasped their hands together. Oh my God, this is simply a lifesaver. Hurry, I can receive it here. Having the map is incredibly useful for us. Luo Xu pressed the output data button. As soon as the button was pressed, cheers erupted from the central command center. Huh, it's the map. We have received the map. Team 2, hang in there. We'll be there soon. Luo Xu is really impressive. The entire system map began to display on the screen. Seeing this detailed map, even the elite staff present couldn't help but exclaim, "This map is the most unique map I've ever seen in my life. It looks exactly like what we saw from the satellite." Every detail of the map was presented before them, showing the situation inside, along with those special markers that Luo Xu had seen on the maps before. Wei Zheng stood behind the staff, watching them operate, his brow furrowed. Can this map capture specific images? The staff member smiled and flexed his fingers. Technically, no, but if we slightly modify the data, it might be. While speaking, his fingers flew across the keyboard, almost leaving after images. Soon, after modifying the data, he pulled up an image. The image was like a surveillance feed, clearly showing the soldiers hiding from the corpses. The picture was very clear, even in high definition, allowing them to see the sweat on the soldiers' faces. Wei Zheng was somewhat shocked. How is it so clear? Is it surveillance? The staff member was also amazed. Sir, the data transmitted is quite extraordinary, requiring further data analysis. We'll handle that later. Let's first help them out. After enlarging the entire map and checking the locations of the soldiers, everyone fell silent. They were backed against a large quicksand area, but in front and to the left, there were a large number of corpses surrounding them. And on the right, there were 2 large mutated beasts. This is clearly a deadlock. The staff turned to Wei Zheng. Sir, what should we do? Wei Zheng pondered for a moment, his voice a bit lower. Contact Luo Xu and bring them out. Yes. If we want to save these people's lives, this is probably the last resort. 3 minutes later, Luo Xu received a call from Wei Zheng. Have you seen the warrior in danger on that map? Luo Xu nodded. She had seen. Get them out. Just as Luo Xu was about to say something, the signal light flickered and the squad leader's determined voice came through. No, we can still fight. Sir, we strongly request to continue fighting. The words that were on the tip of Luo Xu's tongue were swallowed back. Her eyes flickered slightly as she looked at the large number of approaching corpses on the map, feeling a lump in her throat. Wei Zheng sighed. If you continue to hold on, you'll only have a dead end. Damn it, get out of there. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The squad leader gasped for breath, then said solemnly, Sir, we have no idea how to enter this hidden map. If we leave now, we may never have the chance to explore it again. I believe the other warriors think the same way. Since we've come this far, we have a responsibility to see this place through to the end and cannot give up halfway. Listening to this, Luo Xu was left in a daze. This sense of mission made her feel ashamed. She had already seen that in the map she was currently in, there was only herself. If she gave up the task here, then this map might never be explored again. Wei Zheng was quite angry and swore directly. The squad leader, however, grinned and scratched the back of his head. Chief, I don't believe what you're saying. You. Luo Xu frowned, repeatedly checking the system. She asked the system, is the intelligence system here? How do I save people? Hurry. The host can earn points, upgrade the system, and change the terrain. The terrain can actually be changed? Luo Xu frowned tightly. Now there was one last chance. If she killed 7 mutated beasts, the terrain of all maps would change. Perhaps the huge quicksand river behind you would turn into an escape route. The squad leader's smile grew wider. I told you, there must be a turning point. Luo Xu. Thank you. I'm determined to clear this map. Wei Zheng was truly helpless and reminded Luo Xu to stay in touch, so that when they encountered danger again, she could get them out immediately. Chapter 116. Support mission this time. Wei Zheng connected all the teams from different maps. Listen up, we're at a critical juncture. We need to kill 7 mutated beasts within 5 minutes, so each team must act simultaneously. I will be your commander, and I'll start rearranging your formations and appointing squad leaders. Lin Kong, your team is Team 1, and you are the squad leader. There is a mutated beast at your 3 o'clock position, good at speed. Wei Li, your team is Team 2, and you are the squad leader at your Wei Zheng methodically commanded each team. 3 minutes later, several teams simultaneously attacked the fierce beasts. Wei Zheng opened the full map view and commanded effortlessly. Watching so many teams move under Wei Zheng's command, acting swiftly and trained well, Luo Xu couldn't help but feel envious. In both her past and present lives, she had been an ordinary person, never having any military experience, not even having been a small team leader. Ever since she gained this system, she had tried several times to obtain supplies within the system, but each time she entered, she was almost scared out of her wits by the fierce beasts inside. But now, she watched Wei Zheng lead this group of warriors, striving for the same goal as if they shared one mind, which was simply astonishing. She even felt that she might not deserve to have such a system. Soon, everyone else had arrangements, except for her. Luo Xu cleared her throat. Chief, all right, 7 teams are enough. You just stay in a safe place and report to me immediately if anything happens. Luo Xu. Was she really just going to sit and wait to die? Luo Xu turned and walked to the door, peeking outside through the gap. The closest mutated beast was at least 1,000 meters away from her current position. If possible, now would be the perfect time to sneak out and complete the task. The system map clearly marked the location of that woman. All she had to do was go find her. Looking outside through the gap, the entire world appeared particularly eerie under the dim blue moonlight. There were dangers lurking everywhere. Luo Xu took a deep breath, rummaged through her backpack, and found several daggers, a tang knife, 2 pistols, and 3 clips of ammunition. I don't know if these things can handle the otherworldly beasts. This is her first time facing a strange beast alone and completing a task, so it's inevitable that she feels a bit nervous. System. What rewards will there be after completing the task on this map? Since completing the tasks in 3 worlds, the system has been continuously upgrading and becoming more human-like. The hidden map where the host is located is an auxiliary-type task, and the rewards obtained have a strong supportive effect on all personnel in the system and the real world. Auxiliary-type task? In that case, while the other warriors are putting in their efforts, she can't just slack off. Luo Xu cautiously opened the door and peeked outside. It was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Her heart raced, and her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. How could she not be afraid? It was her first time acting alone. On the map, the warriors' team had already engaged with those alien beasts, and within just a few minutes, notifications of the beasts being slain kept appearing in the sky. Meanwhile, in the area where the squad leader was, the warriors had been surrounded by corpses. The encirclement by the corpses was getting tighter. Luo Xu gritted her teeth and dashed out, crouching low. Her heart pounded like thunder, her legs trembled, and she glanced at the map, quickening her pace toward her destination. Just a kilometer away, one of the alien beasts twitched its ears, halted its patrol, and turned its gaze toward Luo Xu's direction. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Region Research Institute of Dazhou Country, this research institute has just been established for less than 3 months. Before the deadline, construction was already underway here, and the entire research institute base has been under construction for nearly 10 years. Although some facilities are still not complete, they can only be put into use quickly. The research institute is located underground, with only 2 entrances, making it very secure. There are more than 300 staff members inside, specifically researching the zombie virus. However, today, the monitoring personnel at the institute suddenly noticed that the number of zombies in the vicinity had suddenly increased. Such a thing has never happened before. It's strange. How did zombies suddenly appear around here? This place is so desolate that even zombies wouldn't bother with it. The monitoring personnel at the research institute suddenly noticed something unusual. These zombies were heading straight for the entrance of the institute. Quick, contact the Central Command Center. These zombies seem to be acting with a plan. It's too bizarre. At that moment, the technician in front of the monitoring screen suddenly saw some strange phenomena. Zombies were pouring in from all directions. Yet they were all gathering in an orderly manner at the 2 entrances of the research institute, blocking them completely. Suddenly, a zombie walked out from the crowd of zombies. This zombie clearly resembles a human. My God, the technician exclaimed, covering his lips. Look, this zombie is so strange. Could it be the Zombie King? A few people nearby gathered to take a look. They were surprised to find that this zombie was actually directing other zombies to push the door. This scene is simply too bizarre. Hurry, someone go block the door. If these zombies break in, their entire research institute will be completely ruined, and they will undoubtedly die. In another world, Luo Xu was sneaking in the darkness. It was very quiet all around, without even the sound of insects or birds. Luo Xu could only hear her own heartbeat. She didn't dare to slow down. As she got closer to the place marked on the map, there was no time for her to smile before she felt the ground shaking violently. Rumbling. There are footsteps coming one after another. The strange beast is getting closer. Before she could react, she felt a rush of wind by her ear, and she rolled on the ground to dodge the attack. A large hole suddenly appeared where she had been standing, the ground shattered by a massive hand. Luo Xu crawled and rolled toward a nearby building, using it as cover, and quickly drew her pistol. Her heart was racing, almost jumping out of her throat. Previously, when she encountered such situations after obtaining the system, she would leave the other world without hesitation. But now, she glanced at the system map. She was very close to the mission location. Giving up like this would leave her feeling unsatisfied. Here, the squad leader has led everyone to prepare for a desperate battle. Occasionally, a string of characters drifts across the sky. Chapter 117. Backed by the nation, new laser equipment thing. Killed a bone picker. Received the following manifestation rewards. 5 infantry fighting vehicles, 1 blueprint for new infantry fighting vehicles, speed aura boost 1000. Ding. Killed 1. Received the following manifestation rewards. 1000 automatic rifles, 5 base defense, guardian aura 1000. Only Luo Xu can see the system page, and the number of people is decreasing. Number of people, 42-43-3950. Everyone is working hard towards a common goal, even at the cost of their own lives. Luo Xu gritted her teeth and looked at the ferocious and terrifying beast through the moonlight. This strange beast has terrifying fangs, appearing extremely frightening under the eerie blue moonlight. This is truly the first time Luo Xu is facing such a terrifying monster. She is very nervous and scared. She has restrained the impulse to have the system teleport her away many times. As she watches the number displayed by the system decrease more and more, she bites her lip tightly, not letting go even when the taste of blood spreads throughout her mouth. At this moment, we absolutely cannot give up. If we save this woman, she will be able to obtain the task reward. Damn it! The task reward is extremely important for all the warriors in this other world. At this moment, Luo Xu heard Wei Zhang's voice through the headset. Wei Zhang had originally focused his attention on the other warriors who were completing tasks and fighting beasts. But he inadvertently flipped to the map where Luo Xu was located. He immediately realized that Luo Xu was not indoors, and a cold sweat broke out on him. Even the sight of other warriors being torn apart by beasts did not move him. But seeing that Luo Xu had actually gone outside in the middle of the night made him break into a cold sweat, and his scalp tingled. The other warriors on different maps were all in groups completing tasks, but Luo Xu was all alone over there. Luo Xu nervously swallowed, held her breath, and did not speak. She was afraid that if she spoke, it would attract the attention of the beast. Wei Zhang was furious. You really? He turned to the operator beside him and said, "Activate Plan B." Yes. Immediately, Wei Zhang calmed down and tried to make his voice clearer. Listen, at the very bottom of your backpack, there are some camera spheres. Take those spheres out and throw them away. With Wei Zhang's suggestion, Luo Xu's panicked emotions finally found a bit of stability. She moved her body, trying to slow down as she unzipped her backpack. However, this small movement caused the beast to roar and turn towards her direction. This time, Luo Xu pulled out her pistol and aimed a shot at the beast's head. She missed. The bullet only passed through the beast's shoulder. The beast howled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xu fired a few more shots. However, in such an environment, her hands trembled a bit, and although she hit the beast with 4 or 5 shots, none struck a fatal area. Following Wei Zhang's advice, she found the surveillance balls and threw them out directly. With her actions, Wei Zhang received the signal on his end, furrowing his brows and calmly saying, "Make your move." The operator tapped on the keyboard and pressed the last key. Suddenly, the surveillance ball that Luo Xu had just thrown out aimed at the beast and emitted a beam of laser. After the blue beam passed, to Luo Xu's astonishment, the beast was suddenly cut in half. She stared wide-eyed at the shocking scene before her. Wei Zhang asked, "So is it dead?" A system notification sounded above everyone's heads. Ding! Killed a sand monster. Received the following manifestation rewards. 2 amphibious tanks. 1 blueprint for a new type of amphibious tank. 1,000 guardian rings. It's dead, Uncle Wei. But aren't these surveillance cameras? Why did they suddenly emit lasers? Wei Zheng snorted lightly. It was specially prepared for you. Because of the previous manifestation. Our technology was upgraded. The current capability can only produce 5 laser cameras, and they're all with you. Hurry indoors. There's still a beast accelerating toward your direction. Luo Xu's throat felt a bit choked. Without the help of these people, she wouldn't be able to survive in the system, let alone complete tasks and obtain supplies. Fortunately, having someone behind her felt truly wonderful. Luo Xu didn't dare to waste time. She glanced at the map and saw that she was less than 500 meters away from her destination. Ignoring the soreness in her body and her legs feeling like noodles, she sprinted toward the destination. At this moment, the number of people in the system has decreased by 2 again. Current number, 3750. No more deaths. She gritted her teeth, held her breath, and ran with all her might. Central Control Center. The phone kept ringing incessantly. The command center's phone was about to be overwhelmed. The technicians answering the calls were barely holding on. Commander, today we have already received over 10,000 calls, asking when the live broadcast will start. Some calls are to express gratitude, saying that they received manifestations at their most critical moments and hope to see the live broadcast. Wei Zheng fell silent. A live broadcast should be started? Nowadays, the interdimensional live broadcast has become a spiritual support for the people of Dachuan. Since the last incident occurred, the live broadcast has been completely cut off, leading to instability among the public. Now the situation of the soldiers isn't great either. Perhaps the public will feel even more desperate once the live broadcast starts. Wei Zheng clasped his hands behind his back and paced for a moment. He asked, how many alien beasts have been killed so far? How far are we from upgrading the system app? A staff member beside him replied, 1 more to go. Wei Zheng finally made up his mind. Start the live broadcast. Yes. Eastern Research Institute. At this moment, the Research Institute was in chaos. Soldiers shouldered their weapons and went to the door to escort the researchers out. The entire research room was filled with scattered documents, a complete mess. Hurry up, hurry up. The zombies are about to break in. There's another secret passage. Go through there. Dr. Liu, there's no way to take your research materials. Let's go quickly. As long as we survive, it's fine. At one of the entrances of the Underground Research Institute, hordes of zombies were continuously crashing against the door. That strong and unbreakable entrance was shaking under the assault of so many zombies. The soldiers were ready, blocking everything that could obstruct the door, preparing their weapons and waiting for the zombies to break in. Listening to the dense roars of zombies outside, cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. There was no time to wait for rescue. They could only fight to the death with this horde of zombies. Chapter 118. Live broadcast restart. Crisis at the Research Institute. Bring all the weapons from the armory. The passage at the entrance of the Underground Research Institute was dead silent. Everyone was staring intently at the entrance in front of them. Boom! In just 5 minutes, there was a loud crash. And the entrance door was actually burst open by the dense crowd of zombies. Open fire. In an instant, the soldiers opened fire, indiscriminately shooting at the horde of zombies. But there were too many zombies. They rolled in like ants, forming a spherical mass. The soldiers' resistance lasted less than a minute. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The zombie ball rolled in and instantly engulfed several soldiers. Those soldiers didn't even have time to scream before being eaten alive by the horde of zombies. This is terrifying. My God, what is that thing? Retreat. Hurry and retreat. Damn it, bombs. Give me the bombs, I'll blow them up. The soldiers withdrew from the first line of defense and detonated the bombs that had already been set up, finally stopping the zombie ball's advance. However, this caused the zombies to scatter, revealing that this massive zombie ball contained at least several thousand zombies. The second line of defense was also on the verge of collapse. Continue to retreat. Have the professors all left? We can't hold on here. Damn, when did so many zombies gather? Commander, the professors haven't left yet. They need time. We have to hold on a little longer. At this moment, several packages fell from the sky. A few warriors tore open the packages and found glowing orbs inside. These manifestations. In this situation, they are hardly of any use. They can only save a handful of lives, and the duration is only 1 hour. Their location is remote, and 1 hour is simply not enough to wait for support. So after the time limit, they are still left with no way out. A few soldiers handed the package to the squad leader. The squad leader waved his hand without even looking and sent it to the professors over there. The young soldier gritted his teeth and said, "Squad leader, take this. It can save a life when you get on the plane. You have a wife and kids at home." Hearing this, the squad leader's eyes widened in anger. "Get lost. Take it to those professors. Don't forget what we are here for, kid. Remember the mission. Hurry up." Just as he was speaking, a massive object fell from the sky. Everyone was startled, and they saw that the massive object crashed heavily at the entrance of passage 4, perfectly blocking it off. They stared in shock at the scene before them. What is this? A tank? A manifested tank? The few soldiers who had seen tanks before circled around it, observing it closely, and were quite certain. Our country currently does not have this type of tank. It is a new model, which is quite rare. However, it seems that this thing is no longer usable. The tank was wedged tightly, with its tracks, wheels, and cannon penetrating the wall, creating a large hole in the surface. The location of this passage is exactly where their vehicle came from. They managed to escape and block the zombies over there tightly. The soldiers listened to the howls of the zombies from that direction and shrugged. However, it did have some effect. It just blocked one passage. What are you still dawdling for? Go check the other passageways. There are still zombies chasing from other passages, and they retreated while shooting. They finally escaped to a place where they could temporarily take shelter, and the familiar voice came from the television above them. It was Zhu Chun giving orders. "Everyone, stay focused. We just need to kill one more exotic beast. But, Commander, we don't have many bullets left." Everyone looked up and saw the familiar scene, and the tough guys felt a bit choked up. "Look, the live stream has started. Ha ha, I knew it." A tank suddenly descended from the sky. A live stream. We are saved. In another world, Luo Xu finally entered the building marked on the map when another exotic beast was chasing after her. This is a place like a grand hall, very spacious inside, with 2 staircases on either side leading up to the 2nd floor. After confirming that the target location was indeed here, she walked straight upstairs. The strange beast, however, stopped near the building and turned to leave. It seems this place is temporarily safe. The entire building was dark, with only the eerie blue moonlight spilling through the windows onto the floor, making the whole hall seem a bit strange. She arrived on the 2nd floor, where the decor resembled that of a palace. She called out, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a faint sobbing sound came from the corridor. She rubbed her goosebumps and followed the sound, seeing a half-open large door. The stone door was about 2 meters high, making her mistakenly think she had entered an ancient Western palace. Pushing the door open, she saw a graceful woman in a dress sobbing with her back to her. Luo Xu felt that the scene was somewhat odd and nervously took a few steps forward. "Are you Mark's sister?" Seeing the beautiful face, Luo Xu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a monstrous creature. Just as she said this, a gust of wind suddenly swept in from the large window by the bed. The fierce wind brought with it a strange, foul odor, and Luo Xu quickly pulled the woman behind her. To her shock, outside the window was a ferocious-looking beast. It had eagle claws and wings, its body deformed and oddly shaped, with a massive head like a meatball. At that moment, it spread its wings, its crimson eyes fixed on Luo Xu, letting out a shrill cry like an eagle. Luo Xu shielded the woman behind her, like a knight protecting a princess. This scene was captured in the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast. "Wow, this little thing looks quite unique. It's so ugly. A glance at it might give you nightmares. Are you guys crazy? We only see it on the screen, but Luo Xu is facing it for real. My goodness, how has this other world changed in just a few days without a broadcast? It seems the last map was just an appetizer. Run. Is there any way we can save her? Don't die, please don't die. You must survive. Boo-hoo. How can she face such a terrifying thing alone? Find a place to hide quickly. Don't confront it head-on. Strange, look, she doesn't seem scared at all." Chapter 119, Manifestation Rewards, Base Cleaning System. However, Luo Xu, who was the focus of their attention, was very calm at this moment. There was not a trace of panic on her face. She seemed composed and had likely already thought of a strategy to deal with it. When she saw this woman, The system did not determine that her task was complete. This means she must defeat this alien beast. The staff at the command center, who had been busy, all stopped their actions. They stared at the screen, not blinking, holding their breath, nervously watching her movements. Wei Zheng supported himself on the control panel, his dark eyes filled with gloom. The commander beside him stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. If I had known it would come to this, I should have thrown her into the training camp for some serious practice. Damn it, this girl is too stubborn. If she loses her life in there, I'll drag her body out with all my might and yell at her. The commander sighed and shook his head, saying, it's not just her stubbornness. Look at which soldier who went in is willing to leave voluntarily. These martyrs would rather die than retreat at the last moment. The people you brought out are just as stubborn as you, just like a mule. Wei Zheng's face turned red with anger, yet he couldn't. Just then, Luo Xu calmly took out her backpack and started rummaging through it. The staff beside her immediately understood her intention and suddenly perked up. Sir, she is going to use the laser. Wei Zheng straightened up suddenly. Quick, everyone act. Link up the signal. Prepare plan B. Right? They still had those modified cameras that hadn't been used. No matter how powerful the alien beast was, it would definitely die under the direct attack of the laser. The staff in the entire hall became invigorated, their fingers flying over the keyboard. The citizens watching the live broadcast all held their breath, nervously watching the stream. The couple snuggled together, tightly holding hands, their hearts suspended in midair. They silently prayed for Luo Xu. She must survive. Luo Xu took out a spherical camera and threw it directly at the alien beast. Watching the sphere spin rapidly in the air, Luo Xu and everyone in front of the screen held their breath. The alien beast also noticed this small object flying through the air, snorted dismissively. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on the sphere. Instantly, the blue light expanded, turning into a blue beam that shot directly toward the chest of the alien beast. The beast, with its wings still flapping, looked down at the beam shining on its chest. It suddenly felt a sharp pain. As the blue beam appeared, the sphere reached the apex of its parabolic trajectory and then fell. During its descent, the blue beam perfectly penetrated the entire body of the alien beast, cleaving it in half. The alien beast's head remained intact, but its body was directly split into two halves. As the alien beast fell, Luo Xu heard a prompt sound in her mind from the system. Ding! Hidden map, one task completed for the first time. Here are the system rewards. All map participants' physical fitness increased by 10. All map participants gain an extra hour of protective shield at night. All map participants' luck increased by 15. Receive building protective shields 10. Base defense increased by 10. Base cleaning system 10. Lasting for 1 hour. Each first kill task brings huge rewards. This time, Luo Xu was the first to complete the hidden map task, and the rewards she received were also very strong. Looking at these words, Luo Xu suddenly understood why the map she was on was considered a support-type map. These rewards: enhanced physical fitness, increased night protection shield, luck value, all auxiliary things. Almost at the same time, everyone on the map heard about this reward. The warriors, surrounded by corpses, looked down at themselves and found that, at some point, a faint halo had appeared around them. They exchanged glances, and one warrior poked at the halo on his body, feeling nothing. Is this a 1-hour protection shield? It should be. They all looked at the squad leader. Captain, should we give it a try? Will this thing cause us to perish if we test it? The squad leader clenched his fist and smiled, laughing heartily. Do you feel a strange energy filling your bodies? As he spoke, the squad leader swung his fist directly at a nearby stone. To their surprise, the stone shattered, while the squad leader's hand was unharmed. Captain, have you turned into Superman? The squad leader chuckled, saying that it stated all participants had their physical fitness increased by 10, and encouraged them to try it out. A few excitedly tried, but the corpses were already closing in. A warrior with a gun elbowed the squad leader. Captain, the corpses are coming. Should we run? However, it was too late when those words were spoken. They instinctively counterattacked, drawing their daggers and cutting off the head of a corpse. But the number of corpses increased, and soon someone was scratched by a corpse. He was prepared for death, but found that he felt no pain at all after being scratched. Captain, it seems our protection shields are effective. After a few minutes of holding on, they finally fell back, panting heavily, but realizing they truly couldn't be harmed by the corpses, they stopped their counterattacks. Huh, this thing is amazing. The squad leader contacted Wei Zheng. Captain, the crisis on our side has been resolved. Haha, we are now in an invincible state. Going anywhere is not a problem. Wei Zheng widened his eyes. The protection shield only lasts for 1 hour. Hurry up and find shelter. After hanging up, Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well done. I really didn't expect that the map where Luo Xu was located would offer such generous rewards. A staff member nearby asked, Sir, what are the building protection shields, base guards, and base cleaning systems? Wei Zheng shook his head, not knowing, but it was definitely good stuff. Eastern Regional Research Institute. The warriors were still holding their positions. Inside the entire base, zombies were spreading like a virus. Several extremely important professors had already received halos and were escorted onto the plane. Some material resources appeared, but to them, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Utterly useless. The warriors gradually shrank their combat circle until they reached the central area of the Research Institute, where the most important research achievements were stored. They vowed to protect these at all costs. Chapter 120. Long-awaited sunshine, the guards had retreated to the last line of defense by the door. Armed with weapons, they watched the repeatedly battered and somewhat distorted door. As they saw the zombies about to rush in, suddenly, the commotion outside quieted down. The guards exchanged glances. The outside was eerily silent, with even a pin drop audible. What's happening out there? The captain frowned and said in a low voice, Everyone quiet down. It's very likely a conspiracy by that zombie king. These bastards are actually playing tactics. Their brains are really useful. Everyone, get your spirits up. Everyone forced themselves to stay alert, holding their guns aimed at the door, their tense muscles waiting for any movement outside. After waiting for about 10 minutes, their muscles were sore, yet they still heard no sound. Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly, a blinding light shone from outside. The light seeped through the crack of the door, just a sliver of brightness, enough to illuminate the entire pitch-black basement room. It was as if there were a sun slowly rising outside. This scene is too strange. This is the Research Institute down here. This place is at least 1,000 meters above the ground. How could there be sunlight? What is happening outside? Should we go out and take a look? A guard leaned towards the door, pressing his ear against it to listen carefully, then shook his head. There was not a sound outside. It was really strange. Dozens of people turned their gaze towards the captain. Captain, could it be that the reinforcements have arrived? Impossible. If the reinforcements were here, how could there be no gunfire outside? It's too quiet. I'd rather hear the roars of zombies. At least I would know they're just ordinary zombies outside. Although I feel this might be a scheme by mutated zombies, but this beam of light is too strange. The beam of light outside continues, making the whole room very bright. Someone stepped forward and stretched out their hand to let the light shine on it. There was a hint of warmth, clearly the feeling of sunlight. The guard grinned and said, It's so warm. Captain, I feel this is sunlight. I know what it feels like when sunlight hits my face. It's just this warm. A few people, curious, also stepped forward to try. The beam of light caused no harm to their bodies. Instead, it felt incredibly warm. Since the apocalypse began, the weather had been consistently gloomy. Plants had withered, rivers had dried up, and the air they breathed had become increasingly thin and heavily polluted. Although the country had long created air purifiers using technology, they still missed the scent of nature. Even when sunlight shone down, it had to penetrate layers of fog, and they could feel no warmth at all. But this beam of light made them feel the long-lost sunshine. Outside remained eerily quiet, with not a sound to be heard. Could it be that the zombies had left? How could they know when there was still no sign of movement? Leave? The zombies had rushed in. How could they possibly leave on their own? That thought was absurd. The squad leader paced nervously in place, ultimately making a bold decision. Let's go out and take a look. We can't stay locked in here for a lifetime. Yes. They prepared their defenses, and two of them cleared away the clutter from the door. Once the barricade was gradually cleared, the others, extremely tense, raised their weapons toward the door. With a kick, they pushed the door open, guns raised in anxiety. However, the scene before them left everyone stunned. All the zombies that had been outside had vanished, leaving only a thick layer of ash on the ground. All the zombies were gone. What was going on? They stared in disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. If it weren't for the warped door, showing signs that zombies had once been there, they might have doubted whether the events they had just experienced were a dream. Zombies. Someone crouched down to examine the layer of ash on the ground. Were they all burned to ashes? What did this? That beam of light? At the moment they pushed the door open, the light outside gradually dimmed, and now it was completely invisible. Looking around, they suddenly saw a glimmer of light around the corner of the corridor. The captain waved his hand. Let's go check it out. They remained vigilant, but there were no signs of zombies in the vicinity. Following the light, they finally heard the roars of zombies and hurriedly quickened their pace to another laboratory. Sure enough, here they saw a dazzling light, like sunlight, bright yet not blinding. It seemed to shine upon the zombies. In an instant, flames erupted from the zombies, and in a moment, they turned to ashes. Everyone was stunned. The entire room, containing at least 30 to 40 zombies, was reduced to ashes just like that. This scene is so spectacular. The light is also shining on them, still gentle, as if being softly caressed by a gentle giant's hand. A young guard suddenly thought of something, fumbled to take out his phone, and adjusted the screen to the live broadcast. He saw that the entire live room was being flooded with barrage comments. They were all commenting on the items from the last otherworldly manifestation. Congratulations on receiving Building Shield 10, Base Defense 10, Base Cleaning System 10, lasting 1 hour. The entire screen was filled with this message, with only a few other comments appearing occasionally. I wonder which lucky person will get these. Do you know what the base cleaning system is? Is it to help with cleaning? This manifestation shouldn't be as superficial as you think. The guard handed the phone to the captain. The captain looked around, watching the gradually disappearing light, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Indeed, it was not as superficial as they thought. This was what was called the cleansing system. It was just that the ones being cleansed were zombies, confirming that this light posed no harm to humans. The guards became somewhat excited and split into several small teams to search for the fading beam. The light felt so comfortable on their bodies, almost like sunbathing. 10 minutes later, the captain found the surveillance footage from the base and sent it to the Central Command. At that moment, the Central Command had already received surveillance videos from 3 different research institutes. At the same time, 3 research institutes across the country were under attack. These zombies have actually started attacking human research institutes. Chapter 121. Everything you do is worth it. Commander, this is Research Institute Q3. I am the head of the security agency at the institute. When the zombies invaded, we promptly evacuated all the regular professors and researchers. The casualties exceeded 2/3. But thanks to timely manifestation protection, the precious research data has been completely preserved. Central Base, this is Research Institute D1. Our institute received the protection of the clearing system, and all valuable research data has been preserved. Each research institute provided detailed reports in a short period of time. The reports were very thorough, detailing the entire process of how they were rescued by the clearing system. Immediately afterward, Weijing also received some surveillance videos from small defense bases. In the videos, zombies are climbing in layers up the high walls, while human defenses are firing weapons from the top of the walls. However, due to the sheer number of zombies, their efforts only had a minimal effect. These zombies have climbed up the high walls, and being too close, they dare not use powerful explosive weapons. Just as the zombies were about to break in, suddenly, they seemed to lose their support, and all fell down. The falling zombies tried to climb back up, but they couldn't grasp the stones on the city wall at all. It was as if an additional barrier had appeared above the city wall. Under the shining sun, a dome-shaped glass cover enveloped the entire defense base. Zombies attacked from all directions, but when they encountered the glass cover, they couldn't break through. The defense base was thus preserved. Watching these videos, Weijing couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Luo's choice was the right one. She not only completed a map task, but also saved many lives. There are at least 4,000 people in these several bases, and many elites in various research fields are included. Luo Xu's actions this time are crucial. Uncle Wei told Luo Xu, who was already standing in the sunlight, about these matters. Hearing this, Luo Xu smiled slightly. Uncle Wei, what I did is very meaningful, right? Yes, you saved many lives. Since you offered the system, you have already saved the entire Dazhou country. Remember to take care of yourself and not to be overly brave. Okay, after hanging up the call, Luo Xu slowly squatted down. She felt the scorching sunlight of this other world and recalled the fear she experienced alone when facing the alien beast last night. It all seemed worth it. She flipped through the system and found that the black triangular symbol in the current location had disappeared, while other places on the map had different symbols. She thought that perhaps she should leave here and check out those places. After completing her task, the tasks for other maps were subsequently released. These tasks are not visible to others, so Luo Xu conveyed them on behalf of everyone. During the safe daylight hours, everyone is working hard to make progress. After this task, every night, all the warriors in the other world would have an hour of invincibility, which was crucial for them. After making arrangements, Luo Xu went to Mark's house. Mark had already reunited with his sister and had a smile on his face. She asked, "Do you have any means of transportation here?" Mark took her to the camel shed at his home and showed her the camels he raised. He said respectfully, "Esteemed guest, the camel is our only means of transportation here. I can give you these camels, but the nights here are too dangerous. It's best not to travel far." Luo Xu thanked him for his concern. It would take at least 2 days to reach the next waypoint from here. Previously, Luo Xu would never have taken this risk, but now, she understood the importance of the map she possessed. Uncle Wei had said that zombies were becoming increasingly intelligent, even coordinating attacks on research facilities across the country, including underground ones. The auxiliary manifestation of her map was proving to be extremely important at this time. With the camels, Mark offered to guide Luo Xu. She initially thought she could handle the danger alone, but Mark's reasoning was quite compelling. "You're not familiar with the desert at all, and I know how to quickly find shelter at night. No one knows the desert better than I do." Luo Xu hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Perhaps this was an NPC setting. That day, the two set off towards the next mission location. Sitting on the camel was quite uncomfortable, and within half an hour, the insides of her thighs were sore from rubbing. Luo Xu couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. The live broadcast was divided into several different screens, which alternately scrolled during the stream. The entire exploration team was split into 5 small groups, with everyone else collaborating in pairs, except for Luo Xu, who was alone. When people saw Luo Xu walking with a man, they all thought he was another interdimensional explorer. Who is this guy next to little Luo? When did he enter? A lone man and a lone woman. Something's going on. Nonsense. I proudly waved the flag of the Luo Xu in Zhu Chen CP. Did you see that? The muscles on this man are simply too tempting. Slurp. His clothes are also very strange. Mark was wearing local attire, resembling a silvery metallic product that clung tightly to his body, perfectly outlining his strong muscles. As Luo Xu got to know Mark better, she learned about this type of clothing. Luo Xu found it strange, since this place was entirely desert. Where did the materials for making clothes come from? After trekking all day, by the afternoon, Mark stopped their journey, taking her off the original route and heading deeper into the desert. After walking for an hour, a giant cactus suddenly appeared before them. Mark defeated the lizard beast guarding the cactus and dug a hole at its roots, discovering a sizable space inside that could accommodate 5 people. "Let's hide here for the night and set off tomorrow." As Luo Xu was packing to go in, a prompt sound from the system echoed in her mind. Ding. Hidden map, 2 tasks completed. Here are the rewards. All members entering the interdimensional exploration receive a modified laser gun 1. All members entering the interdimensional exploration receive a speed boost of 10 and stamina increase of 10. Receive manifestation. B-grade K9 Mecha 4, Coppermine Mountain Range 1. Rocket launcher tubes 1000, Chapter 122. High molecular material armor. Indeed, after completing tasks in other maps, the rewards given by the system were almost all materials and weapon manifestations. That night, Luo Xu curled up in the small space, unable to sleep all night. She carried some combat supplies and struggled to chew and swallow a few bites of compressed biscuits. The warriors in other locations were not doing well either. They anxiously spent the night, using the extra hour to search for shelter while running around in the dark. Luo Xu saw someone injured and wanted to help them out, but they firmly refused. "Luo Xu, it is our honor to enter here and sacrifice here. Please do not take away our right. Although my injury is not severe, I definitely 1T pass the physical qualification review next time we enter the interdimensional world. This should be my last time stepping into the interdimensional realm. Please. They had come to view entering the interdimensional exploration as the most glorious thing in their lives. Luo Xu agreed, despite her reluctance. She felt ashamed for having thought of giving up many times. The time spent exploring the other world has been long. The outside world has not put much pressure on them, only requiring them to ensure that sacrifices are minimized. With the manifestation this time, a mountain peak and a vast expanse of grassland have suddenly appeared within the borders of Dachuan. The National News Agency has arranged for someone to photograph the entire grassland for broadcast on television. The reporter stands beside the grassland, dressed appropriately with a smile on her face. Behind me is the grassland that has just manifested, and now the government agencies have begun to survey the overall area. As she speaks, she can't help but take a few deep breaths. The fresh scent of grass is undoubtedly the freshest air, intoxicating. If all goes well, this year's grain yield will increase dramatically, and our country's food problem will be fully resolved. People who have worked all day in front of the screen cheer and clench their fists upon hearing this news. Because of the manifestation from the otherworld exploration, the nation is no longer lacking food. The biggest threat is the zombies. The zombies are becoming smarter and evolving faster, putting pressure on the National Security Department. Mechs, tanks, base guards, shelter defenses. The defensive capabilities of the people of Dachuan have increased manyfold. Moreover, a mineral vein has also manifested, providing technological advancements for Dachuan, prompting the relevant national departments to immediately launch a series of research initiatives. The country's recovery efforts are in full swing. At this moment, in the other world, the moonlight is bright at night, casting a ghostly blue glow over the entire desert. Luo Xu is holding a laser gun in her arms, aiming it directly at a fierce-looking alien beast in front of her. Her hands are steady as she aims for the beast's head. One shot, and it's dead. Watching the alien beast's head split in two, she grins. This thing really works well. Mark beside her is stunned. Luo Xu waves to him. Let us go. We need to hurry. With a laser gun in her arms, she no longer has to fear the alien beasts. Luo Xu also checked the map to ensure there are no alien beasts nearby, so she feels safe traveling at night. With the death of this alien beast, a system notification sounded in the sky. Ding! Killed a rock monster. Gained manifest resources. Surface Purifier 20, Air Purifier 20. Base Guard Tower 10 warriors and other maps are also killing alien beasts, accumulating more points. The system map has been updated. This time, almost every map has undergone some subtle changes. Finally, after 2 days of long travel, Luo Xu arrived at the next mission point, the Central Command Center. The Research Institute in the Central Base is currently the largest and most well-equipped research facility in the entire Dachuan nation. Almost all important weapons research and new energy research are conducted here. At this moment, when Wei Zheng arrived, the originally busy and disheveled researchers had gathered in a laboratory, eagerly awaiting the final experiment. As Wei Zheng entered the laboratory, someone handed him a pair of special glasses. Sir, after our researchers' day-night efforts, we have finally developed a new type of defensive weapon. This is the first test of the weapon. Wei Zheng raised an eyebrow, surprised at the speed. Just a few days have passed, and a new defensive weapon has been developed so quickly. The researcher smiled broadly. The team leader for this research is Dr. Choi Chan, who has dedicated his life to weapon research. Now, with the manifested knowledge of refined iron research and the actual raw materials, Dr. Choi has gained a lot of inspiration. He approaches a protective glass panel. Inside, Dr. Choi is wearing protective gear, thoroughly wrapped up. At this moment, a robotic arm beside him is holding a laser gun, aimed at a thin, black fabric-like protective suit. The protective suit is not yet formed. It merely resembles a shoulder guard and looks rather unattractive in black. A circle of research members has long gathered outside, each one excitedly waiting for the next scene. Currently, the laser gun is the most powerful known small weapon, and so far, we have not been able to overcome the challenge of manufacturing one ourselves. If this protective suit can indeed withstand the laser gun's attack, it would mean our understanding of laser gun research is correct. Yes, if the fundamental theoretical knowledge is correct, then technological development is merely a matter of time. At this moment, Dr. Choi is ready, controlling the robotic arm, and amidst the crowd's gaze, He presses the trigger of the laser gun. A blue laser shoots out, lasting less than a second, striking the protective suit, which then emits a cloud of thick smoke. Has it failed? The crowd's eyes widen as they watch, but Dr. Choi retrieves the protective suit. Wearing thick gloves, he gently brushes over the suit. After the smoke clears, there are actually no marks left on the suit. It worked. My goodness. Haha. Can this protective suit also prevent zombie bites? They really succeeded in developing it. The molecular strong force material is truly astonishing. Congratulations, congratulations. The researchers outside cheer with excitement. Dr. Choi takes off his protective suit and walks out of the laboratory. Wei Jing steps forward. Dr. Choi, you've worked hard. Dr. Choi looks at his tall figure, then smiles. Sir, please convey my highest respect to the warriors exploring the other world. Chapter 123. Everyone get out here. That's an order. The next day, Dr. Choi prepared a new experiment and specially invited Wei Jing to observe. In this experiment, Choi provided a human model, wrapped it in the latest manufactured armor, smeared blood on the armor, and then threw an ordinary zombie into the laboratory. Choi stood beside Wei Jing, his eyes bursting with intense light. General, it has now been confirmed that this new type of material can indeed withstand attacks from laser guns. However, what everyone is more concerned about is whether it can withstand the bites of zombies. Wei Jing nodded. If the experiment is successful, then it can be mass-produced. Is that possible? Choi Can's gaze was fervent, fixated on the armor inside, as if he were looking at a dream lover. It is possible, but we need more raw materials. It would be even better if we could have mine. Wei Jing frowned slightly. How is the research on the laser equipment progressing? A laser cannon has also been delivered here. When will we be able to develop the energy source for the laser cannon? Use whatever we have. And who are we to voice opinions? Choi shook his head. With our current technology, it will take at least a few hundred years to develop a laser cannon. However, at this point, Choi Can's voice paused. Do we have that time? Wei Jing became alert, a chill running through his heart. What do you mean? But Choi merely sighed and turned his gaze to the laboratory. The zombie, having caught the scent of blood, immediately pounced on the human model. The zombie opened its mouth and bit down hard on the armor, knocking the entire human model down and scattering it. As the time approached, Choi took out the walkie-talkie. It's ready. Soon, several people wearing armor opened the door and shot the rampaging zombie, dragging the corpse out, while others came in to clean the blood from the floor. The entire process took only 3 minutes. They went to check the armor, which remained intact. Indeed, if even a laser cannon cannot penetrate the armor, how could a zombie possibly bite through it? This is not over yet. Choi had people conduct a second round of experiments. They threw a mutated zombie in. This zombie is clearly more ferocious, its gaze more terrifying. As soon as it entered the laboratory, it stared fixedly at the glass in front of it. To be precise, it was staring in the direction of Wei Jing and Choi chuckled, knowing that it was aware of our presence here. Finally, he added, those people must know too. Wei Jing mimicked his expression and sneered. Aliens? His implicit meaning was directly exposed by Wei Jing, which surprised Choi a bit. You also believe such a bizarre guess? Wei Jing chuckled lightly. Bizarre? In this day and age, is there anything more bizarre than this? Reincarnators, system owners, superhumans. These things that only existed in books have now appeared in reality. Now, if an alien were to show up, it wouldn't be hard to accept. As they spoke, the mutated zombie remained motionless. It could tell that what was smeared on the protective gear was merely bloodstains. It wanted to eat humans, real flesh and blood humans. After waiting for 5 minutes, the mutated zombie still showed no sign of reaction. Wei Jing waved his hand and said, just kill it. The mutated zombie died under the laser gun. The laser gun aimed at it, and after being hit, it turned into a pile of rubble. Wei Jing was very satisfied with this result. If the zombies were not a significant threat to us, but merely some troublesome crawlers, our target was in the sky. You will report to the airship tomorrow. It's time for us to implement our launch operation. It seems there have been some new discoveries from the interstellar probe recently, and you will work there in the future. Choi was a bit excited. General, are you saying I can participate in the interstellar space mission? In fact, we already have a mothership ready. If we can research the power source of those mechs, we can use them to fly into space. If we can allow the soldiers inside. Wei Jing frowned again. All right, the soldiers inside all have their respective plans. Just do what you can. After leaving the research institute, Wei Zheng received a call from the command center. 3 more soldiers had sacrificed their lives. His brow furrowed. Where's Luo Xu? Okay. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, many people witnessed the sacrifice of those 3 soldiers with their own eyes. They died at the hands of a sudden attacking beast. The beast tore their bodies apart, and the scene was horrific. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room fell into silence. When Luo Xu realized that these soldiers had died, she had just barely escaped from the relentless pursuit of a beast. She found a relatively safe place, and, after catching her breath, she noticed that the system showed 3 fewer people. Her heart raced. System, send out their bodies, she softly said. At the entrance of the other world, dozens of corpses appeared. The soldiers' deaths were varied, with some bodies even unable to be pieced together completely. The citizens of Dazhou spontaneously took to the streets, holding paper flowers to pray for these soldiers. The screen in the live broadcast room displayed the profiles of the fallen soldiers. Their lives were summarized in just a few dozen words. That night, Luo Xu received a very serious order from Wei Zheng. Now leave the system. I command you as your direct superior. At that moment, all the soldiers in the other world heard this stern voice. Moreover, the citizens of Dazhou outside and all those watching the live broadcast heard it too. Wei Zheng cherished his people. Now they were scattered across various maps, and the death toll was steadily rising. He was already under considerable mental pressure, and now he could no longer hold on. Zhu Chan was the first to grit his teeth and say, "Commander, I'm about to finish my task here. We can hold on a little longer." Luo Xu curled up, watching the bluish night light outside, feeling a bit unwilling. Wei Zheng said sternly, "The supplies we have obtained are already sufficient. Now all of you get out here. This is an order. And Luo Xu, you come out too." Luo Xu had just arrived at the next town and was preparing to sneak in to rescue the village chief's daughter. Hearing Wei Zheng's voice in her earpiece, her body trembled and she nearly tripped over a stone. Fortunately, Mark behind her caught her just in time, and she quickly steadied herself. But such a small movement startled a beast 1,000 meters away. Looking at the rapidly moving light on the map, Luo Xu's heart raced. Wei Zheng shouted angrily, "Come out, Luo Xu Sai." All right, Chapter 124. Does the other world really exist? After the soldiers left the system, medical personnel took them away for a comprehensive medical examination. Inside the system, due to Luo Xu completing a task, the assistance provided had given them varying degrees of physical enhancements. However, unexpectedly, after leaving the system, the enhancement in physical quality remained. These warriors are stronger than Nox. However, under the strong recommendation of the doctor, they can only stay in the hospital temporarily for further tests. They don't seem to mind at all, holding up the stands for the nutrient solution, gathering in a ward, excitedly discussing the things they encountered in the otherworldly map. I never expected that there really exists an ancient civilization in this otherworld. So what exactly is this place? Does the otherworld occasionally exist in some parallel space? I had always thought that this map was just a pure game map. Although many things have manifested, I never truly enjoyed these manifestations. There was no sense of reality. Now, I feel that this is quite extraordinary. Yes, now, I also have this sense of reality. The previous map was just too ridiculous. Dinosaurs. This time, I truly witnessed the dangers of the otherworld. The moon at night turns blue, and all sorts of bizarre monsters appear. As Luo Xu just entered, she heard them discussing the monsters of the otherworld. We encountered something called a drought dead, which grows in the desert, has armor on its body, and a long tail that can be used to entangle, extremely powerful. We saw a creature with the body of a snake and the head of an eagle, along with a pair of wings, excellent vision, and incredible speed. Luo Xu pushed the door open, and in an instant, the voices of everyone in the room stopped. Luo Xu was taken aback, standing dumbfounded at the door. What's wrong? A warrior stood up, rubbing his hands, staring at Luo Xu with some excitement. Little Luo, they all say you encountered indigenous people in the otherworld. Is that true? What are the indigenous people like? The warrior's words suddenly opened the floodgates for everyone. Are they real human beings, or just a string of data? What does it feel like to interact with them? What exactly is this otherworld? Is it a parallel space, or an alien planet. It turns out everyone shares this feeling. In other maps, they had never encountered these things. They only regarded the other world as a vast treasure trove, simply searching for resources within it. This thing is equivalent to a place for Earth's reserve resources. If local resources are depleted, then one can go to the treasury to look for some. If a country develops technology too quickly and consumes too many Earth resources, then it can go to this reserve resource place to collect some resources, avoiding a decline in human living standards due to environmental issues on Earth. But now, they're truly feeling it. This place feels like a real existing world. Here, there is the presence of humanity and the development of civilization. Everyone's gaze fell on Luo Xu. Luo Xu thought for a moment. Everyone can rest assured that the humans inside are equivalent to NPCs in the game, and we just need to complete tasks once we go in. Upon hearing that they were NPCs, the warriors finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought this was a real civilization, and felt a bit guilty since we left some things behind that might have polluted the land there. Yes, during one escape, I lost a bag, and the items inside might have damaged the local soil. Now I can finally feel at ease. Listening to everyone relax, they began to talk again about the things they encountered in the other world. Luo Xu listened to their discussions, but started to doubt her earlier words. Does the other world displayed in the 8 wilderness system really not exist in real life? She was not sure. If it truly exists, then what impact would their tasks have on the indigenous people inside? After the live broadcast was closed this time, the people of Dachuan were not nervous at all. They learned the reason for the sudden shutdown of the last live broadcast through the announcement issued by the state. The government also gave them a heads up, saying that technical failures or crises from other dimensions could happen at any time, leading to sudden interruptions in the broadcast, and hoped that everyone would not panic. As everything was normal, although everyone was mentally prepared and could understand, the warriors and supernatural beings who went out to clear zombies really felt a sense of emptiness without the broadcast, lacking confidence. That day, many citizens from the central base came to the hospital's exterior. They did not disturb anyone. They simply offered handmade bouquets, meals, and collected fruits, bowed in the direction of those inside, and then turned to leave. In times of chaos, when everyone had hope, they cherished life more and maintained kindness towards those around them. Since the food supply became sufficient under the jurisdiction of the authorities, incidents of robbery and theft had not occurred. Moreover, the manifestation of the live broadcast greatly increased cohesion. Now everyone was busy, focused on building a beautiful new home. The next day, Wei Zhang came to find Luo Xu with a gloomy face. So, now you realize you were wrong? Luo Xu touched her nose, cleared her throat, and lowered her head. I was not wrong. The sentence was almost squeezed out from her throat. Wei Zhang snorted coldly and checked the system to see what the current values were in your personal attribute section. Ability, Research Technology, 91,100 Construction Technology, 16,100 Combat Skills, 5,100 Firearm Skills, 31,100 Knowledge Ability, 8,100. Luo Xu honestly reported each value. Wei Zhang thought for a moment. We have already obtained enough supplies this time. Currently, our country has 4 inland rivers, 3 mineral veins, nearly 50,000 hectares of arable land, as well as mechs and weapons. This is enough for us to study thoroughly for a year. I heard from the professor that you have quite a unique perspective in research right now. Starting tomorrow, you should report to the Research Institute. Once you get there, someone will introduce the projects you will take over. Luo Xu, note that. I understand, Uncle Wei. Wei Zhang nodded and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly paused. Chapter 125. The system transformation is genetics. After saying this, Wei Zhang strode away. His back gave off a feeling of fleeing and panic. Luo Xu knew that Wei Zhang's words were sincere and couldn't help but smile. She was also very grateful to them. She had to stay in the hospital for one more night. They could only be discharged after all the test results were good. Among the topics discussed with these soldiers, she should have the best chance of knowing the answers. After opening the system, she hesitated as she looked at the interdimensional entrance that appeared in the room. The psychological pressure caused by the system was simply too great. When she first obtained the system, she was filled with joy and wanted to show her skills. But as soon as she stepped in, she encountered a giant beast. That beast was at least 5 or 6 meters tall and nearly scared her to death. This time, I don't know if I can see that mark again after entering the system. Luo Xu paced outside for a few minutes and ultimately made up her mind to step inside. As she entered, the data next to the map changed slightly. Number of people, 150 lucky value, 150 this time. After she entered, what greeted her was endless yellow sand. The map displayed that this was the main storyline quest map. The location she was currently at was the trigger point where their entire team had fallen before. She had been standing on the map for less than half a minute when she noticed that the sand beneath her feet began to shift. Her body quickly sank into the quicksand. Not daring to stay any longer, Luo Xu swiftly left the other world. When she emerged, her feet were still covered in sand, and her legs felt a bit weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground. She gasped for breath. Sure enough, the system was still that terrifying. When she entered alone, her luck value was only 1%, which meant she was just an unlucky person, so unlucky that she could step in dog poop as soon as she went out. The system is still the same as before. Luo Xu couldn't help but curse inwardly and directly turn off the system, not daring to continue trying. She was still under the protection of the country and had become a bit arrogant. Her physical condition had not yet improved, so she decided to wait until one of her attributes reached maximum value before entering the system to take a look. Luo Xu slept extremely well that night. The next morning, she was awakened by someone calling her, saying that her examination report had come out. The doctor outside was particularly excited, holding the report in hand, and kept sizing up Chu Mayer over and over again. However, his gaze was not all unpleasant. Luo Xu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The doctor, with a voice trembling with excitement, said, "Your physical condition is too strong. Moreover, this enhancement is gene-targeted, which means you have fundamentally transformed." That's genes. No one can change the gene chain, but you have now been transformed into a supernova human, and your brain seems to be somewhat different from others. Of course, it was different. Her brain had been modified by the system. As for the physical strength, Luo Xu thought for a moment that it should be the rewards from the other world that had enhanced everyone's bodies. But she didn't expect that it was actually the genes that had been strengthened. Upon hearing that it was a reward from the other world, the doctor became even more elated, wondering what kind of existence this other world truly was. No one knows this. By the way, can I leave now? My body shouldn't have any other issues, right? No, none. The doctor said, "We need to send an electronic file of this test report to the other side as per the regulations. I'll inform you that there is already a car outside to pick you up, so you can leave." "Okay, everything is ready here." Luo Xu has little luggage, just changed into the clothes they prepared for her, and then walked out. These clothes are all army green, a short sleeve, a long sleeve, and a windbreaker on the outside. She had been in the system for a few days and noticed that it seemed to have gotten colder outside. But she didn't feel cold herself, so she only wore a thin, long sleeve. As soon as she opened the hospital door, a chilly wind hit her. The man who went out with her shivered violently and tightened his clothes around him. But she felt that the temperature was just right. "Xiao Luo." At this moment, a voice calling out to Luo Xu came from behind. Zhu Chun, along with several comrades, had just completed the final procedures. Zhu Chun walked up with a smile and handed her a somewhat heavy bag. "You saved our lives, so this is a small token of appreciation. It's not valuable, but it's our heartfelt gesture." He continued, "I really didn't expect that after improving our physical fitness inside, this enhancement would still be with us after we came out, and it has even become permanent. The feeling is truly wonderful." The other soldiers also greeted Luo Xu with smiles and expressed their gratitude. Luo Xu simply smiled. The things obtained in the other world were all deserved by everyone, so there was no need for politeness. Before parting, Zhu Chun winked mysteriously at Luo Xu. "I've heard that the things we manifested in the other world saved quite a few people, so the rewards this time must be considerable." "Rewards?" Luo Xu's expression turned pale. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have time to enjoy the rewards. Outside, someone was already waiting with the car. This car is very strange. Its lines are smooth and somewhat resemble a van, but it's different, adding a sense of advanced technology. The body material is unknown, giving it a feeling of stepping into a high-tech era. An old acquaintance stands beside the car, smiling at her. Luo Xu is still dressed in a crisp military uniform, his hair meticulously styled. Getting to take a look, this Tiger King is the first lightweight energy vehicle in our country made with the latest technology. A vehicle that can operate on land, water, and in the air. As they speak, the cabin door opens automatically. Once inside, the sense of technology becomes even more pronounced. The interior of the cabin is made entirely of the same metal material, giving a strong feeling of crossing into a new era of technology. There are 2 rows of seats, but Luo Xu can sense that something is unusual about it. Indeed, the interior of this car is not what you see right now. Luo Xu smiles and presses a button on the car key. The sofa seat flips over, transforming into a metal platform. Luo Xu presses the car key again, and the lid of the metal platform opens, revealing it filled with weapons. Cold weapons like knives, guns, and clubs, as well as hot weapons such as machine guns, pistols, grenades, explosives, submachine guns, rifles, various types of firearms are all present. These are all prepared for you. Chapter 126. The technological explosion brought by system manifestation. Luo Xu places the car key in Luo Xu's hand, then goes to the back of the seat and presses a spot on the inner wall of the car. Another storage compartment ejects, filled with a dazzling array of boxes. Each box contains different types of weapons. Luo Xu is genuinely surprised, asking why she has been given a vehicle full of weapons. Luo Xu replies, "This is an order from above. I don't know the specific reason either. Let's go. I'll teach you how to drive. In the future, this car will not need to undergo any inspections from authorities. As long as you prove it's you driving, that's enough. This is a privilege granted to you from above." After coming out this time, Luo Xu always felt that something had changed. First of all, it was the security system of the hospital, especially on the floor she was on. The entire security system had been upgraded by more than 1 level. Now, they had given her a car like this. What is this for? Are there powerful enemies trying to kill her? Luo Xu asked Luo Xu several questions, but Luo Xu was clueless about all of them. She could only give up for the time being and learn to drive with Luo Xu. This car is fully automated, and it can even free your hands, allowing the system to drive. However, Luo Xu still needs to learn how to drive. With her current IQ, Luo Xu only gave her a detailed introduction to the steps of driving and the positions of the accelerator and brake buttons. After trying a few times, Luo Xu was able to hit the road easily in just 5 minutes. Such learning ability truly amazed Luo Xu. Luo Xu rubbed her forehead, opened the map, and let the system drive automatically. She asked, "How has the country been developing lately? Has the zombie crisis been resolved?" Before she entered the system last time, she had been focused on learning scientific knowledge from the professors, and then she went straight into the system without any opportunity to understand the situation outside. Now, as she drove around the base, she noticed that the entire base had been completely revitalized. Many high-rise buildings had appeared, and even the transportation had begun to improve. With the construction framework for overpasses already in place and many workers involved in the construction, the streets were clean and basic shops had already opened, gradually revealing the prosperity of the pre-apocalyptic era throughout the base. Speaking of this, Luo Xu opened up. "Our country is developing very well now. But all of this is because of the things you obtained in the other world materializing. Fortunately, at critical moments, you receive the manifestation rewards, the base cleansing system, and that base guard, which preserve our research achievements. The inland rivers and wells you obtained solved our country's water resource issues, and the arable land you acquired resolved our food problems. More importantly, our country's technology has made groundbreaking progress. The vehicle you are currently in can even survive a nuclear explosion and is resistant to nuclear radiation." Listening to his words, Luo Xu turned her gaze to the window. The speed of recovery for the entire country was indeed very fast. Beyond the high walls, the areas occupied by zombies were desolate and bleak. But within these high walls, a new history was about to be born. After being struck, humanity had achieved a perfect upgrade in weaponry. The materials used to construct the high-rise buildings were all high-polymer nanomaterials, and the glass was made from new materials. Several overpasses had already been completed, with vehicles whizzing through the air, many of which were the latest models produced by the state, giving off a sense of technological explosion. There were also several large screens on top of the buildings playing movies from before the apocalypse. It seemed that my choice was indeed not wrong. Luo Xu took a stroll around the entire base and found that the base had now expanded to twice its previous size. This time, the zombies really posed no threat to them. It's almost time. Luo Xu reminded her. Luo Xu, it's time to go to the research institute. Luo Xu nodded. The sun was rising little by little, but the surface temperature showed no signs of increasing. Luo Xu sighed, wondering when the clouds would disperse and they could see the sunlight. The car slowly drove into the research institute. At this moment, Wei Zheng was standing next to two professors whose eyes were shining with intense light. They were staring intently at the screen in front of them. On the screen was a convoy consisting of 4 tanks and 2 mechas heading towards a flattened mountain range. Calling the base, we are the A4 defense team, and we have now arrived at the Longpu district of Zishan City, just 5 minutes away from the target location. The two professors were extremely excited, urging, "Hurry, let us see the results." The 5-minute countdown began, and everyone standing in front of the screen felt as if each second was a year. Before the 5 minutes were up, Luo Xu arrived first. Wei Zheng remained focused, simply waving his hand to let her in. As soon as Luo Xu entered, she was struck by the serious and stern atmosphere and couldn't help but hold her breath. She looked at the advancing team on the screen, and in such a solemn scene, she lowered her voice to ask the young man beside her, "They can't possibly be launching a nuclear bomb, can they?" The place where the tank and the mech were located was very crowded at that time. As they walked along, the mech cleared the zombies as if it were stepping on ants. The young man glanced at Luo Xu, and as soon as he recognized her, a blush suddenly appeared on his fair and delicate face. He awkwardly said in a low voice, "No, this time it's to test the surface purifier." The name sounds somewhat familiar. Luo Xu asked in confusion, "Is this a new weapon developed by the country?" Because Luo Xu unconsciously moved closer. The young man's face turned even redder. "It's a manifestation of the system. Miss Luo, you should know that." It was only then that Luo Xu remembered. This is what she manifested while fighting monsters in that hidden map. The name is a bit complicated, and she didn't know what it was for, so she didn't pay much attention to it. The long 5 minutes finally passed. Calling the base, we are the Protection A4 team. We have arrived at the destination. Please give instructions. Wei Zheng then turned to look at Luo Xu, waved to her, and signaled her to stand beside him. Let's get started. The entire team stopped. They were currently at the foot of a mountain, which used to be a scenic spot before the apocalypse. It was said that the most beautiful sunrise could be seen from the top of this mountain. But now, everything was destroyed, leaving only ruins. For people walked out from the Mecca, carrying a device. Under the escort of the Mecca, they placed the device on the stable ground. Sensing the presence of humans, the surrounding zombies began to stir, and there were faint signs of a zombie tide forming. Chapter 127. Surface Purifier. The Mecca then set up some surveillance cameras nearby before moving away. Reporting to the base, everything is ready. Good. Wei Zheng picked up the walkie-talkie. Start. As Wei Zheng's order fell, the professional engineers on a few tanks began to operate. They made some modifications to the device and, for safety, controlled it remotely. After all, no one knew if such a cleaning system would treat humans as garbage. Everyone in front of the screen held their breath. Everyone knew what it would mean if this surface purifier could cleanse the zombies on the ground. The countdown for the surface purifier began. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown started, everyone's hearts lifted into their throats, their gazes fixed intently on the small device. The device flickered with lights and emitted sounds, attracting the surrounding zombies. The people inside the Mecca and tanks did not intervene. They were all focused on that small device. If anything went wrong with it, they would be the first to die. 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the engineer pressed the button. With the button pressed, the entire machine emitted a buzzing sound. The sound waves generated by the vibrations spread out in an instant. Strangely, the sound waves seemed to have no effect on anything, and the image remained clear and smooth. But in front of everyone's eyes, the machine emitted a burst of light. The bright light is as dazzling as sunlight, but not blinding. The mech system can clearly detect it, and found that this light book contains some special substance. Beep beep, detecting. No results found. No results found. This special substance does not exist on Earth at all. Soon, they discovered that the zombies that approached the instrument first were directly reduced to a pile of ruins. Immediately after, all the zombies within a 10-meter radius that were illuminated by the beam turned to ashes, and this range was continuously expanding. This is just the beginning. After the zombies disappeared, the soil in that area began to purify. Since the zombie virus invaded, the water flow became contaminated, and after a heavy rain, everything suddenly contained deadly toxins, turning into a strange dark color, making it impossible to plant anything. Now, the soil within a radius of 2 kilometers has changed. The surface purifiers have all purified it, and suddenly it is gradually returning from dark to its previous color. The light is still shining. The ruins of the buildings have vanished, and the ashes of the zombies have disappeared. The ground is gradually becoming level again. All the construction debris and uneven terrain have returned to their optimal state. The warriors inside the mechs and tanks, seeing the revitalized scene outside, seemed mesmerized and opened the hatches. Wei Zheng frowned at this and sternly reminded them, "Be careful, everyone." "Yes, sir." Although they responded accordingly, they still couldn't help but open the hatches and step outside. As the hatches slowly rose, they felt the light shining on their faces. They couldn't help but smile, spreading their arms wide to let the beam illuminate every inch of their skin. "Detection complete, sir. This light poses no harm to the human body," and a soldier's voice hesitated, and after a moment, he continued, "This light is very similar to sunlight. It feels like the sunlight before the apocalypse. It's very comfortable on the skin." While speaking, they had already stepped down from the mechs and tanks. Their feet landed on the soft soil, and they felt as if they were floating, as if walking on cotton. An older soldier with white hair at the temples crouched down, trembling hands gently stroking the earth with his rough palms. He knelt on the ground, his whole body prostrate on the soil, sincerely taking a deep breath. Is this the fragrance of the soil? This is the soil from before the apocalypse, still carrying the scent of grass, with no industrial pollution, pure natural soil. I smelled this kind of soil when I was a child. He gently cradled the soil in his hands, gazing at it obsessively. Several soldiers beside him spread their arms, feeling the warm light. Is it just my imagination, or does the air here seem much purer? I feel that way too. This must be what purification is about. Zombies are filthy, and the substances that contaminated the land are filthy. They have all been purified. Look, suddenly, a soldier's exclamation came. He staggered to a corner, excitedly shouting, "Is this grass?" The others looked over and indeed saw some small grass growing on the ground. These resilient lives hidden in the soil have been waiting for this opportunity. Half an hour later, Luo Xu and Wei Zheng arrived in this purified area on the same helicopter, centered around the landmark purifier within a radius of 1,000 miles. All the zombies have vanished, and the land has been reshaped. Professional agricultural researchers have come to survey the land conditions. The old professors, supported by their students, wobbled off the plane. Upon smelling the familiar scent of fresh grass and soil, they were so moved that they couldn't speak. I detected the familiar aroma. This was all unpolluted soil, truly fertile ground. This soil should be suitable for planting. "Hurry up, Xiao Wei. Bring me my tools. I want to take a look." The student smiled and quickly took out the tools from his backpack. Wei Zheng, however, brought Luo Xu to the surface purifier. Wei Zheng smiled and said, "This surface purifier is a fine object that manifested when you killed a beast." Luo Xu nodded, feeling indifferent. Stepping onto this purified land, she breathed in the fresh air and felt much more comfortable all over. "You are our greatest contributor. Tomorrow, the central government will hold the 39th meeting to discuss your reward. Is there anything you want? In this situation, whatever you desire, as long as the country has it, we can basically fulfill it." Luo Xu swallowed hard. Anything she wanted could be. This kind of treatment was something she could never have imagined in her past life. She was originally an ordinary person, and upon arriving in this world, she was caught off guard by the apocalypse, inevitably panicking. However, when Wei Zheng asked her what she wanted, she hesitated for a moment. She really couldn't think of anything right away. Chapter 128. Hello. Lieutenant Luo, regardless of whether the country would give a reward or not, Luo Xu still had to report to the research institute. She didn't have any qualifications, unlike those students around the professors, who were all masters and doctoral candidates. To others, she completely seemed like a parachutist, not very well received. 2 soldiers escorted her to the underground research institute. Watching the elevator descend slowly to the -40th floor, it finally stopped. The soldier leading the way did not exit the elevator, but instead respectfully gestured for Luo Xu to go ahead. Miss Luo, please. Just follow this path straight ahead to reach your destination. Luo Xu nodded and exited the elevator. The door behind her quickly closed, leaving no sound. For a moment, the entire empty corridor was left with just her. The place was brightly lit, and the corridor was illuminated by a harsh white light. When she pushed open the door, she was stunned by what lay before her. Her eyes were met with a large factory base, where small robotic arms and drones were busy working on a massive object. On the other side of the door was a platform, completely surrounded by glass, providing perfect sound insulation. An elderly professor was waiting for her there. Luo Xu was shocked by the enormous object outside the glass, and was momentarily speechless. She stared in amazement at the colossal machine, standing beside the old professor. When did the country have such a huge project? She was completely unaware. This colossal creature has only a skeleton, measuring at least several hundred meters, or even larger. The pitch-black skeleton reveals nothing about its form once completed. This is a completely confidential research project. His voice is cold, filled with the hardships of life. Luo Xu looks at the aged yet upright figure in front of her, hesitates for a moment, but still asks nothing, only nods. Yes, teacher. On that day, Luo Xu followed the old professor to another research base. She still wasn't clear about the project the old professor was working on, but she learned a lot from him, all applying basic physics knowledge, even getting hands-on experience. In just a few days, Luo Xu's attribute panel showed improvement. The research and technology section jumped to 94. Such progress is already quite good for Luo Xu. I believe that shortly, she will be able to reach the maximum value and receive the system's rewards. While everything is proceeding in an orderly manner on Luo Xu's side, the central meeting has also concluded successfully. The country's development is already quite good, having formulated some post-apocalyptic recovery plans, as well as comprehensive plans regarding politics, economy, culture, and other aspects. In the 6th year after the apocalypse, the population of Dazhong country has dwindled to only 2 million. This year, the 4 major bases are continuously expanding, and the transportation between the 4 bases has also partially resumed, with nationwide water and electricity now operational. The government has organized the ability users into a structure, allowing them to earn points by clearing zombies, which can be exchanged for a new type of currency. The newly issued terms by the government state that the circulating new currency is referred to as the New Era currency. The New Era currency primarily exists as a virtual currency, but there is also a physical currency that can be used, although in limited quantities, serving as a commemorative item. Each person receives a certain amount of New Era currency based on their daily workload. The day after the bill was announced, the country began implementing the Palm chip. This chip can replace other communication tools, allowing for contact, internet access, and all functions are fully integrated. To be precise, it is a handheld computer. Zombie defense centers have been established across the country, where people can apply to go outside and fight zombies to earn New Era coins. Soon, these projects were implemented, and shops of all sizes began to open. So far, the government still distributes food uniformly, but many people want to improve their lives, eat fruits and vegetables, and have spontaneously started to buy and exchange with each other, forming various commercial chains. Hospitals, schools, and commercial centers have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Luo Xu has been busy learning from the old professor all day. When the person arranged by Wei Zheng came to find her, Luo Xu realized that she had already been in this place for a month. She has been studying various physics knowledge, both theoretical and practical, all of which require systematic learning. But the research and technology aspect has been stuck at 97 and has not progressed any further. Luo Xu entered the elevator with the 2 soldiers. When she reached the ground, she saw the long-lost sunlight, which seemed a bit different. To her surprise, it was Luo Xu who came to pick her up. This time, the car that Luo Xu drove is a bit different from the one last time. The car's shape has been compressed a bit, the lines are smoother, and the body is becoming more refined. Lieutenant Luo, I would like to congratulate you in advance. This time, your reward has arrived. Lieutenant? Luo Xu was stunned. Luo Xu cleared his throat. The awards ceremony has not yet taken place. But we already know internally that you have been promoted to lieutenant. Congratulations, you are probably the youngest female lieutenant in our country. The general wants me to take you to the Central Command Center. Come on. Let me show you what changes have taken place in the entire Dazhong country over the past month. Luo Xu truly did not expect that after just staying underground for a month, it felt as if several decades had passed. This time, the elevated structure is basically completed, and surprisingly, it has reached a height of 4 layers. From a distance, it looks like the cars are driving in midair. The overall architecture of the central base has also changed, with some new buildings made from a new type of material that has replaced reinforced concrete. This new type of material resembles a precious metal overall. It is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also lightweight, exuding a strong sense of technology. The Central Command Center has some differences from before. Although its exterior seems largely unchanged, there are several special buildings nearby that look like watchtowers. Luo Xu waved his hand to drive these people away, saying, "Go away, what are you looking at? There's nothing to see. Mind your own business." Luo Xu personally took Luo Xu upstairs. Along the way, Luo Xu saw a few old acquaintances and greeted them with a smile. Some warriors injured in the other world had remained disabled after recovery, so they decided to stay and work at the Central Control Center after retiring. Chapter 129, National Award. 30 million new era coins. Luo Xu arrived at Wei Zheng's office. Wei Zheng smiled and walked forward, waving for someone to bring over a tray. "I believe you've seen our country's development along the way. When it comes to rewards, we have always considered you to be in the first-class merit category, so we are prepared to grant you a series of honors." As he spoke, Wei Zheng lifted the red cloth from the tray. He took out a small metal chip to show her. "We have now developed this chip, which can replace all communication tools, computers, mobile phones. Everyone now has one. This communication device is unique to our country. It just needs to be implanted under the skin of your wrist." As he spoke, he took out a card. This card is pure gold and looks extraordinary on the outside. Inside this card, there are 30 million new era coins, and that car outside is also yours. We have also prepared a small villa for you, which I will personally take you to see later. Luo Xu was a bit puzzled. New era coins? This is just the beginning. There will be reforms again soon. However, at this point, Wei Zheng's voice paused. Compared to the new era coins, that small villa of yours is truly valuable. Luo Xu fiddled with the new era coins in her hand, lost in thought. This was the first time she had seen so much money. She still didn't realize what Wei Zheng meant by a small villa. When she finally saw it, she couldn't help but admire it even more. Being rich is truly wonderful. The luxury of this small villa far exceeded her expectations. The villa is located right next to the central base and is also within the range of heavy guard protection. Here, a number of small villas have suddenly been built. Each villa is exquisitely decorated, and the building materials are somewhat special. It is said that these materials possess strong defensive capabilities and are made from refined iron that has been materialized. However, it is quite rare to ensure that the materials are exquisite while also maintaining an attractive appearance. Stopping the car in front of her villa, Luo Xu immediately felt the fresh air, even catching a whiff of the scent of grass. She couldn't help but be taken aback, and suddenly turned to look at Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng smiled and nodded. Indeed, this area has been equipped with landmark purifiers. He took off his glasses. The villa area is surrounded by a high-voltage electric fence. Once any foreign object touches it, the high-voltage fence will be triggered, generating high-voltage current that can directly incinerate zombies, so you can rest assured living here. By the way, the country is gradually restricting the use of weapons. But with this card you possess, you can access the international network to purchase weapons. You have this privilege. 3 days later, the award ceremony will be officially held, and I will arrange for someone to remind you. After saying this, Wei Zheng was called away by a phone call. He handed over the car keys and the villa keys to Luo Xu. The small villa behind her truly became Luo Xu's home. These small villas have just been newly built. With the country's technological advancements, the time taken to construct a house has been greatly reduced. In just a month, more than 30 small villas have perfectly emerged here. She entered the courtyard, and the decoration here is simply exquisite, like a delicate little garden before the apocalypse. There's also a large flower bed, and the plants in the flower bed have just been planted with only a few tender little sprouts. Yet they still emit a faint scent of fresh grass. She walked into the room, which is a 3-story, small Western-style building, warm and comfortable inside. The outside temperature has already dropped to -10 degrees, but the room remains as warm as spring. The large floor-to-ceiling windows let in plenty of light. Even before the apocalypse, such a small villa here at the central base would cost at least several million. Moreover, after the apocalypse, human habitats have greatly shrunk, with 80% of the entire Dajong country occupied by zombies. The people inside the base only live in small single rooms, and sometimes a family of 3 or 4 has to squeeze into one small room. Such a unique little villa is absolutely priceless. A few minutes later, medical personnel in white coats came to the door to conduct a simple examination of Luo Xu's body. They suggested, "Miss Luo, the general has arranged for us to perform a minor transplant surgery to implant a chip into your body." Luo Xu frowned slightly. Although she was somewhat resistant to the idea of a chip, she felt it was inappropriate to refuse since it was proposed by Wei Zhong. "Do you all have chips implanted as well?" Several doctors smiled and nodded, demonstrating to Luo Xu. They gently pressed on their palms, and a projection appeared, very clear and capable of being projected anywhere, more convenient than a phone or computer. This chip is still being improved and will eventually replace ID cards. "Miss Luo, you can rest assured." Okay. Although it was called a transplant surgery, it was actually quite simple. The chip was injected into the subcutaneous tissue like a liquid using a syringe. After everything was done and the doctors left, Luo Xu flipped through the manual and opened the chip. The current design was indeed quite rough. The interface resembled a mobile phone, capable of making calls and using communication tools. She opened the website and saw it filled with posts, trying to understand the current situation. This website has become the main communication platform for everyone, where all questions can be posted. At this time, many people are inquiring about when the next live stream will start, as everyone is very interested in the Otherworld Exploration live broadcast. Even more surprisingly, she has discovered her own support team. She actually has a fan group now. However, what Luo Xu cares about more right now is the current prices. She found a shopping website and browsed through the items. Although the chip program is still quite rudimentary, the shopping website already vaguely resembles its pre-apocalypse form. There are many items available for purchase: food, water bags, various types of seeds and weapons, knives, guns, and sticks. A bag of rice costs 300 new era coins. A small packet of vegetable seeds costs 499 new era coins, and a portable water bag costs 30 new era coins. A pack of cigarettes ranges from 1,000 to 2,000 new era coins. A sausage costs 200 new era coins, and a bag with 10 sausages costs 1999 new era coins. Seeing these prices, Luo Xu couldn't help but widen her eyes. Have prices already skyrocketed to this extent? It seems that processed goods are more expensive than other types of products. Indeed, the factories are still not fully developed, and items that require mechanical processing are quite costly. Nevertheless, the 30 million she has is definitely a considerable amount. Chapter 130. National Hero 3 days later, the award ceremony is about to begin. Luo Xu received a package early in the morning, which contained several military uniforms, both winter and summer outfits, as well as formal attire needed for the award ceremony. There are no neighbors living on either side of her. Instead, several small villas have been auctioned off in the entire area, and some people are in the process of moving. When Luo Xu stepped out of the villa, the soldier who came to pick her up looked envious. "Miss Luo, there are only 10 purification zones across the country, and each villa is exorbitantly priced. Isn't living here much more comfortable than outside? Because the soil has been polluted, it is black and emits a faint, fishy odor. Inside the base, all the soil has been replaced with buildings, and the air is not very fresh at all. It cannot be compared to nature, and there is often smog, which feels quite oppressive. These purification zones are simply a paradise on Earth. Some wealthy foreigners even want to come to Dajou country to buy these villas, because it is an international network. The country has allocated 3 slots for foreigners and put them up for auction on the external network. It is said that a small Western-style building has already reached a high price of 1.3 billion, and the price continues to rise. Luo Xu just smiled. The air quality here is indeed better, but what exactly is a purification zone? In recent days, she has been working out at the gym, learning combat skills from videos, and it truly feels like a disconnection from the internet. The warrior said, "Because of the manifested surface purifiers, we refer to these purified areas as purification zones. Surface purifiers are single-use items, capable of purifying only one area at a time, and so far, A total of 10 areas have been purified nationwide. The public's demand is very high, hoping that you can continue to enter the other world and see if more purification zones can be obtained. After all, the housing prices in purification zones are frighteningly high, and ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about it. It seems that the map she is on is indeed impressive. Surface purifiers and air purifiers are both things that are desperately needed in the real world. If only there were another opportunity to enter that map again. As the vehicle slowly drove into the base, Luo Xu switched to a military vehicle. Wherever they went, the citizens outside gathered on both sides of the road, waving small flags and displaying bright smiles. They have arrived. Hurry, take pictures. These are our national heroes. Is that vehicle our lucky star? Ah, so exciting. She's going to be awarded again. How wonderful. I heard she is already living in a purification zone. Purification zones should be for people like her to live in. She deserves all of this. Yes, it's much better than those profiteers living there. Purification zones are so precious. They should be for those who have made significant contributions to the country, not monopolized by some people with money. Listening to these unreserved remarks outside, Luo Xu curled her lips. The emergence of purification zones has revealed class stratification. Those who live there must be carefully selected, or it would provoke public anger. It is precisely for this reason that she hadn't encountered her neighbors at all during her days living there. The awards ceremony began, starting with a few municipal leaders giving speeches. Luo Xu was taken to the backstage, where she finally saw a few companions she hadn't seen for over a month. Yi Lu and Zhou Qing were also present at this award ceremony, bringing a bouquet of flowers specifically to visit Luo Xu. Yi Lu smiled, putting an arm around Luo Xu's shoulder, asking, "So, how have you been these past months? Why haven't you contacted me for so long?" Luo Xu replied with a bitter smile. "After I came out, I rested for a day. Then Uncle Wei arranged for me to study." Yi Lu clicked her tongue in sympathy. What bad luck. But soon we will enter the system together with those foreigners. By then, we not only have to guard against the dangers inside the other world, but also avoid those foreigners taking action against us. You need to train well. Luo Xu felt a headache coming on. No wonder Wei Zheng was so anxious for her to quickly achieve 101 the tasks. It turned out it was for preparations a year later. Her physical fitness was average, and she couldn't compare to those battle-hardened warriors. She could only rely on the system to continuously improve herself, which was the only shortcut. The award ceremony was ongoing. The awards were also given to particularly outstanding ability users and farmers who performed exceptionally well in grain planting. A rough-looking man nervously rubbed his hands as he took the stage, wearing an embarrassed smile. "I farmed my whole life and don't have any skills. This is the first time I've interacted with those intellectuals. They use knowledge, while we use experience, and being able to work together to grow such rice is my honor. Thank you all for your kindness." Applause erupted below. Some people were moved to tears. Luo Xu watched this scene, feeling as if she were in another world. She had lived in District C for a few years. At that time, the entire District C was like hell on earth. There, the greatest threat came from one's kind. And now, in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a loving world. How ridiculous. A cold voice came from beside her. "The source of all the changes is you." Zhu Chun rarely showed her a smile. He said, "In times of resource scarcity, everyone is in danger. When the country faced a zombie crisis and chaos ensued, your system changed all of this." Luo Xu slightly pursed her lips, lowering her head in silence. She had merely made the right choice at the best time. Zhu Chun looked deeply at Luo Xu and lowered his voice. "Little Luo, we've acted together so many times, and we have quite the tacit understanding. Can you tell the general, next time we act, to take me along? This is his true purpose. I assent it." Luo Xu smiled and said, "With your strong command ability, you must definitely be among the candidates. No need for me to suggest anything." Zhu Chun looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated, opening his mouth but swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. If he could just mention it, it would be like giving me double insurance. As they spoke, Wei Zheng on stage had already mentioned their names. In these difficult times, because of them exploring the other world without fear of hardships and obstacles, continuously supplying resources, we can safely stand here, weapons, food, shelters. They have saved the lives of millions. Chapter 131. The Damned Assassination. After a passionate speech, Luo Xu and Zhu Chun went on stage to receive their awards. The audience below was extremely excited. They had only seen them on screen before, but in reality, they were even more talented and beautiful. Who would have thought that such a seemingly weak little sister could so effortlessly deal with a beast from another world? To this day, they still cannot forget how, during a mission, when they encountered that beast flying in the air, everyone held their breath, but she expressionlessly took out a monitoring sphere and threw it. In an instant, a laser cut the beast in half. Luo Xu was awarded the rank of second lieutenant, while Zhu Chun received the rank of captain. The sound of cameras clicking filled the room, and others who also participated in the exploration of the other world, wearing flower badges on their chests, stood on the side watching the two. After the award ceremony, reporters wanted to interview Luo Xu, but were stopped by several armed soldiers. They protected Luo Xu, not allowing any outsiders to approach. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun got into a car. Luo Xu noticed sharply that Zhu Chun had weapons hidden in his clothes. Normally, it would be prohibited to bring weapons on stage in such an occasion, but it seemed he was following orders. Looking out the car window, the outside was filled with chaotic crowds. Zhu Chun was watchful, glancing outside, and said in a low voice, "Drive." Luo Xu finally sensed something was wrong. What? What happened? Zhu Chun left her with just one sentence. "Someone wants to kill you." Before Luo Xu could ask more questions, the car sped down the highway. Here, Wei Zheng saw the car drive away, only slightly furrowing his brows before signaling for the others to get in the car and leave. Luo Xu had been in the car for just 10 minutes when, after a turn, a car suddenly darted out and crashed directly toward her vehicle. The driver calmly executed a quick maneuver, dodging the collision. It was real. Someone wanted to kill her. Luo Xu's expression turned cold as she turned to Zhu Chun and said, "Give me a gun." Zhu Chun glanced at her, pulled out a gun from somewhere on his body, and tossed it to her. Luo Xu tightly gripped the gun and turned to look out the car window. The car behind them had failed to catch up and was not pursuing them. Instead, there were two cars trailing them at a safe distance. Luo Xu's face turned slightly pale. Who wanted to kill her? Zhu Chun replied, "I don't know." He added, "Just like those terrorist attacks on global defense bases. No one knows who did it, and there's no clue to investigate." The car continued driving, passing two more intersections. The number of cars following them had now reached 6. Team 2, we have now arrived at the east side of Songming Road. Hurry up and come to the front to assist. Calling Team 2. Zhu Chun took out a walkie-talkie to make the call. When did they prepare so thoroughly? The sound of helicopters also echoed above. Luo Xu looked up and saw 2 helicopters hovering nearby. Team 2 received, "We are ready and executing according to the original plan." After the communication ended, Luo Xu couldn't help but ask, "When were all these arrangements made?" Zhu Chun replied, 5 minutes before going on stage to receive the award. Luo Xu. In those 5 minutes, Zhu Chun had just taken a trip to the restroom. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several bullets struck the exterior of the car where Luo Xu was sitting, not piercing through the glass or the outer wall, but leaving deep bullet marks. Luo Xu was startled, looking at the large bullet dent on the glass, right where her forehead was, and couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. This is still the first time she has felt such a strong sense of death in reality. These people are really ruthless. A window suddenly popped up in Luo Xu's palm. This is a call from Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng asked her, "How's the situation over there? Are you injured? Who is the person that Uncle Wei wants to kill?" Wei Zheng cursed under his breath and let out a swear. "Damn it, we still haven't figured it out. You should escape first. Once this storm passes, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Whoever I catch doing this, I will kill him. The only thing that is certain right now is that these people's target is Luo Xu. I will provide an accurate escape route. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your life." Luo Xu gasped in shock and smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Uncle Wei." Bang, bang, bang. There were more gunshots. The bullets still couldn't penetrate the car, and Luo Xu inside was very safe. Zhu Chun spat and put away his handgun, switching places with the driver to take the steering wheel. He settled in. At this moment, Wei Zheng called again. After Luo Xu answered, Wei Zheng asked her if Zhu Chun was beside her. Luo Xu nodded yes. Wei Zheng hesitated a bit, furrowing his brows, and said, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him go too far." Okay. With just a few simple words, Luo Xu sensed something unusual. Zhu Chun's driving skills were very impressive. In less than 10 minutes, He led the cars behind them to a sparsely populated area. The helicopters in the sky finally had a chance to take action, and several soldiers opened fire with submachine guns. 5 out of 6 cars exploded directly, and no one inside survived, leaving only one car remaining. Zhu Qin stopped the car, got out with a gun, and walked towards a vehicle that had rolled over several times on the ground. Luo Xu wanted to get out as well, but was stopped by the driver who had been ordered to the passenger seat by Zhu Qin. The driver smiled bitterly and said, "Commander, it's better if you don't get out. It's very dangerous outside. We can't be sure if there are hidden snipers nearby. After all, they're targeting you." Luo Xu nodded, her worried gaze falling on Zhu Qin. As Zhu Qin approached, the helicopters lowered iron chains, and members of the Special Operations Team surrounded the car. They managed to capture a live target, and the Special Operations Team escorted him to the central prison. Almost at the same time, other warriors attending the awards ceremony, who were also exploring different realms, encountered sudden attacks. The vehicles they were in were bombed by the enemy. The terrorist attack lasted less than 5 minutes, resulting in the sacrifice of 4 warriors from the otherworldly exploration, with over a dozen others injured. This attack far exceeded the plan. They had always thought that these people's target was Luo Xu, but now it seems they were wrong. The goal of these people is all the warriors participating in the exploration of other worlds. Chapter 132. Dare to touch my people. I will blast you to death with my laser cannon. Migo Nation, a military defense base in a certain edge area. The warriors sit atop the high walls, weapons aimed at the zombies below, shooting. Among them, a man in tattered military uniform, with a robust build and well-defined muscles, has an elegant physique. His expression is cold, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he shoots downwards. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Each shot hits the zombie's forehead. At this moment, several men in clean and special military uniforms walked over. "Peter Berry, please come with us." Year 6 of the Apocalypse. Migo Nation, Tainer Nation, Feijia Nation. The few remaining countries in the world are secretly cultivating some special talents. Among these talents are soldiers, politicians, military strategists, geologists, physicists, located in a large building at the central position of the country. Here, before the end of the world, the weather was beautiful and sunny, resembling a perfect paradise. But now, it has been transformed into a military base for the country. At this moment, helicopter after helicopter flew in and landed on the helipad. The people on the planes were brought down, all wearing bulletproof vests, curiously surveying their surroundings. Among them were formidable warriors and exceptionally intelligent scientists. They looked around with curiosity, gathering in the square, unaware of what lay ahead for them. At this moment, another helicopter landed on the heliport. The people who got off the helicopter were all fully armed soldiers. They were equipped with the most advanced gear available in the country today. Immediately after, a man nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall stepped out of the vehicle. His face was clean-shaven, and his resolute face bore some small scars, exuding a strong sense of killing intent. This person, known throughout the Migo country, is none other than one of the few generals of the country, Mu'er. Mu'er has never suffered a defeat in his life, and is referred to as the Grim Reaper. The moment he appeared, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Mu'er stepped in front of everyone, his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd like a hawk. A month ago, the country passed a law to implement the night program. The Chuan country has a portal for interdimensional exploration, where one can collect supplies. The main purpose of your secret training is to participate in such expeditions. Our Migo country has obtained 4 slots, so among all of you, only 4 will be eligible to go and collect supplies. Now, I will explain the situation. All selected individuals will gain unprecedented glory and survival resources for the apocalypse. For your families and for yourselves, give it your all. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became somewhat agitated. Otherworld, it really exists, right? My goodness. I've been following the live streams from Dachuan country, and it seems they have completely improved their lives using this otherworldly passage. Yes, I've seen it too. That you can obtain arable land, clear water, food, weapons, everything. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that the people sent in by Dachuan country are useless. I could tear those ferocious beasts apart with my bare hands. If given the chance, I really want to go in and take a look. I specialize in this kind of research, and I'm eager to see how the mineral content of that place differs from Earth's. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Muir smiled slightly, pleased with this outcome. Now, the water the country drinks is sewage, and food is extremely scarce. Some even suggested cooking the lost meat to eat. At this moment, his assistant behind him lowered his voice and said, "General, there's a phone call coming in." Muir nodded and said, "Take it." As soon as the call was connected, a barrage of insults came from the other end. "Muir, you little bastard. How dare you send people to my doorstep? I've got my laser cannon ready for you. If you dare to send anyone to our base again, I'll come straight to your doorstep." Wei Zheng yelled in his not-so-standard English. From his fragmented words, Muir finally understood what had happened. The soldiers from Dachuan Kingdom had been assassinated, and Wei Zheng thought it was something Muir had arranged. Once Wei Zheng calmed down a bit, Muir quickly explained, "This was not our doing, General Wei Zheng. Our country, Mij, absolutely did not send anyone to your side. Besides, even though our technology could evade your aerial blockade, it might not be able to escape your ground blockade. You may have misunderstood." Wei Zheng snorted coldly. "That sounds nice, but now in the entire Northern Hemisphere, there are only a few countries left, and the ones with real strength are just you guys in the Southern Hemisphere. The peace treaty we signed clearly states that if any country initiates an attack, the treaty is automatically void. It might not be your Mij country, but it could be other countries. You need to investigate this on your side and give me an answer as quickly as possible. I warn you, if I find out you're pulling any tricks, I want to even recognize your biological father." Wei Zheng's words were indeed harsh, and Muir looked somewhat grim. However, it was true that what Wei Zheng said was right. The current Dachuan Kingdom was extraordinary. Even their most advanced exploration technology couldn't accurately see the current development of Dachuan. That otherworldly realm had provided Dachuan with too many tangible resources. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, he knew that Dachuan was undoubtedly happier than any other country in the world. Now that the peace treaty was facing the risk of being torn apart, Muir dared not delay and quickly reported the matter to the council for investigation. After communication between various countries, they stated that they had not taken any action. These countries were struggling to survive. How could they have the energy to do such things? In the end, Muir said with a serious expression, "A mysterious force swept across the globe a few months ago, destroying hundreds of defensive bases. I think what you encountered this time might be related to this event." Wei Zheng snorted lightly. "What? Did you find anything over there regarding the terrorist attack? Since you say it wasn't you, you should show me something. What good is a broken guarantee? It's just a piece of paper." Muir pondered for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Indeed, we've found some things." Chapter 133, 50 years have passed. 2 hours later, the Central Command Center remotely received the data and printed out hundreds of pages, all filled with English. After 6 hours of translation, this information was sent to Wei Zheng's office. Wei Zheng took the papers and grinned broadly. These guys, they only tell the truth after being scolded. Mij had previously shot down an enemy aircraft. Although they had always claimed there were no discoveries, this data, after being encrypted layer by layer, definitely contained new findings. They discovered that the materials used to construct the entire spaceship do not exist among the elements on Earth. This suggests that it is highly likely that the entire aircraft is made from extraterrestrial meteoric materials, and it definitely does not consist of materials found on Earth. Additionally, there are some fingerprints and body fibers left on the plane, which, upon testing, are still not substances existing on Earth. All signs indicate that everything is being controlled by outsiders. Aliens? Wei Zheng scoffed. This world is becoming crazier and crazier. Luo Xu now has a fixed place to stay. The privacy here is excellent. She can finally do what she wants. In the past few days, Luo Xu has been busy buying a lot of materials. She created a signal jammer around her room to prevent the signals emitted by the system from attracting the attention of the scientists around her. She noticed that several esteemed scientists were also staying in the villa. Previously, when she activated the system at Wei Zheng's place, it immediately raised their alert. In order to enhance her research and technological capabilities, she learned a lot from the old professors. She became familiar with many cutting-edge technologies in the country, and making a small signal jammer was relatively simple. Arriving at the training room, she put on the bulletproof vest specially made for her by the state. The surface used nanotechnology, making it lightweight and convenient, capable of absorbing 80% of the damage. She opened a wall filled with various weapons, bombs, and firearms. Luo Xu strapped 2 tang swords and a dagger to her body, grabbed a laser gun, and a small laser pistol to hang at her waist. After putting on a newly issued helmet, she activated the system. As her thoughts settled, a white mist appeared in front of her. Luo Xu flipped through the maps in the system. Now only one map remained. Since they all left the hidden map, the 5 maps displayed by the system had disappeared. Although they all felt regret, at least the warriors had survived. This is her 10th time exploring the system alone. The previous 9 times were before she offered up the system. Back then, her naive self thought it was a blessing from heaven, the Eight Desolation System. Able to connect the 4 seas and 8 desolations. It was simply a treasure trove. Little did she know, this thing was even more deadly. Fully armed this time, she was sure she could last a minute. Luo Xu took a deep breath and stepped into the system. Each entry point was random. Therefore, upon seeing the desolate desert in front of her, Luo Xu quickly opened the system map. However, she was a bit surprised to see that she had randomly entered the same map she had been in before. A few words floated lazily across the map. Harriman aliens. It was currently nighttime. Number of people, 150. Luck, 150. This meant that although she had entered this familiar map, she was still a jinx. Sure enough, she hadn't taken a few steps when the sound of shuffling footsteps began to come from the nearby desert. Luo Xu furrowed her brows and fired a few shots in that direction. The laser shot struck the giant lizard, slicing it in half. Luo Xu tightened her grip on the laser gun, unable to help but marvel at how useful it was. She looked around. This desert was very unfamiliar. She opened the map and found that she was near the first mission location, right next to that small town. She must have walked this road before, but this time, it seems that the flow of the desert has changed. It is quite close to that town. Luo Xu took out a black robe from her bag and wrapped herself tightly, blending into the night. With a 1% luck value, she was practically a disaster. From her current location to the town, there was only 1 kilometer distance, and along the way, she encountered several fierce beasts. Without exception, all of them were struck down by her. Ding! Killed a rock thrower, received food package 10, basic copper forging skill 1. Ding! Killed a night lizard, received. Ding! Killed a mantis demon, received. As she killed these beasts, the points section in the system changed again. System is upgrading. Luo Xu was now very close to the small town, and at this moment, she finally saw that the entire small town had undergone a tremendous change. The last time she came here, it was merely a civilization of the Copper Age, struggling to develop. But now, the world seems to have entered the Steam Age. The buildings here are intricate and complex. The entire town has expanded several times, and the once earthen structures have now transformed into one ironclad building after another, with faint lights shining through from inside. They have electricity now? Luo Xu was astonished. She had only been gone for a little over a month. The world here has already developed into its current state. The town at night still shows no sign of life, and Luo Xu walks through without any obstruction. However, soon she hears voices. These people seem to have gathered together. Upon arriving at the center of the town, they saw a huge building, likely a church or something similar, for which faint voices could still be heard. At this moment, the ground began to tremble. Luo Xu quickly opened the system map to check. A strange beast was charging towards this direction. On the map, the strange beast appeared as a bright black. This means that the strength of this strange beast is extremely powerful. Luo Xu knocked on the door in frustration. It's all because of me. She feels like she's possessed by the god of misfortune. Clearly, the people inside should have sensed something. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a person rushed out. Not good. It's a strange beast. Run quickly. A powerful strange beast is coming. God, save us. Great sun god, please save us. Your poor worshippers. A man directly knelt down in the direction of the strange beast, praying and crying. A group of people followed closely behind, all pious worshippers, kneeling down as well. Luo Xu was shocked at this scene. She took a few steps back, hiding her figure in the darkness. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder. It's you. Luo Xu was startled, like a startled bird, raising the weapon in her hand and turning to aim it at him. Upon closer inspection, She unexpectedly recognized him as someone somewhat familiar. Chapter 134. The secret of the system. The one greeting her was a middle-aged man. He looked weathered, but wore a gentle smile. Luo Xu vaguely saw a resemblance to Mark in his outline. She hesitated to call out that name. Mark? The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. It's me. Saying this, Mark directly knelt down in front of Luo Xu. Divine being, thank you for saving me back then. My sister was able to be safe. I never had the chance to say thank you, and I didn't expect to see you today, 30 years later. Luo Xu frowned slightly, forcing out a smile. No, it's not necessary. Just an NPC. Why is the plot becoming more and more real? Has it really been 30 years here? She has only been outside for a month. Mark smiled and said yes. The sound of the ground shaking grew louder. The beast was gradually approaching. Luo Xu flipped through the system map, her brow furrowed. It's dangerous outside. You should let them all go in. Mark looked excited. Since the divine being has spoken, we will definitely comply. Seeing his genuine gratitude, Luo Xu felt that the situation was a bit strange. Mark turned and waved his hand to the crowd. Everyone, come quickly. A miracle has descended again. Our divine being has appeared. As his voice fell, the people turned to look at Luo Xu. Their eyes were filled with fervent light, as if they had already regarded Luo Xu as the representative of the divine. This feeling is so strange. Luo Xu's mind stirred, and she left the system. At that moment, the indigenous people watched her leave with wide eyes. Yet they were not frightened at all. Instead, they knelt deeply at the place where she had just been. God, thank you for your miracle. Under Mark's leadership, the indigenous people headed towards the Great Hall. However, at the instant Luo Xu left, the strange beast that was approaching everyone seemed to have lost its target. Coming to a halt in place, looking around in confusion before finding a new direction to go, Luo Xu felt a sense of collapse for the first time. She ran a hot bath and soaked in the steaming water. Amidst the swirling mist, her thoughts slowly drifted away. Ding! System upgrade complete. Map reconstruction complete. Map tasks successfully improved. The system's notification echoed in her mind like thunder. Luo Xu let out a sigh of relief, opened her eyes, and with a thought, entered the system to check. Race, human, gender, female, danger level, none abilities, research technology, 97-100 construction technology, 16-100 combat technology, 50-100 firearm technology, 31-100 knowledge ability, 80-100. Her gaze fixed on the gender section. She stared blankly at the word female. Race, human. Does this mean there are other racial categories? What kind of world is the system? The world that the Eight Desolations system leads to? Is it a game made up of a string of data? Or is it a real, flesh and blood, living world? Luo Xu chuckled lightly and shook her head. System, what changes will occur after the tasks in this world are completed? Host, upon completing the task, the system will gain points, thus continuously upgrading and transforming. I hope the host can complete the tasks with peace of mind. The specific results of the transformation will be seen by the host one day. This system is becoming more and more mysterious. Luo Xu felt a bit of a headache. My research skills have been stuck at 97. How should I improve? Also, if I raise these abilities to 100, what benefits will it bring me? Host, these skills are needed during the tasks. It seems that the only way to further explore the secrets of the system is to complete tasks. The main quest is just a simple delivery task. Thankfully, there are no other complicated matters. Luo Xu stood up, wiped the water off her body, got dressed, and contacted Wei Zhong. She called him. Uncle Wei, when are we going to do the next system task? The next morning, a special car came to pick up Luo Xu. This time, it was Zhu Qian driving the car. Zhu Qian's expression was not good, looking somewhat haggard, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. Luo Xu was a bit taken aback. How'd he change so much in just 2 days? Zhu Qian rubbed his eyes and took a big gulp of coffee to perk himself up. You don't know. Recently, our comrades who participated in the otherworld exploration have encountered various dangers to varying degrees. Car accidents, flower pots suddenly falling from above, glass shattering right in front of them, and even getting accidentally hit by a child's slingshot while walking down the street. It's truly bizarre. How could all these things happen by chance? Clearly feeling that something was off, but having no way to investigate. Luo Xu slightly lowered her eyelids and hesitated to say, actually, the occurrence of such events is related to probability in mathematics. Many seemingly coincidental events can actually be calculated precisely. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chun glanced at her. So, these seemingly accidental events can be manipulated by people? Luo Xu nodded. As long as one is smart enough. Zhu Chun pondered. Indeed, this was a murder. But who did it? There was still no clue up to now. Luo Xu went to Wei Zheng's office. Wei Zheng now looked similar to Zhu Chun, also appearing as if he hadn't slept in a long time. Hearing that Luo Xu wanted to quickly resolve the main task of this map, Wei Zheng took a sip of strong coffee and then asked her with a serious expression. What's wrong? Is there something unusual with the system? Luo Xu shook her head. Uncle Wei, after this level is cleared, the system should undergo an upgrade, and there may be new abilities available then. Upon hearing that the system would upgrade, Wei Zheng also became a bit impatient. All right, I will make arrangements. Immediately that afternoon, Wei Zheng gathered everyone together. This time there are still 50 people. Last time, so many died in the other world, but there are still quite a few warriors volunteering to come in and give it a try. By the time Luo Xu arrives, these people are already prepared. This time, Zhu Chun stepped back slightly and smiled at her. Wei Zheng walked up and patted her shoulder. This time, your captain is Luo Xu. After entering the other world, you must obey her orders. As soon as he finished speaking, the 49 people below replied in unison, yes. Luo Xu felt a bit awkward. Uncle Wei this. Wei Zheng looked at her with an approving gaze. Believe in yourself, you can do it. The new team once again set off on the path of exploring the other world. At this moment, in a dark alley of Dechuan country, a man quietly entered a room with a computer in his arms. Chapter 135. Luo Xu's melon in the dark and damp room. The man sat on a narrow bed and opened his computer to start operating it. His fingers flew rapidly across the keyboard, the dim light from the laptop flickering on his face. Meanwhile, the citizens of Dechuan country were still immersed in the joy of the live broadcast resuming. Watching the warriors appear full of spirit on the live screen. The whole country celebrated. Finally, the live broadcast is back. Our country is mighty. Our country is mighty. The entire screen was almost flooded with the big words "Our country is mighty." Only occasionally did some sarcastic comments from bad people appear among the string of words. It seems like there are new people this time. Who remembers the 20 or so who sacrificed themselves last time? At the last award ceremony, the country honored them as martyrs, took care of their families, and gave them a lot of money. Sai, what can we do? We, the living, must continue to live. Thank you to these warriors for everything they have done for us. Let's remember them. At this moment, Luo Xu had already made preliminary plans with the team. This time they're no longer distracted and focused directly on the main quest. If someone accidentally falls into a hidden map, Luo Xu will directly use the system to send them out. The things hidden in these pictures are indeed tempting, but they are far less enticing than the system upgrade for Luo Xu. Luo Xu activated the mission, and large fonts appeared above everyone's heads, visible to all. It was a task to transport goods, which shouldn't be too difficult, right? Sai, I hope we don't have to go to the hidden area this time. It's too dangerous there. Monsters can actually appear at night, and if we don't find a hiding place in time, we'll be torn apart by them. It's terrifying. Yes, I used to think this was like playing a game, but it turns out people can really die. We mustn't go into the hidden area. Let's just survive and develop cautiously, come on. However, the journey is long, and the entire way is desert, so it should be quite difficult to transport goods. While everyone was concerned, they saw Luo Xu take out a walkie-talkie and say something, and the next second, an off-road vehicle appeared in the other world. Everyone was stunned. Wow, a military off-road vehicle? Is this for real? Huh, can someone tell me what's going on now? The situation is so wild. An off-road vehicle has come out. Awesome. Will armored vehicles or tanks appear next? The people upstairs might as well go wash up and sleep. These vehicles are not very useful for marching in the desert. The off-road vehicle is okay, but it can easily get stuck. It would be such a waste to use such an expensive vehicle in the desert. However, while they were discussing, they saw one off-road vehicle after another entering their line of sight. These off-road vehicles are clearly of great value, and they have undergone some modifications. The soldiers have already boarded the vehicles, and the barrage instantly erupted. Haha, is this the power of modern technology? It's incredible. I mean, we have off-road vehicles and laser guns. Who can we be afraid of? Using such modern technology in another world, the intense visual impact is truly exhilarating. But at that moment, some strange posts suddenly appeared on New Vision Network. The posts were all about Luo Xu. Initially, it was just an inconspicuous elementary school classmate who posted. That netizen claimed to be Luo Xu's elementary school classmate and expressed shock at her performance during the live broadcast. The post was several thousand words long, detailing Luo Xu's behavior in elementary school. Even at such a young age, she often bullied her classmates, relying on her family's wealth. She was simply a quintessential brat. Shortly after, another person claiming to be her high school classmate also came forward. This post is more detailed. It describes in detail how Luo Xu bullies the weak at school, even stealing other people's boyfriends and flaunting her relationship with the boyfriend in front of the girl. These messages deeply struck a chord with the onlookers. They caught a whiff of gossip and rushed over. Who would have thought that Luo Xu used to be that kind of person, a little gangster in high school? Do you really believe that? In our Dajong country, with tens of billions of people, after 5 years of the apocalypse, only about 1 million survived, nearly 90% of the population is dead. What a coincidence that they can still meet their elementary and high school classmates. It's laughable. They don't even consider the situation. Indeed, some people just want to criticize for the sake of it, without any reason. But she really saved my life. If it weren't for her killing a beast at a critical moment and manifesting a protective shield, I would have been dead by now. Me too. I survived under the protection of the base guards, but there are always some bastards who can't stand to see others doing well. The Luo family is very wealthy, and the schools that Luo Xu attended are all prestigious institutions. Those who can get in are either rich or powerful. My family is similar. After the apocalypse, we drove to the central base and bought a house in Area B. Before, Luo Xu was an absolute rich girl, the kind who wouldn't lift a finger to do any work, so I was very surprised to see her doing tasks with soldiers during the live stream. When I heard the poster speak logically, the onlookers started to believe it a bit. Especially when I saw her name on a paper during my last visit to the Smart Network, I was even more surprised. I didn't know what her background was that allowed her to have someone write a paper for her. After the poster mentioned it, those onlookers curiously went to the website and indeed found several papers written by Luo Xu. This website has been a scholarly authority before the apocalypse, and the papers published on it are highly professional. Ordinary people with subpar contributions would definitely not pass the review. Some of the papers featured have appeared multiple times in professional scientific journals. To be able to publish papers here, one must at least have a master's degree. However, Luo Xu was only 20 years old during the apocalypse and hadn't even completed university. How could papers signed under her name possibly appear on the G network? Some people didn't even look at the content of the papers and directly exposed this issue in a post. What the heck? Is she faking it? She is out there gathering supplies with the soldiers for us. That's enough. Whether she faked it or not isn't important. Maybe there's someone else with the same name. I can even find papers by people with my own name on there. Yes, the possibility of having the same name is even greater. I work at the Central Research Institute, and the ideas in this paper are definitely professional and well thought out, written clearly. I dare say that anyone capable of writing such papers must have at least a doctoral degree. Chapter 136. Digging deeper, the internet is full of talent, and the emergence of these papers immediately caught everyone's attention. There are quite a few computer experts out there who began to dig deeper into the matter. As they dug deeper, the situation became increasingly troubling. They discovered that the university Luo Xu attended before the apocalypse was just an ordinary 211 school, and she got in through the art examination. She had never participated in any technology competitions, nor in physics, chemistry, or mathematics contests, and her grades were average. She wasn't particularly outstanding in school, fitting the image of a wealthy young lady who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. The Central Base's university has restored order, and schools have started enrolling students for classes. Now, the first batch of college students after the apocalypse, after noticing this matter, logged onto the G network to check these papers. Some well-connected individuals even conducted investigations and found that the authors of these papers were indeed Luo Xu herself. And there were even personal profiles and photos of Luo Xu that matched up. In no time, the entire internet exploded. Countless posts began to emerge, with titles becoming increasingly outrageous. The youngest female captain of a new century is actually an outright academic fraud? What secrets lie beneath the facade of the most popular female star in the apocalypse and the youngest female captain? These posts have gone completely viral online. I really don't understand why she would do this. With her current status and popularity among the public, she doesn't need to embellish her academic credentials at all. It truly breaks my heart. What kind of person is she? Suddenly emerging and then disappointing everyone like this. I feel so frustrated. She was the first person I admired and looked up to. I, who never chased celebrities, became her fan, and now everything has collapsed so quickly. In fact, even with these issues, it doesn't change the fact that she risked her life in another world to gather resources for us. This sentence made netizens ponder. They looked at the screen. This time, only a woman named Luo Xu entered the other world. She lived and ate with these rough men, driving through the endless yellow sand. If they encountered fierce beasts blocking the road, she would also get out of the car and fight alongside the warriors. Such a charming woman. How could anyone hate her? Ever since the live broadcast began, she has been following the entire team, even managing to secure some crucial supplies in critical moments, saving our lives. Just look at her. How many women can face the endless desert like she does? To be honest, as a man, I truly admire her. Just think about it. If you were facing an alien creature, could you remain so calm and shoot? Moreover, I feel that the monsters here are even scarier than aliens. I can't do it either. At least zombies still look human, which makes us less afraid. But what they face inside is terrifying just to look at. This is also why I have always admired her. Well, let's just say my worldview is a bit skewed. However, the story doesn't end there. 2 hours later, several more posts came out. The posts included photos of Luo Xu following the old professor while looking at research instruments, pictures of her room in a villa, and photos of her attending lectures with several professors and students. Although these photos were all taken from sneaky angles, they were very clear and showed Luo Xu's face distinctly. The poster mockingly laughed, suggesting that she was trying to gain favor by learning from the professor, despite not even graduating from university and not being a physics major. Only someone like Luo Xu could manage that, right? You don't think it's strange? The Luo family was only generally wealthy before the apocalypse. She is no different from us ordinary people, never having undergone any professional training, yet she can participate in interdimensional search missions. Isn't that odd? Analyzing it this way, it does seem strange. I, as an ability user, also signed up for the interdimensional search mission but wasn't selected. Yet she seems to have been participating from the very beginning, always present. Damn, you really think that makes sense? Are you out of your mind? Luo Xu can participate in the interdimensional search mission because of her abilities. She can search for supplies and even know the terrain maps in advance. Such abilities are useless in reality, but absolutely precious in another world. A bunch of heartless bastards, blindly analyzing without remembering that she saved your lives? Her performance in the other world was all live-streamed. Her searching abilities were already demonstrated. Have you forgotten? Yes, if I were the one choosing candidates, I would definitely choose her search skills. Isn't that just a Pathfinder delivered to my doorstep? The poster then said, "You guys really can provide cover." I heard that Luo Xu used to live in Area C. However, the first time a nation discovered this interdimensional passage was when the central base was hit by a zombie wave. At that time, Luo Xu was piloting a mech, which indicates that she participated in the first mission as well. In a chaotic world, how could a mere civilian from Area C enter the Central Control Center during such a crisis and convince the nation to let her join the first mission? After sorting through this timeline, I suspect that Luo Xu has been in the Central Command Center for a long time, or that she has someone in the Central Command Center. What you see is only the surface. What I suspect is definitely the truth. After this analysis, the netizens fell silent. After all, what he said was indeed a fact. When the first live broadcast occurred, Luo Xu, who appeared to be a fragile young lady, looked particularly out of place among a group of seasoned warriors. Although there were explanations later, they were always puzzled about how the nation found such a talent. Now that the poster has explained it this way, everything seems to make sense. Luo Xu has family or friends in the Central Command Center. The poster continued. According to my investigation, Luo Xu had a fiancé whom she loved for many years before the apocalypse. That fiancé was a powerful ability user and a member of the National External Team. Moreover, I suspect that her probing type ability is also fake. Chapter 137. Fake, all fake. As the post gained more popularity, the poster's analyses became increasingly elaborate. He even suggested that Luo Xu's abilities were false. The moment this theory emerged, everyone was in an uproar. How is that possible? I clearly saw that during the exploration in the other world, every team leader would ask Luo Xu in advance before taking the next step. Yes, and we could all hear what Luo Xu said very clearly. Which areas had ferocious beasts, which areas were safe, and the whole team followed her instructions without any issues. What she said was very accurate. This shouldn't be doubted, right? The poster asked if she really wanted to fool us. What benefit would she gain? Once everyone had discussed enough, the poster continued to analyze. Is there a possibility that everyone is just playing along with her? The discussions before each action are just a performance. Everyone listening to Luo Xu is also a performance. But how does Luo Xu know what lies ahead? I suspect it is highly likely that the monitoring center from the government is sending her information. If you look closely enough, you will notice that Luo Xu is wearing a separate earpiece. Who is speaking to her inside, perhaps only she and that person know. This remark caused everyone to rush back into the live stream to watch. This time, they specifically studied every move of Luo Xu. At this moment, Luo Xu suspected that there might be a ferocious beast lurking 1,000 meters ahead. So she applied to Wei Zheng to change the route and asked him if the gasoline for the off-road vehicle was enough. She pressed one hand against the Bluetooth headset on her ear, her lips moving slightly. But this time they really saw it. Huh, Luo Xu was really talking to someone. Look at the other soldiers, they knew nothing about this. We couldn't hear what she was saying. If it weren't for the sound of the yellow sand and the engine of the off-road vehicle, I would even doubt if the reception was poor. What the poster said was true. Luo Xu said a few words and instructed someone to change the route. The viewers of the live stream were stunned. What they had firmly believed in, the faith they had held on to, suddenly collapsed at that moment. The poster's words were true. Luo Xu was in contact with someone outside, following someone's orders from the outside before making the next decision. It was all fake. Luo Xu's abilities were fake. Her persona was fake. It was all fake. Their faith crumbled. The live stream fell into silence. They watched Luo Xu inside, giving orders, unsure how to face it. Well, the live stream couldn't be fake, right? What about the manifestation? So many supplies falling from the sky. Absolument impossible. All the doors and windows were locked tight. I saw a room fall into my own room with my own eyes. There was no way it could be manipulated artificially. And the internal river, the well, the arable land, the mineral veins, all of it was real. Fortunately, thank goodness the manifestation was real. I can't take it anymore. I want to call and complain, asking why they created such a character for us to see. It's too devastating. I've been learning combat sports, and I've always looked up to Luo Xu, wanting to apply to a military academy and enlist, but I've already cried for an hour. My eyes are swollen. Bastard. Liar. Get out, liar. There are more and more posts online about Luo Xu's personal situation. Some said they had been bullied by Luo Xu, that she was an undeniable rich girl with outstanding looks, even playing both sides. Others said Luo Xu had been lying since childhood and was a scheming green tea type, best at using her looks to seduce men. Many speculated that Luo Xu was very likely involved in some kind of physical transaction with someone from the Central Control Center, which explained her current situation. Of course, there were also those who were unwilling to accept it. What benefits could Luo Xu gain from such deceitful actions? A string of sarcastic comments followed. The benefits are too many. Weren't 2 commendations enough? 1 first-class merit, and once directly becoming the youngest female second lieutenant. And a small villa too. The benefits she received are unimaginable for us ordinary people. Sigh. People in this world will do anything for fame and profit. In no time, the phone lines of the Central Control Center were flooded again. The operator on the other end listened to the absurd words, rubbing her ears in disbelief. Wait, what did you say? The man on the other end was still sobbing. I was deceived by Luo Xu emotionally, hoping the government could give me an explanation. Luo Xu is just a deceitful trickster. Someone like her shouldn't receive so many commendations. He rambled on, and the operator gently comforted him. After finally hanging up, the operator turned to her colleague and smiled. It's really strange. This guy said Second Lieutenant Luo deceive his feelings. Her colleague also looked confused. The ones calling me today said the same thing, saying Second Lieutenant Luo is a big liar, but they didn't clarify what exactly happened. All day long, all the operators received the same content. These people all say that Luo Xu is a fraud. Whether Luo Xu is a fraud or not, those people know best. This matter seems to be causing quite a stir, so it's better to report it. Half an hour later, Wei Zheng in the command room received the news. At that moment, he was having his first meal of the day, casually pulling at his lunchbox while keeping his eyes glued to the screen. The warriors who enter the other world are all his lifelines, and he cannot relax for even a moment. At that moment, the aide knocked and walked in. "Chief, take a look at these," he said as he handed over a stack of documents. There are screenshots of various posts online. Wei Zheng was somewhat surprised, and as a result, he started flipping through the stack of documents. The adjutant said, "Commander, rumors about Second Lieutenant Luo have been circulating in the past 2 days. Many self-proclaimed experts have appeared online, conducting a series of analyses on Second Lieutenant Luo's emergence." At this point, the adjutant smiled. "Looking at their analyses, one might almost believe them if it weren't for the fact that I have had quite a bit of contact with Second Lieutenant Luo." Wei Zheng quickly skimmed through the documents and couldn't help but chuckle. "What a talent. Just look at this. Some even suspect that little Luo is the illegitimate granddaughter of a superior or my illegitimate daughter. Little Luo probably has no idea when she gained a father and grandfather." Those in the know found these nonsensical speculations amusing rather than infuriating. "Commander, do we need to clarify this?" Chapter 138. The military intervenes, forcefully suppressing. Wei Zheng continued to flip through the documents and was surprised to see that Luo Xu had even written a thesis. He raised an eyebrow. "When did she publish a paper? I didn't even know." He was the one who personally introduced Luo Xu to those professors. Afterward, he only had a vague understanding of Luo Xu's academic progress. All he knew was that Luo Xu had an extraordinary memory, a strong comprehension ability, and could draw inferences from one instance, even reaching a doctoral level in just half a month. He waved his hand, placing the thesis on the table, suggesting that a few professors make statements to clarify the situation. Also, Wei Zheng's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned to a nearby technician, asking if they could trace a few IP addresses. The technician adjusted his glasses and replied, "Commander, this is my old profession." The technician began typing quickly on the keyboard. Searching, Wei Zheng acted decisively, directly deleting all statements about Luo Xu online. Although a few professors came forward to support Luo Xu, the matter was forcefully suppressed by Wei Zheng. In a dimly lit room, a scruffy man sat cross-legged on the bed with a computer on his lap. On the bedside table, there was a bowl of half-eaten rice, and he had heavy dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well for a long time, as his fingers kept tapping on the keyboard. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Several fully armed men stormed in, aiming their weapons at the man in the room. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Get off the bed. Stand up." The man was frightened and scrambled off the bed. After ensuring the danger was eliminated, the squad leader approached. Glancing at the half-typed words on the computer screen, he sneered, looking disdainfully at the man. "Do you know that your ability to fill your stomach right now is because of the person you are defaming?" The man's face turned pale as he knelt and pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. Please spare me. I haven't committed any crimes. I was just expressing my opinions online." The squad leader waved his hand. "Take him away." A month later, the Otherworld exploration team successfully completed their mission. Ding! Mission complete. You have received the following mission rewards. Here are 2 options for mission rewards. Option 1. New type of metal or vein 1. Electromagnetic mortars 5. Electromagnetic mortar manufacturing technology 1. Basic aerospace engineering knowledge 1. Basic engineering defense technology knowledge 1. Option 2. New rice cultivation technology 1. Land purification devices 2. 100,000 hectares of arable land. River purification devices 2. This time, the rewards were mostly technical in nature. Luo Xu informed Wei Zheng about the options for the rewards. Immediately, Wei Zheng convened a meeting and ultimately decided on option 1. When Luo Xu and the others left the system, they were surprisingly welcomed by several professors lining the way. These professors had devoted their lives to researching applications of electromagnetism. Although they had made some breakthroughs and knew that electromagnetism could be applied to weapons, they've been unable to make significant progress. Now, hearing that the system had materialized these items, they were all instantly excited. Not only were there technical advancements, but also several finished electromagnetic mortars. This is simply a gift from heaven for them. An old woman stepped forward and took Luo Xu's hand, saying, "You little ones, the reward for this mission might just change the whole world." "Well done, haha, well done." She felt the calluses on Luo Xu's palm from holding the gun, and her voice suddenly stopped. She looked down at Luo Xu's palm, revealing a pained expression. "You kids." The old woman pulled Luo Xu aside and said in a lowered voice, "I want to buy some things from you." This surprised Luo Xu a bit. The system entrance is located beneath the base of the Central Command Center, which is under strict control. Only those with the highest authority are allowed to enter and exit here. This old woman, she didn't recognize her, yet she seemed to imply that she wanted to buy something from her. She discreetly observed the old woman and said cautiously, "Grandma, I don't think I have anything here that you want to buy. Did you perhaps get the wrong person? If you want to purchase something from the government, you could go directly to Uncle Wei. This means that she is backed by the country, and she has no authority over anything on her." The old woman, however, chuckled softly and shook her head, completely unconcerned about Luo Xu's vigilance. "I didn't make myself clear. I know that during your exploration in the other world, you discovered a special mural in a cave. I also have the photo of that mural, and you obtained some remains. I want to buy those remains from you. And even, I want to buy your research results." Luo Xu fell into silence. She had discovered that mural in the other world. The map derived from the system was becoming increasingly realistic, making her almost believe she was in another world. Humanity, civilization, history, biology. Everything is available here. She even found traces of aliens in a town submerged by the desert while completing her mission. The mural depicted a scene of a spaceship crashing and being destroyed on the ground. Following the mural's guidance, she obtained some well-preserved aircraft wreckage kept by the indigenous people. "I'm sorry," Luo Xu shook her head. "Everything I obtained from the other world has to be handed over to the state. I can't keep it for myself. If you need anything, you can apply to the higher authorities." The old woman did not get angry, just sighed. "Actually, as someone who studies astrophysics, I have long researched aliens. In such a vast universe, how could there only be human existence? However, this related information is strictly classified, and we scholars who are unwilling to enter the research institute can only ponder on our own. Even if we apply, it will probably be rejected. Helpless, I came to find you." The old woman shoved a business card into Luo Xu's hand. "This old lady has some status in the Jian family. Although you can come and go freely in the research institute, there are many things you don't have the authority to access. It might be a bit inconvenient to conduct research alone. If you need anything, you can come to me for materials." After saying this, she patted Luo Xu's arm and turned to leave. Luo Xu frowned as she looked at the business card in her hand. She indeed needed experimental materials. After completing this mission, the system upgraded once again, and there were earth-shattering changes within the entire system. These research materials might indeed be very necessary for her. After the explorers from another world disbanded, Luo Xu hurried back to her residence. Chapter 139, System Upgrade, Imperial Mall. Upon returning home, she went to the training room and directly opened the system. "System, activate." As her voice fell, she felt a blur before her eyes, as if she were in another world. The entire room's original appearance completely faded away, transforming into an ocean made up of countless light particles, or rather, forming the entire galaxy. This is just a galaxy model. Luo Xu looked at the continuously flickering star river in front of her and gently touched one of the light spots with her hand. Ding dong. The system is upgrading. System upgrade loading 10-20-30. System loading complete. As the voice fell, a screen appeared in front of her in the illusory galaxy. The screen was the same as before, displaying her attributes. However, the screen now had a background of the Milky Way. Race, human, gender, female, danger level, none, 10. Abilities, research technology, 97-100, construction technology, 18-100, combat technology, 32-100, firearm technology, 50-100, knowledge ability, 8100. After exploring this other world for so long, the attributes on the control panel hadn't changed much. Luo Xu wasn't in a hurry about this. If she had the chance to participate in an important research project, she could raise it to 100%. She gently swiped left on the control panel. Two options appeared in front of her: mission map and mall. Mall was something she was seeing for the first time. Luo Xu nervously swallowed and lightly tapped on it. Upon entering the mall, an array of dazzling items appeared before her eyes. Food, clothing, weapons, devices, technology. Luo Xu felt a bit dazzled. It was completely like a certain shopping website. She randomly clicked into the food section, and what caught her eye were various colored nutrient solutions. Nutrient solutions, gene evolution liquids, deep sea liquids, each at a price marked below. The cheapest was a red nutrient solution with a red fruit flavor, priced at 12 star coins. What is this star coin? Luo Xu has changed to another page. Flipping through weapons. The weapons page starts off relatively normal, featuring some small weapons. Zero-gravity revolver, small laser gun, ultraviolet ray gun. But as the page is flipped down, things become increasingly strange. Dimension-breaking sniper rifle, capable of destroying all planetary outer defense chains of a primary civilization. The price is extremely high, reaching up to 50 million star coins. Furthermore, there are even weapons that can strike down dimensions. Just a single move could destroy a planet, or even a galaxy. Just looking at these descriptions made Luo Xu break out in a cold sweat. These weapons are very expensive, and the weapons for dimensionality reduction have even reached 900 billion. They are all devastating weapons. Luo Xu clicked on the machinery section again. Inside the machinery section are various types of mechs, tanks, and flying ships. Luo Xu's gaze landed on a flying ship. According to the introduction, this flying ship is commercial, has extremely high stability, and can provide all-around sightseeing. It is a sightseeing ship. If she owned such a flying ship, could she go on interstellar travel? There is also technology involved. From research on bacteria to quantum mechanics, genetic structures, electromagnetic waves, string theory conjectures. Everything is available. She opened the page for the first and cheapest flying ship, which contained a simple introduction to the core manufacturing of a flying ship. Is it starting off this big? Is this just the beginning, the core of the spaceship? Luo Xu looked at the price below, 100,000 star coins. As expected, science and technology are the most expensive. Luo Xu clicked into her account, only to find that her balance was not zero. Balance, 30 star coins. Luo Xu furrowed her brows and asked System, what is the monetary unit of this star coin? Where did this 30 come from? Host, the mall that the system evolved from this upgrade allows you to purchase items. And star coins are the universal currency in the cosmos, stored in the star card. This balance of 30 was converted from the new era coins you possess. Luo Xu was instantly dumbfounded. I have 30 million new era coins in my card. How come I only got 30? This is too much of a ripoff. Even if I owned all the new era coins in this world, it would only amount to a few thousand. The Earth where the host is located has just reached the threshold of a low-level civilization, and the currency value has increased quite a bit. If it were a year ago, you would have only obtained 0.03 star coins. Luo Xu helplessly rubbed her forehead. She didn't expect that an apocalypse would lead the entire Earth to break free from its originally slow technological development and reach the threshold of a low-level civilization. Even with mechs and laser cannons, Earth now only reaches the threshold of a low-level civilization. Luo Xu fell silent. So, System, are you a product of a high-level civilization? Luo Xu chuckled and shook her head. It seems she guessed correctly. System, do these otherworldly tasks really exist? Insufficient permissions. Luo Xu suddenly stood up, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. She directly closed them all. After the dazzling screens in front of her disappeared, Luo Xu finally let out a long breath. These things are too terrifying. A cold wind blew by, and she suddenly shivered, feeling icy all over. She didn't even realize when she had broken out in a cold sweat. Dimensional reduction strike, dimensional sniper rifle, stellar interceptor. These can instantly destroy a planet or even a galaxy. What about Earth? Earth is like a newborn baby with no self-defense capability. Everything the system shows her gives her an unprecedented sense of crisis. She turns her head to look out the window. It is already dark outside, and the stars are twinkling continuously. This is clearly a serene and beautiful scene, but in her eyes, it is so terrifying. The starlight is like adults holding guns. coveting this baby called Earth. System, how long would it take for the nearest civilization to attack Earth? She rested one hand on the window, her voice much calmer. Insufficient permissions. What should I do to obtain star coins? The host only needs to improve the technological level of this planet, increase its weight, and the conversion ratio of the new era coins obtained here to star coins will increase. Chapter 140. The emergence of level 3 task map. So, you mean I have to improve the technological level of this planet and then make money? Yes. Luo Xu sighed. It's really troublesome. She had just arrived in this world and already felt a lack of belonging. Even though she knew about the existence of aliens, and that these aliens might attack Earth at any time. So what? She could feed herself and let her family go hungry. As for her biological parents, she had arranged for them to settle in Area A, and they were doing well now. In this apocalypse, being able to live comfortably was her only pursuit. She had no grand ideals of saving the world. She wasn't that ambitious. If she could improve the technological level of the entire planet without much effort, she could still live comfortably within her lifetime. Should she tell Wei Zheng about this mall? Probably. Someone like Wei Zheng would go completely crazy. He would frantically amass wealth, wanting to exchange for the things inside. Her peaceful life would likely never continue. System. Luo Xu chuckled lightly and lowered her head. All right. She opened the system again. The page refreshed to the mall section, and she didn't look any further, just directly opened the task map. This task map has one secondary task map and one tertiary task map. This is the first time a level 3 task map has appeared. Luo Xu clicks on the map to check the situation inside. Sure enough, the difficulty of this map has escalated. Number of people, 030. It can actually only accommodate 30 people. The danger level has increased again. The level 3 map is a dense primeval forest, with 5 large characters boldly written on it. Marfna Swamp. This map is much larger than the first and second level maps. And there is a string of words at the bottom of the map. Note, once entered, one cannot leave unless they die or complete the mission. Therefore, there are only 2 outcomes for entering the map, death or completion. Luo Xu took a cold breath. Unless something unexpected happens, this map adventure will definitely gather people from all over the world. The countries are in a competitive relationship, and these maps are also very dangerous. One must guard against the people inside while also completing tasks to survive in the map. Luo Xu frowned in worry. This is the price she had to pay for gaining national protection after sacrificing the system. If she hadn't sacrificed the system, she would have stopped after obtaining enough resources in the first map. She must improve her physical fitness as soon as possible. Luo Xu opened the mall page again and directly clicked on the food option. Her current balance could buy 2 nutrient solutions. But the problem is that these nutrient solutions might not have any enhancement effects on her body. They're merely food to stave off hunger. She had her eye on the gene enhancement solution. However, the gene enhancement solution was too expensive, costing 300 star coins to purchase. Luo Xu frowned, thinking, I'm too poor. I can't afford anything. At this moment, Wei Zheng's call came in. Luo Xu turned off the system to answer the call. Listening to the voice on the other end, she slightly lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face. Wei Zheng asked her, how's the system review going? Are there any new maps? Luo Xu replied, 2 new maps have appeared. One is a level 2 map and the other is a level 3 map. The difficulty of the level 3 map has increased, and it can only accommodate 30 people. Moreover, once you enter, you cannot leave unless you die or complete the mission. Wei Zheng, on the other end, fell into silence. This means that Luo Xu is very likely to die inside. Wei Zheng asked in a heavy voice, are there any other changes? Has the system enhanced your physical attributes or something? Immediately after, Wei Zheng hurriedly left the sentence. Come to my house tomorrow. Aunt Zhu has been nagging about you. She has prepared a feast for you to eat. I have some things to deal with. See you tomorrow morning. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. The room fell into a dead silence again, and Luo Xu felt a chill, unable to help but rub her arms. She opened the mall option again, carefully flipping through the pages. Most of the weapons were those used in interstellar combat. From what the system said, it seems that those rapidly advanced civilizations have long mastered these technologies. The Earth, like a baby, is always in danger of being destroyed. They haven't even managed to build a starship. Inside, there are also stellar-class battleships that can carry a civilization and enable it to roam long distances in the universe. Humans on Earth have not yet mastered this technology. Luo Xu asked, "System, besides obtaining new era coins from Earth to convert into star coins, are there other ways to earn star coins?" Host, you can build weapons yourself and sell them to the store. Additionally, many items manifested in the system can also be exchanged. Luo Xu nodded and said, "Adjust the exchange page for me." The system brought up the exchange page for her. Only then did she feel slightly relieved. There was no way around it. This mission was too dangerous, and she didn't want to die in that hellish place. She wanted to obtain this gene modifier. Early the next morning, a car was waiting for Luo Xu outside. A large truck was actually following behind the car. When Luo Xu went out, the truck driver smiled and walked up to her, saluting her. "Commander, we're here under the orders of the general to deliver some items to you." As he spoke, he instructed his men to unload the items from the truck. This is all precision equipment for physical training. Previously, Luo Xu had only seen it during training sessions, and it was said to be expensive, purchased from abroad just before the apocalypse. A little soldier moving thing smiled and said, "Sir, this was bought at a high price by our general just for you a few days ago." The truck driver slapped the little soldier on the back of his head. "What nonsense! Get lost!" Immediately, he smiled at Luo Xu and quickly left with the others. Watching the trained personnel carry the equipment inside, Luo Xu felt a bit complicated. Regardless, Wei Zheng was indeed good to her. Upon arriving at Wei Zheng's home, Zhu Zhihui warmly welcomed her. After dinner, Zhu Zhihui took her around to visit. The nearby residents were all old professors who were deeply engrossed in research, even after retirement. They would gather to discuss academic issues. When Luo Xu arrived, they all gathered together, discussing the theories they were currently researching. Luo Xu learned a lot from them. The several papers she had published previously were also inspired by these old professors, and she had even asked for their help in revising them before publication. At this moment, the sound of fireworks came from outside, and everyone looked up together. Chapter 141, Enjoying Unpolluted Air. Above the central command post, a brilliant firework burst forth amidst the haze. For a moment, everyone was captivated by the dazzling fireworks. Firecrackers and fireworks represent the people's longing for beauty in Dazhuan country. After the apocalypse, they could no longer imagine such a life. But now, fireworks once again bloomed in their sky. This symbolizes hope. Everything will pass. Bang bang. Again, two sounds of fireworks burst in the sky. It's clearly daytime, but the effect of the fireworks is not diminished at all. It seems that the brilliance of the fireworks is enough to overshadow the sunlight. In the central base, as well as in several surrounding defense bases and barracks, everyone heard this sound. They all looked up to the sky in wonder, tears brimming in their eyes. A mother held her 4-year-old child in her arms. Her voice slightly choked. "Wan, look quickly. This is called fireworks. Isn't it beautiful?" The child replied in a childish voice, "Beautiful." The fireworks exploded in the air. Though fleeting, they felt the speed of their disappearance was particularly slow, as if the scattered points of light were being played at half speed. Someone took a deep breath, but didn't smell the gunpowder from the firecrackers. Instead, the surrounding air seemed to become even fresher. After this zombie wave, all the plants on the continent were destroyed and nature lost its balance. If it weren't for the bountiful land manifested by the system, they would have died from lack of oxygen long ago. But now, the air has become a little fresher. It feels as if standing at the peak of a high mountain, breathing in the most primal air, untouched by urban industrial pollution. Why do I feel the air is fresher? I feel that way too. The air was previously murky, and my rhinitis often flared up, but now it seems like the impurities in the air have been cleared away. An elderly man, plagued by illness, suddenly sat up in bed, taking a deep breath. His previously despondent demeanor now invigorated. He trembled as he got out of bed, and his son, who was waiting outside the door, hurried in when he heard the commotion. "Dad, your body is too weak. Don't get out of bed." The old man suddenly coughed a few times, and an unusual light burst forth from his murky, lifeless eyes. The air has suddenly improved. The man supported the old man out, looking up towards the horizon. At that moment, a beam of sunlight shone down, spilling over them. The warm and gentle light softly caressed their skin. Everyone in the room came outside. The survivors who had endured several calamities and were now able to live were all fortunate. A screen popped up from the chips on everyone's wrists. On the screen was Wei Zheng. Please pay tribute to our warriors fighting on the front lines. For the next 3 months, everyone can enjoy unpolluted air to their heart's content. In an instant, cheers erupted. Air purification. Our country is truly amazing. Cheers to the heroes. Cheers to the soldiers. Thank them for carrying the burden for us. The thick clouds were finally cleared away, and the dazzling sunlight shone down on the ground. Soon, people's skin began to sting a little, prompting them to quickly retreat indoors. The environmental destruction this time is so severe, the ozone layer has been damaged, and the ultraviolet rays are too intense. However, not long after, the central government released a device again. An invisible protective barrier was deployed into the sky, greatly weakening the power of ultraviolet rays. Luo Xu was somewhat surprised and stretched out her hand to feel the gentle light under the sunlight. The old professor beside her said, "This is a type of magnetic field photoelectric technology that the country has been developing for a long time, and it has now begun to show results." The old professor came over and patted Luo Xu's shoulder, saying, "With your system, the country's technology is advancing rapidly. You are definitely our greatest contributor." Luo Xu just smiled lightly. It is the result of everyone's efforts. He didn't have time to take off his military uniform and called Luo Xu to the study for a private conversation. Luo Xu informed him about the improvements made to the system, and Wei Zheng's expression turned serious. "Can you take me to see the third-level map now?" Luo Xu shook her head, saying that once you enter, you can only either clear the level or die. Wei Zheng sighed. "It seems our advantage is gone. I was still thinking we could enter the system early to scout the terrain, but now, this is only a level 3 map. Will there be level 4, 5, or 6 next? No one can say for sure. Among your personal attributes, which one is most likely to reach full capacity now?" Luo Xu said, "Scientific research and technology is already at 97, but the remaining 3 points just can't be maxed out, and I don't know why." Wei Zheng furrowed his brows and paced back and forth. "How about this? You take a few days off, and I'll arrange for you to go to the front line and work with the professor to try out some practical research." Luo Xu Sainwai Un Wei. After the system upgrade, a mall has appeared. A voice came from Wei Zheng's communicator as he was about to operate it, but upon hearing Luo Xu's words, he suddenly looked up at her and directly turned off the communicator. "You didn't team mention it last night." Finally, he added, "What is inside the mall?" If Wei Zheng knew the specifics of what was in the mall, he would probably go to great lengths to acquire them, since she had already opened her mouth. Luo Xu remained silent for a moment and said, "Everything, weapons, spaceships, flying ships, interstellar combat weapons." Just this brief sentence left Wei Zheng in shock. "The things bought inside can become reality?" Luo Xu nodded. "Spaceships, interstellar combat weapons, they can all become reality. Then can the entire Earth develop its space industry?" Before the apocalypse, their detection range was very short, and they didn't even fully understand Mars. With these technological enhancements, they could quickly build a defense line outside of Earth, bringing the entire planet's technology to full capacity. Wei Zheng rubbed his hands excitedly and paced back and forth. Great, great. You have to understand that opportunity and risk coexist. Now that we know about the existence of these technologies and the possibility of using them, we must seize them. We can't just wait for other cosmic forces to take action against us. In fact, many years ago, we already discovered traces left by aliens underwater pyramids, a string of data left on Mount Everest that has yet to be deciphered. All of these are evidence. Chapter 142, The Power of a Nation, Making Money. That day, Luo Xu was taken to participate in a secret meeting at the central government. Upon learning that a mall had appeared after the system improvement, everyone was indeed surprised. One congressman could no longer contain his excitement and slammed his hand on the table, abruptly standing up. "What's inside? Food. Can it solve the food problem for the entire country? Or can it improve the environment? The entire Earth is on the brink of collapse. Are there weapons? Like mechs and laser cannons, such powerful weapons? Even to base guards, we know that the technical issues have yet to be resolved. Don't get all mixed up. Since it's a mall, it must be about spending money to buy things. Little Luo, clarify what kind of currency is needed." If there is something we're interested in, we can get it for you. Everyone in the conference room turned their gazes to Luo Xu. Luo Xu lightly uttered a few words. The food contains various nutrient solutions, gene evolution liquids, deep-sea sleep liquids. What? Gene evolution liquids? Does it mean literally? Genes? Can it change genes? It can evolve. Wow, I was shallow. I didn't expect this thing to be so exciting. As soon as this was said, the entire conference room erupted. Changing the genetic chain is still a scientific taboo. No one can be responsible for the side effects of altering genes. But now, a gene evolution liquid is just casually placed here. How can they remain calm? Evolution? It sounds nice, but the significance represented by the word evolution is extraordinary. Who knows if the downsides of changing genes are something we can bear? Luo Xu glanced at the brief introduction, which indicated that the seller of the gene evolution liquid is an intermediate civilization. The phrase intermediate civilization explains everything. In an instant, the conference room fell into a dead silence. What? An intermediate civilization has emerged? What the hell is this? Luo Xu shook her head. I only know that with our Earth's current development, we can barely meet the threshold of a low-level civilization, and that's under the premise that we have mechs and laser cannons. Crack! Someone crushed a glass. The amount of information is simply overwhelming, and some of them can hardly cope. A congressman rubbed his temples, as if he were slightly dazed by the massive influx of information. Is there other civilizations developing in the entire universe? And are we just a primitive civilization? This is too unbelievable. In this world, with superpowers, system bearers, and reborn individuals emerging one after another, it seems like living in a dream. Now, the emergence of a cosmic force doesn't seem so hard to accept after all. Everyone fell silent, and finally, someone spoke up, saying that actually having this mall puts us at a significant advantage. Just think about our human civilization, which has been growing geometrically. Xiao Luo, what can you buy with that mall of yours? Luo Xu explained the details of the system. Upon hearing that 30 million can only be exchanged for 30 star coins, they all blurted out a curse in unison. What the hell? A burly man was the first to slam the table and stand up, saying, "So, we need to make money for Xiao Luo. I have no interest in other weapons or anything. I just want to ask how many star coins this gene evolution liquid costs to see if I can get more of it." 300 star coins. The burly man scratched the back of his head. This thing is too expensive. He patted Luo Xu's arm. Can you explain it in more detail? The country has just developed the new era coin, and the entire financial industry is still in the process of stabilizing. To say that the country can directly issue more money is impossible. Now, there are only two methods. Either promote the new era coin globally to make money, or develop technology to improve the exchange rate. Also, the country needs more talented people to create things that can be exchanged for star coins, so that Luo Xu can trade with the system. The meeting lasted a full 5 hours, and finally, a simple and feasible plan was discussed. Throughout the process, Luo Xu stood by and watched. Before the meeting was over, she received a dozen payments. The total amount of money added up to 40 million. She had never seen such a large sum in her past life. 40 million converted into the system resulted in 40 star coins. After the meeting, Wei Zheng pulled Luo Xu aside and lowered his voice. In the next few days, someone might transfer money into your card. If you gather 300 star coins, buy the gene evolution liquid for yourself first. We can discuss the rest later. You can hand over the second bottle after selling it, understood? Luo Xu hesitated, biting her cherry lips. Uncle Wei, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Just then, 2 more transactions hit her card. Wei Zheng snorted lightly. Actually, even without the country, you could secretly buy the gene evolution liquid yourself. I know your capabilities, but since you've offered this, you deserve that first bottle. Besides, you're the leader of the system. I've been worried these days about what would happen if you weren't in this other world. Now, with this gene evolution liquid, I can breathe a sigh of relief. As long as you are here, there is hope. Once you get the gene evolution liquid, don't tell anyone. Use it secretly. Okay. Luo Xu felt guilty about her previous selfishness. Wei Zheng's few words of advice warmed her heart. Wei Zheng had almost mobilized the entire business sector to raise funds. So fast. Indeed, gathering the power of the entire country felt like a cheat. Luo Xu entered the mall, and opened the page to purchase the Gene Evolution Liquid. After a moment of hesitation, she directly clicked the purchase button. The balance of over 300 turned into 10. Ding! Purchase of Gene Evolution Liquid successful. A storage bottle of liquid about the size of a finger landed in Luo Xu's hand. However, just then, the system's voice came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the Gene Evolution Liquid for the first time. Reward granted. Gene Evolution Liquid 1. Another storage bottle, about the size of a thumb, was placed steadily in front of her. It was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 143. Using the Gene Evolution Liquid, Luo Xu opened one of the bottles without hesitation and poured the emerald green liquid into her mouth. The liquid was tasteless and somewhat viscous, but as soon as it entered her mouth, it slid down her throat. Immediately, pain followed. Luo Xu felt as if her bones were being shattered, and the excruciating pain from her soul made her legs go weak, causing her to fall down. She gritted her teeth tightly, her body gradually curling up. The bone-deep pain was truly unbearable. She seemed to hear her bones crackling. Flesh and blood were being reorganized. She didn't know how long it had been. She woke up from her slumber. Opening her eyes, she saw that the outside world was gradually darkening. She had been lying here all day. Feeling the soreness in her muscles, she quickly looked down at her body. However, she found that there seemed to be nothing unusual about herself. Strange. Luo Xu got up and moved her muscles and bones, feeling refreshed and unprecedented comfort. The stomach issues she had developed from prolonged hunger had completely disappeared, and the injuries she sustained in the other world, the strained muscles and bones, had fully healed. All the equipment in the training room was set up, and she approached the device for testing punching power, took a deep breath, and hit it with all her strength. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the device displayed her punching power, 1,220 kilograms. The maximum record for an ordinary person's punching power is 224 kilograms. However, since the apocalypse, superpowered individuals have emerged, unlocking the potential of the human body. The highest punching power a superpowered person can achieve is 860 kilograms. Strength-type, superpowered individuals can reach around 1,100 kilograms. Yet, her result this time was significantly stronger than those strength-type, superpowered individuals. She looked down at her delicate, pale hand, clenched her fist, and felt her breath quicken. Is this the effect of genetic enhancement? Suddenly, she heard some noisy sounds. The sound of people moving, the sound of weapons piercing zombie heads during cleanup. Time to test speed. Luo Xu eagerly rushed to the treadmill. As the speed increased, the value on the display kept rising. Kuusi metriäs, 11 metriä syntynyt. 28 ms. Finally, the value reached 139 ms. Luo Xu gasped, unable to believe the number in front of her. The explosive maximum speed for humans can reach 10 ms at most. Yet her speed had far exceeded human limits. Her physical condition now was even beyond that of superpowered individuals. Genetic enhancement. Not only had it evolved her speed and strength comprehensively, but it also enhanced her senses and adjusted her body to the most perfect level of coordination. With ease, Luo Xu wiped the sweat from her forehead and eagerly opened the system. She looked at the two maps in front of her and decisively opened the secondary mission map. This map is accessible at will, and Luo Xu can train inside it. The location on this map is on an island surrounded by water on all sides. She had just landed and hadn't had the chance to check the game map when she encountered the first monster, a gigantic crab. The crab was at least 100 meters tall, and its massive claws could easily destroy a high-rise building. Looking at the colossal creature before her, Luo Xu remained very calm. With a blank expression, she stared at the monster, clenched her fists, pushed off the ground with her feet, and leaped several dozen meters into the air, aiming to smash down on the crab's head. The crab swung its claws to attack her, but her fist coincidentally collided directly with the gigantic claw. With a loud bang, the enormous crab surprisingly staggered back a few steps. Luo Xu landed on the ground, looking at her fist in surprise. A voice from the system echoed in her mind. Host, having consumed the Gene Evolution Liquid, your body has now completely surpassed the realm of low-level humans. If you continue to consume intermediate and advanced Gene Evolution Liquids, your body will undergo earth-shattering changes again. Luo Xu frowned. Intermediate and advanced? Could these gene evolution liquids allow her to reach a point of being invulnerable, not needing to breathe? Host. After consuming the intermediate gene evolution liquid, your body can withstand extremely high and low temperatures, and its strength will reach the level of nanoweapons. Breathing is merely the most basic modification. Your current body strength can no longer be harmed by these low-level weapons on Earth. Damn, so strong. Luo Xu licked her lips, and her eyes sparkled with a fiery light. Let's try to deal with this big guy first. Luo Xu stomped her foot and sprang out again. She landed heavily on the ground, creating a dent in the earth. It felt as if her internal organs were being crushed and ground by a giant hand. She barely stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. After stretching her muscles and bones, she found that there wasn't a single fracture in her body, only that her lungs were compressed by the tremendous force. She had brought a tang knife into the system, and with 2 strokes, she severed the massive crab's pincers. After a few more cuts, the crab was dealt with. Luo Xu looked at the corpse of the giant crab, her gaze becoming even more fervent. If she had this kind of combat power from the start, she could have ventured through a map all on her own. Perhaps, by practicing on this map, she would be more confident when tackling level 3 maps. She equipped all the cold and hot weapons she had prepared in the training room, and continued to enter the system to level up by fighting monsters. 3 days later, Zhu Chun, the captain of the training team, had been unable to contact Luo Xu and had to call Wei Zheng. Upon learning that Luo Xu's phone was unreachable, Wei Zheng immediately set aside his tasks and prepared to visit her in person. On the way, Wei Zheng inquired about the training team. Zhu Chun said, "General, after the last interdimensional exploration task, the teammates have maintained high enthusiasm for the upcoming missions and all want to compete for one of the 5 slots. Many have already started their training in the training field these past few days." Wei Zheng nodded in satisfaction. This mission was too dangerous, and there were only 2 outcomes for those who entered: death or success. Hearing this, Zhu Chen's expression changed slightly. This means they can't come and go freely? For a level 3 map, once entered, there are only these 2 outcomes. Luo Xu must go, but the other 4 need to think carefully about their choices. What if little Luo doesn't come back after going in? Zhu Chun was also very worried about her. Since the start of the mission, Luo Xu had always been under their protection. Although she had undertaken tasks alone, she still couldn't compare to the warriors who had been trained from a young age. Chapter 144. Zhu Chun will not disgrace his mission. Wei Zheng said solemnly, "Although this is a mission, our true important task is to protect little Luo. No matter how excessive the other countries are in seizing resources or how difficult the mission is, we must prioritize little Luo's safety. Therefore, we must choose our team members carefully this time and cannot afford to be careless." Zhu Chen's heart sank as he nodded. Understood. The 2 were worried as they arrived at Luo Xu's residence. They approached and rang the doorbell. There was no response for a long time. Wei Zheng and Zhu Chun both called Luo Xu, but still received no news. Strange. Luo Xu had never cut off practice with them like this. Every household here has a tightly secured security system installed on their doors, and it is impossible for anyone inside to open it voluntarily without proper authorization. Zhu Chun frowned and said, "She won't get into any trouble, right? It shouldn't be possible. The security system here is managed by the safety department, and once there are signs of an intrusion, the safety department will receive an alert. She might be undergoing training inside." Training by herself? The training in the boot camp has been refined over many years by experienced veterans. If she trains alone, she might injure herself. Zhu Chun stepped forward and called out Luo Xu's name loudly, but there was no response from inside. Wei Zheng waved his hand, indicating to let it go and not disturb her, and suggested they leave. He knew that Luo Xu definitely wanted to practice in that secondary map. Although the system had developed her brain domain a bit last time, her practical combat skills were still very poor and needed more practice. The upcoming tough battle could only be borne by her alone. However, Zhu Chun still hesitated. Wei Zheng waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. The next morning, Zhu Chun complied with Wei Zheng's order and arrived at the Central Research Institute. There, Wei Zheng was waiting for him, and upon seeing Zhu Chun, he closed the door tightly, turned off all communication devices, and activated the signal jammer before turning around to take out an encrypted box. He opened the box layer by layer, deciphering 4 layers of passwords, revealing a small liquid storage device inside. This is the gene evolution liquid. Zhu Chen was instantly shocked and widened his eyes. The matter of the gene evolution liquid is a top national secret. Although he was not qualified to attend that meeting, he had heard some rumors. Gene evolution. The genetic chain is unalterable, and everyone knows that. But now there's a liquid that can cause genes to evolve. This is definitely technology that cannot be achieved on Earth. Wei Zhang said, "Last night, Xiao Luo contacted me. She bought a gene evolution liquid from the system, and this bottle was a reward from the system. She took 1 bottle and is now training alone. After careful consideration, I decided to give this extra bottle to you." Luo Xu had already given him the gene evolution liquid, but he initially thought of Luo Xu as the first choice, intending to persuade her to take it. Last night, she called and said that this bottle was a system reward, an extra one, so he could confidently hand it over to Zhu Chen. The sunlight outside cast into the room, illuminating the liquid in the bottle, making it look crystal clear and exuding an enticing sheen. Wei Zhang sighed. You know what it means to take this gene evolution liquid. With greater power comes greater responsibility. For the upcoming mission, you must take on the greatest responsibility, which is to lead Xiao Luo out of the other world. Can you do it? Wei Zhang placed a hand on Zhu Chen's shoulder, solemnly delivering this message. Zhu Chen's gaze deepened, standing tall and speaking firmly. I will not let down the expectations. After working with Luo Xu so many times, we will definitely fight this tough battle beautifully, not only to showcase our national power, but also to obtain the final reward. Wei Zhang laughed heartily. Good. Yes. Zhu Chen took the gene evolution liquid and left. Wei Zhang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching his upright silhouette, and made a phone call. Hello, keep an eye on things. If any roadblocks are discovered, kill them. The last word was delivered with a heavier tone, decisive and ruthless. He sneered coldly. It seemed that the news of the gene evolution liquid had leaked, and many were eyeing it. He suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Soon, 2 cars approached from the fork he had just passed, surrounding him from left and right. Zhu Chen frowned slightly and was about to accelerate again when 2 more cars came up behind, directly rear-ending the 2 cars. He was startled and turned to look at those 2 cars, noticing the drivers were wearing brand-new black bulletproof suits, and he understood a bit more. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he accelerated again, while the unknown vehicles were blocked by those 2 cars, allowing him to proceed without obstruction. Upon returning to his residence, he keenly noticed that there were already quite a few people keeping watch. Soon, a man in a suit approached him and saluted. Hello. We are ordered to provide strict protection around your residence, doing our utmost to ensure your safety. Zhu Chen nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. From home. The exterior of the villa is made of iron sheets, a colossal structure crawling on the ground, appearing particularly terrifying. The garden of the home is neatly trimmed, with lush greenery. The vibrant flowers and plants thrive here. If one were to say what is the most expensive in the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be the soil and vegetation that can be used for planting. The garden here is worth at least 100 million. At this moment, several cars rushed in and stopped in front of the villa. The man in black just got out of the car and immediately collapsed to his knees, taking a while to regain his composure. He dragged his injured body and hurried into the villa to report the situation. Inside the villa, the decor is unique, with expensive ancient paintings hanging on the walls. This was extremely expensive even before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, it was worth its weight in gold. The man in black arrived at the study and respectfully lowered his head. Sir, we have failed. It is those people who are obstructing us. However, since those people have made their move, we are quite certain that what Zhu Chen has is indeed that precious gene evolution liquid. There should be no mistake. A series of urgent coughs came from inside. After a while, an old voice slowly spoke. Good. Chapter 145. Creating super soldiers 1 month later, the military issued a message. The National Strongman Manufacturing Plan is being implemented with the aim of creating a group of sergeant soldiers with super strength and strong leadership abilities. These warriors possess physical abilities that far exceed human limits, even surpassing those of superhumans. The country intends to use these warriors to explore other realms, acquire more resources, and advance national technology. Moreover, there's already been a successful first case. This official announcement immediately drew the attention of the entire world. Creating super soldiers? How do you create them? Is it to create beings like Superman? Isn't this human experimentation? How can we do something that goes against humanity? I do not agree with this. One success means how many people died in this experiment. It's terrifying. No, you don't think about it. Why has our country suddenly become interested in super soldiers? It must be because our country is facing difficulties that ordinary people cannot solve. What difficulties could there be? We are not worried about food and drink now. These zombies can be dealt with by ordinary people. I can't think of any other difficulties that require human experimentation. Humans are always so greedy. Haha, greedy? Has your head been kicked by a donkey? If it weren't for these soldiers, you would have died in the mouths of zombies long ago. They're doing everything they can to protect you. And at this time, you say they're greedy. Even a less-on giant Buddha would have to give you a spot. You're so kind. Why don't you voluntarily deliver heads to the zombies? When it comes to creating the strong, everyone's first reaction is those inhumane scientific experiments. The online discussions are suddenly focused on the experiments. If gaining power means losing humanity, then the greater the power gained, the more terrifying it becomes. Some personnel from research institutes also appeared online. Strange. I've worked at the institute for so long and have never heard of any human research, nor have I discovered anything unusual. Human research is absolutely not the case. There must be other ways. However, no matter how lively the public discussion is, the first super soldier to surpass human limits appeared on the screen. A press conference was held by the national headquarters. All 15 newly established media outlets across the country attended. On the television screen, Zhu Chun stood on stage in military uniform. Behind him, footage of his training was being played. On screen, Zhu Chun lifted a large truck, testing his punching power, speed, and even ordinary cameras couldn't capture his movements. Commander Tian Wei, who was specifically in charge, excitedly came on stage to announce the specific data. After testing, Comrade Zhu Chen's punching power has reached 930 kilograms, and his speed has reached 121 ms, far exceeding the limits of ordinary humans. His combat power has made a significant breakthrough. A single person is enough to withstand 1,000 troops. Let's applaud for our country having such a powerful warrior. The applause surged from the audience. Perhaps outsiders do not have this concept, but these soldiers know exactly how terrifying it is to reach this level. Zhu Chun is now like an existence similar to Superman. The king of soldiers, who once made them all tremble, is nothing compared to Zhu Chun at this moment. This is the true king of the military. At this moment, someone in the audience stood up. Commander, may I ask a question? The soldiers turned to look in the direction of the voice, eager to see who the brave warrior was. When they saw the man's rugged face, they were instantly shocked. Is this the one who has repeatedly won the World Boxing Championship? It seems to be Gao Hongyi. Yes, it's him. He has awakened a power-type ability, which has greatly increased his punching strength. After joining the army, he also learned various combat skills, doubling his overall combat effectiveness. Sigh, our entire company was directly defeated by him alone. If anyone in the military could match his strength, it would probably be no one. I wonder what it would be like for Gao Hongyi to face the commander. Commander Tian Wei revealed a mysterious smile upon seeing Gao Hongyi. Old Gao, are you sure? Gao Hongyi's voice was loud, causing the soldiers nearby to feel a bit of pain in their eardrums. I'm sure. Let me test this, super soldier. All right, come up. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Gao Hongyi walked slowly onto the stage. The soldiers below erupted in excitement. Gao Hongyi was strong and tall, nearly 2 meters high, with a body full of muscle. Standing there, he looked like a powerful giant. Although Zhu Chun was also impressive, he seemed a bit slender in front of a pure power-type warrior like Gao Hongyi. Tian Wei stepped aside to clear the space. This press conference is attracting worldwide attention. At this moment, the leaders of the Migo nation are gathering together, their faces serious as they watch the screen in front of them. One soldier said solemnly, I know that Gao Hongyi was the world boxing champion before the apocalypse. His combination punches are among the top techniques in the boxing world. General Bazel frowned. Do we have any of the empowered individuals we are training who can compete with him? The soldier nodded. Of course, our people after the apocalypse are not weak. With the awakening of abilities, many strong individuals have emerged. However, I'm not sure how far this super soldier has progressed. Bazel's serious gaze fell on Zhu Chun. This warrior is one of those live-streaming the exploration and is a core figure. It seems that the Dachuan nation wants to cultivate this otherworldly exploration powerhouse. As they spoke, the scene was already preparing for action. Gao Hongyi assumed an attacking stance. Zhu Chun, surprisingly, still had his hands hanging by his sides, his eyes fixed on Gao Hongyi. Gao Hongyi let out a low shout and punched Zhu Chun in the chest. As the heavy impact echoed, the soldiers below held their breath. He actually hit him. With Zhu Chun's speed, this shouldn't have happened. Could it be that Gao Hongyi's punching speed was too fast? With his punch, Zhu Chun is probably gone. However, Zhu Chun actually showed a smile at this moment. He smiled and said, "This punch seems unable to break even a single bone of mine. Senior Gao, did you use all your strength?" Gao Hongyi was greatly shocked. This is impossible. With his current punching power, anyone who takes a hit from him would not only be dead, but would also lose half their life. What's wrong with Zhu Chun? It must be that his punching technique is not right. He exerted all his strength and threw another punch. This time, the punch landed squarely on Zhu Chun's chest. Everyone could see that Zhu Chun was waiting for the fist to come down. He wasn't without the strength to resist. He was deliberately taking the hit. Bang! Zhu Chun still wore a smile. This punch wasn't enough. Finally, Zhu Chun counterattacked. Under Gao Hongyi's terrified gaze, Zhu Chun tightened his grip on Gao Hongyi's fist. There was a crisp crack. The bone broke. Chapter 146. The precious Luo Bao. Everyone competes for Gao Hongyi lost to Zhu Chun in the area he was most skilled at. Moreover, he was utterly defeated with no ability to fight back. Zhu Chun flipped his palm, and Gao Hongyi's muscular body crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his broken arm, gritting his teeth tightly. The soldiers below the stage were stunned. Gao Hongyi was an invincible presence in the army. Such a person was taken down by Zhu Chun with a single move. How strong could he possibly be? In front of the screen, the conference room of the Mi-Gu Congress fell into silence. A commander suddenly stood up. Impossible. This cannot be. Humanity cannot possibly achieve this. We specifically studied the strong figures of the Dachuan nation before, including Gao Hongyi. Gao Hongyi's ability is power-based, and this power-based ability can even reduce Earth's gravity by 0.1. All enemies who come into contact with him will experience a slight state of weightlessness. This reduction in gravity also covers a thin protective layer over his bones, which means that unless the punch far exceeds Gao Hongyi's. But Gao Hongyi's strength is already at the peak globally. How could anyone? Bazel coldly said. Now, hasn't a super soldier emerged? The commander clenched his fists unwillingly. Damn it. It must be some gimmick by the Dachuan nation. Gao Hongyi's strength is already the limit of humanity. Far beyond his own strength, then, that is no longer human. The voice of the Prime Minister floated in from a doorway. So, such a person is called a super soldier. Everyone in the conference room turned to look. The Prime Minister stood at the door with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him were two important members of the nation. The Prime Minister said, "You guessed correctly. The Dachuan nation has created such a super soldier to deal with the upcoming otherworldly exploration. They have already contacted me, explaining the dangers of the upcoming otherworldly exploration and urging us to be better prepared." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone began to discuss. The Prime Minister cleared his throat, signaling for silence. He then moved to the main seat at the conference table. "Let's launch our super serum program now." A researcher in a white lab coat suddenly stood up. "But Prime Minister, the technology is not fully developed yet, and there could be problems during the operation." The Prime Minister waved his hand, saying there was no time. "The Dawa Kingdom has informed us that the next interdimensional portal will open in February next year, and we only have 7 months to prepare. We are running out of time. No matter what, we must achieve something from this interdimensional exploration. The country can hardly hold on." Everyone stood up and saluted. Yes. After the Prime Minister left, Basil looked at Zhu Chun, who was revered and supported by the masses on the screen, with a cold glint in his eyes. "I always feel that something is not quite right here." Meanwhile, in the Dawa Kingdom, major businesses gathered at the dock villa. The dock villa is by the sea, with boats drifting on the turbulent waters. At this moment, one car after another was parked by the roadside. Here are the four prominent families that came from the home industry: the Jian family, the Bai family, the Hong family, and the Yu family. These families were well-known aristocratic families in the capital before the apocalypse. After the end of the world, the central base was established in the capital. At that time, these families contributed a significant amount of money to establish the base, and now they are considered elder figures of the new era. Originally, these families all had their own agendas, and the atmosphere among them was quite tense and unpredictable. But now, they are surprisingly able to put aside past grievances and come together, which is truly unprecedented. In the study, 5 people sat facing each other. The elder of the family, nearing 70, with white hair and a frail body, occasionally coughed violently. His aged voice slowly flowed through the room. "Everyone, I believe you're all aware of the gene evolution liquid." He got straight to the point. The others exchanged glances and nodded silently. They all had their own channels for gathering information. It was said that the military could reach agreements with certain individuals through interdimensional passages, and it seemed that the creation of these super soldiers was due to their purchase of the gene evolution liquid. The head of the Bai family expressed his deepest grievances. "Damn it." He slammed his palm on the table. "I gave so much money, and when it came time to spend it, I got no word at all. How can anyone trust them after this?" The head of the Hong family, who had been silent, turned to look at the elder of the From family. "Uncle Shi, do you have any ideas?" The elder of the From family merely glanced at the head of the Hong family before covering his mouth and coughing. After a while, he finally caught his breath and sighed. "Contact Luo Xu directly." The head of the Hong family's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, and then he burst into laughter. "Indeed, we should be more straightforward about this." The gathering lasted only a little over 10 minutes before everyone dispersed. Watching the cars leave one after another, the vehicle that had been lurking not far away also turned around. A white car silently drove on the newly constructed overpass. The head of the Jian family made a phone call. "Hello, Mom. The other families are getting ready to make a move on that Luo Xu. What should we do?" At that moment, the elderly lady was leisurely sunbathing at home. No need to rush. The head of the Jian family was genuinely anxious. "Mom, how can I not be anxious? I was swindled out of 30 million by that Wei Zheng guy this time. We can't just let this money go to waste. Can we?" The elderly lady squinted her eyes and smiled. "This is just the beginning. The bigger losses are yet to come. Going against Luo Xu? Come on, tell me everything you know." The head of the Jian family highlighted the key points of his concerns. The elderly lady merely responded with a squint and an "When can you get the items on the list I gave you?" "The sooner, the better," understood. The head of the Jian family was holding back his frustration but didn't know where to vent it, so he could only sigh deeply. "Mom, can you manage the affairs at home? Give me some advice. What should we do?" "Listen to Mom. Don't worry about anything. Just follow the routine. Next time Wei Zheng raises funds, you still contribute this much. If you think less, you'll find things aren't as difficult as you imagine." Upon hearing this, the head of the Jian family broke out in a cold sweat. "What? Contribute this much again? Isn't that just giving them money for nothing?" The elderly lady laughed heartily. "How is it giving money for nothing? As you give, what you want will eventually come to you." After hanging up, the elderly lady squinted at the sunlight above her, her smile growing wider. Some things don't need to be pursued deliberately. What is meant to come will always come. At this moment, a call popped up from the chip on her wrist. It displayed Luo Baby. Chapter 147. With nothing to do, create an intelligent brain for myself. Luo Xu was a bit bewildered by the enthusiastic voice of the old lady Jian on the other end of the phone. She had just come back from a battle in another world, covered in blood, with her clothes in tatters, and a gloomy expression as she listened to the old lady's voice. "Little Luo Baby, what do you still lack? How's the stuff you got last time?" That was brought back by our Jian family members, risking their lives from the areas that were overrun before the zombie tide. "You must cherish it. Luo Xu can li not that." "Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Jian. What are you talking about? Call me Grandma and let me hear it." "Luo Xu, when will you be able to send the new items over? I need them urgently." Old lady Jian sat up, not hanging up on Luo Xu's call, and directly made another call. "Hello, how's the preparation going? Hurry up and deliver it. The person is in urgent need." Luo Xu felt a bit more at ease. "Thank you, Grandma Jian. By the way," old lady Jian reminded her, "the gene evolution liquid has already been revealed, and other families are eyeing it. Be careful. They've already traced it back to you. Luo Xu. Thank you for the reminder. After hanging up, she opened the internet to check on recent events. Zhu Chun actually showcased the results of using the gene evolution liquid. But thinking about it, it was understandable. The emergence of this super soldier, Zhu Chun, could restore military prestige. Luo Xu looked down at her hands. She was currently training herself here, while Wei Zheng had arranged for people to guard outside strictly, showing her complete trust. It seemed he wanted to keep her hidden under Zhu Chen's aura to avoid drawing attention. She took a deep breath. Now she truly felt like she was being pushed into a corner. Even if she had thoughts of slacking off, she couldn't just lie down. The map of this other world was too dangerous. She couldn't keep living under someone else's protection. Luo Xu turned and walked to the training room's compartment. In the center of the room, there's a table filled with various tools. Luo Xu is sitting on the sofa, taking out a small chip and inserting it into a thin laptop, quickly typing on the keyboard. She has installed cameras around the room and has transformed the entire villa with the system. Someone is knocking at the door outside, and she adjusts the camera to focus on the entrance. A delivery truck driver waves at the camera. "Miss, we are here to deliver the goods." Luo Xu types on the keyboard. "Just leave the items in the yard." As she speaks, the front door opens automatically. The man is taken aback by the high technology. Yes. That night, four assassins quietly infiltrated Luo Xu's villa from different directions. Among them is an ability user skilled in concealment, undetectable even by ordinary surveillance cameras. The group sneaks in through the doors and windows, entering the villa's hall. The room looked ordinary on the outside, but the moment they stepped onto the floor, a red laser cage centered around them formed in an instant. Damn, what is this thing? A laser? Who the hell would have something like this in their home? The cage did not shrink. It merely formed a semicircle with a diameter of 5 meters. The four of them were directly blocked inside, not daring to move their feet at all. The ability user killer snorted coldly and slammed his fist down onto the ground. "Since I can't go above ground, let's try below." The villa's floor was made of wooden planks, a material from before the apocalypse, and with the ability user strength, he could punch through it in one blow. Bang! However, to their surprise, when he punched down, they heard a metallic sound. The ability user let out a scream, clutching his already twisted and deformed hand. Following that, the lights in the hall turned on, illuminating the figures of the four people completely. Luo Xu stood by the railing on the second floor in her pajamas. She was standing in the shadows. The killers sensed her presence sharply and all looked up at her. Her voice was light and chilling. The ability user killer had already fainted from the pain, while the other three exchanged glances. "This room is indeed filled with traps. They were too careless. Let us go, and we will definitely not disturb you again." One of them is softened. There's no choice. The laser cage hanging above their heads can cut them to pieces like slicing a watermelon. Luo Xu took out a small device and pressed a button. The laser cage disappeared instantly. The three quickly turned and ran, disappearing in an instant. The main door outside had already swung open, and they didn't dare to linger, hastily fleeing outside. At that moment, a mechanical arm threw out the unconscious ability killer. The three paused, utterly stunned, staring at the ability killer lying at their feet. Was it a mechanical arm that just threw someone out? It seems like. The door turned into a mechanical arm. No, that's not right. I must be seeing things. They rubbed their eyes and hurriedly fled in a panic. After the commotion outside completely died down, Luo Xu finally rubbed her eyes and turned to her research room. There are quite a few tools placed here, as well as internationally advanced and scarce nanomaterials. These items were all collected by the Jian family 3 years before the apocalypse from various parts of the country. They were very forward-thinking and knew that these things were treasures that humanity must preserve. While the military was busy with other matters and unable to pay attention, they specifically gathered a lot of these items. Luo Xu had to admit that the Jian family truly had talent. Zombies were easy to handle, but these treasures of human technology, once damaged, could take decades to rebuild, and humanity couldn't afford that time. Luo Xu tapped on the keyboard, and a projection of an orange cat appeared on the ground. The movements of this orange cat are just like those of a real cat. This is the first artificial intelligence created by Luo Xu. Brain number 1 is at your service. Luo Xu's 10 fingers are tapping on the keyboard, trying to change the shape of the orange cat. As a result, in the next second, the cat's head doubled in size. And she quickly stopped. Indeed, as someone who learned halfway, she still lacks some practical skills. In the past few days, Luo Xu has been studying this artificial intelligence in her room. In just a few days, Wei Zheng sent her several large sums of money again. The amount was huge, reaching 400 million. Her balance once again reached 400. This time, Luo Xu opened them all and found the technology section. Technology is also categorized from the lowest to the highest level. Advanced scientific research even includes principles for black hole creation, cross-dimensional research principles, and breakthroughs in quantum fiber barrier technology that can cover an entire galaxy. Chapter 148. What? Am I not human anymore? Currently, the development of basic theoretical knowledge and technology on Earth is relatively rapid. However, in terms of theoretical foundations, there are still many technical issues that need to be overcome to fully apply in practice. Computers and artificial intelligence are considered the basics of basics. Luo Xu thought about developing these herself first, and then she could research some things to sell to the system. After browsing them all, she found several theoretical knowledge items related to technology and began her own research. After a month, during her training, she practiced on her own house. After working all night, Luo Xu looked at the mechanical arm she had personally created and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a prompt from the system echoed in her mind. Ding! The host has made a technical breakthrough in the field of scientific research. Skill points have reached maximum value. The system is upgrading. Upgrading 1, 2, 5, 98, 99, 100. Upgrade complete. System reward. Physical quality modification. Modification in progress. Once again, the familiar feeling of pain. However, Luo Xu smiled. After the last time she took the gene evolution liquid for modification, this time she was being modified by the system. She was looking forward to how strong her body would become. 2 hours later, the pain in Luo Xu's body finally disappeared. She lay on the cold floor, staring at the ceiling, her whole body drenched in sweat. The system's control panel opened automatically, displaying in front of her. Race, dash, gender, female, danger level, 1, 10 abilities, scientific research technology, 100, construction technology, 31, combat technique, 67, firearm technology, 69, knowledge ability, 83, Luo Xu felt a bit strange. The race section had actually turned into dash. What does this mean? Is she no longer human? Luo Xu furrowed her brows and asked, System, what does this mean? Am I no longer human? Host, your current physical strength has long surpassed the range of ordinary humans. But what specific race you are now is still an unknown. Modification is one thing, but did it also turn her into an alien? Who can reason with this? Luo Xu stood up and stretched her muscles. She felt her body became a bit lighter, and as she moved, the bones made heavy and powerful collision sounds. She approached the instrument again and lightly threw a punch. To her astonishment, her punch directly shattered the machine. Luo Xu was stunned, looking down at her hands. She practiced a set of martial arts techniques she had learned before. The postures she could never achieve before were now effortless and even stronger. She smiled widely and opened the system to enter the secondary map to continue practicing. A few days later, one evening, several uninvited guests arrived outside Luo Xu's villa. They quietly broke in. Just as they approached the window, they suddenly saw a shadow dart past inside. The man broke out in a cold sweat. Did you see that? Something just ran past. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads. No. The man rubbed his eyes. Maybe I saw it wrong. Just then, as he climbed through the window, he saw the shadow flicker in front of him again. He shivered, feeling the temperature in the room was much lower than outside. This can't be right. I feel something eerie. The person next to him shot him a look with such a small heart. How were you chosen for this task? The shadow darted past again, and this time everyone saw it. They halted, eyes wide, staring at the shadow hiding behind the cupboard. Who? Come out. The man, startled, shouted. The two people next to him quickly covered his mouth. Don't forget why we are here. Making such a loud noise. Are you looking to die? Finally, a ginger cat slowly walked out from behind the shadow. The cat mewed at them, soft and cute. So it's just a little creature. Suddenly, they noticed the shadow behind the window changing. It gradually grew larger, forming the silhouette of a head. The group screamed as several mechanical arms threw them out. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. At the house, the old master of his own family and the head of the Hong family, Hong Lu, were drinking tea in the study. Sir, that woman's residence is strange. We saw a cat, and then something threw us out without any ability to resist. That room might have a ghost. The old master of his own family's face darkened, and he coughed violently. Hong Lu placed a cup of hot tea next to him and asked in a deep voice, "What did you see?" "I need objective facts." "A cat ahead." That window turned into a head, and then it threw us out. No, wait. It was a mechanical arm. A mechanical arm. That house seemed to have its own ideas. It was the house that drove us out, and Luo Xu never showed herself the entire time. The old master finally caught his breath. "Are you saying Luo Xu remodeled the entire house?" "Indeed, this woman is not simple." "Onluno did." "The information I got is very accurate. It seems that Wei Zheng is in charge, but in fact, the gene evolution fluid was obtained from this Luo Xu by Wei Zheng. By the way, Wei Zheng even had this woman mixed with those old professors. They're all titans of the scientific community, which shows that this Luo Xu actually has some expertise in science." The old master nodded. "Are you saying our country has already mastered the specific manufacturing method for the gene evolution fluid?" Hong Lu showed a troubled expression. "It shouldn't be. Gene-related issues have always been a difficult problem for the scientific community, mainly because of the ethical issues related to experimental research, and our country's technology cannot keep up, which easily leads to irreversible side effects. Moreover, as far as I know, research in this area has been halted for at least over 10 years. It's impossible for it to just appear. It must have been bought from that otherworldly mall." The old master sighed, leaning back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. His spirit was low, and his figure was thin, as if he could pass away at any moment. "The mall is there." "That's good." Chapter 149. The five nations come to court. Inside the room, the two were plotting seriously, planning their next actions. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades flapping came from outside. A helicopter hovered in the air in front of the villa and slowly landed. The old master of his own family walked out with the help of his servants, his expression grave as he looked at the man descending from the helicopter. Wei Zheng. He was dressed in military uniform, looking weary from travel. The old master completely ignored him, his voice icy. "What are you doing here? Our own family's place does not allow unidentified helicopters to land." Wei Zheng stepped forward to support the old master instead of the servants, still wearing a smile. "You two disturb my people, so of course, I have to come personally to settle the score. I, Wei Zheng, am a protector of my own, and you both know my temper." The head of the Hong family looked extremely displeased. Wei Zheng helped the old master sit on the sofa in the living room and then crossed his arms, looking down at him. "You two have contributed money to the country this time. The chief knows about this, and I know about this too. We will naturally not forget this favor. Speaking of which, you could be considered founding fathers of the nation. Now that you have done these foolish things, I am indeed a bit disappointed. However, I can understand. Old sir, you are too weak and want medication, right? And old Hong, your family isn't short on money. You just want to improve your weak son's constitution, right?" The words were said openly and clearly, leaving the two with nothing to say. The old master was indeed anxious for his own health. He had cancer, and it was already in the late stages. He had only a few days left to live. Unfortunately, all of his capable sons had died on the zombie battlefield. He could not die. With no one to inherit his vast fortune, it would soon fall apart. He had to cultivate an heir before he died. His cancer was incurable with the current level of medical technology. However, fortunately, a mall had appeared, giving him a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the old master grabbed Wei Zheng's arm. The old master was gripping hard, the veins on his forehead bulging. "You tell me the truth. Is this mall real or not?" Wei Zheng nodded seriously. "It is real." The old master tightened his grip even more. "If I die, no one's going to get my money. Even if I hand it over to foreigners, you won't get a cent." Wei Zheng smiled gently and nodded. The old master frowned. Wei Zheng pulled his hand away. "I know both of you feel unbalanced, but to obtain more gene evolution liquid, you need to invest heavily in the early stages. Do you think this stuff can be found everywhere on the streets? Our country is currently in a state of rebuilding, and the new era currency has only just been issued not long ago. It is now preparing to be promoted worldwide. Raising a few hundred million is still relatively easy, but raising hundreds of billions or even trillions could disrupt the entire market. Well, if all the initial funds are used to buy things for you, then what next? For the subsequent exploration of other worlds, the warriors need power. Where does that power come from? Will they all die inside, and all the treasures be left for foreigners? Both gentlemen are smart and should know that our primary task for development is survival, not fighting over interest for various places. The old master and the head of the Hong family fell into silence. Everyone understands his principle, but they're all eager to use it. After a moment of hesitation, the old master of the family said solemnly, "It seems that girl, Luo Xu, is really important to you." The corners of Wei Zhang's mouth tightened a bit. He slightly lowered his eyelids, hiding the sudden coldness in his gaze. "You too, do not disturb her." The head of the Hong family stepped forward with clenched fists. "Give us a deadline, 1 month. If we still don't see your sincerity after 1 month, then this cooperation will be unilaterally nullified." Wei Zhang's expression stiffened. "You two old men have used up the country's money. How can our soldiers survive? I can only guarantee that after this exploration of the other world ends, you will definitely get what you want. How long will that take?" The head of the Hong family frowned in dissatisfaction. The old master of the family sighed and waved his hand to the head of the Hong family. "Forget it. Let's set the deadline based on this exploration of the other world. The overall situation is more important." Only then did Wei Zhang feel satisfied. "Thank you." Wei Zhang's visit was not an act of submission. He was merely laying out the various stakes clearly to the two men. After all, the leaders of various countries are about to come to Dazhou to discuss the specific matters of entering the other world, and they do not have the extra energy to deal with these internal conflicts. After Wei Zhang left, the head of the Hong family finally vented his pent-up anger. "Damn it, is Wei Zhang threatening us? He even says he will give us something. Bastard." The head of the Hong family was somewhat anxious, "But your health." The old master of the family coughed a few times, slightly pausing his steps. "Old Hong, since they have already spoken, it means they don't want to escalate this matter too much. If you insist on this, it can only lead to a confrontation, and by then, I won't be able to protect you. Just bear with it for now." The old master of the family's voice slightly paused, then he smiled. "That girl Luo Xu is quite interesting. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her." The head of the Hong family frowned tightly. "Luo Xu." In the past month, neither the Jia family nor the Hong family have shown any interest in Luo Xu. The Jian family has remained passive from the beginning, adopting a nonchalant attitude. On the other hand, the Bai family and the Yu family have made a few attempts to probe the situation. Wei Zhang initially wanted to talk to these two families, but he found that their actions were merely small-scale skirmishes, so he let them be. There were also powerful ability users who wanted to sneak in using their powers. As they flew over and approached the small villa, they suddenly felt dizzy and lost their sense of direction, crashing down. Some tried to burrow underground with their abilities, but ended up hitting some special metal substances, giving themselves a big bump on the head. They were shocked to discover that Luo Xu's residence was like an impenetrable fortress. Chapter 150. The blue sky of Dazhong country, watching the other families collide and injure themselves. The matriarch of the Jian family sat contentedly in her yard enjoying the sun. She squinted her eyes and called Luo Xu. "Hey, little Luo treasure, how are you? Have you used up the things I sent last time? Grandma has brought back some good stuff from abroad, and I heard this material is specially refined. Oh, by the way, I also got some equipment. Should I send it all to you?" Luo Xu's voice came through the phone. "Thank you, Grandma Jian. I really need these. I'll transfer the money to your account." The matriarch of the Jian family smiled with her eyes, saying, "Money is easy to deal with. We'll give you a 50% discount. So just let us know what you need in the future." After hanging up, the matriarch enjoyed the adoring glances from her two sons. See, some things come naturally when you don't force them. This Luo Xu is no simple character. If there's a chance, we should interact with her more. Jian Qi, the eldest son of the Jian family and the current head of the family, stepped forward to massage his mother's shoulders, smiling ingratiatingly. "Mom, you really have foresight, but we still don't know much about this Luo Xu. Isn't it a bit risky to be so flattering?" The matriarch of the Jian family smiled mysteriously. When have you ever seen me misjudge someone? I think. Perhaps she truly possesses the real control over that mysterious mall. Her words immediately sent shivers down the spines of the two men in the room. They, who prided themselves on being well-informed, had heard that the mall came from a passage to another world. Everyone knew that only military personnel knew where those passages were located. If Luo Xu was indeed that important, Jian Sun, the second son of the Jian family, lowered his voice and asked, "Mom, we've suspected this for a long time." Jian Qi frowned, placing a hand on Jian Sun's shoulder. "Stop speaking in riddles and just say it." Jian Sun said, "This passage to another world appeared during the first wave of zombies at the central base. At that time, everyone thought the central base was doomed, but the mech that manifested from the other world instantly turned the tide. The timing of this other world-esque appearance was too perfect, and I had people investigate immediately. But all the information was tightly sealed, and nothing could be found except for one entrance to the other world. Since then, every exploration to the other world has basically involved Luo Xu. I investigated further, and during the first exploration, Luo Xu was also present, so at this point, the situation became clear. Luo Xu was not part of the military. She had no special traits, so why was she always present during these explorations? Jian Sun held up two fingers, stating, "There are only two possibilities. First, Luo Xu has some special ability that is extremely useful in the other world. Second, for some reason, she had to go in. It must be due to some reason that she had to go in, but I'm still investigating what that reason is." This statement left Jian Qi speechless. What reason? The matriarch of the Jian family smiled at Jian Sun with satisfaction and then lightly tapped Jian Qi on the forehead. "If only you had half of your brother's cleverness. Remember to bring some things to visit Luo Xu." The middle-aged man, Jian Qi, who rarely showed any expression, revealed a rare look of grievance on his face. This time, the delivery of goods was personally overseen by Jian Qi. He brought the goods to Luo Xu's residence himself. As usual, when they arrived, the villa's gate opened automatically. The courtyard was clean and tidy, as if it had been swept every day. Jian Qi cleared his throat in front of the camera and said, "Little Luo, I am Jian Qi, the head of the Jian family." There was no response from inside. This woman is really mysterious. Jian Qi, undeterred, still wears a smile on her face and says, "Thank you for taking care of my family's business. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Don't be polite. Only my family can get this kind of experimental equipment and materials." Just as she was speaking, a cat suddenly meowed and gracefully walked to the door. It spoke in a strange human voice. "Hello, sir. My master is currently training, and I will relay your message." Jian Qi and a few people who were moving goods were quite startled. "What the? A cat is talking? What's going on? What is this cat?" The orange cat continued, "I'm the master's intelligent brain number 1. Intelligent brain? Artificial intelligence? Has artificial intelligence developed to this extent now?" The cat looked just like a living cat. After saying this, the orange cat disappeared without a trace. It vanished right under their noses. Although it was a bit eerie, it was still somewhat understandable. Jian Qi forced a smile. "Hurry up and move the stuff, and once you're done, get out of here." Before leaving, he took a deep look at the villa, growing increasingly curious about its owner. 5 days later, one passenger plane after another gradually arrived at the border of Dichuan. Previously, the central base had consolidated all the resources of the base in preparation for the arrival of leaders from various countries. Now, several empty spaces had opened up in the central area of the central base. New soil has been transferred here, and flowers and plants have been transplanted on top. Currently, the area within the borders of Dazhong that can be cultivated is almost equivalent to the area of a province. A total of 5 countries came this time. Among them, there are representatives from 4 Western countries: Migo, Tao, Figa, and the Nia Democratic Alliance. The first 3 countries are all powerful in comprehensive national strength, developed countries before the apocalypse, and still possess strong independence after the apocalypse. The last one, the Nia Democratic Alliance, is a federation formed by some smaller countries to survive. The representatives from the eastern countries are Dachuan and the New Simon Republic. The latter is also an alliance of several small countries. There is no way around it. The countries on the eastern continent have large populations, and correspondingly, there are many zombies. Except for Dachuan, which has self-defense capabilities. None of the other countries can survive independently. At this moment, the planes carrying the leaders of these countries are flying in the sky above Dachuan. Look, what is that? Is it the blue sky? Is it my illusion? The air here is so fresh. It feels like Descent Before the Apocalypse. Chapter 151. The ordinary sanitation worker, General Muir of Migo, looked out the window, staring at the large buildings below, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. A sense of crisis. He felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. Dachuan has actually developed to this extent. Since they started the live broadcast, Dachuan has been in a state of counter-surveillance. All communications equipment used for monitoring would completely fail once it approached the core area of Dachuan. Therefore, for nearly a year, they had no idea what Dachuan truly looked like. All they knew was that Dachuan had suffered wave after wave of zombie attacks. But now, Dachuan has united the entire country, developing around the pre-apocalypse capital, which is now the central base. The 4 bases have all been relocated to areas with suitable temperatures for survival. They have abandoned nearly 4/5 of their land area and have turned the remaining 1/5 into a paradise for humanity. A tight defensive line has been erected around the 4 bases, with several mechs guarding all sides. With binoculars, one can still vaguely see those massive machines. The mechs have smooth exterior lines, resembling humans, and even just standing there without being activated, they exude a strong deterrent effect. General Bazel came over with a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Muir. This is the current strength of Dachuan. It's terrifying. Have you noticed? The air here has been purified, and Bazel pointed. Look over there. General Muir followed his direction and looked over. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. That, green. It was a sea of green. This is a plant. A resilient plant surviving after the apocalypse. It can create abundant oxygen and restore the ecosystem to its normal state, a gift from nature. In this desolate post-apocalyptic Earth, there actually exists such a vast expanse of green grassland. The officials on the plane greedily gazed at the green below, unable to contain their excitement. Some even crossed their hands over their chests, saying, "Oh my God, I never expected to see such a scene in my lifetime." They took a deep breath, feeling that the air here was much fresher. It had been a long time since they had breathed such air. How is this possible? Why does Dazhou still have such a large area of greenery? The zombie virus has clearly rendered all land unairable. Listening to their discussions, General Moore and General Bazel looked out the window. They exchanged a glance, and the obscurity in their eyes was something only they could understand. Otherworldly manifestation. It seems that this other world is indeed a good thing. The plane gradually descended, allowing them to see the city in front of them more clearly. A 5-level interchange, with central bases crisscrossing. Each bridge connecting the bases was suspended in midair, at least 20 meters above the ground. Below, some zombies were swaying as they passed by. All of them shot down by drones flying at low altitude. After killing the zombies, some small trucks came by to handle all the bodies. What shocked them even more was that the ones driving the trucks and handling the bodies were actually elderly men and women dressed in sanitation worker uniforms. They looked frail, yet their movements were particularly nimble. If they encountered a not yet dead zombie, the old lady could still chop it down with an axe. Clearly, after the apocalypse, the environment has deteriorated sharply. The changes in the survival environment have made the trend of natural selection increasingly evident. Those with weaker constitutions, the elderly and children, powerless, can only live at the very bottom. But for the elderly in Dazhou, so lively and vigorous, this is unreasonable. The plane has finally landed. The leaders and generals of the Daqiao country, along with important state officials, have long been prepared to welcome them off the plane. The Mage country landed first, and when the cabin door opened, they looked outside. The entire apron turned out to be a huge golf course, and at the end of the cabin door, where they stepped out, was a lush green lawn. Have they arrived in paradise? The sunlight here is so warm and gentle, with a gentle breeze and fresh air that gives them a sense of being far away from the apocalypse. Their feet slowly touch the ground, and finally, that solid and stable feeling dispels their dreamy days. It's grass. Grass. Boo-hoo. I love this place. We can't be dreaming, can we? The entire delegation from Megoko was about to go crazy. They directly knelt down, scooping up a handful of soil and inhaling it madly. Some disregarded their neatly pressed suits and lay on the ground, rolling around. The fragrance of the grass made it impossible for them to calm down. Wei Zheng and the leader exchanged a smile. Mu'er glanced at the person over there carrying the camera for a live broadcast, feeling embarrassed, and his face darkened. He kicked the guy holding the soil. Everyone calm down. At that moment, Wei Zheng stepped forward with a smile. Gentlemen, please. Over there. A few more planes had landed. The people disembarking from the planes behaved similarly to the Migokuo delegation, even more exaggerated. Naturally, all these scenes were captured on camera. The first New Century World Human Conference had to be broadcasted live globally. The host overseeing the live broadcast was speechless at this scene. Quick, turn the camera over there. The photographer turned the camera and, in a moment of urgency, captured a tall building not far away. Dazhiguo had significantly reduced the area of the entire country, but many places outside still had zombies that hadn't been cleared, and this was a long process. However, inside the base, there wasn't enough accommodation space, so they could only add to that floor. Although it was a bit rushed, the floors constructed with newly manifested materials were extremely stable, and the buildings kept getting taller, even reaching over 60 floors. The foreigners in the live broadcast room were stunned at this scene. How did Dazhiguo develop to this point? So many high-rise buildings. We want to see the grass. Please, I haven't seen green grass in a long time. If only I could immigrate to Dazhiguo. To see such a scene in my lifetime would be worth dying for. I have cancer and my time is short. This live broadcast has shown me so much. Dazhiguo, you are doing great, and I hope you get better and protect the entire planet, so humanity doesn't go extinct. For a moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room turned increasingly melancholic. Many kind-hearted Dazhiguo people spoke words of comfort. Aren't we starting negotiations between countries? Earth is one village. We are all part of a whole. Our country's development isn't an issue. Indeed, the restoration of the entire ecosystem requires our joint efforts. I believe that soon, the living conditions over there can also improve. Chapter 152, Still Too Poor. Just hold on a bit longer, brothers and sisters. One more year, just one more year, and everything will be fine. Friends upstairs, for your cancer, our country actually has ways to treat it now. It's okay. Just hold on for a maximum of 1 year, and everything will be fine. The live broadcast room was filled with mutual encouragement and a good atmosphere. An hour later, the first New Century International Conference officially began. After nearly 7 hours of discussions, Dazhiguo's extremely strong stance earned the New Era currency recognition worldwide. The entire New Era currency became the world's unified currency. Various countries formed alliances and business communities to clear out zombies together. Western countries completely lowered their postures, putting aside arrogance and prejudice. Seriously listening to Wei Zheng read the relevant clauses of the contract, discussing and perfecting them one by one. Just relying on the endless green grass was enough to win their hearts. Regarding the exploration of other worlds, our country will share the passage. This time, only 30 people are allowed to enter the other world. So among the 6 countries here, each country can send 5 people. It has been tentatively decided to conduct the exploration in February next year. Does anyone have any objections? Wei Zheng said with a smile, and finally, he looked around with a smiling gaze. A man from Feijia country suddenly stood up. It's been too long. We can't wait. You. Another man shouted. We from Feijia country have no objections. Wei Zheng's smile grew wider. In that case, this meeting is concluded. Everyone, please sign the contract. Everyone from various countries knew that the manifestation of the other world was their last hope. Dazhiguo's willingness to share it was merely a consideration for the entire Earth. After the meeting, Wei Zheng arranged for someone to take them around the entire base. Wei Zheng also specifically instructed them to show the mountains, rivers, and the wells with inexhaustible water resources in Dazhiguo. To their surprise, just as they walked out of the conference center and saw a nearby artificial fountain, these people went wild, rushing over. Look, it's a fountain. Water. So clear. My God, after the apocalypse, I haven't seen such clear water in ages. A few guys, disregarding their image, had already taken off their clothes, jumping into the fountain and drinking heartily. Sweet and delicious, this is so good. The diplomat leading the way hesitated to speak. That artificial fountain? It's just sewage that has been simply purified. This thing looks clean, but in reality, it contains rich elemental substances, comparable to a certain country's holy river. Wei Zheng was also a bit dumbfounded and waved his hand to let people hurry and take these individuals over to taste the delicacies and fine wines. Here, the host really couldn't continue filming those embarrassing guys and had to change the topic again, taking the camera to other places in the central base. Today, Xiaoli is here to show you the current development situation of Dawang country. As you all know in previous live broadcasts, Dawang country manifested some wells, inland rivers, an arable land from another world. Today, I will take you to see these things with your own eyes. As the camera gradually shifts, the prosperity of Dawang country is fully revealed. The live stream instantly welcomes comments filled with envy and admiration. I envy the citizens of Dawang country so much for having such a happy life. Sigh, although our Mage country cleared out the zombies long ago, we still live in dire straits. Yes, the water dug from underground is black and only barely meets drinking standards after treatment. In fact, I suspect this water is undrinkable. Many people got sick after drinking it, including me. Half an hour later, various countries released announcements. Dawang country has shared another world, allowing people from all over the world to participate together. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. They truly witnessed the miraculous use of the otherworldly passage. This other world is simply their savior. In other countries, where water resources and necessities are extremely lacking, society has turned into hell. They also want a stable and comfortable life, like the citizens of Dawang country. Thank you, Dawang country, for being willing to share such a precious resource. Indeed, a great nation is so generous. What kind of people will our country choose to enter the other world? Will the things they obtain in the other world directly manifest in our country? Will we also have mountains and rivers manifest? I'm really too excited. There is finally hope. Hearing this news, I trembled all over and put down the gun I was preparing to use for suicide. Thank you, Dawang country. I love you all. I really don't know what words to use to describe my current emotions. If there is a chance in my lifetime, I must visit Dawang country and see such a kind and benevolent country with my own eyes. Just a short hour, the global suicide rate plummeted instantly. People who could only hide underground due to the destruction of the ozone layer were already in tears. They tightly clutched their phones with their withered hands, and tears slowly streamed from their cracked lips. Diplomats brought these foreign envoys to a nearby inland river. Looking at the babbling stream, crystal clear to the bottom, with even fish swimming happily inside, they directly knelt on the ground and cried, "This water, there are indeed such places on earth. You are the saviors of all humanity." They cautiously leaned forward. Although their throats were dry, they dared not enter the river, fearing to pollute this clear water. The river water was so clear it seemed like a relic left over from a time long before humans existed. Nearby, grass and trees had already started to grow, with little green saplings breaking through the soil, greedily sucking in the warm sunlight. The air in this place has been purified, and the harmful ultraviolet rays have been rendered harmless by instruments, providing a good living environment for plants. At this moment, in the small villa, she flipped through the system and was surprised to see the balance. 820. Just a couple of days ago, it was only 400, and now it had suddenly doubled. Host, due to Earth's development, the exchange rate has doubled. Luo Xu showed a pleased expression. The impact of Earth's development on the exchange rate was so significant. She opened the mall page again, looking at the items priced in the thousands and tens of thousands, feeling a headache coming on. Still too poor. Chapter 153. Auctioning Artworks. Making a fortune. Luo Xu went to her small research room, where her newly completed mecha skeleton was placed on the table. This is just a semi-finished product, with the wires exposed, but it has already reached the limit of what she can do. Yet, even as a semi-finished product, it has already surpassed the current technology on Earth. She purchased a low-level mechanical theory knowledge for 200 star coins, and after hard study, she was able to develop it. Luo Xu held the mech skeleton in her hands. System, activate. After being illuminated by a beam of light projected by the system, the mech exoskeleton disappeared from her hands. She opened the sales page of the system's mall. The mech exoskeleton she had created was already listed there and was being appraised. Appraisal complete. Value, 3 star coins. Luo Xu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The mech exoskeleton she had worked so hard to create was only worth 3-star coins? Is this a joke? The system remained silent. It wanted to tell Luo Xu that no matter how hard she tried, the technological ceiling that Earth could currently reach was right here, and it simply wasn't worth much. Even with the current technology on Earth, an atomic bomb could only sell for 6 or 7-star coins. Her little piece of junk was hardly worth anything. Luo Xu scrolled through the entire mall page. Too expensive. She simply can't afford these things. A gene evolution liquid costs 300-star coins, and that's the cheapest. For weapons, the cheapest is at least $29.99, while the most expensive can reach tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions. That string of zeros feels like a mountain crashing down on her head. She was still thinking about buying a gene evolution liquid for herself first, and then acquiring some knowledge in applied sciences. With her current hands-on ability, she could restore it in no time. However, she completely underestimated the difficulty involved. Some of the materials simply don't exist on Earth and need to be synthesized. Even if synthesized with current Earth technology, it would take at least 10 years. She could only scrounge together some substitutes to barely create such a thing. She originally thought that if she could sell 20 or 30, it would be a profit, and then she could produce more. Although the price per unit is low, we can mass produce it. But unexpectedly, after all her efforts, she only earned 3-star coins. It was such a blow. System, tell me, why is it so hard to earn star coins? Also, how do wealthy people in the universe make their money? Since there is currency, there must be a whole market. Star coins face the entire universe, which means that the whole universe is an enormous market. Although current human technology has not discovered the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, this system is directly slapping them in the face. Not only are there extraterrestrial civilizations, but there may also be trillions, quadrillions, or quintillions of civilizations, which current human technology cannot detect at all. Host, the interstellar empire has developed for several hundred billion years, and the commercial trade is countless. However, the most profitable directions now are few: medicine, high-tech weapons, spacecraft mechas, food, and archaeological art. Many star-level civilizations have developed for tens of millions of years, accumulating wealth. The higher the civilization level, the wealthier they are. Among these, medicine, high-tech weapons, and spacecraft mechas have been almost entirely monopolized by advanced civilizations, making it impossible for lower civilizations to develop in these areas. What remains are food and archaeological art, and the host can try to focus on these two areas. However, in terms of food, with the rapid development of civilizations, major races are continuously strengthening themselves, so the demand for food might not be significant. Luo Xu frowned slightly. What is archaeological art? Some advanced civilizations have a collecting habit and a strong interest in ancient artworks, but this market is unstable. How many star coins can be earned depends entirely on the preferences of the other party or the negotiation between both sides. Luo Xu understood. It's just like the art market. There is no fixed price for these artworks, and how much they can sell for depends on various factors. But one thing is certain: the older something is, the more valuable it becomes. Oh, Luo Xu played with the cup in her hand. It had a print of Doraemon on it, looking adorably clumsy. She thought for a moment and tossed the cup up. Evaluating. Art type, already listed. Waiting for auction. Luo Xu was clumsily flipping through the auction page. Soon after, the system gave another prompt. Ding. Auction ended. A collector from the West UN 2393 star region purchased the item. Auction price: 36,000 star coins. Star coins have been credited to the account. Please check. Luo Xu, what the heck? The zeros at the end? She must be counting wrong. This broken cup that can be bought for $5 at the 2-bit shop is worth 36,000 star coins? 36,000. The price is so high. Who bought it? Isn't this just a big sucker? At this moment, a comment popped up. This is a type of writing she has never seen before. After systematic translation, it can be summarized in one sentence. One elegant piece of art. It's simply a masterpiece of nature. Is it a hat? It fits perfectly on my head. Luo Xu, are you serious? On your head? Dear, this is a cup used for drinking water. It's fragile. Wearing it on your head won't provide any protection. Luo Xu, dear, try turning it over. Ah, okay. Thank you, you're so thoughtful. Closing the page, Luo Xu rubbed her temples and looked up, her gaze locked onto another cup in front of her. Without saying a word, she went straight to the shelf. Estimating. Art type, being listed, waiting for auction. Ding dong. Auction successful. Earned 40,000 star coins. So much. And the price can still go up. Luo Xu stood up, looked around, and sent her stool up. Evaluating. Type of artwork, listing, waiting for auction. Ding. Auction successful. Earned 12,000 star coins. The craftsmanship of the stool is very simple. Made of ordinary metal. Can it still be considered a work of art? System. What is the standard for judging the type of artwork? Could it be that everything on our Earth is considered artwork? Host. Items that are far behind the common interstellar civilization's craftsmanship are all referred to as artwork. The more backward the planet, the more valuable the artwork. Chapter 154. I won't take the blame for this. Look for the leader when something happens. One sentence struck Luo Xu like a thunderbolt, heavily landing on her heart. She was immersed in the joy of making money and had not yet realized the dangers within. Just a cup is worth 30,000 to 40,000. Earth must be far behind other civilizations. In that case, Earth is simply a place where you can pick up gold everywhere. If aliens have their eyes on it, then Earth would be treated like goods being sold. System, can you hide the IP address of the things I sell? Don't let me get scammed. Host, don't worry. I have already blocked your address. Although there have been 100,000 probes trying to locate you, they have all been completely blocked by me. Luo Xu broke out in a cold sweat, her face pale. She felt like she had gotten into trouble. She had just sold several items in a row, and perhaps someone had already set their sights on her. Being targeted by forces in the universe is definitely not a good thing. 100,000 probes. This amount seems to be far more than she had imagined. Her balance, along with what was left before, has already reached 88,203. This money is enough for her to buy a good science book. Luo Xu leaned her hands on the table, her voice a bit lower. System, are you sure you can withstand the tracking of all the probes in the universe? On this point, the system was very confident. Host, the nearest interstellar civilization to Earth would need 8 light years to reach Earth, which is at least 680 years. Even if there is indeed a civilization that can detect us, it would still take them over 600 years to arrive on Earth. By that time, Earth should have evolved to a mid-level civilization or perhaps even a high-level civilization. The words say it. The system doesn't want to take the blame for this. This matter is significant, and in the end, Luo Xu decided to consult the leader's opinion. She cannot bear the fate of all human civilization and Earth civilization. Everything revolves around the leader's command. Anyway, she has already taken the gene evolution liquid, and her physical fitness has reached its peak. It's better to leave the risky business of shopping to the leader. Thus, after several months, Luo Xu finally pushed open the door. Central Base Training Ground. Zhu Chan was training with his team on the field. This place was originally a state secret, specifically designed for training special soldiers. However, now, various countries have come to Dachuan country to subtly showcase their national strength. So this place has been temporarily opened. Of course, certain extremely confidential training equipment has been put away. What is currently being displayed is only what they wish to show. Now, the soldiers are exchanging insights with foreign warriors, engaging in good sparring, creating a lively atmosphere. Several individuals from the United States and Tainer country strolled over. The entire venue is very spacious, divided into different training areas, all equipped with highly professional training equipment, which the people from these two countries are familiar with. The leader, a handsome man with blue hair, stands at a towering height of 2 meters, with a strong build and muscular arms beneath his military uniform. They approached with their hands in their pockets, and the blue-haired man directly blocked Zhu Chen's path. I heard you're the super soldier of Dachuan country. I am Walter Borg, here specifically to learn from you. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers in the hall who were training stopped their movements. The data about Zhu Chen's strength is all that has been shared publicly, and foreigners have not truly witnessed his real power. So it is normal for them to come and provoke. However, the national military has truly experienced Zhu Chen's strength. In various training projects of the military, Zhu Chen not only broke records, but did so at a speed that was less than half of the original record. Such strength is not something an ordinary person can possess. They even attempted to battle Zhu Chun. As a result, 20 people took turns to fight. And in a collective team battle of 10, they were all defeated by Zhu Chun alone. Their team consists of the elite among the elite, considered the strongest in personal combat capabilities within the entire national military. Even so, they still lost. Zhu Chun alone can take on 1,000 troops. And there are also the powers of the ability users. Ability users are indeed very strong. And the combat power of the ability user squad in the military is even more than double that of ordinary people. But what was the outcome? The ability user who can transform their body into diamond almost had their internal organs shattered by a single punch from Zhu Chun. This is still under the condition that Zhu Chun exerted 50% of his strength. The ability user who created the flames unleashed a fireball that burned away Zhu Chun's clothes, but it caused no harm to his body whatsoever. It seems that the Super Soldier program not only enhanced various aspects of physical abilities, but even evolved the flesh, skin, and muscles. The current Zhu Chun is nothing short of Superman. Walter actually wants to challenge us. It's simply asking for trouble. The warriors of Dajo exchanged smiles, as if they could already see the final outcome. Someone nearby laughed and teased. Chin, why don't you give it a try? Just a friendly sparring session. Yeah. Otherwise, they'll say, we Dajo people are not hospitable. We should warmly welcome our guests from afar. Since they've made this request, we should fulfill it, right? Haha, Chun. Just play along with them. Zhu Chun listened to the crowd and then turned to Walter, calmly rolling up his sleeves. All right, come on, give it a try. The strong man behind Walter grinned. Although he couldn't understand what the surrounding warriors were saying, he could grasp the meaning of the teasing. Since the battle had been initiated, why not place a bet? Zhu Chun raised an eyebrow. A bet? He was somewhat surprised, his gaze sweeping over Walter. If it were just a friendly match, it would be a casual affair, but once a wager was involved, the nature of the situation changed completely. But the problem is, these people should know his strength, yet they still made this request. So, is it overconfidence or confidence in their own abilities? As the host, I naturally need to treat everyone well. Since you have proposed a competition, I will gladly participate. There is no need for a wager. We are just engaging in friendly sparring. The warriors present have all learned foreign languages, so the dialogue between both sides can be easily understood. A wager? Is that really necessary? Before the contest, the outcome of who will win or lose is already determined. Finally, Walter laughed and said, Mr. Zhu Chun, our tradition in the Migo country is like this. There are no contests without reason. Before every duel, there must be a wager, as it makes the game more exciting. How about this? Let's have a match, and we will wager the control of an astronomical satellite. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Chapter 155, The Bet, 10 tons of water. The control of a satellite? To create something like that would cost at least hundreds of billions. And it is being put up as a wager, just like that? Zhu Chun's expression turned a bit unpleasant. He didn't expect the opponent to play such a high-stakes game. In this way, what he produces is too small and will also tarnish the country's reputation. He sneered, but it's just empty talk. Can this really be decided by you? Next to him, a blond, blue-eyed man in glasses spoke loudly. Our Colonel Walter has the authority to mobilize all the resources of the country. So you can rest assured about that. The authority to mobilize all resources? Such things, I'm afraid, even the leader and General Wei Zheng cannot accomplish. Their power is great, but there are still many limitations, and certain aspects cannot be utilized. This Walter, what exactly is his background? He can casually give away a satellite. As he spoke, the other party had already taken out a document. If you don't believe it, you can sign the document now, and we can make a bet right here. However, Walter looked at Zhu Chun and smiled slightly. What about you? What can you offer? His smile was friendly, but his eyes revealed a sense of provocation. Zhu Chun frowned tightly and did not speak. Walter immediately laughed heartily and stepped closer to Zhu Chun. He said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Isn't it true that you don't really have much control over resources? A superhero? Haha, just a puppet controlled by others." Zhu Chun's gaze was icy, yet he did not explode with rage because of this statement. His voice remained calm, as usual. What do you want? Just now, he possessed superhuman strength and was in high spirits, having not encountered any opponents. Since Walter was so eager to test his skills, let us have a battle. He felt confident in handling all challenges. Moreover, as the first super soldier of Dazhou Nation, if he did not fight under such circumstances, it would be a disgrace to his country. Walter smiled and said, 100,000 tons of potable water. Water? The country currently has 2 inland rivers and 100 wells, and is not lacking in water resources. Fine. Since the other party took the initiative to offer it, he would reluctantly accept and earn a satellite for the country. Haha, I like straightforward people. Come on, let us sign a contract. Walter seemed to be confident, immediately having someone bring the contract for them to sign. The bet between the two completely stirred the atmosphere in the arena, and the warriors of Dazhou Nation and Migic Nation exchanged glances, seeing the pride in each other's eyes. They all had confidence in their own people. Brother Chun, go for it. Show these guys your true strength. Haha, let us show you what a real super soldier looks like. Brother Chun, don't hold back. Since they're offering the satellite, we naturally have to take it. Brother Chun, getting a satellite for free is a good thing. Fight. Go for it, Brother Chun. However, the warriors from Migic Nation wore mysterious smiles, seemingly completely unafraid of Zhu Chun's identity as a super soldier. Zhu Chun and Walter moved to the center of the arena. Others quickly retreated, leaving the space for the two to fight. Zhu Chun and Walter stood facing each other. Walter assumed an attacking stance, took a deep breath, did a few warm-up moves, and gestured toward Zhu Chun. Meanwhile, Zhu Chun stood still, his gaze sharp, like a tiger in the dark night watching its prey, his eyes full of spirit. Walter just smiled and suddenly threw a punch at Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun gently raised his hand, using his palm to grip that fist. The warriors of Dazhou Nation exchanged proud smiles. Our super soldiers' physical qualities have far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Challenging him is definitely self-inflicted suffering. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man beside them, however, merely smirked slightly. The man pushed up the glasses on his nose and said, "How do you know our Colonel Walter is an ordinary person?" Here, Zhu Chun originally thought he could handle it easily, but unexpectedly, as the fist came down, the internal strength contained within it far exceeded one's imagination. With such a punch, he couldn't help but take several steps back before barely steadying himself. His palm, along with his entire arm, had gone numb. This turn of events shocked everyone around. How could this be possible? Brother Chen's strength is incredibly terrifying, having far surpassed the limits of humanity. We have exhausted all our efforts, but could not make Brother Chen retreat even a single step. So how could this happen? Zhu Chun withdrew his hand, barely controlling the trembling commander, his expression somewhat grim. This Walter is not simple. His strength has definitely surpassed the physical limits of a human body. No, perhaps he underestimated his opponent? He must have consumed the gene evolution fluid to achieve such a breakthrough. The technology in the gene evolution fluid far exceeds Earth's technology. So this Walter couldn't possibly have ingested it. How'd he break through his limits? Let's try again. This time, Zhu Chun set aside all contempt and became a bit more serious. Both of them leaned forward, entangling in a fierce struggle. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard throughout the entire hall. This is a battle of strength and physicality. The two are locked in a fierce struggle, employing various combats techniques. However, this is far from the outcome they had anticipated. Everyone assumed it would be a one-sided beating, rather than the evenly matched result they are witnessing now. As another round of grappling ends, both are somewhat disheveled, with several bruises and marks on their bodies. Walter steps back a few paces, grinning with blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. It must be admitted, you are indeed very strong. This was the first time Zhu Chun encountered an opponent after becoming a super soldier. At first, he had a mindset of underestimating the enemy and was caught off guard, but he gradually adjusted his state and was doing much better. Zhu Chun took a half step back and looked at Walter in front of him, his eyes showing a bit more seriousness. He could feel that Walter wasn't actually using his full strength. The fact that he still held back after encountering him was simply an insult. Come again. Zhu Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and charged forward again. In an instant, he flashed forward and found himself behind Walter, throwing a punch at the back of his head. Got it. Zhu Chun's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. But at that moment, just as his fist was about to make contact with Walter's skull, Walter suddenly raised his arm to block the attack. What a quick reaction. Zhu Chun quickly retreated, using an even faster speed. Bang bang. Another round of combat ensued, and Zhu Chen realized that his speed and strength were completely at a disadvantage against Walter. How is this possible? What is going on with this Walter? Chapter 156. Walter, I want to challenge you. The audience below has already been stunned. The two of them are actually locked in a fierce battle. Walter must have been transformed into a human too. They are now entangled together, moving so fast that the others can barely see their actions, only hearing the continuous sounds of their bodies colliding. The killing intent spreads from the battlefield of the two. Zhu Chen gritted his teeth and accelerated towards Walter. Suddenly, at that moment, a flash of lightning flickered. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and a massive bolt of lightning exploded between the two. The warriors from Dazhongguo were shocked and covered their mouths. An ability user. This Walter is actually an ability user. My God! Not only does he possess terrifying speed and strength, but he is also an extremely powerful lightning ability user. Brother Chen, can he handle it? That lightning, can Brother Chen withstand it? The warriors from Migua, on the other hand, could only smile silently. Just how strong is Walter? Far beyond everyone's imagination. Otherwise, why would the national legislation grant Colonel Walter the ability to mobilize all national resources for a country to develop in the long term? Cultivating super strong individuals who can secure resources for the nation is an essential piece of legislation. Long before the apocalypse, various countries had already been exploring the limits in this area, investing enormous amounts of money, manpower, and resources. In terms of research, many death row inmates were used specifically for experiments. After the apocalypse, this project did not stop. That place is more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. The thick lightning was as thick as an adult man's arm, striking straight down at the center of the arena. A groan was heard. A figure flew out and crashed heavily onto the ground. As this body flew out, the lightning abruptly ceased. Everyone held their breath and leaned forward to look at the ground. Who flew out? As the lightning dissipated, at last, the face fell into view. Zhu Chen. It was actually Zhu Chen. He lay there quietly, his clothes torn, hanging in tatters. His skin was charred black, and a faint smell of cooked flesh lingered in the air. Brother Chen. The warriors were shocked and hurried over to check if Zhu Chen still had a pulse. Fortunately, his physical condition was strong enough. Although he was seriously injured, it was not life-threatening. Meanwhile, Walter, with his hands in his pockets, looked over here leisurely. Facing the furious gazes of the Dazhongguo warriors, Walter grinned. Your super soldier is just too powerful. I had to use all my strength. If it were someone else, I would even need to use my lightning powers to defeat them. Sorry, I didn't inform you in advance that I am also an ability user. Although he also bore wounds inflicted by Zhu Chen, compared to the one lying on the ground, he was definitely the biggest winner. You. The Dazhongguo warriors stood together in anger, glaring at Walter. Walter, however, just shrugged with a smile. What's wrong? Isn't this just a competition? You lost the sparring and want to go back on your word? Don't forget to give us the 100,000 tons of water. As he spoke, Zhu Chen coughed violently and finally began to awaken slowly. The nearby warriors rushed forward. Brother Chen, are you all right? Zhu Chen struggled to stand, clutching his chest as he coughed violently, and after a while, he managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. I lost. His skin was charred from the lightning, and most of his hair was burnt, making him look quite disheveled. Walter laughed heartily and stepped forward to gently pat Zhu Chen's shoulder. Actually, you're already very strong. If I hadn't used my powers, I might not have been your match. It's time to fulfill our contract. Zhu Chen's face turned extremely ugly. Fine. He actually lost. Not only did he bring disgrace to the country, but he also lost so much. He would request to be dismissed from his position. Water. The value of water resources after the apocalypse is absolutely priceless, far exceeding that of satellite. But unfortunately, he was still too confident. Zhu Chen lowered his eyelids to hide the dejection in his eyes. His arrogance had given him a harsh lesson. Then make the call. I'll watch you do it. Walter smiled at him, adopting a domineering posture. Zhu Chen's voice was hoarse as he pressed down on his wrist. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. What happened here? After a long absence, she was still as slender and beautiful, but there seemed to be a special aura between her brows, and she exuded an indescribable sense of harmony. Two warriors from Dazhongguo hurriedly chuckled and approached. "It's nothing. Lieutenant Luo, are you looking for the general?" "The general isn't here. I'll take you to find him elsewhere." Before these foreigners arrived, Wei Zheng had repeatedly instructed to avoid any contact between Luo Xu and these people. It's highly likely that Luo Xu is their country's last trump card. She must maintain an air of mystery. Although they didn't understand what Wei Zheng meant, they strictly adhered to the instructions. Sure enough, Walter showed interest in Luo Xu. He flashed forward, moving so fast that he almost left an afterimage, and in the next second he stood in front of Luo Xu. "Huh, I've seen you before. You're the one who kept floating in the live stream, right?" "Floating? Calling her floating?" Luo Xu pointed at herself. "Me floating?" "Yes. We could see it clearly from the outside. You just relied on good luck to randomly stumble upon good things, floating all the way." Walter looked at the woman in front of him with great interest. He had only seen her in the live stream before, and at that time, Luo Xu had left a deep impression on him. Now that he was truly face to face with her, he suddenly understood why such a delicate and weak woman was protected at the center of the entire team. Many people said that this woman's presence was the face of the entire Dazhongguo exploration team, akin to a lucky cat's decorative role. But now, looking at this fragile woman, he felt that this description was quite fitting. However, is it really that simple? Luo Xu caught sight of Zhu Chun, who was in a sorry state not far away, and her brows furrowed tightly. She bypassed Walter and hurriedly approached to check on Zhu Chun's condition. Zhu Chun barely opened his eyes and forced a bitter smile at Luo Xu. He had brought shame to the country and felt utterly humiliated. Luo Xu's expression turned cold. "Who will tell me what exactly happened?" A nearby warrior briefly recounted everything that had just happened. Meanwhile, Walter showed a puzzled expression. Out of a soldier's instinct, when Luo Xu passed by him just now, he seemed to sense that her footsteps were very light. This woman is not simple. Listening to their words, Luo Xu gently brushed aside the hair falling on Zhu Chen's forehead with her hand. Her voice was light and airy, and she slowly said, "Walter, I want to challenge you." Chapter 157. I bet on myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was instantly shocked. Several warriors quickly grabbed Luo Xu's arms and urgently whispered, "Are you crazy? This guy isn't even a match for Brother Chun. Stop messing around. I know you have a deep bond with Brother Chun, but this is definitely not the time for impulsive actions." To outsiders, Luo Xu's statement seemed like an invitation to suffering. A challenge issued by a mere vase was even more amusing for Walter. He laughed, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to look at Luo Xu. "Another bet. This man is simply a pitfall." The warriors are all furious. What's there to gamble on? Fighting is fighting, not gambling. "No, we're not fighting at all. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since you've come to our great river nation, you must follow our customs. No gambling." A few warriors from the United States burst into laughter. "Look, they're scared now. TCH, you still consider yourselves a great power, yet you cling to your old small-mindedness, lacking any backbone. After just one fight, you're already like this? It seems our Colonel Walter has scared you quite a bit." "This is hilarious. You're actually scared like this, haha." Luo Xu looked at the disheveled Zhu Chun and had someone take him to the hospital for treatment. Zhu Chun barely maintained his consciousness and grabbed her wrist with his charred hand that had been struck by lightning. "Don't act impulsively," struggling to squeeze out those words. Zhu Chun was gasping for breath. Luo Xu pulled his hand down, her voice sharp. "All right, let us have a match." As soon as she said this, it made the warriors from the United States laugh even harder. "This little girl is quite a firecracker. I like her. A match? Let us see what your super soldier has turned into, and you still want to bring us supplies? Better not compete, or you might end up crying at the hands of our colonel." "Colonel, you should take it easy, be gentle, don't be too harsh." As soon as this was said, cheers erupted all around. "Ha, this idea is great. Becoming a wife. We're going to make a huge profit this time." The warriors of the great river nation were quite angry. This is clearly a form of disdain and mockery. They each clenched their fists, eager to show this group of clueless individuals a lesson. However, Luo Xu casually responded with a single phrase. All right. All right? What do you mean by all right? This woman is simply asking for trouble. It's one thing to be mocked by others, But even her own people are not helping, actively putting their faces out to get hit. These warriors are practically steaming from both nostrils. The warrior supporting Zhu Chun has veins bulging on his forehead. Luo Xu, do you know what you're doing? If you set a bet and you lose, no one can bear the consequences for you. Luo Xu raised her gaze. Her pitch-black eyes resembled black holes that devour everything, capable of extinguishing all light. Her emotions were entirely concealed within those dark pupils. She softly replied, I know. Luo Xu turned to Walter and said, I want that satellite, and I want to bet on what Zhu Chun has lost, plus one more chip. Walter laughed heartily. So many things quite valuable, don't you think? He stepped closer to Luo Xu, his tone low and contemptuous. Are you worth it? Luo Xu merely looked at him calmly and continued. The additional chip is that you must publicly reveal the secret of how you became like this. Bet or not. It's up to you. Walter's pupils suddenly constricted. This secret. She looked at Luo Xu with a hint of unusual emotion in her eyes. This woman is not simple. Her request was made because she has developed an interest in Luo Xu. Luo Xu is someone who must be brought along on every exploration to the other world, playing a core role in the entire team. He is very curious about the extent of Luo Xu's importance to the Great Chuan Kingdom and what secret she holds. It seems that Luo Xu is also interested in him. The two exchanged glances and saw each other's reflections in their pupils. A bet? Sure, I don't mind. Walter quickly reacted, chuckled, and returned to his usual carefree demeanor. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled at Luo Xu. Future wife, you must go easy on me. We're on the same side. Don't go too hard. Luo Xu raised her eyes. Has it started? Walter waved his hand. Yes. Let us begin, come on. His hands and teeth even come out of his pockets, when suddenly he felt a blur in front of him. Luo Xu was no longer standing in place. Immediately after, an extreme sense of danger surged over him, making his scalp tingle. Every hair on his body stood on end, and in the next second, a fist was already crashing down on his chest. Walter flew back 7 or 8 meters and crashed to the ground. When did that fist get so close to him? He had no time to react at all. This strength, how can it be so powerful? Even if two Zhu Chun were to strike their fists on his chest at the same time, the combined force wouldn't hurt as much as this. It hurts so much. Maybe a rib is broken. Walter seemed to hear the sound of his chest bones fracturing. It's not over yet. He couldn't see where Luo Xu was at all, only hearing a rush of wind coming his way. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Crack! A sharp pain shot through his arm. The bone was broken. Luo Xu attacked him again and again like a heartless killer. By the time this thunderous and torrential assault ended, Walter was already lying on the ground, unable to move. The scene fell into a dead silence. In the lounge of the Global Joint Conference headquarters, Wei Zheng was mingling with leaders from several other countries. At this moment, Commander Zhao Cheng hurried over, holding a tablet computer built in the new century. General, you must take a look online. He handed the tablet to Wei Zheng, his urgency making him disregard the current occasion, which might be somewhat inappropriate. There was no other choice. Luo Xu was too important to them. Her matters were more important than anything else. Chapter 158. The smile gradually shifts. Wei Zheng apologized to the leaders of several other countries and was about to reprimand Zhao Cheng when he saw a series of large characters suddenly appear on the screen. Salt. The super soldier Dazhou country was surprisingly defeated by the elite of Meij country in their debut. The national treasure of Dazhou country, Luo Xu, has accepted Colonel Walter's proposal. Second Lieutenant Luo Xu is betting herself against Colonel Walter. If she loses, she will have to marry him. Seeing this, Wei Zheng scoffed. Slander. It's definitely slander. You shouldn't believe such ridiculous news online. Zhao Cheng gulped, scrolling down the screen, and to his surprise, there was even a live broadcast. General, this is true. Today, Colonel Walter from Meij country specifically came to challenge Zhu Chun, and they made a wager. As a result, Zhu Chun actually lost, and it was a terrible defeat. Our country lost 10 million tons of water to them. A cold sweat broke out on Wei Zheng's forehead. 10 million tons of water is manageable. We can afford that. But the problem is, it's not over yet. Zhao Cheng's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, Luo Xu appeared. She saw her comrade beaten like this, and in her anger, she challenged Walter. Moreover, Walter said that if Luo Xu loses to him, she will have to go to Meij country and marry him. This. Wei Zheng looked at the live stream page, his heart trembling fiercely, hesitating to click on it. This Walter actually has such a wolfish ambition. This bet is aimed at Luo Xu. He only felt a bit dry in his throat and forced a smile. This bet is too outrageous. Little Luo is a calm and composed child. She shouldn't agree, right? 100,000 tons of water. If we have to give it, then we give it. It's not a big deal. We are not lacking water. Saying this, Wei Zheng closed the page and wanted to call Luo Xu. Zhao Cheng pressed his hand down and said, "General," she agreed. Wei Zheng's hand trembled violently. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have smashed the tablet in his hand in a rage. Calm down, must stay calm. What did the other party offer? Zhao Cheng said, everything Zhu Chen lost to them before, plus a satellite, and the secret of Walter's body. Wei Zheng forced out a smile. A satellite, 100,000 tons of water, secrets. Damn satellite. Screw the secrets. What is a broken satellite worth? Luo Xu is a priceless treasure. Any country would cherish her. I wouldn't trade her for a planet. And a satellite. They think they can lure her away with just a satellite? Wei Zheng nearly exploded and stood up abruptly, ready to leave. The leader of the Tao country had pulled out a tablet at some point and was browsing it. Hey, General Wei Zheng. It seems like your little one from your country is fighting with the Go country, and they even started a live broadcast. I wonder what is going on. Do you want to take a look? Wei Zheng's face turned pale, but General Muir chuckled and leaned over to glance at the tablet, shaking his head. The leader of Feijia country sighed. How can we go back on our word? Since we made a bet, we must see it through to the end. Otherwise, what is the point of this gamble, and what is the meaning of fighting? Since General Muir had already said this, if Wei Zheng said anything, it would make him seem like he couldn't afford to lose. But the problem is, he really can't afford to lose. Even if he had to offer the country's top-secret research results, it would still be better than giving up Luo Xu. He forced out a smile. These guys are really spoiled. Little Luo is the face of our Dachuan country. I will not give her away no matter what. General Muir's eyes flickered slightly, an unusual emotion fleeting. Then he smiled and said, True, we can't take away someone else's joy. I hope your little Luo can win. While speaking, the leader of Tao country had already opened the live stream. Wei Zheng clenched the tablet tightly, turned, and was about to leave to call Luo Xu. Just then, the sound of Luo Xu came from the tablet. Has it started? Zhao Cheng cautiously tugged at Wei Zheng's shirt corner and lowered his voice. General, it seems it's too late to stop it now. The battle has already begun. The leaders of several countries gathered to watch. Then Walter's nonchalant voice came through. It's starting. Come on. A silent General Bazel cleared his throat and turned to Wei Zheng. It's about to start. Aren't you going to come take a look? What? Afraid you might fail? It seemed. His voice was cold. This Luo Xu is really special. Wei Zheng's eyelids twitched violently. Other countries were watching with a sense of curiosity. Zhu Chen was a super soldier just created by the Dachuan country. Yet such a powerful being, whose physical condition far exceeded human limits, was easily dealt with by Walter from the Go country. This is simply a heavy slap in the face for the Chuangua. Now, this very important Luo Xu for the Chuangua has also been provoked into making a bet. This is like sending someone to their doom. So thrilling. Wei Zheng stood behind them with a dark expression, looking at the screen. However, as the voices of the two faded, the camera focused on Luo Xu and Walter. Suddenly, Luo Xu vanished from sight, and then that historic moment occurred. Luo Xu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Walter with no chance to resist. With a heavy thud, Walter crashed to the ground, startling everyone out of their silence. The drink that Tao Nation had just taken a sip of was sprayed all over the screen. He hurriedly wiped the screen in a flustered manner, apologizing, sorry. He wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth and coughed a few times. What just happened in those 10 seconds? Did I see that right? Wei Zheng was stunned on the spot, then burst into laughter. He never expected that Luo Xu had become so powerful. Indeed, the host of the system is exceptional. This time, he has gained some face. It turns out that smiles do not disappear. They only shift. The smiles on General Moore and Basil's faces have completely vanished. Wei Zheng swaggered over to the two of them, showing off. Look, a petite and weak woman from our Dazhong kingdom can make you big men roll on the ground in fear. What do you call this? Hee. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Now that you are in Dazhong Kingdom, you better behave like dragons. Chapter 159. The End Times. The most disdained is human life on the training ground. The reporter from the Good country, who was live streaming while carrying equipment, had forgotten that he was still filming. The entire arena fell into a dead silence, with everyone staring blankly at a Luo Xu who had one foot on a training device. This so fast? Finally, someone broke the silence, their voice stammering out. Too fast. The entire process took no more than a minute. No, only a few seconds. Luo Xu moved like a flash of lightning, circling around Walter a few times. Then they watched in disbelief as Walter flew into the air, only to be kicked back down by Luo Xu. This is pure torture. Unilateral torture. If they hadn't just witnessed the battle between Walter and Zhu Chun, they might have thought that Walter was just a pretty face with no real ability. But Walter is not that. He just defeated a powerful foe who surpassed human limits. Yet, like a paper tiger, he was easily dealt with by Luo Xu. He had no chance to resist at all. Finally, the warriors from Good reacted and hurriedly helped Walter up to check his injuries. They found multiple fractures all over Walter's body, but fortunately, none were life-threatening. He just looked quite miserable. Right now, Walter was in a much worse state than Zhu Chun. His face was bruised, his eyes swollen from 2 punches, now dark and puffy, barely able to open enough to see the outside situation. His left cheek had been slapped, swollen and grotesque. Suddenly, a snicker broke the silence, followed by unabashed laughter. Everyone turned to see Zhu Chun, who had just recovered. The other warriors from De Chuanghua also covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Zhu Chun said, "Walter, you underestimated us. Our national treasure in De Chuanghua is not just a vase." Although Luo Xu displayed astonishing strength this time and changed her previously low-key approach to showcase it to the world, it must be said that it was really satisfying. Luo Xu turned her gaze to Walter, her tone becoming colder. "Walter, isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" Walter moved slightly, and the continuous sharp pain made his expression twist in agony. He sighed and simply lay down on the ground, motionless. "All right, that satellite is yours now." Luo Xu stepped forward, looking down at him. "I want to know something else." Walter sighed, knowing she wouldn't let this go easily. "Go ahead and say it in the conference lounge." Bazel suddenly yanked the tablet computer away from everyone. "Damn it, this is the country's top secret." Wei Zheng, however, coldly smiled and snatched the tablet back. "I say, you too, tell me, is the interdimensional exploration passage a state secret? Is the super soldier enhancement program a state secret? Now that our world is in chaos, leaders of various countries need to trust each other, and purposeful concealment is our greatest enemy. Our De Chuanghua has done everything possible, sharing all that can be shared, but what about your Gugwa? You're hiding everything with all your might." Wei Zheng continued, "Since there's an information imbalance between De Chuanghua and Gugwa, I believe such cooperation is unnecessary." The head of Talgua was the first to stand up and agree with Wei Zheng's words. "I think that makes a lot of sense. De Chuanghua indeed has the demeanor of a great nation. Currently, we are a community of human destiny, and we need to cooperate to face these difficulties. It's best not to have any concealment." A representative from the Min Democratic Alliance quickly nodded in agreement. "Our alliance is indeed conducting some research on human limits, which involves some ethical dilemmas. But now is a critical moment for national survival, and we need such super warriors to bolster the morale of the people. This, we in the alliance generously admit." Representatives from other countries and alliances exchanged glances and nodded. Clearly, various countries were secretly working on this project. In their eyes, De Chuanghua was no different. Isn't this how the super soldiers came to be? We need to be more honest between our countries, and it's best not to have any concealments. We are all working for national development, and we are no longer enemies. Yes, let's just say it outright. Just as Bazel was about to speak again, he was patted on the shoulder by General Moore. General Moore said in a deep voice, "Since it has come to this, there is indeed nothing to hide. However, it is clear that Daqiao country also has successful cases. So why don't we communicate more? How about we share this secret together? This old fox." Wei Zheng shrugged, "I don't care. Since Luo Xu has already shown her strength in front of outsiders, the protective measures for her must be upgraded. We'll plan again when the time comes. They reopened the live broadcast. Walter lay on the ground and continued, "There's nothing to keep secret about this. I was injected with a super serum, extracted from the Zombie King. In this experiment, tens of thousands died, and because of my special physique, I survived and activated various potentials in my body." He sighed, feeling that his bones were tingling, knowing he was in the recovery process. Such experiments are absolutely unreasonable in peacetime and need to be destroyed. But the situation in the apocalypse is special. There's no time to worry about that. Seeing Walter speak so lightly, Luo Xu felt a chill in her heart. After the apocalypse, the most worthless thing is human life. Even if one doesn't die at the hands of zombies, they will die from hunger, dehydration, or conflicts between people. Walter stood up, stretching his somewhat sore arms. In fact, those arranged to explore other worlds are also guinea pigs. No one knows how many dangers are in that place. I watched the live broadcast. Avalanches, attacks by wild beasts. How many people died? Those who survive are the lucky ones. In any case, death is inevitable. At least dying this way allows one to exert their last bit of energy in the final moments of life. My experiment is similar, and it's not much different from you being sent to another world. It's just that I was lucky and managed to endure it. This live broadcast strikes at the heart. From the very beginning, some people were appalled by these inhumane experiments, but later, everything is for survival. The super soldiers created will have a huge advantage in the war against the zombie siege, and at that time, they can save more people. Seeing him stand up, Luo Xu raised an eyebrow. "Your injury healed so quickly?" Walter still maintained his nonchalant demeanor. The Zombie King has a strong self-healing ability, and so do I. Chapter 160, Technology for Perfecting Genes. Walter waved to his two teammates behind him, "Bring the stuff over." The two were taken aback. "Colonel, this." "It's in my car, go get it." The two brought over safe, glancing warily at Luo Xu before stepping back. Walter opened the safe and pushed it towards Luo Xu. "This is the super serum developed by our Go country. It's not perfect. Injecting it into the human body may very likely cause severe side effects. What you create could also be the Zombie King." As soon as this thing came out, not only did everyone present stare in shock, but everyone in the live stream was also dumbfounded. Super serum. This is a top-level national secret. The country has invested a large amount of manpower and resources into its development, and now it's being casually handed over by Walter. Everyone can see Walter's capabilities. He can even easily defeat the super warriors of Dakiangwo. This shows just how powerful this super serum is. Wow, this guy is tough. He took out such a precious thing just for a gambling match. The super serum of Mijeguo is impressive. How many people's hard work is contained in this? Is it really okay to just hand it over like this? Even the leaders of other countries watching on the screen swallowed hard. They all know what this means. Such a super serum means that the entire country is very likely to produce a super soldier whose physical abilities far exceed the limits of humanity. The existence of such a super soldier is comparable to the deterrent power of a nuclear bomb. It not only enhances the international status of an entire nation, but also solves many problems that ordinary people cannot address. It is undoubtedly the sharpest weapon of a country. Walter's actions took both General Moore and Bazel by surprise. Bazel, furious, gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone to call Walter. General Moore grabbed his wrist, stopping his movement. Bazel was extremely angry, the veins on his forehead bulging. General Moore calmly said, "He has the right to allocate any resources of the country. This was our commitment to him from the beginning." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Xu casually took out the bottle, opened it, and leaned in to sniff it. Upon detecting the pungent smell, she frowned. It was of poor quality. Such a precious item was evaluated with just 2 dismissive words by Luo Xu. This statement instantly angered the people from Go country in the live stream. What low quality? Your whole family is low quality. This thing was barely developed by our Go country with resources worth trillions. How dare you comment on it as low quality? This is a hard work of countless scientists, and you dare to call it low quality? You really don't feel the pain when you stand and talk. On the other hand, the audience from Dechuan country found it amusing. It is low quality. Look at how advanced our technology has become. You ignorant folks probably have no idea. Our lucky star has really brought us honor. Just a few punches and the opponent is down. Your Migu country's super soldiers are a bit weak, huh? Speaking of which, after watching so many live streams, I always felt that Luo Xu was just slacking off, but I didn't expect her to be truly deep and hidden. Indeed, there are reasons for what the country does. Previously, you all complained that Luo Xu was a burden, but if you think carefully, when has she ever held back? Isn't she always the one to step in at the most critical moments to solve problems? Thinking about it this way seems to make sense. But I didn't expect that this thing, which every country would risk their lives to seize, would actually be pushed out by Luo Xu. Even Walter was stunned. You don't want it? Luo Xu rubbed her nose, knowing that the pungent smell she just sensed had not yet dissipated. This drug, at the cost of burning life, can make your body function at 400%, but you won't live past 10 years. This kind of drug is the most low quality and should be destroyed as soon as possible. Your country's research direction is problematic. The effects of this drug have already reached their limit. Further research will yield no results. Meanwhile, Zhu Chun, after taking the gene evolution liquid, experienced no side effects at all. His body was not overdrawn. It was merely completely transformed, and his current strength is more than twice that of before, naturally making it impossible to defeat Walter. The live stream exploded again. A technology that allows the body to function at 400%. Has such technology really come out now? Not living past 10 years, it really burns one's entire life. This drug indeed should not be researched further. The after effects are too terrifying. There was a researcher in military uniform among the Migu country team. Upon hearing Luo Xu's words, he couldn't care less about hiding his identity and suddenly stepped forward, loudly asking, "How is our research direction wrong? The development of a human body has always been our research topic. We believe that human potential is limitless. If we can continue to explore, we can mass-produce super soldiers." Luo Xu turned to look at him. This is the most erroneous point. This method of developing potential is suitable for zombies, but not for humans. Your pursuit is too extreme and completely ignores the differences between individuals. There are better methods. The researcher's face turned pale. The drug itself is extracted from the bodies of zombies. This can also be considered part of the zombie virus. They eliminate the part that reacts to the human body using special methods, and the essence left behind is the serum currently in use. Yes, our serum does have many side effects, but doesn't the one developed by your country also have side effects? I don't believe that after creating super soldiers, they can be completely perfect. You're a super soldier too. How do you feel? Luo Xu shrugged, feeling nothing. The things our country uses can not only fully perfect genes, but also enhance lifespan. The technology we use is at least an order of magnitude ahead of what you use. Can these two be compared? The hall fell silent once again. Perfect genes. Enhanced lifespan. This is simply a miracle drug. Has the country become this formidable now? This is so amazing. Chapter 161. The style of a great power. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You guys in the US not only lost in super soldiers, but also in technology. Now you know the gap between you and our Dajon country, right? You still dare to provoke us. That's a bit overconfident. Stay low-key. Don't tell outsiders that we already have mechs, laser guns, and laser cannons. Chill. Keep it down. Don't let anyone hear us. We need to develop quietly and then astonish the whole world. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. It's the first time I've seen a person's face that can rival a color palette. The technology is an order of magnitude higher. This is absolutely a great insult to a researcher. The scientists from that country turned pale and then flushed. You are truly, extremely arrogant. That's enough. At this moment, Walter stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In just under 5 minutes, his injuries had completely healed. The human body has a self-healing ability, and he had enhanced that ability by at least 40 times, which was the result of burning his life. He turned to Luo Xu and smiled. Little sister, I actually quite like you. Thank you for your reminder. These 10 years are enough for me to live. Not only was he not angry, but he was also particularly open-minded. He put his hands in his pockets and waved, signaling all members of the Migu kingdom to retreat. However, as he turned away, there was a fleeting moment of grimace on his face, and he painfully bit his tongue. The bone-deep pain reemerged throughout his body. The after-effects of that thing were severe. Every moment he lived, he felt as if ants were gnawing at his internal organs. Luo Xu looked at the password box on the ground that was being ignored. The things stored here are enough to cause a bloodbath in countries all over the world. Yet now, they're just sitting here nonchalantly, and no one even glances at them. Luo Xu said, "Your things." Luo Xu slightly lowered her eyelids. "I will deliver 100,000 tons of water to your country." Finally, Walter paused for a moment. He had already begun to bleed from all 7 orifices, but his back remained elegant and carefree. "Thank you." The 2 words were squeezed out from his throat. The man named me, who was carrying the live streaming equipment, was shocked and turned the camera towards Luo Xu. He couldn't help but speak up. Give 100,000 tons of water? Are you sure it's 100,000 tons? Everyone knows what 100,000 tons of water means after this apocalypse. Life. Living life. Nowadays, aside from the Chuan country, the clean water sources in other countries have almost all disappeared. Besides the danger of being attacked by zombies, the more deadly threat is the lack of water and food. The water they're drinking now is even dirtier than the water in open ditches before the apocalypse. And Luo Xu directly promised to send out that 100,000 tons of water. "Thank you so much. This water can save lives." Water, clear water. Can we finally see clear water again? My mother was just diagnosed with cancer. She got this disease in just a year because she drank unclean water. Sigh. The world has become like this. We are living in hell, but still, thank you to Chuan country. The Chuan country can share such a precious entrance to another world with all humanity. It truly deserves to be a country with thousands of years of history. I admire it so much. My whole family expresses our gratitude, no matter if we can survive or not. Being able to witness such grandeur from the Chuan country is already worth it. The grandeur of a great nation. Thank you. The grandeur of a great nation. For a moment, the entire screen was flooded with the words grandeur of a great nation. 10 minutes later, Wei Zheng arrived at the training ground and took Luo Xu to the car. Luo Xu awkwardly touched her nose and thought that everything she promised to Walter was just her personal idea. The journey was silent until Luo Xu finally couldn't help but say, "Uncle Wei, the 100 tons of water is at my place. Just send someone to move it from my villa, and there are some other things." Wei Zheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and asked, "What? Have you entered the system? So many supplies have dropped, it must have materialized from the system." Luo Xu nodded. "Yes, the system has transformed my body. I will go in for training." At this point, her voice paused slightly, then she continued, "The system has upgraded again. Now, in the secondary map, we can control the drop location with 2 options, either at the entrance or randomly across the country. The system is becoming more and more user-friendly. Previously, Luo Xu felt that the system was something completely beyond her control. Even if she, the host, died inside, the system wouldn't care. But now, as the system continues to upgrade, the options available to her are increasing. That's good. The more times the system upgrades, the more benefits it brings you, Wei Zheng sighed. You are storing food yourself. In this society, food is a huge expense. But that's not the main point. You have exposed yourself this time. Do you have any plans? Luo Xu honestly told Wei Zheng about the system mall. If we continue to buy things recklessly, it might attract the attention of certain planetary forces, and then the entire planet will be in danger. However, if we exchange directly, it will definitely raise Earth's overall technological level in a short period, causing a technological explosion. But should we take this risk? I don't know. This is an issue for the whole Earth, and I can't make that decision. It is indeed a big problem. Wei Zheng frowned, parked the car by the roadside, and directly called the commander. He explained the situation clearly, and the commander on the other end fell silent. After a while, the commander's hoarse voice said, "Can we buy medical supplies?" Wei Zheng turned to look at Luo Xu. Luo Xu nodded. "There are many. There's one cheapest medical pod, costing 50,000 star coins, which can treat many diseases, including cancer. For those medium to high-level civilizations, cancer is nothing. Even leukemia, AIDS, and highly fatal diseases like rabies and Ebola can be treated. The introduction says that the cheapest medical pod cannot treat amputations or mental trauma." They could clearly hear the commander's breath becoming more rapid on the other end of the phone. Come to the Central Hospital. Chapter 162, Risks and Opportunities Coexist at the Central Hospital. When Wei Zheng and Luo Xu arrived, the commander was standing in front of the ward. He was wearing a suit but looked disheveled and anxious, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he was when Luo Xu first met him. Back then, the commander was dignified and solemn, like a statue that would never decline, always guiding everyone's direction. But now, he was just an ordinary old man anxiously waiting for his grandson to come out of danger. In front of them was a glass wall, through which they could clearly see a group of doctors busy inside. Another critical condition notice was issued. The commander signed, and the doctors continued their efforts to save him. The two stood quietly beside him. Wei Jing opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, only letting out a sigh. "Old Wei." The commander coughed violently a few times and waved his hand to signal the doctors trying to approach to step back. In fact, as long as they bought that medical pod, the person inside could recover. But, rationally speaking, I actually disagree with doing this. We're essentially holding a Pandora's box. Once we release the demons inside, it could spiral out of control. As for technological development, as long as we work hard on this exploration project in another world, one day, Earth will also usher in extremely rapid technological advancement. Luo Xu frowned. She looked up at the old man. The commander's hair was already gray, and all three of his children had died in the mutations after the apocalypse, leaving only this grandson as his last kin. Moreover, there was now a way to treat him. But he actually wanted to eliminate this only means. However, emotionally speaking, I really want to buy a medical pod for my grandson. The commander sighed deeply, but at this moment, I shouldn't let my emotions dictate my actions. Luo Xu, feeling complex emotions, took a step forward and said, "Commander, I actually disagree with your thoughts. If we develop step by step, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years to fully develop our aerospace engineering. Who can guarantee that during this process, no other alien civilizations will discover us? If that happens and we lack self-defense capability, won't we face the same consequences? We can't be like turtles, avoiding problems. We need to confront them instead of escaping blindly." Wei Jing also urged, "Exactly. We are like babies who have just acquired cannons. We can't just throw the cannon away. Instead, we should accelerate our growth while having the cannon. That's the right approach." The commander fell into deep thought. At this moment, noisy sounds once again filled the operating room. Another critical condition notice was issued. The doctor handed the notice to the leader. The leader stared blankly, not immediately accepting it. "Leader?" Wei Jing exclaimed, directly shoving the critical condition notice into the leader's arms, then turning to the doctor and saying, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go back in to save lives. How about this? This matter concerns the safety of all humanity, so we should hold a global conference. You can manage our country, but can you manage other countries?" The leader sighed and signed the critical condition notice. Wei Jing patted his shoulder. "I know you don't want to act impulsively and make a regrettable decision, but the child is innocent." Luo Xu listened from the side, and upon hearing Wei Jing's words, she felt a wave of fear. The leader actually wanted to give up on treating his grandson, just to think more rationally. One must say, Luo Xu truly admired him. "All right, hold a global conference." The leader turned to look at Luo Xu. "Little Luo, you should also attend this conference." Luo Xu nodded. "The meeting will be held the day after tomorrow." Luo Xu took some time to visit Zhu Chun. When she arrived, surprisingly, all the comrades who had fought alongside her were there. They were especially excited to see Luo Xu and quickly pulled her over to ask questions. "Did you take that kind of medicine too? How come your physical fitness has improved so much? Can you let us in on the details? How many of these medicines does our country have now? When can they be mass-produced?" As people who had licked blood on the edge of the knife, they were eager to possess such extraordinary power. If each of them could be as strong as Zhu Chun in battle, defeating zombies would be a piece of cake. Luo Xu smiled and said, "Tomorrow, the country will hold a meeting, and then you'll know where the medicine comes from and if it can be mass-produced." Instantly, cheers erupted in the room. However, Zhu Chun, who was in the know, looked serious. Go, all of you get out. I need to talk to Xiao Luo alone for a bit." The commotion started again. The warriors laughed and pushed each other as they left. "You two, take your time chatting." The words were spoken sarcastically, and immediately, others who understood chuckled. "Ha!" After the door closed, Zhu Chun finally sat up. "What did you just say? A meeting? What? Do you want to make them all public? How can it be like this? If the foreigners find out, they will definitely go crazy fighting over it. Who knows how many crazy experiments they have secretly conducted." My strength is not that great. Luo Xu sat at his bedside and casually picked up a knife. Zhu Chun, if we use them all, it could very likely bring destruction to this world. If we don't make it public, we won't be able to use it secretly either. This statement left Zhu Chun completely stunned. The originally scheduled meeting was set for 10 days later, but suddenly an urgent meeting was inserted for tomorrow, which left the heads of other countries feeling quite distressed. However, despite the rush, the meeting was held on time the next day. This time, many people obtained tickets to the conference. In addition to representatives from various other countries, there were also various representatives from the Great River country. This includes representatives from the merchants, the Jin family, the Bai family, the Hong family, the Yu family, and the Song family. These people are all sitting in the audience. The entire meeting is completely isolated from the outside world, with no media participation. Heavy security is arranged around the meeting to prevent any leaks. Armed police are stationed outside, creating a strong deterrent. When Luo Xu came to attend the meeting, she intended to sit at the back but was called to the front by Wei Zhong. Those sitting in the front are all important national figures, elites from various fields, many of whom have made significant contributions to the country. So most are middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s. Luo Xu, on the other hand, seems somewhat out of place. Chapter 163, Global Conference, the meeting begins. Wei Zhong sits next to the leader, clears his throat, and surveys the room. All the talents present look confused. They have never received any information about the meeting beforehand. Wei Zhong gets straight to the point, saying, "Our Dachuan country has an interstellar mall." This statement immediately plunges the room into silence. After a while, a member of the Tao country asks, "What? Interstellar what? Mall? What is this for?" Others gaze intently at Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong slowly explains, an interstellar mall is literally what it sounds like, just as you understand it. It is a mall for the entire star system, where you can purchase many things, medical equipment, technological devices, and even colliders that are more advanced than our current technology, food, and scientific knowledge related to higher civilizations. You can find detailed manuals and step-by-step tutorials on how to make the mechs and laser anti-aircraft guns that you see in Dachuan country. His words cause everyone to swallow repeatedly. What does this mean? The opportunity for Earth to advance in a more advanced direction has arrived. With these things, the entire planet can enter the space age in the shortest time possible. This is undoubtedly a milestone progress in human civilization. Although the zombie crisis has not been completely resolved, zombies are no longer a threat to them. The development of technology is ultimately the main theme of future Earth development. General Moore quickly identified the key points. What can these things be purchased with? If purchased, who brought them to our planet? Wei Zhong looked at him and explained seriously, just like the things in other realms, they will manifest directly. The items in the interstellar mall need to be purchased with a circulating currency called star coins. Currently, we have found that the exchange rate for this currency is 3 million compared to the new era currency. Everyone gasped. Such a high exchange rate. Our global economy is nearly paralyzed, and countries simply do not have much money. If the interstellar mall has emerged, does that mean an interstellar society has already formed, and we just haven't noticed due to our poor technological capabilities? This statement, however, silenced the discussions around once again. In fact, we have discovered that many things on Earth can be exchanged for star currency, such as a cup of water, a table, or even a stone on the ground. In a marketplace, everything from our Earth is considered an antique. Do you know what this means? A researcher from the Feijia country studying humanities suddenly stood up. It means that our Earth is a huge treasure trove. Possessing riches can be a crime. This is also what Luo Xu is most worried about. If the money in her account is given by the system, she wouldn't need to worry at all and could buy whatever she wanted. After all, in the entire interstellar society, with so many planets and civilizations, it's unlikely that buying something would attract attention. But what if everything on Earth is a rare treasure? This is simply a baby with a treasure trove. Anyone who gets close to it will want to snatch it away. The system says that star coins are hard to earn for the poor, and some interstellar pirates even rob passing cargo ships, often risking their lives for a profit of only tens of thousands of star coins. Meanwhile, on Earth, a single cup can sell for tens of thousands. The expressions of the crowd grew more serious. Wei Zhong nodded. So we're facing such a problem. If we want to buy things from the interstellar mall, we need to exchange these items. However, if the amount is too large, it could attract attention. If the opposing technology is too advanced, they might be able to locate our coordinates, and then we would be finished. This time, I invited everyone to this temporary meeting to ask whether we should utilize this mall or shut it down directly. As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged foreign man suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Close it. Having it means we can advance the development of our entire civilization by hundreds or even thousands of years. Why would we want to close it? Another person replied, the problem is, can we afford the consequences? If we attract the attention of an alien civilization, they might already have interstellar spaceships. While we are still trembling at the thought of launching a space capsule, how can we fight them? But if we have this mall, we can have the capability to build an interstellar fleet. Just give us some time, and we will have the ability to protect ourselves. Time? Do they give us that time? We don't even know how far we can develop. What if we don't reach a level of self-protection? Who will be responsible for that outcome? The entire Earth could be destroyed. The crowd was in heated debate. The Speaker of the Federation said, but now that we know the existence of this interstellar mall, other planetary civilizations in the universe already exist, and there has even been close communication between civilizations. Yes, we can ignore all these problems, close our ears and eyes, and become deaf and blind, thinking that will solve the problem. The threat already exists, and we know about this door. If we don't step in, how can we know the outcome? I believe this mall must be utilized. This statement is quite reasonable and has resonated with many people. It doesn't make sense since this alien civilization exists as a whole. We can't just block our ears and close our eyes, pretending they don't exist. I also agree that the mall must be utilized. After a while, a general from the New Saman Kingdom spoke leisurely. However, aren't we supposed to explore the other world? This other world actually presents a significant advantage for us. Perhaps we don't need to take this risk. When it comes to exploring the other world, people from other countries are indeed envious. Not to mention Mechs, the cultivable land, the internal flowing rivers, the drinkable water sources, and food. These are all things they covet. If we are only exploring the other world, can't we avoid this risk? However, only Dazhou Kingdom understands this other world the best. Everyone's gaze fell uniformly on a few people from Dazhou Kingdom. Wei Zheng cleared his throat and said, Xiao Luo, please explain the specifics. Luo Xu was suddenly called out and felt a chill as so many people stared at her. She quickly adjusted her state and took the microphone handed over by the staff. The randomness of the other world is too strong. What we can obtain depends entirely on luck. Chapter 164. We are rich. For example, constructing a large collider might be within our technological reach, but the materials required during the construction process would put enormous pressure on Earth. However, if we purchase them from the mall, I believe the exploration of the other world is more about solving our survival issues. Luo Xu's words prompted many people to nod frequently. Indeed, while there are high-tech products manifested in the exploration of the other world, they haven't significantly advanced our technology. Moreover, the randomness is too high. Now that we have a mall right here with ready-made good things, it would be a shame to just let it go. Everyone discussed, but found it difficult to make a decision. Finally, the leader said in a hoarse voice, next, we will conduct the final item of voting decision. An anonymous vote will be taken, with two options, agree to use the mall or disagree, marked as yes or no. Throughout this discussion, the leader remained silent. He was suppressing his emotions, controlling himself not to let sentimentality overpower rationality. Luo Xu observed from a distance, noticing the leader's eyes were slightly red, evidently a result of prolonged repression. What a powerful man! Watching everyone begin to take the distributed papers, Luo Xu decisively wrote yes on hers. If the system was indeed created by another civilization, then the rewards from the system must also be limited. Even if we gain a lot inside, Earth's level of development wouldn't surpass that civilization. However, the mall has that potential. Since the meeting began, several families from Dazhou Kingdom had remained silent. They also had voting rights, and the Jin family directly made their stance public, sending someone to contact Luo Xu to ask for her thoughts. Listening to the staff relay the message, many gazes turned towards her, and Luo Xu felt helpless. She directly called Jin's matriarch, saying, Grandma Jin, This depends on personal willingness. The matriarch huffed, saying that regardless of the choice, it wouldn't make much difference for their family. Luo Xu shook her head, unwilling to impose her will on others. 10 minutes later, everyone made their choice. The staff collected all the papers and placed them in the ballot box for counting. Aside from one abstention, there was one no vote, and the rest were all yes votes. Indeed, using them all involves risks. But who can resist such temptation? That no vote was cast by the leader. Wei Zheng stepped forward, saying, "All right, since there is a collective agreement, let's discuss what to exchange for first." He had someone bring over the just-printed exchange list, which also marked the prices. However, before that, let's first talk about what to exchange for star coins. This also requires everyone's input. After the meeting, Wei Zheng specifically called Luo Xu aside to instruct her. Since the decision to use the mall has passed, the amount you currently have stored in the mall is yours to spend. And the star coins from the system's rewards are also yours. Spend boldly. If any consequences arise, you won't bear the burden. In a few days, the items provided by various countries will be transported to you, and then we will give you a list of the things you need to buy. If it exceeds the quota, report to me. If there's any surplus, you can keep it for yourself. Luo Xu suddenly felt like a nouveau riche, spending money freely. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Wei Zheng lightly patted her shoulder. Just live well. In 2 months, we will be exploring the other world. Work hard to improve your strength. You did well this time. So, her task was simply to live well. Upon returning to the villa, she found her belongings had been cleared out, and a bank card was left on the table. She entered her room and began browsing the items in the mall. Her account had 88,000. Although the amount of money is large, it is actually not easy to spend. The gene evolution liquid is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The price of the intermediate gene evolution liquid has skyrocketed to 100,000 star coins, while the advanced gene evolution liquid costs 60 million star coins. She asked the system if there was a way to upload items without using an auction method, but rather to list them directly at a set price for others to buy. The system beeped twice, followed by a sound of electricity. Host, it is operable. Click the bottom right corner of the screen to see the listing page. Luo Xu followed the instructions and saw the listing page with items stored above. She looked around and uploaded the Tufu character stickers hanging on the wall. These 2 stickers are the most common ones, and she still didn't dare to spend a lot of money, symbolically choosing one for 10,000 star coins. In just 1 second, they were sold out. Luo Xu was shocked. Looking at the comments below, "Oh, this is the first time I've seen such a precious piece of art. Is it really only worth 10,000 star coins? Such eye-catching colors, such exquisite craftsmanship, and this extraordinary design sense make it the absolute best item. It's so delicate and wonderful. You must have missed a zero. Something so precious shouldn't be sold at such a low price." Luo Xu cleared her throat and typed a string of words. "Sorry, dear, I missed a zero. Could you please cover the price difference? Of course, even at this price, it's already quite cheap. What a rich person." Luo Xu looked at her account balance of over 28 million star coins, her eyes slightly glazed over. "That's too much." The other party expressed their gratitude. Sitting on the bed, she was browsing them all, contemplating what to buy. She saw the medical pod, and with her current abilities, she could afford it. Without a second thought, Luo Xu directly clicked to purchase. There were still many things that could be sold in the room. 50,000 star coins were equivalent to the price of 3 Fu character stickers. As the words "purchase successful" appeared, a medical pod suddenly materialized in her room. The medical pod is exquisitely crafted, and the materials used are definitely not from Earth. She called Wei Zheng to explain the situation and asked someone to move the items to the hospital. At that moment in the hospital, the condition of the leader's grandson had stabilized slightly, but by early morning, a critical condition notice was issued again. Chapter 165. Medical pod, it is now 3 o'clock in the morning, and the leader has not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. He stands in front of the emergency room, watching the doctors busily treating inside, his heart tightening. Lying inside is his only bloodline. If possible, he would rather be the one lying there. However, he has too many responsibilities to bear. Higher, you won't blame Grandpa, will you? Inside, Ihai, who is being resuscitated, seems to have heard his grandfather's inner voice and unconsciously turned his head. His handsome face has become extremely thin, devoid of any color, and even his breathing is extremely weak, struggling through the respirator. The leader staggered a few steps, almost falling, but fortunately, the guard beside him stepped forward to support him. The guard asked with concern, "Leader, are you all right?" The leader shook his head, his face looking extremely pale. "I'm fine." He waved his hand weakly. The guard helped him sit down nearby. Through the soundproof wall, they could also hear the sound from inside. The leader broke into a cold sweat. He took out his phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally made a call. "How was the situation over at the Interstellar Mall? Is there anything decided to buy? If so, please send me the preliminary plan." "Yes, leader." 2 minutes later, the preliminary plan was sent over. It simply listed 3 items. 3 space quantum colliders, price, 1. 72 million star coins. Core theory research of space aircraft carrier, price, 2. 99 million star coins. Energy regenerator, price, 5. 99 million star coins. These items are all related to aerospace technology. They have considered issues like interstellar warfare and the regeneration of Earth's energy. However, they have not considered medical aspects. The chief called to ask, "Haven't you considered anything related to medicine? Is it too expensive?" The chief barely managed to steady his emotions and said softly, "All right." After hanging up, he let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and stared blankly at the ground. The door to the operating room was pushed open again, and a doctor came out. This means giving up completely. The commander stood up, and his sturdy body seemed to weaken a bit as he rose, failing to stand up twice. A nearby soldier wanted to step forward to help him, but the commander waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. His graying hair looked as if it were covered with a layer of white frost, making him appear extremely haggard. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. It was Wei Zheng. "Come on, lift this thing inside and put the person in now." Wei Zheng called for people to move the medical pod into the empty operating room next door. Such a big commotion has even alarmed the director. The director came over with a bunch of doctors, watching wide-eyed as this giant apparatus was brought into the operating room. "General, what is this?" Wei Zheng replied, "It's a medical pod." He casually tossed the instruction manual for the medical pod to the director. "Put that kid Ehai in there. This thing needs a lot of power to operate, so remember to prepare several high-capacity generators." "Oh, I'll have someone send the generators over to you. You must save this person today." The commander turned around and saw the director and doctors going in to check out the new equipment. The doctors were all very excited. The medical pod, this kind of thing has actually been developed on Earth. However, the simplest medical pods mostly serve functions like rehabilitation and massage and can treat some minor ailments. But when it comes to medical pods that can treat various complex diseases, current technology is simply unable to achieve that. According to the description, it claims that all types of cancer can be completely cured. This means a leukemia patient only needs to sleep inside for a while, and when they wake up, their body will be completely healed. This is simply a medical miracle. Wei Zheng shrugged and said, "Xiao Luo, that girl, has replaced the medical capsule for you. Xiao Hai's illness can be cured with this thing, so don't worry. Now, even if your precious grandson wants to die, he won't be able to." The leader's hand, resting by his side, clenched tightly, and then he coldly said, "This type of medical capsule far exceeds Earth's technology. Do you know how much electricity it consumes? Will it place a burden on the entire hospital's power supply?" Wei Zheng sighed. "You should worry less about that. Do you want to save your grandson or not? We can find a way to solve the power issue later. Saving lives is the priority. I'm looking at the bigger picture. We can't just focus on immediate benefits." The two soldiers exchanged glances, not daring to act. Wei Zheng, feeling helpless, made a phone call and summoned 2 of his men. The 2 rough men laughed and directly carried the leader out, one on each side. The leader was furious, fuming and glaring, while the 2 men, carefree, stuffed him into the car. "Leader, you should rest well." 2 giant generators were brought over, finally ensuring that the entire hospital's power system was functioning properly. When a medical capsule opened, the doctors were in awe. After scanning the entire medical capsule, they found they couldn't see through the core technology inside at all. No matter what, saving lives was crucial, so they placed the patient inside as instructed. As the medical capsule's door slowly closed, a clear, viscous, colorless, and odorless therapeutic liquid completely covered Ehai's body. On the door of the capsule, various indicators of Ehai's body were displayed. Visibly, all his bodily metrics were steadily stabilizing. Everyone shifted their gaze and saw a small line of text. Species. Human combat power. 0 species level. Repair level. 100. I can understand the first two, but why isn't the species level showing? The director said with a deep sigh, I don't know why, but I feel deeply insulted. It means not even qualifying as the lowest tier? In the afternoon, the leader personally came to thank Luo Xu at her villa. This time, he brought a truckload of items. Luo Xu stared in astonishment at the people continuously moving things into her yard. Chief, this. At this moment, although the chief still looked a bit haggard, he no longer had the previous despair and defeat. With a kind smile on his face, he said, just call me Grandpa. This is my way of thanking you. I came personally to deliver these things to you. Chapter 166. Bulk purchase of gene evolution liquid. Among the items brought by the chief were many precious paintings, antiques, and valuable porcelain that were already rare before the apocalypse, as well as several sets of expensive tea sets and some high-quality pair with tables and chairs. He watched as his treasured possessions were taken away without feeling any heartache. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. There were times when he thought about sacrificing his life to save his sons and grandsons, but he never had the opportunity. Now, just by giving up these items, he could save his grandson. For him, it was already an immense fortune. Luo Xu quickly said, Grandpa, this medical pod isn't actually expensive. It's only 50,000 star coins. Last time I put up. She turned around and took out a newly found fortune sticker to show Yisheng. With 2 of these, I sold for 40,000 star coins. I can almost buy a basic medical pod. Yisheng replied, it really isn't expensive. He waved his hand, regardless of how much was spent on the medical pod. These items are worth giving up, and thank you for saving my grandson's life. In the future, if you want anything, as long as it's within my capabilities, I will provide it. Luo Xu smiled. Grandpa, this is just a small effort on my part. She then walked over to a painting. This is a world-famous painting with great artistic value, and I wonder how many star coins it could be exchanged for. There's a huge pile of stuff here, probably worth billions. Thinking of this, Luo Xu couldn't contain her excitement. Yisheng stood up to take his leave, but Luo Xu smiled and said, Grandpa, don't you want to see how many star coins these things can get you? Yisheng posed it. It seemed like a fire ignited in his eyes. His voice trembling slightly. Are you willing to tell me? Wei Zheng entered the room at that moment. I want to know too. Yisheng almost lost his composure. You little brat, why are you everywhere? Wei Zheng chuckled, of course. I heard you were here, and I rushed over right after the meeting. I didn't expect you really brought all those hidden treasures. I asked for these things several times before, but you were too stingy to give them to me. Yisheng sighed. If these things could be exchanged for a good amount of star coins, it's definitely worth it. Little Luo, you can start. Wei Zheng had his trusted aides wait outside and prepared counter-surveillance equipment and signal jammers to avoid any accidents. Luo Xu opened the system control panel and placed the painting inside. Although Wei Zheng and Yisheng couldn't see the control panel, they could see the painting disappear when Luo Xu stored it in the system. For a moment, both of them felt a bit nervous. They had no idea how many star coins such a painting could fetch. After the system's detection, the painting was classified as an artwork. After some thought, she decided to auction the painting. She set the starting price at 100,000 star coins. Once it was released, bids came in quickly. What is this? A painting? Such beautiful lines. What material is this? It looks like a wooden frame. This is the first time I've seen a wooden frame. We ran out of wood on our planet long ago. I'll bid 300,000 star coins. I'll bid 400,000 star coins. Let us see if I can catch it. 500,000. The painting depicts a very ancient animal. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. Trying to compete with me. Huh? Come on. 1,600,000. I'll bid 1,900,000. Luo Xu stared in disbelief at the numbers that kept climbing. Finally, the auction concluded at 2,600,000 star coins. Throughout the process, Luo Xu's expression was so remarkable that it made Wei Zheng and Yisheng anxious. What happened? How much did it sell for in the end? Luo Xu struggled to spit out a number, 2,600,000 star coins. She paused, then said, Grandpa, Uncle Wei, our Earth is truly a treasure trove. The system had informed her of the value of star coins. A painting from Earth could sell for millions of star coins. It is said that in some ordinary, low-level cultural planets, The annual income in star coins for each person is only 10 coins. This means that, as low-level literary stars, they possess an inexhaustible gold mine. If Earth lacks the ability to protect itself, then it's finished. Wei Zheng and Yi Sheng both understand what this means. Wei Zheng snorted coldly. If there really are outsiders wanting to invade, then fine, I'll kill them. There were plenty of things on Earth before. Every year, a lot of items are unearthed domestically, which can be sold for money to buy equipment for Earth, and whoever comes can be dealt with. Xiao Luo, you can spend this money as you see fit. Everything here is personally yours. As for the items purchased for the country, I will have someone deliver them to you later. Luo Xu found the gene evolution liquid and directly bought 20 bottles. 20 bottles only cost 60,000 star coins, which is more than enough for her to buy. She then found the intermediate gene evolution liquid, and the price skyrocketed to 100,000 star coins. She bought 3 bottles. Uncle Wei, Grandpa, this gene evolution liquid not only strengthens genes, but also primarily enhances physical fitness. I bought 20 bottles for you to take home and share with your family. Luo Xu was holding 2 boxes, which were specially made to store the gene evolution liquid. She handed the 2 boxes to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng was taken aback. So much. He remembered the last time he bought one. He had a headache and was swindled out of a lot of money by other families. Now, he could actually buy so many at once. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Xu also gave him an intermediate gene evolution liquid, saying, Uncle Wei, please pass this to Zhu Chen. Only those who have taken the primary gene evolution liquid can take the intermediate. Otherwise, our bodies can't handle it, and the consequences will be dire. Grandpa E, your grandson can also take the primary gene evolution liquid to enhance his physical fitness. Yi Sheng was exceedingly excited, saying, Xiao Luo, you're truly a good child. Restoring health, strengthening physique, improving genes. This kind of thing is what many people dream of. And now, someone has delivered it to his hands. Ha ha ha. Xiao Luo, having you is truly a blessing for our Dachuan country. In order to ensure future cooperation, she bought 4 more and sent them to the Jian family. With all these valuable items in her courtyard, she was like a newly rich person, spending extravagantly. At this time, after the meeting, the news that Zhu Chen and Yi Sheng had gone to Luo Xu's residence also reached the ears of these families. Chapter 167, Jian Family. The pattern has opened up. All the major families were speculating about the reason behind it. They knew that Luo Xu was very important, but they did not know exactly where her importance lay. The old master of the family suddenly coughed up blood again, and the butler quickly handed him a cup of water. After struggling to suppress his cough, he turned his head to ask the butler, Have all the people we sent out returned? Did they find anything? The butler shook his head solemnly. No, we haven't found anything. Sir, the people over there have been restricting the investigation. All the surveillance in the country is controlled from above, and the core technology they're using has already been updated. Our hackers can't find any loopholes at all. We can only see what they want us to see. The old master seemed to age many years in an instant. Weakly leaning back against the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. I'm already in the late stages of cancer, and I don't have much time left. If we really can't find a way to buy what can cure my illness, everything I have now will cease to exist. Let them continue to investigate. As long as I can buy it, I am willing to pay any amount. Can we get in touch with Luo Xu? The butler hurriedly said, I'll have someone contact her right now. Meanwhile, the Jian family had completely given up. The head of the Jian family took the document handed to him by his subordinate. Frowning, he glanced at his mother, who was leisurely resting on a recliner. Mom, are we really not going to investigate? What if other families find a way to buy things from the mall and monopolize the cooperation? We would suffer a huge loss. The matriarch of the Jian family casually asked, So what have you found out now? Who controls them all? Where is the entrance to the other world? We haven't found out anything. But they could never have imagined what specific relationship Luo Xu had with this mall. The mall, is it located somewhere in the central command center? Or perhaps, is it a certain machine? The matriarch chuckled and casually opened a bag of chips. Putting one piece in her mouth, after swallowing that bite, she said, It's Luo Xu. The true controller of the entire mall is Luo Xu herself. And perhaps even Wei Zheng and the leader can't control it. It can only be controlled by Luo Xu. As for the specific reason, I don't know. Hearing this, the head of the Jian family was momentarily taken aback. Mom, where is this coming from? The old matriarch of the Jian family, sitting in her recliner, lazily yawned. Many things need to be seen beyond their surface. Ever since this other world appeared, there have been traces of Luo Xu everywhere. What does this mean? Luo Xu must be closely related to this other world, and now there's even a mall that has emerged from it. When I attended the meeting this time, I noticed Wei Zheng kept glancing at Luo Xu when he mentioned this matter, clearly trying to gauge her mood, afraid that she might be unhappy. As for the specifics, don't ask, it's a woman's intuition. Regardless of whether my mom's guesses are right or not, I believe it. Just then, the butler stepped forward to say that someone from Luo Xu's side had arrived and wanted to personally hand some items over to the old lady. The matriarch of the Jian family quickly put down the snacks in her hand and wiped her hands with a tissue. Since it's little Luo Bao coming to see me, I definitely have to go in person. Bring them to the reception room. Yes. The head of the Jian family looked at the old lady with a bit of confusion. Mom, when did you become so close with Luo Xu? The old lady of the Jian family simply waved her hand. Usually, just sending some things and giving a few discounts is enough. Isn't that how human relationships work? The old lady muttered quietly. I wonder what good things this girl can bring me. Little did she know that what Luo Xu brought far exceeded their expectations. When the two of them arrived, a man was already standing in the reception room with a password-protected case, waiting. The case looked heavy, and since its contents had not been checked, the butler became a bit wary and arranged for several guards to stand watch nearby. Seeing the matriarch approach, the man stepped forward. Madam Jian, at Ms. Luo Xu's request, I have come to deliver some items to you. Saying this, he placed the case on the ground, opened it, and then took a few steps back. As the case opened, everyone in the room felt the air around them become noticeably colder. Peering in, they saw that inside the refrigerated storage case were actually 4 specially packaged potions. This thing looks extraordinary. Grandma Jian frowned and asked, what is this? The man replied, Gene Evolution Liquid. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into dead silence. The head of the Jian family struggled to maintain his composure. What? What did you say? Gene Evolution Liquid? Didn't we only develop one of these in our country? How could there be so many? And they came from Luo Xu. This is impossible. The man simply said, I've delivered the item. How you handle it is up to you. I'm leaving now. After the man left, the head of the Jian family carefully picked up a vial. Looking at the emerald green liquid inside, it symbolized vibrant life. Mom, is this really Gene Evolution Liquid? Where did it come from? Are we going to be surrounded by national security later? Grandma Jian snorted lightly. I'll make a call to ask. Don't move. Grandma Jian contacted a friend in a central research agency. She pointed the video camera at a vial. Old Lee, can you help me see if this thing is Gene Evolution Liquid? The man on the other side, wearing protective clothing, a mask, and gloves, squinted at the screen. It's definitely Gene Evolution Liquid. Your Jian family is really impressive. You managed to get your hands on this. I have a few samples here. Take a look. They're identical. The man also pointed the camera at the Gene Evolution Liquid, which was the same emerald green liquid. It's actually real. Luo Xu really brought back 4 vials of Gene Evolution Liquid. How is that possible? The head of the Jian family broke out in a cold sweat. The old lady of the Jian family asked, Old Lee, can private individuals own this now? I'm a bit worried. The Gene Evolution Liquid was not monopolized to begin with. It was purchased from the mall. A couple of days ago, the bill to use the Interstellar Mall was passed. Because the mall was monopolized, ordinary people couldn't see the items inside at all. Where did you get this thing? The old lady of the Jian family casually laughed it off, saying it was bought with money, and then hung up the phone. If it's true, the corners of the old lady's mouth slowly curved into a smile. Chapter 168. Her secret. Early in the morning, Luo Xu was doing yoga on the roof facing the direction of the rising sun. She had purchased a medium-level Gene Evolution Liquid last night and had not taken it yet, preparing to adjust her physical condition to the best before doing so. At this moment, a reminder popped up on her wrist. Someone had deposited 8 million into her account. Immediately after, the phone call from the elderly matriarch of the Jian family came through. When she answered, the sticky voice of the Jian matriarch echoed. Little Luo, did you receive the money? Do you want to come to my house for dinner? I just got a batch of freshly ripened fruits. They're very juicy and fresh. The driver should be arriving soon. I'll be waiting for you at home. Without giving Luo Xu a chance to refuse, She heard the sound of a car horn from downstairs. With a helpless sigh, Luo Xu said, "Okay, I'll be there right away." At that moment, the driver was prepared to wait for half an hour. He rolled down the car window, intending to wipe the outside rearview mirror. Just as he picked up the cloth, he saw Luo Xu standing on the rooftop, hands in her pockets, and then she jumped directly down from the roof. He was startled and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt to rush over to save her. However, he saw that as Luo Xu fell to the second floor, she managed to grab the railing and agilely flipped herself over it. Such agile movements are like watching a TV drama. Soon, Luo Xu changed into a lightweight sports outfit and jumped down from the second-floor balcony, landing gracefully on the ground. She then dusted off the non-existent dirt on her hands, put her hands in her pockets, and walked over to the car. The sudden display of skill truly frightened the driver. He forced a dry smile and said, "Miss Luo, you really are quite extraordinary." Luo Xu responded with a hum, saying that it was too troublesome to go down the stairs and that it would be better to just jump down. Too troublesome. Upon arriving at the Jian family, the matriarch had changed into a lovely pink dress. Her hair and makeup were exquisite, making her look like a wealthy lady. She quickly walked over to Luo Xu, lifting her skirt as she linked arms with her. "Come on, today is a family banquet. Just my two disappointing sons and their families. Oh, I also have a few grandsons who are quite handsome. You can choose as you like." Luo Xu ziplit, grandma Zian. "I'm just here for a simple meal." The matriarch sighed and said, "All right, I'll be straightforward. I want those 4 gene evolution liquids you have. I want to use them on my sons or grandsons, but there's one condition." The matriarch raised a finger, her tone becoming serious. "After the genetic modification, they will all be your subordinates. You can use them however you wish. Since they will be your subordinates, it's best if you choose the most suitable ones yourself." Luo Xu was taken aback, not expecting her to have such an idea. No need, I don't need." But the matriarch shook her head. "If outsiders find out some of your secrets, you will face disaster. Therefore, you must have an organization that can protect you." Her secret? Luo Xu's heart suddenly raced. She lowered her eyelids to conceal the emotions in her eyes. "I know you trust General Wei and the commander. But can you command the people under General Wei? Can you make the commander follow your lead, going east when you say east and not west? How is that possible? You need your own power." The matriarch paused for a moment before continuing. "In any case, since you're here for dinner, just keep an eye on the character of my sons and grandsons. Choose whoever you like, and let me know later." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xu's voice lowered slightly. "Thank you, Mrs. Jian." The matriarch laughed heartily. "I should be the one thanking you." When Luo Xu entered, the whole family was inside. Jian Shi and Jian Xin, along with their families, were present in the room. Their wives were beautiful, and the family atmosphere was harmonious and loving. As the head of the family, Jian Shi had just taken the position of family leader and had already gotten married. His wife came from an ordinary family, but they treated each other with respect and lived a happy life, having 3 sons and 1 daughter. Jian Shi's 3 sons were all grown. The youngest was already 19, while the oldest was 28. They had all experienced the apocalypse and were now uninterested in marriage. Upon seeing Luo Xu, everyone stood up to welcome her. The family dinner was relatively harmonious, with no scheming or backstabbing, just casual conversations. Luo Xu learned that the entire Jian family had no special abilities and relied solely on their financial means to live so well after the apocalypse. Throughout the dinner, they did not mention the ownership of the 4 gene evolution liquids. It wasn't until the dinner was over that the butler hurried in, saying that the old master of his own family had come to visit. The old master had been in poor health and had been staying indoors, and since there had been little interaction between the Zhong and Jian families, his arrival surprised everyone. Luo Xu also stood up to take her leave. However, the matriarch of the Jian family smiled and said, "Where are you leaving for? That old man is probably here for you." Luo Xu Faowen, wondering if someone had leaked the news about the gene evolution liquids. The matriarch of the Jian family angrily pounded the table with her fist, saying, "If I find out which bastard leaked the news, I'll make him pay." Just as she spoke, the old master of the Zhong family rushed in, not waiting for the matriarch to say anything before locking his gaze on Luo Xu. "Luo Xu, I need to talk to you. Do you have a channel to obtain the gene evolution liquid? I want to buy one, name your price. I can even take out most of my life savings." It was clear that the old man was genuinely anxious this time. He desperately wanted the gene evolution liquid. The matriarch of the Jian family pulled Luo Xu behind her, saying, "Hey, our Jian family is now a spokesperson for little Luo, so let us go through the proper channels, okay? Channels. I'm about to die." The old master of his own family couldn't hold back and cursed. He seemed frantic, leaning forward. "I'm serious. If you can give me one, name your price. Even if the Zong family has to follow your lead, I'm willing to do so. Please." After pondering for a moment, Luo Xu finally spoke. "If you have cancer, the gene evolution liquid will not only save your life but also accelerate your death." Her casual remark completely froze the old master's expression. "Then my cancer." His heart, once lively, skipped a beat at that moment. As he opened his mouth, he felt a violent cough coming on, with a metallic taste of blood surging in his chest. Was it really a dead end? "It wasn't the right time yet," Luo Xu said. "For treating your illness, there's a mid-level medical potion that might work for you." Suddenly, hope was reignited. Do you have a way to get it? I can give you anything you want. I can't die now. I can't just." As he spoke, the old master of the Zong family struggled to catch his breath, a violent cough interrupting him. Trembling, he took out a clean handkerchief to cover his mouth. And after coughing, the handkerchief was stained with blood. He crumpled the handkerchief, glanced at the trash can, but still stuffed it into his pocket. This time, although his face was grim, there was no longer the previous despair, and his murky eyes were bright with determination. Luo Xu nodded slightly, indicating that there was a way. "How about this?" She thought for a moment. "Among the people you know, are there any who need intermediate medical supplies? Please register them. My current authority is limited, and I can only acquire a portion of what is needed, and only this portion of medical supplies is available for life-saving purposes. I advise you not to be too greedy. Also, how many valuable artworks and handcrafted items from before the end of the world do you have at home for exchange? When you have figured out the quantity you want to negotiate for, then come talk to me. These are not problems at all." The old man from the Jian family looked excited, yet somewhat confused. "Collectible art pieces? In this day and age, these things aren't worth much. I can give you my assets right now. Take as much as you want: money, food, real estate." Luo Xu shook her head. "I don't need those. I want various handicrafts before the apocalypse. Tables, chairs, benches, anything from small crafts to large craft products." When leaving the Jian family, the old man was glowing with happiness. He smiled as he got into the car, feeling rejuvenated. As soon as he got in, he called the head of the Song family. "Hello, what Xiao Luo said. I'll send you the recording. Your son will be saved. Prepare according to her instructions." The head of the Song family, who was at the hospital, looked worriedly at his son on the sickbed. Upon hearing this, he was completely bewildered. After they left, the old lady of the Jian family gave Luo Xu a thumbs up. "What you did is correct." Luo Xu slightly lowered her eyelids and nodded, just wanting to avoid trouble. She had sensed early on that her villa was being watched. It must be these people. She initially thought that several prominent families had caught wind of her and might want to scheme for some benefit. Or they might have discovered that she had a system and wanted to kill her to take over this treasure trove. But fortunately, this old gentleman came personally and made his intentions clear. Was it just for cancer treatment? Great, that's the simplest thing. I could just buy some medical agents from the system. Providing them with medical agents should keep these families from bothering her for a while. The medical potions are also very cheap, priced at 5,000 star coins. The intermediate medical potions are selling very well, with 9 million units sold. It seems that they are essential medicine for aliens when going out. However, even though this is just the cheapest intermediate medical potion, it can treat various cancers in Earthlings. It's somewhat amusing to think about. "Grandma Jian, do you and your family need any medical potions?" Grandma Jian waved her hand, saying that they didn't need any, but she would still buy a few to keep at home. "How much? Would 8 million be enough?" Luo Xu just smiled and replied, "Grandma Jian, this set of tables and chairs you have here is quite nice. Let me take this to my place. Just this broken set of tables and chairs?" Grandma Jian immediately became serious. "We have feelings, but business is business. If you want the table and chairs, I have a new pair would set my place. I'll have someone deliver it to you later. It's a gift for you, and we can discuss the price separately." She was so insistent that Luo Xu could only agree helplessly. She had practically turned into a professional purchasing agent. At the central base, in Wei Zhang's office, His subordinate reported in detail about Luo Xu's schedule for the day. Upon hearing that Luo Xu had contact with several merchants, Wei Zheng waved his hand to interrupt. All right, I put you by her side to ensure her safety. How has your original intention changed? The subordinate hesitated and said, General, I think it's necessary to inform you that Second Lieutenant Luo Xu is in contact with those merchants. I hope you don't mind. Wei Zheng lowered his head and casually flipped through the documents in his hand, saying indifferently, What? Are you suggesting that you have too much free time and want to do things beyond your duties? Luo Xu was originally a free person, and the country wouldn't restrict her actions. So what if she had contact with merchants? The subordinate realized his precarious position and quickly bowed his head deeply. General, I just feel that if Luo Xu connects with those people, she might be used. After all, she is very important to us. Wei Zheng snorted coldly. She's not a child. Do you think someone who has survived in Area C for so long would lack basic discernment? What she wants to do is none of our business, as long as we ensure her safety. Yes, the subordinate silently retreated, and when he reached the door, Wei Zheng suddenly asked, What's your name? The man suddenly flashed a hint of darkness in his eyes and said, General, I'm the deputy commander of the second company. My name is Yu Yuan, a deputy commander monitoring Luo Xu. Ha! Wei Zheng made a phone call. Hello. Is the deputy commander of the second company someone named Yu Yuan? Yes, right, he's been dismissed. Transfer him out of the central control team. In an instant, Yu Yuan stood there as if struck by lightning, his expression still frozen on his face, appearing somewhat comical. Wei Zheng's cold voice came. I don't feel comfortable having someone with too many thoughts around her. Please close the door. At the Tsong family, Old Master Tsong was browsing through a list. The list was filled with high-quality items. Old Master Tsong loved to collect inkstones, and this time he had almost taken out all his treasure collections. There were ingrain inkstones, red silk inkstones, clay inkstones, etc., along with some precious jade and jewelry. He even took some gold bars during the apocalypse escape, and there were several valuable calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. In total, there were about 100 items, worth over $1 billion. Not long after, the head of the Hong family rushed in. Uncle Tsong, I have a list here. Would you like to take a look? It includes some key individuals from our subordinate enterprises who have family members needing treatment for cancer. I've selected 5 people. This number shouldn't be too many, right? Old Master Tsong took off his reading glasses, glanced at the list, and shook his head. Have you contacted Wei Zheng? Upon hearing this, the head of the Hong family was taken aback. Wei Zheng, does he still need us to contact him? Chapter 170, Selling Assets, starting with myself. The head of the Tsong family tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes flashing coldly. Of course, we need to say it, and say it loudly. Luo Xu is already someone under their management, and now that she's privately contacting us, how could Wei Zheng not know? What he wants is our attitude. Even if Luo Xu has reported this matter to him, or if this matter was hinted at by Wei Zheng, we still need to say it. The head of the Hong family suddenly realized, I'll call him right now. He made the call, briefly explained the situation, and emphasized 2 things. Luo Xu is going to sell the medical potions. This is just an ordinary transaction, which also indirectly reflects their needs. On the other end of the phone, Wei Zheng laughed and joked, and I didn't need any medical supplies. Thank you, Mr. Hong, your kindness is enough. In the future, if there are any new items available for purchase from the market over here, I will provide you with a list. Both sides were straightforward, which was quite friendly and harmonious. All right, thank you. He directly used you all, clearly aware that the Hong family and the Tsong family were one entity. After hanging up the phone, the head of the Hong family finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in the chair next to the old man of the Tsong family. He saw a long list of gifts in the old man's hand, and his eyes widened. Uncle Tsong, why did you prepare so many things? The head of the Hong family had also listened to the recording of the old man's song at that time, and heard every word that Luo Xu said. The girl said, anything is fine, just don't ask for money. Sigh. I always feel like we might be underestimating her intentions. Such a simple request makes me feel a bit guilty about having sent assassins to investigate before. The old man of the Tsong family nodded, put on his reading glasses, and continued to look at the gift list. You have always felt guilty about your son's leukemia, and now, finally, there's a way to cure it. This medicine will save not just your son, but your whole family. Are you really going to give it as she said? At least take out something good. The head of the Hong family laughed heartily. Of course, I will definitely take out something good. The butler, listening to the laughter of the two, quietly turned away to wipe a tear. The car stopped by the roadside, and she noticed that both villas next to her had been bought by someone. However, Luo Xu didn't mind, took out her keys, and prepared to open the door. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit ran out from the left neighbor's house, came in front of Luo Xu, and bowed deeply to her. Hello, I am the person in charge of apartment 406. My name is Chung Kai. This villa is a gift from Mr. Tsong to you, and by the way, the other villa next to yours is also a gift from Mr. Kong. It has been fully renovated, and you can move in at any time. Luo Xu. It's quite extravagant for someone to gift a villa, although she didn't need it, but she thought for a moment, fully renovated? Yes, it has been completely renovated. I'll go take a look. Chung Kai quickly went to open the door. As soon as Luo Xu entered the house, she saw a set of high-end, elegant wooden tables and chairs placed in the living room. She cleared her throat. You can go out first. Just give me the keys to the neighboring villa. Sure. Once the person left, Luo Xu waved her hand and sent the wooden tables and chairs into the system. This time, she chose to set a direct price and also had the system register a new account. This account sells all kinds of vintage items: tables and chairs, chandeliers, wallpaper, memory foam beds, computer desks, and various decorations on the table. These vintage old items seemed to attract quite a few people. In just half an hour, she received 2 large sums of money. A set of tables and chairs was worth 360,000. I received it, and indeed, it was extremely old wood, very delicious. Thank you, boss. If you have more wood with this flavor in the future, could you sell me some more? Seeing the comments, Luo Xu felt a wave of black lines cross her forehead. As for that Simmons bed, its soft texture indeed has collectible value. I laid my egg on it, and the little egg was very happy, even rolling around on it. Luo Xu, if you like it, that's good. Everything in the fully decorated room that could be sold has been sold. The total amount of star coins received reached 1.6 million. She also sold all the decorations from another house, this time fetching over 1 million. After selling a few good items sent by the leader, by the time she finished all of this, her balance once again reached 6 million. This balance is enough for her to buy some nice things. In fact, what is more important to her now is to improve her own abilities. Host, do you choose to enter the system-specific mall? Luo Xu's eyes widened. There's actually a system-specific mall? Why didn't anyone mention it earlier? Enter. System is loading. System loading complete. Attribute mall loaded successfully. Attribute mall? Upon clicking in, there are various categories of attributes. They're the most basic ones: appearance, figure, cooking skills, floral arrangement skills, calligraphy, music, chess, painting. Then there are the advanced ones: strength, speed, martial arts, taekwondo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, judo, muay thai, kung fu, sanda. And there are all sorts of strange ones: alchemy, pill refining, artifact refining, mecha manufacturing, building construction, mecha control, animal communication, mental healing. System, what is the use of these things? Host, these attributes can enhance your own abilities. Some things can save your life during explorations in other worlds. This is exactly what Luo Xu needs right now. Luo Xu's eyes are shining. So do I need to buy these attributes now? Spend money to max out these values directly? Yes. Isn't this just the system giving her a golden finger? System-friendly reminder. The host can first max out the values of mental healing, construction, strength, and speed, which will greatly enhance the host's performance in the upcoming battles. Luo Xu believed the system's nonsense anyway. She clicked on the strength section, and to her surprise, she was now at level 2. Her speed was also at level 2. She had previously consumed gene evolution fluid, which had improved her physical abilities, and after that, the system's upgrade further enhanced her body. This time, next to the speed button is marked with an amount: 360,000. Acceptable. She decisively pressed it. It was directly upgraded to level 3. Now, upgrading to the next level requires 720,000. Luo Xu looked at her wallet and decisively pressed again. Chapter 171, Priceless National Painting. Immediately, speed, mental healing technique, and building manufacturing technique were all upgraded to level 3. All the millions she had saved were completely consumed. After closing the system, Luo Xu looked down at her hands, feeling no change in her body. Could it be that she was tricked by the system? What use is the building manufacturing technique? Just as she was about to explore further, Wei Zhang's phone call came in. After discussions and layers of approval among various countries, they wrote down the items that needed to be purchased, totaling 5 items. This time, Wei Zhang personally came over to watch Luo Xu buy things, and then escorted her the whole way out. 10 minutes later, a large truck stopped outside the villa. The soldiers began to unload various items from inside. To Luo Xu's surprise, she discovered some precious cultural relics from the Dachuan kingdom among them. 40 scenic views diagram of female virtue. As she flipped through these precious historical artifacts, Luo Xu felt a bit heartbroken. Wei Zhang was the last to get out of the vehicle, counting the items being carried into the garden. After confirming everything was correct, he finally handed Luo Xu the list of items he wanted to purchase. Take a look. Will these items be enough to buy these few things? There were quite a few items on the list. It seemed that different countries had different needs, which was quite fair. Let me recharge and see. Luo Xu entered the room and opened the system control panel. Although Wei Zhang couldn't see the system clearly, he noticed Luo Xu looking up at the air, occasionally pointing at nothing as if she were checking some page. He simply stood aside watching her operate. She opened a well-preserved painting. These have become a long history, yet after so many years, they still come alive vividly. These are all national treasures. They have been away from the country for many years, and it's not easy to recover them, but unfortunately, Luo Xu opened the page and saw Wei Zhang staring blankly at a painting. She hesitated and asked, "Uncle Wei, how about we upload something else?" "No." Wei Zhang shook his head and handed over the painting. "Let's auction it and see how many star coins it can sell for." Luo Xu waved her hand, and the large painting disappeared into thin air. Wei Zhang felt a bit anxious. Such national treasures can be auctioned for hundreds of billions, even over $1 trillion on Earth. I wonder if those aliens can appreciate such profound and enduring culture. Luo Xu has included the painting in the auction. Soon, someone noticed this painting. This paper seems to be made from the most primitive paper-making technique. Such a technique has long been lost, and the dyes on it are all made from the oldest materials. Starting price of 5 million star coins? So cheap. I bid 15 million, 20 million star coins. I really like this painting. A work so vividly lifelike is definitely a treasure. 25 million, 30 million star coins. Luo Xu stared blankly as the price approached 50 million star coins. In the end, the painting was sold for 96 million star coins. Afterward, Luo Xu closed the page and looked at Wei Zhang in a daze. Wei Zhang asked eagerly, "How'd it go? What was the price?" Luo Xu stammered out, 96 million star coins. Wei Zhang smiled contentedly. As expected, national treasures are great. Following the list, Luo Xu bought all these items. The Mage Kingdom pursued extreme technology, needing 2000 gene evolution liquids for particle colliders and some books on quantum research. The Tao Kingdom and Feiga Kingdom wanted ground technology, so they chose weapons, electromagnetic cannons, particle beam cannons, and their manufacturing principles, along with 2000 gene evolution liquids. The Niaming Alliance and the New Sa People's Republic only pursued food, asking for several nutrient liquid production chambers, as well as 100,000 nutrient liquids and medical agents. These things added up require several hundred million. Luo Xu later recharged a national treasure bronze vessel. This time, she sold directly for 200 million. After exchanging everything, there are still tens of millions left, so Luo Xu simply exchanged all of these for gene evolution liquid and medical potions. The sales of these two items in space were originally very high, and there should be quite a few people buying them in bulk. After purchasing the quantum space collider, which can be placed in outer space, Luo Xu simply decided to place it above the country of Migo. As for the electromagnetic cannon and quantum railgun, Luo Xu directly chose to send them to their own country. Everything was settled. Luo Xu snapped his fingers, and that was it. Wei Zhang was taken aback. "Is that it? Is the purchase done? Where are the items?" Luo Xu smiled and said, "They're already in the warehouse of the central base, in the outer space station above the country of Migu, for astronauts were operating instruments inside the station, occasionally glancing down at the dilapidated Earth below with a long sigh. They were each busy with their own tasks. One astronaut near the window suddenly felt a massive shadow appear above him. He looked up in shock and saw a gigantic object. Look, what is that? What is that thing hanging there? The news quickly reached the ground space base. The base received photos captured of the giant object discovered in outer space, with visible external metal material. Currently, the substance remains stable, and our scans show no signs of life inside. Yes, it just appeared suddenly, with no indications. We have reason to suspect this is an extraterrestrial object. It remains stable and shows no signs of attack. There are also no exploration facilities on it. Preliminary tests suggest it might be some kind of research instrument, but we need further monitoring to determine what exactly it is. The staff at the ground control center stared intently at the screen in front of them. The photos on the screen captured part of the gigantic object. What exactly is this? At the border between Tao country and Fega country, soldiers on guard were lazily smoking, holding rifles, and occasionally glancing at the borderline. Occasionally, they could see zombies staggering towards them. One soldier casually shot one, resolving the issue. Suddenly, the ground shook, and his guard post swayed, almost toppling over. He quickly grabbed the nearby railing, and when he looked up, he saw two gigantic objects had appeared not far away. He quickly straightened his hat and contacted others. You all come and take a look? There's something going on here. 10 minutes later, two armored vehicles drove out from a base. After dealing with the surrounding zombies along the way, their vehicles stopped beside the two gigantic objects. Chapter 172, Cooperation of All Humanity. A person from the weapons department remarked, "This thing seems like a big cannon." They moved closer to take a look, but found a label hanging on the barrel of such a large weapon. A soldier climbed up to remove the label and discovered it had a user manual attached. The user manual was surprisingly in their own language. The manual stated that this is an electromagnetic cannon, which should be a type of weapon. Another soldier noticed there were also neatly stacked boxes nearby. There are boxes here. The boxes even had labels on them. The label read, Genetic Evolution Liquid. Let's report this to the top. The soldier holding the label looked up at the sky, puzzled. Such a heavy weapon. There shouldn't be any plane capable of transporting it. Even if there were a way to transfer it, they would definitely hear the noise of the plane in advance. How did this thing just suddenly appear? Upon seeing Wei Zheng, they all eagerly stepped forward. General Wei, when can we get the items? General Wei, can we see the mall or the entrance to the otherworldly passage with our own eyes? The Dachan Kingdom has done a great job with confidentiality. They took the items yesterday, and there hasn't been a single word since. When will the things we want come to fruition? The Dachan Kingdom must keep its promises. As soon as Wei Zheng arrived, he was surrounded by them. He waved his hand, asking everyone to calm down. The items you want have already been delivered. What? Delivered? General Bazel frowned and stepped forward. Where did you send them? We haven't seen any of the many items we requested. The representatives from Feijia Kingdom and Tao Kingdom beside him also looked puzzled. We haven't seen you transfer anything from the base. When did it arrive? Wei Zheng smiled and said, just now. It has already been sent directly to your countries. If possible, you can find out with a phone call right now. General Bazel's eyes widened. The particle collider we requested? It has also been delivered? Wei Zheng nodded with a smile. Yes, it has been delivered. How is this possible? It's simply absurd. I didn't see anything at all. They complained and prepared to make a call. Almost at the same time, the phones of several country representatives rang. What? Unidentified objects have been found near our space station? Hurry up and arrange for people to go up and take over. This is my newly bought particle collider, and there are several more, so quickly arrange for national scientists to investigate the situation. Don't ask for reasons. At this time, don't talk to me about science. There is no science to discuss. Some supplies have appeared at the country's borders. Oh, don't worry. And I'm not afraid that it's a terrorist trap. It's my stuff. Just drive it straight into the country. That machine suddenly appeared in our warehouse. No need to investigate. There are no foreign spies. I just bought some things from Dajong country, and they delivered it directly to my home. The speed is quite fast. After hanging up the phone, everyone looked up at Wei Zheng, their eyes shining. It really has been delivered, and it was delivered right to the door. Especially the particle collider from Mij country, which was delivered right next to the National Space Station. How considerate. Now do you believe in the existence of them all? It really exists. After just one night, these things suddenly appeared, and it is absolutely impossible that they were made on the spot. The interdimensional exploration mission is about to take place, and they need to hurry to cultivate talent. Before leaving, General Moore meaningfully said to Wei Zheng, "The use of the mall affects our entire Earth, and I hope your Dachuan country will not act recklessly. The Earth is a village, and mutual development is the true way." Wei Zheng smiled and replied, "Of course, if you have something you want to buy, then you can exchange it for ancient artifacts. All right, I hope that by then, you will be generous enough to present them." The entire mall is monopolized by the Dachuan country. This is very dangerous for their countries. Fortunately, some treaties were signed this time. Otherwise, this highly risky cooperation would not have succeeded at all. By the way, Wei Zheng stopped him and asked, "Isn't your particle collider about to start? If not, we can find a few talents from our Central Research Institute to come over and help you. Our two countries can also exchange some technology." This is simply stuffing people in blatantly. General Mu Air snorted coldly. "Since we're going to exchange feelings, we also have some talents in various fields here. Why not send them to your Central Research Institute?" "That's fine." Wei Zheng was quite open-minded, asking if there were any talents in the medical field. "As we were developing gene evolution liquid." "Good." The planes from various countries left Dazhong country. At the same time, Luo Xu also took the intermediate gene evolution liquid. After taking the medication, she felt as if her bones had been shattered, enduring unbearable pain. Following that intense and fierce pain, an indescribable tingling and itching sensation, like countless ants crawling inside her body, took over. She gritted her teeth tightly, enduring wave after wave of overwhelming agony. 2 months later, a 24-hour countdown for interdimensional exploration appeared globally. In just these 2 months, the entire world has undergone tremendous changes. First, the Migo nation formed 4 super soldier teams to support the border of the Dachuan nation and assist them in eliminating zombies. In just 3 hours, they exceeded a month's worth of clearing tasks at the Dachuan nation's border. Nations like Tao and Feiga also sent people to assist Dachuan in clearing zombies to varying degrees. During this process, they also resolved 2 areas that were on the verge of a zombie outbreak, completely clearing them out. Following that, the Dachuan nation began to transport supplies globally. Among these supplies are 20 million tons of water resources and 1 million tons of food. The Dazhong Kingdom has used a large amount of manpower and resources to transport them via helicopters to various parts of the world. The country has improved its new sentry network and expanded its capacity to receive requests for help from foreigners. However, this system is difficult to continue improving, as other countries are reluctant to fully reveal their maps. At least with this website, people from all over the world can communicate, and within just a few days, thousands of people received timely assistance, saving their lives. Chapter 173, Level 3 Map, Mission Unlocked. After that, several video conferences were held worldwide to discuss the restoration of the global power system. Several countries across the Atlantic believe that they can completely rely on their own strength and do not need the help of the Dazhong Kingdom. On the other hand, the New Sai People's Republic expressed eager hope for assistance from the Dazhong Kingdom. "Respected General Wei, I believe our people are in great need of help. We're about to start a live broadcast, and our people hope to improve the domestic power system to the maximum extent so they can watch the live broadcast anytime and anywhere. However, this is a massive project, and it is very difficult for us to complete on our own. Can you help us?" The New Sai People's Republic is a coalition of many small and large forces fighting for survival. The current leaders are all ordinary people who stood out during the apocalypse and saved many lives. With the Dazhong Kingdom to rely on, they naturally want to seek assistance. After all, it is easier to seek shade under a big tree. "All right, we will provide help as soon as possible." Indeed, the Dazhong Kingdom kept its promise. That afternoon, a team of 3,000 people was assembled and entered various regions of the New Sai People's Republic to carry out power restoration work. The New Sai People's Republic also purchased tens of thousands of spherical surveillance devices from the Dazhong Kingdom. They seemed completely unconcerned about being monitored by the Dazhong Kingdom. After all, the country was already in shambles, and they had given up. The New Sai People's Republic is vast, and the survivors live far apart. At the beginning of the apocalypse, several research bases within the New Sai People's Republic were all hit, leading to the complete destruction of the country's ground communication facilities. All cities in the country lost contact with each other. With the restoration of power facilities, Those relatives who were only separated by a village but had been completely out of touch finally reconnected. Now, the people of a New Simon Republic are extremely grateful to Dachuan country. Whenever the support personnel from Dachuan country arrive at a location, they hang up banners expressing their gratitude. There are even emotional women who directly hug a female rescue worker and cry. News continues to pour in online, with netizens caring for one another. For a time, the internet is filled with positive energy. 20 hours later, elites from several countries around the world gather at the central command center of Dachuan country. These elites have all taken the gene evolution liquid and undergone special training by the state. Each of them is confident and determined to fight for more resources for their country in this other world. Upon arriving at the basement of the command center, these individuals gather together, curiously looking around. They are unsure what the entrance to this other world looks like, and they are eager to showcase their skills this time. I had previously watched a live stream, and it seemed to be an adventure in a chaotic, primitive forest. Haha, I love places like that. It's simply my paradise. Before long, Wei Zheng entered with 5 warriors from Dachuan country, with Luo Xu walking at the back. In this team, there's another female soldier, Su Xing. The entire team consists of only 5 people, 2 of whom are women, which actually puts them at a disadvantage. Other countries' teams find it hard to understand why the Chuanghua would make such a choice. Logically, the Chuanghua has the most experience in interdimensional exploration and should not select their members this way. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's get started. In a moment, I will open the door, and you'll be able to see the entrance to the other world. Wei Zheng said to the crowd while standing at the front. Everyone shifted their attention and focused intently on the iron door in front of them. The specially made iron door was reinforced layer by layer, even capable of withstanding a nuclear bomb. When the door opened, everyone was left speechless as they saw the entrance placed in the center of the room. This white mist looks particularly dreamy, as if one has suddenly transitioned from the real world to a fantastical realm. Wei Zheng explained to the crowd. Next, the place you're going to is called the Death Valley. There, you will undertake a brutal mission. Once you enter, there are only 2 paths, death or completion. Inside, you will have to rely on yourselves for everything: food, clothing, shelter, and transport. Although we can communicate with you from the outside, we cannot provide any assistance. This time, during the interdimensional adventure, we will be live streaming the entire process. Everyone, good luck. Wei Zheng took a step back and gave the crowd a standard military salute. At this moment, several national leaders connected remotely also solemnly saluted. The live broadcast for the entire world began at that moment. All screens in the Dachuan nation's base started playing the live stream. People working outside heard the sound and looked up at the screens. Is the live broadcast finally about to start? I can't wait. I wonder what this adventure will bring. However, I heard that this mission is particularly severe, and more people might die. Yes, our country is relatively better off, but those other countries lack water and food, and their entire populations live in dire conditions. Just like we did a few years ago, what a hard life. The residents of Tao Nation live in a remote geographical location, relying on a desert, with very scarce water resources. In a small town, all the residents are lining up to wait for the government's collective water distribution. At this moment, a voice came from the town's public broadcast. The live stream of the interdimensional adventure is about to begin, and everyone should gather at the town center to watch the broadcast together. The people, tormented by the pain of drought and with numb eyes, ignited hope at this moment. It is said that the people of Daqiangguo improved their situation from drought thanks to this otherworldly exploration team. Some say that during the otherworldly adventures, wells and inland rivers can be discovered. They really need these things. They can save lives. The people who were in line no longer cared about waiting. They directly grabbed buckets and headed towards the center of the town. In the center of the town stood a huge church. All the residents of the town had gathered here. At this moment, in the very center of the church, where the statue of Jesus is located, a white screen was spread out. The projection of the live broadcast appeared on the screen. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to it. The soldiers are doing their best. They must bring the best supplies for the country. As long as a well appears in the town, all the residents will be saved. People from all over the country filled the streets. They sat in front of their TV screens, quietly waiting to watch the live broadcast. This is already their last hope for survival in the apocalypse. In a town of the Fei family nation, a mother and daughter are hugging tightly in a small room. Outside, the zombies are crazily banging on the door. Chapter 174, System, Intelligent? The two of them are terrified, clinging to each other as if they can give each other strength. The mother is repeatedly drawing a cross on her chest, asking for the Lord's protection. The daughter carefully takes out a mobile phone, connects it to a charger, and opens a live stream. Mom, we will definitely be rescued. Even if the rescue team can't arrive in time, the warriors exploring other worlds will surely bring us supplies. We must hold on. The mother is already in tears, nodding vigorously. Yes, we can be saved, hold on. She says this to comfort her daughter. It will still take 5 days for the rescue team to arrive, but their food can only last for one more day. Moreover, they're facing the attack of zombies outside. It seems that they really might not be able to survive. The daughter obediently nods and lowers her head to look at the live stream on her phone. The mother forces a smile, holding back her tears. No matter what, she must ensure her child's survival. The warriors enter the other world one after another, according to their nationalities. As Luo Xu passes by Wei Zheng, he grabs her wrist. Looking at her seriously, Luo Xu smiles brightly at him. Uncle Wei, I am now far more powerful than you can imagine. She has already taken the intermediate gene evolution liquid. Now her body has reached an invulnerable state. In fact, if someone were to splash sulfuric acid on her now, it would feel like just being splashed with water. She can now complete this challenge on her own. After stepping through that door, what comes into view is a dense jungle. A line of text appears above everyone's heads. Welcome to the Death Canyon. You will be on a 3-month adventure here. The words in the sky make the team members from other countries exclaim in awe. This was their first time seeing it, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty and challenge. However, the 5 members from the Dazhou Kingdom remained very calm. Zhu Chun furrowed his brow and looked around, constantly assessing the situation. Soon after, the words in the sky began to change. A map suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Once you participate in this game, you cannot exit midway. Your fate has only 2 outcomes, death or clearing the game. Please choose whether to continue participating. Then, a small option appeared in front of everyone. Yes or no. This was Luo Xu's first time entering a level 3 map. She didn't expect the level 3 map to have changed so much. Zhu Chun and the others looked at Luo Xu in surprise. Luo Xu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. In fact, at that moment, she felt that the entire system seemed to be becoming more and more human-like. If the previous system was merely a rigid passageway, then this one had transformed into an artificial intelligence. Could it be that this system was originally an artificial intelligence? The thought made Luo Xu feel a bit scared. However, fortunately, the system had given her quite a few advantages before coming here. At least this thing was still on her side and didn't want her to die inside. Everyone unhesitatingly chose the yes option. The system emitted a prompt sound again. Everything players obtain in the Otherworld game can manifest in reality. Your only goal is to survive and reach the mountaintop within 3 months. If you do not reach your destination within 3 months, all players will be erased. Before this, everyone had been feeling relaxed and cheerful. They thought this was just a simple exploration mission. It wasn't until they saw the last string of words that they realized things were not simple. The last string of words was repeated 3 times. The atmosphere of killing intent instantly spread. Even the live stream exploded. How did this otherworld exploration suddenly turn into a game? If they couldn't reach the destination, they would be directly erased by the otherworld. It was simply a ruthless demon that kills without blinking an eye. I feel like we humans are like ants being crushed in someone's palm. Don't say anything upstairs. It's too terrifying. I hope the warriors can achieve victory. Everyone remember, this is not a competition. We must unite and cooperate. Boo-hoo. I don't want to see anyone die. However, what Luo Xu saw at that moment was somewhat different from what the others saw. The control panel she could see was not much different from the previous map. Points 0, 1,000. The initial value of the points had directly changed to 1,000. The difficulty of this task is too great. Map name, Death Canyon. Map level, level 3 map. Danger level, medium. Number of players, 30-30. Luck, 30-30. Each warrior from different countries has their own objectives. Once the system issues the tasks, they seamlessly split up and head in 5 different directions. The resources on the entire map are limited. and they need to gather as much as possible for their own countries. They all departed, and Luo Xu nodded to Zhu Chun as a signal. Let's go as well. She noticed that the score in the lower right corner of the map still existed, indicating that this map could also be upgraded continuously. The current map only features rolling mountains and rough paths, along with some scattered vegetation markers. If it upgrades again, she would be able to clearly see all the locations of the resources. It's just uncertain whether others would be able to see it after the map upgrades. This time, everyone has the map, and it's not controlled by her. The system is becoming increasingly intelligent. The entire mountain range is quite vast, and they chose a location at a lower elevation, passing by a river and continuously moving upstream along the water. Looking up at the sky, it is now noon, a perfect time to be on the road. The 5-member team is constantly increasing their speed. All 5 of them have undergone gene evolution liquid treatment, making their physical fitness much stronger than that of ordinary people. In just half an hour, they have advanced nearly 5 kilometers. The speed is astonishing. Go Team Daqiao. Go Team Maij. Go Team Tao. Go Team Feijia. However, the teams from other countries have slowed down a lot. They're walking while searching for supplies. Soon, a soldier from Team Tao discovered a glowing orb hidden in the bushes. The warrior gently reached out to touch the orb of light. In an instant, a string of text appeared above his head. Congratulations to the people of Tao for receiving 1,000 pounds of apples. The county supplies have landed within Tao's borders. Please check your delivery. The entire live stream room erupted. Wow, it really materialized. Apples. It's actually apples. I haven't eaten apples in so many years. Boo-hoo. 1,000 pounds of apples are about to arrive in our country. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to get some? Chapter 175, The Life-Saving Fruit. In a remote small town within the borders of Tao, a group of people was also gathered around the church watching the live stream. Upon seeing that string of text, they couldn't help but lick their lips. This is fruit. The place where their town is located is a godforsaken area. Previously, the town was at its wealthiest because there was a river located 1,000 meters away. The people in their small town found hope because of this river. As a result, more and more people from arid regions moved in. Here, a friendly and harmonious small town was formed. Before the end times, their lives were relatively better. Although they often faced sandstorms and natural disasters, they discovered a good food source, such as potatoes and other fruits and vegetables. These can meet their daily needs. However, after the apocalypse, the land can no longer be cultivated, and the rivers have drastically dried up. More than half of the people in this town have died. They seem to have been abandoned by God, left on an isolated island. Now, the only thing they can hope for is the exploration of this other world. Apples? Such things are only sold in the central towns of the Kingdom of Karl. Ordinary people like them can only dream of it. Although they have never held high hopes for their luck, they still can't help but look up at the sky. Suddenly, at that moment, something fell down. That large object, wrapped in leaves, actually pierced through the roof and fell heavily to the ground. What has fell down? I saw it too. There were 3. I found one over here. They hurriedly tore open the outer wrapping of that large package. Inside, they saw juicy, beautiful apples. The apples were very fresh, as if just picked, with a red and shiny skin, even more stunning than the most beautiful flowers in the world. My God, this is actually an apple. Is this the fruit manifested from the other world? It looks too perfect. I had seen fruits in the central town before, but they were not this large or juicy. Just in one package, there were 20 to 30 apples, and 3 had fallen down in their church. The town mayor stepped forward to collect all 3 packages, preparing to distribute them to the residents later. The priest clasped his hands in front of his chest and walked forward, kneeling on the stage to pay his respects. God has not abandoned us. We have received God's protection. Thank God, and thank those warriors fighting for us in the other world. The residents all knelt down piously, repeating the priest's words. The priest continued, "Thank you to the people of the Dazhou Kingdom for their generosity in sharing such precious items." Everyone repeated this phrase again. The mayor distributed the items to the residents. Each person received 3 large apples. Taking a bite, the sweet and delicious juice burst forth, a source of life for them. Soon, continuous sobs filled the entire church. The bullet screen was filled with words of gratitude. It seems that many people from the Kingdom of Tao have received supplies. I have never eaten such sweet apples before. I'm so grateful. Our home has been short of water for several days. If it weren't for the apples, our whole family might have died. Thank you so much, and thank the Dazhou Kingdom for sharing." The people of the Dazhou Kingdom just smiled calmly as they looked at the bullet screen. These people finally experienced the joy they felt when they first received the manifestation. In their most desperate moments, they saw a glimmer of hope, acquiring the most delicious food and the sweetest water. That feeling was like a devout believer seeing the divine. Soon after, there were discoveries in both Miko and Feiga. Ding! Miko obtained supplies, pears 1,000 pounds. Ding! Feiga obtained supplies, grapes 1,000 pounds. The soldiers acted very quickly. Within just 10 minutes, they continuously discovered many supplies. Ding! Tarl obtained supplies, pineapples 1,000 pounds. Ding! NEA, Democratic Alliance, obtained supplies. Apples 1,000 pounds. Ding! New Saimin Republic obtained supplies, radishes 1,000 pounds. Supplies were falling continuously around the world. Fruit. My family also received fruit. Just when my whole family was about to starve, fruit suddenly appeared. This is truly a blessing from the Lord. Meanwhile, the citizens of Dachuan looked at their own teams. This time the team is led by Luo Xu. She seems completely uninterested in the nearby resources and just leads the team running forward. It's strange. What does Luo Xu want? What's the point of just moving forward like this? The task on this map isn't too difficult. We just need to scavenge for supplies. And we have 3 months to do it, so there's no need to rush. Other countries already have a lot of delicious food, but our country has nothing. Are you feeling envious up there? Didn't the country give everyone an apple this morning? Are you still hungry? What is there to be jealous of? We're not lacking in a few small fruits right now, so stop acting like you've never seen anything. If you have any insight, then tell me what you think she wants to do. Just take a stroll? Even if she really is taking a stroll, why are you talking so much? Why don't you go ahead? At this moment, Luo Xu's actions also puzzled others. Within the team, someone suggested looking around for supplies, but was rejected by Luo Xu with a shake of her head. What is most important now is to find a place to set up camp and prepare to spend the night safely. There is an experienced explorer in the team named Chao Jing, who pointed to a bend in the river ahead. It's close to a cliff. There should be a cave formed by the water flow at that location, which is suitable for us to settle down tonight. Luo Xu nodded and glanced at the sky. It was probably around 3 in the afternoon. We can prepare to set up camp now and see how things go tonight. Everyone spread out to gather firewood, and I'll reinforce our living quarters. Finally, Zhu Qin couldn't help but ask, "We've walked all this way and haven't seen any fierce beasts. Do we really need to be this cautious?" This is also what everyone in the live broadcast room wants to know. Luo Xu looked at him seriously, saying that it was precisely because they hadn't seen any ferocious beasts that they needed to be more cautious. This statement left a few people in silence. Chapter 176. The system does not deceive me. The 5-member team fell into a dead silence again. However, the bullet comments started to discuss. According to normal speculation, these large ferocious beasts should have been killed by even more dangerous creatures, but that was impossible. To make all large animals disappear entirely is simply a fantasy. But don't forget where they are now. My goodness, I felt something was off about this forest from the beginning, and now it definitely seems strange. It's eerie and terrifying. Now they see teams from other countries boldly searching for resources. This made them break out in a cold sweat, and they couldn't help but worry. Luo Xu said, "Although I don't know what exactly happened here, it's better to be cautious for safety's sake. Our country doesn't lack food and fruits, but we are relatively short on mineral resources. Let's focus on those. We can hand them over to the country for research later." At this point, her voice paused. Also, the resources on the entire map are limited. If we take more, then other countries will take less. To us, this little bit is just a snack. But for those countries, even a small amount of resources could save a family. Wow, what a perspective. Indeed, when I heard that other countries took so much, I felt a bit greedy and wanted some too, but for them, it could be a matter of life and death. This means that the supplies our country has given us are enough to eat, and we should leave the good stuff for others to enjoy. People all over the world are good friends. Other countries initially looked down on the team from Dachuan, but after hearing Luo Xu's words, they couldn't help but feel guilty. Thank you, Dachuan. Such a small supply may seem insignificant to you, but it has indeed saved our whole family. Truly, a big country has the demeanor of a big country. Hello, families of Dachuan, I am a friend from the neighboring country. Welcome. If you come and visit us in the future, I will warmly host everyone." In an instant, the entire barrage became increasingly friendly and harmonious. Hearing Luo Xu's words, the other teammates were stunned and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Sister, you've opened up your perspective. Is this really how you think? Don't you look down on those supplies?" The silent boxer, the burly man Huafabiao, spoke leisurely. Luo Xu gave him a look. To be honest, she really did look down on them. The fruits and grains on the ground were not many, and they could no longer sustain the entire population of Dachuan. What she was more looking forward to was the night. When they first entered here, she had a vague feeling. Perhaps everything was normal during the day, but strange things would happen every night. However, now is not the time to think about those things. Luo Xu waved her hand, asking everyone to get busy and prepare to set up camp in this cave tonight. Their team was fairly complete. Adventurer Chao Jing, soldiers Zhu Chun and Su Xing, the powerful boxer Huafabiao, and biologist Xu Xianming. But now, these usually commanding figures could only honestly go chop wood. It was clear that in this team, Luo Xu was the core figure. The citizens of Dachuan, who had been watching the live broadcast for a year, noticed that Luo Xu seemed to have changed. Her entire aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. She faintly exuded a presence strong enough to resemble a seasoned general. Even Zhu Chun, standing beside her, will have his colors overshadowed by her brilliance. Zhu Chun came from a military family. Before the apocalypse, he entered a special forces unit at a young age, consistently achieving excellent results, even representing the country in international special forces competitions and winning first place. Yet, even such a battle-hardened person was overshadowed by Luo Xu at this moment. Regardless of what other countries were doing, Luo Xu and her companions had already started to build. Chao Jing and Zhu Chun went to chop wood, while Huafabiao and Xu Xianming went to look for any large beasts. They searched for a long time, but didn't see a single hare. If it weren't for the sounds of birds and insects, they would have almost thought there were no living beings in this forest. This forest was too strange. Meanwhile, Luo Xu and Su Xing were mixing mud. Su Xing assisted, watching in amazement as Luo Xu skillfully made a mud stove in no time. "How'd you do that?" Luo Xu pointed to the nearby mud and said, "You bring some more mud over, and I'll teach you." "System, you really didn't lie to me. If it weren't for the system reminding me to activate the building skill in advance, I would have been completely lost here. In this godforsaken place, staying for 3 months. Is that even a life for a person?" Fortunately, she now has survival skills. As long as she is willing, she can even build a shelter with her bare hands. This is the first day. Let's make do and see how the situation is in the evening. I need to add a chimney to this stove so that we won't have to worry about smoke and ash coming into the cave when we use it at night. Luo Xu explained to her while slowing down her movements. For now, she skillfully made a hole in the stove she had crafted, then shaped it. Su Xing followed, making a hole in the small stove next to hers. Her movements were clumsy as she carefully imitated Luo Xu's shaping technique. Then like this, and then like that. When she looked up again, Luo Xu had already finished. Su Xing looked at the shapeless clay in her hands and said, "You keep working with the clay. Wait for me." While they were preparing, the soldiers from other countries were diligently scavenging, completely unaware that night was falling. Ding! Congratulations to Feijia country for obtaining 2,000 pounds of edible wheat. Ding! Congratulations to Tao country for obtaining 2,000 pounds of usable rice. Congratulations. In the blink of an eye, the score below the map had reached 40. She ignored this and continued to make her things. Night gradually descended. The temperature dropped sharply. Huafei rubbed his hands together, exhaled a puff of cold air, and stood up. "I didn't expect it to be so cold at night. I'll go see if I can chop some firewood." Luo Xu grabbed his sleeve, shook her head, and said no, the real game has just begun. Chapter 177, Veteran Player. The moon hung in the air, casting a dim green light. The children from other countries noticed something was wrong an hour before night fell and hurriedly sought shelter nearby. But in just an hour, the temperature had dropped to an unbelievable level. Breathing out, one could see white mist. Over here, with Luo Xu, they had lit a fire on the stove, took out the portable food they had prepared earlier, roasted it over the fire, and enjoyed the delicious food. At this moment, They heard rustling sounds coming from the woods, as if something was moving through the darkness. Chao Jing rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and took a sip of hot soup. Xu Xianming also took a sip of hot soup and sighed deeply. It's good that our Luo Xu sister has foresight, truly a hardcore player. Finally, the rustling sounds outside grew closer, under the cover of night. They couldn't see the figure clearly, but they could hear the heavy breathing of those creatures. Everyone felt a bit tense. Su Xing sat beside Luo Xu, already ready to draw her pistol. Zhu Chun took out several night vision goggles from his bag and handed them to the others. It seemed these creatures did not intend to attack them. Zhu Chun had consumed an intermediate gene evolution liquid, although his physique couldn't compare to Luo Xu's. He can now achieve night vision. His eyes were sharper than an eagle's. The others took the night vision goggles. When Zhu Chun handed them to Luo Xu, she waved her hand, indicating she didn't need them. She could see, not far away, a beast was staring at them with its crimson eyes. A tiger that was a full 5 meters long. The others noticed it as well. Chao Jing couldn't help but gasp. This tiger was so much larger than those on Earth. If they were outside, it would definitely tear them apart. Even though they had all consumed the gene evolution liquid, they might not be a match. Luo Xu held a warm cup and lazily yawned. All right, it's still early. We're all set to rest. Tomorrow morning, we need to go out and see if there are any resources like rocks. At this time, the citizens of Dazhongguo in the comments section burst into laughter. I knew it. Our team hasn't made any progress since entering. Turns out they were waiting here. Indeed, it was still early. They first occupied a favorable terrain, found shelter, and then would explore the next day. With such a large area, there was no rush. They were doing quite well, with soup and roasted meat. Very enjoyable. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun were both hardcore players. They were in good company. Others from different countries might be in for a tough time. I mean, this is a level 3 map. Can't we have a little crisis awareness? Yeah, I remember in that level 1 map, we weren't well prepared, and so many people went in, and in the end, half of them were casualties. It was too tragic. It was lively here when suddenly someone shouted in surprise. Quick, go take a look. The Miga Kingdom is in danger. My goodness, the battle is too brutal. Everyone go over and watch. How can there be such a savage beast? It completely refreshes my worldview. This map is terrifying, truly terrifying. The crowd rushed into the Miga Kingdom's livestream room in a flash. Compared to the peaceful life here in the Dechuan Kingdom, where we can still enjoy warm meals, the other countries are much more miserable. The Feijia Kingdom and the Tao Kingdom can at least find a makeshift shelter to barely avoid the attacks of those beasts. But in the Miga Kingdom, due to one member falling into the water, all their members went to assist, wasting time, and on their way to find shelter, they were targeted by a cheetah. The entire team engaged in a fierce battle, and the consequences are unimaginable. 2 members of the team were directly torn apart. Now, the remaining 3 are struggling to escape. The team, led by Walter, is fleeing in one direction, which happens to be where the Dechuan Kingdom's team is located. My goodness, how could this happen? It's over. Everything is going to be over. All our hopes are about to disappear. The people from Miga Kingdom in front of the screen are in complete despair. This otherworldly adventure is their last hope. Since the apocalypse, although their country has a large land area, a low population density, and very few zombies, all the land is no longer cultivable. Their biggest threat is the lack of food and water sources. This is too deadly. Helpless. They could only keep trying to cultivate food that could adapt to the current soil, digging wells underground, and struggling to find water sources. They indeed found a new type of potato. It could grow, but only to the size of a fist, and its taste was dry and bitter, with some strange, earthy flavor. After 5 years of testing, it was proven that this potato was toxic. In a doomsday scenario, there were 300 million survivors from the zombies. However, 23 million people died from this toxic potato. This survival battle is too desperate. They have tried every possible way to cultivate new food, but all have failed utterly and completely. Diseases and cancer loom over them like a curse. Now, an exploration of another world has emerged. The things inside can actually materialize. In just one day, their team has brought tens of thousands of pounds of fresh food to the people of the country. Apples, pears, peaches, millet, rice, corn, potatoes. The freshest and safest food has all fallen from the sky, as if a miracle has occurred. Finally, those abandoned by God have once again received divine favor. But now, this dreamlike reality is only deepening their despair. The team from Migo Nation is on the brink of being annihilated. Is their country's good fortune about to come to an end? No. Please hold on a little longer. Quickly find shelter. Oh my God, you are the last hope for our Migo Nation. Don't die. We need you. Hurry faster. Escape the pursuit of that ferocious beast. It's over. It's all going to end. At this moment, the Congress members of Migo Nation are sitting in an office, watching this despairing scene. On their desks, the freshly manifested fruits are still placed. These fruits are fresh and juicy, the best meal they've had since the end of the world. Finally, an elderly councilman stood up and slammed the table hard. Everyone was trying to think of a way. They couldn't just watch them die in there. I will contact Dakiangwo now to see if they can establish communication with the people inside. There's no other way, no other way. Chapter 178. A superhuman descends from the sky. A councilman who had been to Dakiangwo murmured despairingly with vacant eyes. We had already inquired. Once you enter that place, the map shuts down, and to go back in, you can only wait for those inside to complete their mission and come out. Dakiangwo had shown us the entrance to the passage, and indeed, no further entry was possible. This statement plunged everyone into silence. If we cannot continue sending people inside, and their forces are completely wiped out, then for at least the next 6 months, their country will not receive any tangible resources. In just 6 short months, their country is likely to be overtaken, gradually declining from a great power. At this moment, Walter and the other two were continuously running upstream along the river. There are no shelters nearby at all. They have long been in a state of panic. After shaking off the cheetah behind them, a giant tiger appeared in front. The giant tiger was licking its paws, lying on a huge rock, looking down at them from a height. The hunter's gaze is terrifying. It's actually a tiger. We're done for. The hearts of the people in front of the live stream screen have stopped mid-air, regardless of whether these 3 people are warriors from their own country. Watching a fierce beast standing in front of them makes them feel anxious. Damn, this is just too unlucky. Can we not save them? Can we just watch our team members get swept away by the water? Is this even human? Sai, this is it. But it seems like I've seen this tiger over in Dajwan country. No way. Could it be that they have come near our country's team? Should we go out to save them? If we do, our country's team might also face the risk of total annihilation. So, saving them is a matter of kindness. And not saving them is a matter of duty. Let's not engage in moral kidnapping. With such a large tiger outside, who can withstand it? It's better to prioritize our own safety first. At this moment, the people of Migo country fell silent. They were very hopeful that the people of Datsuan country could save them. However, at this moment, if their own countrymen caused the warriors of Datsuan country to suffer total defeat, then their sins would be great. The 2 countries might go to war because of this. It's best to stay silent at this time. Here, facing a giant tiger, Walter took on the responsibility of being the captain. I'll handle this big guy. You all run ahead, continue upstream along the river. There should be cliffs where you can find shelter and continue to survive. Even if there's only 1 person left in our team, we must live on bravely and provide tangible resources for the country. Everyone who enters here carries the hope of an entire nation. The moment they stepped in, they had no expectation of leaving alive. In 3 months' time, even if they don't reach their destination, at least they can gather a lot of supplies for the people of the country, giving the nation a year or 2 of breathing room. This is their responsibility and mission. The crowd in front of the screen was moved by these words. The people of Migo country were even brought to tears. Those burly men from Migo country, with their thick hair and strong builds, were openly weeping, choking back their tears and snot. It was truly touching. Warriors who held such thoughts were regarded as martyrs in their eyes. Hope must be kept alive. The 2 men nodded solemnly. All right, we will survive. In that moment of turning away, tears fell from the corners of their eyes. Well said. At that moment, a clear and bright female voice rang out. Seeing her, Walter couldn't help but smile. You actually came to save me. The 2 of them chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Luo Xu curled her lips. Shall we go together? The tiger stood right between them. When did Luo Xu appear there? The tiger, so sharp, didn't even notice. Its instinct told it that this woman was very dangerous to it. Wow. Superman has descended from the sky. Luo Xu. When did she stand there? I didn't see her. That direction with the rock was in the frame the entire time, and we completely missed her. This live broadcast is still fully controlled by GODLIKE. All the team members entering are equipped with small cameras and microphones. The spherical cameras will sprout mechanical arms once they enter the designated area, silently crawling to various locations for comprehensive monitoring. However, they're only used for surveillance and cannot communicate with the team members inside. Now, they can only helplessly sit outside and watch the developments inside. I think I just saw that the little girl appeared suddenly. Yes, that's right. She just appeared out of nowhere, as if she blinked into existence. Blink? Do you think this is a game? They're facing real challenges in reality. How can I describe it? Was her speed so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye? Those upstairs, you might really have uncovered the truth. Don't forget that these team members have all taken special potions to become super soldiers. No one knows how powerful they are. But I have this feeling that the little girl, Luo Xu, seems to be a bit stronger than Colonel Walter. Is that just an illusion? What? Colonel Walter is a battle-hardened veteran. Before I could finish my sentence, I saw Luo Xu and Walter had already started to fight. Walter's speed was incredibly fast, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball, charging straight towards the giant tiger. The people in front of the screen gasped, facing a giant tiger head-on. That was certain death. Sure enough, when the giant tiger saw Walter charging at it, a trace of human disdain flashed in its beady eyes. Then, it casually flicked its tail, leaped into the air, and swiped its sharp claws at Walter. I watched as Walter's weapon collided with one of the claws, and I heard a screeching sound as the weapon blocked one claw. But the other giant claw came straight for his face. Just at this critical moment, the tiger's paw stopped steadily, just 1 centimeter away from Walter's face, not moving anymore. The audience in front of the screen was stunned. At this moment, Luo Xu was tightly gripping the giant tiger's tail from behind. She actually managed to immobilize this giant tiger with her own strength. Walter seemed very confident in Luo Xu. Even when the tiger's claws were about to tear him apart, he showed no hesitation or fear. This is a brilliant collaboration. Chapter 179. Congratulations, first kill achieved. Huge resources manifested. Walter attracted the giant tiger's attention in front, while Luo Xu launched a surprise attack from behind. The two exchanged just a brief sentence or two, reaching a cooperation agreement. Moreover, their coordination was seamless. If Luo Xu had been even a second late, Walter would have already died under the tiger's claws. The tiger struggled fiercely but couldn't move forward even half an inch. In this moment, Walter drew another knife and directly severed the tiger's front paw. The tiger let out a miserable scream, and Luo Xu grabbed its tail, flinging the giant tiger away. Immediately after, she punched the tiger's forehead. The tiger let out a scream and died instantly. The whole sequence of actions flowed smoothly, without any hesitation. At that moment, a line of text floated above them. Congratulations to Dachuan and Migua for achieving the first kill of the ferocious beast, each receiving resources. 100,000 pounds of chicken, 100,000 pounds of pork, and 100,000 water bags. Instantly, the entire internet erupted. My God, what is this chicken, pork, and water bags? What is a water bag? This is such a pleasant surprise. Not only did we not die, but we also got the first kill and received so many resources. I have come back to life. I have lived in the basement of Migua for 5 years, drinking filthy sewage and eating poisonous potatoes. Can we finally eat fresh food now? Solby, how have we survived all these years? Finally, there is hope for life. There is actually fresh, edible meat and fresh water, 100,000 of them. That's way too much. Thank you, Dachuan, for your help. You are our benefactors. In the future, our two countries will cooperate in friendship, and the flame of our friendship will never go out. Thank you, Dachuan, for your help. Luo Xu is truly amazing. Luo Xu brushed off the non-existent dust on her hands. Call your people and come with me. Walter wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile at her. I can't believe you came to help me. This is truly unexpected. Luo Xu simply said, you and Migua can freely harvest the resources here, and when tomorrow comes, you will change your place of residence. As for the reason for saving him, It was naturally to avoid sparking a war between the two countries over this incident. After all their actions were being broadcast live, and those outside must have seen them approaching the Dachuan team. She couldn't just turn a blind eye and pretend nothing happened while watching these people die right before her eyes. At that time, even if they all pretended not to know, the people outside would never buy it. Although Migua's development has been very slow now, their technology was far ahead before the apocalypse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to create a super soldier like Walter. Who knows what other trump cards they are hiding? What if they decide to take drastic action and destroy the entire planet? They can really do such things. Zhu Qin's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Luo Xu was very important to the entire team. If there were any risky situations, it shouldn't be her who takes the chance. When Walter approached, Hua Feibiao smiled and walked up to punch him lightly on the chest. Friend, that was really thrilling just now, weren't you scared? You're quite a man. I admire you. Although Walter had previously provoked the people of Dachuan and even defeated Zhu Qin, he acted fairly and honestly. Despite being a bit arrogant, they as straightforward men still respected him. Walter coughed from the punch. With Luo Xu around, what do I have to be afraid of? Is having Luo Xu around your confidence? After a bit of joking, Walter's mood improved somewhat. They had just come in and suffered a disastrous defeat. With 2 members of their team dead and not even a complete corpse left behind, it was truly tragic. Among the 2 survivors from Amigo country, one was a doctor. He carried a medical kit and gave Walter a simple bandage. Walter grinned and said to Luo Xu's sister, "Why don't we just stop scavenging for supplies outside and go hunt the beasts instead? Killing one gives us so many things. Isn't that better than working hard during the day for nothing?" This statement really resonates with the hearts of the viewers watching the live broadcast. Isn't it better than scavenging for supplies during the day? Killing a tiger can yield 100,000 supplies, while those outside only offer 1 or 2,000. Hee, this is a profitable deal. All countries are cooperating to hunt fierce beasts together. We still need to collaborate. After all, we are living in a global village. It seems that the NIA Democratic Alliance and the New Sai People's Republic have already formed an alliance. It appears that the 2 big men are even sharing a bed. Luo Xu chuckled lightly and shook her head, reminding them that this is only the first day in the most peripheral position. Things are not as simple as you think. Walter seemed to think of something and grinned. Since I stepped in here, I never thought I could make it out alive. Actually, it's pretty good here, with mountains and water, and no worries about food or drink, no troubles. It's just death. After all, it's better than suffering outside. There was a moment of silence in the bullet screen. This statement expresses the feelings of many people. It's really tough out there. They have long envied those who died at the beginning of the apocalypse, falling victim to zombies. These people have never really experienced hardship. After going through these years, they realize that before this, issues like being unable to find a job, being unmarried at an older age, low salaries, and debts for mortgages, car loans, and credit cards. These are nothing at all. Even Chao Jing and Su Xing fell into silence. The entire cave was filled only with the crackling sound of the match burning. Xu Xianming forced out a dry smile, saying not to be so pessimistic. Everything is getting better, right? Walter stood up to stretch his legs, which were tightly bound by bandages. I'm just saying, we are soldiers, and since we're here, we must have the determination to face death, right? Let us all take a break. We still have to stay here for 3 months. This night is destined to be a sleepless one. Luo Xu's system map has been updated. This map is more detailed, only indicating what type of supplies are within what range. On the outskirts of this mountain range, there are fruits, grains, and vegetables, while near the water sources, they're all water resource supplies. There is only one fertile land, but the system hasn't marked it clearly. Whoever gets it will just have to rely on luck. As you move closer to the central area of the mountain, there are more items available, including seeds, grain, wells, weapons, and edible meat. Chapter 180, picking up some things for a snack. And deep inside, the place closest to the destination, that's where all the good stuff is. Arable land, inland river, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Mineral mountains are all renewable resources. Clearly, the items on the outside are just minor things. The real treasures are all inside. However, this map update only indicates the approximate range, unlike before when each supply location was marked clearly. She looked at the points section in the corner of the map. Points, 1236 10,000. This means that to upgrade, you need to reach 10,000 points. This is so difficult. Luo Xu is really having a headache. Early the next morning, the crisp sound of birds chirping outside can be heard. The stream flows gently, and Luo Xu packs up her things, reviewing the map and discussing with everyone. This time, we will head deeper and find a new place to settle down. Our goal is the nearby mine, and if we can spot other supplies, we'll grab those too. If we can take it, why not? Let us treat the people of Dazhou country. A string of ha-ha-ha appears in the live stream. Treat them? Luo Xu really knows how to talk. Of course. I just finished the government-issued box meal this morning. It had everything. I bought a few apples when I went out today. The country is developing better and better now. Fruits like bananas and pears can be grown on our own, and the land is fertile. Everything produced is delicious. That's too much. Who grows insoles? You eat what you grow. Isn't that just a metaphor? The apples we grow now are as big as an adult man's fist and taste dozens of times sweeter than the Fuji apples before the apocalypse. I'm so envious of Dazhou country. I'm still living underground. Envious. If I had the chance, I do really want to move to Dazhou country. I wanted to. Ju Chun glanced at Walter and the other two who were also packing up not far away and lowered his voice. What about those three? Ignore them. Right now, Dazhou country lacks food and clothing, but lacks resources. Power generation requires resources, developing spacecraft requires resources, making firearms and building new towns. All these require resources. Food is no longer their primary need. Walter's side has already packed up. He casually strolled over with his hands in his pockets and greeted Luo Xu and the others. We're leaving first. Maybe we'll see you again. Luo Xu nodded at him. Dazhou country's team continued to follow the river upstream, deep into the mountains. However, Walter was leisurely wandering around. His teammate Barrow asked him, "Captain, where are we going?" Walter stood on a rock, took a deep breath, and said, "We will gather supplies centered around here. We'll stay here tonight." He looked down at the flowing river beneath his feet, his expression inscrutable. Ding dong. Migo country discovered supplies, 1,000 water bottles. Ding dong. Feijia country discovered supplies, 1,000 eggs. Ding dong. By the third day, they finally heard that Dazhou country had obtained supplies. Ding dong. Dazhou country discovered supplies, 1,000 pounds of iron ore. Ding dong. Dazhou country discovered supplies, 1,000 pounds of refined iron ore. Ding dong. Dazhou country discovered supplies, 1,000 pounds of refined copper ore. Wei Zheng had long arranged for people to guard various locations across the country. As the mineral resources continued to materialize, helicopters busily transported all these materials to iron smelting plants across the country for processing. Occasionally, while working, the people of Dazhou country found a package falling from the sky. Upon opening it, they found some fruits and other supplies inside. The government had long established a rule that any items materialized this time, especially food, belonged to whoever picks them up. They would open the packages and distribute one to each worker as a treat. However, these resources were extremely important to people from other countries. The New Century Network quickly filled with many touching posts. Migo country. Since the apocalypse arrived 5 years ago, this family of 6 has been living in the prepared basement. They prepared food for 2 years, and it has been very difficult to last until now. The 2 children are thin and haggard, and the 2 elderly have become nothing but skin and bones. At this moment, the 6 of them sit at the table with only a small bowl of mashed potatoes in the center. This dark potato is the toxic potato cultivated by the New World. So what if it's really toxic? As long as it can be eaten. But now, they don't even have this potato left. The elderly grandmother looked at the mashed potatoes on the table, suddenly coughed a few times, and then turned to look at her grandfather sitting next to her. This is already the last bit of food in the house. Jack, we should go. The father glanced at the 2 of them, opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. This is already the last food. They are probably going to. Grandma fumbled to grip the handgun in her hand, while her other hand tightly held Grandpa's hand. The 2 exchanged a smile, resolute in facing the end with love, and walked to the door. The children were sobbing. No, we still have a way, Dad. I'm already a young man. I can go with you to the nearby town to take a look. Maybe we can. The middle-aged man sighed, There's nothing in the nearby town. I've checked everything. But, Grandma smiled kindly, don't worry, we're just going out for a stroll. It's been a long time since we've seen the sun. Suddenly, at that moment, the phone in the house rang. They perked up, turning their heads towards the direction of the phone. It was their neighbor calling, their current neighbor, who lived in an underground castle just a kilometer away. They had no contact with him before. The only interaction was 5 months ago. Now, what did he want by calling? Was it to check if they were home because he had run out of food? Or did he want to treat them as food? Damn it. The phone rang urgently. Their daughter held the phone, looking up at her father, somewhat at a loss. The father frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the answer button. Jerry, quickly open your phone and watch the global live broadcast. Unexpectedly, the other party said this. Jerry asked in confusion, what? The man's voice was urgent, but one could hear the strong joy in it. Hurry, just watch the live broadcast. Food is really falling from the sky. It's manifesting. Haha, oh God, food has really manifested. It just appeared on our table. It's so surprising. Food. Manifestation. What is that? Chapter 181. A large amount of supplies falling from the sky. Their daughter couldn't wait to open the phone, but found that the phone had somehow regained signal. Strange. Their S actually signal now? And their S internet. This internet seems to be from the country. The country has actually provided coverage, and their S no password. She clicked in to connect to the internet, hurriedly entered the social app she usually used, and found everyone talking about some live broadcast. Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa. Come quick, what are these? They said the whole world had opened a live broadcast for otherworldly exploration, and the things inside would manifest. They said there were fresh fruits, as well as water and food. My God, what are these things? The daughter opened the live broadcast room. The few of them gathered around the table, listening to the sounds coming from the live broadcast. Several people were exploring in a dense forest, and the camera turned to 3 survivors from their country. They were looking for something in the grass, and suddenly, one of the team members saw a light cluster and gently touched it. The light cluster disappeared in an instant, and almost at the same time, a line of text appeared in the sky. Ding dong. The country has discovered resources, pairs 1,000 pounds. The person next to him also found something and waved his hand. Ding dong. The country has discovered resources, rice 1,000 pounds. Ding dong. The country has discovered resources, water packs 2,000 pounds. Ding dong. The country has discovered resources, grapes 1,000 pounds. In an instant, the barrage almost covered the entire screen. Receive good luck. Just finish the bread. Receive good luck, I want water packs. Manifest. Mine is here. Brothers, I'll go first. These grapes are big and round, juicy and delicious. Heavens, I also received it. Thank you for the gift. Thank our warriors for their hard work in finding resources for us. I receive it here, too. Thanks again to the country for sharing such good things. The 6 people in front of the screen licked their cracked lips. The little boy's voice was weak. If we could also receive this manifestation, wouldn't Grandma and Grandpa not have to die? The innocent words spoke the cruelest truth and also the most direct hope in their hearts. The 2 elderly people placed a handgun on the table, letting out a soft sigh. We've been lucky to live this long. Rice, water, grapes, pears, these are all things they have longed for. Their luck should have run out long ago. Yet in the silence, 4 packages fell from the sky. Just like that, big packages piled up together, filling the table to the brim. The 6 people stared wide-eyed at each other, unsure how to react. It was the father who reacted first. He glanced at the phone screen, then looked at the big packages on the table, his voice trembling slightly. Is this manifestation? The mother next to him licked her cracked lips. So much. Is all of it food? Hurry, open it and take a look. The father eagerly opened the top package. In front of the table, 6 pairs of eyes were glued to the scene. The father's movements were exceptionally slow as he peeled off the green leaves and slowly lifted the covering. Soon, the golden skin of pears was revealed. This big duck pear weighs a full 4 or 5 pounds. In the package, a dozen duck pears are piled together. They were all stunned. Wow, what is this? What is it? Fresh fruit. Damn, the teenage daughter directly swore. Fresh fruit. This is something they never dared to imagine after the apocalypse. But now, just like that, it appeared right before their eyes. There it was, exuding the fragrance of fruit. The entire day felt like living in a dream. The son took out a pear. wiped it on his gray clothes, and handed it to his grandfather. The whole family looked up at Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa's thin hand cradled the large duck pear, making it seem even bigger and juicier. Grandpa trembled as he took a bite. His teeth weren't good, so he could only manage a small nibble. But tasting the sweetness and juiciness made his eyes a bit moist. He handed the pear to the old lady next to him. The old lady was even more excited, trembling as she took a small bite, and choked up, bursting into tears. It was real. It was really a duck pear. Eat it, everyone eat. We must survive. The man wiped away a tear and opened the other packages, and without exception, they were all supplies. Water and fresh water. One of the packages contained nearly 10 water bags, each weighing about 5 pounds of water. The water bag was a special package made from leaves, and the water inside tasted sweet with a hint of grassy fragrance, far better than the spring water before the apocalypse. They poured the water from the bags into cups, looking at the clear water, and the 6 of them cried together. We really have to survive. Don't die. Everyone must not die. Our family must not die, sob. Luo Xu led the team to the mountain to mine, and by one evening, they found a cave to temporarily hide in. Their entire team remained calm and unhurried. It would get dark here at 5 o'clock in the evening, so they felt it was sufficient to stop at 3 o'clock to gather firewood and hunt, filling the cave to their satisfaction. Luo Xu sat by the fire, staring blankly at the flames. In reality, she had already opened the system map. After several days, the system points had reached 4,000, and she believed it wouldn't be long before they broke 10,000. Zhu Chun took out a notebook and flipped through it. Little Luo, in such a large forest, we should be able to find medicinal herbs, right? It seems that our great Chuan kingdom lacks nothing now, but medicinal herbs are still quite scarce. The factories are not yet fully developed, and it is very difficult to produce medicinal materials. Ordinary people can't even treat a fever or cold. As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat of the Dazhou Kingdom was filled with voices of agreement. Yes, we are no longer worried about food and clothing, but we are still very short on medical supplies. Yes, the child next door just died from a common cold and fever. Haha, there is something worse. A child in my relative's family, only 3 years old, coughed up blood. Clearly sick, yet everyone said it was bitten by a zombie, and no one was willing to help, leading to the child suffering to death. It was clearly a lung disease. We really need to pay attention to this matter. Woo, help! My son also has a high fever tonight. There are no medicines, and we can't even queue at the hospital. Please save us. Chapter 182. Medical supplies? Here they come. As for the earlier suggestion, let's skip it tonight. You should borrow some medicine to get through this. Going out at this late hour would be suicidal. There is nothing we can do. This is the life of ordinary people, completely without any guarantee. Even a minor illness can take a life. Everyone, hold on. We will definitely get through this. Luo Xu listened to Zhu Chen's words and nodded, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. However, she couldn't find any relevant resources on the map. It was really frustrating. We don't know where the medical resources are. Searching aimlessly feels too wasteful. How about this? Tomorrow, we will split into 2 teams of 5. You 3 gentlemen can gather the mineral materials, and the 2 of us women can search for. However, before she could finish her sentence, a line of text appeared above their heads. Ding! Congratulations to the Tao Kingdom for obtaining resources, 2,000 medical kits. The few of them suddenly perked up. Even the people outside the screen became excited. In the middle of the night, a country actually obtained medical kits. At this moment, did the Tao Kingdom encounter a ferocious beast? Quick, let us check the situation in the Tao Kingdom. In an instant, the live chat room of the Tao Kingdom was flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers. At this time, the players of the Taro national team encountered a kangaroo. This kangaroo has extremely strong combat abilities, with speed and power far exceeding that of real-world kangaroos. 2 team members had their bones broken by the kangaroo's kicks, but they still managed to kill the kangaroo using the firearms they brought and obtain a medical kit. This is the first time they have seen something like a medical kit. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room in the Tao country went crazy. Medical kit? Quick, has anyone received a medical kit? Can you tell us the specifics about it? This is the first time that medical items have appeared in the exploration of another world. Previously, it had only been various foods, water resources, and minerals. It's the first time seeing such a novel medical item. Yes, this is actually something we really need. I wonder what these medicines are like. At this moment, in Tao country, a family hiding in a basement is experiencing a disaster. The woman on the bed is wailing and crying. The child is in distress, and the pregnant woman is in unbearable pain. The man is grabbing the collar of a thin man. Hurry up, do something to save her. She's going to die. The thin man is also a bit agitated. What can I use to save her? I have nothing on hand. Without medicine, I can't do anything. No surgical supplies, no scalpel, no sutures. There's nothing. Only the result of one corpse and 2 lives. The pregnant woman is struggling in pain on the bed. Another person brings over a pair of mottled, rusty scissors. This. Get the hell away from me. The doctor kicked it away. Using this, she'll definitely die. Do you have any conscience? The man gripping his collar trembles in agony. But if we don't use anything, it will be 2 lives lost. At least we can save one now. Does this mean the adult is doomed? The doctor took the rusty scissors, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the pregnant woman. Suddenly, at that moment, a package fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. The desperate man shuddered. It was a material manifestation. He wiped his tears and hurriedly tore open the package. As a result, he saw some medical supplies. Simple surgical tools were inside, along with some random medications he didn't recognize, but he knew that everything inside could definitely save lives. Sodium lofpramine tablets, ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, strong opioid drugs, and everything necessary for treating common colds and headaches were all comprehensive. Medicine, these are all medicines. Hurry. The doctor frantically rummaged through the contents and, after finding what he needed, let out a long sigh of relief. Now I have a 60% chance of saving both mother and child. He methodically prepared to disinfect the surgical instruments and said, "All right, everyone go outside." Everyone in the room left, anxiously waiting outside, especially the man who was stiff with tension, leaning against the wall and lost in thought. An hour passed, and finally, the sound of a baby's cry came from inside. The man stood at the door, trembling, not knowing how he entered, staring intently at the woman on the bed. The woman's breathing was even. She had fallen into a deep sleep, and the blood-soaked blanket beneath her had been tidied up. The man carefully took the child from the doctor. Great, Sob, my son." The doctor packed up the medical supplies on the floor and sighed. "These things are all life-saving." The man tightly grasped his wife's hand, so grateful. The live stream chat was flooded with various messages of gratitude. "The supplies here are really complete. Everything is available. So happy. Our Tao country is amazing." Late at night, many people had fevers and were in critical condition, but thankfully there were the warriors of Tao country, who were all courageous. Other countries' people suddenly realized something. They came to their own live stream rooms to analyze in the chat. "After such a long time, we haven't seen the manifestation of medical supplies. I think it must be due to killing beasts. That's too dangerous. But do the people inside know about the medical supplies?" At this moment, in the live stream room, Luo Xu looked up at the line of words in the sky. "I think I know where the medical supplies are now. Damn, their IQ is high. We overthought it. Smart." However, Luo Xu had already started to pack her things, taking out a tang knife and wiping it down, then equipping several guns. "Zhu Chun, come with me." Zhu Chun nodded, not asking her what her plan was, and began to pack his things. Su Xing was somewhat astonished. "Are we going out now?" "It's too dangerous, Commander. I'll go with you. Since the medical supplies are on these fierce beasts, then we just need to kill them. What is there to hesitate about?" Watching the two leave, Chao Jing and Huafei Biao were anxious, but they could only watch them go. A string of comments floated by in the live stream. Luo Xu has become really fierce now, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Isn't.She a bit impulsive? Impulsive? She has that confidence. Don't forget. She could directly take down Walter from Ego Country, a true world-class powerhouse. Chapter 183. Fighting barehanded as the comments in the chat were lively. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun encountered a huge wolf. "Damn, it's a wolf. Wolves don't act alone. There must be a pack nearby." They just stepped out and already encountered trouble. It's too dangerous outside. However, Luo Xu felt a bit excited upon encountering the wolf. She exchanged glances with Zhu Chun and then raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Who is coming?" Zhu Chun clenched his fists. "I am." Since taking the intermediate gene evolution fluid, he hadn't had such a thrilling fight. He had only trained alone at the base, and didn't he know what level of strength he had reached now. However, he once secretly fought against a robot and accidentally crushed its head. He still dared not tell others about this matter, fearing he would be asked to compensate. He only said that the robot ran out and was hit by a passing car. Luo Xu raised her eyes and smiled. This is a wolf. We might encounter a pack of wolves later. Zhu Chun laughed heartily. Let it come. Isn't this just delivering supplies to us? As they spoke, the giant wolf had already rolled up its sleeves, blocking their path. Zhu Chun clenched his fists, ready to fight, while Luo Xu simply took a few steps back, keeping her distance. What do they mean by this? Are they going to confront a wolf directly? Does that mean they plan to fight with bare hands? Can they win? Damn, how can a human fight a beast? This wolf is much larger than those on Earth. Isn't this a bit risky? No, these two are seasoned. Although everyone wants to show off in front of foreign friends, this is a bit too much. If something happens, isn't that a bit excessive? Why is Luo Xu stepping back? Is she planning to run away? Come on, running away is not an option. They've faced life and death together so many times. I feel like it should be confidence. The giant wolf seemed to sense Zhu Chun's provocation, letting out a low growl and lunging at him with its massive jaws. Zhu Chun grabbed its lower jaw with one hand and its upper teeth with the other, surprisingly forcing the giant wolf to a halt. Luo Xu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Good. Zhu Chun used all his strength to flip the giant wolf onto the ground. The audience erupted in cheers on the screen. Did you see that? This is the warrior of Dachuan country. Impressive, right? Our warriors are so brave and skilled. One person can take down an entire squad. Hey, that's exaggerated. Be low-key. The giant wolf was flipped over, and Zhu Chun immediately stepped forward, grabbing its neck and pressing it hard against the ground. With one swift motion, he struck down, and the giant wolf was instantly killed. Immediately, a line of text appeared above them. Ding! Congratulations to Dachuan country for killing a primitive, fierce wolf. Gaining a reward. Wild boar meat, 1,000 pounds. Luo Xu extended a hand to Zhu Chun, pulling him up. It seems it's not medical supplies. What a pity. I wonder what Tao country got for their medical pack. Just as she was speaking, Luo Xu's ears twitched slightly. She heard the sound of beast footsteps coming from not far away. Let's go and see if there are other beasts. Luo Xu pulled out the map and took a look. Fortunately, the system still granted her a golden finger, allowing her to clearly see the locations of all the teams on the map. The team from Tao country was a bit far from them, but the position of the Mi Gu country was quite interesting. They seemed to be lingering there without moving. She flipped through the map and frowned. We have two choices now, to move closer to Tao country to find medical supplies, but that would split our entire team. Should we go or not? In an instant, the comments exploded. Wow, isn't this too dangerous? But this risk is worth taking. We really need medical supplies. I heard that the medical pack contains many medicines, including those for treating diarrhea and poisoning, and they work very well. It would be great if we had some. The upstairs people are too selfish. They can't just disregard the safety of the people inside. Selfish? Well, you don't have sick relatives. Without thinking, Zhu Chun said, let's go. Luo Xu glanced at the map again. Other countries had sent several teams rushing towards Tao country. They surely knew how important medical supplies were for the people of their country. Are you not afraid of danger setting out at night? Luo Xu teased with a smile. Really, that place should be considered hell. On the front lines, some warriors die just from a fever or cold. I've seen it with my own eyes. Some people were bitten by zombies, and to avoid infection, cut off their arms and died from the pain. Luo Xu's heart sank. These are things she has never experienced. She only knows that living in Area C is really difficult. In a human society without the constraints of the rule of law, it is a hell for the weak. Those who live safely in the base cannot feel these things. Their environment is very secure. Alas, there is no way at the frontline base. There are no hospitals at all, and some medical supplies cannot be replenished. Xiao Luo, this time, just consider for me as a comrade. Let us go get some supplies. Luo Xu, note that, Sholemni. Okay. The people in front of the screen from Dachuan are all in tears. They know that everyone is struggling in the apocalypse and have witnessed many tragic events. But now, everything is turned around. There is food and drink, and a very safe base. No fear of zombie tides. nor any danger. However, their peaceful days are all supported by those who bear the burden. I feel so guilty. I just said they were selfish. Let us pay tribute to the soldiers on the front line. Is there any organization to make donations? It seems I have some medicine stored at home, and my home is very close to the hospital. My home is also right next to the hospital. How about we organize something to send some medicine to the front line? My uncle is at the front line, and he said the medical facilities, they're not perfect. If someone gets bitten by a zombie, they can only amputate limbs or face a dead end. And no one knows when an antidote for the zombie virus will be developed. Half an hour later, a grassroots rescue organization was established, and members met offline to discuss the upcoming organizational plans. The greatest rescue organization team, the Blue Pocket Rescue Team, is like a new star, rising steadily. The two of them run at an incredible speed, able to cover a 12-hour journey in just 1 hour. Chapter 184. System Communicator Activated. To avoid worrying the rest of the team, they could only grab a quick bite on the way, trying to bypass areas with wild beasts as they race forward. On the way, a tiger and 2 lions detected their presence and chased after them. The two of them ran at full speed, leaping onto the dense treetops and jumping across a deep ravine, leaving the 2 beasts far behind. They found a shelter along the way, had a quick bite to eat, and then continued on their journey. For more than 2 hours, wherever they went, they attracted the roars of many fierce beasts. They were equipped with cameras, and the central command center switched the lenses to their perspective, making the whole scene look exceptionally refreshing, like an immersive parkour experience. Wow, they're so strong. Is this something we can watch for free? First-person perspective. I love it. This is the quality of our Dachuan national warriors. Haha. So comfortable. Finally, they found a shelter. While the two were eating, Luo Xu couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if everyone inside could contact each other. I don't know. She originally wanted to say that she didn't know if the system would upgrade to provide this capability, but thinking of the ongoing live broadcast, she swallowed that sentence and changed it. I also wonder if we can upgrade the technology. It's too inconvenient for us to operate like this now. Zhu Chun nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Luo Xu. Yes, there could be technological improvements. He knew that Luo Xu had a system. Although they had all entered here, in reality, Luo Xu still held absolute control. With Luo Xu in the Dachuan national team, that was an absolute advantage. Luo Xu cleared her throat, saying that this other world was so magical, perhaps it could indeed fulfill our wishes. She opened the system and asked in her mind if there were any communication devices. To her surprise, she actually found one. Would you like to turn on the communication device? Yes. No. Luo Xu made her choice directly. Yes. Ding dong. The system's communication device has been activated. The system's voice echoed in Luo Xu's mind, and the others couldn't hear it at all. After pressing the button, Luo Xu felt her backpack become a few grams heavier. However, to avoid raising suspicion, she didn't move immediately and urged Zhu Chun to continue. Through the system map, she saw that teams from other countries were also approaching this side, but she didn't know when they had all chosen to stay put and not move on. Just as the two were about to go out, they felt something vibrating in their backpacks. On the side of the Go country, Walter and the other two were sitting by the campfire to keep warm, listening to the occasional roars of beasts nearby. They chose to set up camp and wait until daytime to continue their journey. One of the sturdy men, Barrow, wanted to dig out some food from his backpack, but instead found a strange walkie-talkie-like device. Huh, what's this? I've never seen it before. Another man, Maxie, also came over to take a look, flipping the device back and forth, shaking his head. I don't recognize it. I've never. While speaking, he also found one in his own backpack. How strange. I have one here too. Walter rummaged through his backpack and, sure enough, found one of those devices as well. He pressed the power button, and surprisingly, a projection screen appeared. The projection screen was exactly the map they had seen before. The map used to appear with just a thought, but now it seemed to have materialized into this device. Walter reached out and gently tapped the map, only to find that it disappeared and transformed into a screen resembling a group chat. There were 27 people in the group. He symbolically sent a message in it. Captain Walter of the Go country. Hello? Captain Walter of the Go country. What? Captain Barrett of the Tao country. Where are you all? In this group, there's even a built-in translator, and they can understand each other's words. Tao Country Captain Bartley. Can this be used for communication? Migo Country Captain Walter. Seems like it. Hey Matry, long time no see. Tao Country Captain Bartley. Less chit-chat, we just killed an antelope and manifested some medical supplies. Now, we've found a group. Let us eat together. Fega Country Captain Kuan. Location? Tao Country Captain Bartley. The first north-south mountain range, at the foot of the southwest mountain. There's a large mountain nearby. Fega Country Captain Kuan. Okay. Nilian Captain Kent. Alright. She mean Captain Hogan. Good. Tao Country Captain Bartley. Dachuan Country? Tao Country Captain put away his phone and bravely observed the group of antelopes not far away. To his surprise, all the team members inside could actually communicate. Moreover, some of them discovered a large amount of supplies and started passing messages to each other. For a moment, the bullet screen was full of friendly and harmonious messages. Truly, our Captain Bartley has a great sense of the big picture. They actually cooperated. My idols are teaming up. In fact, everyone really has no competitive relationship. Friendly cooperation is the best. Can someone help check what Dachuan Country S team is doing? A group of people rushed into Dachuan Country S team. They were shocked to find that Dachuan Country S Luo Xu and Zhu Chun were surrounded by a pack of wolves. The two stood on high ground, watching the pack below. Oh my, I said they would definitely have problems moving out at this late hour. From such a distance, if it really doesn't work out, just find a place to stay. Don't struggle. Quick, is there anyone nearby? Help us. The people in front of the screen were anxious, wishing they could jump into the screen. And Luo Xu actually pulled out a phone and opened a group chat. The people inside tagged Dachuan Country S members. Tao Country Captain Bartley. Are the Dachuan people still alive? Why is there no one to communicate with? Nilian Captain Kent. We're having some problems here in the south. There are quite a few ferocious beasts howling. Not sure why. Fega Country Captain Cohen. I heard it too, it's very strange. This is the first time I've seen it. It seems that some powerful beasts are stirring up these wild animals. Migo Country Captain Walter. What is there to be afraid of? Just fight. Luo Xu took a selfie with Zhu Chun and sent it over. Dachuan Country Captain Luo Xu. Dachuan Country is on the way. You guys hang in there. In this photo, she and Zhu Chun, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, look quite eye-catching together, but the group of wolves with fiery red eyes behind them seems a bit eerie. Migu, the captain of the Gui team, Walter, damn. Bali Te, the captain of the Tao team, damn. Kuan, the captain of the Fei Jia team. Xian Min Yi Cheng, you are surrounded by a pack of wolves. Hurry up and run. And I Lien Feng say, are you crazy? It's late at night and you're basking in the moonlight. Simpson from the Tao country. The handsome man and beautiful woman look quite eye-catching, but it's pretty life-threatening. Chapter 185. A fool and a wolf seeing that his own captain was actually surrounded by a pack of wolves. Su Xing was so anxious that he turned red. Su Xing from the Chuan country. Captain, Officer Zhu Chun, hurry up and run. So many wolves. Chao Jing from the Chuan country, damn. At this time, hurry up and light the bonfire. Hua Fei Biao from the Chuan country. Anyone who dares to attack my captain, just wait. I'll come support you. When Xu Xianming from the Chuan country said, hurry, use the phone to send smoke signals, ignite it, and wait for us to come over. Luo Xu glanced around and moved her wrists. Captain Luo Xu from the Chuan country. You all stay put. This is a small matter. Tao country. We will arrive in half an hour, and I hope to see your other country teammates by then. A small matter? In the selfie she just took, they were definitely facing a pack of wild wolves. A pack of wild wolves? And it's just a small matter? Is this woman crazy? Tao country Captain Barrett. From the Great River country, you don't need to suffer for the sake of pride. Although you are all experienced players, we still need to cooperate at this time. Tao country Captain Barrett. We will send 2 people from Tao country to help. Nilian country Captain Kent. It's not that we Nilian are cowardly, but there are many fierce beasts howling along the way. It's a bit dangerous to step out. Everyone should be careful. Migo country Captain Walter. Damn, why do these fierce beasts seem like they've been injected with adrenaline? Migo country Captain Walter, don't worry. The combat power of those 2 guys from the Great River country is not the same as ours mere mortals. The barrage outside is going wild. Mortals, haha. Captain Walter actually calls himself a mortal. How strong is the Luo Xu from the Great River country? Didn't you see the previous live stream? Colonel Walter was really beaten badly then. Ha! I watched it too. I thought there would be a conflict between our Migo country and the Great River country. Unexpectedly, when they met again, there was no sign of enmity at all, and they were quite in sync instead. Let's shake hands. Migo country is our buddy. And I hope we can quickly connect by high-speed rail, as we are all one family. Ha! Welcome to our country as guests. I'll show you the zombie-themed generator I just made. That's great. You Migo country are awesome. In another world, Luo Xu put down the communicator and rummaged through her backpack. Do you have any weapons there? Zhu Chan took out a gun from somewhere and held it in his arms, a JK-45 light submachine gun. Luo Xu widened her eyes and looked at this big guy. Where have you been hiding it? Zhu Chan grinned. I just assembled it while we were chatting in the group. It's been in my backpack all along. Luo Xu shrugged and took out a tang knife. Come on, let us make it quick. Roar! Are our Luo Xu sister and Zhu Chan brother going to take down the entire wolf pack together? Luo Xu sister is going to use a knife? Huh? Would the scene be too brutal? Should we give a warning for viewers under 18? Go for it. One knife, one head. Under 18? What era is this still playing under 18? When we elementary school students are chopping in the game, you adults are still working overtime. You tien loget hetile. Aiming the submachine gun directly at the wolf pack and open fire. Bang bang. After a series of gunshots, the sky was instantly flooded with a string of messages. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Great River country for killing a primal fierce wolf, gaining a reward. Wild boar meat, 1,000 pounds. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Great River country for killing a primal fierce wolf, gaining a reward. Wild chicken meat, 1,000 pounds. Ding dong. Wild boar meat, wild chicken meat, wild duck meat, rabbit meat. This is simply a feast. Things are falling from the sky all over the Dazhou territory. The citizens of Dazhou in front of the screen silently place the roasted pork on their plates and start chewing heartily. Even people from other countries in the other world are shocked. Captain Bearite of Tao country, Dazhou has gone crazy. Captain Kuan of Feiga country, impressive. If we meet, we can have a competition. Zhu Chan is going wild, but some keen-eyed people notice that Luo Xu seems to have disappeared from the screen. The computer staff, adjusting the live broadcast, quickly switches the view. At this moment, Luo Xu is using a tang knife to chop some long vines. She has already placed many vines under her feet. Huh? What's she trying to do? Can anyone explain? It's so strange. What is Luo Xu doing? Finally, after finishing the vines, Luo Xu throws them at Zhu Chen's feet and looks up at the sky. Okay, stop. If we keep killing like this, the meat materialized in our country will start to rot. This time, several packages materialized all at once, piled up in the corner as if they truly couldn't be finished. Their 3 meals a day are managed by the state, with everyone being centrally allocated. There's work to do and food to eat. Those who have lost their labor capacity receive even better care, and they themselves don't need to hoard any food. Although the people of Dachuan have a habit of stockpiling food, they wouldn't hoard much at this time. Then Luo Xu said, the remaining wolves can be sent to other countries as gifts. After all, they also helped us with the location. For a moment, there was a brief silence on the screen. What a scenario. Little Luo is not wrong. It was Tao Nation that first shared the location and provided information on medical supplies. Everyone is united. As villagers of the Earth Village, unity is strength. Zhu Chen also gave Luo Xu a thumbs up, saying, not bad. I didn't aim for the vital parts. Luo Xu waved her hand, saying it wasn't that troublesome. She casually picked up a wooden stick. Just hit them on the head. Thus, the people in front of the screen witnessed this historic scene. Luo Xu and Zhu Chen move among the pack of wolves, merely raising their hands and lightly waving, the sticks hitting the wolves' heads. The wolves fell unconscious immediately, and Luo Xu skillfully grabbed the wolves' legs and tied them with vines. The two cooperated seamlessly, and in just a short 10 minutes, they had tied up 20 to 30 wolves. The other wolves, realizing they couldn't possibly defeat these two non-human beings, tucked their tails and fled. She sighed regretfully. What a pity. Zhu Chen chuckled helplessly. If there were a few more, we wouldn't be able to take them all. The people in front of the screen were dumbfounded. Wow, are these two demons? I've heard of hitting deer with sticks and scooping fish, but this is the first time I've seen someone hit wild wolves. Luo Xu took a photo of the group of unconscious wolves on the ground and sent it to the group chat. Dachuan Nation Captain Luo Xu, I brought you 39 wolves. Once we get there, everyone can share. Special thanks to Tao Nation for sharing the information. Chapter 186. You are my dear sister and brother. In the photo, a string of unconscious wild wolves looked particularly delicious under the eerie moonlight. This is all about pounds of meat. The captain of the Tao Country team was anxiously waiting for several other teams to arrive. He watched as several hundred antelopes over there were salivating. These antelopes, their 5 people can't handle them. However, if the 5 of them take action, they can at most kill 20 or 30, but they may never encounter such a good opportunity again. If people from other countries come over, with their more than 20 people surrounding them from all sides, they could kill at least 2/3. To say that it's too painful to kill such animals with little combat power is something they can't afford to think about right now. Survival is the primary goal of civilization's development. They need to gather more medical supplies for their country. But if they wait any longer, these antelope teams are very likely to relocate. And once it gets light, these animals will all disappear, which could lead to a fruitless outcome. Hurry up. Suddenly, his communicator rang. Ballot opened it and was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? This battle maniac from Dazhou. Captain Ballot of Tao Country. Are you people from Dazhou even human? So many wolves? Knocked out? Juchen from Dazhou, yeah. Captain Ballot of Tao Country. What the hell? How did you manage that? Luo Xu from Dazhou. Just knocked them out with a stick. Knocked them out. With a stick. And it just worked? The combat power of such wild wolves is quite strong. When encountering a pack, even the king of the forest would not dare to confront them recklessly. Yet, the Chuangua's Juchen and Luo Xu not only made it out unscathed, but also knocked out more than 30 of them. How is this done? Captain Walter of the Migo Nation. You guys are amazing. Dear little sister Luo Xu, can you share some with us? Next time I see Little Tiger, I'll bring it to you. Captain Luo Xu of the Dazhou Nation. Type properly. If you can't, then don't use your hands. Captain Walter of the Migo Nation. No way. Captain Luo Xu of the Dazhou Nation. There are 39 here. I'll divide some for you guys. If anyone finds any resources like minerals, just give me a shout in the group. We need minerals. Captain Kuan of the Feijian Nation. Shout. The comments are almost bursting with laughter. Wow. Captain Walter is really a talent. Ha ha ha. How come I didn't know Captain Walter was like this before? Solby. I'm so touched. Captain Walter is actually willing to sacrifice his face for our nation to get resources. Kuan's shout was quite impressive. Ha ha. Can someone tell me, this is a survival game, and I'm about to die laughing. Captain Luo Xu of the Dazhou Nation. Kuan, give me an address. Captain Walter of the Migo Nation. So close, calling him Kuan? Captain Luo Xu of the Dazhou Nation. That is how he is saved in my contacts. Well, should I call him? Captain Kuan of the Feijian Nation. Coordinates 69. 7. 32. 1. Captain Luo Xu of the Dazhou Nation. Got it. Captain Kent of the Nilian Nation. I found minerals here at 72. 5. 18. 9. Captain Hogan of the Shimi Nation. I have a lot of resources like wheat and rice here. If anyone wants it, you can come over. Coordinates are. Seeing everyone reporting their coordinates to each other, Luo Xu sent a thank you and started packing to prepare to meet up. The two of them took half an hour to travel. It has been a bumpy journey. The unconscious wolf pack attracted the approach of some fierce beasts. Luo Xu quickly moved over and knocked the beast down with a punch. Ding dong. Congratulations to Dachuan Country for killing a giant silkworm monkey and obtaining 2,000 watermelons. Luo Xu looked up at the string of words in the sky and licked her lips. Juchen, we got watermelons. I haven't eaten watermelon in a long time. Juchen nodded. Once we get out, we can eat it. Let's have them save some for us. Killing this giant silkworm monkey will earn us watermelons. This feeling seems quite wonderful. Remember this location's coordinates. We'll get watermelons to eat later. The people in front of the screen also licked their cracked lips. Although this is not the first time fruit has materialized, this summer's divine products are indeed different. They all looked forward to the watermelons that had materialized this time. Captain Walter of the Mage Country team. We have arrived and assembled. We're just waiting for Dachuan Country. Hurry up. Dachuan Country's Juchen. Come quickly to pick us up. He sent a string of coordinates over. Walter stretched his legs and looked at his 2 teammates beside him. You guys wait here for a moment. I'll go pick them up. Maxie and Barrow also stood up. Captain, we'll go together. No need. If I encounter danger, I still have the ability to escape. If you follow me, I might not be able to take care of you. They all understood that Dachuan Country's delay in arriving was definitely because they were carrying too many things. Other countries like Tao Country and Feiga Country sent people to assist. Finally, after passing a small hill, they finally saw two people from Dachuan Country. The two were already panting heavily, each carrying a string of animals. On this journey, besides the more than 30 wolves they initially caught, they also had other different ferocious beasts hanging on the string. Luo Xu supported her knees with both hands, panting heavily from exhaustion. "Hurry up and kill it, don't waste time." Barrett laughed heartily. "It's still your brothers from Dajo Kingdom giving face." The captains from other countries had thick skins, only touching their noses and discussing how to divide the spoils. After all, in such situations, having more ferocious beasts could save hundreds of people in the country, so they had to be a bit thick-skinned. Walter shrugged. "Our team only has 3 people. The whole team is weak. Now that we have the opportunity, of course, I'm going to pick it up. Sister Luo Xu, brother Ju Chun. From now on, we're like siblings." The audience from Migo Country in front of the screen couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. They had never seen someone so shameless, especially representing their country. Luo Xu was also unceremonious. "All right, then give me a satellite." Walter chuckled. "What we need that for? Your country isn't lacking in that. I can give you an automatic rifle we just developed." Barrett cleared his throat. "All right, let us discuss other matters later. Let us solve the immediate problem first." The two countries, Xinmin and Nilian, were relatively weak, and their captains had little say. Now that several teams had gathered, everyone was chatting and laughing, but their two captains were somewhat sidelined. After all, the chosen representatives from other countries were all well-known figures who had participated in various major competitions worldwide. Meanwhile, the representatives from their two countries were selected from the military and civilian ranks, and their strength was relatively weak. Luo Xu noticed them and allocated an extra beast to them. Chapter 187. Meat falling from the sky, the captains of the two countries were extremely grateful, and the personnel from the two countries in front of the screen were also very appreciative. "Thank you, Dajo Kingdom, for your care. Everyone was working hard to survive, and if they could get through this difficult time, they wanted to go to Dajo Kingdom to study abroad and see this kind-hearted country for themselves. Me too. I'm an engineer from Xinmin. I hope to visit Dajo Kingdom in person. Welcome, welcome, ding. Congratulations to Migo Country for killing a primitive, ferocious wolf. Obtaining material, wild chicken meat 1,000 pounds, ding. Congratulations to Tao Country for killing a primitive, ferocious wolf. Obtaining material, wild boar meat 1,000 pounds, ding. Congratulations to Feiga Country." A series of messages appeared above. Ju Chun looked up and then lowered his voice to ask Luo Xu. "It seems that the names are displayed after killing the ferocious beast now. When Feiga Country killed one earlier, it didn't seem to display anything. Is there a reason?" Luo Xu flipped through the system map. The current score had already exceeded 6,000. On the progress bar for the score, there was a dark marker at the 5,000 position, indicating a reward for surpassing the halfway mark. However, she didn't directly express her speculation but said, "It should be that after killing the ferocious beasts, changes occurred in the otherworld map. Look, we still have a way to communicate now." The people in front of the screen also found this very meaningful. Fortunately, this place wasn't without survival space. Everyone was gathering supplies inside, and even able to communicate and assist each other. Port fell from the sky. The people of Migo Country, Tao Country, Feiga Country, the Nia Democratic Alliance, and the New Simon People's Republic received a large amount of meat. They could only live underground now, eating the black potatoes they cultivated every day, which were dry and tough. Even though they added salad dressing and other seasonings, it was still hard to swallow. In a basement, a family looked at the potatoes on the table, exchanging glances. The son placed his phone in the center of the table, streaming live. "We should be able to eat meat soon, right?" he said expectantly. A string of messages flashed on the screen. Congratulations to Migo Country for killing a primitive, ferocious wolf. Obtaining material, wild chicken meat 1,000 pounds. The family was already so hungry they were skin and bones. And now these live streams on the screen completely failed to arouse their desire to watch. The irritable father's face darkened. "What time is it? And you're still playing with your phone? Our generator is severely depleted. We don't have extra power to charge a broken phone." The son's eyes sparkled. "Dad, why don't we wait a bit? There's wild chicken meat falling from the sky. The father scoffed, just a trick played by those who were full and bored. Wild chicken meat? What a pipe dream. How could there be such a thing? The son murmured softly, it's real. Many people encounter materialization. The father snatched the phone, looked at the barrage of comments on the screen, and the sarcasm in his expression deepened. This world is really terrifying. It seems like we don't deserve to have happiness. The mother sighed and scooped some from the large bowl in the center of the table to distribute to others. Sigh. I rode my bike to the nearby area today. It seems there are still people living in the neighboring manor, but they have no food either. As for the town, the entrance has been sealed off, and daily necessities are completely unavailable. We can only make do for now. Holding a gun, the grandfather said, it's really lively outside now with all this otherworld exploration and materialization. Why doesn't anyone care about us, ordinary folks? He chuckled. Even if there really is such a thing as materialization, it should be for a select few. We, on the other hand, could die in this little box, and no one would care. The son lowered his head dejectedly. The mother gently patted his shoulder. All right, let us eat. Looking at the dark mashed potatoes on the table, none of them had much of an appetite, but in order to replenish their daily nutritional needs, they could only force themselves to eat. After all, being sick was even more terrifying than being hungry. As they were about to pick up their chopsticks, a heavy thud sounded from above, as if something heavy had fallen. The father frowned and looked up. The grandfather stood up with his gun. I'll go check it out. Wait, the father said cautiously. After waiting for dozens of seconds and hearing no movement outside, he and the grandfather exchanged glances, retrieved their handguns, and went out together. The mother held her son in her arms, softly soothing him. It's okay, it's okay. Maybe an animal fell down. This could be a free meal. The father and grandfather thought the same, so they dared to venture out to check. The son listened as their footsteps gradually faded away, his heart pounding. The package was heavy, wrapped tightly in green palm leaves. Seeing this thing, the son immediately jumped off his chair. This is materialization. Materialize supplies. I saw them talking about it online. Is there wild chicken meat inside? The grandfather and father exchanged glances, lifting the package onto the table. Materialization? I can't believe there is such a thing, the father muttered, but his hands hastened to unwrap the palm leaves. Wild chicken meat. They hadn't eaten it in years. If it really existed, it would be a lifesaver. Grandpa was a bit anxious and swallowed hard. Quick, hurry up and open it. After tearing open the palm, leaves outside in a hurry. When they saw the fresh and plump pieces of meat inside, everyone was stunned. Meat, it's meat? We really saw meat. The freshest meat. It looked like it had just been cut from a whole chicken that was particularly fat and made one's mouth water just by looking at it. Grandpa's eyes sparkled with excitement as he trembled and picked up a chicken. This is so heavy, at least 10 pounds, right? So delicious. Lisa, hurry and start the fire. 2 hours later, they sat at the dining table again. On the table was a roasted chicken, exuding a delicious aroma that filled the air. After the apocalypse, they had struggled to survive and had not tasted such delicacy for many years. The room was filled with the sound of swallowing. It's ready to eat, Mom said. At the dining table, they no longer cared about manners and began to devour the food, their mouths dripping with grease. Such delicious food brought them to tears. At this moment, Luo Xu and the others had gathered together to discuss how to deal with a group of antelopes. Although the antelopes were not weak in combat and had a bad temper, with 2 horns on their heads, the consequences of a full-force attack on a person would be dire. Chapter 188. Why is the Christmas tree still up? Who are you looking down on? Barrett, as the leader of this operation, spoke first. The 5 of our countries will encircle from 5 directions and fight inside. Whoever kills the most will take the spoils. At this point, we rely on our own abilities. Luo Xu nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to the plan. Walter squinted and smiled. Isn't it a bit unfair? Only 2 people from Dajo have come. Barrett looked at the corpses of the wild wolves scattered on the ground, feeling somewhat speechless. Their combat power is stronger than our entire team. This sentence is absolutely the highest respect for the opponent. The bullet comments are almost bursting with laughter. Sure enough, Luo Xu has scared everyone, while we are all soft and gentle girls. Ha ha. It reminds me of when Luo Xu first appeared at the live broadcast in Another World, still under Chun Ji's protection. Now the soft girl has grown up. Luo Xu can now overpower Chenggu. The counterattack is a success. Look how scared everyone is. Didn't we agree to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger? No one at the scene dared to refute Barrett's words. Just based on the fact that they managed to catch a string of prey on their way here, no one else could do that. Kun nodded. They didn't need any helpers. Sending out 2 people was fair enough. Luo Xu touched her nose and exchanged smiles with Zhu Chun. It's true. Their combat power has far surpassed everyone present, except for Walter. Walter is the only survivor of the secret experimental program from the Migo country. Although his current combat power still can't match theirs, the gap is much smaller than with the others. Wow, are we going to start fighting? Brothers, get ready. There might be supplies dropping tonight. If anyone at home is sick, just wait. These supplies will be prioritized for those in need. Let us go. Hopefully, no one gets sick this time. Charge. Since they are already prepared, have divided their positions, and given each team 10 minutes to rest. All the teams are discussing their attack strategies together. There are hundreds of these antelopes, and although the amount each team can receive is limited, it is still enough. 10 can drop 10,000 medical packs. Their competition is not something to consider. What they really need to worry about is their own abilities. The 2 countries of Xinmin and Nilian are relatively poor and have only managed to form such a nation after enduring wars in the apocalypse. They have brought out some ordinary assault rifles, easily portable handguns, as well as bows, arrows, and some cold weapons. On the other hand, Feijia and Tao countries have a stronger sense of technology. They have brought out some bombs, grenades, and higher-intensity sniper rifles, with handguns being numerous. As for Mai's country, it appears to be somewhat shabby. Maxi and Barlow have brought out some rifles and handguns, and have strapped daggers in easily accessible places. Walter, however, has only brought a special pair of gloves. The gloves fit snugly against his fingers, flexible and comfortable, looking completely non-threatening. Beside him, Barrett, who was handling the firearms, curiously asked, "Why are you wearing gloves?" Walter then put on a wrist guard. "These hands are my weapons. Any extra weapons are just a burden." I think Luo Xu and Zhu Chun share the same idea. The stronger the ability, the simpler and more comfortable the weapons. With that glance, both of them fell silent. Zhu Chun took out many parts from the large travel bag and quickly assembled a submachine gun. He rummaged through the bag and continued to assemble another light submachine gun. His speed was incredibly fast. Once finished, he tossed it to Luo Xu. Luo Xu found some ammo clips and hung them around her neck. After half a day of work, both of them were covered in weapons and bullets. The others were stunned. Walter's eyes widened. "Wow, do you two think you're Christmas trees? Why are you hanging so much on yourselves? Look at the others. Isn't it embarrassing? Besides, how did you carry so many weapons along the way?" Zhu Chun glanced at him. "I'm strong." The screen was filled with laughter. "Haha, Christmas tree? To be honest, it really does look like one. Did they move our armory away?" I'm dying of laughter. Captain Walter just said that for powerful beings like them, any weapon is a burden, and now he has slapped in the face. Walter stared wide-eyed. "What is wrong with you two? Isn't it better to use your fists?" Luo Xu shot him a look. "Do you want to use your fists? Doesn't it hurt your hands?" Walter choked on his words. "It really does hurt." Luo Xu finished packing up and pulled Zhu Chun for a selfie to send to the group, tagging Chao Jing and Su Xing, telling them not to worry and to stay put. Su Xing and the others watched as Luo Xu and Zhu Chun turned themselves into Christmas trees, unable to help but swallow hard. Dazhong country, Su Xing. "Captain, you two didn't prepare this much gear when dealing with that pack of wolves." Luo Xu touched her nose. Dazhong country Captain Luo Xu. "This is medical supplies. How reasonable. The sky is vast, and medical supplies are the most important. With such a responsible team, we Dazhong country are truly fortunate. This is all for us. So touching." "Touching? Isn't this guy just showing off?" Upstairs. "The truth is out." They guessed right. It really is just a show off. 10 minutes later, everyone was ready. Under the backdrop of Luo Xu and Zhu Chun, who looked like a Christmas tree, the other countries appeared somewhat shabby. Walter originally planned to use his bare hands, but seeing how Luo Xu and Zhu Chun were hanging themselves like that, he simply took a knife symbolically. Now his speed was extremely fast. As long as he entered the herd of antelopes, he could slice a neck with one blow. Everyone split up and act. We'll signal to start in the group. Several teams split up and attacked the herd of antelopes from different angles. Everyone in the world was glued to their screens, quietly watching this historic moment. This is the first time all countries have joined forces. It is also their first time massively materializing medical supplies. The doctors in the frontline hospitals who need medication, the warriors who have just cleared a wave of zombies, and the families of pregnant women who have given birth with great difficulty and fainted from exhaustion. All of them urgently need medication to save lives. Now, everyone is eagerly waiting for the warriors exploring the other world to obtain medical supplies. Countries are surprisingly united. In the group, Barrett initiated a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, go! Bang, bang. The sound of intense gunfire erupted. Immediately, lines of text began to flood the sky. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Mi-Gu country for killing 3 primitive antelopes, earning 3,000 medical kits. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Feijia country for killing 4 primitive antelopes, earning 4,000 medical kits. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Dachuan country for killing 8 primitive antelopes, earning 8,000 medical kits. Congratulations. Chapter 189. 5 teams united. In the sky, countless medical kits continued to fall. The frontline warriors, those on the brink of death in need of life-saving medication. In their rooms, with a thud, a medical kit fell. Doctors rushed over, searching for the supplies they needed inside. They were shocked to find that the medications were just right for what they needed. I saw it. When I needed medical supplies, I saw it. Thank you. Thank you so much. My child is saved. The medications just saved 3 people, and our hospital is almost overwhelmed, taking a moment to send a message. Medical kits are falling from the sky all over the world. Those in need have received the supplies they wanted. Meanwhile, the other world has become chaotic. 5 countries are attacking the antelope herd from 5 different directions. The firepower is intense, especially with 2 people from Dachuan country who have produced the firepower of 200 people. In a short period of time, 2 individuals from Dachuan country have already killed nearly 50 antelopes. There are 50,000 medical kits that have fallen across the country. The combat power in Nilian and Xinmin is somewhat weak, having only dealt with a dozen or so. Seeing that the situation was almost resolved, Luo Xu put away her gun. Out of the 300 or so, we have dealt with more than 50. This number should be sufficient. Let's leave some for other countries. Dachuan country is developing rapidly now, and several bases across the country have built hospitals of various sizes. It's just that some poor families and soldiers at the border still need some medical supplies. The others in the bases don't really need them and can seek medical care at any time. Zhu Qin nodded. It's about time. Let's help them gather the remaining antelopes. Luo Xu nodded in agreement. The 2 put away their guns and removed all their weapons, going in light. Luo Xu also managed to find 2 large bamboo poles from somewhere, and each of them took one to drive the herd of antelopes. Just now, because the 2 had stopped their actions, the antelopes sensed that the firepower here was relatively weak and suddenly rushed over. In an instant, the entire herd of antelopes shifted westward by several hundred meters, and people from other countries quickly followed. Balite shouted, "Hey, you for Dachuan country." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the 2 wielding long poles, striking down an antelope directly to the ground. The antelope twitched on the spot and soon lost its breath. This brutal scene is simply hair-raising. These big guys might not even be pierced with a knife, yet these 2 actually killed them directly with bamboo sticks. The 2 people here moved out, causing the antelope herd to retreat once again. The large group was surrounded from both front and back, and they finally stopped their frantic running. Instead of directly attacking the antelope herd, the 2 circled around on the periphery. Walter narrowed his eyes, wondering if these 2 guys looked down on them. Barrett grabbed a charging antelope with one hand and laughed out loud. Truly a great nation. The Great River Kingdom has the demeanor of a powerful country. You 2 have probably killed around 40 to 50 of them already, right? Why don't you leave the rest to us? Luo Xu said. Although our country also lacks medical supplies, we are not so short on surplus medicine. It can just expire. The land in the Great River Kingdom has been purified, and so has the air. Moreover, there are quite a few large areas within the country suitable for cultivation, where the vegetation is lush, forming a natural ecosystem. People from other countries often suffer from respiratory diseases, skin diseases, and cancers in harsh environments. But the likelihood of such conditions arising within the Great River Kingdom is relatively low, compared to other countries where people can only live in basements. and where cancer recurrence can be deadly. The Great River Kingdom is simply a paradise. This statement is indeed a bit Versailles. The comments are almost laughing out loud. It's true that everyone's physical fitness seems to have improved here. Of course, compared to before, when we were cooped up in our rooms playing games and reading novels without much exercise, now we participate in labor on time every day, eat well, and feel great. My skinny arms and legs have developed muscles. Do you want to see my chest muscles? You might as well not show them and embarrass yourself. In Dajuan country, do you really live that happily? We don't even have fresh air here. Yes, life is really tough for us in Migao country. Our Tao country is the same. Although we haven't suffered from zombies, natural disasters and man-made misfortunes keep happening, and we dare not go on the road, fearing being shot if we're not careful. I'm so envious of you in Dajuan country. When can we live such a happy life like you? Oomph. You only see our happiness now, but we have gone through several major disasters before. The zombie tide almost flattened our entire country. Have you seen a skyscraper over 1,000 meters tall being toppled by zombie tide? Everything and everyone turned to ruins under the trampling of the zombie tide. We all went through it. It's just that Dajuan country was relatively lucky, as a group of heroes came to save us at the most critical moment. Sigh. Everyone has their own difficulties. It's really tough, but fortunately, we also had a group of heroes come to save us. Those warriors who venture into other worlds for exploration are all our heroes. The commotion quickly alerted other ferocious beasts nearby. The bloody scent of the dead antelope attracted several large predators to converge in this direction. Luo Xu sensed the danger first and furrowed her brows, warning Zhu Chun, "Be careful. I hear other beasts approaching." Zhu Chun nodded and instinctively reached for his weapons, only to remember that he had removed all his firearms to move more freely and left them behind. At that moment, a massive saber-toothed tiger sprang out of the bushes, followed closely by several more giant saber-toothed tigers hiding in the underbrush, making it hard to see clearly. Other beasts are coming. Should we retreat? Luo Xu loudly asked the warriors from other countries. The Tao countryside had already killed over 40. Thinking it was enough, Barrett decided to stop. In that case, let's withdraw. The Mage country had killed even more, over 70, with 90% of them done by Walter himself. His body moved like lightning, entering the antelope herd and opening the slaughter, easily plunging his hand into the neck of an antelope with a flip of his palm. I'm about done here as well. Let's retreat. Feijiao country's Kuan was a master swordsman. His long sword moved like flowing water, easily slicing through the antelope's skin and flesh. Chapter 190. Hey, there's a saber-toothed tiger following you. His other teammates, Biki, Tyron, and Peter, were also practicing swordsmanship. Although they weren't as strong as Kuan, they were formidable, and their entire team had killed over 50 antelopes. Let's retreat. The combat effectiveness of the Nilian and Shinmin teams was relatively weaker, but they had also killed 20 or 30 antelopes. These two countries had small populations, and having killed 20 or 30, obtaining 2,000 or 3,000 medical supplies was about enough for them. They were not greedy people, knowing when to stop. The 5 teams fled in 5 different directions. Some antelopes, driven mad by the slaughter, even chased after them. Barrett swiftly threw a flying blade, killing the pursuing antelope instantly. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun naturally wouldn't linger either. The two of them quickly chose a direction to escape. The few saber-toothed tigers glanced at the direction in which their prey had escaped, hesitated for a moment, and then split into 3 different directions to pursue. Among them, the largest saber-toothed tiger headed towards the direction where Luo Xu and the others were. The people in front of the screen felt a wave of fear. They had obtained supplies and saved their lives. But all the dangers were borne by these powerful warriors from another world. Oh my God, I hope everyone is okay. Just now I was thinking how great it would be if everyone could cooperate, but now it seems I was too naive. After this wave of escape, several teams definitely can't stay together. They ran separately, diverting the attention of these ferocious beasts, giving each person a chance to survive. If they had stayed together, they could have been wiped out by these beasts. Thinking about it this way, Dajuan Kingdom had foresight. Only 2 people came from the entire team, and the remaining 3 were in a safe place. If those 2 sacrificed themselves, at least Dajuan Kingdom still had 3 people left to bring us hope. Hey, upstairs. What nonsense are you talking? How could little Luo and Brother Chun, with such strong combat power, possibly sacrifice themselves? If you can't speak properly, just shut up and get lost. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm just really worried. At that moment, a fleeting image appeared on the screen. The shadow of a giant, saber-toothed tiger. My God, did you just see that? It seemed like there was a saber-toothed tiger. Oh no, I hope they can really escape. This is too terrifying. Come on, you have to survive. I really don't want to see them die. Luo Xu glanced at the sky while running at full speed. There was just 1 hour left until dawn. Zhu Chen's face was pale, breathing heavily as he ran. That night, he exhausted a lot of energy and was somewhat physically drained. There was nothing behind us, so let them come. At this moment, the viewers in the comments section were already anxious. Yes, there's a saber-toothed tiger. It's such a big tiger. Don't relax, run faster. Run faster. In another hour, it will be daylight, and that saber-toothed tiger will disappear. Luo Xu's ears twitched. There was a cliff ahead, so they needed to stop for a moment. Why are we stopping all of a sudden? I remember the cliff can't stop you. When they previously encountered a cliff, their actions were indeed shocking. After running nearly 2,000 meters, they reached the edge of the cliff. Luo Xu's face was flushed, her heart wasn't racing, and she wasn't even out of breath, standing still as if she had never experienced intense exercise. On the other hand, Zhu Chan was already struggling, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Even with the intermediate gene evolution liquid, his physical exertion was somewhat taxing. Luo Xu's body had undergone systematic modification, and she felt nothing at all. The comment section was about to explode at this point. What are you waiting for? Keep running. So what if there's a cliff? It's better than being eaten by that saber-toothed tiger. Did you forget that our little Luo's sister dealt with a tiger before? That tiger looked malnourished. But this is a saber-toothed tiger, one of the ancient ferocious beasts, said to be able to take down an elephant. Hurry up and run. Luo Xu turned around to rummage through her bag. It seems we left all the good weapons back there. Zhu Chen nodded. Those were all the weapons we had on us, and they worked well for group battles. Luo Xu didn't have a backpack either, only a few daggers on her person. How much stuff do you have? Zhu Chan took out all the weapons he had. He still had some cold weapons left, along with 2 grenades and a sunlight egg. The two were counting their weapons. Their calm demeanor was driving the comment section crazy. How can they be so slow? There's danger all around. Do they even know? I'm so anxious. Are they relaxing their guard because they have absolute confidence in their abilities? This is a saber-toothed tiger, not just any tiger. It exudes a kingly aura. Can't you feel it? What good does it do for us to feel it? They need to feel it. Meanwhile, in the live streams from other countries, they saw their own teams struggling to deal with the approaching beasts and breathed a sigh of relief, but then saw the situation in Dazhou country was perilous, and the comment section was almost spammed. Can someone go help the warriors in Dazhou country? They just sent us a lot of supplies. Can the country contact the warriors inside to lend a hand? Those 2 warriors probably can't handle that saber-toothed tiger. It would be great if everyone could cooperate. I see that the team from Tao country seems to be closer to Dazhou country. Can anyone contact the people inside to help out? The command center in Dazhou country was also making efforts. However, since these warriors entered the level 3 map, they had completely lost contact. Strangely, the images and sounds were still able to be transmitted from inside. The information was one way, and they couldn't change it. At this time, Zhu Chun and Luo Xu had already organized their weapons. That's about it. I'm a bit dizzy. It's enough. Come here. The two stood together, leaning against the cliff as a chilly wind continuously blew from the cliff, making it feel cold. However, Luo Xu's gaze fell on a nearby bush. Is the little creature coming out on its own now? Or am I forcing you out? Her voice was light and airy, as if it could drift away with the wind at any moment. Damn, that sentence gave me chills. When did Luo Xu notice this? It was silent when the saber-toothed tiger was tracking them, like a ghost in the dark night, but Luo Xu. She had actually sensed its presence long ago. Chapter 191. Little Luo, take it easy. Luo Xu is too strong. No wonder she was so fearless earlier. Now I see it's her formidable strength that gives her confidence. Thanks to the friends from other countries for seeking help. Come and see, our little Luo sister and brother Chun are about to go on a killing spree. Damn, that sentence gave me chills. Never offend little Luo's sister in this life. It could really be deadly. I never knew women could be this fierce. As Luo Xu's words fell, sure enough, a shadow quietly emerged from the bushes. Under the eerie blue moonlight, the shadow gradually revealed its terrifying form. This is a giant saber-toothed tiger. Its sharp claws and the exposed teeth glisten with a chilling light. Zhu Chun was drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced, almost leaping out of his chest. When did the saber-toothed tiger start following them? It ran all the way here with almost no sound. Its breath blended completely with the forest. And when did Luo Xu notice it? What is the difference in combat power between him and Luo Xu? This was the first time he felt it. Luo Xu stared at the saber-toothed tiger from a distance. She sensed that this saber-toothed tiger was somewhat different. The killing intent emanating from it made her feel a bit numb. "Do we still have any firearms?" she asked. Zhu Chun was somewhat startled. Luo Xu, who was usually so confident, was now asking him for weapons. Zhu Chun searched himself and found a handgun, which had only 6 bullets left. 6 bullets? Take it easy. Luo Xu picked up the handgun and directly aimed it at the saber-toothed tiger, firing. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired. The saber-toothed tiger actually leaped and dodged a bullet, while another bullet lodged into its back. The fur on the saber-toothed tiger's back was very thick, and the bullet only grazed a bit of its fur before being stopped by the heavy coat. People in the comment section were getting anxious. Wow, a handgun doesn't work? This thing probably needs a submachine gun or a sniper rifle. But they didn't have either of those. They should have held back earlier. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Looking at the expressions of Xiao, Luo, and Shan, it seemed that they could handle ordinary ferocious beasts. But they didn't expect to provoke such a big guy. Sure, if one were to say they were arrogant, they indeed had the ability. They could deal with a whole pack of wolves without much problem. The main issue was this saber-toothed tiger. Seeing the effect, Luo Xu frowned slightly. She frowned. My God, when Luo Xu frowned, I felt my heart race. No way, even Xiao Luo isn't confident. She casually threw away the wooden stick in her hand. It seemed that using a stick wouldn't work. Do you still have a knife on you? Earlier, when dealing with those antelopes, Luo Xu had unloaded a lot of weight from her body, and now she only had a few knives left, with the most handy one being the tang knife. Zhu Chun, she was still thinking about using a stick? That's a saber-toothed tiger. Luo Xu said, "Let's encircle from both sides. Don't struggle. You've already been surrounded by saber-toothed tiger. Maybe it's better to choose to jump off the cliff. Perhaps there will still be a way out. I hope they really have a way to cope. It's really too hard. In this other world, danger can arise at any moment." At that moment, the communicator in Luo Xu's pocket rang. She still had the leisure to take out the communicator and check the chat records on it. "Tao Country, Captain Barrett. Is everyone out of danger? I've resolved things on my end. Be careful. There may be fierce beasts chasing behind. Everyone quickly find the nearest shelter. Fega Country, Captain Cohen. I've arrived. Maj Country, Captain Walter. Okay. Nillian, Captain Kent. I've resolved things on my end too. She mean Captain Hogan. I think I saw a saber-toothed tiger heading towards the 2 from Dachuan Country. Tao Country, Captain Barrett. I also encountered a saber-toothed tiger here. We found a shelter and shook it off. She mean Captain Hogan. That saber-toothed tiger should be the leader of the entire saber-toothed tiger pack, and the strongest. I hope Dachuan Country can hold on." Soon after, they began to group tag Luo Xu and Zhu Chun. Tao Country, Captain Barrett. They helped us obtain quite a lot of things out of humanitarianism. I suggest we go help them. What do you all think? Nillian, Captain Kent. I saw those 2 unload all their weapons. Fega Country, Captain Cohen. But I could send 3 people from my side. She mean Captain Hogan. They went north. The live broadcast thoughtfully posted their chat records on a separate screen. Everyone who entered the live broadcast room was tense yet excited. Seeing all the teams so united, they felt particularly thrilled. It was as if the whole world was closely connected, and everyone felt like caring friends. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, people from countries like Maj and Tao started various posts online. Some families with surplus resources were reaching out to each other, locating, and offering help. Such things would definitely not have happened in the past. In these countries, every household has firearms, and they are very vigilant and hostile towards each other. But now, those who watched the live broadcast found that countries were helping each other, and they should also do what they can to help those in need around them. A wave of mutual assistance was thus set in motion. Meanwhile, several other countries outside of the great river nation have unprecedentedly sparked a wave of unity and friendship. These are things that people from other worlds do not know. Luo Xu was now tightly gripping the tang knife in her hand, and she and Zhu Chun had surrounded the saber-toothed tiger from two different directions. This tense and thrilling scene made the people in front of the screen feel their blood boiling. Among the Chuan national team, the strongest fighters were Luo Xu and Zhu Chun. If the two of them fell here, the other three would likely not be able to pass the level. Wei Zheng, who understood the true situation, stood in front of the control center screen, and the atmospheric pressure around him suddenly dropped. If Luo Xu died, the entire interdimensional passage would close, and everyone inside would perish. Little Luo, take it easy. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun exchanged a glance, and together they launched an attack on the saber-toothed tiger, one on the left and one on the right. The saber-toothed tiger ignored Zhu Chun and instead swiped its paw at Luo Xu. Luo Xu, agile and quick, dodged swiftly and delivered a slash to the saber-toothed tiger. Her speed shocked everyone. So fast, even the surveillance equipment couldn't capture her complete movements, only catching a blur. Chapter 192. This is the power of our super soldiers. Luo Xu's attack gave Zhu Chun the opportunity to stab his dagger into the saber-toothed tiger's hindquarters. The saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl in pain. Its speed and strength doubled as it lunged at Luo Xu with its mouth wide open. The people in front of the screen held their breath, as if afraid to disturb the powerful tiger inside. Seeing this scene, their hearts skipped a beat. Run quickly. Dead tiger, shut your mouth. So terrifying. Facing the tiger head-on. I'm about to be eaten. At this moment, Luo Xu calmly reacted, flipping her palm to reveal a handgun that fell in her hand, and directly aimed it at the tiger's mouth to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots. The saber-toothed tiger reacted even more quickly. At the moment Luo Xu drew the handgun, it had already tilted its head, skillfully dodging those 3 bullets. Luo Xu was a bit surprised it could really dodge. Compared to her surprise, the people in front of the screen were almost stunned. Wow, it dodged the bullets again. Is this tiger becoming a spirit? A tiger that can dodge bullets is impressive. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. It's really over this time. Let's run quickly. When encountering a tiger, one must never run. Running would mean a quicker death. Let's jump off a cliff instead. I've seen it in dramas. Jumping off a cliff definitely won't lead to death. Get lost. If you have the ability, why don't you jump? Can the plots in dramas be taken seriously? After firing a few shots, all of which were dodged, Luo Xu threw the handgun, which perfectly got stuck between the tiger's teeth. The saber-toothed tiger was stunned. The foreign object stuck in its teeth made it uncomfortable, causing it to stop its attack and shake its head vigorously. Zhu Chin's attacks only left shallow scratches on the saber-toothed tiger, igniting its fighting spirit. Zhu Chun rolled up her sleeves and drew a knife. Her toes pressed against the ground as her body sprang up like a spring, surprisingly landing on the tiger's back. You haven't attacked me all this time. How come? Do you look down on me? Do you think this tiny human poses no threat to you? Then let's give it a try. Luo Xu was somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary to vie for attention at this moment? Just one sentence instantly turned such a grim scene into an oddly humorous one. I just love her confidence. This means she has enough assurance to deal with this beast. I'm relieved now. My goodness, I broke out in a cold sweat. Now I finally understand why the doctors in the operating room can still chat and laugh. That feeling is really relaxing. I need to take a shower. I just sweated profusely. Zhu Chun was riding on the saber-toothed tiger, gripping its fur tightly. You step aside first. I must make this arrogant guy suffer. Who looks down on humans? The saber-toothed tiger was also innocent. It just felt that this woman was very dangerous, so it wanted to prioritize resolving her. Luo Xu, not that? Then fine, I'll leave it to you to handle. Luo Xu took a few steps back, watching Zhu Chun struggle on the tiger's back, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. Next, the weapon. Luo Xu threw the dagger in her hand to Zhu Chun. The dagger arced through the air and was perfectly caught by Zhu Chun. Did you all notice something? This series of actions flowed like water. It felt magical, and there was a subtle tacit understanding between the two of them. No, I'm a PhD student in mathematics, and I can tell you clearly now that this was calculated. The arc of the knife rotating in the air, the force needed. All of these are conclusions derived from precise calculations. What? The results were calculated? Yes, that's right. And moreover, the dagger landed perfectly in Zhu Chen's hand. And the handle fell precisely, absolutely calculated with utmost secrecy. Wow, this is too fantastical. Fantastical, my foot. This is reality. Little Luo has only been away for half a year, and now she has become so powerful. She doesn't even know where she went for further studies. She has become so strong. The bullet screen was right. All of this was calculated. However, Luo Xu's calculations were not as intricate as they thought. In her eyes, the saber-toothed tiger and Zhu Chen's movements seemed to be in slow motion. At this slowed-down pace, she grasped the calculations much more easily than these people imagined. This saber-toothed tiger does pose some threat to her, but it's not significant. Zhu Chen could easily kill it with his bare hands. However, the issue that Luo Xu needs to worry about now is the appearance of this saber-toothed tiger signifies something. It is already the 6th day in this alternate world. Every night, the strength of these fierce beasts outside is gradually increasing. So, what will happen 3 months from now? It will become increasingly difficult. She knew that a level 3 map would definitely not be simple. Zhu Chen forcefully plunged the dagger into the saber-toothed tiger's neck. The saber-toothed tiger, in pain, began to run wildly. Zhu Chen held tightly onto the tiger's fur, almost being thrown off. Luo Xu stood not far away watching. She searched her body and found the last tang knife. Zhu Chen catch. She found a place to steady herself and threw the tang knife out. This time as before. It was just right, and Zhu Chen caught it. Wow, to be able to catch it in this situation is incredible. Now, I finally believe it. This must have been calculated, as a normal person could never throw it so accurately. Hiss, it seems like a casual throw, but in reality, there is knowledge behind all these actions. Wait, do you guys feel like this saber-toothed tiger isn't as fierce as we thought? At this moment, Zhu Chen tightly held onto the saber-toothed tiger's fur. After catching the tang knife, he raised it again and stabbed towards the back of the saber-toothed tiger. This movement flows like water, looking very simple, giving people the illusion that anyone can do it. Hee, you are too naive. Riding on the back of a tiger. Can you still have one hand to catch a tang knife? Let's not even talk about what happens later. Just this part, who can achieve it? Riding on the back of a tiger. Can you not be thrown off? You must not have seen a tiger before. I have seen one. Just like facing a horde of zombies. If 10 zombies surround you, the feeling at that moment is like facing a fierce tiger. Hiss, that's too vivid. I already have goosebumps all over. I have trained. I can see that Zhu Chen's entire body is using strength very skillfully. The power in his legs and hands is extremely terrifying. Someone who can do this could probably lift a car over their head. Wow, so fierce. Lifting a car over their head. Of course, otherwise, how can we call him our super soldier? He seems even stronger than before now. Chapter 193. Luo Meizi. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhu Chen is strong, right? He can't beat Walter. Walter is strong, right? He can't beat Luo Xu. So, who do we reason with? The people in front of the screen are staring at Luo Xu with fiery eyes. In just a year, what exactly happened to Luo Xu? Why has she changed so much? She is so powerful that even Zhu Chen is far from her opponent, as if she has taken some miraculous elixir. Meanwhile, sitting in the home theater watching the live broadcast is Grandma Jian, squinting her eyes and cracking sunflower seeds. Look, son, I told you my judgment was good. Jian, she laughed. Of course, you could trust your mom in our family. Mom, I heard there seems to be some kind of intermediate gene evolution liquid. Can you buy one for Xiao Luo? My little nephew's strength has been increasing the fastest after using the primary gene evolution liquid. If he could get an intermediate one, I believe his strength would improve even faster. When he gets a bit older, I can send him to the army for some training to build our family's reputation. Grandma Jian cracked a seed and said, "Go on, what are you thinking? That stuff is really expensive." Hearing this, Jian Qi's eyes widened. Mom, have you already mentioned it to Luo Xu? Grandma Jian paused her seed-cracking hand and sighed. That stuff is not something an ordinary person can consume. Jian Qi walked behind Grandma and began to massage her shoulders. Mom, don't fool me. Zhu Chen also took it. Look, he is already strong like this now. Grandma Jian gently patted Jian-Chi's hand. Her voice was light, saying that after Zhu Chun consumed the intermediate gene evolution liquid, he didn't fully absorb it, which caused some irreversible side effects on his physical skills. Jian-Chi gasped. What? At this moment on the screen, Zhu Chun was just about to stab the saber-toothed tiger with the tang knife in his hand. Suddenly his hand froze. It felt like some special force was gripping his hand, preventing him from stabbing down. His hand holding the knife stopped in midair. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly exerted force, directly throwing Zhu Chun down during this gap. The people in the comment section were going crazy. What is going on? Did I just see a ghost? It looked like he was about to win. This place is too freaky. Zhu Chun was thrown off, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. He was in pain all over, unable to move for a while, only able to barely roll over and lie on the ground, gasping heavily. He smiled bitterly. What was meant to come would still come. Luo Xu didn't expect this scene either. She immediately frowned and stepped forward to support him. Are you okay? Zhu Chun shook his head, saying it was nothing serious. Luo Xu took out a medical potion, opened the glass bottle, and directly poured it into his mouth. As the potion entered his mouth, it quickly slid down his throat and disappeared into his body, followed by a tingling itch from where his bones were fractured. This is a sign that the wound is about to heal. However, at this moment, while Luo Xu was concerned about Zhu Chun, the saber-toothed tiger had already freed itself but did not immediately flee. Instead, it stopped not far away. The saber-toothed tiger's sinister gaze was fixated on Luo Xu and Zhu Chun. Oh no, this bastard not only isn't running away, but it also wants revenge. At this moment, relaxing their guard, they were both strong enough but still too young. At this time, the saber-toothed tiger licked its paw, preparing to launch an attack on Luo Xu. But Luo Xu was still supporting Zhu Chun, with her back turned to the saber-toothed tiger, which was the perfect moment for the tiger to strike. Clearly, the saber-toothed tiger also realized this, and, without hesitation, pushed off the ground and charged straight at Luo Xu. Oh no, I'm going to die. This time it must be the end, right? Tigers are best at ambushing from behind. I could hardly bear to watch. My phone was almost dropped from fear. Zhu Chun, however, seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up towards the direction from which the saber-toothed tiger was charging, his face turning pale with shock. But Luo Xu remained calm, casually picked up a stone, and turned to throw it at the saber-toothed tiger. In this astonished gaze, the stone struck like a bullet flying through the air, crashing heavily into the brow of the saber-toothed tiger. With one strike, the saber-toothed tiger was killed instantly. What just happened? I remember last time the bullets couldn't even penetrate its body, and yet little Luo threw a stone, and just like that, it's gone? This combat power is too fierce. Haha, who said they wanted to marry little Luo? With one hit, she could smash someone's head in. A little Luo like this is someone we can't aspire to. Luo Xu's actions also left Zhu Chun dumbfounded. A string of words floated across the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the Great Chuan Kingdom for killing a saber-toothed tiger king, earning 10,000 farmable live rabbits. At the same time, everyone in the other world saw this string of words. They looked up, some unable to hide their envious expressions. Farmable live rabbits. This means there will be a continuous supply of rabbit meat to eat. Truly enviable. At this moment, their communicator rang. Upon opening it, they saw a string of messages from Captain Barite of the Tao country. Friends, let's first look for suitable land for planting and water sources. Captain Bartley of the Tao country replied, even if we get some live rabbits now, we can't afford to raise them. Captain Quinn of the Figa country said, I think we should head towards the creek area for water sources. Captain Kent of the Nilian League remarked, it's hard to find arable land. We've searched the southwestern corner for hundreds of miles and found nothing. It might be linked to some wild beasts. Captain Hogan of the New People country stated, I found some seeds here. We should try hunting a beast. Captain Walter of the Migo country summarized, antelope rewards medical supplies, saber-toothed tigers reward live rabbits, wolves reward edible meat, and rabbits and mice reward meat and seeds. Captain Kent of the Nilian League added, monkeys also reward meat. We also found a pangolin and a chimpanzee, which reward some wood and food. Captain Hogan of the New People country said, I found. All the teams began to exchange information. At this moment, Luo Xu helped the recovering Zhu Chun to his feet. What's wrong? Zhu Chen opened his mouth to say something, but, remembering the live broadcast, could only glance at her and silently shake his head. Chapter 194. The next footage cannot be broadcast. Luo Xu patted his arm. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Zhu Chen shook his head. I'm fine now. Let's find a shelter to rest first. We'll meet with them tomorrow morning. Seeing that the two ancestors finally stopped making a fuss, the people in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, now is the time to rest and recharge. Quick, go check the group chat. Everyone is discussing how to find good supplies. The people from the Dajuan country should step back. Doesn't our country already have a lot of arable land? That's enough. Enough? Don't you think about how much land we have nationwide, and how much is actually arable? Don't you want to live on a land filled with fragrant grass? Come on, don't put too much pressure on the soldiers inside. We just need to do our own thing. They found a nearby shelter and finally got to rest. The flames rose in the cave, and the temperature increased significantly. Luo Xu looked around, touched the camera on her body, and directly took it off. She gestured to Zhu Chen. Before entering, they had agreed on a unified approach. Removing the camera meant that the footage could not be broadcast. However, even if the camera here was removed, other cameras could still capture the footage and sounds. But Luo Xu didn't care. As long as it wasn't broadcasted, that was all that mattered. It's a side effect after taking the intermediate gene evolution liquid. Luo Xu was somewhat shocked. Side effects? This thing has side effects? Currently, only she and Zhu Chen had taken the intermediate gene evolution liquid. She herself didn't have any issues. But it actually had side effects? Yes. Sometimes my body suddenly goes stiff, like my bones are petrified. I've done many tests, and nothing shows up, but this situation just happens sometimes. I think it could be a genetic issue or some deeper condition, but with our current technology, we can't detect it. But it doesn't really affect me much. Luo Xu frowned. Doesn't affect you much? If I hadn't been here this time, you would have died long ago. If this happened at a critical moment, it would be like asking for death. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing in advance? If I had known earlier, I could have bought some higher-level medical equipment to treat you. But now, Zhu Chen lowered his eyes. I thought it wouldn't matter much. Since taking the gene evolution liquid, this has only happened twice. Luo Xu was furious, but couldn't find an outlet for her anger. Doesn't matter much? How can it not matter? Since entering here, I've always relied on you as my support. But now, yes, the intermediate gene evolution liquid was given by her, and she should be the one to make amends for the consequences. But Zhu Chen said nothing before entering. That was simply irresponsible. In the upcoming cooperation, Zhu Chen might have an episode at any time. How could she trust him with certain tasks? I'm sorry. Yet Luo Xu was anxiously pacing, while Zhu Chen lowered his head. What should we do? Luo Xu gritted her teeth and looked at a camera in her hand. Uncle Wei, please cut off the next footage and do not broadcast it. Wei Zheng in front of the screen nodded and directed the footage from the Dajuan country to Su Xing's side. At this moment, the people from the Dajuan country noticed that the footage of Zhu Chen and Luo Xu had disappeared. The people in front of the screen couldn't help but speculate among themselves. Why did the footage suddenly cut off? Is it because the following plot can't be broadcast? A lonely man and a woman. Don't be so lewd upstairs, okay? It should be that Zhu Chen is injured and they are resting. But aren't you curious about what exactly happened to Zhu Chen just now? He could have killed that saber-toothed tiger. Not clear, it seems like his bones suddenly became stiff. I'm a doctor, and I feel he might have a bone marrow disease. At that moment, his bones couldn't move. However, no matter how the outsiders speculated, Luo Xu had already opened them all. She directly clicked on the intermediate gene evolution liquid, contacted customer service, and inquired why there were side effects after some people took it. Some people's bodies can withstand the effects of the drug, but some races' bodies simply cannot support the effects of the intermediate gene evolution liquid. Luo Xu frowned tightly. But if there are side effects, how should that be resolved? Since you sold the product, shouldn't you be responsible for something? The other party clearly had dealt with this situation many times and was used to it. What side effects are there? Bone stiffness. It's petrification syndrome, the other party replied. We have sent the medicine to your account. Please check. Luo Xu said, if this medicine has side effects, I will report you. The other party repeatedly assured her, petrification syndrome is one of the side effects of the intermediate gene evolution liquid. As long as the physical condition does not meet the requirements for taking it, there is a 63. 5 chance of developing this condition. Soon, Luo Xu received the medicine. It was still a blue potion. She looked down, playing with it and browsing the instructions. However, this scene left Zhu Qin shocked. Luo Xu just sat there, and then a strange potion suddenly appeared in her hand. Just like that, it appeared out of thin air. He stared in shock, wondering if he was losing his mind. Luo Xu looked up and handed the potion to him. After drinking it, if there are any side effects, I will take responsibility for your second half of life. Wei Zheng, sitting in front of the screen, almost spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. This is a bit exciting. These two guys, are they really going to settle down for life here? You tian smi lid bitali. I'm not asking you to be responsible. This gene evolution liquid is something I want to drink myself, and this potion is also my own choice. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility for it. It has nothing to do with you. He tilted his head back and drank the potion. The taste was sweet, and after that, he felt nothing else. Luo Xu looked him up and down. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Zhu Chan shook his head. I don't feel anything. Could it be that this thing has no effect at all? Luo Xu frowned. Wait a moment, let me ask. Chapter 195. I'm planning something big, ask who? How to ask? Zhu Chan saw Luo Xu close her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. He blinked and leaned back against a nearby rock, quickly falling into a deep sleep. When Luo Xu finished her inquiries and opened her eyes again, she found that Zhu Chan was already fast asleep and couldn't be awakened no matter how she called him. It seemed the potion had already taken effect. At this moment, outside the screen, Wei Zheng watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. There really was no hint of ambiguity between them. They were truly two people devoted to their country. What a pity. If the soldiers under him could conveniently resolve their major life events, that would also be a good thing. These two could probably be the model couple of the world. The staff member in charge of the live broadcast laughed and said, Sir, ever since we switched the camera, our country's audience has run off to other countries' live streams. Wei Zheng chuckled and shook his head. Are Xiao Luo and Xiao Qin now top stars? Of course, they're the brightest new stars of our Dazhou country. Luo Xu observed Zhu Chan for an entire night and found that he was really just simply asleep, which eased her mind a bit. She opened the communicator and found that the people inside were already integrating all the data and looking for resources for arable land. She flipped through the system map and shared her findings with them. Dazhou Country Captain Luo Xu. Friends, based on my past experience, these resources should be located closer to the mountaintop, deeper in the forest. Among these people, Luo Xu was a seasoned player and had the most say regarding the situation here. My country Captain Walter, are you and Zhu Qin okay? You didn't show up for a long time. That saber-toothed Tiger King, did you get hurt when you dealt with it? Dazhou Country Captain Luo Xu. Walter, bring your team to find me. I'll send you the coordinates. Walter grinned widely. He proudly showed the communicator screen to his teammates. Look, this is called cleverness. Maxie scratched the back of his head. Captain, why are you acting so dog-like now, like a sycophant? Barrow nearby chuckled secretly. Walter shot him a glare. What nonsense are you talking? Don't you know that in this place, relying solely on brute force won't solve problems? We need to rely on intelligence to win. Otherwise, it's easy to suffer. Following the Dazhou team is definitely the right choice. The comment section was nearly bursting with laughter. Ha! Following the Dazhou team is definitely the right choice. Developing alongside Dazhou country is also the right choice. Come on, our Dazhou country welcomes friend from my country. Of course, our Dazhou country is lacking nothing right now. Come mix with us. The camera was just cut off. It should be that Xiao Luo is healing Xiao Chun, right? That fall earlier was quite severe. Xiao Luo has started surfing the internet, so she should be fine. Hurry up. Tao Country Captain Barrett. Xiao Luo, do you have any good things to share with us? Dazhou Country Captain Luo Xu. I'm planning to collaborate with Walter to gather some mineral resources. If you're looking for wells or inland rivers, search near the rivers. Dazhou Country Captain Luo Xu. Moreover, I checked the map, and after going deeper into the mountains, there should be a lake, and there must be water resources near the lake. Everyone keep it up. Hearing that Luo Xu wanted to cooperate with him, Walter smiled even more happily. He eagerly asked Luo Xu for the coordinates. Previously, he always felt that Walter was a cold and proud fighter. Why do you seem like a big teddy bear in this place? Not to mention, our Dajo country's little Luo was a cute girl before, and now she is almost being forced to become a man. What can be done? Originally, Zhu Chun was reliable, but after yesterday's battle, he suddenly dropped the ball, which forced our little Luo into this state. So, since men are unreliable, we can only rely on ourselves women. The next morning, all the beasts in the forest had disappeared, and the dense forest returned to its previous calm. Zhu Chun finally woke up, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Luo Xu brought over a cup of hot water and handed it to him. How's it going? How's your body recovering? Zhu Chun looked down at the thermos in his hand, took a sip of hot water, and felt a sweet fragrance in the water, which made him drink a few more sips. I don't feel anything uncomfortable. I don't even know if I've fully recovered. What they referred to as recovery was completely different from what the people outside understood. The comments section was filled with congratulatory messages. Luo Xu frowned slightly. I called Walter over. I'm planning to do something big tonight. Zhu Chun was taken back. The comments section was captivated by the phrase, doing something big. Ha ha. Truly, my Luo Xu sister is impressive. Am I watching an exciting female lead show right now? So exhilarating. It's about to start. What's going to happen this time? Is another beast going to be unlucky? Luo Xu nodded. You're too weak. Just rest well. Walter and I will go find the saber-toothed tiger's lair. What? The saber-toothed tiger's lair? Is that something we can see? Last night we killed one. Do you think it's not enough excitement? Ha ha ha. Xiao Chun is being disliked. Did you all notice? By the way, did I discover that Sister Luo Xu is going to take revenge for Zhu Chun? If someone hurts my beloved, then the whole tribe has to pay. Although it was a bit clenched, I like this plot. The neglected Zhu Chun felt a bit down, lowering his eyelids. Luo Xu sighed and gently patted his shoulder. I'm not disliking you. It's just, you need to have a clear understanding of your situation, so it's better to stay put. Ha ha ha. This statement. What's the difference between comforting and not comforting? Zhu Chun felt a bit hurt again. Ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Luo Xu sent her current coordinates, and around noon, the other members of the Dajo team and Walter's team gathered here. By the creek, Walter had just arrived and was urging Maxie and Barrow to quickly look around for any available supplies. Luo Xu shot him a glare. You really are quite impolite. Walter, thick-skinned, didn't care about that. Our team only has a few people, so we need to hurry up and gather supplies. Unlike your great Chuan country, which lacks nothing and just waits to deceive people. When has she deceived anyone? Luo Xu asked Xiao Jing and Xu Xianming to scout the terrain around them, and instructed Zhu Chun to find the weapons they had left behind last night. Only then did she pull Walter aside. I plan to deal with the saber-toothed tiger's den tonight, and you'll come with me. At this moment, the people from Ge country and the Chuan country in front of the screen were eager to get started. Killing the saber-toothed tiger would yield live rabbits. How many years has it been since they had seen such cute and delicious live creatures? The children from Ge country, sitting in the room, stared at the screen with wide eyes, clutching their dirty rabbit toys. Walter scratched his newly grown beard and said, Well, that could work, but it seems a bit unfair. Luo Xu frowned. How is it unfair? I can give you a few more at that time. The thing is, you see, we in Ge country don't have the conditions to raise rabbits, but you in the Chuan country do. Isn't that a bit unfair to our country? Now she finally understood. Luo Xu crossed her arms and looked at him. So, Walter grinned, his face still thick-skinned. How about this? First, give us some land that we can plan on, and then I'll help you deal with the saber-toothed tiger. How does that sound? This abacus really pokes right at people's faces. Wow, you, Walter, are really cunning. I'm so moved. We really need arable land. Friends from Dajon country. Do you know how we've been living these past few years? We've been surviving on toxic potatoes. Life has been tough. I'm really envious that you have land to cultivate, and the rice you grow is delicious. I just envy you too much. Let us experience this kind of life as well. All right, enough of the sob story. I can't take it anymore. Luo Xu was about to refuse. She could handle the saber-toothed tiger alone, and teaming up with Zhu Chun was also an option. It wasn't necessary to collaborate with Walter. However, before Luo Xu could voice her refusal, she saw Walter looking very distressed. Sigh. I brought our small team of just 3 people all this way through mountains and rivers just to meet you. As a friend, I've done all I can. And now you won't even help me with this little thing. Our friendship is just going to end like this. Yet, Luo Xu still seemed unmoved. And Walter pressed his hand to his chest. Just consider that I only have 10 years left to live, and the earth is buried at my chest. Please agree to this. I'm begging you, okay? Luo Xu. Ha, this is so shameless. I mean, can I still refuse? If I refuse this, I'll have to sit up in my coffin and slap myself twice after I die. We're so miserable, brothers from Dazhong country. Please show some mercy. Luo Xu still conceded. When it came to playing the pity card, she couldn't compete with Walter. Luo Xu flipped through the system map. The current score had already reached over 8,000, just a little bit more to reach 10,000. If she could push the score to 10,000, she might be able to see the distribution of all resources on the map more clearly. Departing tomorrow, everyone should collect supplies today. Arable land, flowing water, and inland rivers. She didn't even know if these resources existed here, but there was a lake on the map, which should have quite a few resources. Good. Walter raised his eyebrows and smiled, giving Luo Xu a big hug. Thank you. He even leaned close to Luo Xu's ear and said, Dear, if you need me, I'm just a call away. Luo Xu's face darkened, and she directly pushed him away, telling him to go collect supplies. Luo Xu took Chao Jing, Su Xing, Hua Fei Biao, and Xu Xianming to search for minerals in the nearby mountains. There are quite a few mineral deposits here, including refined iron, refined copper, alloys, titanium steel, tungsten steel. The alloys obtained contain mineral components that are not found on Earth. Ding! Congratulations to Dachuan country for acquiring 1,000 pounds of refined iron. Ding! Congratulations to Dachuan country for acquiring 1,000 pounds of titanium steel. Ding! Congratulations! The Central Research Institute of Dachuan country became busy. Helicopter after helicopter landed on the helipad, bringing in tangible metals from all over the country. The relevant researchers were extremely excited. These things are very likely to become important breakthroughs in their own research, and perhaps they can even win world-class awards because of these studies. In just half a month, the country has grasped the core principles of laser cannons and has already begun its own development. However, it's still not enough. More is needed. Wei Zheng stood in front of the screen and silently said, Come on. I hope that after this exploration of the other world is over, the overall technological level of our great river nation can be greatly improved. These words were specifically reminded by him before Luo Xu went in. It was evening again, and the points on the map reached 9,800, just 200 short. Everyone sat around the campfire, and Su Xing played to his strengths, preparing a hot meal for everyone. This really touched Walter, Max, and the other rough men. They brought a lot of compressed biscuits this time and spent the whole day just gnawing on them. Before, we thought that with 2 girls from Dazhou entering, their combat power was too weak, but now I realize how superficial I was back then. Walter sighed deeply. Hua Fei Biao laughed heartily, saying, In our team, only Commander Zhu Chun and Sister Luo Xu are the main combat force. The rest of us are just along for the ride. Xu Xianming nodded in agreement. That's right. Luo Xu took a sip of hot soup, checking the map, and found they were just a little short of reaching 10,000 points. She casually threw the wild boar on the ground. This wild boar could be eaten. Everyone was a bit surprised. Strange. The fierce beast we killed before disappeared without leaving a corpse, turning into a string of words. Why is there a body this time? It's obviously because the points have reached 10,000, and the system map is upgrading again. The map upgrade doesn't just mean that the map itself will upgrade. The entire Tier 3 map will undergo changes as well. This time, after the upgrade, the map has indeed become more detailed, and the supplies displayed on it will be distributed in a dot-like form. The colors of the dots this time are a mess. Some of them she can understand, but others like pink, light pink, light blue, dark purple, are simply comparable to lipstick colors, and she can hardly tell them apart. Walter laughed heartily and sent a photo of a wild boar sizzling on the rack to the group. Chapter 197. The explosion of Earth technology begins in an instant. This flashy photo attracted everyone's attention. Captain Barrett of the Tao country. How did you do it? The prey you brought back can actually be eaten? Captain Kuan of the Fega country. Are you serious? Captain Kent of the Nilian country. I just shot a sheep and actually saw the carcass. That's great. I'll send out our location. Who wants to eat? Come over and join us. Captain Barrett of the Tao country. Will come over. It just so happens that everyone is together. Captain Hogan of the Xinmin country. I also caught a big one here. and it can indeed be eaten after killing it. Captain Hogan of the Xinmin country. Great, we finally don't have to starve. On Luo Xu's side, with Su Xing, the cooking expert, the meat was cut into several large portions and placed on the fire to roast. As time passed, the juicy meat sizzled and oozed oil, and soon, layers of seasoning were brushed on top, and the aroma of the meat spread quickly. Below, the honest man couldn't wait any longer and took out his knife and fork. Walter, seeing his eagerness, immediately slapped him on the shoulder. When did you prepare those utensils? Below winced in pain and rubbed the spot where he was slapped. I've always been prone to hunger since I was little, so I've developed the habit of carrying my own utensils. They from the Mi-Gu country really hadn't considered how to solve the eating problem when they came in. This time, the 5 chosen ones are all tough guys. Not to mention cooking, they have barely entered the kitchen a few times. They brought plenty of energy bars, compressed biscuits, and other foods suitable for survival in the wild. It would have been fine if they were just a few people from their own country teaming up. But this time they happened to see the skills of the Chuanghua. In such harsh conditions, they could still set up a stove and cook a meal with warm vegetable soup and fragrant roasted meat. What amazed them even more was that Su Xing's backpack contained many kinds of seasonings, and after sprinkling them all on, the flavor of the roasted meat became even more delicious. Soon, the pork was roasted to a crispy outside and tender inside. When a piece was cut open, the golden and meaty part inside released an enticing aroma, even causing the nearby wild beasts to become restless. The few of them could no longer hold back and began to feast. The people in the comment section were almost drooling. Why did the live stream suddenly take a turn? It became a food broadcast. Seeing that everyone had food to eat made them quite happy, hoping the soldiers could eat well. Truly, the Chuanghua is impressive. There are always cooks available to prepare meals anywhere, anytime. Compared to them, our Feijiagua team seems too pathetic. Our Tao Gua isn't any better either. I really want to shout at them through the screen to go over to the Chuanghua and mooch a meal, before they could even remind him. Walter had already smugly shared pictures of the roasted meat in the group chat. This will ignite the competitive spirit of other teams, and they will inevitably make their barbecues even more delicious. In the back and forth of conversation, the meal was very delicious. By the time it was late at night, everyone had found a place to rest. Luo Xu found a stone to lie down on and began to open the system map. Her points had already reached 10,000, but now the points needed for the next upgrade had increased even more. Points 100, 39, 30,000. It turned out that 3,000 points were needed for the next upgrade. However, the good thing was that the degree of evolution of the system upgrade map was already sufficient, although these strange viewpoints did not specify what materials they represented. Having these point-like existences was already quite rare. She also saw a new marker appear in the lower left corner of the map. Luo Xu furrowed her brows, feeling that things were not that simple. The remaining stone was cold and hard, and she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. They had to stay here for 3 months, and she couldn't wear herself out. Early the next morning, the few of them divided their tasks. Hu Feibo, Yu Tian, and the others went to mark several nearby mining sites. After 2 hours, it was already bright outside, and the teams from Mi-Gu Nation and a Chuan Nation continued deeper into the dense forest together. Walter wanted to find arable land first, temporarily setting aside the matter of the saber-toothed tiger. The entire team continued to delve deeper, walking for a whole day. By evening, under Luo Xu's guidance, they found a shelter to rest temporarily. The journey continued steadily and patiently for a full 7 days. Luo Xu had already determined the destination, and they finally arrived after those 7 days. During this short span, the Central Research Institute of the Great River Nation successfully developed the laser gun for the first time and released a video of the testing process. Long before the apocalypse, humanity had been researching laser devices, but this was the first time such technology had been compressed to the size of a firearm, marking a technological breakthrough. Wei Zhang gave a speech at the press conference. In this speech, he emphasized his gratitude to the warriors exploring the other world. It is precisely because of their willingness to risk their lives in exploration that we are able to obtain such precious materials, titanium steel, leading to a technological breakthrough. The otherworld exploration missions not only symbolize our acquisition of survival resources in the otherworld, but also signify a major explosion in the development of human science and technology. It is believed that in the near future, humanity will step out of Earth towards the solar system, even the galaxy and the universe. Otherworld exploration has increased our possibilities. Subsequently, the Global Council Center held its 380th meeting. During this meeting, they conducted targeted discussions on technological research and development issues. For some studies, countries will engage in technical sharing. The emergence of the marketplace is known only to high-ranking officials of various countries. It is because of the marketplace that they learned that various races in the universe had already formed a complete commercial center, while their Earth is still in its infancy. Now, various countries will face extraterrestrial forces, and their internal conflicts have become secondary. With a common enemy, the connections between nations seem to have become closer. Other countries have also adopted the new era coin as the world's circulating currency. In just a few days, Luo Xu discovered in the system that the exchange rate between the new era coin and the star coin had increased. Soon after, countries like Migo and Tao opened their first communication lines with Dachuan. 10 days later, a commercial flight from Migo, after several hours of flight, safely arrived in Dachuan. Chapter 198. The power of the Level 3 map. Luo Xu chose a stationing point in a canyon this time. The terrain here is relatively high, making it difficult to be flooded even during the rainy season. It is easy to defend and hard to attack, and there is no concern even if wild beasts attack. She has calculated that this place is about halfway through the entire otherworldly mission. Moreover, it is also relatively close to that lake, allowing for a long-term base to gather supplies. After several days of hard work, the system points have reached 13,000. That night, Luo Xu discovered that the otherworld had changed again. The beasts that roamed at night were becoming stronger and stronger. That night, she saw a rhinoceros. The power and speed of this rhinoceros completely overwhelmed the saber-toothed tiger king had encountered at the time. This was the first time she encountered such a powerful beast, combining strength and speed. At that moment, she was out with Chao Jing and Su Xing collecting mineral materials. Suddenly, a rhinoceros charged at her from the forest. Luo Xu reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the rhino's horn and facing it head-on, trying to match its strength. However, the rhino was too strong and knocked her away. Her body crashed heavily into towering trees, breaking their trunks, and her bones were fractured in many places. This was her first time getting injured here. The others quickly carried the injured Luo Xu to a makeshift shelter and busily took care of her. After a few days of calm, the barrage suddenly exploded. What was that thing that just came out? It was too scary. It looked like a primitive rhinoceros. This rhinoceros seemed much stronger than the saber-toothed tiger I had seen before. I don't know if you all noticed, but the beasts in this other world seem to have gone crazy lately. Yes, they seem to be getting stronger. The last time I saw the Tarl Kingdom team, they were using all their firepower to shoot at a wild boar, and the bullets only left a scratch on its body. That's really strange. I said it. This other world must be extraordinary. Why is the starting point so easy? Plus, there's so many supplies. It seems that the difficulty of this map increases over time. It's only been half a month, and there is still another month and a half of tough living ahead of them. I wonder if our warriors can hold on. I hope everyone stays safe. Luo Xu was placed on a stone, looking at the cave above her, gasping for breath. Su Xing took out a light strip and some painkillers. Luo Xu shook her head, saying, "I have some medicine in my backpack. Just help me get out." This is the medical medication she brought. These are all good things exchanged from them all. Su Xing was about to go and get them when he saw Ju Chun already with a gloomy face coming over with a backpack, skillfully rummaging through it to find a potion. He smashed the glass vial and directly brought the potion to Luo Xu's lips. The beasts outside were becoming increasingly ferocious. The others agreed deeply. Walter crossed his arms and looked at Luo Xu with a worried expression. Perite mentioned that some beasts could no longer be dealt with using firearms. From now on, our nighttime operations will have to be canceled. Luo Xu suddenly sat up. The medical potion quickly took effect. This scared the others, and Su Xing quickly stepped forward to support her. Luo Xu shook her head, saying no, she felt much better. The others found it a bit strange, wondering what kind of medicine could have such an effect. However, they were all very aware of the situation and only thought about it in their hearts, without asking too much. At this moment, everyone was comrades, companions who shared life and death, and some matters were better left unspoken. How about Kuan over there? Have they reached the area near the lake? What is the situation there? Walter sighed lightly. The situation wasn't too good. They were hiding in shelters every night and didn't dare to go out. Last time he heard from Kuan, there was often a group of cheetahs patrolling outside their shelter. He believed that those cheetahs had developed a human-like way of thinking and formed a small group, making it difficult to handle. It seemed that all teams' resource-gathering efforts had reached a standstill. In just 10 minutes, Luo Xu's injuries had mostly healed. She got up to stretch her muscles. Walter, let's give it a try. Walter grinned, looking for that big rhino. Luo Xu nodded. I was caught off guard earlier and got hit by that big guy. This time, let's be better prepared. The people from Dajo were worried. Luo Xu smiled. We can't hide every night, right? Let's test the combat capabilities of these guys. Don't worry. If anything seems off, we'll retreat immediately. Zhu Chun had been silently standing in the corner the whole time. Ever since last time, Luo Xu no longer considered him first when doing any dangerous tasks. This feeling is really uncomfortable. However, after taking that medication, the situation of my bones turning to stone has not occurred again. Luo Xu and Walter tidied up their things. Zhu Chun stuffed a submachine gun into Walter's hands. Walter glanced at him, then turned to look at Luo Xu. Luo Xu was wiping a dagger. After finishing, Luo Xu waved his hand. Let's go. The big rhinoceros surprisingly hadn't gone far and was waiting for them not too far away. The people in front of the screen were all on edge. Although what Luo Xu said made sense, when faced with unknown situations, one cannot always hide. Someone has to go out first to investigate the situation. This was still so dangerous that they couldn't help but feel anxious. Luo Xu is really fierce, but be careful. Don't act impulsively. Yes, don't act impulsively. However, while everyone on the screen was still worried about Luo Xu, she and Walter had already flanked around. Walter opened fire directly. The big rhinoceros had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Although the bullets could penetrate its rough skin, they only went in an inch. Like being bitten by a mosquito, having no effect at all. Luo Xu kicked off the ground and actually leaped onto the back of the big rhinoceros. She forcefully stabbed the knife into the rhinoceros's body, but just as it penetrated, the rhinoceros went into a mad dash. Wow, the speed of this big rhinoceros is too fast, and its strength far exceeds that of the previous saber-toothed Tiger King. A rhinoceros, with such a huge size, can still possess such speed. It's truly astonishing. At this moment, little Luo Xu should let go and cut her losses. Hurry up and let go. Luo Xu on the back of the big rhinoceros was really suffering. The powerful impact was a bit too much for her to bear. Just as the rhinoceros was about to collide with a century-old tree, she leaped down. Chapter 199. While others survive in the wilderness, I build a log cabin and enjoy life. With a loud crash, the rhinoceros slammed into the tree. Its massive and powerful body directly broke the towering tree, which was thick enough for 5 adult men to embrace. The rhinoceros only felt a bit dizzy, shook its head, and turned to look at Walter. Luo Xu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shouted, "Retreat." Every location on the map was dotted with shelters of various sizes. Once they entered a shelter, the ferocious beasts would not attack. Inside the shelter, everyone was a bit anxious. Walter frowned and stepped forward to ask Luo Xu, "Are you okay?" Luo Xu shook her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's not a big deal. She had just taken that medical potion, and its effects had not completely worn off yet. Although her internal organs had experienced some minor vibrations, they would soon be healed by the medication that was still working. Now, the nighttime beasts were indeed much stronger, and they seemed to exhibit more human-like behavior than before. Luo Xu took the cup of water that Zhu Chun handed her and sipped some hot water. As she felt the warmth flowing down her throat and spreading to her limbs, the pain in her body diminished significantly. Walter nodded. The rhinoceros outside is still waiting. We're likely stuck in this shelter for a while. They were currently under a few massive rocks, which had formed a cave-like structure about 5 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. A stream flowed gently in front of them. The only downside was that if it rained or was windy, they wouldn't even have a place to shelter from the rain. Fortunately, It wasn't the rainy season yet. Otherwise, they would be freezing every day. So what should we do next? Chao Jing stood at the cave entrance, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain soon. The weather had been bad lately, and it would be about 3 or 4 days until the rainy season. Plus, the nighttime temperatures had been too low. While we gather materials for the house, we first ensure our safety. Luo Xu rummaged through her bag and pulled out an axe, a hammer, and a large pile of nails. This place is only 5 days away from the destination. Let us settle down here for now, and from this center, we'll explore for resources. The others nodded in agreement. However, Walter looked somewhat worried. What about our plan? You first check on the situation over at Kuan and Barite. If we find any solid land, you and I will rush over to help, but before that, we have other things to do. Walter asked what things. Luo Xu grasped the hammer and axe in her hands. You big fellows come with me to chop wood. We're going to build a log cabin. While saying this, she flipped through her bag and took out a blueprint that had a sketch of a house, clearly detailing the required quantity of wood, length, and width. Zhu Chen leaned over to take a look. What is this? Our shelter has a great geographical location, with water flowing in front of it. Aside from not being able to withstand wind and rain, everything else is perfect. I want to build a house here, and I need you all to work together to complete it in a day and night. She had unlocked the building skill from the system, and it wasn't just for show. When these words were spoken, they stunned the others. A house built in a day and night? Does she have any concept of that? Chao Jing scratched the back of her head. It seemed building a house would be quite difficult. Zhu Chan cleared his throat and said, let's go chop some firewood first. The rest she can handle. Luo Xu gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. According to the blueprint, Luo Xu had only considered accommodation for the 5 of them. 3 men in one room, and she and Su Xing in another. However, now that Walter and the others were here, she needed to make an extra room, plus a bathroom and such. A day and night was enough time. Their strength and endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people, and they chopped wood very quickly. Su Xing said he wanted to stay by Luo Xu's side to assist her. But seeing Luo Xu, after obtaining the firewood, skillfully hammering nails, laying the foundation, smoothing the wood, and then nailing everything together as if she had done it many times before, was impressive. In just 3 hours, the small house had already taken shape. The wooden house had a clear outline, which shocked everyone. The people in front of the screen were watching Luo Xu nail all the wood together in disbelief. Did this girl borrow these hands? Is she in a hurry? She's so fast. Had she studied architecture before? I haven't heard of that. Those who study architecture will tell you that architecture students don't learn to build houses themselves, especially wooden ones like this. Just look at this craftsmanship, smoothing, nailing, and the design principles involved. How did she come up with this? Look, this is called wilderness survival. I see that people in Tao country and Feijia country seem to be building houses too, but their combat capability is far inferior to that of little Luo Xu alone. Wow, is this really a room? A room built so quickly? By the afternoon, thousands of wooden logs were piled on the ground, and several big men stood at the door watching Luo Xu busy herself. They wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. Chao Jing understood a bit and knew how to build a wilderness survival shelter, but it was still her first time seeing a wooden house being made, which had 3 rooms and 2 halls, almost occupying the entire cave. Luo Xu also made a rough outline for a bathroom. She waved her hand, come over here. This is our bathroom. Dig a hole down here, make it deep, rectangular, and then dig some dirt to fill it in. Walter scratched the back of his head. Do we really need a bathroom? There are bathrooms everywhere. Chao Jing nodded. Of course we need it. From my observation, there should be seasonal changes here. I expect winter will come soon, and at that time, the nights will become long. Luo Xu nodded in satisfaction. Quick, go. Chao Jing is truly an adventurer. His observation of the surrounding environment is very meticulous. By nightfall, Luo Xu had already completed the entire shape of the house and directed everyone to make some mud, evenly applying it to the gaps in the wooden exterior of the house. Thus, a simple yet complex shelter was built. Chapter 2 cents. Surprise. Soil restorer. The interior of the shelter consisted of just a few walls, divided into 3 rooms. By the time everything was completed, a day and a night had passed. Luo Xu was drenched in sweat, looking at her masterpiece, feeling utterly exhilarated. The construction technology in the system had reached 100, And the building manufacturing skill attribute she had added for herself had also improved, just a little bit away from level 4. The others gave her a thumbs up, impressed, asking if she had learned this before, saying it was really professional. Luo Xu tossed her hair back, saying it was just a hobby. A hobby? To build a house in the wild in just a day and a night? Ha ha, what a hobby! You're amazing, Luo Xu. Building a house in a day and a night in the wild is really impressive. Can we apply for a Guinness record? Chao Jing clapped his hands and said, let's find a way to make ourselves a bed so we can sleep more comfortably. Walter, with his hands in his pockets, patted Luo Xu's arm and said, hey, go take a rest. We'll handle the rest. He smiled along with his two little followers, saying, see, I told you it would be fine to stick with the Dachuan kingdom. Look, we can still live in a house that shields us from the wind and rain. Barlow chuckled innocently. That's right, being with the Dachuan kingdom means there's food and drink. Just then, Zhu Chen's voice came from the front. Walter, there are meat supplies here. Come and get some. Walter responded with a grin. There's more to get. The comments were filled with harmonious exchanges. Their needs were not in conflict. The Mage kingdom needed various supplies, food, and water resources, while the Dachuan kingdom was only interested in minerals. Their interactions were quite harmonious. However, the most important thing was that Walter was thick-skinned, insisting on sticking with Luo Xu and the others. Zhu Chun had expressed his dissatisfaction more than once, but Walter just smiled at him and said, Luo Xu still needs me as a partner. We are a good team. Zhu Chun was speechless. Since that time, Luo Xu had never collaborated with him again, which left him feeling quite powerless. Chao Jing specifically gathered materials on site, using leaves and bark to make soft beds so everyone could sleep more soundly at night. However, the next evening, the big rhinoceros began wandering near them again. Luo Xu held a cup in her hand, wide-eyed, staring at the rhinoceros outside. The rhinoceros couldn't break in, but it had learned to tease. Luo Xu could clearly sense the provocation in the wise eyes of the rhinoceros. She took a bite of meat, and the rhinoceros flicked its tail and swaggered away. This guy is looking for trouble. Little Luo, go out and take it on. I can't stand this. Isn't it just that we can't win? Calm down, brother upstairs. Have you noticed? The beasts are getting stronger and even seem to have intelligence now. It's truly amazing. Everyone, hurry and look. The Feijia Kingdom and the Shimin Alliance are teaming up to fight a group of cheetahs. In an instant, everyone rushed into the live stream of the Feijia Kingdom and Shimin. They saw 10 members from the two teams joining forces, facing off against a group of cheetahs. The Feijia Kingdom's people were armed with guns and had 2 rocket launchers aimed directly at the cheetahs. Kuan drew out his twin daggers from behind, his muscles taut and strong. He pushed off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, moving as smoothly as the wind, meeting a charging cheetah head-on. His knife skills were swift, and in an instant he killed a cheetah. Ding! Congratulations to the Feijia Kingdom for killing a night cheetah, earning 10 soil restores. Finally, it appeared. In an instant, all teams in the other world looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, everyone in front of the screen was shocked, their eyes wide open. Especially the people of the Feijia Kingdom. They were so excited they were brought to tears. Soil Restorer. Can it repair the soil? Can it make the soil cultivable? With soil, it means they can plant, which means they can survive. Does that mean their miserable lives are about to end? Really, is it going to end? In the other world, the Nilian people also killed 2 or 3 cheetahs, while the Feijia Kingdom's people killed about 5. However, at this moment, the group of cheetahs began to retreat. It was as if they had received a summons, all withdrawing. One cheetah bit off a leg of a Nilian member, but upon hearing the call, it also quickly retreated without hesitation. Soon after, a cheetah king appeared. It was about 5 times larger than an ordinary cheetah, measuring over 10 meters in length, with tough claws and sharp teeth that glinted ominously in the moonlight. The cheetah king simply scratched the ground lightly with its paw, causing the recently retreated cheetahs to stop and turn their attention to the humans. Kuan sheathed his knife, frowning. Everyone be careful. This cheetah looks formidable. Everyone gather. Open fire. All the members gathered together, and those in front holding guns opened fire immediately. However, they did not expect these cheetahs to deftly dodge the bullets. In the eyes of these animals, human movements were already in slow motion, and now they even had the awareness to evade bullets, rendering the firearms useless against them. Stop! Kuin shouted, don't waste bullets. Bullets were ineffective. They could only use cold weapons against them. The Cheetah King let out a roar. In an instant, more than 30 cheetahs surged out from behind the rocks, overwhelming the humans with sheer numbers. Kuin reacted immediately, retreat, with the command to retreat. The armed men provided cover, while those in front continuously moved toward the nearest shelter. The war lasted for less than half an hour, resulting in 2 deaths from the Alliance of Nations and 1 death from the Federation of Fega. Almost everyone else was injured. This tragic battle is the second most heroic since the live broadcast began. People in front of the screen cover their mouths in shock as they watch this scene. At this moment, they truly felt the danger of the other world. That place was really, if one was not careful, they could lose their life there. Kuin immediately sent the specific situation to the group. Captain Barrett of the Tau country. Fega country, Nilian, how's the situation? Have you found the soil restoration device? Are those night hunters easy to kill? Please send me your location. Captain Barrett of the Tau country. Are you there? Are you there? Captain Kuin of Fega country. We have lost some people. The situation is quite urgent. I need everyone to work together. He sent out his current coordinates and then reminded everyone. Captain Kuin of Fega country. Now, the other world is no longer what it used to be. Everyone be careful. Captain Walter of Mige country. My God, what kind of creatures are they that even Kuin has become chatty? Chapter 201. Green plants growing in the desert. As soon as Walter said this, the atmosphere in the group became awkward. Kuin's face darkened. Captain Kuin of Fega country. Shut up. Captain Luo Xu of Dazhou country. Let's briefly discuss the situation and think about our countermeasures. The previous battle was indeed not good. After the battle began, with the strength of Fega country, they should have been able to kill at least 10 of them. Not to mention they had the help of Nilian, whose overall strength was not bad. As a result, they each only killed a few and suffered considerable losses, which was completely below standard. Captain Kuin of Fega country. These hunters have a leader who possesses extremely strong organizational skills, able to command these hunters to dodge bullets and even avoid shells. Their intelligence is very high. In fact, compared to these fierce beasts, humans stand at the top of the food chain, mainly because of their ability to unite and cooperate. Moreover, when faced with danger, they can accurately take the most correct measures. But once animals also possess such cooperative abilities, then the advantages of humans will be greatly reduced. They had underestimated their opponents this time. Luo Xu furrowed her brows, looking at what Kuin said, feeling a chill run down her spine. They had been in the other world for 18 days, and the beasts had already evolved to this extent. Captain Barrett of Tau country. See you tomorrow. The other world was becoming increasingly dangerous from the initial ease and joy to now. The atmosphere felt somewhat gloomy. Yes, we were still careless this time. Obviously, previous operations in the other world have been so difficult, but this time we actually relaxed. I hope these warriors can survive well. Not being able to obtain supplies is fine. Yes, it's fine. Fega country. The military of Fega country brought several soil restoration devices to a piece of land for testing. Nearby, there were several villages, and after the apocalypse, very few people survived in the villages, which were now in ruins. The military personnel cleaned up the area, rescued the survivors from the dilapidated villages, and buried the corpses of zombies in a large pit. Area A cleared. Area B cleared. Area C cleared. The barbed wire is ready. The soil restoration device is ready. General Tufan of Fega country sat in a helicopter slowly descending. After cleaning up the villages, this place was left with empty houses and an endless desert. With dust swirling, they had to wear sunglasses and masks to stay outdoors in this harsh environment. The soldiers set up a simple tent for Tufan and other soldiers to discuss the situation. A few scientists from Fega country also arrived, excitedly taking out cameras to film. This was a remote mountainous area on the western border of Fega country, with high mountains in front and desert behind. The land here had been soaked with the blood of zombies and humans, making it impossible to sow seeds. The drinking water in the rivers was toxic. Today is March 6th, and we are conducting our first soil restoration device experiment. By the afternoon, strong winds rose and dark clouds rolled in the sky. Tufan and several soldiers and scientists waited outside. The soil restoration device countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone was eagerly anticipating. Soon, General Tufan received inquiries from other countries. Just as the countdown was about to end, General Tufan opened the live stream. Fega country uses soil restoration device now. 001 for testing. As the live stream began, dozens of people immediately entered the stream, all high-ranking officials for various other countries. They all wanted to see just how powerful the soil restoration device was. As everyone eagerly awaited, finally, the soil restoration device began to activate. It was a spherical object, somewhat similar to the base guards previously manifested by Dazhou country. After a researcher pressed the button, everyone present, including the leaders on the screen, widened their eyes. This will be a groundbreaking experiment. However, in this town filled with sandstorms, miraculously, the sandstorm in the sky stopped right after the soil remediation device was activated. The swirling dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. The meteorological staff of the entire Feijia country were nearly going crazy. The data is incorrect? How could it suddenly change so much? Is our detection equipment broken? This is impossible. We are currently using the world's top precision instruments. And just after the wind and sand completely stopped, they saw the long-lost sunlight. The sunlight gently fell on them, warm and comfortable. The people who had originally been hiding looked around curiously. A warm breeze blew by, and it seemed as if nothing had changed, yet everything had changed. Look, what is that? A scream came from the crowd, and everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. The soil remediation device had actually drilled into the ground. The spherical remediation device created a pit in the earth, deep and bottomless. No one saw what the remediation device was actually doing, only feeling a tremor passing through the ground. After a series of earth-shaking movements, the sand on the surface was visibly buried by the soil. How is this possible? This place has been covered by wind and sand for years and has not seen soil for a long time. The soil gradually submerged the sand, and then, surprisingly, green plants began to grow out. One staff member could not wait to step forward and scoop up a handful of soil, trembling as he spoke. It's really soil. He reverently brought the soil to his nose and took a deep breath. The smell of damp earth. It had been so many years since he had smelled it. It felt as if he had regained the earth's favor. Look, the plants have come out. They have grown. My God, it's truly spectacular. This is a desert area. Not only has soil emerged, but plants have also grown. Could this be some sort of alien technology? Regardless of whether it is alien technology, we now have more than 60 devices that can rejuvenate the habitats of 1/5 of our country's residents. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from other countries watching the live broadcast were also particularly envious. This soil rejuvenator seems capable of improving the soil quality, revitalizing the soil, and even restoring it to the level before the first industrial revolution. Quickly, collect samples and detect the distance. Yes, once the changes on the surface are completely finished, the hole drilled by the soil rejuvenator is gone, and the entire device has disappeared. A single soil rejuvenator can repair an area of 1,000 kilometers. And killing one cheetah can yield 10 units, meaning one cheetah can restore 10,000 kilometers of land. This is definitely a great thing. Leaders from other countries are getting excited, eagerly staring at the live broadcast of the exploration in another world, just waiting to obtain the soil regenerators as soon as possible. Several meetings were held within the country to discuss the soil regenerators and soil protection work in depth. Almost simultaneously, these soil samples were sent to other countries. Wei Zheng stood in front of the screen, watching the warriors of the Great Chuan Kingdom discussing their next actions in a wooden house by the campfire, while reports from the staff reached his ears. Commander, the test results are out. This soil is just ordinary soil from Earth, but it is extremely pure, completely free of any industrial pollution. Wei Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the other soils presented by the system, it seems purer with stronger vitality and richer in elements. This means that the survival rate of plants is higher, even reaching 98%. According to our tests, this soil can even ignore the climate's impact on plants, meaning wheat can be harvested in winter and corn in summer. Wei Zheng raised his eyebrows. Truly a good thing. If such land could cover the entire Great Chuan Kingdom, the whole world would be completely revitalized. Wei Zheng looked at the people discussing strategies on the screen, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. Believe in our warriors. At this moment, Luo Xu had already drawn a simple map. In this wooden cabin, lights brought by them are hung everywhere, and a pile of bonfire in the center of the room makes the whole house warm and bright. On the map, she pointed to a location where Feijia country and Nilian were battling against a group of cheetahs, which means the cheetahs are within this range. We are not sure how large the entire cheetah team is, and we also do not know their activity range, which makes it a bit difficult. Zhu Chun moved his wrists, saying that he is good at gathering such intelligence, and he will head over early tomorrow morning to check the situation. Brazil, who was biting into meat, added that he is also skilled at this. He often encountered these wild animals in the place where he used to live, and he has seen cheetahs before, so he might be able to help. Walter was warming his hands and rubbing his arms, and Barlow also joined, noting that he has good shooting skills. Yes, Barlow quickly responded. Luo Xu looked at Chao Jing and Su Xing, saying, "You few go here." She pointed to the area of a lake. The lake has a large area, and a tropical rainforest-like terrain has formed nearby. There are narrow waterways everywhere, and the climate is hot and humid. You all go to this place to find a shelter and wait for me and Zhu Chun. Su Xing is a bit worried, but as for the cheetah, dealing with the cheetah is enough for me and Zhu Chun. You going over there is just a burden for us. Huh. Luo Xu's confidence is truly charming. Is it just two kings leading a few bronzes? I remember Su Xing is not weak either. She is not weak. Su Xing has been on TV before, and I recall she even won first place in the National Special Forces competition. Simply amazing. There's nothing to be done. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun's strength has left them far behind. Walter spoke leisurely from his side. I can attest to this. Your Dazhongguo team only needs those two to dominate other countries. The two of them bravely fight against a pack of wild wolves. It's something they could boast about for a lifetime. Ha. Why do I feel like Walter is hyping up Luo Xu so much? He's about to send her to the skies. I mean, is little Luo not worth hyping? Worth it. Worth it. Otherwise, how could she be called a national treasure? After a simple arrangement, they had a peaceful night as sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, the sounds of fierce beasts walking outside gradually disappeared. Luo Xu stood on a rock, gazing into the distance. In the past few nights, all teams have ceased their activities, only going out during the day to gather supplies and choosing to spend the night safely in the shelter. The system's points have also shown little movement. The speed at which points increase from the supplies gathered during the day is very slow. They are divided into 3 teams. Zhu Chun leads Ma Shi and Ba Luo to circle around from the north to explore the situation of the remaining cheetahs, while Luo Xu and Walter directly meet up with the team from Feijia country. Su Xing feels a bit regretful that their newly built little house is being wasted like this. You guys wait for us by the lake. We need to gather some water resources before winter arrives. I'm afraid that once the lake freezes over in winter, we won't be able to collect water. Walter gave Luo Xu a thumbs up. That's a great idea. Mashi, Baluo, did you hear that? After we finish these tasks, we'll meet up with the team from the Chuan country. Luo Xu, Zhu Chun, the others from the Chuan country. Chao Jing scratched the back of his head. How about we split up to gather supplies? Walter placed a hand on Chao Jing's shoulder. Sigh, our Migo country only has the 3 of us left, and you guys don't know how to feel for us. Don't you the Chuan country have a saying? More people means more strength? If our 2 teams cooperate, our combat power can increase several times. Besides, my strength is beyond question, right? Ma Shi and Ba Luo are both strong men who can help you with hard labor. The comment section was almost flooded with the phrase shameless. Captain Walter, can you act a bit more like a captain? Isn't it a bit shameless to be this flattering? Ha, you're killing me. Actually, having Walter around is quite nice. He is so entertaining that the atmosphere feels more pleasant. If it were me, I'd also cling tightly to the big boss's leg. Luo Xu and Zhu Chun are both top-tier players. Their ideas and organizational skills are particularly forward-thinking, compared to other countries that criticize Walter for being shameless. The people from Migo country were already overjoyed. Captain, go for it. Captain, can you have a bit more self-respect? We support you. Everything is for survival. Losing face is worth it. There were also shameless comments in the section, directly whining. The Chuan country brothers, please protect us, whine. The people from the Chuan country were quite angry. Where's the face? Where's the face? I'm so annoyed. Great, Breakfast was wasted. The three teams hurried along, and Luo Xu and Walter, with their great teamwork, continuously accelerated their pace using their physical advantages. The journey was over 80 kilometers, and they surprisingly arrived in an hour to meet up with the side of Feijia. They waited until the afternoon when it was getting dark, and only then did the captains from Tao, Nilian, and Shimin gather here. Kuan briefly recounted the situation from his last battle against Kent's two teams. At this time, the sun was gradually setting, and a blue full moon hung in the sky, casting a strange glow over the entire land. The group was in a cave, with only a pile of firewood crackling and burning. Outside, the dark night made the howls of wolves sound even more eerie. Luo Xu stood up and said, "Walter, come out with me, let's give it a try." Walter grinned, casually putting his hands in his pockets and following her. Seeing this, Barrett frowned. "Luo Xu, I know you're very capable, but this is a collective action. You can't act recklessly." Luo Xu waved her hand, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'm just going to test it out. If I encounter danger, I have the ability to retreat safely." Walter chuckled. "Yeah, we'll support each other, it'll all be fine." Luo Xu was not being reckless. She was confident in her own abilities. Haha, have you noticed? In this interdimensional adventure, little Luo Xu has completely soared, radiating an aura of dominance. Aura of dominance? Isn't that just being reckless? Teammates from the Tao country and the Nilian have died at the hands of those organized and disciplined cheetahs. She's too confident. My goodness. So dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't go. Bring weapons. How could she be so bold? Yeah, too confident. No, to be precise, it's arrogance. She doesn't just represent herself, but our entire country. This is a bit risky. Watching Luo Xu casually draw out a tang knife, the viewers in front of the screen gasped in shock. They had witnessed Luo Xu's progress step by step. For being a soft girl who dragged the team down at the beginning, she had gradually transformed into such a tough guy, directly confronting challenges like a real man. If she were to die from arrogance, that would be too regrettable. My goodness. Someone stop her. Don't go. Make a plan first. The screen was filled with furious shouts. Barrett voiced their concerns. He stood at the entrance, blocking their way. It's too dangerous. We need to plan further. Luo Xu looked at him seriously and said, I can only make an accurate judgment when I know the true strength of the cheetahs. This action is not like the last time with the antelopes. I need to probe their capabilities first. Walter and I are several times faster than you, and with our abilities, we can at least ensure our own safety. Her words were filled with confidence in her strength. Kun fernet arrogant. But Walter waved his hand, smiling. It's not arrogance. My physical condition, after using the gene evolution liquid, has reached about 7 times the human limit in terms of speed, strength, and brain function. As for Luo Xu, I believe her strength is at least 10 times the human limit, if not more. So, you see, your worries are unnecessary. Everyone present was left speechless. Barrett exclaimed in shock. So much? After we took the gene evolution liquid, we only reached 3 to 4 times. How come you two are so much more? 10 times the human limit? Their physical fitness and combat power are far inferior. All of them who entered the other world have taken gene evolution liquid. Moreover, before taking it, their strength was already close to the human limit, and after taking it, they basically reached about 3 to 4 times the human limit. The strength of the two of them has actually left them far behind. Is this still a human? Damn. What is the concept of 10 times the limits of the human body? This is a group of superhumans. We were shallow. No wonder that Luo Xu is so formidable now. There's a reason for her strength. I apologize for looking down on Luo Xu before. No wonder I felt that the live stream of the other world didn't seem that impressive. It turns out their abilities have long surpassed our understanding as ordinary people. I'm sorry, I thought Luo Xu was just too arrogant. Is there really a human who can reach this level? I don't believe it. It feels like it's made up. I should be more cautious. Luo Xu nodded, saying that everyone experiences different effects after taking the gene evolution liquid. Some people may have stronger effects while others may have weaker ones, and that is completely normal. This means that they are unwilling to say anything. Everyone turned to Walter. Walter shrugged, meaning that the talents of those present are lacking. Luo Xu handed him a knife and said, Let's go. The two figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. The others looked up. It wasn't the first time they had seen Luo Xu take action, but it was the first time it was so shocking. The figures of Luo Xu and Walter turned into afterimages that could only be barely captured by the naked eye. The cheetahs noticed their presence and orderly surrounded them. Walter, holding the knife, laughed heartily. "I'll take the left, you take the right." Luo Xu not that. The two, originally parallel, split into two routes as the cheetahs were about to surround them. Walter flipped his hand and directly grabbed the cheetah that pounced at him. With a swift motion, the knife plunged into the cheetah's neck. "How accurate!" Kun exclaimed softly. Barrett's expression also became much more serious. He was a special forces soldier, having once been world #1, and was well-versed in various fighting techniques. This time, Walter didn't use any techniques, as if it was just a casual stab. Just like that, the cheetah was killed instantly. On the other side, Luo Xu was also on a killing spree. She moved incredibly fast, just gliding past the cheetah, and a trail of blood followed. The sky was filled with notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the Chuan country for killing a night cheetah, earning soil restore 10. Ding! Congratulations to me, Gu country for killing a night cheetah, earning soil restore 10. Ding! Congratulations to the Chuan country. Congratulations to me, Gu country. A series of notifications continuously flashed across the sky, as if the two were assassins in the night. Barrett raised an eyebrow. This group of cheetahs didn't seem that impressive. He turned to see Kuan with a gloomy expression. "What's wrong? They killed 4 or 5 in the blink of an eye, which is comparable to both of your teams." The comment section was also filled with harmony. "What? I thought this group of cheetahs was hard to deal with," which scared the captain of Feijiao country, Kuan, into calling everyone over. But it turns out it's so easy. Chapter 204. This life is yours, one knife for one, like chopping vegetables. I even got the illusion that I can do it. Is it because cheetahs are pack animals? If it's one-on-one, it should be a problem, right? It's a pity that this group of cheetahs was discovered first by Feijiao country and Yin, but they still called everyone to share the spoils. The upstairs people are a bit selfish. Earth is our shared home. Do you think it's enough for just Feijiao country and Yin to restore their land? If the area of polluted land worldwide is too large, it wouldn't matter if you guarded that small piece of land. TCH, you really think too simply. After Feijiao country and Min get many soil restorers, they can sell them to other countries at a high price. There are many disgusting things in this world that we can't imagine. This profiting from national calamities? It's indeed very disgusting. At this moment, Kuan stepped forward and said to Barrett, "I have fought with that group of cheetahs, and they are invulnerable." Just 4 words conveyed the lethality of the cheetahs. This made Barrett break out in a cold sweat. "What did you say?" Kundo replied, "Even the most powerful K-446 submachine gun, when hitting the most vital areas, cannot kill on the spot. You know, this model of submachine gun can even penetrate 5 meters of alloy steel plate. And it is even harder to kill with cold weapons. It requires extremely strong force." The two of them managed to do it. Barrett gasped. His gaze fell on Luo Xu and Walter not far away. Powerful. Their strength, speed, and accuracy are all extremely formidable. No wonder. I feel like they handle it easily, but in reality, I can't do it at all. Soon, this group of cheetahs showed their intelligence. They realized that surrounding Luo Xu and Walter was an unwise move and immediately retreated quickly. Luo Xu withdrew the knife in her hand, expressionless as she looked around. These cheetahs quickly retreated like a tide. Walter stood beside her, the two of them back to back. "Retreated?" Luo Xu said. "They went to call for reinforcements." Sure enough, soon a cheetah's roar came from not far away. Walter grinned, wedging the knife under his armpit, rubbing his hands, a bit excited and bouncing. "This time, I want to kill properly." But Luo Xu turned and sheathed her knife, slapping Walter's arm. "What are you dawdling for? Run." After saying that, she took off towards a safe point. Walter was stunned. What happened? If we can't win, run quickly. The screen turned happy. Why did the mood suddenly change? Just a moment ago, Sister Luo Xu was like a killing god, and now she suddenly turned and ran? Can't win? How could that be? Is little Luo planning to leave heads for other countries? Such a considerate sister. Probably. Just look at our Dazhou country situation, compared to you guys in Feijiao country. It's just a tiny place, and your minds are small too. Their eyes sparkled under the eerie moonlight, and there were actually thousands of them. Such a huge group left everyone dumbfounded. So many. Walter patted his chest, feeling lucky. Good thing we are fast, otherwise with the speed of this group, we would be drowned in their spit. He gave Luo Xu a thumbs up, saying, "From now on, my life is yours. You can use it however you want." Ha ha ha. I pledge my life. Come on, let us connect with me, good country. I fully agree. Ha ha ha. Luo Xu shot him a glance, telling him to behave. Not far away, the group of cheetahs was watching in the dark night. Kundo and Barrett stood side by side at the door, both looking somewhat grim. Now, our situation seems even more dangerous. Barrett nodded. The number of cheetahs far exceeds ours, and their unity is very strong, like a complete whole. What should we do? Walter stepped forward, frowning. Everyone, the soil repairer, we must have it. But they're just a bunch of beasts. If we find a way to separate them, killing them would always benefit us. However, we need a plan first. Barrett casually took out some paper from his backpack and quickly sketched a simple topographical map of their current location. Fortunately, we have an advantage now. During the day, we are free, and at night, we have such a safe point. Luo Xu said, "We don't need to kill all the cheetahs, just enough to meet our needs. Let us plan according to the area of our respective territories, which will also reduce losses." Kundo said, "But we're not sure about the area of a soil repairer." Luo Xu thought for a moment. Given the nature of this other world, it should be about 1,000 square kilometers or 2,000 square kilometers. Let us calculate based on 1,000 square kilometers, according to the area where the current population of each country is located. Now, after a catastrophe, the population concentration in Dajo country is about 3 million square kilometers. If we also count the area of arable land, it could be around 5 million. Thinking about this, she needs to kill 500 cheetahs. She looks up at the cheetahs not far away and licks her lips. These are all supplies. As the teams from various countries in the other world began to calculate their national land areas, everyone in the bullet comments was very excited. What is the current area of our Great Chuan nation? Excluding the areas occupied by zombies, do we have around 1 million people in our entire country now? After experiencing an apocalypse, the population of over 1 billion has directly dropped to more than 800,000. And after a year of development, it seems to have expanded to more than 1 million now. Our Amiga nation seems to have lost a lot of people as well, probably less than 500,000. My brother works in a relevant institution, and in our Tao nation, the national population is around 600,000, which is quite a lot. I didn't expect that after so many crises, your Great Chuan nation still has so many people. I admire your vitality. The population of New Min is even smaller. At 300,000, we have experienced quite a few wars here. It's quite pitiful. It seems that we in Ni Lien have around 500,000, with a high population density and a small land area. Not to mention, our Amiga nation also has toxic food, diseases, and polluted water, which have become our deadly toxins. Everyone is struggling. Keep it up. With the soil restoration device, everything should get better. Chapter 205. Planning. Encircling the cheetah group. The entire cheetah population is about 4,000. If there is still some lurking in the dark, the number will definitely be more. The number of these cheetahs has almost reached the global total. And what's even stranger is that all of them completely obey a single cheetah. Kundo said, "These cheetahs can also dodge bullets." He turned around and threw the gun to his 2 teammates to give a try. They had brought plenty of bullets this time and were not afraid of wasting them at all. These 2 teammates grabbed a lot of bullets and began to spray fire at the cheetah group with their submachine guns. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the bullets shot out, the cheetahs seemed to accurately predict where the bullets would land, quickly dodging with ease. Look, just like that, our firearms have become ineffective against them. Everyone's expression turned serious. Not only that, these cheetahs can even dodge bullets. How could they be matched by cold weapons? Luo Xu moved her wrists and set up traps. Isn't it coincidental that we ran into her area of expertise? Making traps can also be considered part of the construction field. Even the techniques of trap making from the Great Chuan Kingdom are included in this. If we give Luo Xu some tools with her current skills, she could already be called a descendant of Liu Ban. Traps? That's a good idea. Barrett's eyes lit up. However, we need some time. Luo Xu has already pulled out tools from her bag and started drawing on paper. A day is enough. Just leave it to me. Barrett, Kuan, and Kent, along with Hogan, looked at Luo Xu in astonishment. When it comes to making traps, they only understood a little bit and had not learned it systematically. Especially Barrett, a world-class special forces soldier who could do anything from climbing mountains to diving into the sea. But this was his first time encountering such a large-scale hunting activity, and he didn't dare to take it upon himself. As for Luo Xu, Walter handed her a pen. Trust her, just a couple of days ago, Luo Xu spent a whole day and night building a house. Finally, the next day arrived, and all dangers outside had disappeared. The cheetah pack was nowhere to be seen. Luo Xu handed the blueprint she had drawn to the others, saying, "You all divide the work, find materials according to what I've drawn, and dig the pits. I'll go explore the terrain, and once I find it, I'll call you." The others looked at the blueprint. It clearly illustrated some wood tools and her ideas for making traps, organized and easy to understand. Good. This world is strange. At night, those fierce beasts can rampage as they please, but once daybreak comes, they not only completely disappear, but leave not a single footprint behind. The people accompanying Luo Xu this time are several from Xinmin. They hold shovels and follow Luo Xu around. Wherever she says to dig, they start digging. Luo Xu pointed to several spots, and these people could dig a 4-meter deep pit in half an hour, moving at incredible speed, comparable to an excavator. Watching the Xinmin team in the pit repeatedly tamping the soil out, the comment section was stunned. I'm sure that if they weren't exploring other realms, they wouldn't be starving. Talents like these are exactly what our great Chuan country needs. Today, when we were building the base, we didn't have enough excavators and had to wait 3 days for them to arrive. Their work is so efficient. If I could work at such a speed, I would have to be scolded by my mom every day. By the way, when will you Xinmin come to our great Chuan country? We desperately need labor to build our nation. Bringing in outside help is better than just having more children. If they could just eat one more peanut, they wouldn't say such things. Other countries also have strong execution capabilities. After a morning's work, the wooden stakes and sharp wooden pieces that Luo Xu wanted were prepared in large quantities. Only then did Luo Xu let them bury the wood underground, leaving the tips exposed. The entire project is not small, stretching for hundreds of meters, intermittently buried on the hillside. Some people were worried that this might be too exposed, making the leopards afraid to approach. But by the time the warriors finished, there were no traces left on the entire hillside. Luo Xu also set up many traps throughout the forest. Just touching one of the triggers would cause a chain reaction. When making these highly interconnected traps, Luo Xu didn't even need to draw blueprints. All calculations formed in her mind. By the time everything was set up, the sky had gradually darkened. Luo Xu dusted off her hands. Done. Let us see how effective it is tonight. As night fell, everyone eagerly anticipated the outcome. This was the result of everyone's joint efforts, and no one knew who the dead leopards would go to. If they all went to Great Chuan, wouldn't that make the efforts of others in vain? Young servant, we're worried that all the credit will go to your other countries. After all, Luo Xu didn't do anything, just came up with ideas. But don't underestimate the person who comes up with ideas. That's the most important step. The leaders of all countries should be paying attention, right? Let us split it evenly. That's the best. Yes, just trust the country. Let us not argue among ourselves first. We are all friends. Exactly. Let us keep the hostility down. At this moment, the whole world is watching. All eyes are on this live broadcast. The soil restoration device is extremely important for every country. This night will determine whether their country can rejuvenate. The night gradually descends, and the sun drops below the horizon. Walter suddenly said, "Should we send someone to lure these cheetahs over?" Barrett rummaged through his bag and pulled out a piece of steak, which was sealed. "I have this." "But who goes?" Luo Xu picked up binoculars to look. The cheetahs currently had no targets and were not coming their way at all. She said, "Walter should go." Walter replied, "Sister, aren't we family?" Luo Xu glanced at him. "Did you not say that your life is mine now? You can't waste it like this." Walter looked mournful. Kuan and Barrett exchanged glances, both trying to suppress their laughter. "You're the fastest here. Hurry up." So, everyone saw Walter running wildly alone in the night. He was incredibly fast, getting close to a few cheetahs, and then quickly fleeing. Soon he had startled over 100. As he sprinted, Luo Xu waved to the others. "Let's show ourselves nearby to provoke them." Okay, everyone set off, while Luo Xu whistled to Walter not far away. Run this way. Chapter 206. Killing a few more for fun. Walter was originally dodging a group of cheetahs, but upon hearing Luo Xu's voice, he felt like a headless fly that finally found direction, speeding towards her. Luo Xu deliberately made way for him, leading the group of cheetahs away, and Walter finally breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed that Luo Xu was much faster than him, and he couldn't help but touch his nose. Although a bit embarrassing, he had to admit that being the strongest in the team came with a heavy responsibility that he couldn't bear. Watching everyone take action, the comments in the live stream ignited. Wow, what is a sense of security? This is it. I also want to be protected by Sister Luo Xu. We're all being protected. The warriors inside are our shield. Yes, Luo Xu is so strong. She captured Captain Walter's heart in an instant. You guys from my country should just marry us off. Let Captain Walter join us. Ever since he entered the other world, he's become more delicate. Ha! That's right. Since entering the other world, Walter has been following our dojo team. This time we must succeed. I wonder if that group of cheetahs will be fooled. Those clever guys fell for it once. Maybe they won T get caught the second time. So dangerous. At this moment, the warriors in the other world had already attracted quite a few cheetahs. In Barrett's team, a few members were slower and were being chased by a group of cheetahs. Seeing this, Luo Xu went over to push a few of them forward. You all go save the others. The rest, not as fast as Luo Xu and Walter, opened fire to disrupt the cheetahs' formation to attract them. There were probably 500 or 600 cheetahs following them now, and this massive number already put them under great pressure. Luo Xu gritted her teeth. This number was still not enough. After preparing for a whole day, she didn't want to just deal with so few cheetahs. Walter appeared beside her at some point. I noticed that quite a few cheetahs haven't come out yet. Should we go kill a few more? The current attracting speed was far less than when they randomly killed a bunch yesterday. Okay. Luo Xu heard intense gunfire coming from not far away and turned to look, realizing that a group from Nilian had already been surrounded by cheetahs. She sighed helplessly. Let's rescue them first. Walter pointed to a group from Phagia not far away. They need rescuing too. People in front of the screen scratched their heads. Why do I feel like something's off? Didn't we agree to lure the cheetahs to the trap together? Why does it suddenly seem like a large-scale rescue operation? Not good. The Tao countryside is also surrounded. Ximin can't hold on either. Ximin and Tao country had already joined forces. That's great. Fortunately, over at Phagia country, with Walter and Luo Xu there, they finally broke through the siege of cheetahs. That's great. I was so scared. If an entire team got wiped out, that would be terrible. At this moment, Luo Xu and Walter were busy rescuing these teams. Walter looked helpless and said, "All right, you all stay near the shelter. Don't come out randomly. Luo Xu and I will check if there are any other cheetahs to attract over." They were now less than 500 meters away from the trap. The cheetah pack kept pursuing them, and instead of attracting the cheetahs, they were surrounded. Barrett felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, I slowed you down." "Just know it," Walter nodded. Barrett. After dealing with the last batch, Luo Xu came to Walter's side and pointed southwest. "Over there are more cheetahs. Let's attract them over." "Okay." Luo Xu sent a message in the group. Phagia Country Captain Kuan. "Okay." Tao Country Captain Barrett. "Be careful." Many of them were injured and took out medical supplies to treat themselves. Looking at the dispirited team, Barrett's expression grew serious. These cheetahs are completely different from those on Earth. Not only are they organized and disciplined, but just one of them has speed and reaction capabilities that far exceed wild cheetahs on Earth. Kuan nodded in agreement, wrapping a bandage around his hand. "Even we have a bit of difficulty dealing with them. Their combat power had even far surpassed that of ability users on Earth, but it was still quite challenging. This other world should not be underestimated." Barrett took out a telescope and looked outside, suddenly shocked. My God! A deafening roar came from not far away, shaking the ground. The soldiers in the shelter who were bandaging their wounds also stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Such a shocking scene truly made their hearts race. A large group of cheetahs was running towards them. The cheetahs were divided into 4 teams, surrounding the culprit from all sides. The entire pack was even more astonishing than what they had seen last night. There were at least 5,000 of them. This is undoubtedly a death sentence. Should we go save them? My God, so many cheetahs. How could they possibly escape? Damn it. I'll go over and blast a hole for them to escape. Kent and Hogan, with their tempers, couldn't hold back and were ready to go out with their weapons. Wait a minute. Barrett reached out to stop them, but he was holding a communicator in his hand and pointed at the screen with a speechless expression. Seeing the chat interface on the screen, everyone was stunned. The chat page showed Zhu Chun seeking instructions. Zhu Chun for Dazhou. Captain, I'm southeast right now, and I see a large group of fierce beasts gathering. Should we do something now? Captain Luo Xu from Dazhou. If you have nothing to do, you can go kill a few and take action from behind in the chaos. Zhu Chun for Dazhou. Okay. Barrett took a look through the binoculars at Luo Xu fleeing among the cheetahs, then looked down at the chat records just sent up, unsure of what expression to make. Even at this moment, she still had time to take out the communicator to send messages, and could even type. At the right moment, the live broadcast room displayed the chat records from their communicators, specifically leaving a space to stick it in the upper right corner. People in front of the screen could even imagine the scene of Luo Xu running while sending messages. Suddenly, the tension of being surrounded by thousands of cheetahs dissipated. Chapter 207. Closing the net. A renewed world, thousands of fierce beasts. This is a massive force comparable to a previous beast tide, with destructive power even rivaling that of a medium-sized corpse tide. Anyone entering would be torn apart. Even an armored vehicle would probably be directly dismantled by this group of big guys. Yet, Luo Xu and Walter could actually be among them and thrive. How strong are their combat abilities? Watching this scene, teams from other countries in the other world, as well as leaders from other countries in front of the screen, all unconsciously thought of one sentence: do not oppose Dazhou. Meanwhile, Wei Zheng in front of the screen wore a smile. He turned to look at the chief beside him. The chief was radiant at this moment, seemingly free of the previous worries and gloom, and he appeared more spirited, even sitting up straighter. His grandson received excellent treatment, and in the future, he would provide him with the best training. How about it? Our team is impressive, right? The chief nodded in satisfaction. This time, little Luo has made a great contribution, but will our arrangement of 6 people entering the other world raise suspicion from other countries? Wei Zheng leaned on the control panel, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Let them suspect. I want to see who dares to do anything to our Dazhou. His words exuded a dominating aura. This time, entering the other world, the system master, Luo Xu, was surprisingly not counted among the numbers. He stayed awake all night, and ultimately decided to arrange for 5 people, excluding Luo Xu, to go in: Chao Jing, Zhu Chun, Su Xing, Huafei Biao, and Xu Xianming. Each of them had their own roles, perfectly forming 5 small teams to protect Luo Xu. Ever since the personnel list was revealed, although other countries had their grievances, what more could they say? The entrance to the other world was under the control of their Dewan country. If anyone was dissatisfied and claimed it was unfair, then let them try. Whoever had the stronger fist had the right to speak. His gaze fell quietly on the screen, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seems that from today onwards, no one would dare to say anything. On the screen, Luo Xu and Walter moved like lightning among the cheetah pack. The cheetahs surrounded the two from all directions, lunging with their sharp teeth and claws, trying to kill them, but they were unsuccessful. The two were as cunning as foxes, making it impossible for the cheetahs to resolve the situation. Finally, the group of cheetahs was completely enraged, and their formation became somewhat chaotic. With a smirk at the corner of her mouth, Luo Xu said, "It's about time. Walter, let's go." Huh, all right. Since taking the gene evolution liquid, Walter had never fought so freely and skillfully. Even when he had encountered a fierce tiger before, he had held back for the sake of his teammates. But now, he was completely unleashed without needing to worry about his teammates being a burden. The synergy with Luo Xu made him feel even more exhilarated. He deeply realized how important it was to have a strong teammate at such times. If there was even one more person, it would be a drag for both of them. The two were in sync, preparing to close the net, dodging the cheetah's attacks while continuously retreating toward their safe point. As they backed away, the cheetahs, sensing that something was off, hesitated and did not advance. Suddenly, Luo Xu flickered and appeared beside one of the cheetahs, directly stabbing a knife into the blood vessel in its neck. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. This is an outright provocation. Immediately, The cheetahs charged at Luo Xu as if they had gone mad. Luo Xu quickly retreated. She and Walter had passed through the ambush site, leading this group of cheetahs through the area where they had set the trap. Their movements had attracted 4,000 to 5,000 cheetahs. Walter wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes fixed on a massive wave of cheetahs approaching. They were coming. At that moment, news arrived from Dazhuangguo and Maijguo that they had killed the night cheetah and obtained the soil repair devices. It seemed that Zhu, Chun, Ma Shi, and Barlow had already taken action over there. However, the fighting power of the three did not attract the massive beast tide here. Seeing such a large number, Captain Kent of the Nilian team was already somewhat worried. Will we mess this up this time? With so many cheetahs, wouldn't they break through our shelter? The booming sound from that direction made the ground shake beneath their feet, and loose stones were falling from above. If this shelter were to be destroyed by these cheetahs, they would all be doomed. Luo Xu cleared her throat, preparing the artillery. She was now a bit uncertain. Her previous actions had obviously drawn the full hatred of the cheetahs. Barrett felt a bit anxious, sensing that things were getting a bit unreliable. The team members quickly set up various firearms and took out some rocket launchers and grenades, waiting for the cheetahs to charge in. In less than a minute, the cheetahs stepped into the trap. In an instant, the group of cheetahs fell into the pit, their bodies pierced by the sharp points below. Many cheetahs triggered the mechanisms in the forest and were directly impaled by the swords that shot out from the trees. Ding! The first collective action was successful. All countries received 100 soil repair devices. Ding! Killing one night cheetah. All countries received 10 soil repair devices. Ding! Received 10 soil repair devices. Everyone looked up at the sky, their joy evident. All countries received them. Does this mean that there's no need to kill the Night Stalker separately? As long as they can engage in collective activities and work together, they can double their success rate in obtaining resources. At this moment, on Earth, there are continuous packages falling from the sky all over the world. In just 10 minutes, news media from various countries began to report eagerly. The survivor base in the Migot country received 3 soil restorers, and after use, the land within 1,000 kilometers regained vitality. Look, there are even birds flying in the sky. The border area of Tao country received 2 soil restorers. International environmental organizations have launched emergency restoration plans, collecting soil restorers globally. They will stick to their principles and continue with the core plans of environmental protection organizations, determined to rejuvenate the entire world. In the area where Dachuan country and Xinmin territory border, the people of both countries engaged in friendly exchanges, and under everyone's gaze, the flags of both nations rose slowly. At this exciting moment, they activated a soil restorer. The world is undergoing tremendous changes. People put down their phones, no longer caring about watching the live broadcast, and stepped outside to breathe fresh air. Chapter 208. Spring water can emerge from the sewers. The headquarters initiated an emergency response plan, calling for the submission of excess soil restorers from all over the country. Any hidden ones, if discovered, will be subject to criminal responsibility. Then a countdown for activating the soil restorers echoed from the loudspeakers in all bases. 10, 9, 8, 7. The crowds gathered in the streets, cheering and waiting for the final moment to arrive. As the countdown reached 1, they felt as if something was about to break through the ground beneath them. After a tremor, the concrete road seemed unchanged, yet it felt like everything had changed. The people gathered in the square looked at each other. Did you feel any changes? It seems like there was another earthquake just now. But is that it? Suddenly, a gasp came from not far away. A water pipe under the street had burst, and water from the sewer was gushing up. By the time the guard arrived, they found that people had already surrounded the area where the sewer water was gushing out. They hurriedly approached to disperse the crowd, telling them to move away since the sewer water was so foul. A man nearby scratched his head, saying it didn't smell bad at all. How strange. Huh? The guards rushed over and finally saw the water outlet. The water streaming out of the sewer was not foul-smelling at all. Instead, it was exceptionally clear. Wherever the water flowed, it washed away the dust on the street. Some oblivious children stepped in the water, giggling. When did the sewer water become so clear? It looked like spring water from a forest. It didn't have any odor. How strange. The people began to discuss among themselves. Some even curiously scooped some water with plastic bottles. In the bottles, the water was remarkably clear, rivaling that of mineral water. Wow, it really seems magical. There's no chemical sedimentation smell at all, and I think I can even smell the fragrance of grass, as if I were seeing the lush forests before the apocalypse. An elderly man held the water to his nose and took a deep breath. Do you think this could be the effect of the soil restores? The guard stepped forward, stating that he would contact experts for testing, and asked everyone to stand back. A child squatted in the corner, curiously observing something. His mother approached and asked, "Little one, what are you looking at?" The child pointed to the corner, saying, "Look." It was still tender and couldn't explain, but when the mother looked up, she was shocked. In the gap between two bricks, a small blade of grass was actually growing. The little grass struggled to poke its head out from the gap. She covered her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. "Look, grass. Grass is growing. Here, there's actually green grass." After the apocalypse, who would have thought they could see green grass again one day? Others heard the commotion and rushed over to take a look, snapping photos and posting them online. Has our land already been transformed? I need to hurry and check my backyard. Let us go, let us go. My home is in the suburbs. There's even a well in the yard. I wonder if it will have water. Soon, the streets were empty, with many people driving directly to the suburbs, eager to step on that fertile soil. People from the city drove, rode bicycles, or used electric scooters to head to the safe area outside the base, eagerly anticipating what was to come. The suburbs here cover nearly 8,000 kilometers and have been cleared. Previously, the soil was completely black, devoid of any signs of life, and there was a foul, fishy smell emanating from it. The government is preparing to develop this area, building apartments and factories. However, construction is still ongoing, and remnants of many building sites can still be seen. Generally, few people come here. And now, the construction site has already been cordoned off, and a crowd has gathered outside. Everyone is excited and joyful, reaching out their hands to embrace the fresh air. After the soil remediation, the land here has been completely rejuvenated. The previous soil was black, mixed with a foul odor and the stench of blood from the zombie cleanup. And sometimes remnants of zombie bodies could still be faintly seen, fingers, toes, and bones. But now, the soil has been completely transformed, exuding the fragrance of earth. And lush green grass has sprouted on the land, with even trees slowly growing. Looking around, it has turned into a sea of green. How wonderful! This is simply paradise. Such fresh air is a gift from nature, from the earth. I'm so moved. I'm about to cry. Mom, didn't you always want to see the grass one more time? Look, this isn't a dream. It really exists. Shao Kong, this is what Mom was talking about. The earth in its original state. Do you see it? Listen, there are bird calls. Birds. A sharp voice with a cry rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked up, and a flock of birds was circling above the grass. It's really birds. Woo-woo. Damn it. This big man is actually getting teary-eyed. It's been 6 years. Feels like a lifetime. Damn the apocalypse. More and more people gathered around. Although they were eager, they still stood obediently outside the cordon, just breathing in the fresh air, expressing their longing for the green grass. The security captain heard the command from the earpiece and went to a high point. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. This is the grass that has just been restored. You can go in and play, but you are not allowed to pull grass, eat grass, or collect soil without permission. If you encounter water or fruit, do not eat them easily, and I hope everyone can be conscious of this. It hasn't been easy for everyone to survive through this apocalypse. I hope you respect your own lives and also respect the earth, okay? The cordon was removed, and everyone cheered as they rushed into the grass. Such scenes are constantly unfolding all over the world. Migo Nation, Tao Nation, Fagan Nation. Although these countries are less affected by zombies, they have long been threatened by environmental pollution and scarcity of food and water. Because the soil outside emits a foul odor and is easily attacked by zombies, they have all chosen to live underground, having not seen sunlight for many years. Many people mockingly refer to themselves online as the rats of the earth, forced to survive underground. Meanwhile, the news is broadcasting content related to the soil restoration program. The eastern region of our country has begun to use soil restorers. Warning: after the public obtains the soil restorers, they can only use them in their immediate vicinity and must not hoard or sell them privately. Once discovered, they will be shot on the spot. Chapter 209. Over 3,000 restorers changing the world landscape. At this moment, in a manor in the western part of the United States, a family is hugging each other. The man kisses his wife's forehead, walks forward, and places a soil restorer on the ground. The son excitedly grabs his mother's hand. Look, it's starting. The daughter stomps on the soil beneath her feet, covering her mouth and nose with one hand. Mom, does this thing really work? Can it make our manor grow grass? The mother's eyes are moist. It should work, right? That's what the TV reported. If it's true, their days of hunger will be over. The father activates the soil restorer. He then jogs back to his wife and child, holding them tightly, eagerly staring at the soil restorer. Soon, the machine changes. It directly burrows into the ground, and then the surface rolls. The family clings tightly to each other, as if this is the only way to eliminate all insecurity. Quickly, the soil begins to change. Life bursts forth from deep underground. Fresh soil is reborn. The foul odor rapidly disappears, replaced by the fresh fragrance of nature. Lush green grass and plants grow visibly and rapidly from the ground. The family is left speechless. Such a big change. The sun is happily bouncing around. Look, it's magic. It must be magic. So great. It smells so good. The father's mouth corners curled into a smile as he exchanged a glance with the mother, seeing in each other's eyes a longing for a better future. Son, this is not magic, it's science. Watching their daughter and son rolling on the newly grown grass. The couple laughed. 5 years after the apocalypse, they were finally about to escape their rat-like existence. The other world. Even a large group of cheetahs cannot attack those who enter the sanctuary. This seems to be a fixed setting for the system NPCs. Last night, due to their large numbers, many cheetahs eventually managed to get past the traps and attack their shelter. They were quite aggressive, but once they reached the vicinity of the shelter, they became somewhat agitated and stopped their attack. Luo Xu had been tired for a long time, yawning while dozing off against a nearby rock, while the others, with serious expressions, held their weapons and stared down the cheetahs until dawn. Early in the morning, Luo Xu finally woke up with a yawn, only to see that the cave was filled with people lying in disarray. She stretched her body and walked out of the shelter, breathing in the fresh air outside, to check on the traps set up yesterday. There wasn't a single corpse here, not even the footprints of a cheetah that had rushed by. Everything had returned to normal. However, the traps she had set were completely destroyed and no longer usable. She was crouching in front of a trap, examining the broken wooden stakes, when footsteps approached from behind. Barrett crouched beside her and asked Luo Xu, "Can you do me a favor?" Luo Xu turned to look at him. What? Barrett seemed a bit anxious, stood up, paced a few steps, and scratched the back of his head. Water resources. Our country is in urgent need of water resources. I remember that your country, Dachuan, had once obtained an inland river. Where can these resources be found? Although there are plenty of water packs available in this other world, eventually the water packs will run out, and a river or a well would be much more valuable. Luo Xu thought for a moment. Water resources are generally found near flowing water. Didn't I mention before that there's a huge lake here? There should be what you want near the lake. Barrett sighed. We've already sent people to investigate the lake. There are indeed quite a few resources around it, but Kuan and I also found some things in the lake. From last night's harvest. It seems that after our cooperation, each country will receive rewards, which means splitting one reward into 5 parts, and the effect is quite good. Luo Xu raised an eyebrow. You found them already? Yes. Luo Xu stood up. Let's go take a look. Summer was just about to enter the rainy season, and when the climate became humid, more small animals like insects, ants, snakes, and rats would appear, which would be even more troublesome. Luo Xu first met up with Ju Chun, and by noon, they had confirmed a shelter near the lake and decided to stay there that night. She sent a message in the group to contact other team members from Dachuan. Chao Jing was an explorer, and Xu Xianming was a geologist and biologist. Within a day of arriving there, they had figured out the situation clearly. The area had a tropical rainforest climate, with temperatures consistently around 35 degrees Celsius. There was a high possibility of encountering pythons, crocodiles, and anacondas at night, so preparations needed to be made in advance. Chao Jing and the others had already found a shelter, but it was a bit far from their current location. They stayed there for 2 days, and after teaming up to kill nearly 2,000 cheetahs, they prepared to leave. Before departing, Walter leaned against a rock, arms crossed. looking at the place where they had fought fiercely the night before, and spoke softly. "Who do you think is cleaning up this battlefield? It's spotless, without a trace left behind." These words made one break out in a cold sweat. Luo Xu lowered her eyelids, stood up, and brushed off the dirt from her clothes before leaving. Next came the intense journey ahead. The group set off together, with Luo Xu and Walter leisurely walking along with the others, occasionally collecting materials that interested them. At this moment, the entire world had undergone tremendous changes. Since a large number of soil restoration devices had fallen from the sky, the Earth had begun to rejuvenate. After such a long period of zombie eradication efforts, the territory available for use in the Great River Nation had expanded significantly, with farmers playing a crucial role counted among the technical personnel. Unfortunately, the amount of land they could cultivate before was simply too small, and all farmers needed to be settled in specific places for long-term crop cultivation. This time, with so many soil restorers being used, the land available for farming for the people of Dazhong has increased, and these farmers no longer have to be separated from their families. They can receive a piece of land nearby to cultivate. This is a good thing for everyone. The country has mobilized all soil restorers, and within 3 days, all the areas within the country that had been cleared of zombies were transformed using the soil restorers. Now, the entire country looks brand new. The country of Dazhong has received more than 3,000 soil restorers, capable of restoring 30 million square kilometers of land. Chapter 210, Reborn Association, Global Earthquake Rumors. The area that can be rehabilitated far exceeds the area currently populated by the Great Chuan Kingdom. The internal zombie purge plan within the country is still ongoing, and the residential area for the population of the Great Chuan Kingdom is continuously expanding. From 3 million square meters to 5 million square meters. Several countries on the eastern continent are also using soil rejuvenators, which has led to zombies running rampant across borders throughout the entire eastern continent, eventually converging together. As a result, the high-level leaders of the Great Chuan Kingdom and the New Sai People's Republic met. Both sides discussed strategies regarding the zombies across the continent. They formulated several plans, but first ruled out the use of atomic bombs. After all, they had painstakingly improved the environment with soil rejuvenators. Using atomic bombs will be tantamount to seeking their own doom. After several discussions, both sides decided that the New Sai would share several newly discovered mineral veins with the Great Chuan Kingdom. In return, the Great Chuan Kingdom would send mechs to support the New Sai. Meanwhile, in the Western Hemisphere, the Migu Kingdom and the Tao Kingdom no longer needed to consider the zombie problem. With the land renovation, different conflicts began to emerge within the country. Religious beliefs and some environmental extremists quickly grew stronger within the nation. Subsequently, ordinary people began to reject those with abilities. They claimed that those with abilities were dangerous elements and organized street protests within the country. During this time, special departments like the Rebirth Association became increasingly low-key. They realized that their rebirth seemed to have changed nothing. Moreover, there was clearly no existence of interdimensional exploration in their previous life. However, upon reflection, it was probably because they died too early and did not survive until the end of days, which led to their information being somewhat isolated. Internal turmoil and protests often occur in such countries, while Dazhuan country is relatively quiet. The entire nation is now in a state of rebuilding. In addition to the soldiers guarding the borders, the ability users have also spontaneously formed some teams, especially the domestic rescue teams, which are expanding and becoming increasingly busy. Due to the sharp decline in the population and the limited number of adults, many basic issues in some cities cannot be resolved in a timely manner. The operations of these rescue teams are becoming increasingly diverse. They are involved in plumbing, furniture repair, door and glass installation, drainage clearing, security, and more. Almost the entire rescue team has been engaged in these areas. When the commanders of the base learned about the existence of this grassroots organization, they discussed it and gradually scaled and formalized this public welfare team. Starting in September, all those who had previously participated in rescue activities received corresponding rewards. Subsequently, this rescue team was officially established as a company, transforming into a rescue company that encompasses a wide range of services. The establishment of this company has also helped many people solve their post-apocalyptic employment issues. Now the whole society is starting to eliminate old assets and switch to new era currency, and everything is moving in a positive direction. The people of Dachuan have learned about the situation in other countries from the live broadcast. They found that within other countries, there are either protests or internal conflicts. Are you all just bored? Even at this time, you're still playing conspiracy theories? Shouldn't everyone be helping each other towards a better life? At least we, the people of Dachuan, are united. We've actually experienced this kind of apocalypse long ago, but as long as everyone works together, all difficulties can be overcome. The people of Migwa are also quite helpless. We have a rebirth association here that always engages in small actions, spreading rumors, even claiming that there will be a massive earthquake in 3 months affecting the entire world. Can you believe that? An earthquake? The whole world? What's going on? Brother, don't talk nonsense. That could incite riots. I work at the Geological Survey, and we haven't found anything here. We in Talwa are very professional regarding geological surveys, and I haven't noticed anything unusual. See, this rebirth association is just talking nonsense, making people extremely annoyed. Now in Migwa, many people are believing this nonsense, and the rumors are spreading wider and wider. Some even say they want to build an ark and sell spots on it at high prices. It's outrageous. This is like a cult. Everyone wants to live a stable life, but now this group of bastards has stirred everything up. A global earthquake? That's hilarious. The comments on the bullet screen were noticed by the staff in charge of the live broadcast. Although everyone was joking, the staff still keenly took note of this matter and reported it to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng frowned. A global earthquake? Continue your work and keep an eye on it. Yes. Wei Zheng then contacted domestic geological experts. However, Wei Zheng still felt somewhat uneasy. In this day and age, anything can happen, so it's better to take some precautions in advance. I don't know if there are any exploration resources in the other world. Their food supply has been resolved, but natural disasters and man-made calamities are impossible to guard against. Just like back then, when the apocalypse came, who could have predicted it? The other world. Luo Xu and the others took several days to finally arrive in the damp jungle. Here, close to the lake, streams are flowing down the mountain. In this area, there are quite a few light clusters, which have allowed several teams to reap a windfall. Luo Xu and a few others did not meet up, planning to assess the situation first. Looking at the damp, open platform in front of him, Walter sighed. We might have to stay here for 10 days or half a month. Luo Xu had already rolled up her sleeves. You all gather firewood for me. 5-meter logs. 500 pieces. 10-meter logs. 300 pieces. Walter, Ju Chun, go get some weeds. We need to build a shelter here. The shelter point in front of them was a platform raised 50 centimeters off the ground. It wasn't very flat, but it was indeed an open area. Fortunately, it was summer, so they would only have to endure the rain and wouldn't freeze. However, there were only 3 shelter points nearby, and reaching the other 2 would take a day or 2, which was too much of a waste of time. Nilian, your whole team go find some mud for me. Remember to mix in some weeds. It's best to include straw as well. We have 7 hours until dark today, enough for us to build a simple shelter. Luo Xu directly assigned the tasks, and the other teams looked to their respective leaders. Barite asked, are you planning to build a house? Isn't that a bit of a waste of time? Luo Xu waved her hand. We can finish in 7 hours. The rainy season is approaching, and I don't want to sleep in the rain. Chapter 2:11. The arrival of the rainy season, building a small house in this place. The greatest threat to them was not the fierce beasts that roamed at night, but their own immunity. Once someone caught a fever or a cold, it would be certain death here. If a person gets wet in the rain, the probability of getting sick is very high. If they're soaked all night, who knows what could happen? Everyone get moving. Barite nodded and turned to wave his hand. Kuan came to Luo Xu and looked into her calm eyes for a few seconds. 7 hours? Luo Xu nodded. Trust me, among all the people present, there were special forces, martial arts masters, biologists, and exploration experts, but no one dared to boast that they could build a shelter in 7 hours. I hope you can deliver. Luo Xu's combat strength had deeply impressed them, so Kuan took the risk and chose to believe her. Walter naturally didn't need to say much. He put his hands in his pockets and whistled as he went. Nilian and Xian Min exchanged glances and silently followed suit. They were captivated by Luo Xu's charisma. Earlier, when Luo Xu was battling that antelope, she even let them have the chance to kill a few more. Now, The combat strength of the Great River Kingdom was undoubtedly the strongest, and the overall level of their team was also the most formidable. They could have easily left the two countries behind, but chose to bring them along. If they were fortunate enough to leave this place, they would definitely express their sincerest gratitude to the Great River Kingdom. The speed of these warriors is remarkable, and the tools they brought are the sharpest. However, within just 2 hours, this place is already piled high with repaired wood. Luo Xu is quick and nimble. She first uses mud to lay a layer on the ground, allowing the fire elemental users from the new citizens to bake it, and then she creates a wooden foundation on top. Watching her work systematically, taking out a hammer and nails, the two teammates from new citizens are left speechless. How could you bring so many nails to another world? Her backpack must contain thousands of them, which is quite a heavy load. Luo Xu says, when you all knew you would be staying here for 3 months, didn't you think about improving your quality of life? She counts on her fingers, saying that food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all essential. New Citizens team leader, Hua Jin, stares wide-eyed. Given the situation, are you still considering quality of life? Luo Xu nods. We brought a lot of seasonings. People from Dechuan Nation in front of the screen are going crazy with joy. ISNT that right? People from Dechuan Nation must eat well and live well wherever they go. Otherwise, it doesn't count as living. It's unclear if it's a coincidence, but the camera shifts to Su Xing cooking in the upper right corner. She takes out the military pot she brought along and starts adding ingredients one by one. As the water boils, soy sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, scallions, ginger, and garlic are added bit by bit, and the aroma wafting from the pot seems to reach those in front of the screen. Ha ha ha, that's right. Sister Luo Xu really understands us from Dechuan Nation. We must eat well, but building small huts anywhere isn't something the rest of us can do. I think Sister Luo Xu decided from the very beginning to build a house inside. Sigh, she's just wasting time. Building a house is a waste of everyone's time. You upstairs don't know anything. Have you never survived in the wild? The biggest danger in the wild isn't those insects, ants, snakes, or rats, but getting sick. Look at the climate inside. It's getting more and more humid, clearly approaching the rainy season. If you sleep outdoors, you're guaranteed to get sick the next day, and then it's game over. Didn't you hear them discussing before? It would take at least 18 hours to reach the next shelter. There's simply no way to make it in time. It's better to spend 7 hours building a small hut here. Every action taken inside is meticulously planned. If you just take a serious look, you'll find that although little Luo Xu often does some chaotic things, our country hasn't lost any necessary supplies at all. That makes sense. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately garnered agreement from many people. Indeed, we have not only received what we deserve, but also quite a lot. Yes, we have running water and electricity, we don't need weapons, and we have all the daily necessities, lacking nothing. It's just that some minerals needed for technological development are relatively scarce, but it seems their collection process hasn't lagged behind. She is truly a remarkable woman. Luo Xu seems to have a framework model for construction materials in her mind. She knows exactly where each nail should go and where each piece of wood should be fixed. Time passed second by second. By the time everyone brought over all the wood, Luo Xu had already built the framework of the wooden house. They stared in astonishment as Luo Xu was at the top of the 3-meter-high wooden house, her feet perched on a piece of wood, her whole body suspended in midair as she nailed everything in place. Then, she gracefully jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. She turned to look at everyone, saying, "The framework is complete. Come over and help me stack the walls with wood. The nails are on the ground. You can take them yourself. New men, you go make some mud to fill all the gaps between the wood. There are so many people here," and with Luo Xu's guidance, the house was built quite quickly. Luo Xu also had steps made near the platform to prevent slips when going down. As the sky gradually darkened, Luo Xu wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the 5-room, 1-hall structure she had just completed, feeling satisfied. The interior of the entire room was very simple, with wooden walls that provided shelter but no soundproofing, yet it was indeed a good place to shield from the wind and rain. As night fell, a series of thunder rumbled in the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Luo Xu stood by the window, looking at the pitch-black night outside, her expression serious. Here, she could hear the dense sounds of wild beasts outside. It seemed that the beasts did not fight among themselves. Their only enemies were the intruders like them. The campfire was lit, warming the entire room and driving away the dampness. Barite cut off a piece of meat and came over to Luo Xu. You have a talent for construction. You didn't even need blueprints to build this house. That's impressive. Luo Xu nodded and took the meat he offered. Thank you for the compliment. The rain outside grew heavier, pouring down and making the night even murkier, obscuring the view outside. I discussed with Kuan about going out tonight to check the situation. We want to look for any beasts related to water resources. Luo Xu frowned now. She glanced at the heavy rain outside. It was very dangerous. Barite smiled and pointed to the house behind him. Isn't this house you built? If we get injured, we can come here to take shelter and heal. If we didn't have this house tonight, we probably wouldn't dare to act at all. With such heavy rain, even if a pavilion is built, it would be useless. The wind is howling, and if there's no place to shield from the wind and rain, their entire team will be wiped out. Thank you. You saved our lives again. Luo Xu shrugged. All right, just be careful. In such heavy rain, she was not planning to go out. Barrett turned around and discussed the next plan with Kuan and the others, changing into waterproof combat suits, preparing to explore outside. Walter came to Luo Xu's side and asked in a low voice, Are you just going to wait here while they go outside to check the situation? Luo Xu glanced at him. I don't want to go out on a night with such heavy rain. Zhu Chun took the opportunity to sit beside Luo Xu and handed her the freshly roasted rabbit meat. They might suffer huge losses this time they went out. Luo Xu sighed. We are new here. Someone has to be the first to go out and scout the situation. No one knows if the rain will be heavier tomorrow night. As they spoke, Barrett and the others were already ready. Luo Xu casually tossed a piece of firewood into the campfire. Good luck to you. This campfire will guide your escape. Barrett said, Thank you. In the Feiga Nation, the location is close to the desert. Normally, this place would be desolate, but now, since the use of soil restoration devices, it has turned into a vibrant meadow. However, they soon discovered that although the vast meadow could cultivate various plants, there was no water. A village specially applied for the qualification to dig a well, but after digging 100 meters, they didn't see a single drop of water. Immediately, the expert in charge of well digging in the village reported this matter. The earth is a hole. Air pollution and climate change can lead to changes in underground water. After digging nearly 200 more meters, they still didn't see a single drop of water, but they did excavate some black viscous substances, which after testing were found not to be oil, but just some contaminated underground water. Everyone was panicking. What should we do? Without water, even fertile land cannot sustain life. Moreover, this was not the only place facing such a situation. Some regions and other countries were the same. Clearly, the soil restoration device only targeted the soil. The incident in the Dazhou Nation was merely due to the presence of underground water within the country, where clean water existed, and the soil purifiers caused the underground water hidden beneath to surge up. In some areas, the drinking water had already been exhausted. The country used helicopters to transport water internally, but it could not fully cover everyone. Thus, some small places started digging for wild vegetables. The newly sprouted, lush greenery began to be destroyed step by step. Environmentalists from larger nations, upon seeing all this, could only feel powerless. No matter how much they promoted environmentalism, they could not make people compromise in the face of death. In those remote, small places, devout believers no longer attended early education classes, but gathered in churches, staring wide-eyed at live broadcasts. At this time, even if they have sincere faith, it is of no use. God cannot protect them. They can only seek help from those warriors who explore the other world. Over there, Barrett's side has already mobilized. Their voices faded into the darkness and disappeared. Everyone in front of the screen clenched their fists, tense and expectant. As time passed, the number of beasts coming out at night increased, and their strength grew stronger. The warriors could no longer operate individually and had to move in pairs. I had foreseen this, and all teams from various countries integrated to fight against the enemy together. Luo Xu stood by the window, stoking the fire a little more. Chapter 223, Underground River Creator Materialize. Time passed second by second, and the few people from Tao Country and Feiga Country seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. With no movements at all, it was unclear if the heavy rain muffled the sounds, but this was definitely not a good sign. A few people in the room picked up night vision goggles to check outside, but the rain was too heavy and visibility was limited. They couldn't see much, not even a single beast. Kent was somewhat worried. Would anything happen? In this place, they were all in the same boat. And if the teams from Tao Country and Fega Country died silently outside, it wouldn't be good for them. Why was there no movement at all? Luo Xu checked the system map and found that those few people were about 1,000 meters from the cabin, preparing to ambush a beast. She gently shook her head. There was no need to worry, just wait a little longer. Inside the cabin, only the synchronized ticking of their watches could be heard. Soon, there was finally some movement from that side. After a round of gunfire, the ground began to tremble. Boom! The thunder rumbled in the sky, and the ground shook violently, nearly causing an earthquake. They struggled to maintain their balance inside the cabin. Walter suddenly widened his eyes. It was a beast tide. Hogan was somewhat confused. Could it be an earthquake? Walter had already taken out the communicator and sent a message, saying that an earthquake didn't shake like this. I can feel that the source of the tremors on the ground is from the surface, not from below. Migu Country's Captain Walter. There's a beast tide. Retreat. At that moment, Barrett, who was hunting crocodiles in the lake ahead, heard the communicator beeping and glanced down. Upon seeing the simple 5 words, he immediately packed up his gun. Retreat. His teammates gritted their teeth. Captain, these crocodiles have tough skins and thick flesh. We've finally injured them. If we press the attack, we might. Barrett coldly replied. I said retreat. Although others had many complaints, since it was the captain's order, they could only comply. Yes, retreat. Kuan also received the message. He glanced at Barrett and similarly ordered his teammates to retreat. The group quickly evacuated without the slightest hesitation. Shortly after they retreated, the place they had been was flattened by a massive herd of large animals. Such a vast and enormous procession shocked the people in front of the screen, covering their mouths in disbelief. Fortunately, they retreated quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. How terrifying! Is this the legendary beast tide? It's much scarier than the previous ones. Even more so than those cheetahs. In the darkness of the night, they could only vaguely identify a few types of animals. Giant spiders, giant pythons, rhinoceroses, buffalo, crocodiles. All were bizarre creatures. These monsters are rampaging wildly, running frantically in one direction. If they encounter trees blocking their path, they will directly ram their heads into them, knocking the trees down. Like a frenzied beast charging recklessly, it was even more terrifying than the cheetahs with their commanding abilities. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. The vibrations of the ground made everyone particularly uneasy. They were soaked to the skin by the rain, and 2 pythons were relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Luo Xu drew a tang knife and threw it out. The tang knife shot through the air at incredible speed, slicing one of the pythons in half. It was unclear whether the remaining python was deterred by this move or afraid of the shelter point, but it surprisingly ceased its pursuit and veered off in another direction. Luo Xu's strike was extremely precise, earning her newfound respect from the few warriors present. No one dared to underestimate this seemingly delicate and petite woman from the great Chuan kingdom. The rumbling outside grew faster and closer, and just as Barrett caught his breath, he warily approached the window. What he saw outside sent chills down his spine. A group of strange beasts was charging towards their house. There were spiders 4 to 5 meters high, giant pythons dozens of meters long, elephants, water antelopes. A group of ferocious beasts charged wildly, creating an illusion of falling into hell on earth. Barrett was extremely frightened. Such a massive pack of beasts was simply hell. When he looked up, he inadvertently saw Luo Xu. Luo Xu was just standing by the window, quietly watching this scene. As the beasts rushed in, carrying a wave of foul odor, Luo Xu remained indifferent, just watching with an expressionless face. Barrett stepped forward, standing beside Luo Xu, trying to suppress his discomfort. What's wrong? Aren't you afraid? Luo Xu's voice was light and airy. No matter how powerful or terrifying these beasts are, they always have to avoid the safe point. This made Luo Xu feel a sense of unreality. She felt as if she were playing a game. Did you just go to the lake? What did you find there? Barrett glanced at her and said, We encountered a kind of crocodile. You mentioned before that the manifestation of water resources is likely to be the beasts that have been growing in the lake for many years. I believe this crocodile might be what we're looking for. Luo Xu nodded and picked up the binoculars to take a look. At 3 o'clock ahead, more than 600 meters away, there was a crocodile. Take a look. Is it the kind you found before? Barrett took the binoculars and looked over. It's this kind. Luo Xu rummaged through her backpack and then asked Zhu Chun if he had brought the portable bow and arrow. Zhu Chun set up the portable bow and arrow, and the others, noticing the commotion, came over to see what was happening. Luo Xu handed the bow and arrow to Barrett, aiming at the crocodile's eye. Can you make a kill with one shot? Barrett furrowed his brow. The crocodile's skin was rough and thick. Bullets wouldn't be able to deliver a fatal blow immediately. This bow and arrow is made from a special material, titanium alloy. Kuan, standing beside them, asked in surprise, is it metal manifested from another world? Luo Xu nodded, yes. Barrett picked up the bow and arrow, stretched his limbs, pulled back the bowstring, aimed and released. In the darkness, the arrow disappeared into the night, and then it completely penetrated the crocodile's eye and entered its brain. The crocodile died on the spot. Immediately after, a system notification sound echoed above their heads. Ding! Congratulations to the Kingdom of Tao for killing an ancient water crocodile and obtaining the underground river generator. Chapter 224, Underground River. Creation successful. The entire Kingdom of Tao was in shock. The whole world was watching this underground river generator. This is not just a simple consumable, but a renewable resource. The people in front of the screen gasped in shock, amazed. Is this real? An underground river generator? How could such a thing exist in this world? This is something we humans cannot achieve, right? This is simply the power of God. The divine is watching over us. May the divine bless us. You all have gone too far, divine. This is clearly something that the warriors from another world obtained at the risk of their lives. And now you attribute all the credit to the divine. Is that interesting? When will the Tao country start trying out this underground river generator? Show us the results. Last night was too thrilling. The warriors need to rest well, as your safety is the most important. After killing a crocodile and obtaining the underground river generator, this reassured the warriors inside. At least, they know what kind of prey corresponds to the water resources, and they just need some time to hunt. This incident caused a huge uproar in the outside world. The high-ranking officials of the Tao country immediately dispatched 200 helicopters to search nationwide. Upon learning of this matter, the officials were furious and recklessly executed all those involved in the auction on the spot, and they completely eradicated the auction organization. The entire process lasted only 4 hours. Thus, a tragedy resulting in the destruction of an entire listed company was born. From then on, the auction of tangible resources became a taboo in the Tao country, and even those with significant backgrounds dared not touch it. Of course, this process also drew dissatisfaction from many people, who took to the streets, raised banners to protest, claiming that the officials were brutal and murderous and should not have the qualifications to continue managing. However, the high-ranking officials of the Tao country were not intimidated at all and delivered speech. All resources obtained from interdimensional exploration belong to the state, which holds all interpretative and complete controlling rights. Some small consumable resources can be freely disposed of by the public, but for such non-renewable resources that concern the lifeblood of the nation, they must be submitted to the state for unified management. This has long been stipulated in the law. We, the Tao country, are a whole. We love our country and want it to become better. This is our way of jointly developing a beautiful nation, and it should not be exploited by certain individuals for personal profit. The speaker stood in front of the microphone, his voice growing colder. Air purifiers, soil restorers, underground river generators, and national mineral veins. These resources will be temporarily managed by the national parliament and cannot be privately owned. Everything I say will be presented in legal documents. After the apocalypse, the national situation has undergone tremendous changes. If the current situation is not handled centrally, the country may face disaster. The underground river generator is just the beginning. Listening to these words, the audience fell into silence. It was the first time they had seen such a strong attitude from the higher-ups. It seemed they were genuinely angry. In the future, if similar materials like the underground river generator were encountered again, the local leaders must be contacted to report. The public was still intimidated. Researchers from the Tao country brought the underground river generator to the city center at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Here, under the gaze of thousands, Tao country prepared to be the first to use the underground river generator in front of the whole world. Killing a crocodile would yield only one underground river generator. This is a machine with on one end and a cylindrical shape on the other. In the central area of the city, on that day, all the people of the capital of Tao country came to watch. For this, the country held a grand ceremony. Leaders from various countries also came to witness the event. Wei Zheng and the chief were invited to attend, standing side by side in the designated seats for Dazhuan country. At this time, the chief had a smile on his face. His grandson's condition was improving day by day, and the worries that had once clouded his brow were gradually dissipating, making him look like a carefree old man. The underground river could actually be manufactured. Such high technology, one wonders what level of civilization it was produced by, far surpassing our earthly civilization. Wei Zheng's voice turned a bit cold. No matter what schemes the other party has, we will crush them all. The chief said leisurely, "What's this? Has there been progress in the aerospace field?" Wei Zheng smiled and replied, "The plan we initiated over 50 years ago has progressed for half a century, but the progress is only less than 10%. However, now in just over a year, we have already increased the progress to 40%. Now we just lack those raw materials. Once the raw materials are complete, I believe that if we are given another 5 years, we will be able to complete everything. By then, nanomaterials and space elevators will be completed simultaneously, and all of humanity will directly enter a new era." The chief nodded, saying that these matters should still be left to you young people to handle. Meanwhile, the countdown had already begun over there. Start. As the words fell, the underground river manufacturing device was activated. All the surrounding exploration equipment began to operate. These devices will observe 300 meters underground, and all changes below will be revealed during the machine's operation. Everyone is eagerly waiting. Suddenly, the underground river generator, resembling a drill bit, directly burrows into the ground and disappears. Its speed is incredibly fast, and within just a few seconds, it has embedded itself about 100 meters underground and stopped. Immediately afterward, a massive magnetic field affects all machines, causing all equipment here to malfunction. Everyone experiences a collective dizziness, but it only lasts a few seconds before everything returns to normal. It's back. Quick, restart. It seems there is already water flowing underground. I also detected the presence of water here, and the volume is substantial. Investigating the length, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. This underground river is a full 3,000 meters long. It's all water down there. Oh, my God. This river is 3,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide, almost covering the entire city. A fire hydrant by the roadside bursts explosively as a rush of water blasts it apart, sending clear water shooting into the air like cascading droplets. Ha ha ha. It's water. Clear water. That's fantastic. Finally we have water. Oh, God, you have finally blessed us. Chapter 225, Points Breakthrough of 25,000. This shower of rain is like a lifeline. Many people opened their mouths to catch the water falling from the sky. They no longer had the time to consider whether the water was clean or not. After the apocalypse, every household was short of water, and a bottle of water was being sold at an exorbitant price on the black market. Even if the wealthy could buy it and take a sip, it would be mixed with a strange gasoline taste. Meanwhile, 90 of ordinary people could only use some physical methods to treat the contaminated water for consumption. This will lead to a large number of incurable new diseases, but in the face of certain death, they have no choice. Now, clean water has finally appeared. Many people, after taking a sip, directly knelt down and cried uncontrollably. So sweet. I thought I would never taste such clean and sweet water in my lifetime. Even if I die now, it would be worth it. I'm so moved. I really thank the warriors exploring in this other world. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have survived to this day. Thank you, great Chuan nation, for so generously opening this precious portal to the world. The relevant researchers from the country used a pump to extract some water and placed it in clean containers to present to the leaders of various countries. Looking at the exquisite little teapot filled with water that was clean and showed no impurities, Wei Zheng let out a sigh and couldn't help but feel emotional. We had already tasted such clean water more than a year ago. Back then, I thought we were doomed, but fortunately, there was Luo Xu to present the system. The chief took a sip of water, smacked his lips, and said it tasted the same as our inland rivers, just a bit colder. The inland rivers and wells that the Great Chua nation had obtained had also reached edible standards. Looking at the leaders of other countries, they were all enjoying the sweetest groundwater with expressions of ecstasy. I don't know if all the manifested water resources come from the same place, but they all have the same taste with a hint of sweetness. After drinking the water, the leaders of other countries looked enviously at each other, wishing they could jump into the screen to encourage their respective teammates to produce more of this underground river generator. This thing is really a good item. With such a large underground river, just 10 of them could sustain the entire country's citizens. Meanwhile, in another world, it was daytime again. Outside, it was still pouring rain, affecting everyone's movements. But the resource collection operation continued. Ding! Congratulations to the Kingdom of Mage for harvesting 1,000 pounds of pineapples and 2,000 pineapple seeds. Ding! Congratulations to the Kingdom of Tao for harvesting 1,000 pounds of strawberries and 2,000 strawberry seeds. Ding! Congratulations! New notifications kept refreshing in the sky. During the day, the refresh rate for these resources only added a few points each time, but fortunately, the quantity was large and the system points were slowly climbing. Points 24,981, 30,000. Luo Xu contacted her teammates in the Kingdom of Dachuan from afar, instructing everyone to gather resources in the mountains, preferably looking in the nooks and crannies of the rocks, as the light clusters nearby were mostly related to rocks or moving creatures. During the day, there were no bugs or ants in the grassy fields, and even in the wet marshy pools, there were no signs of crocodiles. During the day, they were all safe. Su Xing and Chao Jing climbed near a cliff and gathered some light clusters from the corners. Ding! Congratulations to the Kingdom of Dachuan for harvesting 1,000 edible cows. Su Xing licked her lips. It had been a long time since she had drank milk. At that moment, Luo Xu saw that her points had just crossed the 25,000 mark. Points 25,001, 30,000. At this 25,000 mark, there was a black dot on the progress bar of points, and Luo Xu put down her binoculars to check the map. Meanwhile, as Su Xing muttered, several glass bottles filled with milk suddenly appeared where the light clusters had been. In an instant, both Su Xing and Chao Jing were stunned. What is this? The viewers watching the live stream also widened their eyes. Hey, could this Su Xing girl be the legendary prophet? So magical. Whatever she says comes true. Wow, this bottle of milk must be one. 5 litres. Just right to replenish our warriors. Ha! They're looking more and more like they're on vacation inside. Quick, go check out Captain Walter. He's buried under a pile of meat. That scene is killing me. At this moment, Luo Xu turned to look at Walter not far away, feeling speechless. Just as the system points reached 25,000, Walter found 3 light clusters gathered together in the nearby grass. He reached out with a big hand, and inside were 2,000 pounds each of chicken, beef, and lamb. Walter was about to show off, but as soon as he turned his head, he was directly buried by a pile of meat. Several hundred pounds of chicken, beef, and lamb appeared out of nowhere in his hands, completely surrounding him. Walter fell to the ground with a thud, struggling to extend an arm from the pile of meat, weakly calling for help. Luo Xu walked over with a smile and said, "Wait a moment. Let me take a picture first." She took out her communicator and snapped a few photos, then took out a tiny camera she always carried to take a few more pictures, and only then was satisfied as she pulled Walter out of the meat pile. Walter looked pale and said, "Do you find it amusing that I'm having a bad day?" Luo Xu uploaded the photos to the group in the communicator. Very amusing. Walter looked like a wronged little wife, staring down at his clothes smeared with fresh meat and blood, looking disgusted. He turned around, picked up a piece of meat to inspect it, sniffed it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Beef, and it's the freshest premium Wagyu beef. The succulent pieces of meat were taken from the most tender parts of the cow, even reaching the standard for sashimi. The people in front of the screen were drooling. They all opened their room doors and looked up at the sky, hoping that such good meat would fall into their homes. Not just Walter's side, but basically all the teams from other countries were the same. They received rabbit meat, various fruits, water bags, and all sorts of other food. Some even narrowly avoided being hit on the head by 2 durians. That night, when they gathered at their lodging, the simple wooden cabin was piled high with all kinds of food. Chapter 226. Everyone mobilized. Target ancient water crocodile. As evening approached, it was pouring rain outside. But laughter and joy could be heard from inside the wooden cabin. Apples, pears, oranges, cherries, mangoes, durian, strawberries. All kinds of fruits were available. On the grill, there were also tender and juicy beef, totaling over 100 pounds. Zhou from the kingdom of Tao was the best at making steaks, and he immediately showcased his skills for everyone. Although it wasn't as complicated as the cooking process in the kingdom of Dachuan, it ensured the ingredients retained their original flavor. Barrett also took out knives and forks to distribute to everyone. He had planned to use them for eating, thinking they could possibly serve as weapons later, but unexpectedly, they were indeed used for eating. Come on, Vandalin, sing us a song to liven things up. A group of people sat together, listening to Vandalin from the kingdom of Tao sing, while Tyran from the kingdom of Feiga also got into the spirit and performed a spectacular swordsmanship display. For a moment, the scene was extraordinarily lively. Night gradually fell. At the shelter, they didn't have to worry about their sounds being heard by the beasts outside. They ate meat in big bites, not on fruits, and sang and danced joyfully. At this moment, it really doesn't feel like coming here to complete a task, but rather like coming on vacation. Luo Xu listened to the laughter and joy, enjoying throwing a strawberry into her mouth. This was probably the most relaxed evening they had experienced since entering the alternate world. Everyone else was chatting and laughing about their glorious experiences from outside. Luo Xu sat quietly to the side, listening and checking the map. Their current points had exceeded 25,000, and there had been some changes in the entire alternate world. The light orbs they obtained could not only materialize in the outside world, but also provided some feedback to them. Everything they ate and used now came from this source. Moreover, there were subtle changes on the map. It seemed that the approximate locations of the fierce beasts were beginning to be marked, but only as dark spots, which only indicated their general range. However, that was enough. As the sky completely darkened, the smiles on their faces gradually faded. Luo Xu stuffed the last piece of steak in her mouth and stood up. It was about time to pack up and get ready to leave. As soon as Luo Xu spoke, everyone's eyes brightened. They knew that as long as this little girl was ready to take action, it would definitely be significant. It was still raining outside. Everywhere was damp and cold, but the house they were in was dry and warm. It had been raining continuously for 2 days and nights, and it didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. If it weren't for this house providing them temporary shelter, it would have been quite miserable. Luo Xu changed into waterproof combat gear and quietly reminded Zhu Chen a few things. Walter shamelessly came over to listen, asking, "What are you guys talking about?" "Let me hear it too." Zhu Chen shot him a cold glance. "Are you going to listen to our military plan from Dazhou?" Walter grinned. "Of course I want to listen. It's just you 2 from Dazhou, right? Look, if we add the 3 from our country, we'll have 5 people, and we can form a new team. How great is that?" He pushed his 2 burly teammates, Maxi and Barlow, forward. "If there's any tough work, feel free to command these 2. They will definitely obey, as they are soldiers I train myself." Truly shameless. The others present, including everyone in front of the screen, simultaneously thought of this phrase. Wow, Captain Walter's shamelessness is something I've never seen in my life. It's shocking. Is this even possible? I understand now. He wants to hitch a ride. Luo Xu, you must hold on and not fall for his charm. How shameless. Zhu Chun, hurry up and kick him away. Meanwhile, the people from Gu country in front of the screen quietly touched their noses, secretly giving Walter a thumbs up in their hearts. Well done. After being in the alternate world for so long, they had figured it out. Following Luo Xu meant having food to eat. Their team had started poorly and was down to just 3 people. If it weren't for Captain Walter bringing people to mix with Luo Xu, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many supplies. At this critical moment, what did face matter? Luo Xu glared at Walter but ignored him, turning to Zhu Chun and saying, "Chao Jing and the others found a type of crude oil resource over there. After materializing it, they hid part of it here." She took out a piece of paper and roughly sketched the map structure, drawing a circle at the intersection of 2 roads. The crude blueprint is difficult for the people in front of the screen to understand, but Ju Chun, Walter, and even Maxie and Barlow, who have long memorized the entire map, are well aware of it. In this place, take as much as you can. While they were discussing, Barrett and Kuan stepped forward. The usually taciturn Kuan surprisingly spoke first. Miss Luo Xu, if you have any plans, I hope you can share them with us. Barrett forced a friendly smile and added, yes, we have quite a few people here, so if needed, we can help each other out. Luo Xu waved her hand. The tasks I assigned him are beyond the capabilities of your people. Others, but Luo Xu still kindly explained a few things. At the confluence of the river and the lake to the south, my people have stored some crude oil supplies at this location. I instructed him to make a round trip with the crude oil within an hour, and then we will use fire to attack. Kuan frowned slightly. It's raining outside. It was precisely because of the rain that they didn't dare to bring out many of their powerful explosives. Although the explosives they made had some waterproof properties, the rain outside was too heavy, and they didn't want to take that risk. Luo Xu said, don't forget, the supplies obtained here cannot be measured by Earth-S standards. I believe this risk is one we must take. You are all being too conservative. At this moment, Ju Chun had already lightened his load. After giving Luo Xu a slight nod, he disappeared into the darkness. Luo Xu exhaled a breath of frustration and said, let's go. She charged directly into the rain. As the torrential rain soaked her, Luo Xu shivered unexpectedly. Her clothes were waterproof, and her hair was tightly covered by her hat, but she still felt a bone-chilling cold. It did not come from the rain falling from the sky, but from the night itself. Two people stayed behind to add firewood to the bonfire, while the others went into action. The crowd in front of the screen watched this scene nervously. The soldiers risked their lives for this, all for the underground water. An underground water generator from the Tao country saved the lives of hundreds of thousands.